Chapter 1, The Godly System, The Dragon Kingdom's Beiliang City, Beiliang Academy. The entrance to the senior classroom was packed with people, crowding the entire corridor. These people, all of them, had come to gather around the star of the day, Zhou Changfeng of the senior class, because he awakened his profession today and obtained a summoner profession card. Summoner, a bottomless pit of burning money, known as the poor man's nightmare profession. Changfeng, you must not be impulsive. The profession of summoner, although it is the best profession, this profession is not something that an average family can afford. Lu Changhe, the principal of the Northern Liang Academy, looked at the card spinning in Zhou Changfeng's hand, and his inner emotions swirled with it, fearing that he might not be able to think of a way out and use the profession card. Of course, he wasn't concerned about what Zhou Changfeng would be able to do in the future. He was just worried that if this guy used his career card, he wouldn't be able to get the high kickbacks from selling career cards himself. Think about it, if you sell this career card, you will be able to change your life. I know that you've always wanted to excel and that you have great qualities, but after all, this is not a career that the average family can afford. The principal had a sincere face, and his words were right. After all, the profession of summoner required a huge expense anywhere, not to mention the fact that ordinary families couldn't afford it. Even for unions with average strength, it would be as difficult as hell to train out a high-ranked summoner, and it would even drag down the entire union. The contracted summoned beasts summoned by the summoner all need to spend money to equip with the appropriate equipment, weapons, and even the high price of the spirit power recovery potion, and with the upgrading of all the required equipment upgrades need to invest money is a bottomless pit. The average child from a family that awakens the summoner profession will choose to sell their profession cards for a considerable amount of money because they can't afford it, and instead can spend a very small amount of money on general profession cards such as healer, knight, archer, and so on. This type of supporting profession can become a member of the union team in the future, selling their lives for the union to earn commissions, or at least food and clothing. An ordinary summoner wouldn't even be absorbed by a union or a copy team. Make an offer. Suddenly, a voice caught everyone's attention. The crowd turned their heads to look at Su Ming, who had made the sound, and a moment later, there was laughter. Ha ha ha, you buy summoner profession cards? Do you poor bee have money? Don't be ashamed. You think you're buying cabbage? Get lost. Ha ha ha, if you have the money to buy summoner profession cards, I'll live stream upside down and poop. Classmates scoffed. It was well known that Su Ming grew up with his parents dead and relied on the national dole to get by, and although his grades had always been number one in the entire year, a summoner profession card would require a minimum of $8 million to start with, and apart from robbing a bank, he wouldn't be able to have that much money in his life. Principal Lu Changhe glared fiercely at Su Ming and was just about to open his mouth to reprimand him a few times when another voice emerged. $9.5 million. A very seductive voice rang out in the classroom, and a woman with enough looks and body to make people salivate walked in. She had a faint smile on her face and looked like she had a plan to win. Indeed, $9.5 million was something that the vast majority of families would never be able to earn in their entire lives, so she was pretty sure that this Zhou Changfeng, who came from an ordinary family, would categorically not refuse. It's the Iron Blood Alliance's chief secretary, Zhao Muyu. $9.5 million. What a thrill! Directly crossing into the ranks of multi-millionaires, Zhou Changfeng is now rich. The onlookers let out a gasp of surprise, and even Zhou Changfeng was dumbfounded when he heard this price. Cut, the Iron Blood Alliance is really stingy. Just $9.5 million? Just as everyone was shocked, Su Ming's discordant voice emerged again. Those voices of astonishment suddenly subsided, and a pair of shocked eyes looked at Su Ming. Principal Lu Changhe couldn't stand it anymore. Su Ming, get out. Don't make trouble here. Get lost. What are you doing here to start a ruckus when someone else is selling cards? That's right. As if you're rich. What a two-skinned mouth. Bragging without paying taxes. Zhao Muyu glanced at Su Ming. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, his eyes full of contempt. $9.5 million. Very little, is it? Then this student, how much do you intend to offer? If I remember correctly, you're on the dole, aren't you? Since when can a poor man on the dole be so loud? If this Su Ming was really the original owner, not to mention $9.5 million, even if it was $500,000, it would still be out of his reach. But after all, Su Ming wasn't. The original owner perished due to a serious illness as early as his childhood, and before he died, Su Ming's soul penetrated and occupied the original owner's body, coming to this world for 12 years. It wasn't until yesterday that Su Ming awakened to the Traveler's Benefit Divine Hero System. The base amount is $20 million, and the spending is doubled back. That's not the point. The point is, the first time you spend $20 million, you will receive a legend gold word. When the legendary gold word is given to the summon target, a contract will be made on its own initiative. The summon target will never betray, and the target will become legendary. Originally, Su Ming thought that he could only live in this world where endless eternal night descended, ferocious beasts and demons wreaked havoc, and human space was constantly squeezed, but the divine greatness system allowed Su Ming to live as if he had been given a new life. Moreover, this divine magnificence system also just specifically dealt with the summoner profession. After all, that consumer-gifted gold phrase could only be granted to the summoning target. Today was also a stroke of luck. He had just bound the divine hero system, and there was a poor student in his class who had awakened the summoner profession card. So Su Ming was determined to win. After all, this rare summoner profession card was very difficult to awaken out, and the probability was extremely low. Facing Jiamuyu's mockery, Su Ming smiled faintly. $20 million. What? Crazy, right? $20 million? The highest ever record was only 15 million. Let him blow. I'd like to see how he'll end up. There was a commotion in the room. Apart from shock, there was more contempt. No one would believe that a poor man on the dole would be able to pull out $20 million. Jiamuyu froze, then laughed out loud. $20 million? Good. Please start your show. Do you have cash or a credit card? Jiamuyu also wanted to see Su Ming's jokes, because she knew very well that Su Ming couldn't take $20 million. Jean, thanks. Amidst the jeers of the crowd, Su Ming squeezed in and raised an eyebrow at Jiamuyu. Swipe your card. Who uses cash? Blow it. This is the bank card that gives out the dole, isn't it? I'll see how this guy makes a fool of himself later. Hey, it's true that every bird has a bird in the forest. Another burst of mocking voices rang out from the scene, but Su Ming was smiling and calm. In fact, this summoner profession card, the highest, is only about 15 million. Su Ming called for 20 million because he has a divine magnificence return system. The initial amount is 20 million. To be able to spend it all at once, naturally it is the best. Chapter 2. The whole place exploded. Of course, Su Ming also knew that if he offered $20 million, the Iron Blood Alliance would still be able to offer a higher price. Su Ming was certain that Jiamuyu would think that he didn't have any money and wanted to see his own jokes, plus the fact that he himself needed to spend $20 million in order to obtain the legendary gold phrase, so he directly threw his weight around. For a moment, Lu Changhe froze. It took a while for him to come back to his senses, and he said to Su Ming with a serious face, Su Ming, this is $20 million. Do you want to know what kind of consequences you'll face if you can't swipe out $20 million? Su Ming shrugged. Swipe it. What are you waiting for? Password 6/8. Lu Changhe sighed and took the bank card in Su Ming's hand, and his assistant also took out the POS machine. The bank card was brushed. Lu Changhe entered the password, and the crowd at the scene had a look of a joke, waiting for the POS to prompt the balance to be insufficient. But the next moment, successful consumption of $20 million. Everyone on the scene froze. Jiamuyu's beautiful cheeks also became dark for a moment. How can? Su Ming smiled faintly and said at Zhou Chengfeng, classmate, this card should be given to me. Only then did Zhou Chengfeng come back to his senses and handed the summoner profession card in his hand to Su Ming. Asterisk. Where did this guy get $20 million? It's not going to be a bank robbery, is it? Shouldn't we check? Oh my god, $20 million. For a profession card, is this guy a hidden god? The crowd finally came back to their senses. For a time, the scene riot, those contemptuous eyes disappeared, replaced by doubt, envy. Su Ming, however, directly used the profession card in full view of everyone. Su Ming, profession, summoner, rank, 1 out of 100, attributes, strength 5, physique 3, agility 6, mental power 10, summoned beast space 0/3, maximum of 3 summoned beasts at the same time at current level. The current level of the contracted summoned beast will consume 10 points of mental energy. The occupational attributes panel appeared, and at the same time, a system voice sounded in his head. Successful consumption of $20 million. $40 million has been returned to the account. Obtaining a legend gold word. The next time you acquire a legendary gold word, you'll need to spend 120 million. Acquisition of legendary gold phrase. Spending amount evaluated by the system. Looking at the attribute panel and listening to the system prompts, Su Ming smiled faintly. You can't play summoner if you don't have money. But I've gotta hang up. Spending double back. No matter how much money, I can brush it off. Jiamuyu had a complicated expression, and finally turned away without saying a word. Today, learning that the academy had come out with summoner profession cards, Jiamuyu was sent to acquire them, and as a result, the acquisition didn't work, and he was even slapped in the face by Su Ming, so he would inevitably be chastised when he returned. But it was irreparable, and she could only admit it. At this point, the room exploded. Crazy, $20 million? This is worse than killing me. $20 million, just like that? All of the students in the room were completely abuzz. A poor student living on the dole shelling out $20 million to buy a pro card is absolutely explosive news. After a period of commotion, the onlookers also finally dispersed, and the scene quickly cooled down, leaving Su Ming alone. Ha, that's an orgasm? Dude still has the golden words. But now, the main thing is, to immediately go to the novice copy. After all, there are only less than 10 days before the college entrance exam. Only go to the novice copy to upgrade, so that you can make yourself more sure to pass in the college entrance exam. But Su Ming also knew very well that the ordinary summoned beasts summoned by novice summoners couldn't even defeat the copy monsters. Whether or not you can pass your copy depends on this phrase. Whatever. First contract the summoned beast. With a movement of his consciousness, he only saw a light flash before his eyes, followed by a ding. Contracted summoned beast successful. Rhesus monkey, quality, C, common. Level, 1, synchronized with summoner. Attributes, strength 5. Physique 3, agility 6. Spirit 5. Skills, tear 1/5, taunt 1 out of 5. Looking at this macaque's attribute panel, Su Ming was a bit speechless. Taking another look at the malnourished macaque monkey that appeared inside the contract space, Su Ming directly sighed. The good thing is that I had prepared myself and didn't have high expectations, so it wasn't much of a downer. As for adding words, Su Ming didn't think of what words to use right now, so he temporarily dismissed the idea, left the classroom, and went straight to the novice copy. Eastern District of Beilang Academy. Did you hear? Su Ming from the senior class spent $20 million on the summoner profession card. Where did he get so much money? Probably sold his savings and all the belongings his parents left behind. Ha, what's the point of buying a summoner profession card? $20 million. Far from being able to make a summoner grow up. I guess he doesn't have any money right now. I bet he can't even get through a novice copy. All of the high schools in the country have novice copies that are specialized in assessing novices, which are run through energy and rely on energy crystals to be opened. Novice copies can be accessed from level 1 to 10. Scholars who need to enter a novice copy only need to pay the appropriate energy crystals according to the level and difficulty of the copy. And these energy crystals could be obtained by killing ferocious beasts and demonic evils. The first time you enter a novice copy, you have one free privilege, because novices who have not yet passed the test have no source of income, and the military is considerate enough to be funded by the state. As the college entrance exam was approaching, there were a lot of students in the trial examination, and the entrance to the novice copy in the East Campus had already gathered a lot of people, yelling and shouting. Are there any newcomers to team up with? Difficulty book needs one more. Those with equipment and skills are prioritized to join the team. White people don't bother. Yo, isn't that Su Ming? Just after arriving at the duplicate entrance plaza, Su Ming was seen, and for a moment, everyone's eyes were gathered on Su Ming's body. Asterisk 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 speak of the devil? TSK, 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 walking $20 million. Holy, you spent $20 million on profession cards and you don't even have a decent set of equipment? A summoner who doesn't even have any equipment is still here to form a team? Inherent concepts. Level 1 ordinary summoner. Can be summoned along with the contracted summoning beasts are very weak. There is no attack power. Cannot beat the copy of the small monsters. Such a summoner, and no team is willing to take. A team with a summoner who has no offense is the same as carrying a mop-up. Even though Su Ming had just spent $20 million, no one could afford to look at a summoner who didn't even have equipments. The man's words drew jeers from the floor. Hey Su Ming, hurry up and get lost. There won't be anyone here to team up with you. Do you really think that by spending $20 million on a summoner profession card, you're really a big shot? You don't want to go in there by yourself and die, do you? Ha ha ha. Chapter 3, Barefaced Humiliation. In the face of the crowd's mockery, Su Ming was unmoved. Coming through. Thanks. Su Ming passed through the crowd and walked to the entrance of the novice copy and stopped, and a stern gaze then caught Su Ming's attention. $20 million for profession cards, and you don't even have any equipment. Just you still want to brush copies? As soon as the words fell, all eyes shifted to the body of the person who spoke. It's Shen Zimo, the male son of the Iron Blood Alliance. Before that it was the chief secretary of the Iron Blood League who went to acquire pro cards. There's a good show. Hiss. Shen Zimo is also a summoner. Ha, the Iron Blood Alliance has plenty of money. So are you afraid you can't buy it? Look at his purple quality equipment. He's really put his money where his mouth is. A white guy who doesn't even have any equipment. And a kryptonite big shot. The highs and lows. Shen Zimo walked over to Su Ming under the gaze of the crowd. This rich second generation, with his purple superior equipment, was the most dazzling in the crowd. Big brother begs for a belt. Biggie, need more pendants. Shoe lifting is fine. Big brother, take me into the Iron Blood Alliance. I can attack or accept, and I can warm the bed. For a while, countless fawning voices rang out, and Shen Zimo revealed a look of arrogance as he rushed at Su Ming with a disdainful sneer. Just you. don't lose the face of a summoner. And you're still grabbing the profession card from me. Do you have a bag in your head? The corner of Su Ming's mouth rose. Rich second generation is not the same. The copies have not even been there. Are all outstanding clothes. TSK 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 TSK. Casting is really a technical work. How? High school 3 years was pressed by me in the position of the second of 10,000 years. Is not it very bad? Su Ming's words caused a commotion at the scene. It's outright humiliating. In the 3 years of high school, Su Ming has been the first grade in the whole year. Shen Zimo, no matter how hard he worked, one was pressed by Su Ming. After hearing Su Ming's words, Shen Zimo instantly became furious. And for a moment, his face reddened. Ow! As Shen Zimo's anger erupted, a hiss followed. A saber-toothed tiger whose body was enveloped in a purple halo was summoned by Shen Zimo. Oh my god, the remarkable saber-toothed tiger. It's still the Iron Blood Alliance. $8 million of excellent saber-toothed tiger. Just buy it when you say so. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Some people are born in Rome. And me, I'm born a cow and a horse. Listening to the crowd's exclamations, Shen Zimo's sense of superiority came to life as he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Su Ming. So what if you have good grades? So what if you spent $20 million to rob my career card? Now you don't have any money? Who are you? A poor bee? To fight me? Come on. Summon your contracted beast and let everyone see if it can lift my saber-toothed tiger's shoes or not. Yeah, summon your summoned beast for everyone to see. He wouldn't dare, would he? After all, whatever it is, it can't be compared to a superior saber-toothed tiger. The onlookers, who were watching the fun, also began to raise a ruckus. Su Ming knew in his heart how humiliating his macaque was, but he smiled and did as everyone wished. Squeaky. As the call rang out, Su Ming had summoned the macaque monkey. That malnourished gadget was actually somewhat cognizant of life, with its two front limbs wrapped around Su Ming's pants leg, and its eyes filled with panic. Put! Ha 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 ha! At the sight of the malnourished gadget, the overfed masses finally couldn't help but roar with laughter. Monkey? Or a mongrel monkey? Su Ming, you should at least bring a few bananas. Look at how skinny you've become. Ha ha ha, this thing plays copies? Giving also Rans lice, right? Mud, laughing my ass off. Shen Zimo was also amused by this scene, and it took him a long time to get over it. Finally, Shen Zimo, who had been suppressed for 3 years, ruthlessly let out his breath at this moment. While looking at Shen Zimo's sardonic smile, Su Ming smiled. TSK, 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 money really can do whatever it wants. If I don't make a buck on you since you sent me here, wouldn't I be doing you a disservice? With this thought in his heart, Su Ming laughed. What? Is that all you can do? Just an outstanding saber-toothed tiger. Are you sure that you can suppress this macaque of mine? Don't forget how you spent these 3 years underneath me. The word below, Su Ming aggravated the tone of his voice. Salt on the wound, adding oil to the fire. This kind of thing, Su Ming was handy. When Shen Zimo heard this, the feeling of superiority that had just risen was instantly replaced by anger again. He glared viciously at Su Ming and gritted his teeth. Sharp-tongued. Poor bee who won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Do you dare to make a bet with me to see who will be able to pass the copy? Sure enough, the agitation method is good. One sentence and Shen Zimo took the bait. Su Ming raised his eyebrows. Oh, then what do you want to bet on? Shen Zimo's eyes stared, and he didn't answer for a moment as he looked at Su Ming with a face full of disgust. After all, as it was, a rich second generation like him could get anything he wanted. While what could Su Ming have? After some thought, Shen Zimo pulled out a bank card from inside his pocket and waved it in his hand. There's $5 million in here. My pocket money for a month. I'll bet on all of your assets. I don't think you'll have that much, right? But it's okay. It doesn't matter if I take a loss. Don't you dare? As soon as Shen Zimo's words fell, the scene completely exploded. $5 million. A month's allowance. That's a ing lifelong dream. Sure enough, rich people are stepping trenchant. Su Ming looked at the bank card in Shen Zimo's hand, and immediately brightened up. This buddy is not a gift in the snow? The one doesn't worry about money at all now. Who would mind having too much money? Thinking of this, Su Ming also pulled out his bank card from his own pocket. Of course, a poor man like me, how can I be compared to young Master Shen? However, I do still have $40 million in here. What? The eaters are blowing up. Su Ming had just spent $20 million to purchase the profession card, and now there was still $40 million in the card? A lie, right? It's just a bluff. I don't believe that he can still come up with $40 million. If he really has it, it's impossible that he won't even buy any equipment. Shen Zimo thought of the same question as the melon eaters. He sneered. Are you sure? Don't you know from the capital inspection? What? You're the Grand Master of the Iron Blood Alliance and you've never seen $40 million? You, being mocked back by Su Ming. Shen Zimo was so angry that his face flushed red and he angrily roared. capital inspection. Zhao Muyu walked in style and stood in front of Shen Zimo, slanting her eyes and glaring fiercely at Su Ming. Young master, capital inspection. Didn't you hear me? Zhao Muyu took a deep breath and revealed a smile. Okay, young master. Within a few moments, Zhao Muyu completed the capital check and said to Shen Zimo, young master, there is $40 million. The cacophony died down, and a moment later, a gasp of surprise exploded. Chapter 4, Dark Evolution. The crowd looked at Su Ming as if they were looking at a monster, and again began to speculate about the origin of the money. Su Ming took his bank card back, completely ignoring everyone's gazes, and raised an eyebrow at Shen Zimo. Young master Shen, how about it? Am I qualified? Shen Zimo didn't answer and said in a cold voice, how do you want to bet? Su Ming snorted, how to bet? You don't want to use $5 million to bet against my $40 million, do you? The Grand Young Master of the Iron Blood Alliance, can't he even take out $40 million? For a moment, Shen Zimo was dumbfounded. Even though the Iron Blood Alliance had a deep family background with several $100 billion in assets, and was definitely a first-class family in terms of the Dragon Kingdom, but that was only assets, not cash that could be used at any time. Shen Zimo has been spoiled since childhood, and he can get whatever he wants, even 5 million pocket money a month, which are beyond the reach of the poor, but $40 million, he really doesn't have. Next to him, Zhao Muyu hinted in a low voice, young master, there's no need to bet with him. Shen Zimo snorted coldly, and with a clench of his teeth and a stomp of his foot, he took out a 20-centimeter long metal stick. This is the Wuji stick, just purchased in the black market today for $15 million. If you win, this Wuji stick belongs to you. The other $5 million also belongs to you, and I'll open another $20 million in IOUs for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd burst into an uproar. What? Legendary grade Wunderstaff? This has a price. I didn't think the Iron Blood Alliance could even buy this. That's crazy. With the Infinity Stick's enhancement, the combat power will be drastically increased. After hearing this, Zhao Muyu immediately became nonchalant and busied herself. Young master, cut the crap. What's the problem? I'll answer to my dad myself if there's a problem. Shen Zimo was certain of Su Ming who had no equipment, so he was reckless. Zhao Muyu was dumbfounded by the dislike, and in the end, he could only swallow back the words that were on his lips. When Su Ming saw the infernal stick, his eyes instantly glowed. His own macaque hadn't added a word yet, and he didn't have a handy weapon yet either, so this Wuji stick had come at a perfect time. Deal, I have no problem with that. Seeing Su Ming agree, Shen Zimo smiled. Very well, then how exactly do you want to bet? Su Ming smiled faintly and was in full view of everyone, but he moved his feet and walked to stand in front of the entrance to the nightmare level copy. The blood-red energy vortex at the entrance was so daunting that even standing outside the entrance, one could feel the fear, and the general public did not dare to approach. For a while, the crowd was shocked. What does he want? Does he want to challenge a nightmare level copy? Crazy, right? A difficulty that even a level 10 bigwig wouldn't dare to challenge. What gives him the right? Shen Zimo also looked at Su Ming with a dumbfounded look on his face, and only after a long time did he come back to his senses and snorted. A nightmare level copy? Are you sure? Su Ming turned to look at Shen Zimo. What? Are you afraid? Afraid? I've never known how to write the word fear, but since you want to play like this, let's set the rules first. Su Ming shrugged. Of course, that depends on who has a short time to pass, or who has stayed inside the copy for a longer period of time. By the way, since there is a contract to be made, shouldn't an IOU be added to it as well? Ha 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 ha. Shen Zimo let out a burst of laughter. Pass, don't you dream. Well, since you're the one who seeks death, I'll fulfill you. Snap. Shen Zimo snapped his fingers, and Zhao Muyu walked over to Shen Zimo. Young master, notarized scrolls. Yes, young master. As he spoke, Zhao Muyu pulled out an impartial scroll, and within a few moments, the content on top of the impartial scroll was drawn up. Young master, a notarized deed has been made in accordance with your bet. You two only need to press your fingerprints for it to take effect. Without saying a word, Shen Zimo pressed his fingerprint on top of the notarized scroll. This wave, steady. Su Ming smiled and followed suit, pressing his fingerprints on top of the impartial scroll. This Su Ming really is a nerd. Still doesn't even have any equipment? Betting $40 million? Crazy. It's over. He's going to lose all the money his parents left him. Listening to the mockery of the crowd, Su Ming was unmoved and secretly thought in his heart, what words do monkeys add to the infinity stick? Suddenly, with a flash of light in his mind, Su Ming thought of a game that suddenly burst into flames in his last life. Black Myth Goku. Su Ming looked at the words and said without hesitation, Dark Evolution. Ding. Successful. Dark Evolution. Entry conferred. Summon Beast, Rhesus Monkey, C, plus Dark Evolution, Legend, equals Black Myth Goku, Legend. Looking at the prompts on the panel, Su Ming's eyes widened in shock. I didn't realize that the macaque really evolved into the black myth Goku after this word addition of his own. Su Ming's eyes were filled with shock. What a terrifying evolution was this? Returning to his senses, after looking at the macaque monkey that had evolved inside the contract space. At this time, it had already turned into a giant monkey close to 3 meters tall, covered in golden hair, with a ferocious face. Its body was shrouded in a layer of golden halo, emitting a majestic aura. Black myth Goku. Quality, Legend. Level 1, synchronized with Summoner. Attributes, Strength 30, Physique 30, Agility 30, Spirituality 30. Skills, Vajra Unbreakable LV. 10, Legendary. 1000 Changes LV. 10, Legendary. Looking at the attribute panel of Black Myth Goku, Su Ming was once again shocked. I thought that using words and making summoned beasts directly legendary was perverse enough. Unexpectedly, this legendary level Black Myth Goku, his skills and attributes were also directly full, and all of them became legendary level as well. Just as Su Ming was feeling a lot of emotions. Ding! Your contracted summoned beast's attributes receive a huge boost and will automatically feed back to balance the attributes. You gain strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, agility plus 10, mental strength plus 10, unexpected joy. Contracted summoned beasts whose attributes are too powerful will feed back on their masters to balance their attributes. Such a backlash will largely not occur in reality, because the general summoners contracted summoned beasts would follow their masters in their advancement. The gap above their attributes wouldn't be very large. This is the most difficult part of summoner training, and it costs a lot of money in the progression process. Su Ming was different, because of the legendary grade words. Therefore, there was a situation where the summoned beast's attributes far exceeded its owners. This feedback directly caused Su Ming's own attributes to take a qualitative leap, and even compared to a warrior of the same level who could carry and fight, he was no less, if not even stronger. Awesome! Goldfinger is sincere. Win the infinity stick. Just in time for Black Myth Goku to use it as a weapon. In the eyes of the shocked crowd, Su Ming lifted his leg and walked into the copy. Chapter 5, Welcome to the Fortress of the Demons. Su Ming turned his head before the nightmare copy's teleportation glow engulfed him. Glancing at Shen Zimo, whose eyes were shady, he raised a middle finger. Thank you for the 40 million. The temperamental Shen Zimo was really furious, but given that there were too many students on the sidelines, he barely controlled his emotions, holding his accent and pretending to be contemptuous. Gee whiz, after all, it's just a small-town do-gooder on the dole. Probably got an investment from some small business owner, got $2 stinking in his pocket, and went rampant once he got his way. It just shows that he has a very small pattern. Just stupid. In the ivory tower that is school he could overpower me with his small-mindedness. But so what? Shen Zimo snorted disdainfully. In this era, all people change jobs, and the strong are honored. Study even better, but just do some clerical work. Work for us. The beautiful secretary Zhao Muyu lowered her eyebrows and complimented. His emotional intelligence is too low. He will be severely beaten by society in the future. If I were him, and had the honor of being your classmate for the 3rd time in my life, even if I did have a little talent for reading, I would have the sense to voluntarily do a few questions wrong, and give the first place to you with both hands, and then take the opportunity to make friends with Xin Xiao, and in the future, graduate and come directly to the Iron Blood Alliance to be your waiter, to win your heart. This is what is called a smart person's career plan. In my opinion, after he loses the betting fight later, odds are that he'll cry and kneel down to beg Shen Xiao to raise his hand, and he'll definitely have to play the emotional card of being a high school classmate, and he can't help but kidnap you with that I'm weak and I'm justified logic. At that time, please do not be merciful and make sure this poor student knows what happens when he offends you, she reasoned confidently. Shen Zimo seemed to see the image of Su Ming kneeling on the ground, kowtowing as if he were pounding garlic, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good, I'll pretend to agree to cancel the parley, and then flip out when I finally sign the papers, and play a good game on our superior student. With that said, he also stepped into the nightmare copy's teleportation torrent. Once both of the betting pair were in place, the copy beep boomed out. Welcome to the nightmare level replica, the Swarm Fortress. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the Demon Legion pours out from the abyss for the 937th time, invading the last lone city on the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom. In order to cover the retreat of 7 million inhabitants to the rear, Marshal Lin Huntingguo with all the 53,022 men of the Dewey army met the battle here, swore not to retreat, and all of them sacrificed themselves bravely, killed more than 1,800,000 demons, and protected the people's safety. This copy of the trial is built to commemorate the occasion. Su Ming and Shen Zimo were both flabbergasted in their hearts after hearing the copy prompt. This tragic and magnificent epic was recited by them all in their second-year history textbooks. Being both academics, both knew the bloodshed and madness of that battle. so much so that the battlefield of the demon fortress was called the meat grinder by historians. Shen Zimo was ecstatic. Ha, Su Ming, truly the heavens have killed you. As the most difficult trial copy, the demons will come in like a tidal wave, especially testing the defense of the equipment. Like you, a commoner with a blank slate breaking into the copy, you will be torn apart by the claws of the demons in a few moments. I'm sure to win. Dressed in a full set of purple excellence equipment, he walked proudly towards the city gates. At the same time, Su Ming respectfully bowed towards the city wall that was dyed scarlet with blood, to the martyr's sacrifice, which left a safe rear for our dragon kingdom, allowing the kid to finish his studies in peace. After doing so, Su Ming's mind moved and summoned the black myth Goku. The giant monkey proudly looked down at the heavens and earth, his battle intent surging. Fruit has the style of a great saint who fights demons and wars immortals and slaughters demons and kills Buddhas. Unfortunately, Wu Kong, who was only level 1 and had no equipment, was slightly shabby, as if he was a refugee who had just escaped from under the Five Fingers Mountain. The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but think apprehensively. Full level is definitely the great sage of Chi Tian, but now it's at most a minion. Monkey, are you good or not? Summoner and summoned beast are connected in mind. That monkey, sensing his master's concern, showed his teeth and was eager to prove himself, so he directly cast Vajra. All of a sudden, the gilded luster was roaming around his body surface, very noticeable and attracted the attention of the 3 blood demons in front of the fortress. The countdown to the battle for the replica has also finally begun. 20, 19, 18. Su Ming then began his pre-battle preparations. He took his place and walked to the supermarket next to the wall, punching through the glass fire cabinet and removing the red-painted fire axe that hung there. Another axe was wielded to break a long-destroyed streetlight, severing the ends and leaving only the steel pipe. No, I don't have a weapon as such, so I'll use it for now. Su Ming handed it over, and manhwa didn't mind, juggling a stick in his hand, getting used to his new weapon. Naturally, these equipment were not even as good as white plate equipment and had no attributes at all. But Su Ming wasn't worried. This was because according to the content of the second-year history, the copy of the Swarm Fortress would refresh a total of 99 waves of monsters, from easy to hard, and since it was a nightmare-level difficulty, the drop rate was quite guaranteed. Su Ming is confident that he is a European emperor, so he didn't purchase equipment, so he wanted to directly explode the billion-point godly clothes and make do with it. 3, 2, 1, fizzle. The blood demons had galloped in, working in tandem to attack the giant monkey's ankle, right arm, and throat respectively. As demons in the abyss, they had a low spiritual intelligence, but their fighting instincts were strong and they were by no means good. If an ordinary Dragon Kingdom soldier fell behind, all of them were likely to fall into their food. But who is Black Goku? Had made a fuss in the Palace of Heaven, after protecting Xuanzang westward, and then faced the fate of heaven, once again hunting all the demons and Buddhas. How can just 3 blood devils hurt it? Tai! The giant monkey rose up his 1,000-crown stick, and with a single sweep, he smashed the blood demons into a sky full of blood mist. So strong, steady. Su Ming let out a long breath and had no more doubts. With Black Wukong in the picture, winning the bet with Shen Zimo will be a breeze. And even, it is not allowed to challenge the record for the fastest clearance of the group Demon Fortress. It must be known that the difficulty of a nightmare-level copy was tied to the level of the professional. I stepped into the Swarm Fortress as a level 1 summoner, and the difficulty was also the lowest. If you can first pass the copy at the first sight of the kill, you'll surely be rewarded a lot. At that thought, Su Ming swallowed his saliva in anticipation. Tai! 5 night devils were beaten to a pulp with a single stick, and the vultures of the lonely city swarmed over them. Tai! A high abomination demon had its brain shattered by a club, and the heads next to it lit up in unison. Tai! The 7-headed inferno demon was beaten into small sparks by a stick, then extinguished by the giant monkey's foot. Gunpla Fortress was turned into a cutthroat no-holds-barred game by Black Goku. It's boring. The entire 10 waves of demons were all killed by Black Goku with a single strike, so much so that Su Ming, who was holding a fire axe, was stuck watching. However, according to the school's records, after every 10 waves, the Swarm Fortress would settle the experience and drop items. Hey, come on, drop small artifacts for me, drop dark gold equipment, drop extreme skill books. Su Ming rubbed his hands together and walked towards the NPC quartermaster of the copy settlement rewards, and at the same time, in front of the school's novice copy, a wretched figure covered in blood fell out of the nightmare copy. That idiot Su Ming. Sure enough, the nightmare copy killed him in seconds, right? Only lasted 15 minutes? Su Ming, you've committed a major taboo for men not lasting long enough. This is it? You also want to compete with young Master Shen Zimo? How arrogant you were just now. How wretched you are now. TSK. Now that there are many people outside, you might not be too nice. Later when you're alone with Xin Xiao, You can just poof down on your knees. The students waiting around to see what was going on scoffed. They all wanted to rely on stepping on Su Ming to curry favor with Shen Zimo, the rich second generation of the Iron Blood Alliance. However, when the secretary, Zhao Muyu, stepped forward and was about to taunt the illiterate poor student from Puxin, her face changed drastically. Su, Shen Xiao, Chapter 6, Skill Number 3, Hair Splitting. Zhao Muyu was dumbfounded to see that it was no one else who was curled up in a sorry state on the ground. It was the future helmsman that the Iron Blood Alliance had high hopes for. Shen Zimo, the students exploded. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shen Zimo is wearing an excellent suit. He can definitely walk sideways in the school's novice trial copies. His excellent saber-toothed tiger is even recognized as a summoner's fierce pet. There's no need for a summoner to make a move. The pet can clear the level on its own. So how can it be in such a sorry state? Where's that punk Su Ming? He got off the copy at the same time as Shen Xiao and signed a parley, so it's only right that he would be teleported to the same copy. Shouldn't you guys say? Is there a possibility that we're going to witness the plot of a scrapper rebelling against a rich second generation? You can dream, but the monster's claws will help bring you back to reality. At this moment, Shen Zimo rolled over in shame and stood up, saying in annoyance, "It's worthy of the nightmare difficulties, swarming demon bastion. The demons are coming in like a tidal wave. My saber-toothed tigers can't take care of me, and we're being attacked on all sides. I can only last for 10 waves before I'm swamped by them." The crowd dawned on them. Turns out it's a swarming fortress. Young master doesn't have to lose his mind. Zhao Muyu pushed her glasses, an understanding smile appearing on her beautiful face. As we all know, the Gun Demon Fortress is the hardest of all the newbie copies, and so far, among students who have yet to take the college entrance exams, the highest record for clearing it is only 55 floors, and it's not a nightmare-level difficulty. Moreover, the other party is specifically going to raid the Swarm Demon Fortress, and has made a lot of preparations for this, acquiring one-time bean-scattering props and summoning fishman props worth hundreds of millions of dollars, thus possessing a legion of temporary summons. Zhao Muyu laughed softly. You were able to break through the 10th floor on your first contact. It's already unquestionably strong. No one can question it. Shen Zimo's expression slowed down a little, nodding his head with great approval. Those demons are really powerful. The blood demon would actually hug my saber-toothed tiger and self-destruct after losing the battle. The aftermath of the explosion can actually break the defense against my excellence set. Infernals always come in packs, and they actually know how to make a sound and attack me. A fragile summoner, using the advantage of clustering, unlike the stupid low-level monsters. But worst of all, is the High Abomination Demon, all of which has the blood hooks of execution bound around its waist, which can be thrown from a distance and wrapped right around me, dragging me away from my tight protection. The students on the side of the room listened with a thrill in their hearts and couldn't help but imagine if they were in their place, whether they would be able to pass the group demon fortress. The answer, naturally, is that nothing can be done. One of the popular quiz questions in the previous year's GCE questionnaires was how do you deal with a higher abomination in XXX situation? The answers are varied, but everyone recognizes that without the XXX situation and other advantages provided in the test questions, an ordinary candidate who is caught off guard by an encounter with a higher abomination can only end up being chewed up in a big mouthful and reduced to the other side's sustenance. It's just, came an ill-timed mutter from the crowd. If the swarming demon fortress is really so terrifying, why hasn't Su Ming been kicked out so far? It's impossible for a novice copy to lose their lives. It only teleports the professional out immediately when it's dangerous. Shen Zimo instantly froze in place, embarrassment creeping over his reddened face. Seeing this, Secretary Zhao Muyu immediately found a replacement for him. In my opinion, the probability is that Su Ming has found a place to hide, avoiding the battle in an attempt to drag out more time, thus creating an illusion that he is more powerful than our Shen Xiao. But his little cleverness is doomed to uselessness. Zhao Muyu sneered. My notarized bets are very strict, and the terms and conditions are clearly written inside. In the case of a less difficult break-in type of copy, the speed pass time is the measure, and high difficulty copies such as the Group Demon Fortress are based on the number of tiers broken through. Shen Zimo rubbed his sore wound, but a snicker appeared on his face. Worthy of being the first secretary of my Iron Blood Alliance, it really is trustworthy. Then I'll wait here a little bit, waiting to see the scene where his little scheme falls through and he has to lose $40 million. Equal. We must expose the false true colors of Su Ming. This pretender. Someone immediately took a stance and wanted to work with Shen Xiao. That's too beautiful an image for me to think about. Ha. The students laughed out loud, and in front of their eyes, they all seemed to see the image of Su Ming being abused and bruised all over his body, and that frail summoned beast, the little macaque monkey, being beaten up so badly that it limped, or even dying in battle in the copy, and being hugged by Su Ming as he cried out in pain. In the meantime, Su Ming, on the other hand, was contentedly harvesting the experience and drops provided by the 1 to 10 waves of monsters. TCH, it can only go up to level 2? Just as well, the follow-up should be able to go higher. Ming looked at the flickering golden light on his body, as well as the increase of 1 skill point, and couldn't help but be a little disgusted. But upgrading for professionals is inherently tough, unlike some games where you can level up to 999 in one slash. Unfortunately, there were no bursts of skill books either, so for the time being skill points will have to be saved. Ming sighed, then looked at Black Goku. Maro, your experience slot has been limited by me as a summoner, so you have been delayed in upgrading. Now you should have broken through level 2, right? Sure enough, it already has a full 2 levels of 99% experience and the same 1 extra skill point. As a legendary summoned beast, Black Goku has long won the starting line, and it was born with its own Vajra and 1000 changes which are both level 10 max. Thus, a scene that caused Ming's pupils to suddenly shrink appeared. On the Great Sage's panel, a third skill appeared. Your summoned beast has awakened a new skill, Millipede. Black Myth Goku can pluck off hairs and summon many monkey doppelgangers, at least 12, and the number can be increased along with skill leveling, or skill mutation. Awesome! Ming was ecstatic, and at the same time, a flash of light appeared in his mind. With the hairy doppelganger, my family's manhwa can be an army of 1. Why is it so difficult to raid a copy of a class like the Swarm Fortress? Mainly because this was a war-type replica. Demons would swarm in from all directions, and one's own strength was ultimately limited, especially those blood demons that excelled at self-detonation. A nightmare for single professions such as swordsmen, martial artists, and assassins, while mages, Taoists and other professions with group damage spells often had skill CDs and couldn't do an all-round coverage of the fire network. At the same time they themselves were too fragile and could easily be sneak attacked by the bloodhooks of the higher abomination demons, being dragged into the enemy group and being brutally surrounded and killed in seconds. A sea of men is the king of war. Whoever has more troops can do whatever they want. What with the weak over the strong and the few over the many? That is a phoenix in the sky and extremely rare. My horse is a reinforced platoon, so why fear the devil? When the hair divergence is also added to full level, maybe it's in Xiong Bing Lian's Great Sage. Wouldn't it be God blocking God slaying devil blocking devil slaying devil? Chapter 7, The Decapitation Squad and the Exclusive Suit. As Ming thought happily, he thought of another great event related to the summoner. Rushing to check Black Goku's attribute panel. Black Myth Goku. Quality, Legend. Level, 2, synchronized with summoner. Attributes, Strength 35. Physique 35. Agility 35. Mental Strength 35. Holy crap, the full attribute was 30 at level 1, and it skyrocketed to 35 at level 2. Ming was overjoyed. My family's Marlowe's talent growth per level is actually +5 in all attributes. It's simply an all-round bucket waste, the king of summoning kings. You should know that a normal summoned beast that has a growth of 2 or more can be called a minor extreme, and often it's only +2 to a particular attribute. Unlike Black Goku's ability to get +5 to all of his attributes, when it grows to a later stage and the summoned beasts are several hundred levels, this is a difference of thousands of attributes. Extremely good enough, worthy of being the Chi Tian de Shang who is all hideous and ferocious, and desires to be the king of the world. Ming was satisfied, and then began to pick at the drops that the quartermaster offered with both hands. Oh, a blue fine quality paladin scepter? Here, Maro, take it and juggle it. Among the weapons, Ming found only one that Black Goku could use, although that scepter was said to restrict the use of professions. Summoned beasts could not be transferred and were naturally not restricted by the system. Marlowe dropped the street lamp, already cracked from the demon skull, and took the scepter with satisfaction, making a guest appearance as a paladin. And Ming also divided those messy defensive gear evenly between himself and Manhwa. These trashy goods, mostly of white quality, belonged to the 5 gold apiece store goods, but they were better than nothing. And so, when the war horn of the gun demon fortress blew again, the city watch officer reminded Ming that the 11th wave of demons was about to attack. Ming and Ma Lu, each dressed in beggar's clothing, stood rather conspicuously on the city wall. The NPCs in the replica frequently looked sideways, probably fearing that the two of them would suddenly kneel down and reach out. Master, reward 2 steamed buns. The child has been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. Tai, carrying the paladin's scepter, Marlowe performed a millipede split, and 12 identical rats appeared at once. The great sage turned into the 13 guards of Mount Huagway in seconds. Interestingly, they all carry the scepter of wholesale volume in their hands. Ming gazed at the horse minion squad and couldn't help but be distracted. It seems that my summoner career plan needs to be changed as well. The strongest known summoner is a sage from about 100 years ago, codenamed Undead Plague. It was said that the other party could summon the Undying Legion with the lift of a hand. Bone dragon feathers cover the sky. Banshee devil shadow sheltering the sun. skeleton warrior, skeleton archer, skeleton mage. Together they form a trinity of skeleton C, the ghoul army, the divine sins corps, and the Death Eater sect. All traitors under his discipline were enough to drown all living beings. His classic quote was, "I alone am the plague of the undead." This sage had guarded the 800-mile borderline with his own strength, sniping at the invading demon army and crippling a whole army of high-level demons on the other side. But after this battle, he also disappeared into obscurity, about to die a martyr's death. This is the qualitative change brought about by quantitative change. Su Ming sighed with emotion. If my summoned beasts could follow the example of this sage, they would definitely be invincible. His black myth Goku, in the future, would definitely be able to learn the ultimate skill of giganticization, Dharma heaven and earth, and then he would be able to perform his hairy split, and it would be a regiment of giant monkeys. But Monkey has only used a stick his whole life and can only fight in melee, and any legion needs some sort of long-range striking power. Next, I'll have to work in this direction when collecting summoned beasts, Su Ming secretly thought to himself. Anyway, he had the Divine Magnificence system, so in the future, he could completely smash the money to get a top-tier output lineage summoning beast. Ho ho ho! To the north of the group demon fortress, a stone demon's roar came steeply. Su Ming immediately returned to his senses, revealing a look of gravity. Among the demon groups, the stone demon was not considered a high-level demon, but it had a significant strategic position in siege warfare, because it has two strategic capabilities. One of them is a natural ability, turning stone into mud. As the name suggests, it can turn reinforced concrete walls into mud, easily tearing apart human fortresses. Historically, the Gun Devil's fortress had a full 7 layers of walls built with the help of heavy machinery, and fully 4 of those layers fell to the Stone Devils. The second is the plain and simple and brutal advantage, the body. When they were shot down under the walls, the bodies were puddles of stone, completely natural siege ladders that were impossible to clean up. The rest of the demons stepped on the steps made of stone demon corpses, and they were able to easily climb up the walls and invade the city. The order of battle was immediately issued on the group's fortress. Urgent call to arms. Professionals are requested to form raid squads and go out of the city to hunt the stone demons and prevent them from approaching the city walls. The rewards are generous, and you can redeem the exclusive set for the copy of Group Demon Bastion, based on the number of stone demons you have killed. Su Ming's eyes lit up and he was immediately energized. Hidden event triggered. Sure enough, the lower the level, the easier it is to trigger the extra rewards of the novice copy. I've got to seize this opportunity to redeem a few powerful exclusive sets. When he thought of the strong attributes of the set, Su Ming ruthlessly craved it. Ever since the arrival of the era of universal transmutation, sets had always been synonymous with top-level equipment, and even low-level sets could definitely be used for a long time. Monkey, go, follow me out of the city. Su Ming picked up a blue refined light crossbow that had just fallen, and without hesitation, followed the great sage as he jumped off the city wall. Even though he is a summoner who is generally regarded as a brittle, thin-blooded, easy-to-kill summoner. However, because of the 10 points of full attributes fed back by the Black Myth Goku, it resulted in his personal attributes being extremely high at this stage, far exceeding that of an ordinary student. After all, an average student's major attributes at level 1 were basically in the single digits. The Blood Bull, high defense, high attack 5-star figure warrior was the true portrayal of Su Ming at the moment. This was the bottom line that he dared to come and mix nightmare-level copies without buying equipment. In addition to Su Ming and Wukong stepping in, the garrison of the Gun Demon Fortress also sent a 100-man decapitation squad to follow them. It's not a loss to kill one stone demon. It's a blood gain to replace 2 stone demons. That stone demon is so stout. It scared me to death. Grandpa, then we'll fight under the shade of the stone demons. It must be cool. Had ha. I'll die as if I'm returning, and I'll live up to my youth. If you are a man, follow me to death. The soldiers of the decapitation squad all looked at death as if they were at home, and their eyes were filled with fierce battle intent. They even discarded all their military rations and canned food, not thinking at all that they could come back alive. Su Ming's heart flinched, his playfulness faded, and he felt the valor and fearlessness of the martyrs when the swarming demon fortress fell decades ago. This is also the reason why high school education purposely sets up a series of historical replicas, not only to pass on the power of the professionals, but also to pass on the war spirit of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 8, The Wind-Shedding Swordsman. The Stone Devil has arrived. The 11th wave of demons, once again, densely filled the swarming fortress as far as the eye could see. Without hesitation, Su Ming took command. All of you, follow me in my summons in the shape of a sharp knife. I am the blade, leading the charge. Once I break through the demon legion's formation, you must immediately lay down your lives and follow me, expanding the breach with me and creating an opportunity to annihilate the stone demons. Those who are fond of fighting are considered to have disobeyed the military order and will be killed without pardon. Those who miss the military opportunity will be court-martialed and reduced to war criminals when they return to the city. All wounded soldiers, abandon them all. We're death squads, not medics. If you really have compassion for your comrades, give them a break before they fall as rations for the demons. The warriors of the decapitation squad responded instantly, by order. If in reality, a senior high school student, even if he completed the transfer, he would not have the authority to command the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. However, this was a copy, and the intelligence of the NPCs was very low, with an AI level about equal to that of a child. So the students had to command them personally in order to maximize the warrior's abilities. After all, the copy is similar to the game. The students are equivalent to players. Ming took a deep breath and commanded Black Goku, charge! Let's go to the northwest and attack the mixed squadron of stone devils and blood devils. The 13 giant monkeys were like heavy chariots, charging across the battlefield. Whenever a demon is encountered, he will swing his stick around and beat it straight into a pile of meat paste, and there is almost no one who can defeat him. This beheading squad of theirs was like a reef that had stood for billions of years in the stormy waves, and under the layers and layers of siege from the demons, they still maintained their furious speed of advancement, creating a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood on the battlefield. The first mixed team of stone devils, locked in. Ming had changed into heavy armor, and with his high attributes, he took the lead and acted as a decoy. The reason was simple. The demons in the swarm fortress would prioritize attacking professionals over NPCs, which was one of the basic logics of almost all copies. He wanted to try to preserve the members of the decapitation squad as much as possible, as they were equipped with kinetic energy submachine guns that could provide strong long-range fire support, which was exactly what Ming was currently lacking. Furthermore, at the moment, they were only in the second stage of raiding the Fortress of Swarming Demons replica, which ended up refreshing the entire 99 waves of demons. In a city defense battle, every long-range fire point was important, and Ming was eager to bring this team back intact to preserve the battle force for the subsequent pass. Tai, Monkey loyally fulfills the order from Ming, and rises up to the 1,000-crown rod, scepter and heavily knocks on the stone demon's skull. Boom! The stone demon that took a hard hit from the scepter exploded straight away, but it still struggled and tried to get up to meet the battle. Ming, as a learner, was of course clear about the reason. 3 inches below the armpit was the core of the stone demon, and that was its real key point. As for the head, kids don't know any better. It's purely long. Phew! The crossbow, which had been prepared long ago, was pulled with precision on the trigger. The core of the stone demon was shot out at once, and the huge corpse collapsed, crushing and exploding quite a few blood demons beside it. In the 9 years of compulsory education, Ming basically scored full marks in each of the major subjects of writing, shooting, books and mathematics, so his accuracy was quite guaranteed. For a while, the morale of the decapitation squad soared, and they all took aim at the stone demon's vitals in a similar manner. The sound of clattering gunfire was unceasing, and a stone demon fell down with a loud thud. And just as Ming was soundly leading his team to hunt the stone demons, the atmosphere of the school was quite bizarre. Shen Zimo and Jiamuyu, with a group of students, waited left and right. From being calm and collected, wait until you are calm and collected. Gradually, Shen Zimo was sweating a bit. Jiamuyu also became fidgety. Why hasn't that idiot Ming fallen out of the group Demon Fortress copy yet? Finally, a puzzled question from a passing student broke the ice. Perhaps, Jiamuyu racked her brain, but failed to find a reasonable explanation, because her so-called Ming hid and deliberately delayed theory had already fallen apart. Being out of combat for a period of time in any of the duplicates will result in being automatically kicked out. It's a design that saves public resources, lest any student rely on the replica to waste the school's electricity and education funds. Could it be that Ming has already broken through levels 1 to 10 and is currently facing the 11th to 20th wave of demons? One of the students shockingly presented the most likely scenario. Never, Shen Zimo instinctively refuted, glaring at the other party, hissing and ranting. He's a full-body blank slate, just transferred level 1 summoner. On what grounds did he survive in a nightmare-level swarm of demonic fortresses? There has never been a precedent for this in history. Well, that's true. Then how do you explain that Ming still hasn't returned from his copy? That classmate, who also had a good family background and was not afraid of the Iron Blood Alliance, retorted with a cold smile. Shen Zimo instantly choked and looked at the chief secretary of their Iron Blood Alliance for help. Jiamuyu knit her eyebrows tightly and suddenly said, could it be that the copy system is malfunctioning? Ming unexpectedly got stuck in it and was unable to detach? There is indeed this possibility. There aren't many days left until the replica system is overhauled. Yeah, can't tell if there's too much redundant data or the processor circuitry is fried. Anyway, I'd rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than believe that Ming is attacking the Gun Demon Fortress. Immediately, there were many people who loudly agreed. Shen Zimo grimaced, pulled out his cell phone, and reported to the school. I'm the son of school director Shen Zimo. I think there's a bug in the replica system. One of my fellow classmates is stuck in there and can't disengage, so please send someone quickly to rescue him. The ass-kissers have taken the opportunity to give a wild thumbs up. Xiao Xin is highly righteous. Su Ming swindled you into betting against him, but you actually still disregarded your past suspicions and were willing to find someone to rescue him, worthy of being the heir to the Iron Blood Alliance, with a big heart and great benevolence. After I graduate, I want to follow you in the Iron Blood Alliance. Please take down my school number. Shen Zimo was like sitting on pins and needles. If it was him an hour ago, he would have felt that these meaty words were like a spring breeze, but now he only felt that this group of people were skewers, and every one of them spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Given the face of the school manager's son, the school administration of Beilang Academy immediately responded by calling the principal, Zhao Renjie. The principal was quick to find the mayors again, as each city's nightmare-level replica was designed by the powerful mayors themselves. Since the arrival of the era of universal transmigration, monsters attacking from the abyss have threatened every human city, so the civilian mayor is out. In its place, a senior professional is a part-time mayor, holding down the fort. The only people who have access to the nightmare-level copies are the mayors, so they need to be there when repairs are made. The mayor of Beiliang City was Chen Xuani, a high-ranking warrior known as the Sword Saint of Windcutting. Nonsense! Chen Xianyi scoffed at Principal Zhao's notification after receiving the call. I personally built the replica with my own hands. How many high-grade materials were used? Can I not be clear about that? Even if your brain is broken, the replica can't be broken. Chapter 9, The Heart of the Swarm and the Customized Eggs. Principal Zhao Renjie could only smile bitterly. Old Chen Na, don't get mad yet. Middle-aged men who get angry with their livers indiscriminately will easily lose their hair and become bald. You don't want to be called greasy middle-aged in your 40s or 50s, do you? As for the nightmare-level copies being buggy, I would have not believed it and thought it was ridiculous, because your craftsmanship is certainly trustworthy. The principal is a human savant, and is also clear about Mayor Chen Xuani's violent temper, knowing that this master is a tenacious donkey, and can only be stroked along with the hairs, so first small praise the other side a bit. Lao Zhao, stop pretending and fast-forward me to the butt. Chen Xianyi snorted coldly, and was quite familiar with his old friend's words. But, there's a senior who just turned summoner today, with a C-ranked little macaque as his summon, and has stepped into the nightmare rank copy of the group Demon Bastion, for 1 hour and 9 minutes. The principal said with a serious expression, do you think that the probability of a bug in the copy is higher or the probability of the student named Su Ming is a breakthrough wizard that comes along once in 10,000 years is higher? Welp, interesting. Chen Xianyi vibrated his clothes and hovered in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the bustling city of cars and horses. Old friend, what do you say? Is it possible for this Su Ming to hide his strength? According to the timing, he should be resisting the 11th to 20th wave of demons. Some prepared geniuses could totally do it. Principal Zhao smiled bitterly. Su Ming I know very well. Oh, you sponsored a genius? It's really kind of sponsored by me. I personally awarded him the state relief every year, and he received it for 3 whole years. The principal sighed. Given that he grew up with both parents dead and no one to turn to, it's really miserable. And I've also made a point of subsidizing his living expenses of 3,000 bucks a year out of my own pocket. Chen Xianyi. Besides, you're well aware that a summoner's first summoned beasts are all instinctive beasts that can't be replaced easily. Principal Zhao shook his head. Do you think that a summoner who can only use a C-rank little macaque? How talented can he be? Chen Xianyi meditated. Humph. So it seems that something is really wrong with the copies. Then I have to hurry, lest you lose your favorite disciple. Su Ming, who was in the copy, naturally knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. He now had his mind set on going farther in the group Demon Fortress copy. Kill 15 stone devils. Extra experience plus 150. Kills. Kill 30 stone devils. Additional experience plus 300. Congratulations. The urgent mission Hunt the Stone Devil has been perfectly beaten. Mission completion level, SSS. Please go to the quartermaster's office to receive the hidden military medal to redeem the exclusive reward for the copy. Su Ming, who had received the copy reminder, instantly snapped back from his state of bloodshed and killing, and waved his hand towards the decapitated squad with only 50 or so people left. Withdraw. We have hunted all the stone devils in fulfillment of our mission. Great victory. Triumph. At that moment, all the warriors cheered, and the demons had withdrawn early because they had lost the stone demon, a siege weapon. The defensive waves 11 to 20 was actually completed ahead of schedule. I didn't expect it, but the hidden quest hunting stone demons can actually terminate the demon siege in advance. This is unmentioned in all the textbooks, and this information, if it can be peddled, will surely be worth a lot. Su Ming immediately realized the value of the information. Raider trading. a popular business in this era of universal transmigration, was also often monopolized by many large clans and organizations for efficiently training their offspring. After returning to the Gun Demon Fortress with the beheading squad, Su Ming clearly felt his prestige in the city rise. The quartermaster's eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at him, and his title changed, Braveheart. Congratulations on your return from a great victory. The entirety of the Gun Demon Fortress is thankful for your dedication. His next sentence even made Su Ming's heart blossom. The 55 people who survived the decapitation squad also greatly admire your art of command, and would like to join your command and become your temporary followers. Long-range warfare, isn't that something? Su Ming was ecstatic because he had memorized the concept of temporary followers in his language textbook, and this was a mandatory question. The so-called temporary followers were simply his temporary summoned beasts in the copy. All the kills, drops, battlefield merits, etc. of these 55 elite warriors belonged to themselves. Of course, what Su Ming was most concerned about was the exclusive set rewards of the Group Demon Fortress copy. He immediately opened the reward store at the quartermaster's office. At first glance, it was as if the old bachelor, who had been in prison for 50 years, saw a beautiful woman in a swimsuit and could no longer take his eyes off her. One of the hidden rewards of the Swarm Fortress, Heart of the Swarm set, quality, dark gold, required level of use, none, effects of loose parts in various parts, slightly, 2-piece set effect, plus 1 level of all summoned beasts, not limited by summoner level, 4-piece set effect, all summoned beasts level plus 2, gain an additional summoned beast bar, each loose exchange requires merit, 50 points. You know, the set effect is an additional gain, and this Heart of the Swarm is so plain and unassuming, yet practical to the core. If we can collect all 4 sets, that's an extra level 3. Su Ming swallowed his saliva and salivated. His eyes, however, soon locked on another reward. Hidden reward no. 2. Rare summoning beast eggs can be customized. Description: you can choose the direction of evolution and ability inclination of this summoned beast, and we will pour out the last resources of the Swarm Fortress to privately order a beast egg for Lord Summoner. Beast egg exchange requires merit, 30 points. Su Ming hesitated briefly, but he quickly made a decision. I hunted and killed 30 stone devils in the emergency quest heavy, and I happened to gain 30 points of merit. So it seems that this is also a hint from the copy, trying to get me to choose this reward. Nowadays, I have too few cards. I do desperately need a battle boost, and a brand new summoned beast can precisely make up for my shortcomings. Su Ming took a deep breath and without any further hesitation, directly chose reward 2. The quartermaster immediately took out a form and asked him to fill in the requirements. Su Ming glanced at the 55 elite warriors beside him and said, "They are certainly very good, but in the end, they are not my summoned beasts, so in the future, when I leave the copy, I will have to say bye-bye. Therefore, I'll have to choose a long-range attack type summoned beast as previously planned." He then filled it out immediately. Requirement 1, long-range attack class. Requirement number 2, preferably with the Shadow Divergence skill. Requirement 3, you can also have high damage skills such as Splinter Arrow, Deadly Strike, Infinite Growth, Glass Cannon, and Spell Mastery. Once written, the quartermaster took the form and trotted all the way to the research facility at the Gunpla Fortress. Soon, before the 21st wave of demons came, a summoned beast egg that shone with a strange purple luster was brought to Su Ming. Su Ming slipped and ran to wash his hands, and opened his mouth again to sing the exclusive BGM of the lottery. Today is a good day, and whatever your heart desires can be accomplished. Drops of blood. Open the beast's egg. Chapter 10, Green Fox. When will you start repaying favors? A dense, 7-colored haze rose. In front of Su Ming, a tiny fox suddenly appeared, fluttering with big clear eyes that were humane, glaring at Su Ming with small eyes. Ha, why is it a juvenile fox? Su Ming scratched his head, a little disappointed. Although the other party is adorable and has a great face value, taking it out is extremely pulling, and it can definitely attract the envious eyes of countless beauties. However, it was afraid that it would be of limited help in terms of raiding the Swarm Fortress. Could it be that you drew the phrase, infinite growth? Su Ming, as a learner, had a few guesses in his heart. Generally speaking, summons are mostly of the ready-to-use type, like the C-rank macaque that Su Ming had drawn at the beginning. Despite being weak, it was at least considered a meat shield, and by pounding a light armor outfit on it, it was barely able to help a level 1 transmogrifier practice. But the little fox in front of him, identified at a glance as a juvenile, must have been weakened in age because it possessed a certain strong word, and this was the balance of the underworld. In the field of summoners' academic research, Su Ming had flipped through papers that held similar hypotheses. Sure enough, once the panel of the little foxes opened, Su Ming revealed a look of surprise. Contracted summoned beast successful. Green fox, juvenile. Quality, excellent. Level, 1, can be upgraded to the same level as summoner. Attributes, strength 5. Physique 5, Agility 10, Spirit 10. Unlimited growth. This Chincho fox has a special bloodline that awakens a special ability every time it is raised 5 levels. Archer talent, ranged specialization. All long-range skills. Damage increased by 100%. Blood money. This is an excellent grade summoning beast. Su Ming rubbed the little fox's furry head, very satisfied. All his complaints swept away. One must know that the saber-toothed tiger that the Iron Blood Alliance had spent a large sum of money to purchase for that tart Shen Zimo was only at this level. Moreover, the Green Hill Fox with the infinite growth phrase had a certain probability of being cultivated to the legendary level in the future. If I were willing to sell the little fox to Shen Zimo, the Iron Blood Alliance would probably be willing to offer up to $100 million. Su Ming bristled and couldn't help but lament. Is this the hidden quest reward of a nightmare level copy? It's really lucrative. It seems like I have to work hard to dig up hidden quests and strive to earn a fortune. Come on, Pa, be good. He beckoned, calling the little fox to the root of the wall. There's a target over there, attack it for a bit. Su Ming nuzzled his mouth, ready to assess its abilities from all angles. The green fox let out a hiss in a milky voice. Oh, palms together. A ball of magnificent fire taller than it was all of a sudden coalesced. Rumble. The target blew up into scattered pieces. Amazing power nah. I didn't expect it to be so powerful at the juvenile stage. Su Ming clamored his lips. He couldn't help but begin to think freely. When I complete the quests of the Divine Hero system and get the second legendary gold word to empower the little fox, how strong will it have to be? But unfortunately, he is still in the copy of the current. Temporarily impossible to go to spend 120 million, because the copy of the prevailing currency unified gold. This is not an online game. Cannot be kryptonite to the inside. Phew. After the Green Hill Fox had finished casting the spell, it fell to the ground in exhaustion and began to spit out its tongue in exhaustion. Seeing this, Su Ming purchased a limited supply of small dried fish for summoners from the quartermaster and handed it to her. Chincho Fox instantly smiled and licked, nibbled and sucked on the small dried fish as he hugged it. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Don't eat with such astringency. Are you practicing to repay your kindness? When will you transform into a little fox lady and give your body in return? A peaceful respite later, the 21st wave of demons, once again appearing on the horizon, rampaged towards the swarming fortress. This time, there were no stone demons or other attacking soldiers, and it was a purely hard-fought battle. Su Ming immediately commanded his 55 temporary followers to line up in a standard 3-strike gunman tactic, hiding behind Black Goku and mercilessly harvesting the demons. Chincho Fox, on the other hand, crouched on his shoulder, and every now and then, her hand rubbed a ball of luxurious fire, blowing up the demons. And Monkey, who had cast a hairy doppelganger, was a standard numerical monster in a level 1 novice copy, easily crushing all demons while the opponent couldn't even break defense. Su Ming saw 2 types of damage data popping up on Monkey's body, -1 and immune to the thick-skinned marrows. The blood demons were like a bunch of shaving masters, the inferno demons were a bunch of scrubbers, and the skinning demons were probably considered a bunch of shaving masters. So waves 21 through 30 were played without incident. Su Ming's level had also finally risen to level 3, with a small rise in attribute values. Strength 17, Constitution 15, Agility 18, Spirit 22. Being a numerical monster, how refreshing nah. Su Ming was very satisfied, only somewhat regretting his attribute growth. Alas, summoner is only a basic profession after all. I can only get +1 to all attributes per level. It's really weak compared to Black Goku. I can only wait for the future to transfer into a higher level rare profession, and then make up for this missing part of my attributes. People are not as good as favorites nah. He sighed languidly, then began to look through the drops for useful equipment to change into for himself and Black Goku. A juvenile Green Hill Fox, however, was unlikely to have equipment that was in good hands. Even a single battle helmet was enough for the super tiny Green Hill Fox to sleep in and make a nest, unless it was some rare special equipment that could be equipped by the Green Hill Fox. In the meantime, the students outside the replica were already gathering more and more as well. Zhao Renjie, the principal of Beilang Academy, has rushed to the scene and pacified the students, all scattered. Not just a copy of a small bug? What's the big deal? Go back to your dormitory and do your papers. A bold student teased. Headmaster, I can't say it really isn't a bug. Anyway, we don't see where the copy is broken. Isn't it functioning normally? Song Qingfeng, what do you mean? Shen Zimo stared at the other party grimly. The student named Song Qingfeng, who usually has a good relationship with Su Ming and is also a second-generation rich man, is not at all afraid of the so-called Iron Blood Alliance young master. He directly crossed his arms and disliked him hard. My point is simple, it's impossible to say nah. Su Ming is a summoner wizard that is rare to see in 1,000 years. He's busy clearing the Fortress of Swarming Demons copy. I'm counting on my fingers, because the frequency of brushing monsters in this script is fixed. Su Ming should already be fighting the 23rd wave of monsters. A poor man on the dole. Does he deserve it? Shen Zimo thoughtlessly held in a cold smile and mocked. Song Qingfeng grunted coldly. Why don't you deserve it? Just by virtue of his 3 years in high school, he was the first in all subjects without a doubt. He is worthy. If he doesn't deserve it, what are you? Who will always be in second place? All of us senior students are being trampled on by a pig? There was silence all around. Shen Zimo even choked so much that he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Seeing this, Secretary Zhao Muyu sighed darkly and could only stand out to help the scene. Chapter 11, Arrival of the City Lord. Emergency shutdown of copies? This student. That's not how the words go. Zhao Muyu cleared her throat, a few points of strength flowing from her beautiful face. When we analyze things, we should speak of evidence and start from the perspective of strength. Su Ming is only a level 1 summoner who has just been transferred, and his summons is only a mass-marketed roadkill C-rank macaque. He has neither god-tier equipment nor support from a major power. Can he fight through the hardest novice copy of the Nightmare tier, Group Demon Bastion, with just a single passion? You know, throughout the ages, the top geniuses have only set a record of 55 floors under the sponsorship of the topmost powers. Zhao Muyu was full of confidence, taking out the poise of the champion of the debate competition in college and speaking eloquently. I'm sorry to hear that. Reality is not the kind of hot-blooded comics that were popular in the olden times. It's impossible for Su Ming to be like those protagonists, shouting about friendship, bonds, the future, or whatever. And then he can suddenly explode into a small universe and awaken his super normal abilities. Can you give an example of an ability that allowed Su Ming to last until the 20th wave of demons? Please explain. Zhao Muyu's teeth were sharp, and Song Qingfeng, who had spoken for Su Ming, instantly turned red. But it's also true that he can't cite a single piece of evidence. Someone retorted. Su Ming unexpectedly took out 20 million to purchase the Summoner Profession card today, and bet 40 million against Shen Zimo. So it's obvious that he's just pretending to be a pig in a poke on weekdays. In my opinion, he definitely has an undercard. Zhao Muyu snorted. I saw with my own eyes. At the time of the bet, Su Ming's bank card only had a total of 40 million left on it, because after swiping the card, that card of his cleared out. That is to say, Su Ming was mostly fostered and cultivated by a small power because of his status as a schoolmaster. That's all. She showed disdain on her face and smiled with an extraordinarily contemptuous smile. 60 million? To an ordinary person it might be an astronomical amount that they can't earn in their entire life. But to a professional, especially a summoner, it's just an excellent level summoning beast with an extremely good word. The average subsidy that our Iron Blood Alliance subsidizes to its summoners every year is 50 million per year. Zhao Muyu, as chief secretary, has the data at her fingertips. The students nodded their heads convincingly. This data is available. It's online. She's not lying. For the gifted top summoners, our alliance lord, Shen Ginghong, is willing to provide a welfare allowance of over $200 million every year. Zhao Muyu once again threw out a heavy data, both advertising and striking Song Qingfeng, a power that's only willing to give the summoner upstarts under its command. 60 million. But I can't say. Maybe it's some newly established unknown small power? I can only say that it's a bit too stingy and has no vigor to speak of. How much help do you think that this mysterious little power will be able to provide to our student Su Ming? She asked aggressively in return. Song Qingfeng, seeing this war of words come to a close and the highs and lows were already divided, Shen Zimo laughed out loud with satisfaction. Song Qingfeng, I know that you have a good relationship with that Su Ming kid, but he's nothing more than a silver bullet. In the old days, a small town like Su Ming's as a title holder might still have an upward channel to utilize his talents in the business and political world, but in the era of universal transmigration, the strongest is honored, and the winner is the king. Su Ming, I bow. Shen Zimo snorted arrogantly and coldly. There was silence all around. Shen Zimo's words were certainly hard to hear, but they were the big truth. 99% of the senior professionals who have risen to prominence over the years have come from big families, big mansions, and big corporations. Stories of grassroots rise to power are probably only frequent in graphic novels and movies. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. Phew! The top of the dome. A meteor-like sword shadow whistled, leaving behind a rainbow trail that endured. Countless people cried out in shock. That's Lord Mayor's demigod artifact Holy Sword, Abyssal Broken Sin. As we all know, this famous Shinfeng sword saint, his real profession was the hidden profession, Sword Immortal. The signature royal sword technique was Chen Xianyi's most drawn-out symbol. Welcome, City Lord. All of them had clenched their right hand into a fist, rested it on their chests, and bowed respectfully. No one dared to treat this guardian, sword-bearer, and honorary lifelong mayor of Beilang City with disdain. In the next moment, the sword dipper flashed, and a silhouette stood in the void. Chen Xianyi, the mayor of Beiliang, had arrived on the wind with his sword. There's no need to be polite. Chen Xianyi casually stepped into the void, walking down from the top of the clouds step by step, arriving in front of the entrance to the academy's replica, waving towards the principal. Old Zhao, what's wrong? The replica looks solid. There isn't the slightest bit of energy leakage, and the runic circuits are flawless. Are you lying about the military? Principal Zhao Renjie spread his hands, but our student named Su Ming has already been in there for over an hour. I'll repeat his information. A level 1 summoner, just transferred today, 0 equipment in his entire body, and a level C summoning beast. Are you doing hip-hop rap? It kinda rhymes. As old friends gathered, Chen Xianyi teased with a smile, without any of the stance of a top professional. The principal laughed bitterly. How can I have that kind of free mind? Hurry up and overhaul it. In the past, there was a case where a student got stuck in a copy and didn't have time to rescue him, and then when the copy was repaired, that student died more than 800 times in battle in the copy, and eventually went insane. That dares to be good. Ah no, I mean, please shut down the copy immediately and save my good classmate Su Ming. Shen Zimo blurted out. You can't easily mess with closing copies. Zhao Renjie, however, cast a sidelong glance at Shen Zimo and coldly grunted. If you forcefully kick Su Ming out of the replica, it will damage his spirit and cause him to be weak for a long time. 1 month from now is the college entrance exam. If Su Ming is mentally depleted, I'm afraid that he won't be able to utilize his academic strength, and will probably only be able to repeat 1 year of school. Shen Zimo had an innocent face, but in his heart, he was greatly dissatisfied with the principal, because this was exactly his calculation. Ha, why rush? Drink tea first. Mayor Chen Xianyi leisurely waved his hand, opened his cell phone, and actually ordered a takeout for afternoon tea right in front of everyone's eyes. The people looked at each other, wanting to say something, but none of them dared to say anything to Lord City Lord. Principal Zhao Renjie snapped out of it. So that's it, you want to wait for another hour, when it's time for the 55th wave of demons to be refreshed? Yes. Chen Xianyi smiled faintly. The group Demon Fortress copies are very regular, with each wave of monsters having a fixed refresh time. In that case, why should we be in a hurry? What if that young scholar named Su Ming really has the potential to break the world record of the Gun Demon Fortress? The so-called records, the reason they exist, is to be broken. Chen Xianyi crossed his fingers and lazily scanned the students. You don't have to be presumptuous and always think that breaking records has nothing to do with you. Young people, if you lose your drive and are imprisoned by records, how will our Dragon Kingdom counterattack the abyss in the future and recover the old mountains and rivers that were overrun by the demons? Chapter 12, Killing one is a sin. Slaughtering 10,000 is a hero. I respectfully submit. The scholars once again arched their hands and bowed, feeling only encouraged. Only Shen Zimo was full of depression, but he could only lower his head and didn't dare to say more. After all, Chen Xianyi had once crossed 30,000 miles with a single sword, dived into the abyss, beheaded the great lord of the 9th layer of the abyss, the sinister demon empress, and surrounded the way to save Zhao, thus defusing the demonic siege that had erupted in Beilang City in the 357th year of the new calendar, and saving all the citizens from demonic claws and teeth. He had absolute authority in Beilang City, as strong as Shen Jinghong, the head of the Iron Blood Alliance, had to bow his head and pay taxes to him. Just wait, it's only an hour anyway. Principal Zhao Renjie beckoned, causing the school to send 2 consoles. Come on, old Chen, it's been a long time since we've sparred in a fighting game. Let's have a Bo 7 showdown, on the path of a professional. Although you've traveled farther than me, back then, I was the all-school esports champion. I have Alzheimer's, I forgot who the runner-up was at the time. Tell me out loud. The principal put his hands on his ears and made a listening gesture. Chen Xianyi's face darkened. Old stories. I have a lot of work to do day in and day out. Where do I remember all this chicken scratch? Cut the nagging and come fight. Alright, whoever loses buys a big plate of chicken tonight. Chen Xianyi shook his spirit and took out the vigor of the expedition to the abyss back then, vowing to regain the face he lost during his student days. The students looked at each other, not knowing what to say. If you don't know the identities of the 2 big names, I'm afraid you'll think they're just 2 ordinary old men who are fans of the game. And at this moment, in the copy of the group Demon Fortress, Su Ming is also in the middle of peerless mowing with ease and comfort, because the 31st to 40th wave of demons are all rat demons with high attack and short blood and low defense. They come in packs, and their tail spikes can release an elemental arrow. Fire, ice, poison, wind, light, darkness, and even purely physical attributes are available. Then, Black Myth Goku swept his scepter across the room, and instantly dozens of rat demons were beaten to a pulp, and when their elemental arrows landed on the giant monkey, they were directly bounced off by the LV-10 adamantine monkey hair. This low-damage high-frequency attack had really met its nemesis when it ran into Monkey, who had high defense and high damage reduction. This is like A bare child towards the nanocarbon alloy steel plate. A second throw 100 eggs. Also simply cannot penetrate the defense of the steel plate, and cannot even leave a dent. Welfare off. Gorgeous. Su Ming took the little fox and hid on the city wall, relying on the terrain, easily harvesting the experience of the rat demons and enjoying the joy of fighting monsters without injury. By the time the 40th wave of demons settled, Su Ming had also risen to level 4, while the quartermaster brought a small team to present the numerous drops they had collected under the city walls. Yo, it's actually a skill book? Su Ming was shocked at the high drop rate of the copies, but was disappointed with the contents of the skill books. Skill book, Shadow Training. Restrictions, Shadow Warrior Profession or Ninja Profession. You may train your shadow as an assassin, inheriting a 20% percentage of your own attributes. Apparently, it doesn't work on summoners. Su Ming could only pocket it and prepare to auction it off later. However, the equipment that was dropped gave Su Ming a small surprise. Treasure, Phantom Pearl. Restrictions, none, can be set on any equipment with holes. When the equipper casts a spell, there is a 5% chance of summoning a phantom for 10 seconds. The phantom can replicate the equipper's spell casting action and release the same skill, but mana consumption is borne by the equipper. In short, when the phantom exists, it's equivalent to double spell casting. Su Ming summarized. His first reaction was to equip Black Goku. However, when Su Ming ordered Monkey to wear the phantom bead to cast the skill, he was unable to trigger that 5% probability at all. It seems that Monkey's skill of releasing it isn't considered spell casting at all. Su Ming, as a learner, quickly pinpointed the cause. Although this thing is unrestricted and can be used by anyone, in reality, there is an invisible threshold. It is only useful to the caster. He then looked at Qingxiu Fox, who was staring at the phantom beads with want written on her face. Also, you and wear it for now. Su Ming tied a knot in the rope and tethered the phantom bead to the little fox's neck. He didn't take it too seriously, as it was a piece of equipment that needed to be inlaid to be activated. And is wearing it around the neck considered a setting or not? Hard to say, but never thought that when the 41st wave of monsters attacked, the little fox immediately triggered the phantom beads. Like twins, and a 1-to-1 replica of the new fox appeared. Bang! Bang! 2 balls of howling fire simultaneously exploded in the demon force. But, the other party is actually unharmed? Su Ming burst out, and he finally realized why the geniuses of the past had basically all folded in the 41st to 50th wave. It was because this batch of demons was the advanced version of the evolved Inferno Demon, Amazing Demon, Fire Demon, Inferno Demon, Amazing Demon, and Darius Demon. That's the genealogy of this demonic family, and it's a very succinct way of naming them. As pure elemental beings born from magma, they are immune to all fire elemental attacks. Even, the most outrageous thing happened when the green fox's ball of howling fire landed on them. Nonetheless, no red damage numbers appeared. Instead, a huge green healing number takes to the air, plus 500. Cam, devouring fire elementals. Such a perverted ability, actually appearing in a novice copy. Is this reasonable? Su Ming furiously rolled his eyes and couldn't help but spit out his words. Because it's unfair. Luckily, he had switched to a summoner. If it was a fire-type elemental mage to face the 41st wave of amazing demons, how desperate would it have to be? Little fireballs. Amazing devil life plus 50. Walls of flame. Amazing devil life plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10. Blazing fire rain. Amazing devil life plus 200 plus 200 plus 200 plus 200. At that time, there was only one thing a fire elemental mage could do, pick up his staff and go knock the amazing demon gate's brains out. But the replicas never talked to the professionals about fairness, because what the replicas simulate are classic battles in reality. A siege initiated by a demon is rightfully in the demon's favor. Emergency summoning, emergency summoning, emergency summoning. On the city wall, the messenger anxiously roared the commander's military orders, even saying important things 3 times, so it was obvious how urgent things were. Here comes another hidden quest. Su Ming pondered, and also instantly thought about the content of the mission of the swarming demon fortress. Sure enough, it's like a decapitation when the stone demons come. The amazing devil is also a special trooper that must be targeted and hunted. The reason why he was so afraid of the amazing demon. Su Ming immediately remembered the answer from his senior year history textbook. The reason why the gun demon fortress was able to strangle millions of demons before it fell, in which the Dragon Kingdom's old honorary unit, the 311th Regiment, took the credit. The 311th Regiment, a special operations regiment that draws fire elemental mages from all military regions. Su Ming was aghast in his heart as he muttered, that is to say, if I want to guard the group demon fortress to the final moments like in real history, I will have to kill this group of amazing demons, because they are the nemesis of the 311th Regiment. Chapter 13, The Last Dragon Cavalry. Charge. The marshal has made up his mind, the messenger said solemnly. We will send out the last of the dragon cavalry to go deep into the demonic hinterland and hunt all the amazing demons. Fellow enthusiastic citizen Su Ming, our hero, if you are willing, please help in the battle. Su Ming bowed with a heavy heart. I am willing to lead the decapitation squad out again, and I will not dishonor my order. Intelligent as he was, he had understood the marshal's decision to abandon the dragon cavalry and use their sacrifice to gain the advantage of the fire elemental mage corps. The dragon cavalry was the Dragon Kingdom's renowned heavy cavalry, and it was an invincible and majestic army as it spanned the frontiers. But unfortunately, the Battle of the Gun Demon Fortress was an authentic siege battle, and there was no room for cavalry to play. Instead of waiting for the demons to destroy the walls thick, the dragon cavalry dismounted their armor, turned into infantry, and fought the demons in an alleyway battle. Might as well turn them into a lone army, an outcast, to assassinate the strategic armies of the Demon Legion and trade lives with them. This is cold field command, or human lives are mere numbers and professionals and demons are pawns. In response, Su Ming could only obey. Obedience that knows that sacrifice is inevitable, but is willing to die generously, is the supreme virtue of a soldier, and is the reason why the human race has repeatedly overcome the strong with the weak, and is able to stand firm when the abyssal demons come to attack. Need to know. Once the amazing devil cannot be annihilated, they would absorb all the powerful mass fire spells, thus covering the main force of demons rushing under the walls of the swarming fortress. At that time, this lone city will be destroyed in an instant. The overwhelming firepower of the 311th was the greatest contributor to the real historical entrenchment of the Gunsmoke Fortress. The amazing demon must die. Su Ming greeted the giant monkey and brought along the 55 surviving members of the decapitation squad, while obtaining the 100 reserve warriors newly sent by the marshal to form a death squad to deal with the amazing demon. Go on. Marshal Longguo waved goodbye from the city walls. Your names are unknown. Your exploits will live on forever. The dragon cavalry and daredevils, rushing out from the blasted open gates of the city like a torrent of steel, charged towards the northeast direction where the amazing demons were most numerous. Doodle doodle doodle. The charge trumpet resounded above the gun demon fortress, and all the warriors were furious. Deadly battle, fight to the death. Everyone is shouting. No one is thinking of returning safely. Once again, Su Ming was infected by the martyrs and stopped speaking, just utilizing his advantage of high attributes to block the long-range attacks from the demons for the NPCs. Beyond the copy. You lost, as always, rookie. Zhao Renjia principal contemptuously despised Chen Xuani city lord. I say, old brother, you can't do it? Bo 7 match. You just straight cleanly lose a 0-4? Still sword immortal it. Really dog on dog also lined. Chen Xiani was furious and kicked over the small stool. Draw your sword. Tonight's sparring session will be life or death. Zhao Renjia rolled his eyes. Rascal once you lose, you flip your face and lift the table. Your gangster face is no different from when you were a student. You're a wimp, aren't you? Then let's play Bo 9. We'll win 5 out of 9 games. Chen Xiani sat back down at the game console. You can play Bo 9, but what about Bo 7's big game of chicken? My generation of sword fairy, the holy sword across 90,000 miles. A sword once won 1,000,000 devils. Can renege on your big dish of chicken? So Bo 9 bet another meal of shabu shabu? Roll nah. Want to pull the wool over sword immortal's eyes? My sword is not unfavorable. The principal and the mayor fought and cursed as they continued to play the game. Shen Zimo couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his head and asked, Secretary Zhao Muyu, do you think that there is a possibility? I mean, a 1 in a billion probability, that Su Ming has really lasted until now? Zhao Muyu categorically rejected. There is absolutely no such possibility. My college thesis was about the Battle of the Swarm Fortress. She snorted coldly. So, in terms of knowing about this war, I know more than many professors. Do you know why most of the students didn't make it past the 41st to 50th wave? Zhao Muyu didn't wait for Shen Zimo to reply, so he asked himself, because the amazing devil is here. The amazing demon devours all fire elemental damage, so much so that the swarming fortress's attacks turn into healing instead. Back and forth, plus and minus. These 10 waves of demons are invincible. Zhao Muyu said solemnly, in real history, the reason why our troops were able to hold out was because the last of the Dragon Kingdom's dragon cavalry poured out and played their final elegy on the battlefield. Before they left for the battle, they had all written their suicide notes, and everyone was prepared to die with the amazing devil, she said with admiration. Donating one's life to a national disaster and treating death as if it were a return is the true portrayal of them. It is also because of their suicidal attacks on the amazing devil that the city walls were barely able to hold. Shen Zimo rounded his eyes. What about in the copy? Since the replica is made according to real history, the dragon cavalry should be able to annihilate the amazing demon as well, right? If the replica is purely copied from history, Then why do we need you guys to go in and experience it? Mayor Chen Xianyi heard the conversation between the two of them and interjected with a snort. I certainly reduced the number of dragon cavalry and increased the number of billion-point amazing demons. That's what I call the difficulty of the copy. Want to win? Then you'll have to follow in the footsteps of the dragon cavalry and fight the amazing demons to the death against a regiment of demonic forces. Chen Xianyi laughed coldly. There are no shortcuts to be taken. No loopholes to be drilled. The only way to break the deadlock is to face life and death head-on. Shen Zimo was overjoyed and said hypocritically. Then, if Su Ming is still trying to clear the copy, I wish him all the best. Zhao Muyu bristled. A level 1 summoner has no advantage over Amazing Devil. I'm 99% sure the copy is bugged. I don't need you to question my judgment. Chen Xianyi indifferently swept a glance at her. Zhao Muyu was struck by lightning. Her pretty face turned pale as she hurriedly hung her head down, fearing that His Excellency the Wind Swordsman would blame her. Hey, you lost again. Bo 9 lost 0-5. Maggots on maggots is fine. Principal Zhao Renjie stretched his back. Chen Xianyi was furious. It's okay to go from dog on dog, but it's okay to be demoted to maggot on maggot? Harlot, how dare you insult me? Eat my sword. Another double whammy? I blame that girl doll for talking too much and making me go off on a tangent. That game just now doesn't count. Moreover, the monitor of the game console you provided is too bright. The stool in your Northern Liang Academy is too hard. Your old face is too ugly and I can't play to my true strength. I was just warming up. I'm just getting into the swing of things now. Principal Zhao Renjie, you are truly the master of dumping. I don't care. Rematch. Okay, you're a sword immortal. You're a rogue doing great things. I'm a small civilian official. What else can I say? Time was still ticking away. The students eagerly awaited Su Ming's woeful roll down the exit of the replica. However, it was empty. Chapter 14, a single power to rewrite history. Monkey, contract the line and cast 72 changes on Amazing Devil. Su Ming cautiously recalled Black Goku, who was charging through the battle formation. Killing is its nature, so it often rushes to the demon troops to blast all kinds of demons when it is in the mood to kill. Batching Blood Demon Meat Pie, Rat Demon Meat Paste and Amazing Demon Firecracker. The Amazing Demon brand firecrackers, but one's own strength is ultimately limited. Su Ming knew very well that if he wanted to win the battle of the Gun Demon Fortress, the key point was not himself, but to keep the NPC troops stationed there and guard the walls. The walls of the city are the location. The NPCs are human and his own arrival may be the time of day. The trio of timing, right place, right person is the key to clearing the 99 waves of the group demon fortress. Black Goku twisted a spell and shifted, immediately becoming an amazing demon. At the same time, an attack from one of the enemy's higher amazing demon lords landed on Daredevil's head in the next second. It's explosive amazing bomb. Take cover. An NPC panicked and reminded, do not panic. Su Ming smiled faintly and relieved the crowd. I, that is, am the cover. As a summoner, he manipulated Black Goku in his mind, casting the amazing demon power it was changing into at the moment, and opened its bloody mouth towards the firmament. All the fire elementals were instantly engulfed, and that powerful burst of amazing bomb ended up creating a huge green healing number on Monkey's brain, plus 5,000. Hiccup. Monkey was bursting at the seams. The NPCs looked dumbfounded. A higher demon-s attack was actually directly eaten. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was the ability of a legendary summoning beast, the greatness of being able to easily change the pattern of the battlefield. 72 changes is worthy of being the most widely known signature skill of the great sage of Qi Tian, and it is definitely a powerful skill that can be played out for highly intelligent summoners. A monkey who transformed into an amazing demon directly reversed the situation of the battlefield, demoralizing the Daredevil team, and at the same time, due to the composition of the main army of demons at this moment, it was a standard army of fire elemental demons. The amazing demon was in command, the inferno demon was the supervisor, and the fire demon was the cannon fodder. Monkey Transformation's amazing demon was like a high-level pass for unimpeded access to the battlefield, enabling Su Ming to lead the Daredevil team to quickly penetrate. Thus, a scene that dazzled the Dragon Kingdom commanders on the group's fortress, as well as the demon archons who were observing the battlefield with their abyssal eyes manipulated, appeared. A giant oriental monkey created 12 hairy doppelgangers that resembled 12 giants, stouter and stronger than any demon. They rampage across the battlefield, as invincible as a heavy armored vehicle. The giant monkey, on the other hand, actually transformed into the amazing Demon King, opening his mouth to form a vortex that could actively devour all fireballs, rockets, fire rains, and so on. This resulted in the human death squad seemingly being fire immune. No, it's not fire immunity, it's simply fire absorption. The fire demons were attacking and completely bleeding Monkey back, more violently than even a proper professional priest. Seeing this, the demon archons were furious to the extreme, but there was nothing they could do but compromise with that human summoner. Hiss! The demon archon gave the command to sound the retreat. Su Ming was stunned. You're cheating, aren't you? Didn't we just hit the 45th wave? The AI of the demon archon in the copy is so high, it actually knows how to stop loss? It's worthy of being a copy created by the city lord himself. Waves 41 to 50 demonic invasion. Aborted early. However, the rewards naturally didn't shrink, and instead, because Su Ming had repelled the demons ahead of time, the commander of the swarming demon fortress was overjoyed and directly doubled the hidden rewards. Emergency draft, Amazing Devil Must Die. Completed. You have gained 100 points of merit. Due to your outstanding completion of the mission and changing the course of history, the Ace 311th Regiment, which should have suffered 50% casualties, was spared and its integrity was maintained at 95%. You will be awarded a special reward, the Dragon Kingdom 3rd Class Heroic Medal. Holders of this medal will be regarded as heroes of the Dragon Kingdom's battles and will be exempted from the examination for enlistment in the Dragon Kingdom's major military districts, with a minimum rank of 2nd Lieutenant. You can also use this medal to summon all of your temporary followers to help you in battle when raiding a copy. Remaining use, 1. Note 1, when the number of uses runs out, you can use merits to recharge at the end of the copy settlement. Note 2, your followers' attributes, related to the level of the military badge. Holy, Su Ming was shocked. Not expecting this reward to be a rare summoning type equipment. It is actually possible to summon this group of elite fighters to aid in the battle in the copy, which can undoubtedly greatly reduce the difficulty of raiding the copy. When he thought of the future, other classmates were killing in the copies. They were holding small bows and arrows by Yubi shooting at the monsters, while he himself was waving his hand. And then he recruited a regiment of elite soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom to directly push across all kinds of monsters. Goo hee hee, gorgeous. And what satisfied Su Ming the most was that this, Dragon Country 3rd Class Heroic Medal, actually did not occupy the summoner's summoned beast space. It doesn't even count as equipment. It doesn't take up any equipment space, and it works as long as it's in your backpack. Extinct. Simply a little godsend. What Su Ming didn't know was that when the replica's AI awarded him the 3rd Class Medal of Merit, it also simultaneously transmitted an authentication message to the outside world. After all, this medal was a rare one in the list of rewards. It is only awarded to talented professionals who have rewritten history and changed the tide of battle in a nightmare-class copy, and its effective interviewing for entry into the major military regions of the Dragon Kingdom, of course, needs to be certified by the official Dragon Kingdom. Thus, Bailiang Mayor Chen Xianyi, who possessed the highest authority in the Bailiang military region, was the first to receive the message. He was supposed to be sparring with Principal Zhao Renjie, fighting like hell. He had the upper hand for the first time and was about to win the first set of Bo 15. Ha! Chen Xianyi, who glanced at the cell phone, shivered and deformed the operation. Zhao Renjie's eyes exploded with essence. Good opportunity. There's a break. Eat my ascending dragon buster. Triple chop. And then the ultimate Upanishad. You're already dead. Lost again. Old Chen, the titular sword immortal. Why are you such a loser at a tiny video game? The principal let out a merciless taunt. However, Chen Xianyi was unable to care about this and laughed maniacally. I told you that the copy doesn't look like it's broken. And it's just as I expected. Old Zhao, congratulations to your Bailiang Academy. You finally produced a top genius. You're going to get a promotion and a raise. Tonight's big plate of chicken is still on you. Zhao Renjie was stunned. What are you talking about? I rub. The elegant principal, who jumped 3 feet, because the nightmare copy actually played a notification. Congratulations to Bailiang Academy Senior Class 007 student, Su Ming, for completing 2 consecutive hidden quests. Rewriting the course of history of the group Demon Fortress copy, causing the 311th Fire Elemental Mage Regiment, which was supposed to be heavily damaged in the 41st to 50th wave of the demon attack, as well as the 404th Dragon's Cavalry Regiment, to be spared from all of them. 311 Fire Elemental Mage Corps currently complete, 95%. 404th Dragoon Regiment currently complete, 83%. We hereby award the 3rd Class Heroic Medal to Mr. Su Ming. Please have it reviewed by the City Lord. Chapter 15, Shocking News. Outside the nightmare copy, there was silence. All the students were dumbfounded. What's going on? The copy is really not buggy. Su Ming was actually really attempting to pass through the Swarm Demon Fortress? He even broke the inherent plot of the replica, rewrote history, and saved 2 whole heck of a lot of Dragon King branded troops? Everyone had a sense of the magic of a historical hero stepping out of a book. As Su Ming's best friend Song Qingfeng, he couldn't help but cross his arms and laugh 3 times. I told you, Brother Su is mighty. Brother Su is domineering. Brother Su hasn't even graduated from high school yet and he's actually already a second lieutenant rank. Zhao Renjie, the principal of the school, even dragged the mayor Chen Xuani, the bribe and backdoor written on the face, and in front of hundreds of students, actually completely stopped pretending. Old Chen oh no, I crash roar. Dearest drop Chen, I, Xiao Zhao, have never begged for anything in my life, but today, in order to send Talon to the Dragon Kingdom, I'm begging you to yak. Be sure to pass the vetting and award him the third-class military medal he deserves. I have 2 bottles of demon blood wine brewed from demonic cores at home, cellared for 20 years, originally intended for my family's good granddaughter to use when she gets married. So I'm giving it to you. Say something, what do you want? But whatever I, Zhao Renjie, have, it's negotiable. Students, ahem, principal, pay attention to the impact. The faculty advisor on the side reminded in a low voice. So many students are watching. Yeah, there were more students just now. I admit, I was the one who was a bit proud of winning the game and spoke too loudly. Zhao Renjie arched his hand. Elbow, come inside with me. I'll kneel for you. Students, Chen Xianyi, silence. It's the Northern Cool Schoolhouse tonight. All the students had the feeling of being force-fed 10 tons of lemons, sour from head to toe. Envious, family, be at ease. Mayor Chen Xianyi discreetly rolled his eyes. Old Zhao, don't be so uninterested. Isn't it just a third-class military medal? I'm going to download his clearance video later. Watch it frame by frame, and study how he saved the 311th and 404th regiments. If this Su Ming is truly a military genius, without saying a word, I will absolutely immediately and personally invite him to join the Northern Liang military region, granting him the rank of second lieutenant and allowing him to become an officer. One moment, on the side of the veins rippled. The whole person seems to be bewitched. Shen Zimo suddenly interjected. It may also be a copy bug, or Su Ming is using a bug to cheat. There were many students around who had also broken the defense and found it unbelievable, but they also supported him under the influence of jealousy. That is, a mediocre ordinary summoner, rewriting history? Family members, Ashiko, who believes in that? It must be a bug. It's definitely a bug. Su Ming eats a cafeteria with us and lives in a dormitory building. What makes him so good? The Gun Demon Fortress copy that is recognized as the most difficult national-level novice copy. The entire Dragon Kingdom has over 1 billion people. Geniuses like the stars flooding the land, and no one has done it. So how could it be possible that Su Ming rewrote history? Support strict investigation. Principal Zhao Renjie became furious. A bunch of fools. At this time, you're actually still infighting and jealous of Su Ming? Have you guys had your brains sucked out by a brain-eating demon? Su Ming's feat today will bring a large amount of funding to our school. I can upgrade a wave of faculty and increase your scholarships. Everyone will be glowing because of Su Ming. Instead of being ungrateful, you guys are actually reporting nonsense behind your backs? It's no wonder Su Ming dominates the #1 position in his grade, and you guys aren't half as competitive. The reprimanded students immediately shrunk their necks and mumbled, not daring to speak again. Shen Zimo instinctively looked at Zhao Muyu and cast a look of help. It was hoped that this chief secretary of the Iron Blood Alliance would be able to utilize the abilities of a debate champion to help him question Su Ming and find his way back. Zhao Muyu hung her head and pretended not to notice the young master's hint. She was already in turmoil and couldn't help but think, I'm not on the wrong side, am I? Have I offended a genius who won the rank of second lieutenant before he was even a teenager? In the future, when he rises to greatness, will he grab me and instantly refine me? Or even send his troops to capture me and turn me into his slave? Hold your horses. It's not like there's no possibility of bugs. To everyone's surprise, Mayor Chen Xianyi actually mentioned it lazily. Shen Zimo was ecstatic, thinking that the other party looked at his father's face and turned to support him. However, the next moment Chen Xianyi said, however, if he is able to find bugs in the copy of the group Demon Fortress that I personally created and utilize the bugs, it is evident that he is a superb genius hacker, and he can also be fully recruited into the army to be an officer in the network department. Now that the abyss has invaded, it is an extraordinary time. Extraordinary things must be done, and extraordinary people are needed. This mayor was full of concern. Cheating in school will be punished by probation or even expulsion. But if you can cheat in a frontal battlefield and cheat in a national competition, that is a strategic talent. You know, every year, our Dragon Kingdom will engage in maneuvering matches with the Eagle Kingdom, the Elephant Kingdom, the Gallic Kingdom, the Stick Kingdom, and so on, to determine the ownership of some key resources. If this Su Ming student, who is particularly good at raiding copies, is able to use bugs in nightmare-level copies, then he can definitely fight for his country's glory. Shen Zimo was dumbfounded and could no longer speak. Mayor Chen Xianyi, however, said expectantly, I say, your pattern is still small. A mere third-class medal of honor. Is it worth making a fuss over? on the high-intensity abyssal battlefield. Basically a third-class hero is born every second. He shook his head, his eyes bursting with light. The true value of this message transmitted by the copy is that it informs us of an intelligence, the 404th Dragon Cavalry Regiment, which should have been annihilated, and the 301st Fire Elemental Mage Regiment, which should have been attritionalized, are now both preserved. In other words, Su Ming will have an unprecedented advantage in the 51st to 60th wave of the demonic attack. Principal Zhao Renjie understood for a second and couldn't help but round his eyes. You mean, Su Ming could possibly break the world record of 55 waves? Meh, he'd be the closest to a record in a decade. Chen Xianyi revealed a smile. Congratulations, old Zhao, you finally cultivated a top genius. If he can really make it, your Beiliang Academy's application for a national key high school this year will be easily approved. It's not in vain that I personally give him dole every year and help him supplement his nutrition out of my own pocket. Zhao Renjie rejoiced, and the folds on his old face burst into smiles. Shen Zimo, on the other hand, suddenly felt chilled. When he looked up, he realized that the ass-kissers who had been so close were actually scooting their little steps and moving out of view. After all, just now Shen Zimo had dared to interrupt while the principal was talking to the mayor and was met with the yin and yang of His Excellency the Wind Chopper Sword Saint, so it was impossible to say that he would receive a holy sword chopping strike later on. Chapter 16, included in the history books, a new record for the Demon Fortress. In between waiting for the 51st wave of demons to attack the city, Su Ming rubbed that heroic medal with great satisfaction before looking at the person he had brought back. 120 elite fighters, 108 dragoons. If only this was the dragon cavalry from real history. Su Ming sighed tersely. The true battle of the Gun Demon Fortress had a full 10,000 or more dragon cavalry. The replica is ultimately just a parody of history, scaling down the dragon forces and demon legions involved in the battle. After all, it was just a copy of the novice trial. Due to his success in repelling the amazing demon, Su Ming had made a great battle feat, and rightfully so. This group of people had all become his temporary followers. In the future, he could also summon the group and other copies with his military badge. Well, with 100 points of merit value, it's perfectly possible to exchange two Heart of the Swarm loose items and activate the two-piece effect at the same time. Should I change it or not? Su Ming fell into deep thought. It's a risky investment, as it's nearly impossible to collect any other loose items once you leave your copy of the Swarm Fortress. Unless there was another summoner who had also completed the two major hidden quests and gained merit value to redeem the other two loose parts that Su Ming lacked. But it's almost impossible. Su Ming knew very well in his heart that even if he composed a strategy and released it, would others be able to copy his tactics? How can you hunt stone demons without the numerical monster Black Goku? Without the fire immunity and fire absorption brought about by the 72 transformations, how could the amazing demon be exterminated? Let's save it first, and then see if we want to exchange it when the final settlement is made. Su Ming hesitated and decided to put it aside for now. Anyway, the main force in the current copy is Black Goku. His equipment is no more luxurious, but it can't affect the battlefield. After a 10-minute break, a dense mass of demons once again appeared on the far side of the swarming fortress. This time, the main army was a special demon that lived in the swamp, the snake demon. Most geniuses, they can't break through the 55th floor. There really is a reason. Su Ming sighed softly. He was well aware of the special feature of the snake demon, the petrification attack. Medusa in the mythological story was a serpent demon great lord level powerhouse. Very horrifying. According to the history books, when the serpent demons were out in force, a Medusa had turned an entire army of human shield guards into stone, and only some high-ranking shield guards with petrification resistance piled up in their equipment attributes were able to survive the disaster. The serpent demons are the main legion of attackers for the same reason as the stone demons. When serpent demons are killed in battle, they are simply turned into stone and reduced to stepping stones for the demons in the rear. The corpses of the serpent demons that went before and after would be piled directly into a lone ladder, nullifying the advantage of the walls of the group's fortress. Furthermore, it was impossible for Su Ming to go out of the city with his death squad to exterminate the snake devils again, because the number of snake devils was too terrifying. Since it's impossible to take advantage of the situation, then let's Jedi deathmatch. Su Ming stood on the city wall with a bland expression, his levying robes blazing, and beside him was Monkey, who had already switched from birdshot to gunshot. There were too many equipment drops, so Su Ming cobbled together a set of fine heavy armor equipment to give to Monkey, while he himself got some robes and mana hats that added spiritual attributes. Of course, given that Su Ming's level was too low, having only risen to level 5, the equipment he could obtain was all novice equipment. Attributes are basically strength +1 or defense +2, worthless and irrelevant. Coming, the Snake Demon Legion, at last, reached the range of the fire elemental mages on the city walls. All in, chant the spell, Meteorite Rain. the commander of the 311th Regiment commanded while reporting to his superiors. My regiment has finished holding the spell. Please instruct. Right on the clock. 15 hours 27 minutes and 9 seconds to launch. The marshal gave a string of commands. Yes. Ordered the divine archer to, at 15 hours 27 minutes and 6 seconds, cast, frozen arrow, at the marked location. Order the druid, at 15 hours 27 minutes and 3 seconds, to release, vine spell, on the marked location. Yes, sir. Ming quickly saw the cooperation of the major professions. The 3-second vine spell swept wildly under the city walls, binding countless incoming snake demons and reducing them to living targets. A large number of freezing arrows in 6 seconds poured down densely from the firmament, creating a sky of ice and snow that enveloped the snake demons. At 9 seconds, the fire elemental mage's long-stored meteorite rain dealt the final fatal blow to the snake demons. The vines were set on fire. The freeze was melted. The melting of water and fire, the burning of fire and grass, brings out the collision effect of the elements. The snake demons' lives were cleared in an instant, and they were taken out in large numbers by the swarm fortress. So that's how it is. The commander is really smart, worthy of being a war hero that can be written into history textbooks. Ming saw this wave of operations. Why choose a meteor shower? Because it was able to smash the serpent fiends into pulp. It meant that when their corpses petrified, they wouldn't form a ladder, just an extra layer of sandy soil on the ground. Why the elemental reaction of ice and fire? Because under thermal expansion and contraction, the corpses of snake devils would first freeze into ice sculptures, and then burst under the blazing fire. The same way their corpses were made to crumble into rotten meat all over the ground, preventing the snake devil commander from using the lowly snake devils as cannon fodder, and then piling up a ladder to ascend the wall with the cannon fodder corpses. Looks like the toughest problem solved. I won't get stuck like other professionals. Ming suddenly realized the trick. Because the 311th Fire Elemental Mage Corps had been preserved intact, the commander was able to use ice and fire bombardment tactics to blast all of the serpent demons' corpses into mincemeat and chunks of meat. So the serpent demon army couldn't pile up a road with cannon fodder corpses like they did in the real history. Everything, in a loop, like the butterfly effect. Dead ends that are otherwise impossible to cope with can be easily resolved. So this is the ultimate strategy for the gun demon fortress. Copy. Ming unleashed his crossbow on the city walls to shoot down the snake devils while revealing a dazed smile. The legacy of the previous level will be the key to the next. The difficulty of defending the city, instead of increasing, will become lower and lower like a snowball. It looks like I really do have the possibility of breaking through 99 levels and being the world's first to pass the nightmare level Swarm Fortress. Finally, the 55th wave of serpent demons also fell under the Swarm Fortress. Ming received a system reminder. Congratulations, Mr. Ming. Your progress in your copy of the Group Demon Fortress has broken the current global record for the highest number of copies. Is it published? Yes/no. Ming let out a loud laugh. Master is not a low-key person, nor do I like to pretend to be a pig eating a tiger. I'm just going to take advantage of the record-breaking heat, hype it up a bit, eat this wave of traffic, and then make a huge amount of money furiously, and use the divine magnate system to get a second gold phrase. Announce. Ming did not hesitate. At that instant, a message popped up on the news panels of all the professionals in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The record for a copy of the Nightmare Level Group Demon Fortress has been broken. Record breaker, Northern Liang Academy, Senior Class 7, Summoner Ming. Chapter 17, Good Son, go to your classmates, Northern Liang Academy. Beyond the copy. Even if they already had certain mental expectations, when the record-breaking national announcement was released, all the students still had an acidic feeling of being numbed by the shock. We're witnessing history at. A student was the first to react, muttering, this record-breaking will surely be written in history textbooks, right? That's for sure. Although, Dun Demon Fortress is only a regional copy of our dragon country, it is open to the world, which means that Ming is truly the strongest gatebreaker in the world. Someone lamented. Yeah, back in the olden days it would have been like the first Olympic gold medalist in the country. It would have meant a lot. Now, our Northern Liang Academy is honored with this. Look at Shen Zimo's expression. The thief is interesting. Many people glanced at the hard-faced Shen Zimo, the Iron Blood Alliance's youngest master, who was staring incredulously at the national announcement on the panel. His mouth was still shivering. Impossible, impossible. How did that idiot Ming get it? The next moment a phone call interrupted his thoughts. The caller was clearly his father, Shen Ginghong, the head of the Iron Blood Alliance. Dad, you, Shen Zimo muddled through, and even accidentally pressed the speakerphone button, and was heard by everyone in the conversation between father and son. Shen Jinghong's excited voice came out. Good son, I remember you mentioning it quite a few times at home, and I've also heard this Ming's name many times at your parent-teacher conferences, and if I remember correctly, he's your classmate, right? you must have a good relationship, right? After all, he's always number one and you're always number two. And schoolboys must sympathize with each other and encourage each other to improve. Shen Zimo froze in place, his face as black as the devil's heart. Shen Jinghong was still talking to himself. I'm telling you, you have to immediately head to the exit of the replica and then play the emotional card of your classmate to preemptively recruit him for our Iron Blood Alliance. Such an outstanding character. I'm willing to pay him an annual stipend of 300 million and promise that I'll help him order a dinosaur summoning beast in the Jurassic replica. The guaranteed bottom is an excellence grade overlord, and there's even a certain probability that it's a legend grade dinosaur egg. Shen Zimo, even for the same excellent grade summoning beast, there are highs and lows. His saber-toothed tiger was only an ordinary species in the excellence class, and its potential had already come to an end. And the dinosaur summoning beasts that came out of the Jurassic replica were all at least of overlord bloodline, and could still go on to grow upwards. After all, a saber-toothed tiger and a Tyrannosaurus rex are worlds apart. As any 3-year-old knows, Shen Zimo's cell phone slipped noiselessly and shattered on the floor, which also counted as a suspension of the awkward conversation between father and son. But 5 seconds later, jingle bells, Zhao Mayu's cell phone was dialed again by Shen Jinghong, who was eager to seek out a virtuous man. Secretary Zhao, great, you're actually in the Northern Liang Academy as well. Quickly go recruit this Su Ming. Our Iron Blood Alliance is attempting to raid the Eagle Kingdom's world-class replica, Jurassic Park, and high-level summoners are too important. It can be said that this Su Ming has a bearing on the rise and fall of our Iron Blood Alliance. I want you to take him down at any cost. Money, it doesn't matter. Equipment, feel free to give it. If it takes you a beauty trick to take me, I'll compensate you with a large sum of money, just as uncle begs you. Good niece. Since Shen Jinghong yelled loudly, even if she didn't turn on the speakerphone, there was still a large group of students around who heard it. Their filters are shattered. The eyes that looked at Zhao Mayu were all of a sudden strange. This chief secretary could only reluctantly prevaricate. I'll do my best. But the number of major powers that are currently rushing to the scene to contact Su Ming's classmates seems to be a bit much. Shen Jinghong was stunned. Zhao Muyu didn't nag and opened the video call, showing him the picture above the dome of the sky. A helicopter jumped straight down with 2 powerful foreign men, both wearing the insignia of the Knights of the Rose, and actually not using a parachute at all. It landed straight on the ground like that, hitting the marble floor in a cracking circle, but they were unharmed, walking straight toward the mayor and principal, greeting them with, "Hi, man, that's a knight of at least the 3rd rank, with a terrifyingly high defense and blood quantity, which is why it was able to ignore the fall of several hundred meters." Shen Jinghong immediately identified the opponent's occupation, and in the other direction, a bipedal pterodactyl raced wildly. Riding on the neck of the winged dragon was a gorgeous and graceful woman who stepped on the void, flashed continuously, and soon appeared in the square like a ghost. Yo, Lord Mayor is also here. Could it be that you also want to recruit Su Ming's little brother? Shen Jinghong's face became more and more ugly. Asterisk. It's actually that phantom assassin from Mystic Sanctuary. Didn't they only recruit assassin-type professions? They expanded their recruitment this year? Zhao Muyu smiled shyly and bitterly, and pointed the camera of his cell phone at the highway outside the campus again. Countless caravans, all of them came in great numbers, and then, after seeing the strong men of the Knights of the Rose and the Mystic Sanctuary, they turned around and left in dismay, obviously realizing that they were not qualified to compete for Su Ming. They flocked here only for Su Ming. Such a big eye-popping scene made all the students dumbfounded. Those who had once denigrated Su Ming numbly disappeared into the crowd, not daring to show their faces. In his heart, he was apprehensive and fearful, fearing that Su Ming would retaliate afterwards. Principal Zhao Renjie coldly grunted. What? Our Su Hong has just made a small name for himself, and you guys are scrambling to pry him out, right? Let me tell you, he's a good boy who is particularly knowledgeable. You guys have never sponsored him. He's definitely staying at school. He can't just join you guys. Mayor Chen Xianyi, however, curled his lips slightly. Their thoughts, I'm afraid, are not as simple as yours, old Zhao. I'm only afraid that they are not only thinking of Su Ming, but they are also coveting the Gun Demon Fortress pass raider in his hands. Chen Xianyi saw through their intentions with a glance and sneered. As we all know, the first 100 passes of every copy will have additional rewards. Many special equipment and mysterious treasures will only drop in the first 100 passes. Subsequent to that, it will never be possible to pop out again. You have a good point. The phantom assassin of the Mystic Sanctuary shrugged her fragrant shoulders and admitted very frankly, but the world is all about profit, and the world is all about profit. That's the supreme saying of our Dragon Kingdom. When I came here, I had already sent someone to investigate student Su Ming's file, and he's actually an ordinary poor student who receives a state grant. She leisurely lamented. Now, He's switching to another summoner that is recognized as the most money-consuming. I guess, he must be very short of money. And as we, Mystic Sanctuary, have several large consortiums under our umbrella, and are even in control of a global top 500 level company, we are willing to give him a fair price. Chapter 18, The Dragon in the Abyss. Shen Zimo watched dumbfounded as the big shots fought with each other. He had fantasized and dreamed as if he were standing in the midst of 10,000 people, being courted by these titled leaders of great powers. Obviously he was here first. He was the one who first called Zhao Muyu to acquire that summoner transfer card. He was the one who first begged his father to ask for the excellence grade saber-toothed tiger. He was the one who first approached his mother to acquire a full set of purple equipment. Why did it end like this? Why did the one who made a splash become that asshole Su Ming? Secretary Zhao Muyu. Shen Zimo couldn't help but glance at this once smooth and beautiful secretary. He had wanted to take her as his own personal forbidden domain after graduation, and ruthlessly play with that pair of long legs that had amazing elasticity, but now he was harboring a hidden grudge. Do you think that the mediocre Su Ming suddenly came out in the limelight? Is there a strange encounter? Zhao Muyu was stunned and tapped her delicate chin. That's for sure. A level 1 summoner with no family background. Yet he was able to break through the difficulties of the Gun Demon Fortress replica in a row. There must be a miraculous encounter in store for him. The probability is that you obtained a small divine artifact among the duplicate's drop items, or accidentally tapped into a hidden quest reward. She guessed according to human nature. Shen Zimo impatiently interrupted her. You say, is there a possibility that there's something fishy about that summoner transfer card of his that can be transferred into some hidden profession? For example, the necromancer, imaginary writer, lord of the underworld, dinosaur familiars, and so on from the summoner branch. The ones he mentioned were some of the ones who had made a name for themselves in history during the era of universal transmigration. High-level summoners. Necromancer, the hidden profession inaugurated by that famous undead scourge. The fictional writer, said to be holding a handwritten tome, has fictional fantasy creatures from the story jumping out of the paper in bizarre ways whenever he turns the page. Lords of the underworld, on the other hand, had to have a certain amount of abyssal bloodline to be inaugurated, and could communicate directly with the abyssal underworld, signing up many underworld creatures for their own use. Dinosaur familiars, a brand new summoner profession mutated in recent years by Eagle Kingdom scientists who transplanted dinosaur DNA into humans to harness dinosaur clans. Zhao Muyu was able to fight her way up to the chief secretary of the Iron Blood Alliance with her bare hands by virtue of her origins as a commoner, and her level of discernment could be described as first-rate. She immediately read a trace of resentment emotion from Shen Zimo's face, adding to his words. After savoring them, Zhao Muyu's heart was filled with shock and anger. This bastard young master was going to attribute Su Ming's rise to that ordinary profession card. Thus, he would blame his failure to acquire that profession card for his own grudge against Su Ming. Once Shen Zimo dumped the pot successfully and convinced Shen Jinghong, the Ironborn Alliance will inevitably hold itself accountable. And how should it then assess the damage? Zhao Muria's heart stuttered and almost choked as she felt a wave of dizziness after only a slight reckoning. What is the valuation of the birth of a great talent? How much is lost on a first pass of a nightmare-level copy? How much is a legendary summoner with a promising future worth? Although it is said that even if Shen Zimo can really get a top-notch hidden profession card, he may not have Su Ming's achievements because people are different. Legendary summoners that remain in history, just a few dozen, but the global population base is extremely large. Every year the birth of the hidden summoner profession, even if there are not 1,000, there are at least 800. Most of the geniuses die young on the road to growth. Can Shen Zimo's parents believe it? They doted on Shen Zimo like that, and would only think that their own son was incomparably excellent, and that if he could get the hidden profession card, he would definitely be more powerful than Su Ming. Dense beads of transparent sweat seeped out from Zhao Muyu's snowy, greasy forehead. Her fair face, too, became whiter and whiter all of a sudden. Impossible. Zhao Muyu barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said with a straight face, with any profession card, you can see the data directly from the panel. Any hidden profession card has a market value of 100 million upwards. She shook her head. The student who sold the summoner profession card wouldn't be stupid enough to sell a hidden card after charging only 20 million. Who knows? Shen Zimo coldly grunted, pressing his disbelief. That stupid student called Chung Feng. His head is usually not bright, and his grades are downstream. What if he really looks away? Zhao Muyu was speechless. She knew very well that Shen Zimo was being disruptive. His words had no logic and even had the suspicion of venting his anger. But on the contrary, what if Shen's family believed his bull asterisk. Moreover, by helping Shen Zimo many times, he had undoubtedly offended Su Ming, and could even be considered to have strengthened the gap between Shen Zimo and Su Ming, making their relationship irreparable. She was no longer inside or outside. Zhao Muyu took a deep breath. Her mind turned, and when she looked at Shen Zimo, whose eyes were malicious. There was already a three-pointed coldness in her cold eyes, perhaps the clue of the divine artifact that she had gone through so much trouble to find and that could greatly enhance the summoner's strength had no need to be sold to the Iron-Blooded Alliance again. Su Ming is about to get rich, and he was extremely generous when he purchased the summoner profession card, easily defeating me. He's the best buyer. Zhao Mayu gathered his expression and already had the idea of jumping ship and leaving the Iron Blood Alliance in his heart. After all, the Prince of the Alliance is venomous, vindictive, and has no sense of responsibility, so can he really be the backstabber? In a copy of the Gunslinger's Fortress, Su Ming finally killed the 60th wave of Snake Demon Lords and let out a long breath. Luckily, the bottom boss is not Medusa, without an ounce of petrification resistance. Once he ran into Medusa, who possessed the petrifying eye. He was afraid that he would only be able to flee from his copy in a sorry state. But the monkey shouldn't be afraid. Su Ming thought for a moment and then felt a bit sad. It is a natural stone monkey, born from the last colorful stone remaining after Mother Nuwa mended the heavens, so it definitely can't be petrified. If Medusa comes to attack, Monkey is her nemesis, and it might not be able to drop one or two pieces of dark gold equipment, or even a minor artifact. The quartermaster quickly brought a large pile of fallen objects, using a cart, to Su Ming. Next time, I'm afraid I'll have to transport it in a big truck. Su Ming was satisfied as he glanced behind him at Black Goku and Changqiu Fox, as well as the 120 elite Dragon Kingdom warriors and 108 Dragon Cavalrymen. That's the advantage of a summoner. All summon kills count as their own drops. It's just a shame. Su Ming picked through the loot on one side and let out a sigh of relief. The number of nightmare level copies is only once before the college entrance exams, and you won't be able to have a good time after that. Alas, the duplicates, which were created by various countries at the expense of massive resources, were given to the professionals as a benefit. Every time it produces equipment, experience and skills, it actually originates from the nation's treasury, from the citizens' taxes. Therefore, the number of times each professional could brush copies was limited, unless they could set foot on the abyssal battlefield and fight against the demons of the real world, gaining solid battle merit before they could be exchanged for a copy pass and enjoy the benefits of brushing copies. Chapter 19, Live Streaming Through the Demon Fortress? Later, after I leave the Swarm Fortress, I have to go to the border of the battlefield to meet the real monsters, Su Ming murmured, thinking thoughtfully. A rich and powerful young man like Shen Zimo had a copy pass provided by the Iron Blood Alliance, although it is said that the official limitation of the inheritance ratio of war merits is 3-to-1. In other words, for every 300 points of war merit Shen Jinghong gifted to Shen Zimo, the latter would only be able to acquire 100 points, with the remaining 200 points counting as inheritance tax. But the passes for low-level copies, which were already cheap, Shen Jinghong could completely afford to pay for them, allowing Shen Zimo to stay at home and a copy 24 hours a day to brush his equipment. Su Ming could then only wait for the CD of the copy to refresh. About every 3 months, he could have a chance. Of course, he'll get an extra weekly copy of the scholarship stipend if he gets a top 100 in the province in the entrance exams and joins a top university. This is the reason why the students are desperately trying to stay on top of the rankings. And just during the break, Su Ming suddenly saw a system reminder pop up on the panel. I am the mayor of Northern Liang, Chen Xianyi. I have something important to discuss with you. Tens of millions of dollars in revenue at stake. Can we video call? Su Ming was startled. In a nightmare level copy, it was actually possible to communicate with reality? But on second thought, the nightmare level copy was created by the Lord Mayor himself, and people have developer privileges, equivalent to the GM of an online game and the cheats of a single-player game, so of course they do whatever they want. He immediately said honestly and humbly, I can't believe it's His Excellency, the wind-shedding Sword Saint. I'm a fan of yours Na. If there's anything, feel free to command. I'll definitely do whatever I want. Su Ming slapped his chest to the heavens. Old Zhao, your students are quite on the ball. Chen Xianyi laughed lightly, and then a video pop-up window appeared in front of him. There are two people in the picture. A person Su Ming was familiar with in reality, Grand Chancellor Zhao Renjie. The other was an acquaintance Su Ming often saw on TV and in videos, Mayor Chen Xianyi. For Zhao Renjie, Su Ming had always had a lot of respect because every time he took a meal in the cafeteria, he was able to feel Zhao Renjie's goodwill from the remaining meal charges on his meal card. This grand principle, very different from that finance principal Lu Changhe who thought of earning students money every day, was the head of the 7 principles of the Beilang Academy, except that he was mainly concerned with scientific research and didn't care much about miscellaneous matters. Zhao Renjie smiled dutifully and said, Su Ming, you broke the global Gun Demon Fortress clearance record. You are already an outstanding alumnus. You have made an outstanding contribution to the school, and I'm very thankful to you. It should be. Su Ming smiled, not taking credit for himself. It's all thanks to the school's cultivation. If it wasn't for the 2 subsidies for poor students provided by the state and the principal, the kid was afraid that he wouldn't be able to successfully complete his studies. Ahem, don't pull any punches. I'm asking, are you willing to agree that I will broadcast the footage of you clearing the Gun Demon Fortress to the global battle network? Chen Zimo went straight to the point and stated his intention. I won't hide it from you. After the news of you breaking the record was splashed across the globe, there were immediately a lot of good people who made a big start on you. One of the batch of foreigners, with super cheap mouths, actually slandered you for using bugs, saying that you were a false idol launched by our Dragon Kingdom, cheating and deliberately relying on record breaking to attract eyeballs. Chen Zimo was annoyed and slammed the table. I will never allow them to denigrate the motherland. So ask you this, if you can live stream through the Swarm Fortress, all doubts will dissipate in front of the unmodifiable real-time footage. This Lord Mayor shrugged his shoulders. Of course, I'll pass on every penny of the broadcasting fees and the bounty from the global audience. Tax only, no share. Sure, Su Ming agreed without thinking. For no other reason, this was a great opportunity to become a global-level internet celebrity. This is not the time to be bored. But with traffic and fame, you can naturally make big money easily. And he was a summoner. The cost of cultivating summoned beasts was dozens of times that of an ordinary professional. And even with the divine magnificence system in hand, he never minded the money. Wait a bit, Principal Zhao Renjie, however, was a thick-skinned person and cautiously reminded him, once it's live-streamed, your skills and attributes will, inevitably, be exposed. Some of your undercards will also be exposed. Moreover, your exclusive Swarm Fortress strategy will also be leaked. While someone has already offered you $50 million for this strategy, Zhou Renjie is not hiding anything. And so, in front of the camera, another graceful and elegant stunning woman squeezed in, swinging her tender white lotus root arms in greeting. I'm Boo Scarlet Smoke from the Mystic Sanctuary, a 5th-ranked sanctuary assassin, and we're willing to pay $50 million to buy out your nightmare-class swarming demon fortress raider. Su Ming was a little shocked. You guys are willing to bid up to $50 million for a level 1 copy in the district? Mystic Sanctuary? It's really a tycoon without equal now. He. If little brother is interested in coming to our Mystic Holy Church to take up a position, as long as he is willing to sign a 10-year long-term contract, he will give you an annual salary of $200 million. How about it? Bu Hinyan was very sincere. Su Ming spread his hands. Thanks a lot, but I heard that you only recruit assassin lineage professions and I'm a summoner, so I'm afraid it's not quite compatible, right? That's fine. For top talents, we have always been flexible in our recruitment criteria. Bu Hinyan laughed lightly. 50 years ago, we still had a criterion that we only recruited women. Later on, when we encountered a talented male assassin who transmuted to Shura demon assassin, we changed the statute overnight, and even the Lord Sovereign of the Holy Church took the initiative to fall back and become his wife, promising to serve tea and water for the rest of his life, and that's how we pulled it together. And thus the Mystic Holy Church grew from a local small gang to a large national level power. By the way, he is my father, Bu Hinyan simply explained. Su Ming, however, I refuse to sell the strategy. In the eager anticipation of Bu Hinyan's pair of clear watery eyes, Su Ming was flatly refusing. You, Bu Hinyan immediately crossed her wasp waist, greatly disappointed, and even a little angry, because Su Ming had just shown particular willingness and had the suspicion of teasing her. However, he heard Su Ming say with a straight face, I am extremely fond of the Mystic Holy Church, and I also feel as if I am in the spring breeze at Miss Bu Hinyan's solicitation. So I must practice my rule of life, never pit a friend against a friend. Oh, Bu Hinyan was stunned. A slight curiosity welled up in her heart. You mean there's a problem with the raiders? Su Ming said with a straight face. You purchased the raider in the hopes of grabbing the first 100 passes and brushing more extremely valuable equipment, or rare skill books, right? Sure, she tapped her chin like a chicken pecking. But unfortunately, my strategy does not possess any replicability at all. I'm afraid that your people won't be able to copy their homework at all. Su Ming smiled faintly. I can certainly take the $50 million with peace of mind, because the strategy one provided is indeed able to pass the level without the slightest bit of forgery. But you guys, who spent a lot of money in vain, can't earn back a single penny, and are purely losing money. Chapter 20, Look out. This man's name is Su. So it is. Bu Hinyan's favorability towards Su Ming immediately soared. Thick man nah, surely a good, sunny, cheerful big boy still in the ivory tower of school. If you were a socialite, you would take $50 million of their occult sanctuary for nothing, and let them eat a dumb loss for nothing. Principal Zhao Renjie revealed a look of relief. The world of the abyssal invasion is certainly desperate, but we should still maintain our humanity and not be profit-oriented. Su Ming, I am very satisfied with you, and will definitely do my best to help you apply for a national award. He. Thanks, Principal. Su Ming waved his hand. He was actually quite needy. After all, that was $50 million. However, having awakened the divine hero system, he really didn't feel the need to offend a reputable power just because of 50 million. That would be too small of a pattern. He's the man with the sword to the stars and the sea. Very well, since it's useless for your strategy to be copied, why don't you simply make a fortune by broadcasting it live? Chen Xianyi smiled approvingly. Let the global professionals see how powerful our Dragon Kingdom geniuses are. He lowered his voice. Seize this opportunity. Many top university executives are also watching you. Moreover, you've just been honored with the rank of second lieutenant, and the chiefs of the major military regions are also interested in you, so be sure to perform well. Gotcha. Su Ming looked stern and immediately changed his and Monkey's back equipment columns to cloak equipment. It doesn't matter the attributes, as long as it's handsome. Thus, when the live broadcast of accompanying Su Ming throughout the raiding of the swarming demon bastion went live, the camera screen showed the silent backs of the two conquest robes in all their fierceness. One was a giant monkey fighting for heaven and earth, standing like a Vajra on the city wall. One was a handsome, boyish boy, but scarred as if he were a small beast licking his wounds. This is Su Ming, who just broke through the world record of the 55th floor of the group demon fortress? Instantly, countless viewers came to the live broadcast. After all, it was the age of information, and the news of Su Ming's live broadcast instantly made its way onto the lists of major search engines, becoming the first on the hot list of various short videos and microblogging apps. The Dragon Kingdom audience was the most enthusiastic. They all wanted to witness the birth of a talented and strong person from their own family. An ID called Step by Step, the first to come to the live broadcast room, directly rewarded 100,000. I came to support Su Ming's younger brother. We Mystic Hall of Fame for him to call, and the gringos, too, have crowded into the live stream. Shet, Flower Q. Why are there two monkeys from the Dragon Kingdom in the picture? A big one and a small one. It's hilarious. Bagger. I don't believe that Dragon Kingdom can conquer the dusty copy of the group demon fortress. There must be something fishy going on. We, Sakura Kingdom, will send out a top-notch monitor to find out the evidence of Su Ming's cheating. Mr. Su Ming, is it possible that it's our Rod Kingdom's bloodline Similac lost to the Dragon Kingdom? Su Ming couldn't see any pop-ups. He could only see a virtual camera that was taking aerial shots of himself and the battlefield. He then smiled and pointed to his face. Pay attention. This man is called Xiao Su. Other than being a bit more handsome, intelligent, wise, with better grades, stronger, and with a higher emotional intelligence, he has almost no redeeming qualities. Chen Xianyi, Zhao Renjie, Bu Him Yen. I didn't expect that schoolmate Su Ming was actually a live streaming genius, very good at pulling in the atmosphere. Bu Him Yen revealed a look of interest. This top genius from Mystic Hall of Fame, who possessed the hidden profession, Hall of Fame assassin, had always had an extremely high vision, and for the first time, he showed an undisguised interest in a member of the opposite sex. After all, he had just helped her save $50 million, and the men who were pursuing her were certainly not likely to drop such a large sum of money, and reserved as she was, she would never accept it. But this time, it was equivalent to Bu Him Yen receiving a $50 million gift from Su Ming, so she naturally had an excellent first impression. Principal Zhao Renjie, on the other hand, had some hidden worries. He wouldn't be so addicted to live broadcasting that he slacked off on rating copies, right? In case we spoil his big plan to pass the level, wouldn't it be a sin? Chen Xianyi bristled, unimpressed. Even if he accidentally didn't pass, what can he do? I'm the mayor of the hall, so I'll directly issue him a copy pass, so he can pass it once more, right? If once isn't enough, then 10 times. I'm at least a sword immortal, and I have more battle credits than I can use. It doesn't matter even if the number of copies is brushed to the limit. I built this copy anyway, so using the administrator privilege, I'll just open a backdoor for him. That's blatant favoritism. Zhao Renjie, what said is also true. He broke the record anyway. If you look at it that way, it's still more important to promote our country on the air. Well, he's doing well. Chen Xianyi was satisfied, his eyes sharply scanning his summoned beasts. What is that giant monkey? Unheard of and unseen, could it be another mysterious summoner? Zhao Renjie shook his head. A good humane giant monkey, in his eyes as if he has experienced vicissitudes of life, but always teenagers, always hot-blooded, surging wariness. Goku's life is a life of resistance. Zhao Renjie's comment is quite apt. The 61st wave of demons, coming soon. I'm taking all viewers for a fresh look at what should be the world's first ever intelligence, right? Su Ming gave 2 thumbs up. Congratulations on your earnings. Please keep your eyes peeled next. The camera cooperatively followed Su Ming's gesture and looked down on the war-torn earth. The interdimensional gateway opens. Demons from the abyss roared and crawled out of it, overwhelming the sky with more than could be imagined. the identity of the demon is also obvious. It is clearly the cover monster of middle school biology, Abyssal Worm Demon. As a schoolteacher, Ming was the first to popularize them to the audience in the live broadcast, so they are them. It's really quite a restoration of history. During the Battle of the Swarm Fortress, the Dragon Kingdom's lack of wide-range elemental damage was caused by the 311th Fire Elemental Mage Corps, which had already been focused on being wiped out by the Serpent Demons at around the 60th wave. Only a lot of remnants of warrior, gunner, and archer professions remain, still defending the lone city with a tenacious will to fight. So, the Demon Archon was quite clever in sending out the Worm Demon. Ming shrugged his shoulders. These small-sized abyssal demons have low attack, low defense, and low blood, but they are extremely numerous. They only fear ranged spell damage, and are not at all afraid of high-level warriors, gunners, and archers. Earlier, the reason why the Demon Archon didn't send them on stage must have been because he was afraid of the 311th Regiment. Ming smiled. However, gentlemen, I relied on 2 hidden quests to completely preserve the fire elemental mages that should have been overthrown in history. With that said, the live camera locked onto the main city wall. Sure enough, the 311th Regiment's battle flag, Spirit of the Inferno Dragon, was still hanging high on the tower, while the rows of mages were furiously drinking mana potions to replenish their magic and restore their blue. Chapter 21, The Unpretentious and Boring Record-Breaking. Nani? The Sakura Nation audience was dumbfounded. It must be cheating. It's been 60 waves. Why did the main force that should have been destroyed still survive? The audience in Gaul expressed outrage. How did you do it? The audience of the Dragon Kingdom, who had basically all participated in the Jigun Demon Bastion copy when they were in school and had memorized this piece of singable history, were most curious. Ming smiled faintly and narrated. It's very simple. You only need to complete 2 urgent conscription tasks. One of them is to lead a death squad out of the city to wipe out all the stone demons. The Demon Legion will then lose the strategic ability, turning stone into mud, and from then on the walls will be solid and able to provide perfect protection for the warriors. The second is to take the Dragon Cavalry out of the city to hunt all the amazing demons. The Demon Legion will thus lose its restraint against the 311th Fire Elemental Mage Corps, as well as its ability to strike long-range flames, and from then on this heroic corps will be able to rest on its laurels and rub fireballs on the city walls with impunity. So that's the copy of the guide you were wondering about. I told you all about it. No lies. Earned it, right? He asked, spreading his hands. Audience? No, man. Someone was speechless to the core. We've all seen the emergency conscription you're talking about. But, Swarming Demon Fortress is a single-player copy. Who would dare to leave the city to fight deep within the surroundings of the demon forces? Yeah. Another person laughed bitterly. Why don't you simply write this strategy like this? You only need 1/99 million damage, bursting to kill the Demon Archon, and you'll be able to hold the Swarming Demon Fortress. What? You can't do that? That's because you haven't reached the threshold of my raider. You're the one who's weak, not the raider who can't. Ming was helpless. So what can I do? You all said you couldn't do it, but I did it. No one can argue with that. All the spectators were choking and shivering. Ha ha, this kid is right on my temperament. Mayor Chen cackled with laughter. That's a domineering way of saying it. This is the only way to show off our Dragon Kingdom's martial virtues. Perhaps, the answer to everything lies in his summoned beast. Shen Zimo was already convinced of his guess and coldly said to Zhao Moyu, Secretary Zhao, obviously, the problem lies in that transfer card of his, because before he walked into the copy, I could see clearly that the summon was only a C-rank macaque. Shen Zimo laughed coldly, but what about now? Where did that giant monkey, which at a glance is at least excellent grade and possibly even legendary grade, come from? There's only one explanation, his hidden profession, which allows him to mutate ordinary summons to be stronger. It's your dereliction of duty. If it was me who obtained this summoner transformation card, all the honors this time would have gone to our Iron Blood Alliance. He made a sharp accusation in his words. Zhao Muyu, who had already made up her mind and was ready to jump ship, didn't bother to perfume this hard-to-serve young master. She said without hiding anything, you were also present, you have higher authority than me, and you have an ample amount of $40 million at hand. If you felt there was a problem at that time, you could have taken over the acquisition and simply offered a higher price than Ming's 20 million. Shen Zimo froze instantly. Zhao Muyu continued to dislike him back. Besides, Xiao Shun, you seem to be a bit too much of an amateur, not knowing anything about the trading process of profession cards. Because of the fact that any professional can directly include the profession card in the panel, it is absolutely impossible for the seller to hand over the profession card to the buyer for identification in advance. The reason is simple, he's afraid we'll buy at $0. Take the goods and run. Only after the money and goods have been cleared is on-the-spot identification permitted upon receipt. She coldly grunted, so we can only believe the seller's side of the story. If he says it's an ordinary summoner profession card, then it can't be a hidden profession card. Understand? You questioned me for that. Please forgive me for not agreeing. Zhao Muyu shook her head and indifferently said, I have fulfilled all of my duties as a secretary, and even if the Iron Blood Alliance dismisses me in the future, they cannot say anything about me on my resume, and instead must give me the full and +1 labor compensation. Shen Zimo, he didn't expect that Zhao Muyu, who had always been humble and deliberately trying to please himself, would be so sharp-tongued after becoming strong. When I get home, I'll make sure mom and dad fire you. Stinking, Shen Zimo thought viciously in his heart, and the exclamations of his classmates quickly interrupted his thoughts. Shen Zimo was similarly dumbfounded at the shocking scene. Su Ming was commanding the troops. Monkey, first perform the hairy split, then perform the 72 transformations, and you'll become an amazing demon. Foxy, just stand on my shoulder and rub ho fireballs, and watch out for long-range sneak attacks from demons. Ahem, dragon cavalry on my command. Abandon your swords, use your guns, just aim and shoot at the worm demons. And if the worm demons manage to make it to the walls, switch shields to keep us in front of them. Daredevil brothers, just shoot randomly with bows and arrows with me. We'll just fight casually and be jerks. After all, these waves of demons attacking the city, the main force isn't us, so let's build up our strength and wait for the subsequent battles. When Su Ming said that, a mountain of responses rang out behind him. Yes, Lord Su Ming, Dragon Nation audience, Eagle Nation viewers, isn't he a level 1 summoner? Why are there hundreds of summons behind him? Elephant Country audience, something's not right. He's an ordinary soldier. Why is he commanding that huge pile of elite warriors? It must be the Dragon Kingdom officials cheating. Shen Zimo's eyeballs almost rounded to the point of bulging out as he growled angrily. I told you that it was definitely a hidden transfer card for the summoner profession. Zhao Muyu, and you still dare to shift the blame? Look at that giant monkey. It has at least dual talents, shadow divergence and great transformation technique. The most outrageous thing is that normal shadow split can inherit skills, but this giant monkey, it can actually transform into 13 amazing demons at the same time. If Su Ming isn't a hidden profession, what else could he be? He questioned loudly. Zhao Muyu also looked dumbfounded and couldn't help but think, could it be that the student who sold the profession card is really a little cutie? Is it? Selling a hidden profession card as a normal profession card? A mere $20 million to sell Su Ming a top-tier profession card? As many people watched in dumbfounded silence, the amazing demon that Black Goku had changed into spewed molten lava crazily, turning the battlefield into a pit of fire. Any bug demon that steps into it will be fried and cooked on the spot. The 311th Elemental Mage Corps on top of the city wall was also mercilessly throwing meteorite showers and abusing waves of bug demons. They teamed up and directly annihilated 90% of the bug demons, while the others just followed to patch up and paddle. And they held the 61st to 70th wave of demonic tides that the geniuses around the globe had heard so much about. Ugh, that's what we summoners are like. Su Ming bowed towards the audience with an apologetic face. Sorry, there wasn't much of a show effect, and there wasn't the fervent battle you were expecting. I broke the record. It's just so plain and boring. Chapter 22, The Scramble of the Two Major Military Schools. The global audience was collectively speechless. With a complex expression, Bu and Yen couldn't help but let out a sigh. School Brothers' strategy is really without any replicability. If I read the sentence paddling is done, the NPCs and summons will be able to fight through waves 61 to 70 on their own on a guide I purchased for $50 million. I would not believe it and would inevitably think it was a fake guide. Her small hand moved slightly, once again rewarding Su Ming with 100,000 in gratitude. Koala Nation viewer, oh my god, this guy named Mingsu is truly our great enemy for the next 10 years. Once he grows up, I'm afraid he'll monopolize the records of all the major replicas and turn all the world records into his personal forbidden domain. Sakura Nation viewers, Su Ming-san, is he really just a poor, downtrodden student from an ordinary family? Impossible. Only someone with a noble bloodline can achieve supreme greatness. He must be the illegitimate son of some big shot, or possess some special noble bloodline. For example, the protagonists of old-time manga were also Super Saiyans, or the grandsons of Navy admirals, the sons of the fourth Naruto, the descendants of Shinigami and exterminators, and so on. Elephant Country audience, I see. Mr. Su Ming must have fed his summoned beast cow dung and curry and received the great power of Lord Shiva to be able to mutate so well. Tonight, I'll also give my summoned beast an extra meal and fill it with a cup of Ganges river water to help it mutate early. The audience did not even discuss the fierce battle within the copy, because it was too boring. What's the point of watching an NPC's meteorite rain blast poor bug demons? There were even some Eagle Country viewers who protested. A worm demon's life is also a life. I firmly oppose the Dragon Kingdom's abusive behavior towards the worm demon, and it's being broadcast live in front of all the professionals around the world. Yuck. Disgusting. We all turned off the lights, Ra was accustomed to seeing the big waves of the sword fairy Chen Xuani, but also shocked by the oddball audience, rushed to ban a few, blocked a few, only to let the atmosphere of the live room harmony sum. If that's just a regular summoner pro card. Shen Zimo, who was already bewitched, was still racking his brain to analyze? Then he's just like me, with only 3 summoned beast spaces. It's simply impossible that there's a large group of densely packed soldiers after the giant monkey and little fox. The shimmering light of those soldiers' experience in killing demons has also converged into Su Ming's body, and it's obviously his summons as well. Shen Zimo swore with conviction. That's simply a top-tier professional, undead scourge of heaven, comparable to a top-tier professional, legendary summoner professional card. Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes furiously, already too lazy to retort. 20 million for an undead apocalypse? You damn well take sellers for fools. She also strengthened the idea of leaving the Iron Blood Alliance. After all, Shen Zimo was Shen Jinghong's only son and would definitely inherit the Iron Blood Alliance in the future. Offending this vindictive villain would mean that the future struggle in the alliance would be meaningless, and even if he was in a high position, when Shen Zimo took over, he would be jerked to the end. And just as everyone was talking, there were 2 very conspicuous military vehicles that arrived at the Northern Liang Academy. Principal Zhao Renjie hurriedly took the initiative to greet him, because that represented the first military school of the Dragon Kingdom, the Hunting Kingdom Military School, and the third military school of the Dragon Kingdom, the Yanhuang Military School, respectively. Every year, they sent a huge number of officers to the front line of the Dragon Kingdom's fight against the Abyss, and countless heroes and heroines were born among them. That's also a mecca for many schoolchildren. If the students in the old days dreamed of getting into the 5 famous schools of Qingbei, Fukushima and Blue Fly, they would have been able to get into the 5 famous schools of Qingbei, Fukushima and Blue Fly. In the era of universal transfer, they only aspired to join the top 10 national military schools in the Dragon Kingdom, for no other reason than the fact that military schools give double the amount of stipends to professionals compared to regular universities for copy passes. Even a career-exclusive set of gear is given out every year, based on credits, to college students who attend. That meant that when graduating and joining the battlefield, the students of the 10 major military schools could basically rely on their schools and copies to have the current level of graduation equipment. Attributes and skills naturally far exceed those of the average college student. Winning at the starting line. Hello, I'm the Deputy Director of the Hunting Country Military Academy's Enrollment Department. Sun Jiangwo. A middle-aged man in a suit shook Zhao Renjie's hand in a friendly manner and smiled. The purpose of my visit is self-evident. I want to specially recruit Su Ming, but the quota is limited, so I wanted to come and observe his abilities. Coincidentally, our Yanhuang Military Academy is also interested in Su Ming. On the side, another old man in a tang suit smiled faintly and interjected. I am the vice principal of Yanhuang Military Academy, Chu Tianqi. I believe in the evaluation given by the Gun Demon Fortress Copy AI, and I hope that Ensign Su Ming can join Yanhuang. The 2 major military schools, surprisingly, are coming for the good ones here. The students who witnessed the scene cried sourly in their hearts. Why do I always have tears in my eyes? Because my mouth is full of lemons. In the meantime, Shen Jinghong, who had already sensed that something was wrong from his stammering son and his incoherent secretary, also took a ride on a raptor and secretly rushed to the Northern Liang Academy. He wore sunglasses and did not reveal his identity. Dad, Lord Ally, Shen Zimo and Zhao Moyu, who had been summoned to the corner, looked in surprise at the middle-aged man who had taken off his sunglasses. It was none other than the ally of the Iron Blood Alliance, the inheritor of the high-level warrior profession, Wild Fighter. Shen Jinghong looked serious. What's going on? As soon as Su Ming is mentioned, your words flicker and you deliberately beat around the bush. Could it be that you have offended him? Shen Zimo suddenly mumbled half-heartedly and scrunched his neck. Zhao Moyu sighed lightly, so he told the ins and outs one by one, from the beginning of the purchase of that summoner profession card, to young Master Shen Zimo's $40 million gamble. We have some friction with him, but, in fact, it's also considered to be a non-fighting, just a battle of wills between the students, so there's no need to get hung up on it. Just, Shen Jinghong's heart thumped. Zhao Muyu smiled bitterly, thinking that anyway, Lao Ma was about to jump ship, so she simply spoke bluntly. Later, in a fit of rage, Shen Xiao impulsively reported that the copy had a bug under his name, which attracted Mayor Chen Xuani, and had also thrown dirty water at Su Ming in full view of the public, saying that he was most likely cheating with a bug. These 2 things, in the future, once Su Ming learns of them, I'm afraid that he will inevitably be very upset with our Iron Blood Alliance. Snap! A slap to the face smacked Shen Zimo in the cheek. Stupid! After teaching his son, Shen Jinghong loudly scolded again. Zhao Muyu's heart was greatly disappointed, and he secretly lamented. That's it? Her heart was as fine as dust, and she observed clearly, not even a slap mark was left behind, and it was obvious that Shen Jinghong had withdrawn his strength. but he was a 5th-ranked senior warjack, a fierce man with over 500 points of strength. Knowing that Shen Zimo had likely incurred a future legendary summoner for the Iron Blood Alliance and made a huge mistake, but only received a slap on the wrist, it was evident how much he was coddled. With this in mind, Jiaomoyu took out his cell phone and went directly to the application store, starting to download the Abyssal Direct Recruitment app, ready to submit his resume to other forces. This place doesn't keep a sister, it has its own place. Chapter 23, Su Heng's Art of Command. Watch the fight. In front of the copy of the Northern Liang Academy, the war of words between the 1st military school of the Dragon Kingdom vs the 3rd military school has drawn to a close. The ranking of our 1st military school has been exclusive for 10 years, the 3rd in the district. Don't come to touch the porcelain, understand? Sun Jiangwo, the deputy director of admissions, had a look of disgust on his face. It's just deception. Chu Tianqi, the vice principal of Yanhuang Military Academy, also directly disliked back. Over the years, because it's the #1 military academy, how many privileged students from big powers have been admitted to the school without taking the test? And how many bigwigs have wildly stuffed nieces and nephews and grandnephews and granddaughters into your school? Your students, long ago, were too good to be useful. The reason it's still rated as the #1 military school is because the previous graduates were so good that it still generates a lot of points for you guys. Just, to put it bluntly, the skinny camel is bigger than the horse. That's all. Chu Tianqi snorted, disdainfully shining his sword directly. Anyone with a clear eye can see that your lead is getting smaller and smaller, and you're soon going to reach the tipping point, and you're bound to fall off the pedestal within 3 years. And we, Yanhuang Military Academy, are inspiring and tilting our resources to only the most outstanding students, unlike you, who only tilt your precious resources to the children of bigwigs. Sun Jiangwo's face darkened. Revealing each other's old habits is an inherent part of the program when the major military schools meet. Also, their insider knowledge of each other is often best known to their peers. To put it bluntly, the Chu Tianqi talked about basically existed in every major military school. Sun Jiangwo does not believe that Yanhuang Military School is that innocent. Settle down a bit. Principal Zhao Renjie coughed and reminded them, gentlemen, the 10 great military schools are the holy land in the hearts of Northern Liang students. Are you sure you want to continue to trash this signboard? Sun Jiangwo and Chu Tianqi froze, scanned around, and saw countless students showing the pained expression of my Gigi collapse the house, and their filters for the 10 military schools shattered all over the place. Ahem, the duo immediately changed their tune, put on their standard smiles, and started chanting ad-libs. Our hunting country military school, with strong teachers and a beautiful teaching environment, has a huge number of places for further study abroad every year, has its own high-ranking blacksmith team and enchantment team, and provides students with private customized set services. Welcome to attend our Yanhuang Military School, located in the Dragon Kingdom's frontier city, directly facing the abyss, where danger and opportunity go hand in hand, is the best choice for professionals who want to upgrade quickly, as they can quickly accumulate merits while in school, and at the same time can exchange cherished materials and top equipment at a 50% discount. Northern Liang Scholar. At this time, Shen Jinghong was stepping out from the shadows, holding in a smile and said, "Zmo, this is your Uncle Jiangwo, come and pay your respects." Sun Jiangwo froze for a moment, revealing a reminiscent smile. "Yo, old classmate, we two haven't seen each other for a long time, almost 10 years, right?" The two men immediately hooked up and exchanged pleasantries. Is brother Sun here to specially recruit Su Ming? After some polite words, Shen Jinghong's eyes flashed, but he skimmed his mouth, showing a disdainful look. But your hunting country military academy, isn't it the most important thing to look at the command ability? Although Su Ming's popularity has exploded, but Netflix, it's just a momentary heat. Look at the command in his live broadcast. Ha, the words just fell. The crowd then saw on the live broadcast screen that Su Ming, facing the 70th wave of abyssal demons, actually lazily hooked his pinky and casually commanded, "Monkey, free play. Followers, watch the fight. Little fox, come let me rub your fluffy tail. Hey hey hey, don't run brother is not a bad silver." Audience, this record-breaking young summoner from the Dragon Kingdom really knows too much about live streaming, but on the contrary, he was really about to pass the 70th floor with ease, and it looked like the 99th floor wouldn't be hard for him either. Shen Jinghong hilariously laughed. "See, brother Sun, are you sure that this is the kind of talent that the Hunting Country Military Academy needs?" Sun Jiangwo fell silent. As the deputy director of the admissions office, he was also a top human savant, and immediately realized that Shen Jinghong was deliberately targeting Su Ming. After a little weighing, Sun Jiangwo has a choice. Choosing Su Ming would undoubtedly immediately offend this old friend and would incur the displeasure of the Iron Blood Alliance, a large organization, while the benefit would only be that the Hunt Country Military Academy had gained a good seedling. and if he is wise enough to choose Shen Zimo, himself will reap the heavenly favor of a fifth-order professional, and in the future, he can look for the Iron Blood Alliance to do some dirty work, and the Hunting Country Military School will also get a large donation from the Iron Blood Alliance. After 3 seconds of scrutinizing the situation, Sun Jiangwo nodded slightly and said solemnly with a serious face, "Indeed, in our Hunting Country Military Academy, the most important thing we emphasize is tactical literacy and clinical command power. But when I watched Su Ming's live broadcast of clearing the first 70 floors, it seems that he relied on that magical monkey alone. That, I'm afraid, would be a little out of line with our admissions standards. I'll have to watch it carefully." He crowned his declaration, and many of those with a heart of gold had their lips curled in disdain, for the tacit understanding between Sun Jiangwo and Shen Jinghong, who among the human savants on the scene did not understand. Chu Tianqi, the vice principal of Yanhuang Military Academy, also could not help but show a smile and nod his head. "Respect, blessing, happiness, I support Director Sun's decision. He. The competitors took the initiative to withdraw. Chu Tianqi was doubly satisfied, so he didn't bother to uncover their sordid dealings. He just laughed coldly in his heart. The #1 military school in the Dragon Kingdom? I'm afraid that it will immediately fall apart. With this style and this speed of corruption, it's not possible to say that it will fall out of the top 10 in the future now." At this time, Su Ming was suddenly turning to the camera and said, "I know that there must be a lot of viewers who are dissatisfied and will ask, Little Sua, we're watching you live at night. Can you show your skills? Show your micromanagement of summoned beasts, or high-end tactical understanding." Sun Jiangwo was stunned, almost thinking that Su Ming had seen his conversation with Shen Jinghong, and many people were mobilized with curiosity, perking up their ears and waiting for Su Ming's explanation. "But all my brother can say is that you have a small frame." Su Ming very casually carried his hands behind his back, with a lonely look of an expert, standing on the city wall, overlooking the battlefield where the beacon smoke was burning. "Soldiers are tricky. The Supreme Realm is never a messy show of maneuvering on the battlefield, but when I send out my troops, the enemy has already lost. The victory or defeat on the battlefield is actually decided outside the battlefield. This is the realm of the militarist." Su Ming, as a traveler, took out the art of war from Earth and pretended to be a beeper, and then shrugged his shoulders. "I've gotten perfect scores in my tactics class, year after year, since junior high school, but why did I just let the summons watch and fight? For what?" The global audience was eagerly awaiting, tantalized by him. The corner of Su Ming's lips curled slightly, because the most important thing for a summoner is to cultivate his own summoned beasts. "My monkey, why command when one force is all that is needed? Why bother to operate? The way is simple. Back to basics. When you learn how to operate your brother, you just have to push through flat out." Chapter 24, Attack of the Soul Snatchers. The global audience was dumbfounded. They felt something was wrong, but couldn't find a point to refute it. Su Ming's words are a bit profound. Bu's Scarlet Smoke, who came from the mystic Holy Hall, looked at Principal Zhao Renjie and Mayor Chen Xuani beside her with a slightly puzzled expression. "I say, 2 seniors, we should all be in favor of Su Ming, right? I'd like to ask, that Shen Jinghong, who blatantly engaged in insider trading with the deputy director of the admissions department and snatched Su Ming's qualification for the first military academy special recruitment, and you guys actually didn't help?" Zhao Renjie disdained. "The first military academy? It's just a false name." Chen Xianyi coldly grunted. "Vice Principal Chu Tianqi is right. The resources in the Hunting Country Military Academy will only be tilted towards the scions of the bigwigs. Su Ming doesn't have a family background and can only receive basic resources only. The first volunteer he applies for, it would be best if it wasn't the Hunting Country Military Academy." "So, what do the seniors have to say about Su Ming's art of command?" Bu Himyan asked curiously. She had specialized in assassin career special training since she was a child and knew nothing about tactics, so she had been fooled and crippled by Su Ming. "Pithy." Zhao Renjie gave a thumbs up. "Wonderful." Chen Xianyi directly applauded. "Bu Himyan, you guys really aren't being masculine? You guys aren't top-tier strings, are you?" However, he heard Chu Tianqi, who was on the side, vibrate his clothes and rise up, not hiding his admiration as he yelled, "Fantastic, he's simply the treasure boy that we're looking for at the Yanhuang Military Academy." "Oh, to put it bluntly, isn't his command just watching the fight?" Sun Jiangwo couldn't help but sneer and scoffed. "I see that Yanhuang Military Academy is getting more and more mixed up back there, and is full of praise for such a crude command." Chu Tianqi directly foul-mouthed. "You was sitting in the office of the academy. No nothing, every day. You're just sitting there blowing the air conditioner and knocking on the keyboard, only posting some unrealistic tactical papers in magazines. How many times a year do you go to the front line? How many times a year do you go to the front line? How many high-level demons do you kill?" Sun Jiangwo burst into a violent rage. He was originally very city-like and would not get angry easily, but he was poked hard by Chu Tianqi and was hit on the 7 inches. Chu Tianqi turned on sprayer mode, still disliking him angrily. Didn't you hear Su Ming's original words? Returning to the basics. The Great Tao is the simplest. The most efficient way to deal with demons is never a sophisticated tactic, but to directly smash the 6th order divine art, Longinus dragon slaying lance, into their heads. Su Ming's words have alluded to the supreme sage of war realm of giving up without a fight. Moreover, he's not like you who only speak false words. He's personally practicing his art of command. Chu Tianqi's eyes were filled with the color of appreciation. See, the unprecedented 70th level pass was born in his hands. You who are full of the art of command, how many levels have you passed? Sun Jiangmo was instantly choked and unable to retort. Because his limit record is 12 layers. A 5-fold difference will only make people laugh when they say it. Asterisk 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 luck is just, it's not fair at all. Sun Jiangmo can only mutter in a broken voice. He got a mutant summoned beast by fluke. If I have it, I'll go on me. Chu Tianqi sneered. Tactical Command Studies. Lesson 1. Line 2. Make full use of all the resources at your disposal. Shen Ginghong, who traded with you, utilized his resources to help his son get a special enrollment to the Hunting Country Military Academy, while Su Ming had no power or influence, so he was given up by you. Why didn't you mention fairness just now? Chu Tianqi directly broke through the cattiness of it and sneered back. Now that Su Ming has gotten a mutant summoning beast, you're talking about fairness? But that Shen Zimo you're about to recruit. The first time he stepped into a copy, he was wearing an excellent set and possessed an excellent saber-toothed tiger. Do you think it's fair? Aye shucks. What a double standard dog. Chu Tianqi glared at him in disgust, ashamed to be associated with him, and applause suddenly rang out around them. It turned out that the students of Beiliang had heard the two of them cursing and were immediately enraged, and they supported Yan Huang Military School, the first military academy. Hiding dirt. It turns out that the Hunting Country's special enrollment quotas are given to people with power and influence, and they actually have the face to brag about fair educational resources. It's laughable to the extreme. Su Ming is a heavenly pride who is about to be the first to break the record of the swarming demon fortress globally, and the Hunting Country Military School abandons him as if he were a piece of cake and slanders him for not being able to do his tactical commanding ability. Shen Zimo took his family's massive resources but was eliminated in the 10th wave, and surprisingly, he has become a specially recruited tactical master. What a Hunt Country Military School! What a top-tier academy! Sun Jiangmo faced green, but did not dare to talk more. He has realized that he has violated the anger of the public, lest this matter is a big deal, so he decided to pretend to be dead cold. At the same time, when Su Ming finished resting, the 71st to 80th waves of demons also came in force. It's actually a soul-snatching demon. The live feed was in an uproar. The ease and comfort with which their faces had come together was lost in an instant. Su Ming also looked serious as he gave the clueless budding professional a generalization. The so-called soul-snatching demon is a rather rare high-level demon. They have two natural abilities, both extremely perverse. One of them is borrowed corpse, which allows you to possess the corpse of one of our human warriors and gain most of the skills they had in life. The second is soul snatching, which is able to directly use strong spiritual power to extract a professional soul in person and directly take over the soul. Su Ming, as if he was facing a great enemy, said gruffly, "Imagine it, a comrade that you can trust your back to, suddenly being occupied by a soul-snatching demon that takes over your body and stabs at you. Wouldn't it be easy to get away with it? And the most horrible thing of all is the suspicion that this brings with it. The suspicion of each other. Comrades could no longer trust each other, and everyone feared a sneak attack. Wouldn't that be bad? Unless there's a spirit profession that puts anti-spirit shield on the NPCs, how can they fight against the soul snatchers?" The audience sweated for Su Ming. The moment to truly demonstrate tactical literacy has arrived. Sun Jiangwo from the Hunting Country Military Academy hilariously laughed. Could it be that Su Ming's classmates are still watching the fight? Humph. Even if Su Ming's younger brother is eliminated in the 71st wave, he has already made history, raising the world record of the 55th wave by a full 16 waves. Who dares to underestimate? Su Ming's ability has already surpassed all the high achievers in your military academy. Bu Himyan coldly questioned. Their mystic holy hall. They weren't scared of the Hunting Country Military School at all. Sun Jiangwo cheeky laughed 3 times, pretending to calmly pour tea for himself, just a fluke. With the luck of the dog may be rampant for a while, but ultimately not on the stage. However, a scene that dazzled everyone appeared. The nervousness on Su Ming's face even suddenly disappeared, replaced by only a sly bad smile. I am so scared. I am pretending. Friends of the audience, is not just a soul-snatching demon? It's not a thing at all. Watch me casually abuse it. Saying that, he waved his hand towards the 120 elite warriors and 108 dragon cavalrymen. The usual, watch the fight. Put. The tea soup in Sun Jiangluo's mouth shot out and sprayed Shen Jinghong's face across the room. Chapter 25. What kind of divine summoning beast is this? This. Su Ming is too arrogant. It one tea roll over, right? Principal Zhao Renjie pinched a sweat for him. Chen Xianyi, however, was very frank. I do think he is very open-minded and very honorable. I guess, he probably realized that he had no cards in his hand to deal with the soul-snatching demon, so he simply swung for the fences, ready to hand over the winning hand to the NPCs of the swarming demon fortress. Well, knowing how to give up at the right time is also a kind of big heart. Yeah, that's the soul-snatcher demon after all. Buin Yan's delicate features were filled with helplessness as she said in a disheveled manner. They are in ghost form, immune to physical attacks, and their attack type is soul class. As I recall, professionals below the third rank basically don't have soul type abilities. High-level demons, the name is true, Su Ming, it ends here. Shen Jinghong let out a long breath, satisfied with this. What he was jealous of, the fixed reward that would inevitably arrive after the global first pass of the group Demon Bastion, a random legendary, epic, or even divine artifact level exclusive item. Many record-breaking prides relied on this unique reward to embark on their bright and starry journey to fame. He had deliberately come to target Su Ming this time for no other reason, since his son had offended him so badly. He simply didn't need to repair his relationship, and directly took away Su Ming's chance and suppressed him to the dust, causing him to be reduced to a mediocre scum. After all, of course, the son made a huge mistake, but people have 10 fingers, each with its own strengths and weaknesses. Who can not protect the shortcomings? As a loving father, after educating his son, he should also, and can only, do all he can to wipe his ass for him. Viewers around the globe were also bearish. Gallic viewer, after all, it's the heart raider. Just raise the white flag and surrender. We're familiar with this. Elephant Country audience, the appearance of these soul-snatching demons. Why are they all images of beautiful women? The more I look at it, the more I feel that it has more charm than a giant lizard. Why don't you close the live stream, Su Ming, and have a good time before exiting the copy? Viewer from the Stick Country, demons that steal other people's shells. They should be of the same origin as our stealing country. So, the demons of our Stick Country can indeed easily abuse the Dragon Country's genius Similac. However, just as the 71st wave of monsters came, Su Ming was reaching forward and pointing. Here, monkey, work hard, jump off the city wall to make a target for the soul-snatching demon. Without saying a word, Black Goku climbed down the wall and nimbly made his way to the front of the battlefield. He's gone crazy? There's only one lone summoned beast on top of a huge battlefield. It will fall into the spotlight and be attacked by all the soul-snatching demons. The audience was in an uproar. This was the inevitable end that everyone understood. Does he think he's not losing fast enough? As a master tactician, Sun Jiangluo, who had published 5 highly rated papers in authoritative military science magazines every year, immediately pointed out, that giant monkey summoner is the only thing Su Ming can rely on to defend up to the 70th wave. I've observed it. It has steel and iron bones. Its attributes are extremely high. Most demons can't break through the defense. It can be called the most perfect meat shield. That's why it helped the NPCs of the swarming demon bastion to greatly reduce casualties, and managed to snowball and grow itself to have a top-notch team of temporary followers. But when it is occupied by the soul-snatching demon's body, this will cancel out the other. He will be strong and I will be weak, and all of Su Ming's advantages will evolve into a huge disadvantage. Sun Jiangluo assumed an inscrutable scholarly stance, pulling out a folding fan and elegantly playing with it. I have already seen Su Ming's endgame. Inside the Northern Liang Academy, there was also silence. Most of the students hoped that Su Ming would be able to defend up to the 99th floor and complete the first pass of the group demon fortress. But unfortunately, touching a force majeure like the soul-snatching demon can only stop there. Ugh, what bad luck! I can only blame the replica designer for being a psychopath and actually stuffing soul-snatching demons into a level 1 novice replica. Isn't this intentionally disgusting? It seems that when this copy was designed from the beginning, it was never intended for people to pass, so they can only recognize their own bad luck. The students were impotent and furious, and could only watch Sun Jiangluo's villainous appearance, Shen Zimo's arrogance with a sneer on his face, and Shen Jinghong's thoroughly relaxed contempt. However, just as the soul-snatching demon gate rose up into the air, transforming into a horrifyingly shrill black mist that drilled into Black Goku's head, a scene that dazzled everyone appeared. The attack of the soul-snatching demon was as if butter had hit the molten lava, nuisance black smoke, and then it evaporated, disintegrating into countless soul fragments. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Sun Jiangluo's smile froze in a flash, rubbing his eyes furiously in disbelief. Countless soul-snatching demons rose up in the air like stray fireflies fighting fire, attempting to occupy Black Goku's shell. However, poof, 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 all of the soul-snatching demons that were jie and laughing strangely as they attacked, all of them evaporated in the great sage's body and died in battle. Monkey, on the other hand, was just carrying the scepter, standing calmly on the earth like a lighthouse, attracting all the soul-snatching demons' gazes. That was absolute soul strength crushing. Chu Tianqi from Yanhuang Military Academy ecstatically slapped the table. Su Ming, Su Ming, how many other surprises do you have that I don't know about? This summon is not at all an ordinary summon in the common sense of being muddled. It has both spiritual roots and seems to possess a complete arc of life, having gone through vicissitudes for a long time, and its soul is complete. The soul-snatching demon's attack, in principle, is a direct competition in soul strength. Whoever is strong takes the initiative of the body, as if it were a dual personality in psychosis. The strong personality enslaves the weak one. Chen Xianyi was very satisfied. So that's how it is. Su Ming really is a top-tier scholar. Although he is only a low-ranked professional with no methods to deal with soul attacks, he has very solid basic knowledge and understands the principles of soul attacks. Therefore, he purposely used summons with extremely high soul strengths as living targets and threw them into the center of the battlefield. At this moment, the global audience is also amazed and puzzled. He cheated, didn't he? Why do those soul-snatching demons still go ahead and volunteer to die even though they can see their companions sacrificing themselves? What kind of divine-grade summoning item is this? Quickly contact Su Ming for me. I'm willing to pay $1 billion for it. Mamma mia. Such a desperate situation. Actually still able to turn the tide. Tonight is really going to be staged Group Demon Fortress Global First Pass? And even though Su Ming couldn't see the pop-ups, it was as if he had insight into human nature. And the corners of his lips sketched out an arc. I guess there must be many people who question the intelligence of the higher demons. Why is it that when you see your companions die in battle, you still frantically slam into my monkey's body? Su Ming shook his head. I advise professionals who hold such views to retake Higher 2 biology. It is written clearly in the Higher Demons chapter that the instinct of soul-snatching demons is to devour strong souls and live towards death. Their instinct is irresistible, because once they succeed in devouring higher beings, they will be able to metamorphose into soul-snatching demon lords and evolve into advanced forms. And any fortress that is strong enough to be attacked with persistent force will eventually be torn apart. Every soul-snatching demon wants to be the lucky one. Chapter 26, Su Ming only needs to make a slight move. My summons possesses precisely one strong, tough, invincible, powerful soul. With a faint sense of nostalgia, Su Ming reminded himself remotely of the plot of the Black Myth Goku. 3 times he has raised the Rudraksh weapon of rebellion towards the Heavenly Court. He wanted to kill the gods of the Heavenly Court and the Buddhas of the Spirit Mountain, who sought immortality by sucking the spiritual energy of the people. A voice of Goku, a lifetime of great saints. It must be realized that soul is a Western term. Its Eastern term is called metempsychosis. Back then, during the 981 difficulties of the journey to the west, Wukong had gone out of his body, went up to the Spirit Mountain and down to the hell, sought the Demon King and visited the Bodhisattva, and that was how strong he was. A mere soul-snatching demon wants to destroy his spirit? How dare they try to usurp his body? Besides, the 6 Ding divine flames in the alchemy furnace of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun had refined the flesh of the great sage to perfection, and it was extremely difficult for the soul-snatching demon to find a channel to invade the great sage's soul, and it could only crash outside of his Yuan Shen in vain. The corners of Su Ming's lips curled slightly as he spoke eloquently on the live broadcast. This is a live broadcast with a high academic content. Do you understand? The stronger the soul, the more deadly the lure for the soul-snatching demons, causing them to willingly crash to their deaths in front of my summons. Of course, if a high soul-snatcher lord exists on the battlefield, it can order all the soul-snatchers to give up and attack the ordinary soldiers who lack resistance instead. Su Ming laughed. But Gun Demon Fortress is ultimately just a level 1 novice copy, and it's impossible for a high demon lord to appear even on nightmare level difficulty. The reason is even simpler. Not enough performance. Not enough power. Ha! The audience was dumbfounded. They're getting biology science right now. Why did Su Ming turn to performance and power again? Although Su Ming couldn't see the pop-ups, it still seemed as if he had seen through the red dust, and his eyes flashed with a luster of wisdom. I know that there must be a lot of people who don't understand what I'm saying, but the principle is actually quite simple. Listen to my analysis. High soul-snatching demon lord. What is that concept? He spread his hands. That's a proper demon archon. Killing it drops 100% of divine artifacts, and replicas are ultimately not reality. All demons are simulated by the replica's AI math. How much performance would it take to try to simulate a demon archon? How much electricity would it burn? It's the same as being delusional enough to run a 3A game on an old man's cell phone and requiring 8K resolution and a 144Hz refresh rate. Pure dreaming. Audience members, he makes so much sense. It's impossible to argue with it. Brother Su Ming, worthy of being a scholar. Our mystic Holy Hall has lacked a world-unrivaled military advisor in terms of scheming and tactics all these years. The more Buim Yan looked at Su Ming, the more interested he became, intending to recruit him to join. Shen Ginghong, who was on the side, was instantly on fire, and his heart was filled with shock and anger. He racked his brain to get close to him, and privately promised to donate a teaching building to the Hunting Country Military Academy. Before he snatched the special enrollment quota that would have belonged to Su Ming from Deputy Director Sun Jiangwo, I had thought that I would finally be able to cut off Su Ming's chances and strangle him at the university stage, causing him to die out, but never expected it. The occult Holy Church, which was stronger than the Iron Blood Alliance, actually intended to extend an olive branch, and its positioning towards Su Ming was actually an advisory profession for the core decision-making layer, a military advisor. Remorseful, aren't you? Chu Tianqi, the vice principal of Yanhuan Military Academy, laughed maniacally as he stood in front of Sun Jiangwo of the Hunting Country Military Academy with a sneer on his face. Fellow student Su Ming, actually possessing a strategic summoned creature, a giant monkey that has not yet reached level 10, is already able to stand up under the attacks of hundreds of soul-snatching demons, and with a little bit of training in the future, it will be able to become a killer mace against the soul-snatching demon horde. Any military region would spare no effort in recruiting such strategic talents. Chu Tianqi sputtered straight, with an ecstatic expression of bull seeing a 1,000-mile horse jumping off the building at a big sale price. The rank of second lieutenant? That's just the starting point for Su Ming's classmates. Chu Tianqi beat his chest to the heavens. I dare to bet my career that once he graduates, there will definitely be a military district promising him the rank of major and digging him up to take up his post in the future. But whenever a wave of soul-snatching demons erupts during a demonic invasion of a certain city, student Su Ming will only need to make a slight move, and in a matter of moments, he will become a hero who saves the day. At that time, the outstanding alumni points of our Yanhuan Military School will dabble and soar, and will soon surpass you, topping the top 10 military schools. At these words, Sun Jiangwo's expression changed in a flash. Mayor Qin Xianyi accurately added. Vice Principal Chu Tianqi was very forward-looking when he said that the scientists up and down the Dragon Kingdom, all the universities and research institutes have done their best intellectually, but they have not been able to find an effective way to fight against the soul-snatching demon. The souls of our human race are inherently weaker than demons, and are extremely susceptible to sneak attacks by soul-snatching demons, and classmate Su Ming's giant monkey is suspected to have been born with a powerful soul, and I don't know from which interdimensional world it came from. For it to be summoned by fellow student Su Ming is truly a blessing for my Dragon Kingdom. Sun Jiangwo suddenly said. Yes, such a formidable summoning object is quite valuable for research. It is recommended that the country urgently collect it and hand it over to the Academy of Sciences for dissection and research. If a major breakthrough in the summoner field can be discovered, benefiting summoners all over the world, Su Ming will be immortalized in history. The crowd burst into flames. What a despicable scumbag! Principal Zhao Renjie's elegant face was turned green with anger, full of microaggressions, feigning for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, but actually trying to destroy a future hero seed. Many Northern Liang scholars glared angrily. What a patriotic director of the First Military Academy. You have amassed a lot of wealth today, and your family is even fatter. Why don't you turn it over to the national treasury and use it to support the war on the front line? When you levy others, you hit hard. When you make compulsory contributions, you're wishy-washy. I'll be damned. Claiming to be for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, but actually plotting against a rising heavenly pride. Shameless, Sun Jiangwo retorted with a strange smile. Obviously it's favorable to the country, but you're all actually opposing it? In my opinion, it's time to politically scrutinize your composition. I'm afraid that many of you are foreign spies now. Old dog, you are not taking your words too seriously, Bu Him Yen carelessly refuted. We, the Dragon Kingdom's top echelon, have always only levied and used equipment with the corpses of summoned beasts. There has never been a case of forcibly seizing a native summoned beast from a professional, killing the chicken to get the eggs. Sun Jiangwo coldly grunted. Times have changed. The battlefield frontline is getting tighter. Special kinds of demons, more and more. The threat of soul-snatching demons is imminent. In order to win the war and crush the demon invaders, levying a student's summoned beast is not enough. Just a trivial price to pay. He proudly pointed to the badge of the Hunting Country Military Academy on his chest. Am I closer to the power level and know more about policy? Or do you, a wild power ninny, know more? After saying that, the corner of his lips curled up slightly and he gave a military salute. All for the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 27, Mortal Body. Comparable to a legend. The crowd was aghast, and they all fell silent. After all, the deputy director of the enrollment office of the First Military Academy definitely belonged to the decision-making level of the military, and his words carried quite a bit of weight. Shut up. Your words are smearing the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Vice Principal Chu Tianqi despised. Scheming for a hero's original summoning beast? Who do you think you are? Do you really think that in the name of righteousness, You can do despicable things with impunity. Do you think that the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom are as stupid as you are? As we all know, the original summoning beast is often bound to the summoner's own soul, and once it's taken away, it's equivalent to plucking out a part of the summoner's soul, which will surely injure his talent and potential, causing his attributes to plummet. He will be reduced to mediocrity from then on, with no future to speak of. Chu Tianqi coldly snorted. That was only the necessary price for the Dragon Kingdom to fight against the abyss. If Su Ming is unwilling, then he is unpatriotic. Sun Jiangwo shouted. You, a winesack who sits in an office and avoids frontline battles, are also worthy of defining who is a patriot? Chu Tianqi trembled with anger. A citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, who only needs to fulfill his duty of paying taxes and defending the country, is already a true patriot. If there really are officials that come to Su Ming with special levy orders, trying to force him to surrender the giant monkeys, trying to make him sacrifice his future in future, then I can only say that there are probably many other countries that are more worthy of Su Ming's love than the Dragon Kingdom. Chu Tianqi's words were stone-cold shocking, causing Sun Jiangwo to be dumbfounded. You are treasonous. What? Trying to say I'm not a patriot either? Trunks laughed hilariously as he lifted up his jacket, showing off his bruised abdomen. Here, look at this one tooth mark bite scar. He poked at a hideous scar that was nearly 30 centimeters long. This is the proof that I stood my ground and fought fiercely against the high serpent demon lords in the Battle of the Long Sky Fall. Our squad fought to the last man, that is, me, and eventually killed 78 higher snake demons, accomplishing the sniping mission with flying colors, all with the heads as proof. As a result, I was honored with the first-class merit of the Dragon Kingdom, awarded the rank of Major, and will be entered into the Soul Memorial Monument after my death. Trunks pointed to other scars one after another. This is not a tattoo. It's a mark left on my body by the acid of the Stygian dragon Sarachaz. It will not fade away for eternity. Do you understand what this means? That's the sign of all those who have participated in the Dragon Kingdom 008 Dragon Slayer Order battle. That is to say, if I'm not a low-profile person, I'm qualified to hang a Dragon Slayer badge of honor on my chest. Look at this depression. It is because of a missing rib. That was in the 137th Abyssal counterattack. I was ambushed and sneaked by an insect demon lord with 8,000 children, fell into the insect nest, and was tortured one by one to take out my ribs for fun. When I was rescued by my comrades, the healer accompanying the army retrieved my scattered ribs from the insect nest again and stuffed them back into my body before treating me. But unfortunately, one was missing. Saying that, Chu Tianqi proudly puffed out his chest and questioned the other party. You mean that I, Chu Tianqi, Dragon Kingdom's first-class combat hero, Dragon Slayer badge holder, Demon Hunter badge holder, a veteran who has dedicated his life to my motherland, who is about to be engraved into the memorial of the souls of the heroes, and who will be known as a martyr sooner or later in the future, am not patriotic either, are you? Sun Jiangwo staggered his hind legs, stumbled, and fell to the ground. I didn't say it. I didn't say ah. You guys testify. He wouldn't dare to take on the crime of insulting a martyr. Scram! Su Ming will be sheltered by the Yanhuang Military Academy, and no one will be able to snatch his intrinsic summoning beast under any banner. Chu Tianqi clasped his arms to his chest and said indifferently, besides, take a look at the global live broadcast. Every country is witnessing his heroic gesture of first breaking through the group demon fortress. Such a heavenly pride. Instead of protecting him and sheltering him from the wind and rain, you want to plot against him? Let me put it plainly, if he had intended to change his nationality, he would have received 180 invitations at once. It was also just as Chu Tianqi had said. The image of Su Ming easily annihilating all the soul-snatching demons in waves 71 to 80 was immediately transmitted back to the staff headquarters of each country as important military information. After all, as a higher demon, the Heart Raider demon was always a research object that countries focused on. Every year, the Eagle Kingdom appropriates $60 billion from Congress to support cutting-edge research on mind-robbing demons. Spare no effort to draw Su Ming in. This one instruction from the various countries was the consensus of all the great powers. As a result, Su Ming's live broadcast room was immediately filled with countless accounts representing their respective countries, generously offering rewards while leaving behind complimentary messages. Interested in you personally, looking forward to discussing in detail. I would like to ask you to do endorsement advertisement for this multinational company. The cost is over $10 million. Hopefully it will be known. Our school authorities have unanimously decided that Su Ming can come to our country to study at Cambridge University without examination, with full scholarship, no foreign language requirement, and provide a letter of recommendation for entry into the job after graduation. So I hope you will consider it. Mayor Chen Xianyi rounded his eyes and lamented. Indeed, the impact brought about by the soul-snatching demon is far-reaching. In just 10 minutes, Su Ming has already received 20 million bounties. Principal Zhao Renji also sighed. That career card of his? It seems that he purchased it for 20 million, and he earned it back in one go. And at the same time, amidst Su Ming's somewhat bored yawn, the 81st to 90th waves of demons also appeared on the horizon. A huge battle merit table appeared on the walls of the Gun Demon Fortress. The system alert for the duplicate also came as expected. Congratulations, Mr. Su Ming. The copy of the Demon Fortress is nearing its end. Due to the long attack, the demon army is extremely angry and will soon send all their elites to come out. You will no longer drop items. All kills will only be converted into experience and merits. The monster to merit conversion ratio is Stone Demon Lords, 2 points of merit, Worm Lords, 5 points of merit, Amazing Devil. At the end of the long series of lists was the special mark in scarlet, Medusa, 100 points of merit. What the hell? The lethargic Su Ming suddenly jumped 3 feet in the air, his eyes almost bulging out. Cheating? This kind of perverted monster actually appeared in the group Demon Fortress? What? Seeing this, most of the audience was slightly stunned. After all, when they came to the live broadcast room, all they heard were words like watch the fight and just muck about, and all they saw were images of Su Ming's powerful summons destroying and slaughtering demons. A lot of people think to themselves, I just hate that I'm not a summoner. These weak demons, I'll be fine on my own. So, when the difficulty of Group Demon Fortress actually arrived, the audience found it somewhat unbelievable. Su Ming took a deep breath and sullenly said to the camera, sorry, water friends from various countries, there might not be time for commentary later. A real bloody battle is about to kick off. With that said, his fingertip poked at the last name on the list, Medusa, a sort of generic legendary demon. Chapter 28, Crazy Spending. Battle power soars. Hiss. All viewers around the world, whether they are lying in bed watching the live stream on their cell phones, sitting in front of their computers with one arm propped up on their faces and cheeks, or projecting onto the living room TV to watch the live stream with the whole family. Collectively, the group let out an uncharacteristic cry of shock as they drew in their cold breaths. Crazy. Medusa. Mamma mia. Playing me. A level 1 copy with a legendary demon in it? This world's first pass. Also too much gold. Right. Well, can it still be the first pass? Yellow people, white people, black people, no matter what color they were, they all pinched a cold sweat for Su Ming. The lull. Principal Zhao Renjia had Mayor Chen Xianyi by the throat. This scene threw everyone in the room into a frenzy, because all the students knew the headmaster's profession, a healing warlock, a pure healing aide, a 6th-ranked sword immortal, the sword saint of wind cutting, an undoubtedly fierce man, was being choked by a healing warlock? It's simply a blow-up level abstract scene comparable to a Toad's Swan and a Teddy riding a magic dragon. When you made the copy, did you make it up drunk? Zhao Renjia angrily questioned. Did you just want to abuse the students? Throwing legendary great lords into a level 1 copy? Son of a, watch me pull your hair and pinch your balls. The students were like petrified Medusa. Cough. Please pay attention to your image. Bu and Yen hurriedly pulled the 2 old men in the middle of a chokehold away. I think that Mayor Chen must have something special in mind. I just want to restore the real history. Chen Xianyi awkwardly said. Gun Demon Fortress was the first copy I made when I first became a mayor, and it was rather new to me, and at the time, I just wanted to restore the historical facts, so I forgot that its target user was a level 1 journeyman newcomer, coupled with the fact that over the years, the highest record was only 55 waves. I also forgot about the fact that the town boss of the 90th wave was Medusa, and never modified it again. Oomph. Principal Zhao Renjia was very depressed and commanded his students to disperse. Don't all block the copy exit. Prepare flowers and salutes for me, and lay out the red carpet as well. Although Su Ming stopped here, he is not to be blamed for not working hard. It can only be said that it is God's will that he ran into an unreliable trash mayor. He is still the pride of our Northern Liang Academy. The school band will play The Sun Always Rises later to encourage him to keep up the good work. Mayor Chen Xianyi snapped. I'll privately gift him some novice stage small godly clothes for encouragement. He took the initiative to say save the video, recording as evidence. Zhao Renjia changed his face for a second. This is like words. Cam, old thief Zhao Renjia, you just deliberately provoked my remorse, just to make me offer to make amends? Chen Xianyi was dumbfounded, chagrined beyond measure. We mixed the battlefield. After all, not as thick-faced and black-hearted as you sitting in the office now. Alas, your small compensation is ultimately unable to offset the honor, rewards, and great exposure brought about by the world's first pass of Gun Demon Bastion. Zhao Renjia, however, sighed tersely and was filled with regret. Perhaps, Su Ming still has a method to break through. His dear friend Song Qingfeng gritted his teeth, but he was also clear that this was just a purely beautiful dream. Bu Hanyan also said, look, Su Ming has never given up. He's still running around trying to find a silver lining in a desperate situation. It's only right for us to support him. Live feed. Su Ming quickly walked over to the quartermaster. I want to receive all the experience value accumulated. As you wish, Lord Su Ming. Thus, a golden light converged. Su Ming was already relying on his huge experience savings to helicopter to level 10. Typically, a level 1 budding pro's initial copy is able to upgrade to about level 5. But for one thing, Su Ming's difficulty was at the nightmare level. And for another, the first pass of each level of the group Demon Fortress would have an additional experience reward, a significant amount. In order to help him get to level 10, Su Ming hadn't wanted to go up to level 10 in front of the global broadcast, because it was known that every 10th level of a professional was a threshold to be able to extract additional rewards. This would be an unknown bottom card for Su Ming. But, after weighing the pros and cons, he believed that the global first pass reward of the group Demon Bastion was the #1 goal at the moment. What if, with the trader's luck, he draws an artifact? Being a man, you still have to have a dream. You can't say you're going to be an emperor. On the panel, Su Ming's attributes skyrocketed. Su Ming, profession, summoner, level, 10 out of 100. Attributes, strength 24, physique 22, agility 25, mental strength 29, summoner space, 2/3. You can draw a level 10 reward, vocational skill book. Su Ming no longer hesitated and closed his eyes. Extract. The global professionals had also all come from the novice stage, and with a glance at Su Ming's maneuvers, they all looked forward to it as well. Eagle Nation viewer, even though you're from Dragon Nation, you're kind of like our country's superhero, a mortal body against a legend. There's really a billion points of hot blood, so let's break the rules and support you for once. Su, Kazunokuni viewers, Summing-san, explode your little universe. The cherry blossoms in your hometown will bloom for you, and we're all rooting for you at this moment. Elephant Country viewers, CH, everyone is pretending to be internationalists, right? Is my country's audience the only ones who hope from the bottom of their hearts that Su Ming dies at the hands of Medusa? Alas, we are too real and you are too hypocritical. Gallic audience, go home and drink curry. San, every time humanity defeats a legendary demon, it's a great encouragement to the global defense against the abyssal invasion, and it will provide human scientists with a valuable piece of reference data, and all the professions around the globe will benefit from it. This is a great battle that benefits all of mankind. And you fools, you're still talking smack. You're really ratty. There you have it. Great. Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes and looked with satisfaction at one of the natural skills drawn out. Beastmaster's Aura. Skill type, passive. Effect, increase the life value of all beast-type summoned beasts you own by an additional 50% and attack power by 50%. A simple and crude talent skill that happens to be desperately needed. Very good. Su Ming directly used it, and then saw that both Black Goku and Chingqiu Fox had their life value and attack power skyrocketed by a fraction. Once that was done, he went right back to the quartermaster. Come up with a list of merits. I want to spend all of them. Yes, sir. Su Ming spent 200 points of merit and directly took the set that he had previously coveted, but ultimately decided to give up. Heart of the Swarm, Summoner's Vocational Kit. Note, this set is only exclusive to the copy of the Demon Fortress and cannot be obtained from other channels. Quality, dark gold. Required level of use, none. 2-piece set effect, +1 level of all summoned beasts, not limited by summoner level. 4-piece set effect, all summoned beasts level +2. Gain an additional summoned beast bar. Major bulk effects. Swarm armor, +5 defense, +5 all elemental resistance. Has a damage reduction aura that reduces all summon damage by 10%. Swarm boots, +2 defense, +2 all elemental resistance, +5 speed. Has a swiftness aura that increases the speed of all summons by 10%. Chapter 29, Bird's Gun for a Bird's Gun. Extraordinary. Swarm finger gloves, +2 defense, +2 all elemental resistance, +2 attack, with a 10% increase in all summoned attacks aura of strong strike. Swarm battle helmet, +5 defense, +5 all elemental resistance. Has a toughness aura that increases all summon life by 10%. Su Ming was quite satisfied with the attributes of the Heart of the Swarm set. It's just a shame that it's only a level 1 set with no leveling requirements. Even if it's dark gold level, even if it's an exclusive set for the summoner profession, even if it's a limited production for the copy of the Swarm Fortress, it is also a low value because it is limited by the level 1 cap. However, Su Ming was no longer distressed by the squandering of 200 points of merit, and what he valued most was precisely the 4 major auras on the 4 loose pieces. Black Myth Goku is his killer, so all the powers that can temporarily enhance it are snowballs that can solve an immediate problem. Soon after, Su Ming spent the last of his merit badges again and shopped Black Goku for a martial monk profession war club that he couldn't use even though he had bought it earlier. Xuanqi Demon Bucking Stick. Quality, epic. Level requirement, 13. Attack, 25. All skill levels +1. All elemental resistance +5. Strength +5. Agility +5. physical fitness plus 10, strike rate plus 20%, splash damage plus 20%. It was indeed a super powerful epic battle club, and its attributes were quickly picked up by the entire internet and published in the live broadcast. The audience was buzzing. TSK, it's worthy of being a copy of the hidden rewards. It's actually directly epic level. That giant monkey, is it even a summoned beast of the martial monk profession? Interesting, its strength will soar because of this battle club. Gentlemen, I just realized, Su Ming has just been hiding his strength. He saved up a large amount of experience without adding any points, and left a large amount of merits unspent. He's quite the city man, a mind boy. The Su Ming who was just in his casual punk form, and now the Su Ming who is in his scholarly Scroll King form, are incomparable. But many sharp-eyed people, too, have found something fishy. Shen Zimo, who had held his tongue for a long time and didn't dare to speak in front of the bigwigs, finally laughed maniacally. Su Ming has been foolish under Medusa's immense pressure. That one Xuanqi demon subduing stick is indeed very powerful, but it's a pity that the minimum level requirement is level 13, and a professional. The experience limit gained in a copy is level 10. It can't be higher. Shen Zimo showed disdain. Su Ming's idea is easy to guess, probably because he fell for the splash damage of that war club, and wanted to have that giant monkey be able to splash a wide range of demons with a single strike of the club, creating a crushing effect. Unfortunately, he missed the level requirement. Secretary Zhao Muyu on the side immediately covered his face, slightly disgusted and embarrassed. Shen Xiao, let us say less and less wrong. Too many words will be lost. What do you mean? Shen Zimo glared angrily. Her meaning is simple. Bu Hinyan held a light smile. It's not like the level restriction is unbreakable. There are too many ways to solve it, such as an affix that lowers the equipment requirement, level requirement -5, she said, directly displaying in epic leggings. Another example is an inlaid customized gemstone, equipment requirements reduced by 10%. Bu Hinyan took out another expensive runestone from her backpack at random. She shrugged her fragrant shoulders and continued to give examples. Here, go online and search for the artifact, Supreme Demonic Sword, which allows its holder to ignore all equipment level restrictions. And also, there is a legendary general skill called All-Purpose Dexterity. Thief-line professions with this skill can also all ignore level requirements when choosing a dagger. Shen Zimo was disliked for a long time and couldn't say anything, but he still stubbornly retorted. Those you cited as examples are all high-grade equipment that is hard to get. Where did Su Ming get them? Round your kryptonite dog eyes and take a good look at Su Ming. Bu Hinyan skimmed her mouth, her eyes glowing as she looked towards Su Ming, who was bird-dogging. Wow, he actually managed to get a set of dark gold sets that doesn't exist on the currently known equipment iconography. Now, there's a show to watch, Heart of the Swarm, as an exclusive set for Swarm Fortress copies. Since no one passes through the gate, it never circulates to the outside world. Su Ming's body was wrapped in a brand new suit forged with bug demon leather armor. The smooth fit line showed off his 8-pack abs, and the noble dark gold color had a mysterious and noble look. The 4 major auras, dense with a hazy color. At a glance, it is clear that it is a high-quality divine outfit. Shen Zimo was dumbfounded, gluttonous, jealous, and fiercely envious. In the next moment, Black Wukong directly carried the Xuanqi demon subduing stick without any sense of contradiction, even performing a unique set of stick techniques from another world on the spot. Wow, that giant monkey summoner has also mastered the martial arts of the chivalry profession. What a great all-around summon. You can use the equipment of a martial monk and master the martial arts of a chivalrous warrior, and you just used the scepter of a paladin. But Su Ming's becoming stronger was still not over, because he had gone to the trouble of powering up and tossing this around for more than just these small numerical enhancements. Su Ming's true purpose was to unlock Monkey's potential. You know, in the endgame of Black Myth, Goku, Monkey is able to perform the Dharma Sky. With his giganticized posture, he violently beat up the 4 heavenly kings and fiercely battled the Erlang Xianshangzhenjun, so he was extremely strong. If we can get Black Goku to unlock this skill early, we'll be in doubt against Medusa. But unfortunately, when Su Ming examined Monkey's panel, he only saw a string of old skills. Vidra Unbreakable LV, 11, Legend. 1000 Changes LV, 11, Legend. Hair Split LV, 2, Legendary. Just as well. Blame me for being too greedy. Dharma Heaven Phase Earth is the ultimate skill. It's impossible to unlock it too early. Su Ming sighed tersely, but when he glanced at the small transparent green hill fox, he froze in a flash. Because her natural skill was infinite growth, she was able to awaken an additional skill every 5 levels, and now that she had accompanied Su Ming to level 10, she had awakened 2 major skills. Demon Fox Talent, Charisma plus 20, can charm all enemies with mental power lower than his own within a range of 50 meters for a short period of time. Interesting, even though it's only a skill of an auxiliary nature, it seems to have a lot of potential that can be tapped into. A tawdry maneuver emerged in Su Ming's mind. All evil, all resistance plus 50. Little Green Fox's resistance has been pulled up to full. Now she can be fearless of Medusa's petrification. This is only a level 1 copy after all. 50 resistances should be enough no matter what, Su Ming muttered. And in the meantime, the demon's forces were already attacking in force. Black clouds pressed down on the city, and the black fog completely shrouded the group demon fortress. Su Ming took a deep breath, greeted all his summons and followers, and stood at the city gates instead of the city walls. He knew very well that this time, among the mixed forces of demons, there were both stone demons that were good at turning stone into mud and amazing demons that could resist fire magic, plus a massive amount of higher demons. The first city wall would not be able to be preserved at all. Chapter 30, Master Tactician. Su Ming ended up in front of the camera and put down a sentence. Wish me luck. See you later. With that, he waved his hand in a farewell gesture and stepped into the rolling torrent of the battlefield. The occupants of the swarming demon fortress poured out their troops, no longer holding anything back. The only thing that made Su Ming feel relieved was, since the previous 80 waves annihilated a massive amount of demons, preserving a very large number of defense forces that should have been killed long ago, the military is still quite well stocked and nowhere near as stretched as it really was historically. The existing cards in my hand. Su Ming broke his fingers and took stock. For one thing, my summons are strong. Secondly, all 7 layers of the walls of the gun demon fortress are present. And according to the history of the first 2 years, the marshal detonated the high explosives that had long been buried in the walls when he was evacuating, creating a bulk kill on the demons. Since the replica is extremely restored, it should have a similar setting. Third, it is the establishment of the complete major NPC legions. Their strength is much more powerful than me, only the command is more rigid. Also, the copy is for the professionals to show their stage. The NPCs will naturally only mechanically follow the procedures of defense. I have to mobilize all 3 advantages. All of them. Su Ming took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and stared at the city gates that were being frantically hit by the siege hammer. A wall. The 4 strong ogres with scarlet eyes completely ignored the attacks from the city walls and used all their strength against the titanium gates. Bang! 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 Each ferocious slamming of the gate caused large swaths of reinforced concrete to shatter and fall, as well as twisting and distorting the bolts of the gate, while causing the ground of the swarming demon fortress to tremble. Boom! Finally, a burst of fireballs from the amazing demon was the last straw that broke the camel's back, helping the ogres break through the gates. But what greeted them was not a victory that was within their grasp, but the long-awaited Su Ming and his summoned army. Monkey, round up the ogres. Dragon cavalry, flank and outflank the demon at once and block the doorway. Soldiers, follow me to kill the enemy head-on and drive the S out of our homes. Simple but precise commands were given, and everyone moved immediately. Beyond the copy, the viewers' bodies were taut, their heartstrings touched by the live broadcast, as if they were in the scene fighting alongside Su Ming. Will win? Leaning under the cherry blossom tree, Bohemian murmured and whispered. Her vegan hand gently pinched the section of delicate chin. Her snowy and delicate face was full of worry. Her slender and delicate explosive figure caused countless students to frequently peek at her, but she didn't even realize it. Will win. Jiaomoyu pushed her rather bookish intellectual black-rimmed glasses, and with her arms hugging her chest, she immediately pushed out the fullness of her ripped clothes, squeezing out a deep, bottomless fair white gully. Oh, aren't you the secretary of the Iron Blood Alliance? Actually speaking for Su Ming? The assassin was puzzled. Oh, writing a resignation letter. The secretary's right hand on the office cell phone wildly knocked the 9-grid input method. I wanted to wait to be driven away, receive AN+1 compensation, but unfortunately, on second thought, really dare not be an enemy of the Iron Blood Alliance. Can only take the initiative to give up the compensation, posing the attitude of has been honest, begging to be spared, and director Sun Jiangwo, who had shrunk his shell, stuck his head out again. That's it? The command ability isn't too good, is it? There's no high-end tart operation at all. Can it really resist the demons? Vice Principal Chu Tianchi said disdainfully. Idiots who only know how to talk on paper really don't have any battlefield practice. The so-called battlefield command is never the best, nor the most high-end, but the most effective. He spoke sagely to all the Northern Liang students. Don't learn from the pedantic academics of the First Military Academy's fools. We must realize that the battlefield is ever-changing, and commands are difficult to convey smoothly, so we must streamline all commands and use the simplest words to convey the most information. What student Su Ming did is the standard battlefield command. Learn it. Sun Jiangwo grunted angrily and took out a bunch of magazines from his briefcase and displayed them. I've published a whole 28 heavyweight papers in authoritative military magazines, which helped me to get the title of professor. How about you? Chu Tianchi sneered and took out a handful of medals from his pants pocket and slapped them on the table. I've beheaded 10 000 plus heads of real demons in my life, and served as a commander in 6 warring intentions that have gone down in history. How about you? The scene was filled with laughter, and the atmosphere was made entertaining by the mutual dislike between the 1st Military Academy and the 3rd Military Academy, and at the same time, the most brutal bloodbath was already erupting in the copy. Tai, Black Goku and the 12 hairy doppelgangers grumpily crushed into the ogre, their attributes still crushing despite being slightly smaller in stature. The Chuanqi demon subduing stick, that Su Ming had painstakingly used up all his resources to arrange for it to be put on, had worked wonders. A club slashed down, triggering a bludgeoning attack that directly beat the already bloodied ogre into a pulp, and the 20% splash effect directly covered the narrow entrance to the gates, crushing the blood demons that fishtailed in with the ogres at the same time. The dragon cavalry had also surrounded the flanks, and they were heavily armored heavy cavalry like tin cans, as they pulled out their heavy battle shields and built a textbook standard elliptical formation for a tight defense. A scene that shocked the global audience appeared. Behind the shattered city gate, it was made into a copper-walled pocket formation by Su Ming. The dragon cavalry used heavy battle shields to defend the 2 flanks, while the 13 giant monkeys formed a single line in the front, and then frantically triggered the ranged splash. A large number of demons were killed in splatter bursts right after they rushed through the gates, leaving no bones left. Only some elite demons and higher demons were able to resist the first wave without dying, but they would immediately be vaporized in an instant by the long-range attack firepower of Su Ming, Xingqiu Fox, and the 120 elite warriors. This guard is a boring burst of killing that lasts 10 minutes. Ha! No way! It's simply impossible. Sun's face changed drastically, according to the data transmitted back from the terminals of the major replicas, and then analyzed with the statistical grand model. It is known that, after the city gates are breached, 95% of the city walls will be lost within 3 minutes. Hee, stupid one. This time, Principal Zhao Renji of the Northern Liang Academy wasn't afraid of offending the 1st Military Academy, and said contemptuously, "Can't you see? Student Su Ming used up all his resources just to activate the last phrase of that Chuanqi demon subduing stick, splash damage plus 20%. 12 whole doppelgangers, all inheriting 20% splash damage, plus the main body. That's a whole 260% of terrifying ranged damage, covering all demons within 50 meters of the city gates. So of course he can hold it." Bu Himyen watched with a blossoming heart, being shaken by the live broadcast image of Su Ming's commanding presence in the face of a strong enemy, his unchanged face under the demonic siege, and his heroic nature of killing his way out of a desperate situation. And he couldn't stop himself for a long time. Jiamuyu's beautiful eyes flickered with a strange luster as she fell into a thoughtful weighing. Chapter 31, Face to Face with Medusa. That is merely a cheat copy of the cleverness. The Lord of the Iron Blood Alliance, 5th Order, Wild Fighter, Shen Jinghong, stepped forward to help. Seeing his ally Sun Jiangwo being berated by the Northern Liang scholars in 7 different ways, he couldn't help himself. If it was a real-life demon, there's no way it would be stupid enough to be surrounded and blasted to death by Su Ming using the tactic of lining up and shooting. Shen Jinghong coldly grunted and emphasized, "It's only because this is a copy, and the AI level of the demons is very low, with an intelligence equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child, that they would rush forward and backward to send themselves to their deaths." That's right. Sun Jiangwo's eyes lit up and he immediately acted as a cudgel. The reason why Su Ming was able to get it was purely because he was using a gamer's mentality to raid the copy, which was actually quite impractical. In other words, even if he managed to make it to the 90th floor, it only means that he's a keyboard warrior type professional, just a geek who's only good at copies. Anyone who encounters a demonic cub in reality would just pee all over the place. Hee. The crowd stared at them both in disgust. Su Ming is only a senior in high school and has yet to step into the battlefield. On what basis do you slander that he would fear demons in reality? Bu Himyen didn't hold back and questioned with her waist crossed. Sun Jiangwo's mouth is very strong and extremely good at messing around, immediately hitting the target in the void. How do you know that Su Ming isn't an expert in the game and a softy goon grasshopper in reality? Can you prove it? Little ninja. You have to speak with evidence. Bu Himyen choked. She was only good at master level backstabbing max, master level ripping max, and master level gouging max. She didn't quite know how to fight with people. Stand down for this national debate champion. Jiamuyu sent out the hand-typed copy of the document. Then he stepped out without a care in the world and sneered. "Miss Bu Himyen, you have fallen into Mr. Sun Jiangwo's sophomoric trap. He has created a false logic. Namely, if you cannot prove that Su Ming is also strong in reality, then he is a softie. This logic is exactly like a famous sophism. If you can't prove there are no ghosts in the world, then prove there are ghosts in the world." Jiamuyu snorted, her delicate features filled with disdain. His logic doesn't stand up to scrutiny at all, because every single student around the globe can't prove that they will be brave and fearless when they step onto the battlefield in the future. So are they all cowards? Son, he certainly didn't dare to take that one, because firing a map gun at students around the globe would undoubtedly backfire strongly and cause a storm of public opinion. Shen Zimo was furious and glanced coldly at the other party. Secretary Zhao Muyu, you seem to be a bit of an underdog. Ha, taking our company's salary, yet speaking for our enemies? Zhao Muyu spread his hands and said helplessly, please check your email, Alliance Master Shen. There is a notice of my departure there, effective from the time you received the email. I have voluntarily given up this month's salary, and I have nothing more to do with your Iron Blood Alliance. You, Shen Jinghong's eyes became selective. Eat your heart out. Playing a laborer is just one. Why should your words be so hard to hear? Zhao Muyu carelessly pulled out her lipstick and added a layer of glossy lip glaze to her bewildered red lips, calmly saying, aren't you two, father and son, already prepared to let me take the blame for the Iron Blood Alliance's grudge against Su Ming? The reason is all found. The one profession card I was responsible for procuring went awry, missed an extremely high-quality hidden profession card, and gave Su Ming the opportunity to make the first pass through the group demon fortress that should have belonged to Shen Zimo. Shen Zimo gritted his teeth. Isn't it? It's your ass. Zhao Muyu rolled his eyes. Since I graduated and joined the Iron Blood Alliance, I've handled a total of 537 career card purchases without making a single mistake or slip-up, and yet you're throwing dirt on me without any evidence whatsoever. Saying that old me was blind and misread the description of a summoner profession card? She didn't bother to be false. After all, even if she offended the Iron Blood Alliance, she had to preserve her reputation as a professional agent, which was fundamental to applying for jobs at other companies in the future. You. Shen Zimo racked his brain but couldn't find any words to retort. Yes, he was once a prestigious chief secretary in the industry with outstanding achievements, and he simply could not have made such a low-level mistake. Their bickering was quickly distracted by one thing. In front of the group's fortress, flanked by a group of 8 armed Naga, Medusa arrived under the city wall, before the city gate. Hiss, stupid humans, will eventually be devoured by the abyss. She actually spoke human language, and her higher intelligence was evident. A strange 33-sided shield emerged around her body, defending on all fronts and blocking all arrows, magical projectiles, and projectiles. Su Ming's face in the live broadcast screen changed slightly. That's Medusa's signature skill, Divine Magic Shield. The global audience also showed shock. Gallic viewers, where's my flag? Feels like it's time to wave our pristine white, flawless flag. Holmes, Stick Country audience, is that the High Demon Lord? It feels just average. If our fierce warriors of the Rod Kingdom were to go on the battlefield, it would only take 1 minute for Medusa to be captured and then kneel under the Taiji flag, bowing down to the descendants of our son. Elephant Country viewer, oh my gosh, she's so beautiful. Sorry I couldn't hold back. I've already got my little tent up. Let's watch the live stream today. Turtle can't hold back. It's all about the snakes. My homegrown cobra might be just as sassy. Even though the male viewers of the Elephant Kingdom went offline en masse, the total number of people in the live broadcast room was the heat of Medusa's arrival, which soared by a whopping 2 million once again. Everyone wanted to see how the schoolmaster from the Dragon Kingdom would fight against this demon lord with high offense, high defense, and high armor, and with the 2 heavenly abilities of Gaze Petrification and Divine Magic Shield. Phew, here we go. It's time for you to step up, little fox. Su Ming held Qingqiu Fox in his arms as he climbed up the city wall and looked at the giant snake demon that was 10 meters tall. Come on, Medusa, let's show you the battle power of the swarming demon bastions. 10,000 people. Hiss. Medusa had also locked her gaze on Su Ming. Possessing a certain amount of AI wisdom, she was well aware that Su Ming was the great enemy of the Demon Legion, and was also a summoner who was stereotypically easy to kill and easy to die violently, and immediately looked towards him, her pair of vertical pupils steeply tinted with a yellowish and bizarre color. Don't look at her! All the spectators instinctively shouted in front of the display, but their reminders were destined to be impossible to be heard by Su Ming. Su Ming, it's going to be over. He dared to stand up in front of Medusa and make a spectacle of himself. What a stupid nah. Probably for the sake of manifesting himself in front of people, as long as the traffic doesn't want to die. Sun Jiangwo took the opportunity to make a dark derogatory remark. Chapter 32. A sea of men can devour an elephant. In the next moment, Su Ming, however, lifted Qingqiu Fox high into the air. He gave only 2 instructions. Little fox, cast the demon fox talent and group charm us. All followers, all of you, remove your defenses and accept its seduction voluntarily. The response was unhesitating trust. Here, I honor the military order. Ha! Outside the copy, everyone was in an uproar, dumbfounded by Su Ming, not understanding what he was doing. Soon, the charm took effect. Su Ming and a group of followers' pupils have become peach-shaped, obsessively looking at the Qingqiu Fox, full of eyes at it, can no longer tolerate others. Thus, As Medusa's staring petrification struck, an eerie, obscure sheen passed over them and immunity. The skills of the higher demon lords had all failed, and all the people who had been charmed were actually still releasing their attacks, greeting Medusa's body one after another. What the hell? The audience was confused. Is there a senior professional explaining something? Is Su Ming cheating? Why is he immune to the extremely high priority petrification? If I remember correctly, even a magic immunity skill can't carry gaze petrification, because that's a legendary skill that possesses the domain priority of ignoring magic immunity, ignoring defense, and ignoring spirit bodies. Quickly come a brother who understands. Give us professionals to say the principle of it. Very urgent and critical. Sun Jiangmo stormed out. It must be cheating. What a shame in front of the global audience, letting people see the ugly picture of our Dragon Nation people cheating and exposing themselves. Shen Zimo looked contemptuous. I guess it should be that the mayor of Beilang deliberately adjusted the copy data from the background to help Su Ming reduce the difficulty. At this time, looking at the face-to-face students, Principal Zhao Renjie sighed and helplessly said to Shen Zimo, how do you usually get to second in your grade? Is it because Medusa is a cold knowledge point, an extracurricular reference content that won't be included in the college entrance exam? You don't read at all? He sighed leisurely. Learn, children. Su Ming is worthy of being an outstanding graduate of our Northern Liang Academy. He read through Medusa's knowledge and learned from it before immunizing himself against the opponent's attack with a brilliant to the core. Quickly explain something. I don't understand it either. Mayor Chen Xianyi urged with slight embarrassment. The whole school arched their hands together. Me too, Principal. Well, after all, 99% of people can only see Medusa in videos and movies for the rest of their lives, so you all should have missed the fact that page 132 of the extracurricular tutorial book, I danced face to face with a demon lord, states that the conditions for the Yi gaze petrification technique to take effect aren't in the traditional sense of looking at Medusa, because according to a large number of actual combat cases, closing one's eyes is just as likely to be petrified. According to the scientists' experiments of putting murderers on death row with their eyes plucked out into the battlefield in batches, they have come to the conclusion that perceiving Medusa's killing intent is the real condition for it to take effect. After closing one's eyes, one can still perceive Medusa from the sense of smell, touch, and even self-consciousness, and one will also be petrified. Principal Zhao Renjie said quietly. So, Su Ming learned from his mistakes, and he had the demon fox summoning beast charm the summoners under his command in advance, causing them to gaze at the fox demon with all of their hearts, their eyes, ears, mouths, noses, and minds controlled by the fox demon. So naturally, they couldn't perceive Medusa. As a result, they were immune to Medusa's legendary skill. My goodness, there is such a high-end tart operation? The students clamored. It's called, as long as I gouge out my own eyes ahead of time, I won't get hit by a flashbang. Mama asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast. I said I was enjoying Su Shen's high-end live show, and now she's kneeling in front of the TV with me. Isn't Medusa a living target if she loses her gaze petrification's big kill? But the audience, too, had plenty of other questions. Bu Yin asked, after being hit by the charming technique, why are Su Ming's summons still attacking Medusa? Their movements aren't the least bit sluggish. Zhao Renjie smiled. Because Su Ming is a summoner. He is commanding his legions of summons through that fox demon's charm, like manipulating a puppet on strings. It may seem like there's no difference, but before it was with commands, now it's with mental domination, in a very different way. Shen Zimo revealed an unbelievable look. But, even if everyone else was charmed, those giant monkeys, and that demon fox, all positively endured Medusa's gaze petrification, so why didn't they turn into stone? Zhao Renjie shook his head and said indifferently, that's Su Ming's classmate's secret, but my guess is that he should have cobbled together all the equipment or treasures on his body that possessed petrification resistance to the giant monkey and the fox demon, piling up the petrification resistance to the point where it could resist Medusa. Or, when ascending to level 10, Su Ming got lucky and drew a skill that could increase resistance. This time, he guessed half right. Qingqiu Fox is indeed dependent on the awakened 10,000 evils, with a full resistance of plus 50 and the ability to fearlessly petrify. Black Wukong, on the other hand, was born from the last 7-colored stone of Nuwa's heavenly mending, a stone birth conception, and was born a stone monkey, so he didn't fear any petrification ability at all. It's like trying to drown a fish with water, trying to suffocate a person with pure oxygen. It's simply impossible. Next, the people were exhilarated to witness the fall of the high demon lords. The fire elemental mages frantically threw explosive bombs that exploded on the divine magic shield. The druids unleashed their flying magical pets and air-attacked Medusa. The crossbow and bowman professionals, too, fired wildly at top speed. The one that attracted the most attention was Su Ming's summoned giant monkey, which was like the 13 generals surrounding Medusa in the center, frantically beating her up. The tactic of a sea of people is always the most trustworthy battlefield certainty. The corners of Su Ming's lips curled slightly, revealing a confident light smile that belonged to a winner. It seems that the first 90 waves failed to stop me. Having cast Beast King's aura and activated the Heart of the Swarm 4-piece set, he provided an extremely high bonus to the summons. Therefore, Medusa's divine magic shield was rapidly becoming dimmer at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the name suggests, the magic shield relies on burning its own magic to provide a damage-absorbing shield. Su Ming wasn't surprised, revealing the posture of a wise man who had everything under control. Its mana value has finally run out, and its life is about to come to an end. Finally, with all eyes on her, Medusa let out a hiss of despair and planted herself on the ground. It actually directly exploded in a big way, dropping items that shimmered with a strange luster all over the ground. Su Ming bent down and picked up a skill book, but he was instantly petrified and whispered out loud in front of the live broadcast camera. "I'm not dreaming, am I? A legendary skill book. Is this something that can be dropped from a level 1 side book?" The audience glanced in shock and saw the text on the cover of the skill book, Magic Shield. Chapter 33, Legendary Skill Book, Magic Shield. In an instant, the world's law professions went crazy. A prince of the oil country roared, "Quickly send someone to the dragon country to contact Su Ming. I'm willing to offer 100 million for the magic shield." A Kangaroo Nation's 5th-ranked professional said morosely, "Immediately send out a team of assassins to search for Su Ming. We must snatch this skill book. It's had a price for a whole 20 years. A high-ranking ninja from Wakoku directly contacted the head of the Northern Liang region. "Take the magic shield at all costs. Our Black Dragon Group, Yin Yang Master Lord desperately needs it to provide defense." In front of the replica of the Northern Liang Academy, countless people's phones were directly knocked out. Sun Jiangwo, the deputy director of the Hunting Kingdom Military Academy, immediately cried out because he had received 2 instructions from the top, both of which told him to soften the blow, not to spare any special enrollment quota, not to begrudge any equipment money, and to have to take that strategic legendary skill book. Sun Jiangwo had already completely dared not say anything to Su Ming anymore. If he was willing to surrender that skill book to the higher-ups of the Hunting Country Military School, he would immediately be able to obtain countless favorable conditions, even if he said to let Sun Jiangwo be dismissed. Furthermore, if Su Ming were to learn Magic Shield on his own, it would mean that he would no longer be a thin-skinned, blood-crunchy summoner, but would instead have great survivability. After all, the reason why magic shields were so widely sought after was that they solved the survival problems of all long-range magic professions, and even allowed mages to become the core of the defense of the magic system. It is an important piece of the puzzle for an all-around mage professional. However, in full view of everyone, Su Ming directly tore up the skill book and mastered it. "Congratulations on mastering the legendary spell, Magic Shield. Level, entry level, effect, when activated. For every point of damage you receive, you burn 1 point of mana to counteract the damage dealt." A concise description of a strong and powerful effect. Su Ming thought happily, the consumption ratio of the entry level is 1-to-1, and in the future, when the master level, the grandmaster level, or even when upgraded to Medusa's same type of divine magic shield, it should be able to reach 1:100. It's truly a divine skill. This trip to the swarming demon fortress is not a bad spell. The audience looked at each other in disbelief. My magic shield. He actually used it like that. Immediately mobilize our country's forces to study Mr. Su Ming's copy of the Gun Demon Fortress Raider and send people to break into it. We might also be able to burst out the Magic Shield skill book from Medusa. Save the video of tonight's live broadcast, make all the staff officers taste it frame by frame, and study the method to pass the Group Demon Bastion 100%. We want to grab the front of the professionals from other countries, and ruthlessly brush this copy of the Dragon Kingdom. For a time, the copy of the Group Demon Fortress was hot, becoming the fat meat in the eyes of countless large forces. Though that said, the odds are that the reason why the Magic Shield skill book drops is because of the extra drop rate that comes with the global first pass. But, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, the major powers were unwilling to give up the possibility of wrestling with the Magic Shield. "It's a pity," Zhao Muyu also lamented with a slight sense of regret. "If Su Ming had entrusted the Magic Shield to me, I could have convened an impromptu auction and ruthlessly auctioned it off at a sky-high price of 1 billion. Bu Hinyan, who had already gotten acquainted with this former chief secretary, asked with slight surprise, "This skill, is it really that expensive? In our assassin lineage profession, probably only some of the ultimate skill books dare to ask for this price." "Of course," Zhao Muyu said without thinking, "the law masters, they are all very rich, so their skill books have always been at a huge premium. You assassins are slightly poor. Oh, poking people's heart, don't net speak the big truth." Bu Hinyan pursed her lips, her face full of displeasure, but she had to admit it. Professionals, too, were divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, with each other's strengths and weaknesses clearly separated. Law profession has always been regarded as no money don't play noble profession, and civilians tend to go close combatants and auxiliary profession, because it is very save money. After all, reality isn't a game, and without planning to nerf or strengthen, there is no career balance. For example, Ming inaugurated the summoner. As long as there is money, for all the summons are configured with a set of top-level equipment, that is, one person can become an army, and PK with other people randomly group beatings, can be said to have a very high ceiling. Of course, it is by no means true that the French professions are too high up in the hierarchy to be countered. Martial monks can annihilate summons in groups with their powerful splash damage, assassins can vanish into the shadows, sneak up to the summoner, and kill the body directly. Warriors can also charge savagely, crashing through summons and rushing to the summoner's original body. Let's just say, to each his own, and to each his own wonders. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's broadcast is coming to an end. With the last 9 waves left, it looks like my global first pass is secure. Ming took out his own bottle of champagne from his backpack and said with a smile, even though it is said that half of the line is half of the line, I just want half of the champagne to celebrate hard. I just don't believe that the last 9 waves of demons can spike me. Make a flag. Ming knows too much about live streaming. Ha, starting to liven up the atmosphere. I think he's bloated and complacent, and he's about to destroy himself. The 90th wave has already come to Medusa. What monsters can appear in waves 91 to 99? I can't even think about it. The live broadcast water friends talk. A piece of lip smacking, it's happy. And the crowd in front of the replica looked at Mayor Chen Xianyi. I say. Principal Zhao Renjie coldly grunted and looked askance at his old classmate. You wouldn't have hidden any more disgusting moths, would you? Medusa was already outrageous. Fortunately Ming was skillful. What happened after that? I signed a confidentiality contract with the state. I can't talk about it. Chen Xianyi furiously rolled his eyes. But Ming is a good boy who is extremely cautious. And at this moment, if he suddenly champagne at halftime and celebrates in advance, he must have grasped some sort of surefire winning method. Oh, is there still a surefire way to win at the Swarm Fortress? The scholars stretched their necks, all wanting to pry open the mouths of the replica designers and obtain a billion bits of information. Chen Xuanyi looked up to the sky and sighed. I think it. With Ming's rollicking knowledge of the history of the Gun Demon Fortress, perhaps, it is really possible for him to realize that hidden secret of the pass. Let's wait and see. Gentlemen. The students looked on in disbelief and the audience scratched their heads. And in the midst of the 10,000 people's eager anticipation, a terrifying abyssal demonic eye emerged above the dome of the Gun Demon Fortress, is looking down in manic fury on the war-torn earth. The hissing roar belonging to the Demon Archon resounded through the group's fortress with a thick intimidation. The end has come. You will not try to escape. Pour out your nests, descendants of the abyss. Spread blood and fire, plague and poison, into the fragile otherworld. Countless scarlet portals, steeply opening their knots from the top of the firmament, from the side of the ground, from the banks of the rivers. Chapter 34, The Moment of Destruction, the Time of Ascension. The breathing of all the spectators became rapid. The final showdown at the Demon Bastion is truly eye-popping and perfectly restores the history of that memorable period in history. Demons of all shapes and sizes chalked up, blackened feathers cover the sky, and burning iron hooves shake the earth. All the categories recorded in demonology, almost all of them made an appearance, like a floating world painting from the abyss. Under a burning sky, a summoner with a fiery robe of levies stood alone on the city walls. His eyes were like iron on fire as he blandly looked down on the demons, the corner of his lips curving a cold arc. It was as if the demon Maharaja was merely a tyke, and he, the first fierce man under the starry sky. Behind him, there are 13 giant black Goku, dense dragon cavalry, and countless fire elemental mages, druids, shield guards, divine archers, and magic crossbowmen. Out of sight, the Dragon Kingdom's supreme 9-clawed golden dragon battle flag danced wildly above their heads. Millions of people are gazing. Is this the burial place of the martyrs of old? Countless people of the Dragon Country. The heart swept over the history of humiliation and heroism, in order to cover the retreat of the 7 million residents. Marshal Lin Huntingwa with the entire Dui army of 53,022 people, to meet the battle, swore not to retreat, and all the heroic sacrifice, killed more than 1,800,000 demons, to protect the people's safety. The Backwoods Army is henceforth delisted, and all military districts no longer have this designation. Lin hunting the statue of the country since then all over the streets of the Dragon Country. Hunting the word is used to name the first military school of the Dragon Country. A million eyes. Ming raised his staff high. Die fighting. All the generals roared in a volley. Die fighting. Die fighting. Fight. No one wants to return. 50,000 loyal souls are buried here. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom all fell silent. and in their eyes Su Ming's figure gradually merged with the history-spanning silhouette of Marshal Lin Hunting Kingdom. Many veterans' eyes were moist. Next, there was no room for trickery, as the demons were strong, their attributes and values crushing the troops of the swarming fortress in every aspect, easily tearing apart the already fragile defense line. Perhaps the demon Archon used some sort of mind control ability. It made the demons mad and humongous. The fiery storm faded as the fire elemental mages on the walls were overwhelmed and in rapid attrition. Arrows also became sparse as a constant stream of trickster claw demons, who were good at climbing walls, rushed into the long-range troops and went on a killing spree. Su Ming used the Beast King's aura to cover all the summons, while causing Black Goku and the Dragon Cavalry to form a bronze wall on the outside, and the rest of the followers and Qingqiu Fox attacking remotely from the inside, vaguely already having the beginnings of a miniature legion. But one's own strength is ultimately limited. The first wall was finally shaken and taken by the demons. Retreat slowly to the second wall. Monkey, leave your 12 hairy doppelgangers here to block the enemy and fight until the last moment. Su Ming gave his instructions with a grave expression, leading a group of summons and retreating. Outside the copy, Shen Zimo said ecstatically, Su Ming is showing fatigue. He already looks defeated. Sun Jiangwo, however, closed his mouth, not daring to speak at all, because he saw that on the BBS forum of the Hunting Country Military Academy, many of the military students who were also watching the live broadcast were soaring in favor of Su Ming. The scene where he stood on the city wall and faced the demons alone really seems like Marshal Lin Hunting Kingdom from the documentary. I have watched his entire broadcast. This person has first-class tactical training, and is considered an extremely rare and gifted player among high school students, and is really promising to break through the swarm fortress. It's said that he's an academic bully, so it looks like next semester, we'll be able to meet him at the freshman ceremony at the Hunt Country Military Academy. As the director of the Department of Admissions, Sun Jiangwo was very clear about the power of public opinion in the school, and even more clear about one thing, he deliberately picking a fight, talking to Su Ming to pick a fight, only to move the special recruitment quota that belongs to him. To Shen Zimo, this matter once exposed, I'm afraid to immediately have to roll up and leave the job. Even the school board of trustees will not be retained. After all, Huntington Military School nasty deal must be hidden behind the scenes. As the #1 military school in the Dragon Kingdom, they need to have a face, and they have to maintain a great and honorable image in front of the public. The audience in the live room sighed in dismay. Could it be that as strong as Su Ming, he couldn't save the day and save the swarming demon fortress in the replica? Alas, stopping at the 90-something rounds is not bad, it's just a bit of a shame. The real full version of the pass has to be given to our stickman country master, Smithy. The reason for Su Ming's defeat to the demon was found. The demon spoke German and Su Ming had to give a French military salute. You guys might as well say that Su Ming isn't actually from the Dragon Kingdom, but is a Japanese-Korean hybrid. So when the demon spoke American English, Su Ming immediately realized that it was his father standing across the street. A crowd of people were bickering in the live broadcast room, not bothering to watch because everyone had already decided. There was no doubt that Su Ming would lose. Only Chen Xianyi nodded slightly, revealing a smile. It's true that he's the Northern Liang schoolmaster. He has already gained a keen insight into the direction of the battle, realizing the last chance of survival I have left for the gate breakers. Ha, Uncle Sword Immortal, what are you mumbling about? Bu Yan's stunningly beautiful snowy dimple favored him, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Chen Xianyi said faintly, see, the turnaround is about to appear at 10 minutes? That's also too late. Zhao Muyu, who had curled up a pair of snow-white long legs and was squatting under the cherry blossom tree with her knees hugged, also smiled bitterly in an astringent manner. Chen Xianyi expressionless. 9, 8, 7. The two beauties immediately rolled their eyes furiously. You're so boring. It's already the great age of transmigration, and you're still playing with the cold joke stems of the old times. 3, 2, 1. The words just fell. The crowd then saw Su Ming's 12 giant monkey bilocations surrounded by the demons, their life values zeroed out, and they disappeared without a trace. So, all the demons prepared to continue their attack on the second wall, being at this time, rumble. In a silent thunderstorm, the demon's feet erupted in blazing white light. The terrifying annihilating explosion directly destroyed the entire blank defense zone between the first and second walls, and also created a very deep gully. All the spectators were suddenly dumbfounded. Those who chewed ribs choked and those who drank milk tea choked. Spread the situation. What's going on? My goodness, there is still a divine twist. Could it be that Su Ming is still hiding a hand? Is he really a level 1 summoner? Why is the bottom card coming out so often? Such an earth-shattering explosion. Could it be the self-destruct mechanism of the gun demon fortress? In the midst of the crowd's inquiries, Mayor Chen Xianyi faintly told a piece of history. In the past, Marshal Lin Hunting Kingdom and the Kun Devil Fortress detonated the final insurance buried underground layer by layer at the last moment. Ha, You all seem to have forgotten that Marshal Lin Huntingway is also a 6th-ranked professional, and his profession is. Chapter 35, the schemer enters the game with his body and sees me win half a sun. All those present bowed their heads in shame. It was true that they knew nothing about Lin Huntingway's career, and that was because his career as a marshal was so brilliant and magnificent that there was almost no record of him fighting demons head-on. Principal Zhao Renjie tersely sighed. He was born a science student, and when he graduated, he went to the 3rd Demon Research Institute affiliated with the Dragon Academy of Science. His proper occupation is actually the hidden occupation, antimatter engineer. Bingo! Not bad for once being the leader of the academic circle in northern Liang. Mayor Chen Xianyi snapped his fingers and said indifferently, his ultimate occupational ability is to create antimatter bombs. Thus, during his residency at the Gun Demon Fortress, he continuously planted countless antimatter bombs into the underground of the major defense lines. That, then, is the ultimate insurance policy. People in the city? People dead in the city. Chen Xianyi admiringly languidly lamented. Obviously, Su Ming has also thought of this hidden history. He must have borrowed the chronicles of the Gun Demon Fortress from the Beiliang Library. Ha! And just to mention another thing, the author of that book is myself. Crowd. Oh, reading one more extracurricular book can actually play a life-saving role at this moment. It seems that when I was in school, I had been indulging in the old days of magical girl Sakura, monthly girl Nozaki-kun, and so on, and it was really right. Bu Himiko proudly crossed her arms. Chen Xianyi, and in the live broadcast camera, Su Ming was also letting out a loud laugh. Indeed, although the writing style of that book, The Chronicles of the Demon Fortress, is a mess, and the words and phrases are so bad that it's almost as if he didn't receive 9 years of compulsory education. What was recorded is not wrong at all. That author, in all probability, is a veteran who personally experienced this battle. Chen Xianyi, Zhao Renjie, cough cough, the child does not understand things. Talking about playing, old Chen do not generally care with him. Poof, you're so comforting. What the hell is a poof? Your old boy didn't hold it in at the end, did he? Chen Xianyi burst into a rage. Sorry, Zhao Renjie said in a serious manner. I'm a top master of micro-expression control, and I usually don't laugh. Unless it's a small turtle checking out of school. Turtle doesn't live in school anymore. Ha ha ha. The others, however, paid no attention to the two old guys bickering. They were all staring at the live feed. The antimatter explosion had annihilated thousands of demons into flying dust, but there was still a group of higher demons that had withstood that wave of attack with their thick skin and flesh, and continued to lead the demons that had rushed up from afar towards the second city wall. The situation is still grim. Bu Imyan still pinched Su Ming in a fragrant sweat. Yes, the second wall is much worse than the strength of the first wall, and what's more crucial is that the city is already in a state of panic, with only a bunch of remnants left, and its defense capability is at least 70% diminished. Zhao Muyu also judged the situation clearly. But, thanks to Marshal Lin, we still have enough antimatter bombs. Su Ming's murmured whisper clearly reached the ears of every single spectator. So, a hint of determined coldness swept through Su Ming's eyes. Things have come to this point. I can only play out my final bottom card. The schemer enters the game with his body, and watch me win over the heavens half-sun. The audience's blood was instantly ignited. Ow! Su Ming is finally going to come up with a top-notch Tark maneuver. The Jedi counterattack is about to take place in the hall. I didn't expect Su Ming's live streaming effect is so explosive. The Raider copy is hardened into an epic hero's falling lament. It's really shocking. As they stared with round eyes, they saw Su Ming walking towards the 311th Fire Elemental Mage Corps that was resting on the southern side of the second city wall. He said bluntly, "Gentlemen, how much mana do you have left? Are there any recovery potions left?" One of the gray-robed mages staggered up, wiped away the dried blood at the corner of his lips, and said bitterly, "All of our recovery potions are in the stockpile below the first city wall. Moreover, even if we have enough mana potions, it's already difficult for us to release spells. We've already run out of mana." Mana exhaustion is a very common phenomenon belonging to spellcasters. It was that in the short term, the more mana recovery potions used, the worse the recovery effect became, and in the end, a bottle of ultimate magic potion that was supposed to recover 3,000 points returned 300 points to the skill in real combat. The 311th Mage Corps is completely out of action. Su Ming nodded slightly and pointed at the open space between the two walls, saying solemnly, "There is the most scientific detonation point, and I'm certain that the antimatter bomb made by Marshal Lin Huntingwa must be buried there." "Oh," Head 311 looked at him quizzically. "What are you doing informing us of this piece of information?" Su Ming said indifferently, "Later on, when the 93rd wave of demons comes, can we ask all the members of the 311th Mage Corps to stand there and block the demons, and sacrifice their hearts for the 7 million civilians of the Dragon Kingdom behind the swarming demon fortress?" There was silence in the live room. Everyone is frozen in place. Su Ming's attempts were obvious, and there was nothing difficult to figure out. 311 The head of the group trembled. Do you want us to be the bait to attract the demons to hunt us there? All the fire elemental mages were in an uproar. They hadn't seen someone so justified in telling someone to go to hell. Su Ming did not hide anything. Yes, can I ask you all to die? There was a cold, dead silence as the mages went from arguing to anger and eventually silence. Outside of the copy, the curses were sky high, and the audiences from all countries began to frantically abuse Su Ming. Oh my god, Satan has to have a Su Ming tattooed on his body. He's so evil. Does he have the bloodline of a demon archon? To have the heroes of the entire nation to be cannon fodder and die of their own accord. It's ridiculous. In our country of Wabi-Sabi, the heroes of the 311th Regiment are enshrined in shrines, and their immortal souls are enshrined for generations to come. Su Ming is desecrating their honor. So damn it. Su Ming is crazy. That's a true martyr in the heroic soul monument. He actually let the martyrs die again in the copy in front of the global audience. Did he commit the crime of insulting the martyrs? When the name-calling is rampant, the grey-robed mage leader of the 311th, trembling, took off his hood, reached out to touch the insignia, and said with conviction, I do. All cursing came to a screeching halt as the global audience looked incredulously at the NPC in the replica that was supposed to have little intelligence. The rest of the fire elemental mages also revealed a look of relief as they rose one by one. Willing, yes. The roar dissolved into a growl of the utmost sadness. The hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage and sacrifice. Su Ming stroked his chest and bowed, his eyes brimming with tears. Gentlemen, take a step ahead on the road to the Yellow Springs and wait for Marshal Lin and me. There will be no survivors in today's demon fortress, but our generous deaths will light the way for the Dragon Kingdom, and the 7 million old, weak, women, and children will be preserved as a result. Everything, for the motherland. Chapter 36, The Final Battle. Su Ming looked solemnly at the temporary followers behind him and ordered, Dragon cavalry out of the line. You are here to guard the 311th Regiment. Green Mountains bury loyal bones everywhere. I believe that you have already come to your senses. The Dragon cavalry leader smiled faintly and spoke of Su Ming's tactical attempts. Understood. The stunning performance of the 311th Regiment's elemental mages under the successive battles has long made them a thorn in the side of the demon archon's eyes. Therefore, you have caused them to act as bait, utilizing the last shred of strategic value to attract all demons to this siege. When the demons commit their heavy forces to wipe out the 311th, you lead the rest of the troops to withdraw to the third wall and detonate the antimatter bomb. We will die with the devil and die here in martyrdom. Su Ming nodded slightly. Are you willing to die? Yes. Willing, yes. A mountain of responses from the dragoons. Their final swan song made all in the audience weep. Su Ming no longer hesitated and turned to leave. Farewell, my comrades. When we meet again in the 9 Springs, I will definitely bring you the good news that all the people have retreated peacefully. Thank you, Officer Su Ming. Everyone's address to Su Ming changed, defaulting to the fact that he was the other leader in the Gun Demon Fortress at this moment. The viewers of the live broadcast, too, had stopped their tirades and simply watched the farewell of the warriors in silence. There was also no longer anyone accusing Su Ming of being despicable and selfish, because that batch of dragon cavalrymen was originally a temporary summon for all of him, and if it survived, in the future, it could be used to use the heroic medal of the Dragon Kingdom's third-class merit, to bring it to other copies to fight in the war. Once the dragon cavalry died in battle, Su Ming would permanently lose this group of followers and would not be able to resurrect them. The battle that followed was indeed like the script that Su Ming had laid out long ago. The 93rd wave of demons attacked, and after a fierce battle, they spotted the 311th Hero Corps, who had lost their protection in the clearing, and immediately rushed frantically like sharks that had smelled blood. At the same time, the 94th wave of demons also surged towards them recklessly after gaining information. Su Ming made an immediate decision and withdrew to the third city wall with the remnants of his army. Only the dragoons are still holding their heavy battle shields, protecting the 311th to the last moment. The fire elemental mages didn't let the demons' sharp claws tear them apart. With the last of their mana, they unleashed their final elegy, corpse explosion technique. The object of the spell, themselves. Countless demons were blown over and died in widespread bouts. The NPC marshal in the command center of the swarm fortress closed his eyes and activated the antimatter bomb he had planted. The Big Bang is on schedule. The 93rd and 94th waves of demons all gave the 311th Regiment a burial with their corpses. Su Ming stood on the city wall, alone, looking silent and hobbled, as he murmured only 2 words. Your names are unknown, and your deeds will live forever. Now, I finally understand the reason why our Dragon Kingdom was able to stand for 100 years in the midst of the demonic frenzy. countless students burst into tears, crying tears of joy at the sacrifice of the 311th. As the 93rd and 94th wave of demons were completely annihilated, the 95th wave of demons were isolated and at a numerical disadvantage for the first time, and were viciously beaten by the grieving soldiers in the group's fortress. Finally, it's time for the final battle. Su Ming sighed long and hard, clasping the back of his head with both hands as he said with a sense of relief, "There are only the 95th to 99th waves left, a total of 5 waves of demons, but we also still have the 3rd to 7th walls, a total of 5 layers." He let out a long breath. "Even if I replace one wave of demons with an antimatter bomb on one level, I've already cleared the swarm fortress." The audience was stunned. Spinning around, he realized, hey, that's true. Elephant Country viewer, ugh, what a live show with the head of a tiger and the belly of a pig. The first and middle stages were okay, but it didn't carry the suspense through to the ending. It's like when Curry eating me sees a giant lizard. You guys already know how it's going to end. Kangaroo Nation viewer, courage is commendable. Wisdom is lacking. In fact, Su Ming didn't need to trick those elemental mages into sacrificing because now he doesn't have to go to his death, which makes it rather hypocritical and a little awkward. Audience member of the Great Calling Country, there's one thing to be said. Indeed, Su Ming just had so much showmanship that he set himself up, and now he's not good enough to go down. Hee. Eagle Country audience, Dragon Country people, always hypocritical. It is said that they receive gifts, are concerned about the 3 words 3 let. You have to give them 3 times in a row. They only beautifully accept. Unlike us on the spot to accept on the spot to open. Zhao Renjie and Chen Xuani, however, looked at each other and smiled. A bunch of foreigners, they're strangers to my Dragon Kingdom's history and only know how to talk nonsense. Zhao Muyu's smile was shallow. A copy of the Gun Demon Fortress, even if it's a pass, it will definitely stage a plot kill in the 100th wave. Otherwise, why is it that all the previous waves are like 1 to 10 and 11 to 20, but it ends up being 91 to 99, with one less wave of monsters? Very intelligent little girl, Mayor Chen Xianyi said solemnly. Since it is a copy that pays homage to real history, it certainly has its seriousness and must not tamper with real history. So, in the 100th wave, it's the demon Archon, Dian Caesar, himself attacking, and it's truly a god-level creature that surpasses the 6th rank. Mayor Chen Xianyi revealed a look of remembrance and indignation. Damn demons, damn the abyss. Sooner or later, we will avenge Marshal Lin Hunting's death and save the fallen frontier. Humanity will finally overcome the abyss. Everyone fell silent. After all, 70% of the Dragon Kingdom's territory had become the territory of the corrupted and corrupted abyss. Other countries, even worse. It's like the Lobster Kingdom in Australia, where an entire continent has fallen, leaving only one lonely city of doom, still struggling to hold on. Under Su Ming's mechanically precise command, there were no more ripples in the battle of the Gun Demon Fortress. He resolutely executed the most effective strategy, 1 layer of walls for 1 wave of demons. The 95th wave of demons, first brutalized by the soldiers and then, in a daze, blasted to smithereens by antimatter bombs. Wave 96 demons. Boom. Wave 97, Wave 98, Wave 99, all spiraling upward in the rhythm of boom. Finally, in the shocked eyes of all the spectators, the demon Maharaja, Dian Caesar, riding the rolling demonic flames, appeared in the sky, with a figure that topped the sky, as if it was hundreds of meters in size. With a wave of its hand, it was the forbidden spell magic, destroy the sky and destroy the earth. A small piece of meteorite was summoned from outside the atmosphere above the swarming fortress and transformed into a blazing fire that obliterated the lone city that had stood firm until the last moment. Su Ming had honored his promise, living and dying with the Gun Demon Fortress, and dying heroically together. But looking at the giganticized demon Archon, he couldn't help but change his face slightly, as he had seen this scene in his previous life. In the ending Armageddon of Black Myth, Goku, the battle of Dharma Heaven and Earth between Black Goku, Heaven's Destiny Man vs. Erlang Haiyan Shangzhenjuan takes on the general appearance of the demonic hordes. Could it be that Black Goku also has the potential to surpass the limit of the 6th rank and become a god-level creature? In the midst of his thoughts, the Gun Demon Fortress copy was officially finished. Chapter 37, Summoner's Exclusive Reward, Potential Awakening Potion. On the live broadcast screen, the settlement data of the Gun Demon Fortress copy appeared. Congratulations to Mr. Su Ming for clearing the Group Demon Fortress. Due to being the world's first pass on Nightmare level difficulty, you will be specially rewarded with a Summoner's Exclusive list. In the calculations, based on the previous world record of 55 floors, an additional reward of 44 additional record floors will be added to your calculation. Congratulations on Cam. Holy, I lost power. How come the live feed is gone? All viewers around the world can only see a dark screen. This live broadcast has ended. The anchor has been off the air. Welcome to click on the attention. Next time to continue to watch. You can also set the anchor as a special attention. The next time the broadcast will give you a special pop-up reminder. Mayor Chen Xianyi coldly grunted. Of course it's impossible to also publicize the rewards that Su Ming has obtained, lest it cause covetousness, and it's also easy to expose his bottom line. You foreigners, you're thinking beautifully. Bu Yan couldn't help but lick her red lips and said enviously. A whole 44 layers of record limit raised, and the world's first pass, or nightmare level difficulty, with triple buffs stacked on top of each other. How generous must this reward be? Could it be a divine weapon? It could also be a god-level summoning beast, or a god-level skill book. Zhao Mayu was also mesmerized, opening and closing her mouth without leaving the word god. After all, in the era of universal transmutation, divine clothes were what everyone dreamed of. And only after Su Ming double-checked that the camera had disappeared did he let out a breath and glanced at the copy reward. Demigod Potion, Potential Awakening Potion. Effects, it can make one of your summoned beasts awaken to its true potential, and raise its quality to at least demigod level. A short and concise description of the horrific effect. Su Ming couldn't help but cross his arms and laugh 3 times. All the effort was worth it. It's not in vain that I burned all of my merits and used up almost all of my temporary followers. Without further ado, he directly signaled Monkey to take it. A new summons panel that pops up with it. Black Myth Goku. Quality, Demigod. Grade, 13. Attributes, Strength 195. Physique 197. Agility 194. Mental Strength 198. Skills, Vajra Unbreakable LV. 11, Legendary. 1000 Changes LV. 11, Legendary. Hair Splitting LV. 2, Epic. Ding. Your contracted summoned beast's attributes receive a huge boost and will automatically feed back to balance the attributes. You gain Strength plus 20, Physique plus 20, Agility plus 20, Mental Strength plus 20. Su Ming felt a tremendous amount of energy rushing out from all of his limbs and bones. The monkey's reflexive attributes were just too much, making his personal attributes comparable to those of a level 20 professional. This is the welfare of a summoner. Beautiful. Su Ming was so satisfied that he couldn't help but snicker. At the beginning when it was only legendary quality, Monkey's growth was plus 5 to all attributes per level. And now, the demigod quality Monkey was already plus 10 to all attributes per level, which was really quite perverse. Now, Su Ming only has 10 levels. Black Goku also stops at 13 levels, so the advantage of high attribute growth is still not outstanding. But in the future, well, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud as he thought about the future Monkey that would kill in a big way. Some of the panel numbers, however, don't reflect Monkey's true growth. Su Ming suddenly felt a hint of intent from Black Wukong's spirit. I can absorb spirit embrace. Su Ming was dumbstruck. Monkey, you've been born spiritually intelligent? Is this the hidden reward of a demigod summoning beast? Black Goku, however, just stood coolly in place, looking at him with his arms wrapped around his chest, no longer speaking. And on the panel, a hazy line of text emerged, not very clear. Awakening talent, Spirit Eater. The Black Myth Goku seems to be able to take the spiritual energy from the corpses of demons, immortals, and Buddhas after defeating them, turning it into his own and growing stronger. Su Ming thought thoughtfully, isn't this the way of growth in Black Myth Goku? Continuously defeating all kinds of demons, heavenly soldiers, and heavenly generals, going through 991 difficulties, obtaining spiritual energy from those guys, retracing the path of the journey to the west, and growing up to become the heavenly ordained one who inherits the mantle of the great sage of Chi Tian. But, Su Ming thought for a second and had a bit of a headache. There are no demons here, so where is the spiritual aura? Monkey pointed to his chest. You, inside, there, Cam, slaughtering me gives you spiritual embodiment? Su Ming furiously rolled his eyes. Oh, that's right, spiritual embodiment is what the living beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths harbor. That's why it's called spiritual embodiment. Then, wouldn't an abyssal monster have it? He figured it out in a flash. In the original game, you acquired spiritual aura by killing various bosses and elite monsters. So minion, we should go hunting demon elites and high demon lords, and we'll definitely be able to obtain spirit embodiment. And just as they were conversing, Su Ming was also enveloped in the light of teleportation and returned to reality. Phew, back. Just as his front foot stepped onto solid ground, Su Ming was surrounded by the reveling Northern Liang students, and then dizzily thrown up into the sky. Hooray! Long live! Long live! Congratulations, Su Ming! Beiliang Academy is proud of you, and I will help you apply for a special scholarship. Principal Zhao Renjie applauded with a smile. The Northern Liang Municipal Government, too, has a special talent reward program, and I'll select a summoner exclusive reward for you specifically from the treasure trove. Mayor Chen Xianyi did not mince words either. When everyone's enthusiasm cooled down, The messy-haired Su Ming landed on the ground with both feet and immediately began to look around. Zhao Moyu laughed lightly and stepped forward, presenting Shen Zimo's bank card and that one Wuji stick with both hands, knowing that you're looking for Shen Xiao. Here, this is his bet. As for him personally, do you think he will stay here and wait for you to humiliate him? Definitely slipped away early. Su Ming received the loot from her slender vegetarian hand, while asking with some doubt, shouldn't you act angry, lost and annoyed? Why are you smiling so radiantly? He was well aware of this Iron Blood Alliance chief secretary's position from his earlier encounter with Zhao Muyu. Oh, I resigned and am now jobless, Zhao Muyu calmly said. I'm an extremely professional secretary, working in my position. When I was working for the Iron Blood Alliance, I could transform into a vicious dog and help Shen Zimo bite you hard. Now that I've resigned, I'm just an ordinary stunning beauty, only responsible for looking as beautiful as a flower. With that, she handed over a business card with a smile on her face. You can hire me too. After all, you know me best for my sharp teeth. After that, she lowered her voice and reminded, on the back of the card, there is a line of vital information, so please be aware of it. Zhao Muyu was very sensible and stepped aside, no longer delaying Su Ming's time, and the time for celebration that belonged to Su Ming had only just begun. The great powers that had attempted to recruit him leaned in, overflowing with warm smiles. Chapter 38, and so they swarmed. Hey, man, the two blonde knights from the Rose Knights revealed warm smiles towards Su Ming. One of them took the initiative to step forward. I'm a third-order pseudo-dragon knight, Carlos Lee. We, the Order, have always aspired to recruit aspiring youths from across the globe to defeat the Abyss. Although your excellency is only a junior summoner, you have a talent comparable to the undead heavenly plate coronation of the past. Join the Knights of the Rose. Our Grand Master is the renowned Sixth Order Paladin, Lancelot of Justice. The blonde knight revealed a heartfelt reverence and continued to publicize. We, the Rose Knights, are also renowned worldwide. They are too poor, limited resources, not much future. But Bohemian directly interrupted the other party's preaching and directly poisonously revealed the old bottom. Lancelot is indeed very fair. It's just that he's too elm, and he has a very heavy heart of motherhood. He himself likes to volunteer to work for the officials and often fights to the death with abyssal demons for free. The atmosphere of the Order is predictable, just a bunch of hot-blooded fools. Bohemian snorted. Although, anyone would have to admit that they are an unapologetically good bunch with an excellent reputation. But do you want to be like them and become a free hitman going to major governments around the world? The kind that pay for their own coffins? Su Ming immediately arched his hand and respectfully said, I'm sorry, my heart yearns for this, but I am more esteemed of taking money to do things, and giving as much money to do as many things as possible in exchange for equal value. Well, although we are willing to sacrifice, we never morally kidnap others. I wish you good luck in martial arts. Blonde Knight Carlos Lee didn't lose too much ground, only slightly bitterly handing up a business card. But in the future, if you meet us Rose Knights on the battlefield of the Abyss, please take care of us more. After all, we are fighting for the weak. Of course. Su Ming nodded and shook the other party's hand to bid farewell. I have revered the Knights of the Rose since I was young, only that I am a commoner, and I don't have such a high level of awareness for the time being. However, if there is a chance to join forces in the future, I will definitely give my full assistance. After the two Rose Riders wandered off, Bohemian smiled and said, Our Mystic Holy Church. We are currently in dire need of summoners yet. I can make the decision to provide you with a bursary contract, and apply for $200 million of private funding each year for you to grow in strength. Until you grow to the third rank, we won't draft you to take part in any action. You can grow at ease and casually go to any military school to further your education. Hiss! There were sounds of backward gasps of cold air all around, because what the Mystic Sanctuary is giving is just too good a deal. 200 million in funding. Although it wasn't too much for the top summoners, but it couldn't be helped that people were really giving it for nothing. Before the Third Order, you don't need to pay anything at all, and you receive 200 million a year to spend as you please. Where is this the price for recruiting talent? It's basically a flunky. The Northern Liang scholars looked enviously at Su Ming's handsome face, and couldn't help but think in their hearts, this kid has become a netizen. I didn't expect that the first fangirl would be the Mystic Sanctuary's Miss Bohemian, and in the future, he's afraid that he'll have to be a soft food and hard to eat, and fly by the wayside by giving Bohemian the foot washing water. I also want to join the Mystic Holy Hall and drink Miss Bohemian's foot washing water. The crowd of scholars wailed in their hearts. Su Ming directly held that one soft little hand. I'll sign it. Rich Missy, I don't want to struggle anymore. Please adopt me fiercely. Bohemian's cheeks fluttered with color. Huh? You're so refreshing. Are you really willing to join the Mystic Holy Church directly? I haven't even mentioned the issue of how you'll be treated after your third rank in the future. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. The Mystic Sanctuary has an excellent reputation in Beiliang City, and it is also well known on the internet. In particular, Shura Demon Spur, Lord Bu Lingtian is a renowned philanthropist, and all of our Beiliang School's bursary funds basically have his private sponsorship. In other words, I owe it all to him that my 9-year compulsory education was successfully completed. So Lo, I have no reason to refuse your solicitation, either from a personal point of view, or from a historical connection. Su Ming smiled blithely. All hearts are made of flesh, and my humble self has always paid for favors and repaid them tenfold. Bu Hinyan was dumbfounded. She never thought that the so-called charitable activities, which she normally considered as a waste of wealth, could not only bring some tax exemption percentage to the mystic holy church, but also recruit a future top summoner at this critical moment. Principal Zhao Renjie interjected. Cough, cough, be at ease. Su Ming's current key is still the college entrance exam. Moreover, he currently has no guardian, so according to the Employment of Professionals Act, all agreements have to be signed under the supervision of the school, and a tripartite document has to be made up. Oh, I'm certainly aware of the exact process. Bu Hinyan smiled like a flower, excited that she had recruited a supreme genius. Then I'll go back to the mystic sacred hall first, and discuss it with my parents. This time, I came in too much of a hurry, and I haven't notified them yet. Zhao Renjie was stunned and shook his head. Young people, are just hairy. The contract provided by your occult sanctuary must first have the signature of the Shura demon prick or your mother's official seal. Otherwise how is it legally valid? He is the heir of the mystic holy church. These things are only trivial. If I just go back and mention it, will my father and mother object? Bu Hinyan pinched her wasp waist and winked at Su Ming. Remember, you've already been booked by me. Don't sign a contract with another power first. I'll give you the best deal. Okay. Su Ming smiled. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry for the time being. With the divine magnificence system in hand, he was also not supposed to be short of money. Given that, Knights of the Rose, Hit the Wall and Mystic Sanctuary booked strongly, and there was no more other power out to recruit. As for Deputy Director Sun Jiangwo from the Hunting Military Academy, he had long since retreated in disgrace amidst the booing of the Northern Liang students. Only Chu Tianqi, the third-ranked vice principal of the Dragon Kingdom's Yanhuang Military Academy, remained in place with a smile on his face, waiting for Su Ming to receive the cheers of all of his classmates before stepping forward. Young man, would you like to become a special enrollment for the Yanhuang Military Academy? You can get into the school without an exam and get the highest class of scholarships. Su Ming looked at the kindly elder in front of him and pondered slightly. I still want to participate in the college entrance exam. After all, the free universal copy provided by the college entrance exam is a benefit that I have been looking forward to for a long time. That's natural. The universal copy of the high school is also recommended for all special enrollment students to experience, which is not contrary to our special enrollment. Chu Tianqi took out a very complete contract from his handbag. Here, just sign your name, and no matter how well you do in the college entrance exams, you will join Yanhuang Military School with top treatment. The only restriction it places on you is that if you become the top scorer in the college entrance exam, you can't find another job. You still have to join our Yanhuang Military School. Su Ming was dumbfounded. Scholar? You are too flattering to the brat. Chapter 39. When you're walking with a weight on your back, there must be a dog in it. Who can predict what will happen in his day? Chu Tianlin patted Su Ming's shoulder and said encouragingly, I think, you kid can do it. I'll take your word for it. Su Ming smiled and accepted the other party's special recruitment contract. As for whether or not to join the Yanhuang Military Academy, he was prepared to consider it for 2 more days. After all, it is only the 3rd military school of the Dragon State, or to give the 1st military school and the 2nd military school to reserve a little time to door-to-door solicitation. With regards to the face of the deputy director of the Hunting Country Military Academy, all of the students in Beilang had seen it with their own eyes, but Su Ming, who was busy raiding the swarming demon fortress, knew nothing about it for the time being, and so he continued to retain a nice filter on the 1st Military Academy. A military school named after the martyr, Marshal Lin Huntinghua, was naturally admired by everyone, and this was an inherent impression for many years. Chu Tianlin stopped babbling and also left in the car. Principal Zhao Renjie generously waved his arm at this moment. Tonight, the cafeteria is adding extra meals, all free buffet. Congratulations to our school's outstanding student Su Ming for breaking the Group Demon Fortress world record. All orange juice and cola. Each person can receive 2 bottles for free with their student ID. Yay! Long live the principal! Long live Su Ming! The cheers of the students nearly brought the building down. Soon, all the cafeterias contributed their entire stock of ingredients, and the big pots of white oil were on fire. The aroma of various delicious delicacies filled the Northern Liang Academy. Su Ming was at a table with his classmates, cozying up and enjoying a big meal. Song Qingfeng raised his coke high and shook it fiercely. then violently uncapped it, turning it into spray champagne. Come on, cheers! I told you that Su Ming is a top-notch learner. He'll definitely be able to handle Group Demon Fortress. That's right, we also agree that Su Ming can do it. The students nodded their heads furiously like chickens pecking at rice. Wang Lin, didn't you say that Su Ming definitely couldn't beat Shen Zimo? Someone revealed their classmate's old bottom. Ahem. I was afraid that Su Ming would become the center of public opinion and wouldn't be able to carry the pressure, so I sang ill of him in advance, lowering everyone's expectations so that you wouldn't kill him. That's what I call high-class fans. Do you know what that means, little redneck? Doc Lu, you are really open-mouthed. If your combat power is half as sharp as your mouth, I guess the record of Group Demon Fortress is not yours. The classmates were in a flurry of playfulness, and Su Ming just gnawed on a chicken leg and followed the blind laughter. By the way, where is Shen Zimo? Is he really not coming back to school? This is considered truancy, a big demerit. Song Qingfeng very sinisterly brought up the second school bully again. Su Ming smiled. People at least contributed 40 million to me. Eating people's mouths is short and taking people's hands is soft. Buddy won't laugh at him. You actually have a day of conscience. Song Qingfeng rolled his eyes. By the way, I see that your global live broadcast is bursting at the seams, and viewers from all over the world are furiously swiping gifts, so you should be earning a lot. Right. Oh, I still have this money. Su Ming scratched his head. I remember Mayor Chen's promise, saying that he would only collect taxes and not take any commission. All the money earned from the broadcasting fees and bounty money belongs to me. The students lived with envy again. Wow, I remember the moment you passed. All kinds of gifts were flying around. You must have made at least tens of millions of dollars. If you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Everyone has the same 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so good? Su Ming, on the other hand, got up amidst the cheeky laughter of his classmates and walked towards the table of Principal Zhao Renjie and Mayor Chen Xuani, who were hiding away and sipping. The 7 principals and the 3 major grade department heads of the Northern Liang Academy were all called upon to accompany Qin Xianyi, the honored guest. The director of the senior department asked suspiciously, "Where's Lu Changhe?" Su Ming's summoner profession card was still purchased under his witness. He's also considered a contributor. Why didn't he come to the gathering? Don't mention it. The administrative principal who was in charge of campus discipline held a sneer. A dog can't change its ways. The rest of you principals probably don't know much about Lu Changhe's pissiness, but I know it in my heart. After learning that Zhou Changfeng, from our senior class, had awakened the summoner profession card, Lu Changhe simply didn't follow the customary and unspoken rules of prioritizing the digestion of this advanced profession card within the school. Instead, he made a phone call to the off-campus power, the Iron Blood Alliance, and got their chief secretary, Zhao Muyu. As for the reason, those who understand understand. Naturally it's because they want to earn that generous brokerage fee. The vice principal in charge of student transfers burst into flames. This asshole, the thing that eats out of the house. I told you why my performance has declined year after year. My KPIs are always difficult to fulfill, and the number of senior professionals in the Northern Liang Academy is deteriorating. It turns out that we have this asshole inside. My senior teaching title is ruined in his hands. Principal Zhao Renjie was also instantly furious. We, the 7 principals of the Northern Liang Academy, each have their own duties and do not interfere with each other. And he actually hid from us to peddle students' advanced profession cards? A principal, doing the job of an intermediary? Let me guess, he must have given Su Ming a hard time, right? Fearing that after Su Ming returned from his record-breaking return, he would publicly expose this embarrassing incident. And only then did he choose to call himself sick and pretend to be an ostrich at home. The thought of Su Ming, a summoner with top-notch talent, narrowly missing his profession card. It is only because Lu Changhe is greedy for the petty profits of those 3 melons and 2 dates. Grand Principal Zhao Renjie had a moment of afterthought and made an immediate decision. I will immediately compose a whistleblowing letter and ask the Beilang Education Bureau to send a special investigation team to launch an urgent investigation into Lu Changhe. He doesn't deserve to be a teacher. The black sheep must be cleared out of the teaching team immediately. Crowds of school executives have broken into a heartbeat. It's true, when they're carrying their weight cleanly and honestly, there must be dogs enjoying themselves. And it was at this moment that Su Ming walked over to their dining table, scratching his head after hearing the righteous indignation shouted, "Su Ming, you heard it all?" Zhao Renjie glanced at this favorite disciple and lamented, "I'm sorry, I've been blindly working on the abyssal subject every day and neglected school management, which is why I let Lu Changhe, the worm, take advantage of it. When I think about it carefully, an ordinary summoner profession card, under normal circumstances, what makes it sell for a sky-high price of $20 million? Yeah, the highest record ever sold is only $15 million. A principal chimed in. It must be that Lu Changhe's interference, forcing you to raise the price. This bastard is really bad. A grade director also gritted his teeth. How can he be so cruel as to squeeze a poor student on welfare? Su Ming snapped. In fact, the reason why he had quoted a price of 20 million was purely because of the Divine Hero System's mission. But in the next moment, he heard Principal Zhao Renjie assuring, "We will investigate and punish this black sheep. Lu Changhe, I'll help you apply for $10 million in compensation for the bribe loot we'll confiscate from him in the future." Yeah, Su Ming also immediately righteously threw his voice, "I'm not a figure of money. Just hope that the principal for the Beilang Academy 100,000 teachers and students to do the Lord, but also the education sector a clear sky. So when is the general call to the account?" Chapter 40, Straight broadcasting is too deep. Uncle will grasp it for you. Zhao Renjie, Chen Xianyi. The two of them also had a certain knowledge of Su Ming's flexible moral standards. Wait a bit, it will definitely be approved before your college entrance exam. Mayor Chen Xianyi, who had the most experience with the official process, casually replied, while asking suspiciously, "You must have something up your sleeve if you're sneaking around our table, right? Can't we just purely want to thank you?" Su Ming raised a can of Coke. "You came specially to help the kids start a live broadcast and block the trouble, so I shall toast to you, wishing you prosperity in martial arts, the sword to rule the world, blessings like the East Sea, and longevity like the abyss, little mouth with smeared with honey like, wait." Chen Xianyi furiously rolled his eyes. "The moment you open your mouth and mention live broadcasting, you want to ask how much live broadcasting revenue, right?" Su Ming smiled sarcastically, asking along the way, "It's mainly because I have a strong desire for knowledge. I've asked them to call in the money at the earliest possible time, and now that I do the math, it should be almost there." Mayor Chen's words just fell. Su Ming's cell phone buzzed and vibrated. A text message had arrived. "Dragon Country Rising Bank, dear customer, the global live platform on May 8th. 2000 hours to your tail number 8801 account to complete the transfer transaction. Dragon currency 1, 5,203, 7,719 yuan. Please pay attention." Su Ming's hand shivered and he was dumbstruck. Just one night's work, just one live broadcast, and you made $150 million? It's more lucrative than any of his god-awful systems. Chen Xianyi smiled gently. The Gun Demon Fortress copy has remained unbroken for many years, and is very famous in the eyes of professionals around the world. It's a huge stream of traffic, yet you ate it all up, naturally earning a fortune. It's just a pity that none of us are, which, professions or, soothsayer, professions that can foretell the future. The mayor sighed. There was no certain publicity and promotion done beforehand, nor did we take business orders to bring in goods. Otherwise, you could definitely earn at least 5 times more tonight. Kid is already satisfied. Su Ming arched his hand, but his heart was dripping blood. Yes, a business opportunity of this magnitude can be a splash of riches. Principal Zhao Renjie coughed and reminded, "Everything on the internet is virtual. You wouldn't have been able to grasp it, child. To have 150 million coming in is already a windfall. Don't be too greedy. Why don't you let Uncle Zhao keep that live account for you? Uncle grasps it for you." Zhao Renjie proposed beautifully. Su Ming wildly rolled his eyes. "I would like you to grasp for me, but I'm afraid that the global audience is used to seeing a jade-like and valiant oriental man, suddenly replaced with a ghostly old lump. The audience are shut down and run away. Blind a 20 million attention live room." Zhao Renjie, put. Mayor Chen Xianyi didn't hold back and burst out laughing, while handing him a small slip of paper. "Here, the account password. The real name authentication was also done with your Su Ming's information, so you can seamlessly take over." From the very beginning, Mayor Chen and Principal Zhao hadn't wanted to covet his live account. After all, this thing was originally highly bound to Su Ming, and no one would ever want to steal it, purely to tease him. Although the account belongs to you, but you are still a student, or to be the main college entrance examination. Focus on studying well. Zhao Renjie solemnly reminded him. Don't be so rampant as to be obsessed with live broadcasting to make quick money, and then disappear into obscurity. Chen Xianyi held a different opinion. You're really old-fashioned and can't keep up with the times. Anyway, Su Ming has already gotten a special recruitment contract from Yanhuang Military Academy, so what do you care about the college entrance exam? Instead, live broadcasting is truly a career that you can settle down with and should do it properly. You do the math. Without waiting for Zhao Renjie to get angry, Chen Xianyi was already breaking his fingers and mentally calculating for them to see, an ordinary graduate of the Beilang Academy. The monthly salary after the university we calculate according to 5,000. That's only $60,000 a year. We do not count taxes and consumption, assuming that all accumulated. 10 years, $600,000. Assuming that we can do it for 50 years. I guess, that's only $3 million. And Su Ming's new live account, last night skyrocketed by 20 million fans overnight. That's all serious active fans, not a single zombie fan. They're all quite optimistic about Su Ming and have a strong desire to reward him. That's why they netted 150 million overnight last night. And for Su Ming's second live broadcast, as long as it's a little bit more interesting, I dare to make a guarantee that it will earn at least another 50 million or more. Even if Su Ming messes up, the subsequent live broadcasts don't have program effects, and there aren't many people rewarding him. I estimate that this big Netflix account of his will end up earning more than 300 million guaranteed. Chen Zimo bristled. With this huge amount of money in hand, how much epic equipment can be purchased and how many skill books can be purchased? Since you can reach the sky in one step, why bother to follow the traditional path of going to school, reading, university, graduating and getting employed? Zhao Renjie neighed the significance of the college entrance examination, and is not only related to making money. Chen Zimo disdained. Don't sanctify the occupational college entrance examination. It's just a talent screening mechanism, a knocking brick to society. And the nightmare level, Gun Demon Fortress, copy is the college entrance exam that belongs exclusively to Su Ming. He's already earned his special university admission and future employment. Zhao Renjie was speechless. He realized that what Chen Zimo said was really reasonable. The professional's higher education examination was mainly to provide a fair pathway for the students at the bottom to rise. And Su Ming had already sealed the gods in a single battle, rocketing up the ranks and into the eyes of countless high-level professionals. By the way, the reason why my boy has come here in all his brazenness is to ask Mayor Chen Zimo to convert the commendation you have given me into another thing. Su Ming arched his hand and sincerely begged. Oh, but there's no harm in saying so. Kid wants to ask for a pass authorizing me to travel to the Northern Liang 037 Abyssal Battlefield. The moment these words came out, the table full of Northern Liang Academy executives all changed color. Are you crazy? A principal stopped it flatly. No way. Even if the mayor agrees, our school will never agree. How can a student who doesn't have much actual combat experience go to a real battlefield casually? You won't be resurrected and respawn like in a copy if you die in battle there. Yeah, although your kid took the sword by the horns and leapt into a combat medicine with the help of Mayor Chen Zimo, and since then you've been living a carefree life and getting rich overnight. But in terms of accumulating combat experience as a professional, you're still a fledgling rookie. You have to follow the standard process. First, you have to reach the passing line in the 10 trial copies, that is, the C-level pass evaluation, then earn enough graduation equipment in the military school, and finally wait for the teachers in the military school to evaluate your mental state and real battle strength to decide whether you are qualified enough to step into the real battlefield. It's a matter of life and death. No sloppiness. The people were absolutely refusing to let up. After all, Su Ming was the most astonishing genius the Northern Liang Academy had ever seen, so if he was chewed up by a rat demon on the battlefield, and his intestines went round and round, and he was reborn in the form of feces and urine, wouldn't that be a painful loss of a heavyweight alumnus? Chapter 41, The Lord of the Rings, the Emblem of Hydra. Su Ming said with a straight face, what about before there were copies? What about at the beginning of the Abyssal Invasion? The martyrs of my Dragon Kingdom had all just switched professions as well, and had never even mastered any skills at all. But in order to save the country and save the people, they still had no choice but to step into the battlefield with a frail body of level 1 and fight against the demons. I wish to follow the example of my martyrs and sharpen my strength directly on a real battlefield. With a resolute expression, he bowed again and requested, I hope you all will approve. This. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and Su Ming came prepared and continued to try to convince them. Furthermore, Abyssal Battlefield 037 is a standard low-intensity abyssal battlefield, with a level cap of just 20. The demons inside aren't very strong either, which is just right for a newcomer like me to practice. I've heard that there are many military recruits, as well as professionals from some of the major clans, who take the initiative to apply to go there to try out. If they can go, I can go. These last words made Principal Zhao Renjie hesitate. The director of the upper third-level department frowned and reminded, Student Xiao Su, the new recruits go to clear the 037 battlefield because of obligation. They have to control the number of magical creatures to avoid those guys from breaking out of the blockade line to go to the residential area to attack the people. As for the professionals of the big powers, they have received intense training since childhood, and their equipment and skills are top-notch. They deal with low-level demons below level 20 like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. But you. He didn't say much, but his meaning was unmistakable. Su Ming had only awakened today, and although he had taken a lot of rewards in the group Demon Fortress copy, he still had a lot of shortcomings. No, I rather think Su Ming should go. Mayor Chen Zimo suddenly put down his chopsticks and spoke with a hammer. Roll nah. Don't come fooling our hot-blooded students from Northern Liang to go and be a line-filling baby for you. I know the abyssal frontline has been tight on troops, but you can't just let a tiny level 10 summoner go into battle for nothing. Principal Zhao Renjie glared angrily at his old friend. Chen Zimo rolled his eyes. What's tight in terms of troop strength is the battlefield of Abyss 002 where the 4th ranked professionals are fighting furiously. Ming hasn't even reached the threshold yet. Besides, Abyss 037 has always been used to hone newly minted professionals, and the intensity of danger is very low. To use the internal terminology of professionals, it's a novice village. Even before the replica system was established, the death rate of Abyss 037, which was only 13%, was simply a baby bus level of difficulty. He shrugged his shoulders dismissively. A 13% death rate, is that low? Zhao Renjie snorted coldly. What about the fact that 1 out of 10 people will die? Who dares to guarantee that they won't be the unlucky one? Chen Xianyi faintly snorted. Old Zhao, I think you're silly with your academic research, and have been comfortable for too long, so you've forgotten a basic truth. To defend against the abyss, our human race has never had the advantage, and it was meant to be a fight for our lives, taking flesh and blood to fill it in. All noble greatness is inevitably accompanied by great sacrifices. 13% of the casualty rate is already the result of popularizing demonology and basic occupational skills. It must be known that in the decade when the universal transfer, the abyssal invasion, first began, the death rate of Abyss 037 is 68%. It was the lessons learned from one life written into the textbooks and passed on to future generations that lowered it to 13%. Chen Xianyi coldly grunted. 99% of the dangers have already been detected. Low-intensity battlefields have almost no rarities and no secrets to speak of. So what is there to fear? Not to mention that it's a schoolmaster like Ming, who must have memorized all the taboos of Battlefield 037, and is even more unhindered. Here, the pass I signed. After saying that, Chen Xianyi directly ignored his old friend's black face and signed a pass with a dragon's flourish. Ming joyfully received, the corner of the mouth a draw. Said, I wipe, good ugly dog crawling cursive. Looking for a crab dipped in ink on the paper to crawl, then your words look good. Loss of your signature action so handsome. The original is to cover up the word written ugly fake action. Of course, I won't go back on my word. The reward I promised you earlier will still be given. As Ming turned to leave, Chen Xianyi reached out and grabbed the back of his collar, yanking it back again like an eagle carrying a chicken. A golden ring was taken out of the backpack bar by Chen Xianyi and dropped on the dining table. Hiss, is it? The crowd of Beiliang Academy executives suddenly had glowing eyes and their harangues couldn't stop flowing. Lord of the Rings, Hydra emblem, no. 004, quality, dark gold. Description, this is a demigod-level demonic creature, Hydra Zudra, a soul fragment that fell after being surrounded by multinational 6th-ranked warcasters on Australia's Great Barrier Reef, and it was born from Zudra's 4th head, the Thunder Elemental Head. Utility, all lightning elemental spells cast by the wearer can be split into 9 consecutive rings of divergent lightning. Level limit, 10. May grow. Please collect the soul fragments of the other 8 heads to unlock more functions. Ming was shocked and instinctively excused himself. Without merit. This kind of treasure, how can the kid accept it? Please take it back. Lord Mayor, though he coveted it, he understood one of the simplest truths of human society. There is no such thing as a free lunch. When someone gives a gift of a certain value, they must expect to receive the same value in return. Don't look at this dark gold ring as only a level 10 item, but its prefix was, magic ring. Level 10 is only scratching the surface. If it was possible to gather all 9 soul fragments of the Hydra's transformed equipment, it was estimated that it could grow into a semi-divine artifact, or even a divine artifact. By then the conditions for using it will have definitely spiked above level 100. Chen Xianyi smiled lightly. I'm a sword immortal and I no longer cast lightning elemental spells, so I've already replaced the ring slot's equipment with another divine artifact ring. It was eliminated, and there are no lightning elemental mages among my descendants. I'm not an elemental mage either. Ming spread his hands. Chen Xianyi glanced at him. But that fox pet summoner of yours, it seems to be a full system magician. All you need to do is buy it a lightning chain skill book, paired with the Hydra magic ring. Ha, imagine it, every time it casts a spell, it's a 9 consecutive ring of forked thunder grids covering the abyssal demon on a wide scale. It's a living, breathing lightning Dharma King. Ming's eyes flickered, and the first time he saw that magic ring, he had already associated it with this image. But, what is it you want the boy to do for you? I'll have to weigh in on this without merit, he asked solemnly. The courtesy of a man must have something to do with it. Ming looked deeply at Chen Xianyi. The latter clapped and smiled. Upgrade to level 20 as soon as possible and complete the first transfer of a professional. At that time, I will make a request for you to travel to a wild abyssal rift and help me collect 2 precious materials. That rift is extremely unstable and can only allow level 30 or below professionals to step into it. No way. Without waiting for Ming to consider it, Zhao Renjie had already clapped his hands. You're talking about the Great Rift of the Abyss, Gate of the Guile Kingdom, right? Chapter 42, The Gate of the Eerie Kingdom. Chen Xianyi narrowed his eyes and glanced faintly at his old friend. There was a cold bitterness in his eyes that swept over him. He didn't lie, but instead admitted in one breath. It is none other than the gate of the tricky kingdom. Whenever the abyssal haze boils over, there will be the gate of the Guile country where demons and ghosts walk at night. That's why I'll never allow you boys to get involved. Principal Zhao Renjie glared at Su Ming very sternly. This matter, there is no need to discuss it again, and it will never be allowed to be refuted. What the hell is the gate of tricky kingdom? Su Ming scratched his head, and in turn, his curiosity was aroused. Or perhaps all good students have a rebellious soul inside them. Chen Xianyi set aside his wine glass, put down his chopsticks, wiped his lips, and gazed at the teenager in front of him slowly and methodically. It involves a subject that has been a taboo in academic circles for 3 years now, and it is a secret that all the officials around the world have tried to keep under wraps. But unfortunately, the no man's creepy zone is gradually expanding, and the creepy disasters are getting more and more intense, and they can't be covered up anymore. This sword immortal pinched his brow rather painfully. I only know one thing. In the future when it becomes public, it will surely lead to widespread panic. As a scholar, Lao Zhao should know more about the gate of the trickster kingdom than I do. Chen Xianyi flashed a look at his old friend. I'm too clumsy to speak clearly. In case the description goes awry, in the future, your prized disciples will inevitably be prone to a violent death when they encounter the trickster. Why don't you explain it yourself? Alas, just as well. The existence of the trickster objects can no longer be hidden anyway. Zhao Renjie sighed dismally. Within half a year, all governments around the world will publicize their secrets. In that case, I'll first give you a bit of information, lest you be unlucky enough to be ignorant of their horrors when you break into the fallen area of the creepy outbreak. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Zhao Renjie spoke eloquently to a crowd of listeners who had their ears open. On the African savannah, when a young elephant breaks away from the herd because of playfulness, what end does it meet? First up is the toughest of the lions that will swarm in and try to split the baby elephant. That is the abyssal demon clan that covets our planet. Zhao Renjie sighed tersely. But are the lions the only ones who salivate over the flesh and blood of baby elephants? After that, the hyena pack also wanted a piece of the lion's pie after they had their fill. After the hyenas have nibbled, the scavenging vulture flocks arrive again, followed by decomposers such as heads and E. coli. Zhao Renjie's face was solemn. The portal from the abyss has made holes in our planet and lost all its defenses. Therefore, the hunters from other alien worlds have also set their eyes on us at the same time. Those who come from the gate of the abyss are the demon clan, while those who come from the gate of the Guile kingdom are the Guile creature clan. Zhao Renjie solemnly said, the trickster things are very unique. They don't die and don't perish. Even if they are beaten to death, they can always come back over and over again, and there doesn't seem to be any means to kill them. They can only be suppressed with the sealing technique. They are a strange power system that is very different from our universal transfer system, as well as the devouring system of the abyssal demons. Zhao Renjie sighed and had a huge headache. Isn't that a slasher from a horror movie? Su Ming immediately had an association. Of course it's different. Principal Zhao Renjie shook his head loudly. The ghosts of horror movies are nothing more than fairy tales for adults. I don't even bother to watch them, and I won't be scared. A horror movie rated at least PG-13, if not R, and possibly listed as prohibited under 18, is a fairy tale in your eyes? A principal was stunned. Zhao Renjie nodded his head rightfully. Exactly. Think about the archetypes of those old horror stories, like Liao Zhai Ji. It's basically about an honest person who was bullied and humiliated, and after death, he turns into a stern ghost and seeks revenge on negative people, big landlords, corrupt bureaucrats, and other guys to claim his life. Normally, how much effort does an ordinary person at the bottom of society have to put in to move up the ladder? And how many days and nights of stoicism does he have to go through, if he wants to take revenge on those who are in high positions? Zhao Renjie bristled. But in horror stories, all it takes is a piece of white silk, hanging from the eaves of a house, to gain superpowers and become an unrivaled ghost. Isn't this the ancient version of a superhero story? To put it bluntly, it's just a fairy tale that holds the best wishes of rebellion. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Pithy. Mayor Chen Xianyi gave a thumbs up. Lu Yuan scratched his head. Then, weird things, then ghost things, special in what? What they possess is not a spirit body, nor can they be injured by things like garlic, peachwood swords, black dog blood, or talismans. At the mention of the weird objects, Principal Zhao Renjie was once again filled with seriousness. A 6th-ranked professional, using the divine art, holy light illumination, tried to purify them, and these guys were actually unharmed. As a matter of fact, it's only right that any evil creature would receive double damage from the holy light attribute. There are also hidden professions of the summoning department, necromancer, who attempted to use the invocation technique on the trickster, and the result was ugh. Zhao Renjie had a look of a man who had a hard time saying anything. As a summoner, Su Ming naturally studied the hidden professions of the same profession quite a bit. He couldn't help but ask in surprise. The invocation technique is able to summon unknown necromantic creatures as their temporary slaves, but it actually doesn't work on creepy things as well? Yes, the unification was ineffective. That necromancer's offense, in turn, angered the creepy thing, and being possessed by the other, he jumped to his death the following day in full view of the public. This incident, despite being characterized as a suicide, all the researchers have seen his psychological diagnostic report very healthy, without any precursors of a suicidal person. Zhao Renjie sighed tersely. Many scholars later gambled their lives to study them, and also died in strange and bizarre ways. What then? Isn't it insoluble? Su Ming had a shocked look on his face. If so many high-level professionals and top-stream scholars were unable to do anything about the tricksters, that would be a calamity more terrible than the invasion of the abyss. The thought that he too might stumble upon them at some point and die a gruesome death made Su Ming instinctively tremble. There's no need to be too alarmed. Mayor Chen Xianyi, however, picked his teeth and smiled faintly. In fact, in short, the weird things are not in the same power system as us, so there is no proven solution. It's like a bullet from the third dimension that can't harm the second dimension, or the fourth dimension creatures from higher dimensions. But the sealing technique, however, is able to seal trickster objects and some items. That's cutting-edge high-end academic research, and our low-level scholars in this poor countryside of Beiliang are just not qualified to touch it for the time being. Zhao Renjie, Su Ming, you already know the terror of the creepy things, and the gate of the creepy kingdom is the passageway that links our world to theirs. Therefore, I will never agree to you going inside and blindly breaking in. The dark gold magic ring that this old thing Chen Xianyi gave you is certainly valuable, but it is not worth a talented summoner's life gambling on. Chapter 43, A Hidden Information About a Divine Artifact. Su Ming, however, spread his hands indifferently. I'm sorry, Principal Zhao. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you with my decision. Zhao Renjie was in a big hurry. He didn't want to see his favorite disciple lose his life in the Gate of Guile Kingdom. We professionals have been facing the abyss head-on against all sorts of incredibly powerful demons. In my opinion, the trickster is nothing more than a more powerful higher demon. He shook his head. To obtain such a powerful dark gold equipment as the Hydra emblem, it would require a group of 6th-order professionals to team up and go against the demigod-level Hydra Zudra. Therefore, its value would have been worth a trip to the gate of the Trickster Kingdom, and it's worth betting my life on. Good, that's the kind of teenage genius I like. Mayor Chen Xianyi revealed a satisfied look. Feel free to rest assured. All of our scientific research organizations around the globe are working closely on the gate of the Trickster Kingdom. By the time you grow to the point where you are able to make a breakthrough in the gate of the Guile Kingdom, it is impossible to say that we have already deciphered the secret of the immortality of the Guile objects. What Su Ming thought in his heart was, I have the Divine Magnificence system, which can privately customize the gold phrases of my summons. So the big deal is that I can get some creepy resurrection, or creepy monster descent, or something like that, and bestow it on my summons. At that time, the same weird things, can't they attack and kill each other? After eating and drinking, Su Ming left the cafeteria contentedly, put on his mask, and went back to the dormitory to rest. But while touching the access card, his fingertips touched a business card. It's not someone else, it's the flirtatious female secretary who used to be very bad with him, but the follow-up posture was put very low, so low that she apologized when she took the initiative to reveal her snowy and deep breasts. Zhao Muyu. The business card was still heavy with a hint of her high-end perfume. With a crisp finish, Su Ming only glanced at it, but his expression abruptly solidified as he realized that the business card had a line of small, clear words written on it. I have clues to the summoner profession's exclusive artifact, Carry On World. Oh, face-to-face negotiation is possible, and small knives are possible. If you are interested, please contact Sister O. Next to it was a pink lipstick, glistening with a mesmerizing sheen in the streetlight. His first thought was, it shouldn't be a trap, right? Could it be the Iron Blood Alliance's beauty plan? Shen Zimo wanted her to try her strengths and weaknesses? Then perhaps he himself could also use the trick to probe her depths. But some scams, despite their crudeness, repeatedly work because they are so tempting. Even though Su Ming didn't trust Zhao Moyu, his eyes felt as if they were glued to the words, Carry On World. As a summoner, who could not want, Carry On World? It must be known that ordinary summoners, like the current Su Ming, had extremely limited space for summoned beasts. Su Ming currently only had 3, and even though there would be more in the future along with transfers and promotions, it would be impossible to have more than 10 summoned beast spaces from the 1st rank to the 6th rank with normal promotions. But the number of summoned beasts is the bottom line of a summoner. Even if the quality of the summoned beasts was poor, as long as there were enough of them, they would still be able to have the effect of many ants biting the elephant. The famous undead scourge of heaven was the summoned beasts that had enough space to have an overwhelming army of bone dragons and a sea of skeletons at the wave of a hand. It was said that the other party then held the divine artifact, Carry-On World. It was a pity that after the undead plague of heaven faded into the long river of history, this divine artifact also disappeared without a trace, and the probability was that it was burned or smashed by the abyssal demons. The active community of summoners, on the other hand, tends to have a popular saying: artifacts, more often than not, have a divine suffix, indestructible. It would just be dropped, snatched, and broken down into bits and pieces of crumbs, but it just couldn't be completely destroyed by a demon. Those fragments were destined to coalesce with each other over the long course of history, reorganizing into the artifact proper and reappearing in this world again. Su Ming tightened his eyebrows and quietly pondered. If Zhao Mayu didn't lie to me, and the news of the divine artifact, Carry-On World, really leaked out, then this would be a heavenly opportunity. But shouldn't she sell it to Shen Zimo? Could it be that the rumors about her resigning in public are true? Su Ming knew from his friend Song Qingfeng's additive description that Shen Zimo had attributed all of Su Ming's credit for breaking through the swarming demon fortress to his own profession card, and had sworn that it was a hidden senior summoner profession card. Su Ming thought for a moment and understood the reason why Zhao Muyu resigned in anger. He didn't want to be the backstabber. That career card, after all, was the one that Su Ming had snatched away with a high price of 20 million in front of Zhao Muyu and Shen Zimo. In other words, if Shen Zimo was telling the truth, then Zhao Mayu was the first person responsible. As a professional secretary and manager, Zhao Muyu was just working for the Iron Blood Alliance, and both parties were in an employment relationship. If Zhao Mayu really made the low-level mistake of mistaking a high-level profession card for a normal profession card, her reputation would be ruined and no one would hire her in the future. So that's a pot she's never willing to take. It's her future career that's at stake. But the future heir of the Iron Blood Alliance couldn't afford to be offended, so Zhao Mayu could only settle for the second best and choose to resign. Zhao Muyu shouldn't be practicing the beauty trick. This piece of information, too, couldn't have been a bait put out by the Iron Blood Alliance. Su Ming came to a conclusion, because although he didn't understand the Iron Blood Alliance, nor did he understand Zhao Muyu, but after 3 years of being classmates, Su Ming could understand Shen Zimo too well. The guy is egotistical and vindictive and extraordinarily mean. Dumping his failures on his secretary is way out of character for him. Su Ming no longer hesitated and dialed Zhao Muyu's number. An hour later, Su Ming, who was wearing ordinary sunglasses and a medical mask, pretending to be a patient with a severe cold, and Zhao Muyu, who was wearing glittering sunglasses and a hot gold fashionable mask, pretending to be a starlet out on the street, sat down together in the private room of the internet cafe at the entrance of the school. We're kinda like a little couple. Zhao Muyu took the initiative to hand him a cup of milk tea with oolong peaches, sipping it while casually asking, "The Iron Blood Alliance, haven't they found you in trouble yet?" "Oh, we have no grievances. Why would they create trouble for me?" Su Ming frowned and tried. Zhao Muyu smiled. "You should understand Shen Zimo, and I understand his father Shen Jinghong. They have the same lineage of vindictive nature and are just as ruthless. You may not have much hostility towards them, but in Shen Jinghong's mind, he has already made a move against you, and he determined that 100% of you will retaliate back in the future. Therefore, strangling you in your infancy and solving all the troubles once and for all is his style of doing things." "He made a move against me?" Su Ming was stunned. "Right, in order to prevent you from rising in the future and taking revenge on his good son. Shen Jinghong personally took action and took away the special enrollment quota that the Dragon Country's #1 military school was going to leave for you." Zhao Muyu was smiling. "There is an old saying in the old times of our Dragon Country, called, blocking everyone's way to wealth is like killing one's parents, and taking away your way up. That's no less than a blood feud at the level of the entire family." Chapter 44, Low-Intensity Abyssal Battlefield. Su Ming smiled bitterly inside. It's really a case of the pot calling the kettle black. First, Shen Zimo took the liberty of speculating that his mediocre summoner profession was actually a hidden special profession. Then Shen Jinghong took the liberty of assuming that Su Ming held a grudge against his son, and the two sides were already on the same page. So Shen Jinghong took the liberty of snatching Su Ming's special enrollment spot in the first military academy that he actually didn't care for. Eventually Shen Jinghong took the liberty of thinking that Su Ming must have been furious about this, and both sides already had a great hatred for stopping people's wealth and killing their parents. This set of unauthorized expectation, unauthorized broken defense combination punch. Who suffered? Su Ming sipped his milk tea in a depressed manner, and with the mentality of a drowning man seeking the last straw to save his life, he looked at the beautiful secretary with picturesque eyebrows. "Look, can I reconcile with Shen Jinghong? I can apologize. You guess." Zhao Muyu laughed lightly, mercilessly destroying his hopes. "According to my understanding of Shen Jinghong, he must think that you're being disingenuous and feigning weakness. But in fact, you're very unconvinced in your heart, and you're just trying to gain some time to practice and grow. When the day comes that you two become a sixth-order professional, you will surely return the deep-seated hatred tenfold. Su Ming, these should just be in your head, right? He was a bit unconvinced. Is Shen Zimo as far as being so paranoid? Unfortunately, in the Iron Blood Alliance, his nickname is called Crazy Fighter Shen Zimo, which fits perfectly with his hidden profession, Wild Fighter. Zhao Muyu said indifferently. You're a schoolteacher. You should have read a truth. There's only wrong names. There's no wrong nicknames. Su Ming could only take a long breath, and eventually swept away his depression, revealing a hobnail-like ruthlessness. Just as well. If Shen Zimo is not going to stop pestering me, then I, Su, am not a vegetarian either. This bastard is simply bullying people to the point that he really thinks that I am a soft egg pinched in clay? Very good. I like this kind of essence of yours. Zhao Muyu chewed on a macaron pastry and gave her advice. You don't have to panic either, because right now you're receiving special attention from the Dragon Kingdom's third military school, Yanhuang Military Academy. Vice Principal Chu Tianchi even gave you a special enrollment quota. Moreover, Mayor Chen Xianyi also greeted everyone and openly stated that he thinks highly of you. And this kind of statement is enough to make Shen Zimo's heart fearful. Not to mention, the live stream of your raid on the Gun Demon Fortress copy is known globally and is extremely hot. In other words, until the netizens forget about you, you're a big internet celebrity. Your every move is getting a lot of attention then. The Iron Blood Alliance is an officially registered formal organization after all, and Shen Zimo wouldn't dare to casually lay his hands on you in this situation. Su Ming nodded his head and let out a long breath. Also whether it's the old era or the era of universal transmigration, the death of a big netizen will bring about super high exposure, and when the time comes, it will be hard for Shen Zimo to get away with it. After confirming that he was temporarily safe and secure, Su Ming had a strong motivation to upgrade again. If you wanted to survive under a 6th order berserker, you had to be at least a 5th order summoner. How much do you sell the information about the artifact, Carry On World? And how can I prove the authenticity of the information? Su Ming asked thoughtfully. The spectacle of your global live broadcast yesterday, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Zhao Muyu laughed extraordinarily cheerfully. So hello, that row of rewards, can be really generous. Greedy, this girl can't wait to pour. Su Ming's heart thumped for a moment, his face stiffened and said, that, global live broadcast, have to transnational tax. In fact, to my hands did not have a few small money. Luan Jia is a master's student studying international finance. Zhao Muyu's lips sketched out a charming light smile. Taxation and cross-border settlements. Am I not much more familiar than you? Bad man. Net thinking of taking advantage of others. Su Ming looked at the stunning enchantress in front of him who exuded a strong charm, swallowed his saliva with difficulty, and subconsciously clutched his lifeline. You, don't come over. Yes, it's that lifeblood, his bank card. 1 byte, 100 million. Zhao Muyu lazily gave a price that was grasped with precision. In her opinion, Su Ming had made a huge profit from this live broadcast, so he should be at the height of his heart, and would surely be ambitious about the message of the divine artifact. No summoner could resist the lure of the Carry On World. That was, after all, an infinitely large summoning space, meaning an infinite number of bewildering summoning beasts. Quantitative changes can produce qualitative changes. Zhao Muyu continued to persuade with a smile. The price of purchasing a summoner skeleton right now is around $5,000 in cash. You spend a little bit of money and buy 10,000 of them, all packed in your carry-on world. At that time, when you encounter any enemy, just throw them out in a brain, and you can simply say that they are invincible at the same level. Su Ming bristled. Without it, I'm just as invincible at the same level. But, he remembered the amount of money that the Divine Hero system needed to spend 120 million. Spend up to that amount to get another legendary gold word. Therefore, Su Ming simply waved his hand in a bold manner. That's fine. Deal. I really quite need to spend this amount of money. Zhao Muyu was stunned. She was a bit confused. What did she mean by quite need to spend this money? The word flower, isn't that a bit redundant? However, Su Ming had already signaled her to provide her bank card account number, and also asked her to prepare an electronic contract on her own. Well, don't we need a notary? Zhao Muyu asked in wonder. After all, it's a big business involving $100 million. In case I'm really bluffing you with false information, and once I get the money, I'll just flee abroad. Won't you be hitting a basket of water? Su Ming rolled his eyes. The money will definitely be paid to the official platform of the Dragon Kingdom first, and will not be directly paid into your account. After I confirm the authenticity of the news, the 100 million will be staged from the official platform to you. It's not like I'm a little virgin who is obsessed with seeing a beautiful woman and doesn't even understand basic anti-fraud common sense. Alright, quite reasonable. Zhao Muyu was confident in her intelligence and also thought that the official platform was reliable. so she also printed the electronic contract in triplicate and then both parties signed it. Here, one for you, one for me, and one mailed to the official platform. Zhao Muyu was very efficient, nimbly taking care of all the contracts. And then he sat down squarely to tell him about the intelligence. The artifact, carrying world, was once owned by His Excellency, the undead plague of heaven. After the fall of the martyrs, this artifact was torn apart and secretly sealed by the demons. In order to prevent high-level summoners like the undead plague from obtaining it, they sinisterly sealed the artifact fragment in the low-intensity abyssal battlefield. Su Ming was stunned and his face changed slightly. Is it really in that hellish place? The low-intensity abyssal battlefield? A forbidden area that only novice professionals below level 20 are authorized to enter? Chapter 45, If a man is killed, he dies. Su Ming was somewhat snapped out of it. No wonder that the divine artifact, Carry-On World, had not come out for so long, as if it had disappeared. Turns out pieces of it were sealed in that hellhole. The abyssal battlefield is a special region where human professionals and abyssal demons fight to the death. However, the first order to sixth order professions were vastly different from each other in terms of strength, and it was impossible for them to all fight in the same abyssal battlefield. Therefore, the abyssal battlegrounds were divided into 7 segments: the 6th order abyssal battlegrounds, the 5th order abyssal battlegrounds, the 4th order, the 3rd order, the 2nd order, the 1st order, and the low-intensity abyssal battlegrounds that were offered to untransferred novices. It can be understood from the game's point of view. For example, many gaming games ladder segments, but also divided into bronze, black iron, silver, gold, and so on, but not long after the abyssal invasion. Low-intensity abyssal battlegrounds were then outlawed by law, and the state no longer recommended entry for the untransformed. The reason was simple: the novice professionals below the first rank were mostly minors. How can we let these children go to the battlefield to fight with the demons just after they have been transferred? Humans are different from demons. The killing instincts and natural skills of demons are etched in their DNA, at the genetic level, innate from the womb. While human professionals have combat power, they need to acquire skills from schools, sharpen their skills from replicas, and gain attributes from equipment. So, the decisions of major governments around the globe are undoubtedly wise. The human race gave up the gains of the low-intensity abyssal battlefields, but preserved their strength and took the initiative in the major abyssal battlefields of the 1st order to 6th order. It's kind of another form of Tennessee. So, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. I have to step into the low-intensity abyssal battlefield and find the fragments of the divine artifact, Carrying World, before I transfer? He had actually obtained the abyssal battlefield pass number 037 signed by Mayor Chen Xianyi at the celebration banquet that had just ended. Even without the clue of the artifact, he was prepared to go to the battlefield to kill monsters and practice to level up to level 20 as early as possible. Bingo! Zhao Mayu snapped her fingers and said with a straight face, Divine Artifact Revival is usually a very tedious and difficult series of quests, one after the other. The information I have obtained indicates that when a summoner, in the low-intensity abyssal battlefield, kills 1,000 demons, he will trigger the artifact recovery quest. But the content of the quest, I don't know. Zhao Muyu sighed lightly. After all, the conditions for triggering the quest are too harsh. That's 1,000 kills. Most of the monsters in the low-intensity abyssal battlefield were at around level 10 to 20. If Su Ming was only a level 10 ordinary summoner, it would be extremely difficult for him to get even 10 consecutive kills, let alone getting 1,000 kills. This isn't a lawn-mowing no-holds-barred minigame, and it's important to keep in mind one of the most basic pieces of logic: if people get killed, they die. Yes, low-intensity abyssal battlefields are supposed to be the reality, not a copy, not a copy, not a copy. All beings that intruded into it, whether they were human or demonic, had and have only one life. It was like the reason why Su Ming was able to leisurely livestream through the group Demon Fortress, was because it was a copy. And even if he lost the battle, he would be able to return with all his whiskers intact and try again next time. So he can do everything with the relaxed mindset of a game of life. Is this the difficulty of acquiring a divine weapon? Su Ming let out a sigh, but in turn, his fighting spirit was ignited. But for me, the difficulty is just right. Zhao Muyu guffawed and smiled. That's right. With the rawness of that legendary grade summoner of yours, you can definitely walk sideways in a low-intensity battlefield. This quest is undoubtedly tailored for summoners like you. For other professions, even if their talent was strong, it would be delusional to try to do 1,000 kills in a low-intensity abyssal battlefield. Because they were ultimately flesh and blood, they would tire, run out of mana, and lose blood. Because the demons know how to sneak up on you, set traps, and converge into a tide of demons that pours in. Not to mention, even if 1,000 demonic creatures stood still and let them hack away, the durability of the ordinary professional's weapons wouldn't be enough. The knife would cut bluntly and would chip away at the demon's bones. The staff will run out of power and will need to go back and be re-enchanted. That's why it's the exclusive mission of the summoner profession. Summoners can use the massive amount of demons on the battlefield to infinitely summon skeletons, thus leveling the abyssal battlefield with a sea of skeletons tactic, reaching a qualitative change with absolute numerical superiority. Here, the skill books are all ready for you. Consider it a small giveaway for our big business. Zhao Muyu very thoughtfully handed over a skill book. Skeleton Summoning, Occupation Restriction, Summoner. If you switch to Necromancer, all skeleton soldiers will have plus 50% attack and plus 50 blood. Effect, summons a skeleton soldier from a corpse. Depending on the type of corpse, it determines the occupation of the skeleton soldier, which can be a melee skeleton warrior, or a long-distance skeleton bowman, as well as a spellcasting skeleton mage. Oh, thank you Sister Zhao Muyu. Su Ming's heart blossomed, because the market price of this skeleton summoning technique was over 200,000, and now that he actually got it from her for nothing, it was indeed very cool. What a sweet mouth. School sister loves it. Zhao Muyu's pair of beautiful eyes burned as she looked at him, proposing once again. I say, do you want to hire school sister to be your agent? Anyway, I'm jobless now, and you, as a big internet star, can't be a loner? Not even a little assistant. Why did you choose me? Su Ming was stunned. With school sister skills and the impending cost of $100 million, you can completely start your own business, right? Why bother to work for someone else? Zhao Muyu, however, said indignantly, self-employment? In an era where the professional is king, where is there room for ordinary people to start their own businesses? You think I'm willing to work in that Thai place? The Iron Blood Alliance? Shen Jinghong old thief all day long with thieving eyes to steal a pair of beautiful legs of my mother. Obviously have a wife, but still delusion something secretary to do. Nothing to do secretary. I know the nastiness in his heart, and I can only endure it. Fortunately, his family's tigress is strong and is also a 6th-ranked professional and has a strong family background. So Shen Jinghong didn't dare to be reckless and could only obediently pretend to be a good man who cares about his family. Zhao Muyu sighed tersely. Force is honored. It's the hidden creed of the era of universal transfer. She looked out the window out of her mind. A pair of misty eyes, dense with tears. I am also a small town to do the title family origin. My parents contracted a barren mountain. They with hard work to plant it full of fruit trees, and diligent fertilization, hard care, and ultimately fruitful garden. Do you think they will see the final harvest? The corner of Zhao Muyu's lips curved up into a beautiful but cold arc. I saw with my own eyes. There were 2 businessmen who came to the door at that time. One was willing to give a fair price to lift us out of poverty and make us rich. The other only gave 30% of the market price and wanted to bag all the seasonal fruits in our orchard. Chapter 46. I treat him like a good uncle, but he wants to be a bad one. My parents ultimately chose the latter because he was a shadow assassin, the 4th-ranked professional with the most part-time killers. For that night my pattern was disassembled into dog skin, dog meat, liver, filth, blood, intestines, all neatly wrapped in film and placed on our doorstep. Su Ming was silent. I actually miss the old days more. Zhao Muyu smiled sweetly and lightly. Her eyes had a hint of nostalgia remembering the past. In that era, I could climb to the top of the human race's power with my mind, and the weak could be blessed by the law. But now, we must attach ourselves to the strong in order to have the threshold to compete fairly with others. She looked at Su Ming, blinking her beautiful eyes, stretching out her snowy fingers like peeled onion roots and poking his chest. You are the man that school sister wants to attach herself to yet? Cough cough. Su Ming nearly spewed out a mouthful of oolong peach milk tea. Sister, if you have sex with me right now, I can backhandedly sue you for harassing an underage boy. Oh. Zhao Muyu laughed with a wave of eye-catching laughter. She stretched out her right hand, holding her fair white face, and said with interest, it's not quite right. This year's national XP ranking, the number 1 ranking is clearly kids driving big cars, which overwhelmed the NTR Minotaur of previous years. Su Ming instantly became interested. Oh? I remember Shen Zimo was once full of fantasies about you, and now you're turning into my agent, one way or the other. Wouldn't it be the equivalent of me snatching away his secretary sister? Currently guilty of belonging to is. Zhao Muyu was dumbfounded. Alright, senior sister Zhao Muyu. After a bit of flirting, Su Ming converged on his playfulness and said to her with a straight face, if you really want to be my manager, then we have to maintain a serious relationship from the start, so that when we talk about wages and contracts in the future, we can only be clean, and each other's conscience can be clear. Our cooperative relationship can also be long-lasting, while not affecting each other's personal space. He wasn't a little boy who was casually teased by his big sister. He is a traveler with a mature mindset and a long-term vision. Zhao Muyu looked at Su Ming with some shock, suddenly realizing that he was unable to see through the schoolmate in front of him. Underneath his boyish face, He seemed to have some vicissitudes of seeing through the world, exuding the charm that belonged to a mature man. Su Ming smiled and turned the tables. Senior sister wants to be my agent. It must be because you know that Mystic Sanctuary, Miss Buimian, has thrown out an olive branch to me. You know that they will shelter me, so you have come to rub off on my protective umbrella, right? Zhao Muyu. She suddenly had the small embarrassment of having all her thoughts seen through. But you're right, we should indeed join forces. Su Ming broke the awkwardness and said with a straight face, because we're all on that asshole Shen Jinghong's blacklist. Moreover, don't forget that right now, that guy Shen Zimo is as bewitched as he is, insisting that you bought the wrong career card. Although his words are very ridiculous, but what if you die? With no one to refute it, his words will automatically come true. Zhao Muyu's pupils suddenly shrunk. He is, indeed, someone who can do such things. Shen Jinghong will also take the initiative to help his son erase the stain on his life, because his heir must not be a jumped-up clown. Yes, as long as you live, Shen Zimo will remain a clown. Only when you die, will their room for maneuver be unlimited, and they will be able to turn Shen Zimo into a perfect heir of greatness and light. Su Ming faintly sneered. For example, adding a check signed in my name to your relics. For example, accidentally searching out the diary you wrote, which recorded a series of evidence that you had long since defected to me. Oh, all of these can easily prove that Shen Zimo didn't lie. Zhao Murya got up and formally extended his hand. To reacquaint myself, I'm Zhao Muryu, please teach me more. I'm a 10 million level big netizen, the world record holder of the swarming demon fortress, the holder of the Dragon Kingdom's third-class heroic medal of merit, jade-like, handsome, the dream prince of millions of teenage girls, big handsome Su Ming, the man who's going to be the summoning king in the future. Zhao Muyu, hands interlocked. Su Ming instinctively pinched it, and sure enough, it was fragrant and soft. He couldn't be blamed for this. After all, it was the first time he shook hands with such a stunning beauty since he crossed over a decade, and at his age, it was also the age when male hormones were secreted most strongly. Zhao Muyu snorted a laugh. You just said it with righteousness, but your body is quite honest. Schoolmate. After saying that, she also hooked Su Ming's palm with her little thumb. Su Ming was ruffled by her and nearly stood upright. A heir? Who? Alright, without ruffling your feathers, since you're willing to let me be your agent. First of all, let me present my career plan, as well as my thoughts on your operation. Zhao Muyu also floored her cold face in a serious manner. As far as I know, on the outskirts of our Beilang city, there is a low-intensity abyssal battlefield, number 037, where there is also an electronic signal. So, your second live broadcast can take place there. Having exposure, the Iron Blood Alliance won't dare to act rashly. Your live broadcast is your saving grace. We can completely publicize this matter with great fanfare and let the global audience defend you. Zhao Muyu spoke. Su Ming, however, shook his head and said with a straight face, no, change the publicity program. I want you to spread the news that I'm about to head to the low-intensity abyssal battlefield, spreading it out and reaching the ears of the Iron Blood Alliance through covert channels. As for the live broadcast, wait until I enter the battlefield before you start publicizing and promoting it, he said indifferently. Zhao Muyu understood in seconds. You're trying to fish for law enforcement? You want to trick Shen Jinghong into sending people to the abyssal battlefield to round you up and then kill them back? Su Ming laughed. The access level of the low-intensity abyssal battlefield is level 1 to level 20, and I'm currently only level 10. If you're Shen Jinghong, wouldn't you want to send some level 20 experts to crush this stinking worm of mine? But, a level 20 professional is really much stronger than a level 10 professional. Zhao Muyu was worried. Don't worry, the man you choose to attach yourself to is very strong. Su Ming patted his chest. Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes, but my eye for men is very poor. Don't forget, the one I tried to attach myself to before was Shen Jinghong of the Iron Blood Alliance, but it turned out that I treated him as a good uncle, but he wanted to be my bad uncle. Su Ming, just as well, we should prepare for everything, Zhao Muyu said solemnly. Before I came here, I've offered a reward of 2 million to help you beg for the rare skill book, Skeleton Specialization. I paid a 20% premium, so I should be able to beg for it soon, but you'll have to reimburse me for this part of the money. Su Ming simply transferred 20 million to her directly. Here, go register a private studio of mine, specializing in running my live broadcasting business. At the same time use this money to handle my daily affairs. You watch over it, just show me the bills every month. Chapter 47 The Abyssal Battlefield from the Ground Up. Su Ming used the person and directly hit the money. Of course, the reason why it was so refreshing was purely because of the desire to complete the quests of the Divine Hero system. Sure enough, the Divine Hero system also prompted him that the 120 million consumption task was completed. Successfully spent $120 million. $240 million has been returned to the account, and a legendary gold word has been awarded. The next time you get a gold word, You'll need to spend 500 million. Friendly reminder, your consumption must be used to enhance your personal strength, and cannot be squandered at will, or the divine greatness system will not double the return. Su Ming temporarily pressed down the ecstasy in his heart. This one lore gold phrase, which he had actually been planning for a long time, had finally arrived. And Zhao Moyu was also very satisfied with Su Ming's atmosphere. Alright, senior, sure enough the global live broadcast has earned a lot of money. Don't worry, this trip to the low-intensity battlefield live broadcast will also definitely make a lot of money, because you're also considered a whole lot of hard work. After all, it's been many years since there was a fierce man who broke into the abyssal battlefield at level 10. We could do a live series, domination of the abyssal battlefield from scratch. Zhao Muyu spoke with a fluttering brow. The fresh low-intensity abyssal battlefield, as well as your mowing like peerless crushing, will definitely be able to create a brand new experience for the global audience. Coupled with the occasional handling of some assassins from the Iron Blood Alliance as a small embellishment to the live broadcast, I can only say that the live broadcast effect pulls full weight. Interesting, could do that scenario. Su Ming also thought it was great, but the only thing he was worried about was, I'm already level 10, can I still be considered starting from scratch? Zhao Muyu shrugged his shoulders. The first live in your life was to clear the Gun Demon Fortress. At that time, you were starting from zero, and that was enough. It's okay, anyway, the live broadcast is to cheat. Ahem. It is to provide the family members with the live broadcast effect and emotional value. Well, the family members shouldn't nitpick. Su Ming lightly laughed. Then, he directly threw that 037 Abyssal Battlefield Pass in front of Zhao Muyu. Mayor Chen Xianyi's signature was very clear, as those three words emanated a strong aura of sword and fire that could never be forged. Ha, this. Zhao Muyu looked at him dumbfounded. Have you been playing dumb with me all this time? So you've been preparing to go to the 037 low-intensity abyssal battlefield from the very beginning? Is it possible that the divine artifact information I sold you is useless? Her eyes were instantly extremely complicated. Then you still agreed to give me $100 million that readily. Could it be that you want to adopt me? Su Ming smiled. It's just a coincidence. Moreover, your divine artifact intelligence is certainly worth the price. Because normally, I wouldn't be interested in tediously killing up to 1,000 demons all the time. After all, I only need to rise from level 10 to level 20, and in terms of experience, about 700 demons would be enough. Zhao Muyu revealed a relieved smile, but then couldn't help but blush a little. If you count it that way, we actually have a heart-to-heart. Okay, time to get down to business, my good schoolgirl. Well, wait for my good news, my stinking schoolboy. And so, under Zhao Muyu's manipulation, a piece of information quickly flowed into the hidden darknet, the Iron Federation building. Shen Jinghong was scolding Shen Zimo. Stupid. They say that a tiger father has no son. How come I have such a stupid son like you? Shen Zimo stretched his neck. It is known, a tiger father does not have a dog son. It is also known, I am the son of a dog. Counterfactual, you are not a tiger father, most likely a dog father. Shen Jinghong? Then he rewarded his son with his favorite slaps, big mouths and big ear scrapes. Prove it to me again. Let me hear your solution to the problem. Shen Jinghong glared at Shen Zimo, still not relieved. Shen Zimo, known, loving fathers have many defeated children. Tiger fathers have many sons. Also known, I am the son of a dog. Proof, you are both a loving father and a tiger father. Oh, mama, I wanna go home. That's when a piece of intel was sent to his cell phone. Shen Jinghong narrowed his eyes and whispered, this Su Ming, he's really capable of tossing and turning. He's probably enamored with being in Netflix and wants to maintain his live account, so he decided to go to the low-intensity Abyss battlefield to make a break for it. This piece of information was revealed by Su Ming when he was begging for the Skeleton Specialization skill book, and it is extremely credible. Furthermore, he begged for it at a premium of 20%, so he was clearly in dire need of it. And this cold skill book is what is most effective on the abyssal battlefield. Shen Zimo rounded his eyes. This idea is very good. Father, we must stop him. If he really makes a big profit again, I'm afraid that with the live broadcast he will be able to earn the resources to train himself. At that time, Su Ming is afraid that he will really become a climate. He made a stupid mistake. Shen Jinghong laughed evilly. After all, he's a tender teenager. He doesn't even know how big the difference between level 10 and level 20 is. It's a double attribute difference. Moreover, level 20 equipment is also a crushing presence against level 10 equipment. Shen Jinghong said indifferently, I will immediately draw out some of the level 20 professionals trained within the Iron Blood Alliance to jointly hang Su Ming. This trip will be our Iron Blood Alliance's home ground. In terms of frontal combat, how can a newbie like Su Ming, a pure rookie, be able to fight against the warriors trained by our Iron Blood Alliance? He proudly said, letting out a long breath. This hidden danger can finally be pulled out. I thought it would be stuck in my throat for a long time. 3 days later, The incognito and anonymous Su Ming and the disguised Zhao Muyu met at a small restaurant outside of the abyssal battlefield 037. The latter directly took out the acquired skeleton specialization, as well as an amulet, and handed it to him. Here, fortunately, the 20 million you gave me has been spent, but it has been worth every penny. Ha, that fast? You have quite a talent for spending money. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he felt that hiring her to work for him was like a tiger with wings. That's the kind of talent the Godhawk system needs to be good at spending money, Zhao Muyu said without a trace of anger. When you're sarcastic, can you say it with such sincerity every time? I'm not cheating you out of your money. Look at that amulet. Su Ming was stunned and directly appraised. A look of joy instantly appeared on his face. Small amulet, skeleton research frenzy. Effect, skeleton summoning +1 level. Skeleton specialization +1 level. Slot, place in backpack to take effect. Description, 1 amulet skill of the same type and effect, not stackable. Though, that said, its effect is simply to provide 2 lower skill levels. However, Su Ming knew very well that the most precious thing about this item was that it could be put into effect when placed in the backpack. It doesn't take up precious jewelry slots like necklaces and rings, and all the additional effects are picked up for nothing. And with the backpack thing, you can spend money to expand it to be completely infinite. Powerful. Senior sister. Su Ming gave a thumbs up and didn't mince words of praise. If I can return unharmed from this trip, you'll take the first credit. Zhao Muriel blinked her beautiful eyes. If you can return safely, senior sister can give you your first kiss. Chapter 48, My Personal Mana Charger. Such small and large amulets. Whatever is useful to my summoner, feel free to acquire them. Su Ming was very generous and transferred a full half of the $240 million that arrived to Zhao Muyu as her startup capital. Zhao Muyu was truly a bit shocked. Did you really earn that much from the last live broadcast? Your disposable funds are simply much more than even Shen Zimo. It's no wonder you chose the tycoon exclusive profession. Summoner. Su Ming waved his hand. Don't ask where the money comes from. Just help me spend it hard and be done with it. Anything that can enhance my strength. There's no need to kill the price. Just a single second. As the owner of the Divine Hero system, Su Ming wasn't poor. It was just a pity that the system restricted that only spending when he was enhancing his strength would count towards the doubling amount. Otherwise he would have let Zhao Muyu simply use his money to kill the stock market and the housing market, and then lose the bottom of the barrel. And he would have been able to easily make double the blood money. Alright, your strength is the foundation of our live broadcasting business. Zhao Muyu nodded her head. For the last few live broadcasts, we're still focusing on building up our popularity. When the number of fans stabilizes, we can try to bring in goods to make money. Su Ming waved his hand. Forget about popping family members' gold coins. There's no need to earn black-hearted money. When my army of summons takes shape in the future, I'll be able to mow the grass everywhere on the battlefield, casually harvesting a whole bunch of drops, materials, and equipment. We can use my live broadcast to auction them off and cash in on the money that way. It's okay, after all, it's your live room. I listened to the boss. Although Zhao Muyu felt that it was the bandwagon that was profiteering, as an agent, she chose to unconditionally listen to Su Ming's plan. The more she came into contact with Su Ming, the more she felt that he was mysterious and sinister, with countless hidden channels and energies. This was a super thick leg hidden in the Northern Liang Academy. Currently the submerged dragon was in the abyss, and Zhao Muyu had already made up his mind to attach himself to him. Not to mention that he is quite conscientious and acts with a bottom line. He doesn't even want to pit his fans, which means that in the future, Su Ming will never turn his face away like Shin Ginghong. She thought secretly, extraordinarily satisfied with her new boss. I'm off, and I hope that the assassin sent by the Iron Blood Alliance will create a bit of a sinister live effect for me, so I don't get too lonely. Su Ming got up and bid farewell to Zhao Muyu. Watch out for the stabbing, she shouted. Su Ming casually waved his hand. Don't worry, I've prepared a super turtle shell for myself. No one will be able to break through the defense against me. Zhao Muyu? Next, Su Ming activated an AI drone loaded with an 8K definition camera, who would assist him in live broadcasting. While debugging the drone, Su Ming sat down on his knees at the edge of the 037 abyssal battlefield. He first chose to learn the skeleton specialization skill book that Zhao Muyu had acquired. Its effects are pure and middle of the road, plus 10% attack, plus 10% defense, plus 10% magic resistance, plus 10% damage reduction, and plus 10% life for the skeleton it summons. All enchantments are for skeleton-type summons only, and basically, all summoners who switched towards Necromancer would fill up the skeleton specialization skill, because there were more than just the skeletal warrior with loose bones, the skeletal archer with poor accuracy, and the skeletal mage who couldn't roll a fireball in half a day. The three big losers among the skeleton system summons, and the famous ultimate skeleton, Bone Dragon. Afterwards, Su Ming took a deep breath, summoned the hapless Qingqiu fox, and rubbed her furry tail. Little one, it's time to grant you a legendary gold word. Su Ming closed his eyes and activated his scholar's memory, searching for those legendary gold phrases that he had memorized so well. The first thing that came to his mind was Pinkie Pie, the popular little fox lady from Black Myth, Goku. She opened her mouth with the soft and fluffy monkey brother, which melted the hearts of countless players. Therefore, Su Ming came close to granting her the gold phrase, be-wasted hips, but he eventually overcame his Shirbari soul. After all, there is a famous summoner saying, a good summoner can't summon beasts, or at least shouldn't. Su Ming executed the original plan. Empower legendary word infinite mana. Ding! Unlimited mana word granted successfully. Summoned beast, green fox, A, plus unlimited mana, legendary, equals three-tailed demon fox, epic. Su Ming took a deep breath and felt doubly satisfied. It actually broke through the upper limit of legend and managed to evolve to the epic level. It seems that the potential of the little fox is truly terrifying. Twisting his head, he looked the three-tailed demon fox up and down, realizing that she didn't differ much from her previous appearance, still being the same cute little fox, just two more tails, waving in the wind, and her mana value, because of the infinite mana phrase, directly soared from the original 1,100 base spirit points at level 10 to 10,000 blatantly. Yes, this is the effect of the infinite mana phrase, 10x increase in mana and 10x increase in mana recovery speed. Su Ming looked at the 10,000 mana points and 2 lines of saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. He then used a cheap skill book he had purchased online, Mana Sharing. This was the very cockamamie summoner skill book, which he had bought for only 20,000 on a second-hand trading site. For the summoner profession, which has always been labeled as a landlord, it can be said that it is a big sale at a jumping price. Mana Sharing, as the name suggests, is sharing mana between a summoner and his or her summons. For the average summoner, mana was already low, and the summoners tended to have low mana due to their low spirituality and naturally low spiritual attributes. So, mana sharing creates an awkward situation. The bottom of the class tutors the bottom of the class to improve academically, and one tendon becomes 2 plugs. However, with the help of the infinite mana phrase, the little fox directly turned into Su Ming's super mana charger. 10,000 mana points to spend at will. The corners of Su Ming's lips curled slightly as he glanced at his only legendary spell, Magic Shield. Whenever you take 1 point of damage, 1 point of mana is burned to offset it. Oh, I'm now the equivalent of a super meat shield blood cow with 10,000 life points. Even if I go to a group, I can resist much more than the MTs, main tank, main defense meat shield, main magic damage bearer, in the team. This was Su Ming's tactical system conceptualization, and he wanted to follow the strongest path of a summoner, one man to become an army. No grouping, no support, no meat shield. He can do it all by himself. His summons alone were like legions of professionals. That was the path traveled by the legendary summoner Undead Scourge of old. And for all summoners, their biggest career flaw was the fragile summoner prime. They would be killed by the assassin with a direct, cranium shatter, kidney strike, backstab, and then pick up, blade flurry, a direct set of skill combos that would kill them in seconds. They would also be killed in seconds by the mages in the midst of an army of thousands, combining their efforts to unleash skills such as Mindstorm, Thunder Shock, and Blazing Fire Rain. Chapter 49, Live Broadcast. Crushing the low-intensity abyssal battlefield. In short, killing the summoner proper in seconds is the key to dealing with summoners. Countless professionals have military school theses that relate to this. For example, the wonderful use of Savage Rush on how a high-ranking warrior can ram through a road-blocking summon and kill the summoner himself in seconds. Essential makeup tips for summoners. How to disguise yourself subtly as a summoner and evade assassination by assassin professionals. And so on and so forth. Su Ming's solution was to rely on the magic shield and go directly on the path of the legal meat shield, making the weakest brittle skin the strongest meat shield. Let's go. It's a safe bet. 5 stars on the safety scale. Su Ming stomped towards the entrance of the 037 abyssal battlefield. Stop the comber. No one is allowed to enter. The 2 soldiers with loaded guns immediately frowned and intercepted Su Ming while glancing at the drone broadcasting live above his head. A person said very helplessly, "Little brother, if you want to broadcast live, it's best to go to places like murderous mansions and haunted villages to find excitement, where it's both scary and actually safe, best suited for fooling ignorant viewers. And the low-intensity abyssal battlefield is something that will really kill people." The other person didn't bother to perfume and coldly refused. Only those who hold a pass are permitted to travel to the 037 abyssal battlefield. Ha! The soldiers were dumbfounded because Su Ming had already pulled out the pass in his pocket. Mayor Chen Xianyi's signature was so conspicuous that no one could forge it. Release. The soldiers immediately dodged out of the way and reported the matter up the chain of command. But the feedback they received quickly was also protocol compliant. What's the situation? A soldier couldn't help but complain. Is Mayor Chen Zimo crazy? Letting a student go and break into Battlefield 037? Doesn't he know that the demons inside are extremely tough? Wait. I found this student's livestream. The other soldier, however, quickly found Su Ming's livestream based on his live drone. It wasn't hard to find, because Jamuyu spent money to promote and help him temporarily top the live broadcast, domination of the abyssal battlefield from scratch. Learn. Little old boys, isn't this the genius summoner who live-streamed the passage of the gun demon fortress a few days ago? The guarding soldier recognized Su Ming's identity and let out a sigh of emotion. So it's the band netizen with millions of followers who has come to our 037 abyssal battlefield to experience life. Gee whiz, Netflix will die just the same if he gets his heart ripped out by a dreadclaw demon. Something as serious as the abyssal battlefield. And he's actually cheekily broadcasting it live. Another soldier snorted coldly. The end of disrespecting the abyss is to be devoured by it. In my opinion, he's afraid that he'll die in battle in there. As they were chatting, another group of people came to the entrance of the abyssal battlefield. Stop the comers, you must have a pass. The soldiers looked at each other. Because of the new group of professionals, everyone has a pass. What is this? After all the professionals had entered the abyssal battlefield, the guarding soldiers looked at each other, a little confused. Normally there weren't many willing to venture into the abyssal battlefield in a year, but today there were more than a dozen straight away. Could it be that a new boss has been birthed in the abyssal battlefield 037? But our radar didn't detect the weird energy fluctuations either. The soldiers who looked at each other with blank faces were completely confused about today's duel. However, those who had followed Su Ming's live broadcast globally had received a special reminder. Ding dong, the anchor you are following, Su Ming, has started broadcasting. Are you going to watch? All over the globe. From the 4 oceans to the 7 continents, people of all colors, yellow, white, and black, had all noticed Su Ming's live broadcast. Oh, it's that Dragon Nation genius who broke the world record for the gun demon fortress. Has he come up with another whole mean job? Oh my god, it's that yellow-skinned monkey Ming Su. Is he trying to raid a new copy again? He will be our country's great enemy for the next 20 years. We must beware. Go watch the battle. Su Ming Gigi is on the air. Gmae guys, go and add popularity and brush gifts for our little fresh meat anchor. As the new king of popularity, the attention received is extremely high. As a result, all sorts of bulls and snakes immediately gathered at Su Ming's live broadcasting room. Su Ming revealed a confident smile under the drone camera. Hi, all my brothers and sisters. Welcome to my teaching broadcast. Although my humble self is only level 10, I feel that the way you rated the abyssal battlefield in the past was really weak. Today, this expert will come to sweep, crush, bloodbath, and dominate the abyssal battlefield. So let me teach you how to speed through the abyssal battlefield with a glorious finish. Su Ming arrogantly raised his thumb and pointed at his chest. Learn, little old brothers. Welcome to the world's strongest technical streaming live room. And next, you will witness the rise of the strongest summoner. Live streaming is just that. Sensei, don't worry about all that stuff. Just blow up the cowpie first. If you can reach your own blowing great, then it is really great. Naturally, you can hold the technical anchor persona. If you can't do that, and your friends see through the colorfulness, then you're pretty stupid. But you can transform into the clown anchor route, become an abstract funny harmonic star, and make a lot of money. In short, it just has to blow. What kind of anchor would you be if you don't have the eloquence of a tongue twister and bulletproof face? The global audience has been skeptical. Dude, even though you're only level 10, you're probably already at the full 6th rank with your mouth. Su Ming Gigi, if the end of the world comes, can I hide in your mouth? That must be the sturdiest shelter. Ugh. It's true that you'd rather believe that there are shenanigans in the world than trust a man's broken mouth. Auntie upstairs. It has now been proved that the door to the creepy kingdom is open. And after the demons, the creeps have landed on the blue planet. Su Ming didn't have the time to chat with the pop-ups as he first summoned his signature 2 summoning beasts. The demigod quality Black Goku makes a strong appearance. Epic quality Little Foxes. Dang it. Wow. Monkey, getting more and more powerful. Welcome to visit Southeast Asia often. This is your hometown. And there are your disciples and grandchildren everywhere. Am I the only one who feels like the little fox has grown up? It's getting frowner and fainter. Am I a fury control? The little fox who evolved from the green hill fox to the 3-tailed demon fox looks more and more cute and adorable, which makes the global audience fall in love with it. And what catches the eye the most is her freshness. This image of the 3-tailed demon fox had never appeared in this world before, just as Black Goku had appeared for the first time as well. But the little fox is a cute creature and Black Goku is a fierce monkey. And the former is destined to crush the latter in popularity. Then, Su Ming asked Monkey to use his hairy doppelganger to summon the 13 guards of manhwa, and at the same time, he took out a basic skill book, Lightning Technique, from his backpack, and let Little Fox learn it. Next, It's time to witness a miracle. Chapter 50, wow. 9 rings of split lightning. Su Ming stood at the first exit of the 037 abyssal battlefield and raised his eyes to look around. The exit was a tunnel, and as far as the eye could see, a succession of great and lofty mountains surrounded the perimeter of a basin, keeping all the creatures of the abyss out of the gullies and preventing them from escaping. Su Ming took out his schoolboy nature and smiled as he popularized for the crowd. The low-intensity abyssal battlefield No. 037 is provided for level 1 to level 20 freshman professionals to sharpen their combat skills and face life and death killings head-on. Originally, it was quite a bustling old town, with a fairly huge tourist traffic and booming business every year. Unfortunately, the random abyssal portal refreshes in the town center. It was a great plague, and the travelers and townspeople, most of whom were corrupted by the direct abyss, fell prey to the spawn of the worm fiends, and were soon transformed into parasite people. Su Ming sighed tersely. In those days, this type of tragedy was a numbing cliché on our planet, happening everywhere. Therefore, in order to prevent our parents and children from ever suffering from the abyss again, humanity must defeat the abyss. These words resonated with professionals around the globe. Everyone grows up under the threat of the abyss, and everyone spends their lives fighting against it. Countless pop-ups frantically swiped the screen. Humanity will finally overcome the abyss. The spirits live forever. The martyrs are immortal. Good man. A little hot-blooded out despite the lowest intensity abyssal battlefield you're in. Su Ming pointed at the ring of mountains and said admiringly, "Gentlemen, do you know how?" Later on, the powerful men of our Dragon Kingdom sealed an ancient town with 4 passages, turning it into the present-day abyssal battlefield 037? Ha! The ring of mountains appears to be a perfect oval, not like a natural landform. Su Ming snapped his fingers. Bingo! This water user named Cat Dog got it right. At that time, a divine profession that surpassed the 6th rank cast the forbidden spell, Earthquake Mountain Shaking, and precisely controlled its range. The territory of the Dragon Kingdom, centered on the ancient town and ranging for 50 miles, is covered under a terrifying earthquake. Eventually, that area sank 1,000 meters into the center of the earth and was reduced to a basin, and the demons, unable to scale the 1,000-meter cliffs, became trapped near the portal's spatial rift and multiplied to this day, evolving into the abyssal battlefield. Su Ming was languidly mesmerized. That god-level professional is the first god mage in the history books of our Dragon Kingdom, Grandma Zhao Rouge. Her profession is civil engineering xianshi. It is said that before the abyssal invasion, she was a bitter civil engineering graduate who supervised the workers on construction sites every day to beat up the dust and move the bricks. Wow, the Tumis saved the day. I always thought that the civil engineering department only had brown guys who loved the big sword at the local scout store. But it turns out that there are also girls attending? Earthen woodmen, earthen wood souls. It's a pity that nowadays civil engineering construction is basically done by earth mages, and there's no more sweaty, romantic dusting or fitful, dashing bricklaying. Asterisk off nah. You want to hit the dust and move the bricks yourself. Romance the hell out of it. One look and you know you're a stripped down brat. Don't come and get involved. Su Ming introduced the origins of abyssal battlefield number 037 to his water friends, and then he directly leapt down from the 1,000-meter high platform. Ha! Live streaming suicide? All the spectators were dumbfounded. The drone camera loyally carried out its program to follow Su Ming, allowing everyone to feel the sharp fall intensely. Only when he was still nearly 100 meters away from the ground did Su Ming cloudily say, "Monkey, 72 transformations, designate the object, Bat Devil." A white mist filled the air, and Black Goku instantly transformed into a huge 4-winged bat, carrying Su Ming and gliding towards the edge of the battlefield. This summon is too omnipotent. It's a must for traveling at home. What's the name of it? I want to buy it too. At a glance, I can tell that it's a new fan. Just came to follow the dog anchor, right? It's called Wukong, nicknamed Monkey. It's a mutated summoning beast, unique in the world. Guys, does anyone know if Black Goku can transform into a beauty queen? Can it be designated to turn into global superstar Violet Lilith? What the hell? Vale is a child star. She's only 9 years old this year. Are there any cyber police around? There are beasts here in refining copper-heavy industry. Humph. May I ask if it's a supersized only velvet in Black Goku's transformation and I have sex with it? Is that considered refining? This is a legal blind spot. A sister saying is a sister refining. According to the principle of suspicion of crime, who dares to arrest me? The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched straight. It's true that there are all kinds of forests when the bird is big, and the water friends are just strange and can't be figured out by common sense. And as he descended to the edge of the battlefield, immediately a group of locally bred fire-breathing insect devils, as well as a group of Sphinx Lord devils that roamed here from the abyssal rift, caught a whiff of human flesh. Heck, there were about 20 heads each, all the size of an abyssal squad. Run away. Anchor. The water friends were all sweating at once. After all, Their levels were obvious at a glance. They were all level 15, and Su Ming was a famously brittle summoner, and had fallen into the encirclement of the entire 40 demons. Su Ming snorted. Escape? There is only battle in this handsome pot's dictionary. Witness well. I'll fight until I have a seizure, until the great Tao is worn out, and until the abyssal demons all bow down. For the sake of the program's effect, he forced himself to hold back his sense of shame and spoke in a very middle-of-the-road tone. These words, coming from a youthful and energetic teenager, were really effective live. Wake up, anchor. Watch less old-timey hot manga. Ugh. I'm going to report the anime tomorrow and tell them that another stupid kid imitated it, resulting in a fatality, and that parents should learn from it. You think you can deal with the abyss? Kinda. Just because you're hot-blooded. Explode your mini-universe, explode your chakra, and awaken your overlord colors? The audience watched in awe as Black Goku's 12 hairy doppelgangers majestically rushed towards the fire-breathing insect demon, their hands rising and falling. The sturdy armor of the bug devil was suddenly dented, and brain matter was scattered all over the ground. It was actually a complete attribute crush, and the tricky flying demon, the Sphinx Lord Demon, has been dealt a horribly devastating blow. The little fox held a spell and cast a spell, throwing out a simple introductory base of lightning magic, lightning spell, and then it instantly opened up and turned into 9 rings of split lightning. The electric net directly covered the Sphinx Lord Demon in front of him, and even though the damage wasn't high because it was a basic spell, the paralyzing effect that came with lightning-based magic worked. The Sphinx Lord Devils convulsed and tumbled straight down from the heights, falling into a puddle of meat paste. Ha! I haven't seen her in a few days. Why is your little fox able to instantly fire a high-level spell, 9-linked Linglong Lightning? And what kind of demigod summoning beast is she? Is it stronger than even Monkey's bloodline? The water friends looked completely dumbfounded. Nonsense! 9 consecutive rings of lightning is something that only 4th-order professionals can reach the threshold of learning. Chapter 51, The Life of the World. The water users were in an uproar, all of them having their views and perceptions subverted by Su Ming. What could only be mastered by a 4th-rank lightning system mage? The 9 consecutive rings of lingering lightning had now actually appeared on a mere level 10 summoned beast. What magic? Su Ming smiled faintly. I told you earlier, let you witness the miracle, and learn demon slaying from me properly. How can you speed brush the abyssal battlefield solo without some crushing skills? Su Ming idly bristled, not explaining at all, and simply said, learn, little old brothers. Although in terms of age, I have to call out to you as old brothers and sisters. In the technical field, you are all younger siblings. Watermen, they can't really argue with that. This 9 consecutive rings of split lightning is also too high-end. 4th-order skills. According to statistics, only 2.7% of the world's advanced professionals have reached the 4th rank, and most of them stop at the 1st and 2nd ranks for life, and then switch to logistics and production. After all, not everyone has the guts to face life and death head-on, and there is no shame in engaging in production and assistance that is honorable and equally necessary for the continuation of human civilization. However, many knowledgeable senior professionals quickly guessed the cat's meow. As far as I know, there are some legendary grade equipment that can come with a 9-linked lightning chain. Su Ming broke the world record for Gun Demon Bastion not too long ago, with the first pass reward plus the record-breaking reward. It's not possible to say that you've obtained an extremely high-quality demigod artifact. Alas, people are more angry than people. When I was at level 10, I could only wear my ancestral tiny dark gold suit. It's all because my untalented parents didn't work hard enough, causing me to lose at the starting line. Upstairs, what with the filial son speaking, I think with filial son you can use military-style fist on the old den at home and pop their gold coins hard. Ha! Those who can wear a dark gold suit at level 10 are already top-tier hoi polloi, okay? People are showing off their wealth in a low-key manner, but you guys think you're bringing filial piety? Su Ming didn't explain that this dark gold grade, Hydra emblem, of his was personally rewarded by Mayor Chen Xianyi, and it's not a gift. All the benefits of the underworld came at a price. He would have to step into the terrifying and insidious gate of the Guile Kingdom in the future to repay this goodwill from Chen Xianyi. Su Ming had overdrawn his future to obtain it, and it was naturally powerful. Next, Su Ming began the boring and tedious journey of cutting grass. The 13 guards of Mount Huagua were like an iron barrel formation, surrounding Su Ming in the center, and any demon that approached would be killed with a stick, which caused the water friends to be shocked at Monkey's high attributes. The little fox is like a thunder and lightning king of the law descends. Unlimited instantaneous 9 rings of forked lightning, wide range of electric grid will be the battlefield are illuminated into the daytime. Unlimited to the monsters to quit the internet addiction, electric to them outside the scorched, emitting a strong flavor. Su Ming swallowed his saliva and lamented, water friends, the electric roasted demon is so fragrant that I'm a bit greedy. That said, Has any expert ever eaten demon meat? Does it smell good, crispy or not? It's so tempting to try it. Try it and pass away. A nutritionist teased. Demons have tons of abyssal elements in their bodies that can easily corrupt your mind. If you eat it, you'll probably turn into an old colorful demon right away. Su Ming said in a serious manner. Some water friends have denigrated me for turning into an old sex demon, so I must sternly refute the rumor. I'm not old. Po ha ha ha. Many people were paying close attention to Su Ming's live broadcast. Principal Zhao Renjie deliberately set a special focus on Su Ming's live broadcast, so as soon as he opened the show, Zhao Renjie immediately lurked in. Because of Su Ming's first break of the swarming demon fortress record, Beiliang Academy had received many special scholarships, and some of the applications to repair the campus had been passed at a rapid pace, and had received special commendations from the higher-ups. It can be said that Zhao Renjie, the principal of the school, has a boundless scenery, all thanks to Su Ming, who has been promoted to the beloved disciple in his heart. Although, Principal Zhao Renjie had never taught Su Ming any of his lessons, did that prevent him from considering Su Ming as a close disciple? No other teacher would dare to grab this honor anyway. Brat, really powerful. Zhao Renjie stroked his beard in satisfaction. It was at this moment that a bright-eyed young girl came bouncing into his office. Grandpa, Yanhuang Military School is on vacation, so I brought your favorite mutant magic beast Bonewine and came back to see you. The bright young girl exuded an extremely eye-catching charm, with a fair face and long straight legs, a hot pants short shirt, showing off the beautiful body, can be said to be pure in lust. That was none other than Yanhuang Military Academy's freshman flower, Zhao Shiring. Oh, Ying is here. How are you doing at military school? Did you get tons of love letters every day? Is there anyone you're attracted to? Grandpa supports you to fall in love early, get married and have children as soon as possible. In the future, it's best to have 7 children at a time. The rather traditional Zhao Renjie immediately urged for marriage. Zhao Shiring's delicate little face pulled down immediately. Old antique. I'll take back the Bonewine. Simply give it to Grandpa. Ugh, don't. Zhao Renjie snapped. While the old and the young were pulling at the tactics, Zhao Shiring saw Su Ming's live broadcast when she inclined her head, and was suddenly surprised. Don't you usually only watch online academic conferences? How come you're fashionably watching a young man's live broadcast? Yo-ho, is it still a live broadcast of a young summoner who hasn't changed professions? You are at least a 4th-ranked professional. Is this a hunt? Zhao Shiring, who had already been promoted to a 1st-ranked professional, naturally lacked interest in novice summoners. But 0.1 seconds later, she also covered her small mouth and was dumbfounded. 9 consecutive rings of Linglong lightning? Are all the schoolmates nowadays monsters? Zhao Renjie saw the situation, and said, the female big 3 embrace the golden brick. Not to mention that our family Ying is only 1 year older than Su Ming, and is the school sister school flower. That boy must be greedy. Thus, he coughed. This is Grandpa's favorite student, the supremely talented summoner Su Ming. He broke the record of the Gun Demon Fortress not long ago, and has received a special enrollment from your military school, and will soon become your schoolmate. How about arranging a blind date for the two of you? Zhao Shiring's small face immediately collapsed again. You're not finished, are you? I'm going home. Cough cough. Then don't mention it. Accompany Grandpa to watch the live stream. Su Ming is sweeping through the low abyss battlefield, Zhao Renjie hurriedly said. Now, Zhao Shiring came to her senses. Abyss battlefield, that kind of horrible place. Every year there are countless professionals fall, and this Su Ming actually can sweep. Iron Blood Alliance headquarters. Shen Jinghong summoned intern Shen Zimo into his office and nudged toward the wall-mounted LCD monitor. See, your lifelong enemy, again, is living at high intensity. Shen Zimo fixed his eyes on it and immediately gritted his teeth. Su Ming, that C-rank macaque of his has actually mutated into this kind of terrifying behemoth, and the weak fox can also release 9 consecutive rings of lightning. This must be the work of his special profession card. I blame Zhao Muyu that made a stupid mistake. Otherwise, the one enjoying all the scenery and obtaining a hidden profession right now would be me. Chapter 52. You go all out. I'll go all in. Shen Zimo was obviously a bit bewitched. Shen Jinghong, however, did not reveal his paranoia, but only faintly said, very well, the successor of the Iron Blood Alliance must not be a loser. You can dump the black pot on the former secretary as much as you want, and remember to never let up. That's how we higher-ups are. We must defend our authority at all costs. Just like in ancient times, the emperor is never at fault. It's the treacherous ministers under him who execute badly. I'm not dumping, Shen Zimo said anxiously. It really is her fault. It must be a mistake. What makes Su Ming better than me? Superb acting. I can't even detect the break in your micro-expression. Shen Jinghong nodded his head approvingly. Shen Zimo, wait for the assassins we sent to finish off Su Ming. A dead man will never be able to refute you, and only then will you be able to rest on your laurels. The sixth-order wild fighter of the Iron Blood Alliance took out a bottle of scarlet blood wine from a drawer and leisurely watched the live streaming screen, skimming his lips. Even the strongest summons need the summoner's original body to command them. But unfortunately, summoners are ultimately fragile magic professions that can only wear cloth armor. The battle-hardened Shen Zimo had personally removed the heads of countless summoners. He has a deep disdain for the fragile glass cannon-like law professions, especially those lonely summoners who always promote one-man armies and refuse to team up with others. Be at ease. The assassin is about to make his shining debut, giving Su Ming billion tiny seconds of shock. Shen Zimo leisurely spoke with incomparable anticipation. Shen Zimo nodded his head furiously like a chicken pecking at rice, and a hint of shadowy pleasure swept through the depths of his eyes. Unable to help but think, in the ivory tower of the campus, you are indeed the school bully, but once you step into society, Su Ming, what are you going to fight me with? You go all out? I'm leaning on my father with all my might. Spell father can't be spelled. You doggy country bumpkin. Mystic Sanctuary. Landmark building. In the 99 story, Crimson Dome, Bu Yen was hugging a beautiful woman's arm, pouting her lips and begging, Mom, I want to invite to the Mystic Sanctuary, the one who gave S-rank treatment, is currently in the live broadcast. He's a super summoner with infinite potential. You can watch the live broadcast with me, and you'll definitely change your mind then. When you first recruited my father, didn't you also make a special deal? I am trying to emulate your thunderous behavior. Bu Yen softly begged with an anxious face. She had thought that her parents must be 100% supportive of her special solicitation of Su Ming. Even the conditions have been promised, but to his surprise, his mother, Wu Mengxi, flatly refused, stating that the Mystic Hall of Fame was not lacking in talent for the time being, and that the organizational structure was already perfect, so there was no need to recruit unfamiliar professionals. Su Ming really is a super potential stock. Bu Yen strongly recommended him in a serious manner. Mom, I personally witnessed him go from being an ordinary poor student to breaking through the group Demon Fortress record by turning corruption into magic, becoming a multi-million netizen, and turning a carp into a dragon overnight. He has already accepted my solicitation, so as long as you nod your head and give him S-class treatment, our Mystic Saint Church will win in the future. Wu Mingxi rubbed the crow's feet on her temples, but she asked indifferently, what about your father's opinion? He said that the personnel management of the Mystic Holy Church is all yours. He doesn't interfere. Bu Yen was depressed. What he thought could be easily accomplished was as difficult as heaven. What she didn't know was that the more eager she acted, the more deeply wary Wu Mingxi was of Su Ming. As a matter of fact, Wu Mingxi had already chosen an excellent marriage for Bu Yen, to be able to let her have a lifetime of worry-free life and enjoy the resources of a top professional forever. That was the best path in Wu Mingxi's eyes. Su Ming's appearance, on the contrary, is a black swan event. Wu Mingxi lest there be a rich girl inverted poor boy story of bloodshed, ruining the happiness she arranged for her daughter. It's true that we don't need a summoner, Wu Mingxi patiently and faintly said. If you sign some sort of solicitation agreement with Su Ming, I'll go help you return it is, and we'll pay the original price for the compensation for tearing up the contract. But, Bu Yen watered. When mother was trying to recruit her father who has the hidden profession of Shura Demon Spike, she would rather get herself into the game, recruit him into the family, and backstab her father who is just a poor boy. Why is it that when I find someone with more potential, you won't even give me an S-rank contract? Wu Mingxi wanted to say something, but only pursed her lips after a long time. You probably listened to the rumors in the media. In reality, the real situation is not like that. Ha! Bu Yen was stunned. But I heard my mother continue, the reason why I was wise to your father and entrusted myself to marry. In fact, it was all just acting. Our Mystic Sanctuary basically knows a little bit about how all the assassin hidden professions are transferred. So I know very well that the Shura Demon Assassin's profession inheritance has actually been controlled by the hidden professional family, the Shura family. At first your father was anonymous and took on the false identity of an ordinary man, enrolled in a university, disguised as a poor boy with only $2,000 a month to live on. He was mediocre looking and no girls liked him, but that was just sharpening his ego and undergoing the family test, so I willed it to be a ploy, and intentionally fell back on my status as the heir to the Mystic Sanctuary, so that he would mistakenly think that I was madly in love, and marry me. In reality, it was our Mystic Holy Church, which ranks in the third rank, that finally climbed up to the old assassin mansion, the Shura family. The 3-year period has come and gone, and Shura has returned. The harvest day of your mothers and my hard work and acting will be here. Wu Mingxi hit the nail on the head. Relying on the full support of the Shura family, the Mystic Hall of Fame was able to leap from a small organization on the verge of closure to a large assassin organization that dominated the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, mother was tasked with a political marriage from the very beginning. Bu Yen was frozen like a wooden chicken. She suddenly realized why her parents, who were the protagonists of a sweet love story and other people's word of mouth, had in fact fought incessantly since childhood, often living in two places, and had come to the brink of divorce many times, and the way my father looked at my mother was always laced with a strong sense of disgust and loathing. Turns out that was a lie and a deception from the beginning. The so-called love of the city that everyone envies is actually a scheme within a scheme, a play within a play. Wu Mingxi struck the iron while it was hot and faintly said, "That's why there's never been the so-called wise eyes, crimson smoke. I also never believed in the so-called poor boy's comeback, especially summoner. That is supposed to be a profession monopolized by tycoons. How much money do we have to invest to get enough return on that, Su Ming? With the same amount of money, it's entirely possible to train 10 hidden profession assassins. Die this heart." Wu Mingxi smiled faintly. "You have inherited my stunning looks, and you are even better than me in terms of charisma, and in the future, after awakening the charming demon physique, the hidden charisma value for special attacks on the opposite sex will also be doubled, and you will be the ultimate special thing that men can only dream of. A poor boy from the Northern Liang Academy, how can he be worthy of you?" Chapter 53, What about my live effects? Assassin to the rescue. Besides, Netflix is ultimately difficult to reach the Hall of Elegance, and the anchor is not a legitimate business student. You are the proud daughter of heaven in the marriage between the mystic sanctuary and the Shura family. How can you be married to a pariah like a pig or a dog? Wu Mingxi revealed a look of abject disgust. The theory of bloodline, which was prevalent in the olden times and was held by many as a standard for judging others, was even more widely recognized in the era of universal transmutation. As many hidden professions did have certain bloodline requirements, it is also recognized that hidden professions are stronger than normal professions. As a result, a nascent concept is becoming increasingly recognized: bloodline nobility. Like the Shura family, those who were able to touch the threshold of the Shura demon assassin profession in their lifetime, without the need for a profession card, and were able to switch to Shura demon assassin after reaching adulthood, were one of the top bloodline aristocrats. In contrast to the bloodline nobles, there were naturally pariahs, such as Su Ming Stream. It's just that these self-righteous people like Wu Mingxi seem to have forgotten. The so-called bloodline inheritance could only guarantee the lower limit of one's profession, while the upper limit of achievement and the end of the journey would ultimately have to depend on the professional himself. But that kind of nebulous future is elusive and no one can foresee it. So Wu Mingxi said very firmly, "Good daughter, the strongest ability of us women is always the man we attach ourselves to. Mom, I chose the Shura demon prick family to develop the mystic sanctuary into a first-class power. And your talent surpasses Shura. The enchantment that charms the world is even better than mine. I have arranged for the heirs of the two major bloodline nobles to be matched with you. One of them is the weak water family, who reigns over the power of the tides. They possess the legacy of the hidden profession, sea demon warrior, invincible at the same level, and hold a Guinness record of 13 ocean copies. The second is from the Wrestling with Dragons Legion, that lord named Von Hercules. He's a hidden profession, dragon blood warrior, with a strong bloodline power, capable of briefly transforming into a half-dragon. When parents love their children, they should plan far and wide for them. Mom has taken great pains to design your life for the next 50 years to ensure that you will enjoy glory forever. You have to understand your mom's painstaking efforts." Good girl. Bu Hin Yen, who had never spoken, finally pursed her lips and left without saying a word. 2 crystal-clear drops of tears trickling down her clear face. 037 Abyssal Battlefield. Su Ming cozily bit into the melon seeds, chewed on the dried fruit, handheld a bucket of Fat House Happy Water, and bragged with his water friends. This unique style of painting stunned the professionals in the broadcast room. Many newcomers to the water couldn't help but ask, "Title party? Isn't it a live broadcast of breaking into the abyssal battlefield? Why is it a hiking tour live?" That said, where are you live broadcasting? Gray, really a bit like the abyssal battlefield. I also want to come over for the honeymoon. Let the child fetus in advance. Feel the atmosphere of the abyssal battlefield. Su Ming had no choice but to give the order. Drones, raise your viewpoint, don't always lock onto me, a useless summoner. Give more shots to Monkey and Fox Sister. Show more of the cruelty of the abyssal battlefield. Don't always show my amazingly handsome face. We're a technical live room after all, not a face value live room. Saying that, Su Ming stuffed another large handful of chips into his mouth and lamented, "Advancing in the abyssal battlefield is really tiring. Water friends, my feet are sore from walking." The water boys were dumbfounded. "Listen, is that human talk? We are usually in the abyssal battlefield. We are all wrapped into an iron barrel formation by the demons in 3 layers and 3 layers outside. We couldn't advance more than a few hundred meters in half a day. But you're fine. All the incoming demons were killed by the summons. So you just walk. Technical live room? Face live room? Obviously it's an eating broadcast. It's the Big Gulp live broadcasting room. Can you put down the coke in your left arm and the chips in your right hand? Where is the cruelty? In my opinion, The ones who feel the cruelty of the battlefield are those unlucky imps, right? Insect devil, the human race outside the portal is too scary. We're going back to the abyss. Oh wow. Mama, I also want to switch to summoner. It's too relaxing and cozy. The days of being a defense warrior, being beaten by monsters every day. My heart hurts and my face hurts even more. Watching his water friends chat, Su Ming yawned in boredom. Demons, what a weakness. Despite the experience given, he was almost level 13, and it was really much faster than upgrading in a copy. Ugh, mowing grass, it's just so dull and boring. Thankfully I can still chat with my water friends in the live broadcast room, Su Ming casually grumbled, causing the camera to give a large close-up of a lizard demon in front of him. Are there any San brothers from the elephant country in the live broadcast room? Look at that giant lizard. Isn't it charming? Quickly take a screenshot and save it. Let's use it tonight. LOL. The anchor is just kind-hearted and helps you guys with your physical problems. Puhaha. The anchor is pampering the three buddies in a touching way. Why don't you still reward the anchor with a bowl of curry rice? Roll nah. Reward you with a bowl of cow dung flavored Ganges river water, so that you can taste all varieties of bacterial viruses around the globe without leaving your home. The Elephant Nation's audience roared, all of them knowing that Su Ming was making fun of them, mocking their strong forked gargoyles international hot streak. The live broadcast went on in such a flat and tedious manner, and the audience's originally very enthusiastic bounties gradually became sparse. It was because Su Ming's battlefield livestream was purely a boring mowing of the lawn without peer and abusing demons. The Waterboys quickly became aesthetically fatigued. To be invincible is to be lonely, and people want to see an evenly matched and dangerous confrontation, not a violent beating of demonic children. Also, summoners mowing is the most boring because they don't even have to do it themselves. They just walk forward and watch the summoners clear the field. Pure walking simulator. Su Ming, however, couldn't help but think to himself, no, the winebags of the Iron Blood Alliance, why are they still at the edge of the OBA? How long have they been observing? Why don't they make a move yet? My throat is famished, just waiting for the hardened dagger to come cutting hard. If I don't do it, what will happen to my live effects? Assassins to the rescue. In his eager anticipation, he had even purposely asked the 13 typos of the mountain of flowers and fruits to spread out and provide the assassins with an opportunity to assassinate. Sure enough, the assassins, hunkered down in the shadows, made their move. Phew! A hand crossbow accurately shot out a poisoned black arrow, hitting Su Ming's butt. Damage -1. For Su Ming, who had horrifying attributes and wore a dark gold suit, it didn't break the defense at all, and was only a mandatory 1-point deduction of blood. However, the paralyzing effect of the toxin took effect, causing Su Ming to freeze in place for 1 second. Here we go. Precise chance taking. In the Iron Blood Alliance's president's office, Shen Jinghong smiled broadly and high-fived his canine son. Next it's time for the signature assassination combo to spike the Eyesore Su Ming. As the second schoolmaster of the Northern Liang Academy, Shen Zimo had memorized the combo moves. Appear, cranial shattering strike stun, kidney strike increases damage, backstab strike, then the finishing technique blade chaos finale. Chapter 54, Abyssal Certification, the world's no. One tough talker. The water friends in Su Ming's live broadcast room were suddenly dumbfounded. They never expected that in the abyssal battlefield where they were fighting the same enemy and the human professionals were fighting against the demons, there would be a mole. It must be known that there is an iron rule that prevails in all the abyssal battlefields: any grudge, before the great right and wrong of the human race vs the demon, must be temporarily put aside to fight against the demon invaders, or else it is a crime against humanity, which is subject to condemnation by thousands of people, and will even be on the court-martial, sentenced to death in the electric chair, and not allowed to reprieve the sentence to be immediately carried out. Run away. Su Ming. That's a skill that can only be mastered by a level 20 assassin. Cranium shattering. You're just a small level 13 summoner. You won't be able to carry it. The fans exclaimed. Heavens, humanity is extinguished. Morality is degraded. There is actually an insider who is jealous of Su Ming's achievements and wants to strangle him in his infancy to prevent him from growing. It must be investigated to the end. This is simply an accomplice of the abyss, seeking to murder our human race's talented professionals. The knowledgeable person burst into tears. Oh, exempt. This is playing a bad game. Su Ming even live broadcast was assassinated. This live is too ruthless. It is really unprecedented. Well, it is really unprecedented. District a summoner which can carry a set of moves by a senior assassin. The little hackers gloated. And there was only one person, whose face did not change, but instead smiled. Finally, we have waited for the dead soldiers of the Iron Blood Alliance. Fishing for law enforcement is a great success. Jiamuyu smiled brightly and crossed a tender white leg wrapped in black silk. She was aware of Su Ming's entire plan, so she was well aware of his bottom card. Same time. Die 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 die. Director Sun Jangwo of the Hunting Country Military School, together with Shen Zimo, shouted in his heart, cheering for the assassin. Then, the next moment, as cranium shatter took effect, the assassin ghostly slammed, hitting the back of Su Ming's head, and a damage number floated up above his head in a whirlwind. It was blood red and represented absolute rank-crushing crush damage, -1. Ha, did it miss? All the spectators wiped their eyes incredulously, wondering if they were blind. But the 1-second stun from Shattered Skull actually took effect, and apparently hit between the rabbits, before the crowd could figure it out. The assassin's kidney strike also took effect. It was light green and represented the debuff's damage deepening damage, -1. Isn't this kidney strike able to ignore 20% defense? Why is it still -1 damage without breaking defense? The audience was confused. The assassin also panicked, and the traditional streak that was originally skillfully performed and practiced 1,000 times a day, at this time trembled, so that his backstabbing skill did not hit Su Ming's back, and instead, a knife was stuck in his mouth. A scarlet damage number surfaced, and it was a large number. That meant the assassin had gotten lucky and bludgeoned. Boom! Accompanied by an explosive backstabbing sound effect. -1, oversized version, super conspicuous version, super burning effects version, put. All of the tea drinking, wine drinking, coffee infused, milk tea sucking waterbenders collectively squirted out the liquid in their mouths. What is this? Even though Su Ming's mouth is really hard, his tongue is lotus flower, and he brags about the darkness of the sky, but he can actually really block the assassin's bludgeoning attack. Ah, finished. Is this the strength of the world's #1 tough talker? The dude who used to say that the end of the world wanted to hide in Su Ming's mouth. You're really far-sighted. My name is Peeling Patriarch, and I'm asking for a heavy amount of money to purchase Su Ming's lip skin. I want to make a defensive divine artifact, and I'm missing this divine grade material. What was supposed to be an eye-popping assassination instantly turned into a clown's feast. Everyone laughed at the assassin's insouciance. Su Ming smiled faintly and glanced at his panel. Warning, you have been subjected to the skull-shattering skill from an unknown assassin. Unbroken defense, stunned for 1 second. Mandatory blood deduction of 1 point. You have naturally returned 1 life point. Warning, you have received a kidney strike skill from an unknown assassin. Unbroken defense. You have received a damage deepening effect that increases the damage you take next by 30%, with a mandatory blood deduction of 1 point. You have naturally returned 1 life point. Warning, you have been subjected to a backstab skill from an unknown assassin, ignoring 20% defense, checking for bludgeoning damage, and settling for 142 points of damage. The magic shield skill is in effect and has burned 142 points of your mana to cancel out all damage this time, with a mandatory 1 point blood deduction. Sure enough, a magic shield is a legal defense divine skill. Su Ming held a faint smile as he coldly glanced at the assassin who froze in place. The opponent hadn't even had time to complete the final combo, Blade Flurry. The little fox raised her hand, and the 9 rings of split lightning suddenly covered the assassin as the paralyzing effect took effect. Su Ming directly raised the magic staff in his hand and heavily knocked on the assassin's head. Little bastard, eat your farcer's staff. I'm a melee summoner with dual cultivation in magic and martial arts. Bang! Su Ming's attack triggered a blitz. A scarlet -358 number popped up. The assassin was killed instantly, then turned into a puddle of pus and blood. Holy yeah, that's a summoner's mana poke. What does 358 points of damage mean? It's so fake. Why is a small level 13 summoner able to deal crushing damage to a level 20 assassin? This is crushing damage that can only take effect if the power attribute gap is doubled. Normally, only us warrior professions can trigger the crushing effect when we fight a FA profession in close quarters. The answer is simple chant. Su Ming's strength is more than double that assassin's. Reasoning, all of his attribute points should have been added to strength. Bull *******. Can't you see that Su Ming only forcibly deducted 1 point of blood when he was bludgeoned by his opponent? From my point of view, Su Ming definitely took the mainstream meat-suit summoner path, with a 1-to-1 ratio of physique and spirit additions, half meat, half output. The waterbenders were in an uproar. Su Ming, however, crouched down and picked up an explosive piece of equipment from the assassin's corpse, skimming his lips. Fine quality dagger? Oh, it's the assassin's well-known civilian small artifact, sad little dagger. It's still very good. The market price is $4,000. Earn it. At the same time, the assassin's body began to decay rapidly, turning into a puddle of pus and blood that quickly disappeared without a trace. Su Ming glanced at the body of the assassin that had disappeared and skimmed his lips. This bastard must have put the corpse transforming water that erases traces in his backpack bar, which is standard for dead soldiers. It seems that it is a certain big power that sees me as a thorn in their side and purposely sent someone to the abyssal battlefield to assassinate me. The next journey to the battlefield shouldn't be lonely. Su Ming waved his hand at his water friends with a smile. Wonderful, isn't it? Water friends? Seeing the spirit now, right? Don't even doze off. Get up and get high. Let's shake our hands and enthusiastically welcome the next assassin together. Water boys, your mental state makes us feel a little scared. Is it you who are crazy? Or are we crazy? Or is it the world that is crazy? Chapter 55, 1,000 Dead. I want to recreate the undead plague. Sad little dagger isn't just a fine quality weapon. It doesn't even have an excellent level. So why is it called a small civilian artifact? Is it very powerful? A waterbender of the assassin profession inquired curiously. Su Ming lamented. Finally, some water friends remembered that we are a technical live broadcasting room. Before answering, I will repeat, although I can also rely on my face to eat, but not to be a face anchor, although funny and humorous, but not an abstract whole live anchor, although especially able to eat, but not a big appetizer king eating broadcast. To honor this water friend, you can send a private message to my backstage with your home address, and I will mail the sad little dagger to you on delivery, counting it as a small gift. And you are welcome to enthusiastically speak in the future to raise the average skill level of this live room. Su Ming spoke very generously as he wiped the dagger clean and threw it into his backpack. The water boys laughed. No, man, on delivery? You're saving a few bucks on postage? I didn't realize you're such a big-eyed hard ass. Give me one too. I'm a bully with students, so I advise you not to be ignorant. You just had an assassination. Ugh. Man, you've got a big heart. Standing on an assassin's corpse to draw a prize, right? It's so abstract. Su Ming's expression didn't change as he explained the wonderful use of the sad little dagger. Water friends, I'm going to admonish you as an expert. When shopping for equipment on the consignment platform, please don't judge the value of the equipment purely by its grade. That's going to be a big loss. Please look at the sad little dagger's lexical entries. It is only fine equipment with only 3 sub-lexical entries. However, they are all super practical and effective lexical entries. Backstab skill +1. Additional damage +30, and 5% probability of triggering fierce poison. Don't look at the 5% probability being lower, but the assassin profession has a fast attack speed and the fierce poison effect is still triggered quite frequently. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. All civilian assassins who want to take the toxin route and transfer towards the poison explosion assassin route in the future can spend a month's salary and purchase a cheap and inexpensive sad little dagger. You deserve it. A 5th-ranked assassin with an official certification mark let out a longing sigh. Alas, I've been engaged in the assassin profession for 40 years. Although the ribs I've broken may be more than the ribs you've eaten. Although the throats I've slit may be more than the duck necks you've gnawed on. But I've never actually possessed a civilian artifact sad little dagger. It's really a shame to the extreme. You're worthy of being a great master at level 13. I've learned. This is going to place an order for one to collect as an heirloom. Su Ming, water friends, isn't this the well-known beautiful assassin of the Sakura country? Sister Chidori Chushue with the name of Unknown Sakura Dance? She's also a small internet celebrity with millions of fans. Only 90% worse than you. Su Ming. Su Ming smiled and didn't pay any attention to the 5th-ranked assassin who came to rub off on him. Although the other party was strong. In the field of webcasting, it was the heat and not the strength that was being watched. Even, in terms of general rationality, clown anchors tend to be more popular than tech anchors. Su Ming directly ended the topic of sad little dagger, and after thanking some of the rewards, he faintly said, I also thank you all for your care, but as for the assassins, I've seen it all before and don't care about it at all because this is a low-intensity abyssal battlefield, which locks down the level cap of those who enter. Under level 20, I, Su, am invincible in the world as I crisscross the world. Su Ming crossed his waist in a cloudy manner, assuming the overlooking posture of a great demon king. Jia. Those rookies who are attempting to conspire against this expert. You're asking for death. Prohibit Jia from laughing. Haven't you heard the rumors of the Zhenghu? Jia. Die fast. Even though you are fighting back in defense, killing indiscriminately is not a good thing in the end. This martial monk expects you to be compassionate. Raise your hand, and try to catch the assassins and deliver them to the official trial of the Dragon Kingdom instead of killing them directly in front of the camera. This will teach the children bad things. You also don't want your live broadcast room to be reported by parents with real names for promoting murderous negative energy, right? Where did you get the Holy Mother martial monk? Isn't your profession emphasizing on the wrath of the Vajra and killing to stop the enemy? The opponent came up with an assassin's second kill combo, not even saying hello, obviously wanting to kill the anchor. We still talk about forgiveness and mercy with murderers, right? Su Ming said with a smile on his face. This martial monk's reply is not a big problem. After all, I am now a public anchor. I have to pay attention to the impact. Sometimes, our anchor is to suffer some aggression, cannot wantonly fast and furious, less to the live platform to bring the audit of the trouble. So, he said in a serious manner, the next time I explode to kill an assassin, I will temporarily let the live broadcast black screen for a while, to be disposed of the body, and then open the camera with positive energy, to ensure that my hands are not stained with a trace of blood. Please call me a living bodhisattva of the Dragon Kingdom, a good anchor of great merit and virtue. Waterman, you're the living Hades of the Dragon Kingdom, aren't you? Ahem. It doesn't really matter. Since the beginning of the great era of universal transmutation, live raid copies and live abyssal battlefields have always been mainstream content, and there are countless humanoid monsters and demons, so blood and stuff has long since ceased to be restricted content. Yes, countries have instead advocated that children get used to the violent bloodshed against demons as early as possible, because that is the foundation of our human race's continuation of civilization. The human-demon war is also the main theme of the next 500 years. The main theme of any era is tied to the context of the era. After Su Ming finished his explanation, he also shook his spirit. Alright, water friends, it's time to get to the point. Let's unlock today's real-life content together. I'm going to complete the 1000 decapitations of demons achievement before I'm even level 20. Waterboy? You want to kill 1,000 demons in a single abyssal battlefield? Is that possible? Even if the blade is dulled, the sword is broken from killing, and the staff is bursting with durability, you'll still be able to slaughter 200 demons at most. Did you bring 5 whole sets of spare equipment? My gosh, I thought you were just a mediocre heavenly pride and that schoolboys were often uninteresting, but I didn't expect you to be a true genius in the field of live broadcasting. The second live broadcast of your life. You dare to do the ruthless job of live broadcasting 1,000 people. This instantly got the waterboys excited. At any level, on any battlefield, live streaming 1,000 kills was a recognized top achievement that would touch everyone's sense of human honor and ignite their confidence in fighting against the abyss. Su Ming smiled faintly. That's certainly difficult, so I have made all preparations. Come on, let's show you all what is called the terror of the undead heavenly tribulation. I will follow the example of the great forefather of summoners, the once immortal legend of the human race, and push across the abyssal battlefield with a huge army of undead spirits. He raised his arms in grandeur and began to recite the incantation in a majestic, epic tone. Chapter 56. What the is this called an undead plague? Ha? An undead apocalypse? No, you're only level 13 and you're presuming to summon the undead plague and lead the creatures of the underworld to sweep away the demonic hordes? Wake up, don't be delusional. It's all because the undead scourge's one-man army is too famous, and it's been made into countless movies and episodes over the years, tricking the youngsters into being bewitched. He's strong because he's an undead scourge of heaven. You're weak because you're an ordinary rookie summoner. Don't move to follow in the footsteps of the sages. You're not worthy. Waterbenders around the globe jeered. However, there was also a significant portion of the water users who truly recognized Su Ming as a genius and felt that he had a 0.00001% chance of catching up with the undead plague predecessor in the future. Thus, all of them stared round-eyed at Su Ming's holding spell. Of course, many summoners had already sent out identification results on their pop-ups just by hearing the first syllable. Oh, it's summoning skeletons. I memorized it by heart. It is said that many old summoner legacies would have improved on the syllables so that they could summon special mutated skeletons. But Su Ming's incantation, it's exactly the same as the one I used, pure and simple. It's just what I memorized in 9 years of compulsory education. In the next moment, on the corpse of an insect demon, a weak little skeleton crawled out with difficulty. It was supposed to rip the skin off the worm demon itself and be reborn as a skeleton. But, as the little skeleton viciously poked at the skin with his claws, crunch, his knuckles chipped. The little skeleton froze and continued to try to arch upwards, but all the watermen could see it clearly, under the transparent skin. It was trying hard, but could not burrow out at all. Pohahaha, the waterbenders couldn't hold it together all of a sudden. This is the undead plague of heaven? Why did you summon the weakest disabled little skeleton? It seems to have the negative gray word, osteoporosis. The claws actually can't even tear apart the insect demon's skin. It's going to die in childbirth. Dude, the is hilarious and too abstract. If we say that this year's review of the top 10 Heaven's Pride summoners, you might fall short, but if it's the top 10 clowns in the live circle, you're definitely a heavyweight. Su Ming also had a black line on his face, and directly opened the panel of the little skeleton in front of the crowd and displayed it. The 3 main words it was supposed to have for temporary summons were actually all gray, symbolizing negative effects. Osteoporosis. Your summoner has suffered from osteoporosis due to working too hard for the Abyssal Lords for the first half of his life and lack of exercise. Short-lived ghost. Your summon was once swindled by the Abyssal Lords, dedicating half of its soulfire, hoping that the Lords would first promote the Abyssal Great Lords, and then drive the Worm Fiends to promote the Lesser Lords, realizing a common advancement. Ominous Blade. Your summon once sustained a work injury and broke a hand, so its newborn weapon claws will be unusually fragile. Su Ming, GWS. Then, Su Ming briefly blacked out the screen, while a tie came from the ears of the crowd, followed by the noise of bones turning into pieces. I'm sorry, this one is a bit politically incorrect. I'm afraid that its attributes are hinting at something that will cause our live broadcast to be blocked. When Su Ming reopened the screen, the little skeleton was gone, and he said in a serious manner, "Our first step of the undead plague of heaven. I didn't expect to be pawned by this little skeleton, but it's okay, let's keep summoning. Hold the mantra. Summoning. Observation. The second skeleton archer's wordplay is much more normal. Burning arrow, it was born with a talent for manipulating the element of fire, and thus can shoot flaming bone vectors that deal an additional 30% splash damage. Bone of destruction, it was dipped in the blood pool of the Duke of Destruction during its lifetime, and thus possesses tougher bones than normal skeletons, with plus 30% defense and plus 30% magic resistance. Kleptomania, its little hands aren't too clean, and it has a 5% chance of hiding equipment in front of it. Su Ming nodded his head. Small extremity nah. Not bad, not bad. It seems like luck has finally returned. The next moment, the live broadcast went black again. Then came the tie. When the screen returned to normal, Su Ming smiled and said, "I'm sorry, this skeleton archer said it was homesick, so I sent it straight back to the abyss. I'm such a nice grin. Please hit the public screen on kindness." A waterfall of sweat fell over the water lovers. A water user with the ID Dark Psychologist spoke out the true meaning of the story. With Su Ming's stinginess, he definitely wouldn't allow a kleptomaniac skeleton archer to be under his command. This kind of personality is the standard capitalist personality. If you want to take advantage of him, he will immediately send you back to the abyss. A system alert popped up in the live broadcast room. Shady Psychologist has been banned for 30 days. You're very knowledgeable. Next time don't be. Su Ming had an annoyed look on his face, clearly having been spoken to. The water friends laughed heartily. They had never expected that the high-pressure environment of the abyssal battlefield hadn't caused him to break his defense, and the sudden assassination hadn't caused the defense to be broken. But the big truth spoken by this water friend had caused Su Ming to break his defense. Alas, 1,000 lies. Su Ming is full of concern, and a word of truth. Su Ming is full of redness. It's still the truth that pokes people's hearts. That has to be. The truth hurts because it can't be refuted at all. However, Su Ming didn't give up and still began to tirelessly summon the skeleton troops. Soon, the audience also discovered his summoning conditions. Only skeleton archers and skeleton mages were summoned, and any skeleton warriors that appeared were broken into pieces. In other words, Su Ming wants to form a pure output skeleton long-range unit? What about his front row meat shields? Many people questioned this, but they immediately saw the 13 Tai Bao of Mount Huagua. In the abyssal battlefield, Black Goku was practically invincible, with no monster being able to break its defenses at all. It makes sense. That god of war like Black Monkey is enough to rival any meat shield. Su Ming only needs pure output to help cover his fire. The crowd sighed. 1 hour later, Su Ming summoned 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages, just like forming a squadron of summoners, and began to vastly clear the abyssal battlefield of demons. Now, many of his water friends, who had originally laughed at him, fell silent. Holy, Su Ming has just risen to level 14, and he can actually have 100 temporary summons? Is this right? Familiars? These skeletons? None of them are his summons. They don't take up his summoned beast space, and the maintenance of temporary summons requires the continuous consumption of mana. Just how many points of spiritual energy did Su Ming have, and how high was his mana value? Even if he keeps getting high on mana potions, he wouldn't be able to maintain such a huge consumption, right? A senior summoner showed up to say, according to my experience, the mana consumption of maintaining one low-level summon is about 1 point of mana loss per second. That is, Su Ming is currently consuming 100 points of mana per second. He actually remains energized without any signs of mana depletion? Chapter 57. Sorry, I have a little secret. Everyone was filled with confusion, and many people directly rewarded tens of thousands of dollars as a way of sending out eye-catching super pop-ups asking for the reason why. Brother Su, can you tell us about the mana consumption of maintaining this summoned army in such a way? High price for the Anchor's summoning energy-saving secret technique. Willing to trade for $5 million. The price is still negotiable if you don't agree. Do you have any artifacts that return 100 points of blue per second? Please mess with me and tell me. I'll do anything, even if it means pouting. Su Ming just spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. Sorry, I have a little secret. Waterman. At this moment, an acquaintance's super pop-up was particularly conspicuous. No, buddy, I'm Song Qingfeng, your good classmate. For the sake of our friendship, can you sell me a piece of this secret? I also want to switch to summoner. Su Ming took a look and recognized his screen name, and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. Old Song, I didn't expect your family to be quite rich rewarding me with $500 right out of the gate. Alright, since you're the one who sent the word, seeing as you've been helping me wash my socks for 3 years in high school, I can reveal this, my trick is to just pay 107 mana points per second to maintain this force. Yes, he had mana sharing from Little Fox, and Little Fox's legendary gold phrase, infinite mana, was completely powerful beyond their imagination. Infinite mana, your base mana value increases tenfold. Your base mana regen increases tenfold. The Little Fox, who currently has 900 mana points, also has a recovery rate of 153 points. In other words, maintaining this army of 100 skeletons was simply not Su Ming's limit. What you say is not all nonsense, Song Qingfeng said in a depressed manner. Su Ming smiled. What's wrong with nonsense? But it's also the truth. As for why my mana recovery is so terrifying, 3 years of sock washing fellowship isn't enough. Then I'll help you wash all your pants later too, Song Qingfeng assured without hesitation. Su Ming immediately choked on a mouthful of water and nearly failed to strain himself. Roll na. Instead, waterbenders around the globe are laughing and hee-hawing. It's actually a teenage boy ketone who washes each other's pants. This pair of CP, this corny girl kowtows, when you just said you had a little secret. It wasn't a secret affair with your roommate, was it? Now that's revealing your sexuality, but we in the LGBT community support you. Welcome to the rainbow family, Su Ming said without a trace of anger. You kid, you're bringing me up to speed, aren't you? Originally just burst in the Abyssal Battlefield A, Skinning Advancement, sub-professional skill book, thinking to go back and deal with it at a low price to you, and now it's gone. Don't, brother Su, you know I just love skinning techniques. In the future I'm motivated to become the best butcher in all of Northern Liang. Keep it for me, I'll go back to get the money. Song Qingfeng immediately went offline. Su Ming also casually chimed in. Water friends, this classmate of mine does have quirks. Although he is a second-generation rich man, he doesn't show off his wealth to woo girls, nor does he indulge in materialistic enjoyment, nor does he volunteer for charity, nor does he play holographic games. Instead, he likes to run to the slaughterhouse to deal with mutated beasts with his own hands. Wow, that's kind of sick. Is there such a unique hobby in the world? It seems that the taste of peeling back the skin of monsters intoxicates him. My name is Hannibal, and I share the same interest as your classmate. May I have his contact information? Su Ming nodded his head. This fetish of his is probably related to the fact that his family holds a 100% stake in all the chain slaughterhouses in all of Northern Liang. Waterboys. Isn't that just a common rich kid familiarizing himself with the family business in advance? An interesting soul who instantly becomes a vulgar capitalist. And in the meantime, just as Su Ming's brow was fluttering as he cumbled, the number of people in the live broadcast room also stabilized at 4.8 million, and the rewards were climbing. Phew! Another dagger's cold light cut through the sky. Assassins from the Ironborn Alliance. On the move again. This time, Su Ming did not hesitate and directly used his face to receive the opponent's crossbow sneak attack. Ding ding ding. 3 hardened crossbow bolts stuck in his lips. Blitz -1. Fierce poison 1. Fracture 1. Holy, it really is still the hardest iron mouth among summoners. An assassin of the same level still can't break his defense. Terrifying. That group of assassins, didn't they just finish losing? Why do they still come to give away their heads? They really don't have a long memory. The manipulator behind this probably thought that the damage figure of -1 was too outrageous to believe, so he tried it a second time. The crowd murmured, while Su Ming's heart blossomed. Thank you all. Now I have the persona of the world's #1 tough-talking anchor. And as an anchor, it's all about needing personas and symbols that can be used to spread the word, so that the money can roll in and the popularity can soar. As a thank you to, Su Ming smiled. Archers, prepare to release arrows. Mage Core, roll small fireballs. The assassin panicked and cast, sprint, in a vain attempt to break away from the fight and escape. But can people be faster than arrows and fireballs? Shoo 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 shoo. Boom, 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 boom. The screen is black and the screens are real. Luckily, I'm truly a bodhisattva, and I've promoted positive energy again. Avoiding the viewers from seeing gory images, Su Ming nodded his head in satisfaction. When his camera turned on again, there were only 2 pieces of equipment, lying silently in a puddle of corpse water. Su Ming took a look and revealed an odd smile. Oh, isn't this the generalized homemade equipment, Ironblood Belt Power Enhanced version, and Ironblood Knee Pads Internal Beta version, that the Ironblood Alliance monopolized the manufacturing formula for? The water friends were in an uproar. Hasn't the real culprit been found? Some old fans who were familiar with Su Ming's grudge against the Ironblood Alliance immediately explained. The Ironblood Alliance's young alliance master has always had a grudge against Su Ming, and last time, he even lost 40 million to him in a betting match. And the current alliance master, Shen Ginghong, openly snatched away his special recruitment to the Hunting Country Military School at the Northern Liang Academy. Wow, such a bully? It's not enough to send assassins to murder him. Is this a normal human professional organization? Why does it look like an evil sect worshipped by the abyss? Let's go. Brothers, go and punch the Iron Blood Alliance official blog. At the same time, Shen Ginghong and Shen Zimo, the father and son who were watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but look annoyed. This idiot, didn't he say that the use of our homemade equipment was forbidden and that he must conceal his identity as much as possible? But what's done is done, and there's no turning back. Moreover, the assassins were configured with only 3 pieces of qualification equipment per person, and it was also too unlucky to drop 2 pieces directly this time. Shen Jinghong quickly regained his graceful demeanor. It doesn't matter. This thing, equipment, is something that can be traded and can be dropped. Let's just bite the bullet and say that someone is attempting to plant evidence. Anyway, that assassin has been turned into corpse water, dead without evidence. Aha! I also declared to the public that Su Ming and I were only a small friction on campus, not rising to the heights of life and death. Shen Zimo followed suit. Chapter 58 Assassin's Body in the Game. Poisoners Half a Sun in Heaven. It didn't take long for Shen Jinghong's phone to blow up. Report to the chairman. Hundreds of thousands of professionals have left messages under our official blog and in our groups, scolding us for being despicable and shameless. Our recruitment lightboards in many cities have also been graffitied and splattered with paint. Public opinion is raging. Should we activate Crisis PR? Iron Blood Alliance PR Manager. I asked the Iron Blood Alliance's senior management to immediately report to the Beilang City Lord's Mansion on the movements of your level 20 or lower professionals, presenting them all, without any details. Otherwise, you will be punished under Articles 3 and 7 of the Protection of the Untransformed Law. You will be considered crimes against humanity for plotting to murder young human untransformed professionals. City Lord's Office Special Police Unit. We, the Northern Liang Academy, as well as the National Academies Joint Union, sternly protest your move to violate the Human Convention and attack our students in the abyssal battlefield. Strictly condemn it. It has been reported. Beijing Liang Academy official. Shen Ginghong, his mother's, your mother's, too, a dedicated member of the community. Shen Zimo, you bad, pus-filled little brat. I present an asterisk hashtag at, a keyboard artist. Damn Su Ming. Shen Zimo let out a scream of impotent rage. He robbed me of my hidden profession card and my chance to be the world's first to break through the swarming demon fortress. And now he's actually going to make me lose my reputation. It's simply shameless to the extreme. I will not rest until I die with him. Shut up. What's the point of yelling? You're at least a male member of my Shen family, but you're actually hysterical like it's so uncharacteristic. Shen Jinghong directly turned off his cell phone and coldly stared at him. If outsiders see you lose your temper, won't they immediately sit back and see that we are the real culprits behind the scenes? Yes. Shen Zimo hurriedly shut up and looked at his father worriedly. But what should we do next? I'm afraid we'll be arrested and interrogated. If someone tortures me severely, I'm afraid that I won't be able to withstand the torture and will succumb to it. You're the young alliance leader of our Iron Blood Alliance. Who would dare to be so? Shen Jinghong laughed coldly. Besides, the current situation is clear. It's just that the assassin used customized equipment produced by our Iron Blood Alliance. No big deal. One can casually find many reasons to put it off. Soon, Shen Jinghong then wrote out a statement with his hand and released it to the major media. Please stop trying to touch the Iron Blood Alliance. Fellow Su Ming, I have recognized your little trick. First, you get someone to fake an assassin to come in, feign positivity, and intentionally black out the screen. Then you create a series of fake commotions so that the actor you hire to play the assassin slips away, and you end up dropping a couple of pieces of our Iron League logo gear on the ground. You want to deal with our Iron Blood Alliance even with such a clumsy splash of dirty water? Delusional. I advise you to take the right path. Walk a little more uprightly. Sit a little straighter. Do not use our old organization, the Iron Blood Alliance, to hype up your popularity. It's really despicable to the extreme. In addition, I hope that the public will polish their eyes. Our Iron Blood Alliance produces countless pieces of equipment every year, which in no way means that anyone who uses our equipment must come from the Iron Blood Alliance. And I hereby solemnly declare that anything that happens in the low-intensity abyssal battlefield has nothing to do with us, so please don't disturb our normal operation. After it was done, Shen Jinghong stretched leisurely and walked back to his son's side without any influence. Father is mighty. Shen Zimo admirably looked at the statement. Although the following messages from other professionals are mostly cover-up, posturing and open-eyed nonsense. Although the following messages from other professionals are mostly cover-ups, posturing, and blinders, there's really not much one can do about them. Let's see Su Ming's impotent rage. Father and son looked at each other. One raised the abyssal blood wine and gulped it. The other raised the CD calcium milk and poofed it. And Su Ming, who was temporarily resting in the abyssal battlefield, sure enough, soon saw that statement as well. He was seen chewing on a compressed cracker, rubbing the soft fur of the little fox as he snickered with a slight curl of his lips. Oh, Is that a no-brainer, Waterboy? You all should have recorded the whole video of my live broadcast. I didn't mention half a word about the assassins sent by the Iron Blood Alliance. Why did they jump out in a hurry to be the first to refute the rumor? It's an insidious, meaningful statement. What else can I say? It's just 2 words, they're in a hurry. Yeah, the anchor has been teaching summoner techniques and explaining abyssal battlefield trivia. I'll testify. You see, the Iron Blood Alliance blew itself up. I don't know what they're so anxious about. It's just a case of no silver in the ground, no silver in the sky. I advise the anchor not to pay attention to those crazy dogs, and practice hard. When you're at the 6th level, that old dog Shen Zimo of the Iron Blood Alliance, how arrogant he is now, how well behaved he'll be in the future. Could it be that Ming you really secretly threw 2 pieces of Iron Blood Alliance equipment onto the ground when the screen went black? Although the words of the Iron Blood Alliance are hard to hear, we can't rule out this possibility. There were also people who questioned. Ming snorted, there really are water users who are being led by them and think that I'm singing a double act with the assassin. Ha, my black screen was only a black screen for the water friends, but my drone had long ago recorded the whole thing. Since there are people who are skeptical, then I'll upload it to the video site later for everyone's appreciation. Now that's it. So doubts dissipated. Not long after, Ming's full live video unedited version was uploaded by his manager, Zhao Muyu, and appeared on almost all mainstream short and long video platforms, subsequently causing heated discussions. With a brief glance, people came to the conclusion, Ming didn't lie. The assassin is using the Iron Blood Alliance's special internal equipment. But in the Iron Blood Alliance Public Relations Department of the Smashing Attack, the network of Water Army also pour out high-intensity ground washing. The words of a set, ch. Do you really take other Iron Blood Alliance's assassins for fools? When they assassinate their targets, don't they even have the money to change their equipment? It's obviously planted evidence. This is the real culprit behind the scenes, 2 birds with 1 stone. Do you understand? It's good to be able to assassinate Ming. If the assassination doesn't work out, then they'll bring the trouble to the Iron Blood Alliance, forcing them to lose everything. Understand? This is called an assassin entering the game with his body, and a poisoner winning half of the sky. Understand? It can't be said that it's Ming and the Iron Blood Alliance who are jointly speculating. Both sides have joined forces to eat a wave of traffic heat, and both have made a fortune. I guess Ming will soon bring in the goods and cash in on the traffic, and only the ordinary professionals in the rhythmic whirlwind are the real leaks. Alas, I know too much. Just call me brother no. But Ming did not bother to dwell on the topic of who is the real culprit. He leisurely got up and woke up Black Wukong, who was lying on the boulder in a deep sleep, as well as little Fox Nyang, who was resting on his legs in a beautiful nap. All of them, let's go. All the mana has been restored, and the energy is full, so it's time to advance to the center of the abyssal battlefield. Don't forget, our goal for this broadcast is 1,000 kills. Chapter 59, The Little Fox Lady of Vengeance? Revenge on the Old Fox Demon. Oh no, 1,000 demon choppers. Ming slapped his head and corrected, the assassin's goal is only to slaughter me, a human summoner, in the abyssal battlefield. But, the assassins will definitely launch a second wave of attack. You have to be more careful. Many water users worriedly reminded. Although, the first 2 assassin skills, both only had 1 point of force damage. Ming's panel defense must be very impressive. But there were countless geniuses in the world. In case the Iron Blood Alliance spared no expense and sent out a top assassin using a hidden profession card, taking advantage of the gap between Ming's fierce battle against the group of demons, or the special moment when he was hit by the demons' defense-reducing and damage-increasing debuffs. He killed them in one fell swoop. He still risks losing his life. Ming smiled and arched his hand, thanking everyone for their worries, and patted his chest in a serious manner. Don't worry, nothing is wrong with this summoner. I go by the globally unique Meat Shield Stream Melee Summoner, with high defense, high offense, and high blood pressure. The assassins also have absolutely no opportunity to take advantage of, because this summoner resolutely turtle in the back of the summoned object. Suffer injuries are covered by them, exploding materials to pick up equipment by me. It's my life's creed to be full of blood all the time. Go Dao, is this summoner's professional way? As Ming spoke, he lifted the little fox in front of his chest and instructed, later on, if you run into a dangerous enemy, you must not hesitate to take the knife and block the gun for me. Anyway, if you die, it's only a CD's worth of work before you can be resummoned. Definitely don't be afraid of Death Owl. The cute little fox tilted her head but exuded a look of disgust, obviously having some spiritual intelligence. But in the end, she nodded her head condescendingly. Okay master, bad, but fox, good. The hearts of the water lovers were adorable. Wow. This fox summoning beast is on the verge of evolving into a retribution little fox nymphette, and its language skills are comparable to an 8-year-old loli. Retribution? Being used as a meat shield day after day. taking the hardest hits, and having to take care of spell output. It's even worse than the black slaves of the old times. If it were me, I would have directly transformed from the little fox lady of retribution to the old fox demon of revenge, and hung Su Ming on the street lamps of the northern Lian highway. Alas, the little fox is clearly aggrieved, clearly unwilling to be a meat shield, and still weakly says okay to because of his deep love for his master. Such a little fox, I want to buy a dozen. Su Ming, why don't you just transfer it to this rich second generation? Is 200 million enough? Thus, in Su Ming's live broadcast, Su Ming was immediately reduced to the second most popular character. Su Ming from his backpack space, took out a lollipop ice, let the little fox gnaw and play. After all, her mind is still like a young child, have to coax in order to play the ultimate combat power. She licks, and her water friends immediately send out a line of pop-ups. Wow, practicing hard for payback little fox lady. She nibbled, and her water friends sent out a row of pop-ups. TSK, practicing hard to avenge the old fox demon. The new Meng god of the live broadcast was born. So Shen Zimo's father and son painfully saw. The total number of online viewers in Su Ming's live broadcast has soared to as many as 8 million people, which for the global live broadcasting circle is also considered to be a top streaming super netizen. The waves of rewards were not stingy, allowing Su Ming to earn a lot of money. The share of pop-up ads on live streaming platforms, too, is continuing to skyrocket. Looking at the backstage agent Zhao Muyu laughed her ass off. With this kind of money-making ability, what big powers are you still attached to? The so-called high-tech contracts and sponsorship funds of those big powers give $300 to $500 million a year at the top. But at what cost? In the future, after transferring, you'll have to work for someone as a cow. Su Ming is simply a natural-born expert in the whole job, with the attributes of a harmonic star. Zhao Muyu beautifully analyzed his career, and yet his persona is that of a talented professional with the highest degree of public recognition, an expert out of the grassroots. This means that he can both win word of mouth and earn traffic. He must be a rising star in the live broadcasting circle. His judgment is also right. There's no need to bring in goods to cash in on the traffic, because the reputation of an anchor with goods tends to stink very quickly, as the goods are destined to be a mixed bag of good and bad, and there's definitely inferior quality. Zhao Mayu's snowy, greasy little hand rested on her delicate chin as she pondered on future promotion plans, as well as ways to monetize. The first choice, naturally, is the signing fee for the live broadcast platform, and now it's time to talk to the official. This mature stunning woman murmured to herself, because Su Ming's 2 live broadcasts were both explosive and effective. They belong to the category of quality potential anchors that could be sustained over the long term. Now that I'm stepping in to negotiate, I can at least talk about a good contract with an annual salary of over $100 million. But, is far from enough? It's best to negotiate a popularity contract for betting. Set the gradient well. In my opinion, it's most appropriate to set my family Su Ming's annual salary at $250 million. She took out an office tablet and recorded this scenario, then pondered the second option. The second option is to go directly to the road of the star professional, using the persona of a successful person, selling online classes. This path is a willingness to fight. The fans can also learn knowledge and tactics. No one loses out. It is a win-win situation. However, he is only an untransformed person now, and the tactical system of a summoner is not suitable for a book at all, so this path is temporarily sealed for the future. Just as Zhao Muyu was worrying about Su Ming, he pushed his way flat out and killed his way to the core of the 037 abyssal battlefield with ease. The kill count on the live feed, too, had jumped to 322, killing slowly all the time. The 1000 demon chopper will have to wait until the monkey's age? Therefore, it's better to live ruthlessly throughout. The corner of Su Ming's lips curled slightly. Water friends, do you still remember why you paid attention to me? Abyssal Fortress's world first break record? Everyone spoke in unison. Su Ming snapped his fingers. Bingo! So, what my humble self is best at is defending battles. Especially now that my temporary summons are all skeleton archers and skeleton mages. Clear long-range power. That means I will have superb covering firepower. But in the battlefield of the abyss, where is there a city for you to hold? And how would you gather the demons to you from all directions? Everyone generally felt that it was unreliable. Su Ming smiled faintly. Come, our drones take off and focus on the building at the center of the battlefield. The field of vision suddenly drew up. The long lens focused, and an ancient bell tower wrapped in insect loam and vines appeared in front of everyone. Su Ming said quietly with a reminiscent tone, "That's the old times. One of the monumental artifacts of the ancient civilization of the Dragon Kingdom, the Zhang Hui chimes." After a long pause, Su Ming interjected, "The replica of Cam. You big gasp long enough, Smithy. I thought it was really that national treasure. Was trying to go to the abyssal battlefield to steal. Back to our country's museum collection at Smithy. What the hell? The upstairs thief from the stick country is triggered to be moved and wants to steal our Dragon Kingdom's artifacts again, right? We originally had a similar chime in the Belt British Museum, Then the Dragon Kingdom's god-level professionals came and ransacked it, saying that they wanted to return it to its rightful owner, and they all snatched it away. No Chapter 60, Militarized Demon Slaughter. Su Ming rolled his eyes at the sand sculpture netizens around the world. Do I need to mention this? Whose national treasure is placed on the bell tower in the sun and rain. Besides, Zhenghui chimes had been known as the eighth wonder of the world. The national treasure also belongs to the existence of a unique class, but it is a bronze chime. Is the most prone to rust and corrosion of the kind? Surely to vacuum preservation, to avoid further oxidation and corrosion of the, which can be thrown in the outdoors. Su Ming furiously rolled his eyes and raised his two middle fingers towards the camera. I say, water friends, don't always expose your illiteracy inadvertently. This schoolmaster has an aversion to stupidity. It's hard to see your pop-ups. In the face of Su Ming's provocation and contempt, the water users refuted it, so the number of pop-ups soared. Only after 3 minutes did Su Ming pick up his cell phone and call his manager Zhao Muyu in full view of everyone. Hello? Sister Zhao. I just brought a wave of rhythms. The pop-ups are 100,000 per second. This data has reached the standard of a top net star, right? Immediately go and contact the official platform and say that I want to sign a pop-up contract. 1 billion a year. No second price. Zhao Muyu, there is no pop-up contract at all. Instead, if the quarrel is very strong, we are going to be blocked from the live room. Waterman, Cam, fell for Su Ming's evil trick and was tricked into sending 10 pop-ups. Too much understanding of business. Little Su student, you were really delayed by 9 years of compulsory education. If you had been a child star since you were young and came out to mix with the society, you would probably have already become a theater emperor, reigning for 10 Oscars. Shut up all the little hacks who are bringing the tempo. We don't need you losers. The anchor will bring it himself. And in the heckling atmosphere, Su Ming had already brought his army of summons to kill beside the landmark of the 037 abyssal battlefield, the modern square clock tower. Sweep away all the nearby insect demons and fire demons. Occupy the bell tower. And then, we need to artificially build a high ground with a geographical advantage, where we can ruthlessly annihilate all the demons in the abyssal battlefield. Without hiding anything, Su Ming informed the live broadcast of his plan, but an aerial drone view of the overlook shows the neighborhood as a one-horse block. Where's Highland? No. Do you want troops stationed in the bell tower? I advise you not to be delusional. Bug loam is highly corrosive, and although that clock tower looks unharmed, the internal steel and concrete, all must have been corroded beyond recognition. Once your black monkey fights on it, the room will immediately collapse. I say buddy, your bullishness in the Gun Demon Fortress is indeed something that can go down in history for subsequent textbook records to learn from. But you can't just have one trick that can be used for all battles, can you? Not all battles can be fought as a city defense. Unless you have a troop of earth elemental mages that can ranged change the landscape, you simply can't do it. In the face of all the discouragement and denial, Su Ming just smiled faintly. Don't say the words impossible to summoners. Our summons are all-encompassing and have infinite possibilities. Learn well, rookies, even if you are second, third, or fourth ranked senior professionals, or even fifth and sixth ranked super professionals. I will teach you a lesson, audience. But the next moment, they heard Su Ming commanding Black Goku, quickly perform the 72 changes. My dropping monkey brother, become a digger. The audience exploded. Is this even possible? This transformation technique thing, is it able to change into modern machinery? Your summon is too foul. Is this really possible? Black Goku, who had already attained the demigod level, blinked and pinched a spell. 72 changes. Activated. After a burst of white mist, the digger that Su Ming had expected did not appear on the ground, but only the scratching monkey with countless steam coming out of his head. Pohahahaha. Stop making excessive demands on monkey. It's burning people's brains out. I told you, transforming into an excavator is also too outrageous. Next time why don't you just transform into a loaded bomb silo? Directly send a world nuclear leveling to sacrifice the 037 abyssal battlefield. The audience burst into laughter, amused by Su Ming. Su Ming scratched his head and quickly saw the system warning from the panel. Warning, your summoned object, Black Wukong, is unable to understand the nature of the thing you are talking about, and is unable to complete the 72 transformations, so please try to choose a substance that it can understand. So it is. Su Ming sighed depressingly. Plan A has failed. Water friends, Monkey said that he had to be able to completely understand the nature of the excavator before he could turn into it. In other words, it would have to go to university to get a doctorate in mechanics, thoroughly comprehend all the principles and formulas, and then memorize the excavator's drawing so well that it could be done. The water friends were speechless for a while, and they kind of had a slight understanding of the 72 change skills, But just as everyone was waiting to see Su Ming make a joke of himself, instead, he once again revealed a confident smile and patted his chest. Don't scoff just yet, lest you'll be slapped in the face later. Oh, although plan A is finished, I still have plan B with a 100% success rate. Oh, the water boys all began to type on their keyboards, ready to taunt him severely. However, he heard Su Ming say again, 72 changes. Stone Demon. A few moments later, Black Goku and all of his doppelgangers were all turned into abyssal stone demons, and everyone remembered this one hired demon's talent, turning stone into mud. Soon, the abyssal battlefield number 037 turned into a hot construction site. Skyscrapers? Fossilized into mud. A deserted villa? Fossilized into mud. Giant sculptures? Fossilized into clay. The wasteland of human civilization was all reduced to a puddle of mud, piled on top of each other. This kind of steel and concrete is the perfect target for spell casting that the stone demons are gifted with outstanding results. A mere 20 minutes later, a stark plateau appeared in front of everyone amidst the enormous dust from the collapse of countless derelict buildings. Next, the strong black monkeys reinforced the edges a bit more, and a ring of miniature walls was formed. Next, it's time for militarized demon slaying. After completing the battlefield construction, Su Ming wasted no time and personally rang that fake chime bell. Dang! Strange sounds and rhythms echoed across the battlefield of Abyss 037. Those demonic creatures scattered in the ruined buildings, as well as in the countless crypts, heard this commotion belonging to the human civilization and awakened, killing out of their lairs. In all directions, terrifying demonic tides swept vastly. The hissing shook the sky. The killing intent boiled over. All the spectators immediately pinched a sweat for Su Ming. Holy, bud, you've stabbed the devil's nest. Run away. You can't defend yourself, while you accomplished your goal. This is appalling. Sweaty buddy. Live broadcasting is business, but saving your life is life. Get off the air and escape. It's not too late. Drop those skeletons of yours to stall. It's enough for you to escape the abyssal battlefield. Chapter 61, Summoner? Infrastructure Maniac. Really don't seek death, don't you? For the sake of the live broadcast effect, don't you want your life to be spicy? Seeing Su Ming not move at all, with no intention of withdrawing at all the spectators were dumbfounded and thought that he had probably gone crazy. This small 100-meter square place, with enemies coming from all sides, how can it be defended? Su Ming smiled leisurely. Water friends, little devil, see me turn my hand to destroy it. Look at you guys, you're in a hurry, so why pinch? Later on, watch me ruthlessly pick up equipment. It will definitely explode. Although it's all crappy stuff below level 20, just call me trashy. Waterman. Everyone watched the roaring waves of demonic creatures without blinking, seeing them rush toward Su Ming's temporarily constructed highland fortress like a shocking wave. The 13 Black Gokus stood on the outermost perimeter, keeping the rest of the vulnerable skeleton mages and skeleton archers in the center. The little fox hovered overhead, quietly waiting for the moment of contact between the two sides. Su Ming himself, on the other hand, was leisurely overlooking the demons while his mind raced, constantly analyzing the types of demons and calculating the angles of the demons. Finally, the first close encounter with irony arrives. Su Ming commanded with certainty. Fox, southwest 37 degrees, lightning technique coverage. Monkeys, 3 go to the northeast corner and club the earth. 5 to guard the due south direction. The rest prepare to carry and continue to fill the land under our feet upwards. At the same time, Su Ming personally used his spiritual power to manipulate 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages to construct a firepower network. A scene that shocked the audience appeared. The toughest self-exploding bug demons in the southwest direction were directly hit by the 9 consecutive rings of split lightning that Little Fox swung and smashed out, triggering a paralyzing effect while receiving high damage and instantly freezing their forms. But the demons were like a tidal wave, and those paralyzed bug demons were immediately reduced to footstools for those who came after them. Under the self-trampling, the self-destructing bug devils were killed one after another. However, Su Ming's timing was too good, and he happened to get stuck in the moment when the self-exploding insect devils activated their racial talents, ordering the little fox to paralyze them. Boom! Boom! The succession of self-explosions took a swarm of demons away at the same time, and caused a large void to appear in the southwest. As for the 3 Black Goku's hairy doppelgangers, they were facing the large mud devil, a juvenile imp of the stone devil. However, mud devils, purely in terms of size, are much larger than mature stone devils, as they are far from concentrated. The Black Goblin's stick strikes on the earth are vicious top-down swings that directly help the mud devils mature quickly, being smashed and flattened into super small stone devils. Mud devils have a hard life. They have 3 cores, which is equivalent to 3 human hearts. Unfortunately, when smashed flat, all the cores were reduced to pieces without difference, so the mud devil became a stone peer. Take advantage of the point in time when they just died to quickly move to our feet. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Su Ming yelled, just like the contractor's hyped-up loudspeaker. And as the summoned objects had very limited spiritual intelligence and 100% loyalty, they naturally resolutely carried out all of Su Ming's orders. Those soft and crumbling mud devil corpses were immediately moved to the soles of their feet by the vigorous Black Goku. A few moments later, the corpse of the mud demon began to harden rapidly, blending perfectly with the original concrete floor and concrete. Immediately, a water user dissected Su Ming's thoughts. Oh, right, after a mud demon dies, all the mud on its body surface will quickly harden into rock. This is simply the most perfect building material that can be used to reinforce his fortress. Su Ming wouldn't want to make full use of the mud demon's characteristics to fight while building infrastructure and eventually pound out a fortress, right? A water user thought incredulously. Oh, the idea is perfect. But don't forget the rest of the directions. There are still plenty of the usual rat demons, blood demons and bone demons charging upwards as well. This is the pedantry of academy professionals. Too wishful and self-righteous. Battle conditions are always changing, and actual combat is the only test of strength. A little black man revealed his chicken feet and let out a mockery and disdain. However, when the Rat Devil's army arrived like a tidal wave, Su Ming was already controlling the skeleton mages to smash countless fireballs into the ground in unison, setting their fur on fire and roasting out the nourishing golden grease and strong meat aroma. At the same time, Su Ming was distracted and commanded the skeleton archers to split into 5 waves, continuously maintaining a rain of arrows, thus creating a covering firepower that cut off the blood demon's charge. And when the blood devils died in battle, they would also explode in a roiling dance of blood, instantly creating a large red haze that enveloped the battlefield, making it impossible for everyone inside to see. But the authorities are in the dark, and the onlookers are in the dark. Even though Su Ming was also shrouded in the blood-colored mist, his drone flew high into the sky and scouted clearly. He received the image with his terminal below, and then commanded the Skeleton Legion to just find the right direction to pour out their firepower. This is the perfect blend of technology and professionalism. Wow! This wave of blood mist brought by the blood demons was also too timely, and instead of affecting Su Ming, it even interfered with the rest of the demons. These blood demons are insiders from the abyss, aren't they? Ah, this strongest assist actually came from the enemy? The blood demon gifting the mist of war, the mud demon providing the infrastructure gift pack. This Su Ming is really a genius. The genius who was able to take the Gun Demon Bastion, global first pass, is truly a top talent in the city guard. Even in the abyssal battlegrounds, it's absolutely brilliant to be able to replicate the successes of yesteryear. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, Su Ming racked his brain to control the summons to frantically kill and continuously slaughter demons, and soon his battle results soared at an unimaginable rate. Congratulations on killing 700 demons on the low-intensity abyss battlefield number 037. Congratulations on 800 head. Congratulations on killing 1,000 demons on the low-intensity abyss battlefield number 037. As you have accomplished this kill value within 24 hours, may it be called efficient. You will receive the title of Battlefield Overlord number 037. By wearing this title, you will receive an additional 20% damage boost within the abyssal battlefield 037. Su Ming bristled. He didn't care about this kind of chicken-ribbed title, because it was unlikely that he would return to this battlefield in the future. Moreover, according to the clues bought from Zhao, the threshold regarding the opening of the Divine Artifact, Carry-On World, quest had already been completed. Later on, we must sneak into the village. Don't shoot the gun. Go and quietly take the Divine Artifact Restoration mission, and make a big fortune in a low profile. Su Ming thought prettily, preparing to wait for the Divine Artifact to be repaired before stunning everyone in one fell swoop. At this time, he received a very special pop-up message. The other party had extreme access and a familiar name. System alert, Wu Mengxi, Vice President of the Mystic Sanctuary, invites you to join an online meeting. Do you agree? Chapter 62, The Dragon Doesn't Live with the Snake. The Tiger Doesn't Walk with the Dog. Su Ming was in the middle of a live broadcast, and with the demons still coming in like a tidal wave, he had to command the summoners in a fierce battle, so he didn't have time to be distracted. So, he would have wanted to put it on hold for a while, but Wu Mengxi seemed to be in a real hurry, and 3 messages popped up in a row, seemingly urging. Su Ming frowned, but remembered Miss Bu Yen of the Mystic Saint Hall, who had very enthusiastically invited him to join her in the first place, which could be said to have given him enough face, and had also rewarded him with a small $100,000, which had also given him enough inside. With this in mind, Su Ming felt that it wouldn't be too nice if he kept dry hanging out on the other hall's vice president. Thus, Su Ming lightly coughed. Water friends, Mystic Sanctuary invited me to join them, saying that they would give me an S-rank contract. So I can only say that their senior management is too discerning, picking me as a super potential stock. But I can't stop my live broadcast. I have to maintain consistency. and the attack of those magical creatures is still fierce, so I have to give my full attention to maneuvering the summoned beasts. So, I'll first accept the invitation to join their online meeting room, inform them of my current situation, and ask them to wait for me for a little while, and then I'll formally join the Mystic Sanctuary after I've fought through the abyssal battlefield number 037. You guys wait for me a little bit. Oh, the water friends were all envious and jealous. Wow, Mystic Holy Church, that's a great power not inferior to the Iron Blood Alliance. With their blessing, the Iron Blood Alliance reckons it won't dare to make things difficult for you anymore. Congratulations, I eat lemons. You are only in your senior year of high school and you have already received an invitation from the Mystic Sanctuary. You have also been looked upon by that stunning beauty, Bu Him Yen, and I can't say that you will be able to join the family in the future, and you will be able to receive both power and color. So envious, so sour. Ooh, Su Ming smiled, and then took advantage of the gap between the demon's attacks that slowed down a bit to quickly touch the screen and accept Wu Mengxi's invitation to come into the Mystic Sanctuary conference room. Hello everyone, Su Ming politely greeted. After all, they would all be colleagues in the future. I agree with all of Miss Bu Him Yan's conditions, and am willing to join the Mystic Holy Church. In the future, please teach me more, but I can't spare my hands right now. I'm still live streaming the attack on the abyssal battlefield. Oh, on the air? That's even better. More people will witness my next words. I must inform you, I'm sorry, but we have cancelled our intention to sign with you. Vice President Wu Mengxi opened the door without any politeness. Ha! Su Ming was stunned and his body stiffened. He never thought that terms that had only been negotiated for a few days could become so fast. Moreover, the other party's words not only had the coldness of rejecting others, but were even mixed with thick sarcasm. What does that mean? One should have a neutral relationship with the Mystic Holy Church without any entanglements. So why was the attitude of Bu Him Yan's mother hostile? Su Ming frowned, but there was no time to think about it, because he still had to be busy dealing with the endless waves of demonic creatures, continuously growing the number of demon slayers. Wu Mengxi didn't bother to pay attention to Su Ming's current situation. She had only come to firmly reject this poor boy who was presumptuously attempting to climb onto the high branch of the Mystic Holy Church. She also had to sternly warn Su Ming that in the future, he was forbidden from attempting to take advantage of his daughter's favor. And even more so, he shouldn't have any dreams of joining the family. Thus, she coldly said, regrettably, Himiko's authority in the occult sanctuary is not enough to grant an S-rank contract. Moreover, I personally believe that your talent and potential are far from reaching the threshold of an S-rank. Could it be that you're taking advantage of Himiko's goodwill towards you in an attempt to scam an S-rank contract? This guaranteed 200 million a year cultivation investment seems like an astronomical amount that you can hardly reach in your entire life, right, Su Ming? His mouth was wide open, never expecting that he had actually live-streamed the plutonic scene of being rejected, allowing the 9 million viewers around the globe to enjoy a scene where he was being taunted. But Su Ming also felt rather magical. A mere 200 million a year in cultivation investment. Did he really think he looked at it? His Magic Shield skill book. If the auction is operated well, I'm afraid that the pure profit can be 400 million, which is enough for 2 years of contract investment. Besides, it's not like the S-class contract is a unilateral gift that will need to be doubled in the future. I advise you to stay away from Himiko. Wu Mengxi coldly warned directly in front of the 9 million viewers around the world. She's not yet experienced in the world, and she may have fallen in love with your skin, but she's ultimately going to shoulder the future of the Mystic Holy Church. A 6th-ranked professional is by no means the end for her. You, on the other hand, may not have the resources to upgrade to the 4th rank. You must know that dragons don't live with snakes, and tigers don't walk with dogs. I hope that you can be more sensible, delete all her contact information, and stop interrupting her upgrades. Understand? Oh, is this what MS, Bu Him Yen means? Su Ming was able to catch his breath for a while as he slaughtered another 200 demons, creating a vacuum filled with corpses, so he was able to free up his hands to properly go toe-to-toe with Wu Mengxi, his old aunt. Meh, so what if it's not what she meant? As a parent, I have the right to kick out scum with evil intentions. The wicked story of a grassroots boy and a rich girl must not happen in our Mystic Holy Church. You don't deserve it. Wu Mengxi spoke her words to the end, leaving no room for maneuver. Viewers saw this plot and had a bad time. No, Su Ming, are you out of life? Actually still engaging in the old-timey withdrawal stream plot. Later on, are you going to point to the sky and roar? 30 years east, 30 years west. Don't kid yourself. Is this old auntie an actress you called in? Honestly, the acting is a bit awkward and looks a bit fake. Brothers, I just recognized her face with the AI. This really is the current vice president of the Mystic Sanctuary. This is not an act. Soon. The water friends have been dumbfounded. The original this is really to reject Su Ming, refused to give him a district 200 million amount of investment contracts per year. Su Ming, however, did not have the loss and despair that Wu Mingxi had expected, but instead was dumbfounded. Alright, in fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Ms. Wu Yan has big boobs and long legs, I wouldn't have much interest in your mystic saint church, but I still advise you. And Wu, for us laborers, there's no need to speak so harshly. Isn't it just not signing the contract? Why taunt a poor student like me? Why taunt this summoner? Su Ming bristled. Originally, there was no grievance or enmity, so we parted ways once and for all, and from now on, well water does not offend river water. But you insisted on saying the wrong thing and narrowing the road. This kind of using power to oppress others. I find it disgusting. Get lost. Wu Mingxi was dumbfounded. She never thought that with her status, someone in the world would dare to tell her to get lost. So, the rage led to a 0.3-second delay and not just shutting down the internet conference room. That 0.3 seconds led to a scene she would never forget. A terrifying vision suddenly surfaced above the firmament of the abyssal battlefield number 037. It tore up the sky, even as it shone down on all the earth in northern Liang. Chapter 63, sorry, the artifacts won't allow you to keep a low profile. The bone dragons that covered the sky seemed to have traveled from a historical phantom. Tens of thousands of higher abominations struck in legion form. Countless skeleton magic patriarchs, raising their hands, summoned a tidal wave of skeleton ghost warriors and skeleton divine archers, frantically marching towards the front, drowning out all the demons. That is none other than the legendary summoner who lives in the textbooks, Undead Scourge of Heaven. Su Ming was stunned. He had wanted to take on the divine weapon restoration mission in a low profile, completing the mission secretly and anonymously, unwilling to expose the secret of carrying a divine weapon. However, since it was a divine artifact, with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and the power to change destiny against the heavens, would it allow Su Ming to keep a low profile? Simply opening the artifact restoration quest would bring about a horrifying vision that would shake the world. This was the ultimate card face of a divine artifact, the awe-inspiring might of a divine artifact. The 9 million viewers around the globe were collectively dumbfounded, stunned as they looked at the strange image on the dome of the sky, and then looked at Su Ming, who was in the center of the vortex. No, could Su Ming be the reincarnated body of the undead heavenly tribulation coronet? Why is Su Ming able to evoke the power that remains in the world of this god-level professional awe? Wow, this seems to be an inheritance vision, because since the beginning, those visions had absolutely no intention of attacking Su Ming. Now, the fun is over, brothers. This is Su Ming's rhythm of embarking on the path to god ascension. Su Ming, who was in the center of the vortex, also had the corners of his mouth twitching straight up, very helpless. He's still just a small summoner who hasn't been transferred yet. How can he be so virtuous as to attract this great god to visit Beilang City? Jiamuyu hadn't said that the divine artifact restoration quest would bring about such a terrifying reaction in the first place. And in front of 9 million viewers worldwide. Time passes. It's been more than 100 years since I was lost in the 99th layer of the abyss, right? Finally, the summoner who was able to trigger the restoration quest for my artifact, Carry-On World, has appeared once again. I gave such harsh conditions only to select the most powerful and talented summoner who will be able to surpass me in the future. Shatter the 100th layer of the abyss, end the demon's reign of chaos, and drive the invaders back to the other realm once and for all. Your path will amaze everyone, because back then, as strong as I was, after fighting with all my might, I was only able to kill 974 demons before my mana ran out and I could only leave the abyssal battlefield. The silhouette of the undead heavenly tribulation coronet gave Su Ming supreme recognition, and his next words caused Su Ming to pound his chest, leaving the global audience dumbfounded. The path I'm traveling is called Undead Plague of Heaven, but unfortunately, I've already verified that it can't get through all of the abyss, and it ultimately stops at the 99th floor. The reason for this is because the Undead Plague's occupational heritage is from the overlord of the 99th floor of the abyss, the Witch Demon Emperor. Using the power of the abyss against the abyss, wouldn't that be me turning against myself? It can't be done at all, and instead, it makes me fall into the Witch Demon Emperor's net, and like a delivery, it sends my soul essence to the 99th level, in front of its imperial throne. The undead heavenly tribulation uttered another passage with great information content. That's why I'm reluctant to gift the SSS-ranked hidden profession card, Undead Heavenly Plague, to you, because it too harbors too many hidden dangers and contains too many traps. The Undead Heavenly Plague coronet sighed tersely. Su Ming? Don't. I'm willing to accept the hidden danger. I'm willing to step into the trap. Su Ming directly gave in to his knees, rushing to negotiate with the Undead Heavenly Tribulation coronet. Just give me the hidden profession card, brother. Even if there are now 12 million viewers in the live broadcast room, I'm willing to abandon my dignity and beg you on my knees, brother. Upon hearing these words at first glance, although the water users were a bit tense, they eventually tensed up and extremely agreed with Su Ming's words. Damn it, I'm willing to kneel for the sake of the SSS ranked undead heavenly tribulation profession card. Whoever doesn't kneel is truly a super duper idiot. But perhaps because the undead heavenly plate coronet in front of him was merely a piece of vapor from the past, a fragment of memory used for inheritance, or perhaps even just a piece of virtual AI. Therefore, he completely ignored Su Ming's request and continued to say to himself, but divine artifacts, in any world, are a unique existence. All of our human race's divine artifacts were finally snatched from the hands of the Abyssal Lords after fierce battles and shedding blood. Divine artifacts are the cornerstone of our fight against the Abyss, so I'm handing over the inheritance of the carrying world to you. That is my second most precious treasure, but there is no need to explore my first precious jewel, for it is my beloved, the light of my soul and the fire of my desires, Vanessa. A spiritual luster suddenly appeared in the eyes of the undead scourge of heaven. I was originally a sociopathic personality who loathed this world of filth, but because Vanessa loves this world, I am willing to protect this world with her living in it. Alright, there's no need to listen to the rantings of a lost person. Go gather all the fragments and completely repair the carry-on world. You'll have endless summoning space. Remember, the number of summoned beasts is always a summoner's strongest card. Ding! On Su Ming's professional panel, a dark gold-colored legendary quest appeared. Artifact Restoration, the Carrying World. You have obtained 0.1% of this artifact's origin, which will serve as the butt of the artifact, guiding you to reacquire all the fragments of this artifact and restore it to its peak power. Task 1, after transferring, go to any First Order Abyssal battlefield and complete the 10,000 Demon Slaughter achievement. Quest 2, solo pass the world copy of Caesar's Land on Nightmare difficulty, and in front of Su Ming, along with the undead Heavenly Tribulation Coronet spell, a crystal clear magic ring slowly took shape. Carry on world, broken, quality, artifact, description, indestructible, undroppable, not to be stolen, non-tradable, not to be transferred. 17th level summoner Su Ming has been soulbound. Utility, provides an additional 100 space for temporary summons, which you can keep here, as well as upgrading and enhancing them. Su Ming was ecstatic. He could actually take away all of his skeleton army and temporarily exist in the temporary summoning object space. That meant that in the future, once he PK'd with someone, he could instantly summon a terrifying army of skeletons, who could carry the burst damage of 50 skeleton mages and 50 skeleton archers. A wave of arrows and fireballs would complete the fire coverage and kill any professional of the same level in seconds. And all of the spectators around the globe witnessed at the same time the issuance of the miraculous restoration quest, as well as the entire process of that divine artifact being created by the undead Heavenly Tribulation Coronet and bestowed upon Su Ming. People were abuzz, running to tell their families, friends and classmates to come to Su Ming's live broadcast to appreciate the artifacts. In just 3 minutes, Su Ming's live stream viewers directly soared to a terrifying figure of 20 million. This is the influence of the artifact. Chapter 64, I'm crazy about artifacts. The live feed blew up. Professionals from all over the world flocked to see the so-called artifact restoration quest and the properties of the artifacts with their own eyes. Thus, it led to a somewhat minor embarrassment. The server of the official live broadcasting platform was overcrowded, except for the 20 million people who crowded into the broadcast and were able to qualify to watch. The rest were told, sorry, the server capacity of the live broadcast platform has reached its limit. Please queue up in an orderly manner to enter the live broadcast room and be at ease. At this time, some of the smaller anchors then relayed Su Ming's live broadcast screen, even though it was suspected of copyright infringement, and could only be done secretly, but due to too many viewers the benefits were too great. They were still willing to take the risk. One of the regular students who had just signed up today and was live streaming for fun took over the monstrous riches. Song Qingfeng, Su Ming's best friend, had nothing to do, so he casually tossed a live broadcast to relay Su Ming's content, while he himself was busy puffing and puffing on his homework. Since the broadcast was not blocked, naturally, it was because the authorization had long been requested from Su Ming, and this was a matter of Su Ming's words. Wan did not expect that due to Su Ming's live room limiting the flow, Song Qingfeng's live room became the second official live room, and it was directly squeezed out as well. With the same 20 million viewers and the same server limit, Song Qingfeng were dumbfounded. He looked at the dense pop-ups, as well as the skyrocketing attention, the corners of his mouth straight twitching. No, buddy, I just came to do my homework, and it's not that I got the artifacts. Why are you guys looking for me to ask for the price? Aren't you Su Ming's friend? Why don't you ask for me? What's the price of the artifact and can it be transferred? You can be a fixer. Help me match Su Ming, and give you a 10% kickback when it's done, can you? You can be an undercover agent and inform us of Su Ming's daily location. We'll send someone to assassinate and explode the artifacts, then sell them to the auction house. And 2x2, split it with you 50-50. How about that? Little guy, you're the biggest rising star in the live room. You broke the record for the fastest single live broadcast ever to break 20 million viewers. Willing to add our union? There was a lot of bustle and countless people were furiously swiping pop-ups. Song Qingfeng rolled his eyes. Dude also craves for that artifact, but that's obviously my brother Sue's chance, so you guys don't need to think about it. Besides, even a scum like me knows that the artifact must have the two major attributes of non-tradable and non-droppable. I can't believe there are still bastards who want to kill people. Stupid. Buddy first blocked you. In the live broadcasting room ruthlessly kill you once, but he couldn't even find the person posting the pop-ups anymore, because a million of them were rolling by every second. Everyone is crazy about artifacts. At this moment, Su Ming, however, asked with egg on his face, is this artifact genuine? Why doesn't it add any basic attributes? Just give some space for summoned beasts. It's too single function, isn't it? Doesn't it come with a few legendary summoned beasts? Undead Plague of Heaven. Global audience. Getting a divine artifact and still gabbing and complaining about the attributes being too poor simply made the professionals want to grab him by the neck and shake him so hard that they could even out his brains and break his yoke. Sorry. The undead Scourge's silhouette shook its head. I remember that the peak form of the carrying world had full attribute plus 5,000, but that's just a minuscule additional attribute, a redundant affix attached to the artifact. It's not like we, summoners, need a lot of attributes. Of course, if you genuinely need it, then do the restoration quest as early as possible and restore it to its peak form. Alright, thanks for your explanation. Core on it. Su Ming realized that the other party actually possessed a certain amount of AI, so he took the opportunity to cry poorly and weakly. But although you have high hopes for me, I'm afraid that I won't be able to live long enough to repair the artifacts, and I won't be able to follow your footsteps and kill my way through the abyss. The undead Scourge's silhouette frowned tightly with both eyebrows. Do you have many enemies? Originally there wasn't, but just now I was live streaming, and now all the professionals around the world know that I have a divine weapon. Su Ming pointed at the drone in the sky, and showed the live broadcast screen of his cell phone to the other party, crying, "Look, so many people are asking me where I am on the pop-up screen, ready to run and grab my divine artifact. At that time, how can I suffer as a district untransformed minor summoner?" The vapors of the undead Scourge were shocked. He was a fragment of a soul left over from the main body, and as such was able to briefly possess the ability to think. For the inheritor of the artifact, Carry-On World, he was treating it as the successor of the mantle, and as a matter of common sense. In the classical inheritance of professionals, when a disciple embarks on a journey alone, the one who is the teacher has a certain obligation to protect the path. Moreover, he didn't even give a single hidden profession skill card, which was indeed a bit stingy. Well, I didn't expect that the divine artifact inheritance had alarmed so many people and leaked out. A moment later, the silhouette under the undead heavenly tribulation coronet made a decision. As I walk through the world, I naturally leave behind some traces and some gifts. Now I will inform you about the whereabouts of the 3 scapegoat dolls. The audience listened with rapt attention, but the next moment, the screen went black. Cam. Asterisk. Aha. Don't black out at this time. The sound is gone. Let's hear the whereabouts of the scapegoat doll, asshole. They were helpless and wanted to hear it, but even if they thought about it with their toenails, they knew that the other side would surely hide it. It's a scapegoat doll. Pop-up gods, I haven't become a professional yet, so may I ask what a scapegoat doll is? I've never heard of it. Song Qingfeng from the next live broadcast room arched his hand and inquired with a curious face. The 20 million refugees in the livestream instantly became collectively tense. Just watched you live write homework. 10 questions wrong 7. Thought you were in the whole program effect. It turns out you're a real school scum. No, you don't even know about scapegoat dolls? You're the kind of goods that don't only know about inflatable dolls, right? Bad. Aversion to stupidity. But if you exit the live broadcast, you can't see the subsequent matters of the artifacts. Also, reluctantly give you the science. Amidst the verbal abuse of his water friends, Song Qingfeng sweated to know the role of the scapegoat doll, binding the soul of a professional, anchoring it to a special location, and if the owner suffers a critical injury that will surely kill him, he will be resurrected in the place of his choice, and even exempted from the punishment of dropping his equipment, which is one of the topmost ways of resurrection. Soon, Su Ming's black screen live broadcast ended. He nodded his head and waved at the undead plague of heaven silhouette, and said very gratefully, "Thank you for informing me of the 300 resurrection dolls' hiding spots. When I get off the live broadcast, I'll go and dig them out right away. This time I have 300 lives. Waterboy, you're too fake for that. Brother." Chapter 65, 300 resurrection dolls? 3,000. The waterbenders were completely tense as they initially heard the undead Scourge void speak of being 3 scapegoat dolls. How come after 1 minute of black screen, it becomes 300? Most of the professionals would smile. Understanding Su Ming's attempts in seconds, this kid was simply trying to confuse the public and trick the haters into misunderstanding the number of scapegoat dolls in his hands. After all, if there were really 300 scapegoat dolls, he would be practically immortal. In fact, maybe the undead scourge of heaven's shadow is also bluffing. There may not really be 3 scapegoat dolls, or even, there may not be one. Their master and disciple are singing a double act. That was a scapegoat doll with a value comparable to epic level equipment, and once it hit the market, the auction price was guaranteed to be 100 million. Unfortunately, this item is pickup bound and can only take effect on the person who gets it, so it can't be traded at all. The undead celestial coronet must have been the one who didn't pick it up in the first place, and directly buried the drop site, leaving it as a hidden treasure for the later inheritors. Ha ha, dude, you're such a drama queen, straight up blowing 100 times wildly into 300 scapegoat dolls. Next time, it is recommended that the pattern is a little bigger, directly 30,000 scapegoat dolls, and then every day on the live broadcast of the resurrection. Super ruthless work, absolutely popularity explosion. You sell your resurrection dolls in bulk, don't you? The coronation of the undead used to do nothing but collect replacement dolls, and now you're picking them all up, aren't you? Su Ming smiled mysteriously. Yes, that's the undead heavenly tribulation coronet, the most legendary summoner in history, and now my master. Gentlemen, I won't allow you to denigrate Master's strength. He must have hoarded at least 3,000 scapegoat dolls, and sooner or later, he will have to let me inherit them in the future. Oh, right. Su Ming looked solemn and couldn't help but inquire. Coronet, all the professionals around the world are eagerly awaiting your return. Since you have so many scapegoat dolls, why have you never been able to resurrect them? All the professionals stared roundly at once. Indeed, if the undead heavenly tribulation coronet could return, the overall strength of the human race would soar as a result. The undead heavenly tribulation sighed tersely. The level of the resurrection doll is too low, and it's only an epic level equipment. The world thinks that it can resurrect anyone, but in fact, it can't. The reasoning for this is rather simple. Before my honored one stepped into the abyss, he possessed 13 divine artifacts, so if he were to die, by what right would the resurrection doll be able to bring all of these pieces of equipment back from the abyss? Furthermore, my honored one's life essence is also at the divine level, and a mere resurrection doll is simply not qualified to resurrect him. The professionals fell silent. Su Ming smiled bitterly. I see. What a pity. Hopefully, he's just lost in the abyss, and perhaps we'll be able to retrieve him in the future when our human race counterattacks the abyss. For the Dragon Kingdom superhero who defended the borders on his own, Su Ming only had infinite respect. His departure was more than just his own loss of a divine profession master. It was the death of the nation, the crumbling of a missing corner of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune. The Watermen have also been longing for infinite remembrance. The legend of one man becoming an army, the supreme person who summons undead natural disasters with a wave of his hand, ultimately failed to defeat the abyss. Alas, he wanted to kill through the abyss and save the world with his own strength. Although he eventually stopped at the 99th floor, he is already an undisputed legend, the #1 strongest person in the ancient world. That means that it is possible for our human race to drive the demonic scum out of our homes. In the future, if our powerhouses can be even stronger than the undead heavenly tribulation coronation, we can go to the 100th floor and face the royal thrones of the abyssal archons head-on. For a time, instead of being sad, the professionals had their blood surging, itching to personally accomplish the great cause of conquering the abyss and completely saving their homes. The undead plague of heaven. From this moment to recast the monument of the human race, people also finally know his whereabouts and remember his greatness. It was a strong response to some of the once conspiracy theories that the undead scourge of heaven had been recruited by the abyss and become one of the abyssal archons, or that he had been slandered as a deserter on the battlefield, and so did not dare to throw in the towel anymore. Did you hear that? It turns out that the undead heavenly plague coronet is setting out on the abyssal road of sin alone, and he's going to annihilate the abyssal archons all by himself. It's a pity. If the undead heavenly tribulation coronet hadn't been that withdrawn and had more god-level teammates by his side, he might have really been able to kill his way into the 100th floor of the abyss and face the archon straight on. My generation shall learn from the undead heavenly tribulation coronet and practice for the re-emergence of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Ming knew nothing of the outside world's discussion. He only looked adoringly at the undead heavenly tribulation silhouette. Coronet, are you able to accompany me? In the form of a silhouette, show me the ropes in the summoner realm. Waterboy? Camo? This kid Su Ming is trying to make the undead heavenly tribulation coronet his accompanying old grandpa. This is a heavenly chance. Get out of the way, little Susie, and let this expert be the crown host. Everyone is envious and jealous, but the virtual shadow flatly refused. You are weak. If I parasitize in your soul, your life essence is only enough for me to survive. 4-3-1 seconds. You still have to repair the accompanying world in the future and search for the footprints left by my original father. I cannot plot against you. Su Ming. Po ha 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 ha. Tens of millions of viewers around the world went crazy with laughter. Don't get down on yourself. 1 seconds is pretty impressive too. Ah ha ha ha. It's not that the undead scourge of heaven coronet doesn't give you a chance, but you're a 3-second fast guy. You can't grasp it, buddy. Alas. It is a special honor to be identified by the coronet as the man of 3 seconds. Su Ming's entire body was numbed by the shock and was speechless, but when you think about it, it makes sense. How could the soul fragment of a god-level powerhouse be parasitized casually? It would be as if an ant wanted to feed an elephant, and even if it did everything it could to gather food 24/7 and get so tired that it fainted, it simply couldn't do it. Alright, my time is almost up, and it's time for you to leave. The undead heavenly tribulation silhouette, however, leisurely said, before I leave, I'll give you a life-preserving talisman, lest you die before you leave. Su Ming rounded his eyes, and the global audience picked up lemons. He saw the silhouette instantly crumble, turning into a rolling torrent of energy that rushed directly into Su Ming's body and disappeared into the depths of his soul. Su Ming hurriedly examined his panel and discovered a pitch-black curse. After a slight hesitation, Su Ming simply showed it directly. Water friends, buddies are now also people with god-level skills. Quickly appreciate my invincible skills, and when you want to compete with brother again in the future, remember to weigh your own weight. The waterbenders rushed their eyeballs to their largest and roundest. You have suffered the curse of divine destiny, wrath of the abyss. The archons of the abyss have marked your soul, and they loathe you so much that they must kill you with their own hands to vent their hatred. Note, if someone else oversteps their bounds and steals your head and soul, causing the archons of the abyss to fail in their vow to kill with their own hands, they will cast the most horrific glances from the 100th floor of the abyss. Chapter 66, A Boy's Unattainable Dream. Su Ming generously took the effect of Abyssal Fury, and showed it to everyone as well. Utility, if any creature that is not the Archon of the Abyss kills you, it will trigger the instant death skill. Wrath of the Abyss. Beings whose life level is lower than that of a demigod are instantly killed in seconds, and the glance of the Abyssal Archon will annihilate all living beings within a 1-kilometer radius. The water boys were stunned and confused as to what exactly to say about this thing. It's hard to comment. If you say it's a divine skill, its effect can draw a glance from the Abyssal Archon, causing all creatures in a 1-kilometer radius to die instantly, but the way it's triggered is actually your death. Holy, you're going to be a human-sized self-propelled walnut from now on. Wherever you go in the city, you'll have the highest level of security because everyone's afraid you'll die. Is this the way the undead heavenly tribulation coronet protects the path? It's really strange. Su Ming, however, smiled faintly and lazily said, Gentlemen, what if I get the scapegoat doll and then go to the enemy's territory and directly perform a throat-cutting suicide? Shen Jinghong of the Iron Blood Alliance, Sun Jiangwo of the Hunting Military Academy, Wu Mengxi of the Mystic Sanctuary. This made his enemies very sour and the man was numb, but Su Ming just shrugged his shoulders and leisurely said, well, that was just a joke, because when I had the scapegoat doll, I didn't actually die, so I actually couldn't trigger the abyssal wrath effect. So, my enemies don't have to be too scared for now. The enemies let out a long sigh of relief, but their hearts soon hung in the air again, unable to help but secretly think, what if Su Ming lied? What if he had committed harakiri from the doorstep of his home in the morning? What if the wrath of order could really be triggered? Su Ming, however, didn't bother to pay attention to everyone's attention and began to load his 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages directly into the carry-on world. At this time, a strange woman's cough came from his live broadcast. Ahem, student Su Ming, I think we can renegotiate your sponsorship contract. Ha, who's talking? Is it haunted? Su Ming had a jolt and looked around. There's only Black Goku on patrol, and Little Fox on slack. As for the demons of the abyssal battlefield number 037, most of them had long since been casually crushed by him when the undead heavenly tribulation coronet descended, and the ones that survived had long since shrunk into their lairs and shivered. It's me, Wu Mengxi. I'm willing to raise your sponsorship contract to 1 billion on behalf of the Mystic Sanctuary. Please reconsider. Su Ming finally found the reason, and it was actually because he had forgotten to close the network conference in the first place. So Wu Mengxi had witnessed the entire time he acquired the artifact, as well as taking on the artifact repair task. Obviously, Wu Mengxi had directly regretted seeing Su Ming accept the inheritance of the undead heavenly tribulation coronet and wanted to immediately recruit him into the mystic holy hall. Su Ming revealed a look of obvious impatience, but then he held back his anger and faintly said, Ms. Wu, there are two types of people in the world who are the most obnoxious. One is the kind that abandons me when I need them the most, the other is the kind that comes running to disgust people when I clearly don't need them. I have absolutely no feelings for the Holy Church of the Mysteries, and you need not worry that I will hate you, much less feel that I will retaliate against you. he revealed a trace of a reminiscent smile, faintly lamenting, "Miss Bu Yen, what an outstanding beauty, a stunning, soul-stirring beauty, and a noble woman from a powerful family. Actually condescended to come to the Shillong Academy and take the initiative to recruit me. In order to show her sincerity, she even took the initiative to reward me with more than $100,000, and is my rank 1 big sister." Although the surface was cloudy, but at that time, I was already beautiful in my heart. Feeling that I had both a face and a face, Su Ming smiled faintly. Even as a poor student who had been getting state grants, living in dire straits, and had never had a girl drooling over him, at that time, I really felt that she might be my true destiny. The audience fell silent. They could easily sense from the intense emotional fluctuations in Su Ming's words, he wasn't lying. This was a heartfelt statement. To say a word of shame. Su Ming smiled shyly and bitterly. I even had a beautiful dream that night, and in the dream I even named our child. The male will be called Subu Zhanghe, taking the meaning of integrity and peace. I have chosen the university that my child will attend in the future, and it will be Yanhuang Military Academy. But when waking up, I only looked back slightly and quickly swept all distractions to the back of my mind. In reality, I was very clear about the gap between our family backgrounds and didn't want to drag down a proud daughter of heaven like her. Su Ming's expression became cold and realistic. So, in fact, from beginning to end, my contact with her was merely about the sponsorship contract of the Mystic Holy Hall. I never said anything more, nor did I send her a single message. The poor man's child becomes a homeowner early. I've tasted the bitter warmth of people since I was young, so I simply won't have any illusions in my heart. Su Ming shook his head. Actually, I never needed that sponsorship contract from your Mystic Holy Hall. It's because I've long since obtained the information about the artifact and am preparing for the trip to the Abyssal Battlefield 037. Would a summoner who was about to obtain clues about divine artifacts care about a mere 200 million sponsorship fees per year? Su Ming faintly asked back. Wu Mengshi was speechless. Yeah, any artifact-related professional is worth at least $1 billion to start. There would be endless great powers that would be willing to invest in such a future god-level professional. But when you contacted me, I was still very happy. Su Ming tilted his head up to look at the sky, as if he saw his youthful self in his eyes. I was ready to accept the contract, because Miss Bu Yen gave me what a man needs most at my most humble moment, recognition and respect. Recognition and respect from someone as radiant and bright as she is truly flattering and obsessive. There are only 2 people in the world who have bestowed favors on me, one of which is Principal Zhao Renjie, who would secretly put money into my meal card. The second is Miss Bu Yen, who gave a teenager dreams that he couldn't reach. Su Ming withdrew his eyes cooled, his words indifferent. Therefore, I won't have any thoughts of hatred towards the Mystic Holy Church. I just won't have any good feelings from now on, and I would never harass her, because from the beginning, I never did that. Goodbye, Auntie Wu Mengshi, I wish you good dreams, and from now on we will never cross paths again, each in our own way. After saying that, Su Ming directly closed the internet conference room. He then waved his hand towards the live broadcast and revealed a smile. Since the abyssal battlefield has been pierced through and no more demons have shown themselves, I'm turning off the broadcast. Water friends, please move your pretty little hands and click on the followers. I'll continue to broadcast the artifact restoration quest in the future as well. Chapter 67, I'm 18 and I'm a global sensation. When Su Ming closed the live broadcast, the matter about the reappearance of the artifact, Carry On World, instantly spread to all the communities where the professionals hang out. Have you heard? The undead celestial coronet is still alive, just lost in the 99th floor of the abyss, and his shadow has reappeared on Earth. To think that the artifact that was shattered by a group of demon archons joining forces has reunited again by relying on its indestructible characteristic and started to seek a new master. Remember to pay attention to Su Ming. He'll be live streaming the artifact restoration quest. It's much more exciting than chasing dramas. There is a lot of gossip associated with it. Contenders Forum Hot Topic, the Iron Blood Alliance has planted their head in the sand. They actually sent out assassins to make a move against a Su Ming who has a divine artifact inheritance quest. You guys say this isn't a flashlight in a cesspool looking for? From the Abyss Weekly, Editor-in-Chief Yu Meng headlines. Wow! Millions of people are online to witness the cliched drama retreat stream. Wu Mengshi, Vice Chairman of the Mystic Hall of Fame, disliked Su Ming, the world's biggest netizen this week, for his grassroots background, and said that the other party was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat, saying that he would never marry Ms. Bu Yen, but ended up witnessing on the spot Su Ming obtaining the inheritance of the divine artifact, and taking one step up to become a dragon. Old Auntie regretted it on the spot, but unfortunately it was too late. Various major television stations released a press release recently, because he has not appeared for a long time. The undead scourge of heaven, Coronet, who was deemed as a sacrificed divine summoner by many official organizations, has once again appeared at the 037 abyssal battlefield. Moreover, His silhouette personally gifted the restoration task of the divine artifact, carrying world, to Beiliang student Su Ming. Auspicious signs of celebrating the year of the remnant. The rise of the human race is right now. I hope that all the major professions will step up their leveling, acquire more skills, and embark on the path to godhood as soon as possible. Humanity will eventually overcome the abyss. For a time, Su Ming became the red man that everyone was chasing after. There was an endless stream of reporters who came to the front of the Beiliang Academy every day, trying to conduct an exclusive interview with Su Ming. There were numerous solicitations from all the major powers. Principal Zhao Renji also cannot help. By the reporter whole anxious, simply let him at home to review, ready to cope with the college entrance examination. Of course, Su Ming did have to put out 1000% of his energy and go all out to deal with the college entrance exam. For no other reason, the Caesar's Kingdom world copy of the second of the artifact restoration quests was the one that would only be offered to students during the college entrance exam period. All world copies are not artificially created, but naturally formed by the influence of the power of the abyss. Therefore, they all have unique characteristics, and each of them is buried with many secrets, waiting for those who have the chance to unravel the mystery. Obviously, the secret of the Caesar's Kingdom must be related to the divine artifact, carrying world, and perhaps to the undead scourge of heaven, coronet as well. At the same time, the power from the level of the Dragon Kingdom was warning all those who harbored designs on the artifacts. Su Ming, a citizen of our country, is charged with the great historical mission of restoring the divine artifact. If he were to perish in an accident, then the carrying world that has just coalesced into shape will once again collapse. At that time, all summoners around the globe will only be able to continue to wait for decades to continue to wait for the second reunion of the divine artifact, and that will be extremely long years. And if Su Ming can grow up safely and become the next divine summoner in the future, it will be extremely favorable to the overall situation of the global fight against the abyss. In the 037 Abyssal Battlefield, he exterminated a total of 743 demons, so just ask who could have such a brilliant achievement in the untransformed stage. His fervor and sincerity in fighting against the abyss deserves our love and care. In addition, given that Su Ming also possesses the god-level destiny curse, Wrath of the Abyss, if he were to accidentally die from an assassin's attack, everyone within a 1-kilometer radius would be buried with him. Solemnly admonish all unfriendly forces in the international arena, any attack or assassination of Su Ming on our soil will be considered a large-scale act of terrorism against the Dragon Kingdom, and we will definitely respond with a nation-exterminating level of response. Don't say what you don't mean. Su Ming, who had already been fired up, had an official endorsement this time around, and suddenly the heat shot up again, becoming an enduring topic of entertainment. Even the top 10 topics on the hot search list that originally had nothing to do with him, Su Ming actually occupied 3/10 of it all of a sudden. The night is appalling. Zhao Moyu carried 2 drawers of crab cakes and returned to her newly rented temporary residence. Tiptoe, careful. Then, as if she were a secret agent making a joint, she knocked on the door in the special way of 3 light and 1 heavy knocks. Su Ming's head was quickly revealed, and he helplessly said, Senior sister, why are you acting like a thief? Aren't they all bragging outside that I'm the hero who revived His Excellency the undead heavenly tribulation? Zhao Moyu dashed into the house and glared at him angrily. How many people are you a thorn in their side right now? On the contrary, you're weak and only an untransformed scum. Think about it. The moment they saw you obtain the divine weapon, Shen Zimo, father and son, weren't they sweating? When you blatantly rejected the old hag Wu Mengxi, did her face contort? And, they say that peers are enemies. There are many geniuses and countless tycoons among the summoners. Why is it that you were the one who obtained the repair mission for the carry-on world? Jealousy, festering hard in their hearts, will not be able to say that they will send killers to die with you. Zhao Moyu bristled. We still need to make more money and hire a top-notch security team made up of 4th-ranked professionals, so you'll be safe and secure by then. Su Ming laughed lightly. Then why not hire a 5th order, or even 6th order professional? A 5th-ranked professional is already a party bully, such as that obnoxious Shen Jinghong. Zhao Moyu helplessly skimmed her cherry lips. How much money do you have to pay them to hire them to protect you closely? Besides, all 5th order professionals will be closely watched by the major powers, so their travels will definitely be strictly recorded. Understand what sister means, right? She nuzzled her mouth and found a few pairs of disposable chopsticks in the rented apartment. Distributing the crab yolk, Xiao Long bowed to him. Hurry up and eat. I purposely went to a 100-year-old shop to buy the crab yolk bao. Absolutely enjoy it. When sister I was studying in Shilong Academy, these buns were the love of my heart. Su Ming picked up the conversation. Understood. What you're saying is, it's impossible for a 5th order professional to condescend to be an assassin, so a 4th order professional security team is enough to handle all the trouble. But I have to remind you of something else. When you were studying, senior sister, The crab buns were made by a crane-haired old shopkeeper, but a year ago he sailed away to the west. And now the ones running the bun store are his grandchildren with black hearts and bald heads and low floors. A pair of mallets. So, Zhao Muyu, who impatiently swallowed a small dumpling, his smile suddenly froze on his face. What is this thing? Where is this crab meat? Why is it full of strong ginger flavor? Chapter 68, The World Landscape in the Age of Universal Transfiguration. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. The best quality crab paste buns use crab paste and crab meat that is actually pulled out of the body of a crab in season. The second best quality ones use small crabs that have been picked out or crab trimmings that have been processed, and then broken up with a meat grinder to make the paste. And the worst, he chewed and swallowed slowly, sighing, this is the kind. There is not a tiny bit of crab meat. It is a mixture of duck egg yolks, tofu and ginger stir-fried together. Modulation of the crab flavor, but also healthy, will not have diarrhea. Zhao Muyu was furious. So it's this kind of crab apple. I'm going to file a complaint against the Consumers Association and have them send out a fourth-order arsonist to incinerate this store on the spot. Forget it. Su Ming shook his head. This thing is a muddled account. People can also weasel their way out of it by claiming, there's no wife in the wife cake either. And the crab meat fava beans aren't made of crab meat. We're just crab meat flavored buns. So what? Besides, there's no need to complain at all. That store of theirs is already going out of business because the word of mouth has long been rotten. And now it's a net loss of rent every month. Su Ming leisurely skimmed his mouth and quickly filled his stomach. But honestly, we can totally order takeout. There's really no need for you to personally go out and buy all this food. Zhao Muyu said with a straight face. The takeout app needs to locate your phone, and that could easily lead to the exposure of your whereabouts. You have to figure out one thing. When it comes to the artifact level, the ones who want you dead are definitely not just crooked people like the Iron Blood Alliance. Oh, may I hear it? Su Ming took the initiative to pour her tea, indicating that he was all ears. Zhao Muyu looked stern. Whether or not you can become a divine-level summoner is not important. It's only important that the Dragon Kingdom is downsized by one god-level summoner. Do you really think that the countries around the globe are working together to fight against the abyss? There are a lot of countries and forces, and all they think about is how to get a piece of the post-war world pattern. How to grab more benefits from the world copies. She coldly grunted. A few days ago, on the high seas between our Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom next door, the deep-sea magical beast, the whale shark Emperor Gravass, died there at the end of its life. When a whale falls, all things are born. Because of its corpse, a world copy, Whale Shark's Grave, was born. Intelligence shows that the whale shark's mound will drop rare underwater breathing type equipment, capable of allowing ordinary battle clerics to obtain magical gills so that they can move underwater at will. Zhao Muyu faintly said, our blue star, 70% of its area is underwater, while the abyss world, 90% of its area is underwater. That means that the chances and copies in the water are definitely no less than on land. Su Ming suddenly came to his senses. So, a great war between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom is inevitable? That's impossible. Zhao Muyu shook her head. The abyss is in the presence of a great enemy, and for the time being, a full-scale conflict at the national level won't break out. This is because no one can afford to lose the high-end battle power in their hands. However, according to the intelligence I saw on the dark net, the Dragon Country side has deployed 3 6th Order professionals, and the Sakura Country has sent 2 6th Order Sword Saints. Both sides have been facing each other for a long time, and there's only a hair's breadth left before a tussle breaks out. So, Zhao Muyu grunted. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom must not want to see a god-level professional appear in the Dragon Kingdom. It's in their best interest to strangle you in your infancy. Otherwise, why do you think our motherland issued a special warning? Su Ming nodded his head. The only thing on his face was a bitter smile. The live circle, indeed, is full of right and wrong. Who would have thought that he would neither advertise nor do bandwagons? But because of the Divine Artifact Restoration mission, he had caused an uproar. Hey, don't be discouraged. Look on the bright side. Zhao Muyu raised her eyebrows and said, Old Me has now become a hot super agent. The world's 3 major live broadcasting platforms have all busted my phone, and have all said that they want to sign with you. The annual signing fee has never been less than $500 million. Su Ming was shocked. Are they crazy? I don't accept carry contracts. Oh, they all said that if you want to bring in goods or borrow advertising endorsements, they won't want a penny of their share, so feel free to toss it around. Su Ming? What? The capitalists are being kind? It can't be. He really couldn't figure out what the benefit was if he tossed it around like that. Zhao Muyu smiled faintly. No need to be surprised. In fact, the reason is very simple. You are the traffic itself. All live streaming platforms are in need of obtaining traffic so as to ensure the total number of viewers, as a way to secure the platform's revenue. Where does the traffic come from? Of course, it's to advertise and attract traffic from all over the internet. And today, the biggest topic around the globe is the Carry-On World's miraculous restoration quest. She laughed so hard that she could barely close her legs. The most coveted thing about it is that this quest is a super serialized quest that goes on and on. It's like a super long serialized novel, or a top-notch movie or television drama capable of being filmed for 10 seasons. Jiamuyu's beautiful eyes flashed with booming ambition. You will exist as a top-stream netizen for a long time. That's why your value is a matter of life and death for all platforms. Su Ming understood in seconds. When he live-streamed the magical restoration quest, the traffic from the remaining 2 major platforms would simply wither away as everyone would go crazy and run to the live-streaming platform he was on, wanting to see the artifacts, the undead scourge of heaven, and the future god-level summoner. In that case, the 500 million signing fee should just be a price thrown out by the major live-streaming platforms to test us. Su Ming hit the nail on the head. Senior sister, you have to take it easy, don't be bluffed by them. Bingo! Jiamuyu excitedly snapped his fingers. Not bad, not bad. School brother has gotten the hang of it. Finally, he's not a little virgin who was mesmerized by that little nymph Buimyen. Su Ming, why did he smell a strong sense of climbing? Humph, we all met on that day. We all met for the first time. Why is it that you fell in love at first sight with her and have no desire for senior sister me? Zhao Moyu was furious, so she deliberately changed into the super short little pants that were special to innocent little boys today, shiny black stockings, and also deliberately put on first love veiled makeup according to Buimyen's makeup that day. Su Ming helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Our first meeting wasn't pleasant at all, was it? You were aggressive, belittling me in all sorts of ways, and always favoring Shen Zimo, but Miss Buimyen at that time was unconditionally trusting me, showing me favor, and was simply close to falling over me. Damn what bad luck. Zhao Muyu pouted, very depressed. Muyu, you lost on the starting line, on the first impression, on being too dedicated. If only you had casually performed that dude Shen Zimo in the beginning. Oh wow, hard-working girls get hurt. Chapter 69, sorry, don't want to be a necromancer. Su Ming, he could only pat her fragrant shoulder. Senior sister Muriu, keep up the good work. Humph, let me see how hot you are on the internet right now. Jiamuyu opened her cell phone with great interest, then rounded her eyes. Holy, what? A shock. Su Ming was puzzled. Immediately, Jiamuyu held her cell phone in both hands and offered it in front of him in a sprint. Because the body bumped very violently, that murderous eyeball's chest suddenly shook out a tantalizingly warm and soft tremor, causing Su Ming to lose his concentration for a moment. A hint of triumph came from Jiamuyu's beautiful eyes, close to the water. See if my old lady doesn't crave you to death. There is no man who can resist the seduction of a beauty of my rank. Su Ming, however, commented, not as big as Buimyen, and she's purely natural. You're relying on a magic corset to squeeze it out, right? How much silicone was padded? Asshole, you think Buimyen doesn't have any pads? Zhao Moyu broke her defense, crossing her wasp waist and asking back in a very irritated manner. In my opinion, she might be a B-ranked little weakling puffing up her face, relying on 10 pieces of silicone and forcing herself to pretend to be a D-ranked great powerhouse. You men are really hateful. You are simply infinitely tolerant of the white moonlight, infinitely imagining good things. In fact, the she-take stinks as bad as me. Su Ming, ahem. Senior sister, please behave yourself. Don't say such heavy words to our Xiao Longbao. He was helpless. Moreover, it's really obvious at a glance whether it's padded with silicone or not. Do you really think that we male compatriots can't understand your little tricks? Damn it, you seem to be really mesmerized by her. Zhao Muyu pouted her lips and reminded him, you can't be addicted to women, especially the daughter of an enemy, otherwise it will delay your summoning of Black Goku. Su Ming, however, leisurely said, don't worry, I'm not a love brain. I'm also just quite fond of Miss Buimyen, far from the extent of not marrying her and wanting to kneel and be a turtle boy from now on. Moreover, I think it's quite unusual to appreciate a good and outstanding girl, right? Besides, she's her and an old demoness is an old demoness. Don't confuse them. But, marrying a girl is like marrying her family. If her mother is interfering, it's impossible for you guys to be happy. Zhao Moyu grunted in anger as she continued to bat away the lovebirds. Su Ming rolled his eyes. First of all, people don't like me either. They just appreciate my strength. Secondly, I already have a divine weapon. I have enough ability to set up all the families that don't know any better. To put it bluntly, still talking tough, obviously like it a lot. Zhao Muyu was depressed, just one step behind. From then on the bride became a bridesmaid. Well, I'm really not interested in starting a family or marrying anyone. Right now we'll just focus on our careers. Su Ming shook his head and discontinued the boring topic. Let me see. What exactly is it that makes you so shocked? Well, of the top 10 hot search lists, there are actually 3 that are related to me? He was also a bit dumbfounded. I'm this hot? Gosh, if I lowered my moral standards a bit and went to take a few advertising endorsements, I'm afraid that I could directly earn several $100 million in anger, right? Su Ming watched the hot search list one by one. At the top of the list was clearly, the Dragon Kingdom warns against assassinating Su Ming, do not speak out. Naturally, the following is a scene of universal rejoicing. The state has stepped in. This time the little black man who hates Su Ming Gigi is going to be hit hard. This is called the only one who can't be black on the whole network. If Su Ming is able to successfully repair the carrying world, even an ordinary summoner with the worst qualifications would be able to be sealed as a god just the same. It can be said that his future is already a straight path. How envious. This is the road to the rise of a grassroots genius. A perfect virtuous cycle, breaking through the Swarm Fortress record with real material, gaining live streaming popularity, becoming a top netizen, earning starting capital, becoming stronger and stronger, and then being rewarded by the undead celestial coronet and being able to inherit the divine weapon. All of Su Ming's things were gained through his struggles. Now that's what I call a positive netizen. He must be preserved. He's our future star against the abyss. Zhao Mayu came over and snuggled up to Su Ming. Tun passed on warm body heat and a faint fragrance. She gleefully said, "It's really rare." A net red fire bursting out of the circle is actually receiving favorable reviews both inside and outside the circle. It seems that you have always had a very good image. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. It's just a momentary wind comment. There's no need to be too concerned. It's not possible to say that one day, if I donate less to a certain charity event, there will be countless people who will bring up the tempo and say that I'm a miser and don't sympathize with the underprivileged. And then the word of mouth will reverse. Well said. Iron sharpens iron. And as long as you perform well in the magical restoration mission, your influence can be very solid. As for the nebulous word of mouth, let's just say that it's good to go with the flow. Zhao Mayu smiled and reached out a pair of lotus root arms, hugging his arm and continuing to show him the second hot search. The Iron Blood Alliance is suspected of assassinating Su Ming, and the authorities have taken Shen Zimo away. Serves you right. Retribution. Zhao Muyu's pretty face was all gloating. Wow, the happiest thing in the world. One is an ex-boyfriend wielding a sword and the other is an ex-boss going to jail. Su Ming. Zhao Miria winked towards him. Of course, school sister is very pure drops, and she hasn't even been in love yet. Hell no. Humph. If you don't believe me, forget it. Anyway, people are unmotivated to fall in love because they're more of a workaholic. They're all about their careers. Zhao Muyu righteously said, but quickly collapsed a batch face. Of course this is all fake. It's mainly because after I joined the Iron Blood Alliance, that old scumbag Shen Jinghong with his perverted possessiveness would directly warn all singles who hit on me. Just tell me it's disgusting. It caused me to never try to fall in love sweetly. Who made you not try in high school and college years? Su Ming laughed lightly. Zhao Muyu bristled. The pressure to advance in high school is thievish. Everyone is on the inside roll. Who's free? And my university. Alas, I entered a women's military school. Although a lot of pretty girls want to get high with me, I don't want to be a Heim Knight. Su Ming snorted out a laugh. Then you're really miserable. Hee, you think you're not miserable? Zhao Muyu laughed softly. I was just shocked because I saw the third hot search about you. Su Ming was stunned and rushed to look. Then his head was filled with black lines. Su Ming's sexual orientation revealed. Only roommate Song Qingfeng says his pants often go strange. Who's the suspect? Doggone old Song. The corners of Su Ming's mouth twitched straight up as he helplessly said, do you know why his pants often go missing? Zhao Muyu, you stole it. Cam. Defiling people out of thin air. But wasn't he the only roommate? There's only one suspect. Su Ming covered his face. You can't imagine how much of a chicken thief that kid is. Chapter 70, 3 Transition Options. Oh, tell me about it. Zhao Muyu smelled the flavor of gossip and was instantly quite interested. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. Bei Liang Academy is a fully closed school, and in order to pursue the advancement rate, the management is extremely strict. Even the principal wants to implement militarized management in the school, so that the students can adapt to the professionals' military school in advance. That's why our daily living and resting must strictly follow the schedule, and we are absolutely not allowed to leave the school. Su Ming smiled. But that boy Song Qingfeng, where can he hold it in? Oh, does he have any special fetishes that he needs to go out of school to solve? Zhao Muyu's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a luster called gossip. Su Ming spread his hands and snorted. He likes to go outside the school to take a bath. Zhao Muyu revealed a look of contempt. At a young age, you refuse to learn, and you start getting saunas, massages, bubble baths and whatnot in high school, right? You're thinking the wrong way. He went to a formal bath. Su Ming corrected. The reason why he went off campus was because he was too embarrassed to wash in the school's public bathhouse in front of a group of brothers. He's the shy type that can't pee if someone is around. Zhao Muyu, he must have a hard life then. She empathized. School is hell for an introverted guy like that. Who says otherwise? Su Ming smiled. So then who couldn't help the stench on his body? finally chose to purchase a mountaineering rope and climbed over the wall to go out for a bath. What does that have to do with pants? Zhao Muyu wondered. Don't be in a hurry. Listen to me in detail. The mountaineering rope was very good, but unfortunately it couldn't be hidden, and was quickly captured by the teacher on duty patrolling the dormitory. And from then on, he was regarded as a dangerous molecule, and was reduced to the object of being closely monitored, needing to be regularly checked for personal belongings. The corner of Su Ming's lips curled slightly, but bathing is just what is needed. So he plotted and directly linked all of his pants together, turning them into a rope, and began to come and go on the fence. Over time, the wear and tear is immense. This, then, is the mystery of the disappearing pants? Ha, what a talent nah. When Su Ming said that, Zhao Muyu was already laughing out loud. Alright, it seems that it really isn't a matter of your sexual proclivities, nor is it a matter of my charm. In the final analysis, it's still that ninny Buim Yen who's too detestable. Zhao Muyu clenched her pink fists and waved them towards the night sky. I'll definitely win the battle. I'm going to change my dueling clothes tomorrow. What's that? Oh, the white silk pantyhose with a super surefire effect on otaku. The erotic little underwear that comes with a springtime effect. Oh, Zhao Muyu winked towards him. Su Ming didn't have the heart to say, Agent Zhao Muyu, as a boss I must caution you, please focus your work on how to better help me grow. It's not like I want the Shen Jinghong who has something to do as a secretary and nothing to do as a secretary. And, now I am faced with an imminent need, he warned with a serious look. Zhao Muyu also gathered her playful smile and directly took out her laptop, displaying it in front of him. Of course I know, it's just a matter of transferring to a new job, isn't it? You're almost level 20 and have reached this critical threshold, and I, as a top agent who was once the world's first-class intelligence secretary with high-level accounts in the three major gray intelligence centers of the Dark Net, the Black Net, and the Ghost Net, naturally prepared you a long time ago. She proudly raised her white and delicate chin. Only the most rookie secretary relies on her sexy body. My old lady relies on her mind to keep the boss away from me. Su Ming briefly scanned the list of information provided by Zhao Muryu, and immediately brightened up, giving a thumbs up and praising, I've got Sister Muryu. It's like a tiger with wings. It's almost as if Liu Bei had met the god Zhuge, Chao Chao had gotten the god Guijia, and Wu Dilang had married the exuberant Pan Jinlian. Zhao Muyu? Are these the current clues for summoner transformation? Su Ming browsed at speed and fell into thought. Zhao Muyu nodded her head and also entered into a working state, screening out 3 summoner professions for him. Look at the superb professions that schoolmates have selected. You definitely meet the conditions for all of them. One of them is the copy of the whale shark's graveyard, at the junction of the 2 country seas, above the open sea, that I just mentioned to you, in which a brand new summoner profession, the Sea King, has appeared. You can summon a sea of deep-sea demons and mutated sea beasts to gain a native companion whale shark. From now on, you will become the king of the sea and dominate the 7 seas. Only you have to specialize in sea combat from now on, and on land it will be equivalent to a blank slate, with no summoning beasts that can be used. Of course, you can specialize in amphibious summoned beasts, and you can solve this sum of drawbacks. Su Ming nodded his head and did not reject it. Specialization, in general, is better than omnipotence. This is because what determines a professional's upper limit is often not the shortcomings, but the strengths. I still understand the reasoning that I would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, but I really don't love fish. The fishy flavor is too strong. It's better to look at the other options first. Su Ming scratched his head. Zhao Muyu smiled. The second is a mysterious rumor that appeared on the mysterious and ill-conceived Great Barrier Reef of Australia. But according to my verification, the credibility is high. When the demons broke the barrier of our planet, their portals appeared densely on the surface and began to post the invasion. The human-demon war began, and at the same time, not only the abyssal world, but many other worlds where highly intelligent beings existed also set foot on our land, she said with a straight face. On the coral island of the Great Barrier Reef, a power from other worlds appeared, the Holy Nest Order. Su Ming suddenly became interested. He had heard from Mayor Qin Xianyi that their planet was already in an undefended state, and that no matter what forces were involved, they could break in. Therefore, the weird creatures in the Gate of the Weird Kingdom are one of the mysterious forces. And now, hearing about the mysterious Holy Nest Order from Zhao Muyu. The so-called Sacred Nest Order is a bug-evolved higher civilization. Zhao Muyu introduced their summoner profession, called Bugmaster, as the name suggests, is capable of summoning countless bugbears. Wait, Su Ming got goosebumps on his arm. Honestly, it's a bit disgusting, isn't it, senior sister? After I change professions, I'll become the object of female cockroaches' admiration, the caterpillar's sincere best friend, and the emperor of the wireworm kingdom? If I'm going to switch to this profession, then I'll also be saying goodbye to the live broadcasting industry from now on. My female fans, too, will abandon me. He. It's not that bad. Besides, the bug eggs provided by the Holy Nest Order aren't Earth's native bugbears. Inside are fire-breathing beetles that are covered in iron armor and capable of spitting out huge pillars of fire, as well as mantis sword saints that cast double blades and have a combat strength comparable to that of an assassin. Chapter 71, Private Contracting of Occupations. Stop. Ming made a stop gesture and helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Hurry up and say the third option. He. This one suits you best. It's none other than the standard profession of the undead scourge of heaven, coronet who passed down the artifact to you, a necromancer. Zhao Mayu introduced with great interest. Raising your hand is an army of bone dragons. The ground is densely strewn with a sea of skeletons. Countless ghouls are traveling with you, and the great demons are carrying your imperial throne. Isn't it a very impressive sight? I don't want to be a necromancer, nor can I. Ming, however, categorically rejected it and said without hesitation, don't forget that the path that the undead heavenly tribulation coronet traveled on has a limit, and there is simply no way to break through the 99th layer of the abyss. I also don't think that I can go farther than him on this path. It can be said that undead celestial plague coronet, which would have been the ceiling of the necromancer profession, was unable to defeat the abyss, and his silhouette, in person, refused to give me the SSS rank profession card undead celestial plague. In that case, why would I bother seeking out a mere S-rank necromancer profession? That would be a bit of giving up on the end. Ming shook his head and rejected all three of Jiamuyu's proposals. His beautiful agents suddenly fell into silence. But, these are already the best three professions in recent times. Could it be that you're not going to switch to a hidden profession? Wanting to advance to a normal first-rank summoner first, and then wait for a subsequent opportunity? But this will lose a lot of attribute points. Hidden professions, compared to normal professions, will have higher attribute point growth. Every time you upgraded, you opened a gap with ordinary professionals. Gathered together, these attribute points will make a world of difference and a huge chasm in the future. That's fine. I must choose the most suitable path that can wait for now. Ming, however, didn't mind at all, because his summons would feed back tons of attribute points, and once the divine artifact was repaired, plus 5,000 full attribute phrase would appear, and at that time, who cared about the small attribute loss right now? Zhao Muyu was a bit lost. She failed to help again, but soon, she suddenly flashed her beautiful eyes. Wait a moment, as I recall, there is another path that belongs to the truly strong professionals, the private customized profession, decided by the professional himself, the path he will take. As a learner, Ming also quickly found this path from the corner of his memory. However, he was frowning tightly with both eyebrows. But private ordering is often a path that only ordinary professionals of the fourth rank would choose. It is only at that stage of their life that they are able to accumulate vast amounts of resources in order to support them on this path where the opportunities and risks are equally high. Zhao Moyu laughed lightly. At the moment, the last thing you lack is resources. Sister, I've already almost helped you negotiate the contract for the live broadcast platform. The final offer will probably be set at around 800 million to 900 million. Moreover, I also helped you apply for the official Dragon Kingdom's special talent commendation program. The other party told me that 100% can apply for it. Just wait for the procedure to be completed. With this program, you will be directly rewarded with 100 million, and at the same time, you'll be able to obtain an interest-free loan of 200 million, which will only need to be returned after 10 years. If you're willing to sell your color, many big families and powers have expressed their desire to marry you. At that time, they definitely won't mind shelling out $1 billion in order to support you as a son-in-law. Zhao Muyu broke her slender jade fingers like peeled onion roots and took inventory one by one. See, the total amount of funds you can use is already 2 billion. Even for an ordinary fourth-ranked professional, it's an unattainable astronomical figure. Ming pondered. Then, how should I privately customize my career? It's simple. First spend $30 million and purchase a blank transfer crystal. Zhao Muyu had obviously prepared a bellyful of scripts long ago, and spoke eloquently without half a stumble. As we all know, the power of all professions originates from the planet's will, and the so-called transfer crystals are one of the incarnations of the planet's will. When you activate it, it will from then on begin to record your every word in action, especially all the extraordinary achievements you've made. For example, your great achievement of single-handedly breaking through the group demon fortress. Whenever you acquire an extraordinary achievement, the planet's will cast a glance at you, while leaving a colorful record on the transfer crystal. Each glimpse from the planetary will raises the level of the transfer crystal, thus helping you to activate a profession that is privately tailored to your accomplishments and abilities. If you don't feel very satisfied with the career it offers, then politely decline, and then continue to upgrade, continue to record, and continue to work on obtaining glimpses from the planetary will. Subsequently, you will be offered a second, or even a third, privately customized career. Su Ming nodded his head. This is good. I like private ordering. It's full of premium feeling as soon as I hear it. Humph. Fine. Then school sister will immediately go to the global darknet and auction a blank transfer crystal for you. Zhao Muyu got up and held her computer to the side to operate it. Su Ming, however, suddenly received a private chat message. Fixing my eyes, it was that bastard Song Qingfeng. Cam, old Song, you still have the face to contact me? Aren't you afraid I'll expose your skin? Tell me, what exactly happened to the 10th on the hot search list? Su Ming was furious and annoyed as he sent a message to question. Song Qingfeng replied sardonically, actually, that was a false news. It was a classmate who accidentally mentioned it in an interview. Then, for the sake of eyeballs, they had to put the two of us together as a CP. You know, whether it's in the old or new era, CP parties have always been very bewitching. Su Ming asked suspiciously, it really wasn't you? Heaven and earth, why do I need to expose this little secret? I haven't finished my senior year yet, and I still need to live in the dorm for the next month, so I still have to rope my pants over the wall to get out of the shower. Also, Su Ming snorted coldly, what are you looking for brother for? Want to copy your homework? I haven't written it yet either. You are a top netizen. I also rely on rubbing your hotness to become a small netizen. We still write what homework? Song Qingfeng smiled. It's just that some of my female fans want to ask me what career you want to change in the future. Are they really your female fans? It couldn't be reporters pretending to be them. Su Ming reminded him in a good-natured manner. Don't be fooled and crippled. You should know that the prettier the woman is, the better she is at deceiving people. It seems like Song Qingfeng scratched his head, but I'm personally curious. Will you follow the path of a necromancer? I'm going to switch to the ancient profession, slaver, and then I'll just capture you as my first summon, Kunlun slave. And every day I'll just let you munch on watermelons and pick cotton, and then sing raps to me. Song Qingfeng, Chapter 72, Dragon Bone Research Center No. 003. After ending the private chat with Song Qingfeng, Su Ming, however, suddenly saw that there was another private chat message from Bu Himyan. Even though it was said that Su Ming had already assured the old demoness Wu Mingxi in front of tens of millions of viewers that he would never harass Miss Bu Himyan again, but also the sister said she wasn't allowed to actively harass herself. Moreover, although Su Ming felt that Wu Mingxi was obnoxious, he would not take it out on Bu Himyan. After all, she had never done anything wrong. I'm sorry, I really didn't think my mom would take things so far. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Bu Himyan, who was a bit disorganized and couldn't sleep after tossing and turning, finally forced herself to hold back her shyness and sent this message to Su Ming. After all, he once told a global audience that he had fantasized about her appreciation and had even thought about the name of their future child. Although Bu Himyan was simply admiring Su Ming at the beginning, but now everyone beside her seemed to feel that there was some charming relationship between them, that there was a small ambiguity, and this caused her to be a bit flustered all of a sudden, and she didn't quite have the heart to face Su Ming straight on. It's fine. Su Ming returned the message in seconds, but soon his right hand slapped his left hand hard. Cam, replying to a message so quickly will be taken as licking the dog. You should wait a little while, then pretend that you don't see the message without realizing it, and reply to one in a calm and elegant manner. Having said that, Su Ming then returned. Although I didn't manage to join the Mystic Saint Church, I will always remember Miss Bu's appreciation for me. You don't need to apologize, the fault never lies with you. Rather, it was me, who at the time was probably denied a contract by your mother in front of millions of viewers. So I was momentarily annoyed and flipped confused and said a lot of wrong things. Well, it's okay. I've never cared about the rumors. Bu Himyan lay down on the pillow, her tender white and full 36D, suddenly pressed out a tantalizing arc. If it causes you trouble, just stay home and hide for a while. Su Ming smiled and continued to reply. Escaping is shameful yet useful. Nowadays, in this era, everyone's memory is always forgetful. We won't be the center of public attention anytime soon. People think the same way. They just want to go to the secret realm to practice. Bu Himyan hugged the big white bear doll, happily shaking her snowy greasy calves, lightly tapping the tip of her upturned buttocks. Don't use the word reward in the future either. In the future you'll be a god-level summoner. On the contrary, people, only a little assassin whose name is unknown, will soon be left behind by you. Su Ming ghostly colorfully replied. Then, simply join my team, and we will fight side by side together. Okay? Bu Himyan's heart was suddenly in great turmoil, lying on the bed and couch as a deer in the headlights. Ahem. Su Ming also realized that his words had somewhat crossed the line, and hurriedly sidetracked the topic. Forget it, for a talented beauty assassin like you, the Mystic Sanctuary should have a full team of escorts practicing, right? On the contrary, do you have a doorway there regarding how to raise a skeleton summoner? Bu Himyan pursed her lips, and despite her haze, she replied quickly, I watched your live streaming video, and it seems that your artifact space is equipped with 100 skeleton summons, right? Do you want to strengthen them? Right. Su Ming humbly asked for advice. After all, you came from a top-tier power. Your eyesight and intelligence should be stronger than mine. I would like to ask for some advice. Well, I did hear father mention some of it. Wait for me to find it. Bu Hengyan climbed up, flipped open his notes, and skimmed through them briefly before informing him without hesitation. According to a professor of the summoning department from the year before last, who published a heavyweight paper in the war magazine, he thought that it was possible to imitate the blood pools of the abyss to immerse the skeleton department summons, thus strengthening their bones. Based on this method, he caused a bone dragon to be reborn in blood, restoring it to a plutonium dragon with flesh and blood, and his strength skyrocketed by 50%. Bu Hengyan's slender hand quickly typed. There is another set of methods called bone replacement surgery. Our Dragon Kingdom currently has a scientific research team that can do it. We can use the bones of higher organisms to replace the osteoporotic ordinary bones of the skeletons. In this way, ordinary skeletons can gain essential evolution. It's expensive, but you're a world-class internet celebrity now, so you should be able to afford it. The institute where the team is located is the 003 Dragon Bone Research Center. Su Ming couldn't help but be very moved. Many thanks. If I come across any assassin-related chance or equipment, I will definitely keep it for you as well. It's good to be able to help. Bu Hengyan returned in seconds. Su Ming's eyes seemed to float in front of his eyes, as if her smiling face full of vitality, as well as a body full of girlishness but sexy and hot, and he was suddenly a little lost in thought again. Bu Hengyan's appreciation and gestures of affection towards him had always been so unrewarding, which was why he had sunk into it so easily. It was important to know that top-secret information about upgrading summons was definitely very valuable, and even if one had the money, they often lacked the channels to buy it at all. Many secrets and knowledge were monopolized by the great powers, just like these two pieces of news mentioned by Bu Hengyan. Zhao Muyu searched for a long time on the three major gray networks and found absolutely nothing. The odds are that it was intentionally deleted from the internet by someone who didn't want it to be known by other summoners. After chatting with Bu Hengyan for a few more sentences about the live broadcast, they all ended the chat with some fondness. Su Ming looked at the city outside the floor-to-ceiling windows in a daze. But in his chest there was a great ambition. The dog said Mystic Hall of Fame. The dog said Wu Mingxi. To put it bluntly, it is nothing more than a force dominated by a fifth-order professional. If I can step onto the path of the sixth rank, or even become a god-level professional, who would dare to say anything to me? At that time, even if I directly snatch Bu Hengyan back to be the pressure lady, all the heads of the globe will have to call and congratulate me. To put it bluntly, it's still too weak. In this era of universal transmutation, the only thing that is indispensable is strength. Thus, 3 days later, Su Ming had made a deal with the 003 Dragon Bone Research Center to spend 50 million to come and upgrade the bones of his 100 temporary skeleton summons. In order to save time, as well as to ensure safety, they didn't even bother to take a plane, but instead spent 50,000 to travel from the Liangzhou City Lord's Mansion's teleportation array to Fengdu, the city where the research center was located. Fengdu Ghost City's necromancy research is unique in the world, and this is also the largest market for trading necromancy-type summons. Zhao Muyu wore sunglasses and dressed as a tour guide, charmingly introducing the local customs to Su Ming. Su Ming smiled. Then after we are done with the matter at hand, we can go to the local auction house and purchase a batch of summons. By the way, can't you replace that batch of skeleton archer and skeleton mage? Zhao Muyu asked with some doubt. They're just temporary summons anyway. They're not very strong, right? Chapter 73, Skeleton Cadet Company. Su Ming, however, shook his head. I don't like skeletons either, but I can't really change it. Why? The beautiful agent is extraordinarily puzzled. Su Ming directly displayed the panel to her. Here, see for yourself. I don't know if it's because of the carry-on space, or if it's the blessing of the undead heavenly tribulation coronation, but these skeletons, which should be very fragile and trashy, have produced a mutation. Zhao Muyu probed. Cursed Skeleton Ghost Archer. Quality, fine. Level, 20. Can be upgraded with Summoner. Attributes, Strength 90, Physique 50, Agility 90, Spirit 10. Skill, all hands on deck. Crowd, when skeleton ghost archers are assembled into a legion, number greater than 30 within a 100-meter radius, they will receive an additional 50% power bonus. Hiss, Zhao Muyu was shocked. 90 points of base power, and when you trigger the crowd skill, then you'll have 135 points of power. That means 135 points of base attack power. Wow, that's already comparable to a normal level 20 summoned beast. These skeletons of yours, they're all treasures. Su Ming smiled faintly. That's right, so it possesses a rather high cultivation value. If not, Would I be willing to shell out 50 million to cultivate them? Just this crowdsourcing skill alone means that they have quite the potential. In my opinion, the key to their mutation lies in the cursed suffix. Zhao Muyu explained thoughtfully. Most likely, it's that fateful curse, Wrath of the Abyss, given to you by the undead heavenly tribulation coronet that caused them to be tainted with a portion of the Abyssal Archon's power. And in turn, they've aberrated. I think so too, but this is also a good thing. It means that the potential of the skeletons has been activated. He gazed at the skeletons with great satisfaction and a big smile. That's 100 mutated skeletons at once. Making a fortune. This is the true gift from the undead heavenly plague coronet, and I resisted the urge to share them during the live broadcast and didn't let anyone know about it. Instead I used them as my base card. Zhao Muyu nodded slightly. Then, I might be able to spend some more money and help you fully arm them. Skeletons also have a humanoid form and can wear the equipment of many humanoid creatures. Let's go acquire 100 sets of equipment and fully arm them. It's definitely a company of skeleton males. Su Ming smacked his lips. 100 sets of equipment. How much does that cost? Don't worry. Let's just pick the cost-effective ones. Moreover, we can also find some blacksmith professionals and tailor professionals to order in large quantities. Zhao Muyu said with a fluttering brow. Don't worry, leave it to me, it definitely won't cost much. The truly expensive equipment in the world are those extremely high-quality legendary and epic equipment, while the fine equipment for civilians, even the working class can afford it. It's only a $20 million budget. I promise not to earn commission or take kickbacks. Oh, Zhao Muyu blinked her beautiful eyes. Su Ming waved his hand indifferently. So cheap? Then I'll grant you a budget of 50 million. Let's give the skeleton ghost archer and skeleton trickster mages 50 sets of archer equipment and 50 sets of mage equipment each. Wait, let me see the attributes of the skeleton trickster again. Zhao Muyu looked over again. Cursed skeleton trickster? Quality, excellent. Level, 20, can be upgraded with summoner. Attributes, strength 10, physique 40, agility 90, spirit 90, skill, all hands on deck. Crowd, when skeleton trickster mages rally into a legion, they will gain an additional 50% spirit bonus. Ha! The same crowd skill is a 50% spirit bonus for the law summoners. That's a bit interesting. Zhao Muyu smiled faintly. I'll focus on finding power-based sets for the ghost archer and preparing spirit-based sets for the trickster mages. She couldn't help but start thinking freely. In the future, we might be able to create an invincible elite skeleton army. Moreover, it's completely contrary to the path of His Excellency, the undead plague of heaven. He relies on pure quantity, but we take quality into account. Su Ming smiled and refrained from commenting. They walked into the Dragon Bone Research Center No. 003 with their heads held high, and were immediately intercepted by a loaded professional guard in front of them. Please show the relevant documents, or give proof of reservation. Military important place, please refrain from entering. Zhao Muyu immediately took out the proof of appointment. We want to see Dr. Li. Verification complete. Please enter. The other party immediately moved out of the way and pressed the button. A long tunnel, paved with pure bone, suddenly appeared before them. Those bones were crystal clear, and there were faint flashes of overbearing dragon patterns, flowing with strong elemental tides that were extraordinary at first glance. It's really the Dragon Bone Institute. There's so much material that it's used for flooring. Su Ming bristled, feeling that it was very wasteful. Zhao Muyu, however, saw something fishy in it. These bones, they seem to be imitation keels, not pure natural keels. After all, even if natural keel bones are cheaper, it's absolutely impossible to have more than enough to be used for flooring. Even if the dragon bones are ground up and made into bone powder, it's still an extremely powerful magic material. After observing carefully for a while, she gave her conclusion. These bones, they should all be very unusual animal bones. It should be mostly cows. Oh, Your Excellency is actually so good at identifying bones? Inside a valve, a middle-aged researcher looked at Zhao Muyu in surprise. He was the person they had approached on this trip. Dr. Li Jiaowei. Greetings, this is my employer, and you may know him as well, Su Ming, the ruler of the divine artifact, Carry-On World. Zhao Muyu introduced his own boss with a beaming smile. Dr. Li Jiaowei also reached out his hand towards Su Ming without slowing down and said enthusiastically, I am also very grateful for your sponsorship of our bone replacement surgery program. To be honest, ever since I authored that thesis, so far, no one has been willing to bring a summon creature to me for surgery. Li Jiaowei shrugged his shoulders in a self-deprecating manner. As I thought about it, I also realized the point of the problem. Perhaps, low-level skeleton creatures aren't worth wasting people's money on investing in. As for those skeleton summons with high value, they mostly all have growable affixes and don't need my help at all. They just need to evolve on their own. Alas, I worked hard and spent $200 million to develop bone replacement surgery. But in the end, it was reduced to chicken ribs, wasting the country's scientific research fund for nothing. It's really a shame. He let out a sigh. Su Ming said with a straight face, Dr. Li doesn't have to be presumptuous. Perhaps, when my skeleton legion shines, it will turn into an excellent advertisement. And it's not possible to say that your project will be hot from now on. Right? Oh, Dr. Li Jiaowei said expectantly. A divine artifact inheritor has actually used my technology to transform his summon. This is an acknowledgement of me. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you. Oh, your best. Chapter 74, Skeleton Soldiers, Extreme Evolution. We'll see then. Su Ming smiled and followed Dr. Li Jiaowei to a spacious hall, which was densely stacked with all kinds of bones. Those are man-made bionic keels. Li Jiaowei proudly introduced the materials on the ground with a fluttering brow. Compared to a real dragon bone, its shelf life is extremely short, only a year's worth of work. However, it perfectly matches the way our human professionals use skeleton soldiers. Su Ming nodded his head and laughed. With our growth rate, generally speaking, all the skeleton soldiers have been depleted in a year's time, so there is no need to consider a higher shelf life. When practicing, skeleton frames will be eaten by demonic acid, punched apart by demonic fists, and smashed to pieces by various elemental storms. When marching, the skeletons were pure piles of bones crunching and rubbing together due to the lack of tendons and ligaments, and the wear and tear was extremely fast. Even when stored, very unusual weathering, as well as moisture in the air, can cause the skeletons to precipitate phosphorus from the bones, as well as mold and decay. So the skeletons have been positioned as expendable, and no one has made a dent in the shelf life of the bones at all. Su Ming actually felt that it didn't matter, because normally, his skeleton soldiers, which were kept in the divine artifact, carry-on space, didn't have any wear and tear, and naturally had a longer lifespan. However, he was very confident in his growth rate and didn't feel that these skeleton ghost archer and skeleton trickster mage would be able to accompany him for too long. Some temporary summons for the transition period are just that. Sooner or later, he was going to replace them with more advanced summons such as ghouls, abominations and fey magical flying dragons. Even if the ghost archer and trickster mage were both enchanted by the undead scourge, coronet, it wouldn't be of much use. After all, their troop types determined the ceiling. It boils down to a bunch of skeleton soldiers. Come, please meet our experiments. Dr. Li Jiaowei led the duo over to a training ground and pressed a button, freeing a bound and restrained skeleton soldier before activating a training steel robot. Zhao Muyu narrowed his eyes and said, "That's a Demon Destroyer 7 explosion-proof robot that can withstand the attacks of a first-ranked professional." That's right, here is the moment to witness the miracle. Dr. Li Jiaowei proudly patted his chest. It was seen that the skeleton soldier directly drew out a rib bone and used it as a bone sword, ferociously charging towards the robot, performing the simplest of chops, cross cuts, and jabs. Ding ding ding, crisp noises reached the ears of the crowd, and sparks of fire zipped up from the collision. The steel shell of the bomb-proof robot actually became pitted very quickly. Awesome! Su Ming gave a thumbs up. That rib of it should also be an artificial dragon bone, right? It can actually cut steel plates. It's really eye-opening. In the place of a normal skeleton soldier, the bone blade would have crumbled long ago, and it wouldn't be possible to say that the skeleton was cracked. This simple display certainly shows the growth of the skeleton soldier quite clearly. Zhao Muyu also said, after replacing it with an artificial keel, the skeleton soldier's offense is also more powerful, and not just in terms of defense. That's natural. Our charges are all very real. Dr. Li Jiaowei obviously valued this business quite highly and was eager for his scientific research results to be put into production. I can first transform a skeleton soldier for you as a sample. How about that? Yeah, to be able to whore themselves out for nothing. Su Ming and Zhao Muyu were naturally 100 times more willing. They then arrived outside a glass wall, and Su Ming summoned a skeletal ghost archer, then controlled it to walk into the laboratory inside the wall, allowing it to be grabbed by the 8 mechanical arms. Starting with the palm of the hand, its phalanges were dismantled one by one and then flattened out into crystal white artificial keel. Then came the ribs and leg bones, which were easily replaced, while the stream of the spine, which was tucked away and not susceptible to injury, was maintained as it was. Their skulls can't be replaced either, so you'll have to purchase helmets to provide defense. Dr. Li Jiaowei explained, because their soul fire is hidden in the skull. Once the skull is opened, then the soul fire will dissipate and it will die. So it is. The two seemed to understand, but were determined not to admit that they didn't. Finally, the remodeling is complete. Su Ming's skeleton ghost archer walked out of the laboratory with his head held high in a dragon's stride, and then he was going to show Su Ming how much force he had now. Bend your bow and arrow. Barring that, the original bone bow was pulled right off. Su Ming, Zhao Muyu, Dr. Li Jiaowei laughed out loud. Its power is skyrocketing now. The original bone bow is too fragile and can't withstand it anymore. You guys should shop for a good bow for it. Su Ming simply examined its panel directly and found that this fellow's strength, from the original 90 points, had directly increased to an additional 135 points, and it has one more additional attribute in its wordmark. Dragon Bloodline. Pseudo your summon is suspected to have Dragon Bloodline. Full attributes plus 50%. Su Ming was extremely satisfied that his skeleton soldiers possessed the mutated 50% crowd in the artificial 50% Dragon Bloodline, directly doubling the attributes of normal skeleton soldiers. Now, he was even more certain about the Caesar's Kingdom copy of the college entrance exam and the 10,000 demon/achievement required by the artifact repair quest. Senior sister. Payment. I'm very satisfied with the doctor's bone replacement surgery. Su Ming waved his hand and bought the bill without hesitation. Anyway, with the Divine Magnificence system, he wasn't even close. Besides, even without the Divine Magnate system peddling, with his current status as a global internet celebrity, he could easily earn a mere $50 million for the surgery. After entrusting all 100 skeleton soldiers, all of which were entrusted to the Dragon Bone Institute for safekeeping, Su Ming left with Zhao Muyu. They just have to wait for the acceptance in 2 days. Let's go! Since we've come to the legendary Fengdu Ghost City, we should go and see this place's famous 100 Ghosts Night Walking Street. Zhao Muyu swished and flashed her 2 large shopping bags. The so-called 100 Ghosts Night Walking Street was a globally well-known and prosperous pedestrian street, specializing in the sale of necromancer-related occupational items, which could be described as a wide variety of items. All of the nation's Kiel institutes are located in Fengdu Ghost City because the materials are easier to obtain, and almost all of those dragon bone materials came from the local high-intensity abyssal battlefield, the Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon. This battlefield was so legendary that it was connected to the 17th level of the Abyss, Evil Dragon's Kingdom, and to each other. The human professionals, as well as the Shadow Evil Dragons and their necromantic appendages, would fight inside, devouring each other and seizing resources. In the old days, Fengdu Ghost City was located in an area that was only an uninvited wilderness, but in the era of universal transfer, this place became one of the several famous giant cities in the Dragon Kingdom in one fell swoop, thanks to the massive output of materials. Chapter 75, City of the Necromancers. Nightfall. Countless people wearing weird masks and strange costumes, as if they were Halloween cosplayers, walked out of Fengdu's well-developed subway system towards the 100 Ghosts Night Walking Street. Su Ming and Zhao Muyu were one of them. The latter wore a delicate and small Nuwa dance mask, cannot hide the delicate chin and snow-greasy neck. There are some half-covered half-revealed flavor. Su Ming, on the other hand, simply wore a very popular hip-hop monkey mask that seemed to originate from an emoticon, the monkey's sinister smile. The subway here is actually also a necromantic decorating style. The floor has the colorful paintings of ghostly hands, the walls are from the classic movie Night Visits to the Vampire, and the ceiling is even more of a neat trick. It actually directly paints the famous oil painting Under the Sky of the Bone Dragon. Su Ming shook his head. Are you really not afraid of scaring little children? Won't children born and raised in this place develop psychological shadows? Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes. What kind of kid would ride the Ghost Market special subway line? This entire subway line is for sightseers like us, as well as strangers who come to the 100 Ghosts Night Street to trade. So it is. Su Ming was slightly embarrassed. As a student party, he really was very insular. That's right, Hokage. He humbly asked for advice. Why is this place dimly lit and everyone wears masks? What is this about? Zhao Muyu smiled charmingly and lightly, that silver bell-like charming voice attracting many men's sideways glances. Because this is a requirement of Fengdu's local law, the Necromancer Anti-Discrimination Act. You should know that many necromancers are exposed to negative energies for years, resulting in corrosion of their faces, body ulcers, and even a significant portion of their limbs being necroticized. Some were half human, half skeleton. Some used soul boxes to transform themselves into witch demons, and a sizable portion transferred their soul flame into the skulls of bone dragons. Zhao Muyu said with respect. In any case, most of them are sacrificing themselves and paying a high price in exchange for the power to fight against the abyss. Therefore, one must not chill the heroes or discriminate against their mutilated bodies. The lights are dimmed because necromancers like gloomy environments. The masks and robes are worn to hide their physical defects. Zhao Muyu explained. Fengdu, as a result, has gained the favor of the necromancers and has become a gathering place for them. Moreover, the power structure of this city, from top to bottom, is also related to necromancers. While lamenting, she reminded him with a stern face, you are not allowed to tell some necromancer jokes here. Oh, in case you are identified as discriminating, be careful of being made into a corpse specimen. Su Ming smiled. I'm at least half a necromancer. Ha, this place is really nice. He immediately took a liking to Fengdu. Cities that can legislate respect for professionals are certainly not bad. The lush trees along the roadside were full of vigor and vitality. forming a strong contrast with the strong deathly aura of the necromancers, and giving Fengdu Ghost City a different look. Su Ming looked around slightly. A hidden professional, corpse catcher, with a group of walking corpses, was rushing ahead. A necromancer whose lower half of his body had disappeared had fitted himself with a centaur's body, and thus was as fit as a fiddle, quickly disappearing into the shadows of the long street. A group of first-rank necromancers, who seemed to have signed up for a tour group, dressed in uniform and all waving small red flags in their hands, were visiting a fresh shadow evil dragon carcass dragged back from the battlefield by the roadside. A large truck loaded with ghouls, slowly heading to the market. Behind the banner hanging jumping price sale ghouls. Brain pulp has aphrodisiac effect. Professor Li Chang authoritative certification. She is good. I am also good. Su Ming was stunned. No, ghouls should all be demons transformed from the human race. Someone actually eats their brains for an aphrodisiac? Isn't that cannibalism? Gee whiz, pedantry. Zhao Moyu despised. At such a young age, you still have this kind of prejudice. According to you, fruits are only so tasty because of human feces, so they eat people too? Are you eating fruits as well? Ghouls are already another race. It doesn't matter where they were transformed from, but their life forms are very different. Humans can eat monkey brains similar to their own. Why can't they eat ghoul brains? Su Ming was dumbfounded by the refutation and could only give a resentful thumbs up. Pithy. Humph. Told you so. Your senior sister. I was a college debate champion back in the day. I even took places in the national debate competition. Zhao Muyu was smug. Countless people from all over the world, all wearing a variety of masks, walked into the street of 100 ghosts at night. Su Ming and Zhao Muyu were also wide-eyed, and they were able to see a frosty bone dragon hanging on a plaque right at the entrance. Its soul fire blazed in its eye sockets, clearly at the peak of its necromantic life, but it was forcefully controlled here by some kind of sealing spell, imprisoned on the plaque and unable to move. All it could do was look down at all the tiny human reptiles with its empty eye sockets, but it couldn't say a single word, nor could it instantly fire dragon language magic. This frosty bone dragon alone was enough to highlight the terrifying depths of Fengdu's 100 Ghosts Night Street. After all, it was a proper fifth-order necromantic creature, and purely in terms of combat power, it was no less powerful than Shen Jinghong, the alliance leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. Su Ming couldn't help but smack his lips. Aren't they afraid that the bone dragon will break free of the seal? A teasing voice came from the side. Of course I'm not afraid. Because there are 6 seals on that bone dragon, the extreme intense sealing curse of a high-ranking martial monk, the skinning and marrow extraction curse of a necromancer, the soul frost of an ice elemental mage, and the demon puppetry technique of a hidden profession exorcist. As for the other 2 seals, the level of secrecy is higher, so I don't know. Anyway, daring to seal a 5th-ranked lord-class bone dragon here, Fengdu's necromancers naturally have their backing. A young man leisurely introduced. It's not just any bone dragon. It's the ferocious dragon that once slaughtered a city in the Elephant Kingdom, Hanura's Frost Dancer. Zhao Muyu revealed a look of awe. It's actually it. It said that when it came out of the portal, it swept through the Elephant Kingdom's professionals and was so strong that it could battle 3 5th-ranked professionals by itself. It's the Elephant Kingdom's professionals that are too watery. We just sent out a necromancer and captured it back. That young man spoke proudly. And the one who created this great feat was none other than my father, Chen Jingqiu. Su Ming and Zhao Muyu looked at each other and both couldn't help but stand in awe. It's actually that renowned necromancer master, the supreme being who holds the title of Dragon Slayer. Chapter 76, Dragon Slayer. The young man bragged without any complacency. That's right, it's none other than Dragon Slayer. This title can be more than just a pure honorary title. It also comes with 20% extra damage against dragons, as well as 20% damage reduction, belonging to all the experts who take dragon slaying as their profession, a title they can only dream of. Su Ming was stunned. The title of Dragon Slayer is actually so outstanding. It seems like I'll have to get one in the future. The young man was dumbfounded, but did not take it lightly, just smilingly encouraged. Then you'll have to work harder. Because the threshold for obtaining the title of Dragon Slayer is to hunt and kill 100 adult dragons. So that's how it is. Many thanks for your information, brother. Su Ming arched his hand, his expression bland, yet he was not discouraged in any way. For him, who possessed a divine artifact's carry-on space, the so-called dragon race was nothing more than a tougher demonic creature. Many ants bite the elephant, and a python bird can swallow a dragon. Just with what he had in his temporary space, those 100 skeleton archers and skeleton mages that were about to replace their bionic dragon bones, it was completely possible to form some kills against the dragons. The reason why that young man accosted her was purely because he felt that Zhao Mayu had a slender body and a snowy neck, and despite wearing a mask, he knew at a glance that she was a stunning beauty, and Su Ming, who was accompanying her, didn't look like a boyfriend, but rather like a younger brother. My name is Chen Tianlin. Your siblings should be new here. do you need me as a guide? The young man removed his mask, revealing a rather handsome face. Thank you, hello, but we're a couple and just came to casually stroll around. There's no need for you to waste your time on us. Zhao Muyu held a cold smile that rejected people, not caring in the slightest about the other party's family background, but instead snuggled into Su Ming's embrace and sweetly thanked him politely. Chen Tianlin was instantly disappointed, but he was never a stalker, so he immediately excused himself. Only some envy Su Ming, secretly thinking, a small age, there is such a good fortune. Damn others have a beautiful orange youth. Only my youth is to go to Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon every day, and those damned dragons to fight and die. After breaking away from her tightly gripped small hand, Su Ming couldn't help but be a little surprised. Sister, this unit Chen Tianlin is the son of a 6th order occupier, the topmost occupational 2nd generation. Why did you reject it so readily? Zhao Muyu snorted. Do a good internet search on Dragon Slayer, Chen Jingxian. He's got more numbers in a certain area than the dragons he slayed. Su Ming was stunned and pulled out his cell phone. Soon, he was dumbfounded. Wow, monogamy has lasted for hundreds of years from the old times to the new times. Why does this guy have nearly 200 women, and no one sanctioned him for bigamy? How could it be? He never married. Where did he get the crime of bigamy? Zhao Muyu snorted coldly. Moreover, the public is all in great sympathy and understanding of him. This. Su Ming was dumbfounded and only felt that this world was too crazy. This guy is hogging over 200 beauties and the public still sympathizes with him? Why? Because the nature of dragons is inherently lustful. Zhao Muyu shrugged her fragrant shoulders and said with a complicated expression, Chen Jingqiu has always been a person accompanied by great controversy. He has always been at the forefront of the war with the demonic dragons, sacrificing his life to fight fiercely, and ultimately slaying 100 dragons, becoming a renowned dragon slayer. However, bathing in dragon blood and swallowing dragon hearts for years led to him being infiltrated by the blood of the demonic dragons and becoming the hidden profession, Dragon Knight. However, he, the Dragon Knight, is not able to ride a giant dragon, but instead, he directly transforms into a giant dragon king with numerous dragon abilities. Zhao Muyu casually introduced. Every time he transforms into a dragon, he inevitably has to be affected by the beastly nature of the dragon. Therefore, because of his dragon nature, he also became a famous playboy, an officially recognized Sea King. Su Ming, also as the hero who stifled the Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon. What's wrong with having more girlfriends? If he lives, millions, even tens of millions of people will benefit. If he dies and the Shadow Evil Dragons come pouring out, how many people will die? I'm afraid it would be in the millions. Su Ming nodded his head in great agreement. Zhao Muyu glanced at him and grunted coldly. Are you envious? You also want to become a Sea King like him, don't you? Su Ming sighed. When I was a child, I watched an old-time hot-blooded manga, and also harbored a dream. I was the man who was going to become the Sea King. What manga is that? You're not talking about King of Thieves, are you? Zhao Muyu rolled her flirty white eyes. Is it? But there are so many beautiful women in that manga, and they all especially like the male protagonist. Su Ming snapped. Zhao Muyu skimmed her mouth and went back to her words. Chen Jingqiu has an extremely large number of women and even more children, so we're casually able to run into each other on 100 Ghosts Night Street. Do you think they're second-generation professionals? No, the resources they have access to may not necessarily be more than you and I. It's also true that Chen Jingqiu is busy slaying dragons every day, so I'm afraid I won't be able to see the children for years. Senior sister's high opinion. This kind is simply not worth leaning on or attaching to. Su Ming nodded his head. It also has to be our undead heavenly tribulation too. Artifact holder. Superb netizen. More worthy of schoolmates' investment pinch. Jia. Sooner or later you can't escape my palm. Zhao Muyu crossed her arms and laughed lightly. Su Ming was helpless and continued to walk into the 100 Ghosts Night Street. Corpse catcher store? Quickly go and take a look. Zhao Muyu's shopping desire was activated, directly pulling Su Ming and running to a hidden professional store in a hurry. Su Ming was also quite interested in this hidden profession and looked around inside, soon realizing that this was a walker-type demon collection house. There are walkers, which are very common among necromancers, zombies created by virus-based professionals, oriental zombies in strange costumes, and even oddities such as zombie dragons, zombie dogs, and zombie babies. Oh, is the young man also a necromancer? The shopkeeper necromancer suddenly climbed out of a coffin and greeted Su Ming and Zhao Muyu with great interest. Su Ming, Zhao Muyu. The two men were nearly scared out of their wits. The zombie catcher was instantly disappointed. Alas, judging by your behavior, you're probably just ordinary zombie enthusiasts of Yi Gong. Forget it, no more interest in making friends. Goodbye. When he said that, he laid down his board again. Su Ming then left with Zhao Muyu, both helpless. However, Su Ming still purchased a Qing Dynasty zombie official costume as a souvenir. After all, At least once 100 ghosts Night Street. In the future will also be good to show off in the friends of their own knowledge of a wide range of things. At this moment, there was a sudden thud of war drums, followed by a very seductive shout. The weekly dragon egg auction has begun. Welcome all those who have a keen eye for buying eggs to come and appraise the treasure. Chapter 77 Dragon Egg Auction. Dragon Eggs. Su Ming and Zhao Muyu looked at each other, all of them extremely excited. For any summoner, the dragon egg is an opportunity to rise that should never be missed. After all, despite the undead heavenly plague coronet's great reputation, necromancer was never regarded as the topmost summoner profession, because there are also more downsides to this profession. Downtrodden necromancers are simply plentiful. They are often reduced to summoning ragged skeletons of bones and taking the lowest level walkers and banshees with them to practice. Such a low-level necromancer was not welcome in any team, and often languished in front of a copy for 7 days and 7 nights, still unable to form a teammate. And they don't have any ability to solo copies, because often a single wide-range magic from a boss and all their summons will pounce together. Among the hidden professions that stood at the top of summoning was one called Dragon Summoner. Listen to what a dominant, earthy, majestic name. That meant that all of the summons for this profession were all clear dragons. In other words, this profession must master an interdimensional small world, the Kingdom of Dragons, and could normally keep all the dragons within it. Its function was somewhat similar to Su Ming's divine artifact, Carrying World. And while the price of renting such interdimensional small worlds is staggering, the purchase price is even more terrifying. Of course, the dragons raised by the dragon summoners, that was the real money-burning goods, often had to start blood-feeding from a young age and signing the contract at the dragon egg stage in order to obtain their 100% absolute loyalty. Let's go! Get together! Zhao Muyu said excitedly, but also cautiously reminded him, even though we've gotten rich, we're still 100,000 miles away from being free of the dragon eggs. That's still 100,000 miles away. You mustn't just casually shout the price. Don't worry, I'm not that greedy. Su Ming smiled faintly. When we make some more money and have accumulated, we will personally come to the Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon to hunt for dragon eggs. There's no need to spend wasted money looking for someone to buy them here. He couldn't help but think, how strong would it be to obtain a dragon summon and granted a legendary gold phrase? The two of them managed to squeeze through the crowd to the front of the dragon egg auction, and were soon greatly disappointed. Turns out, this is not even a serious formal dragon egg auction. Just a group of treacherous businessmen out of the ground project, a bunch of strange-shaped eggs, was stacked in the open field on the ground. There is no strong protection, and even anti-theft work is average. It's just a gimmick. Zhao Muyu was well informed and nudged towards the 2 eggs on the stage. Those are the eggs of a 2-headed chimera. See the intricate pattern on the eggshell? That's the standard Starry Sky magic pattern. Yo, this beautiful lady is very knowledgeable, the host said with a beaming smile. Indeed, our dragon egg auction cannot be compared at all to the orthodox auction organized by the official Fengdu Ghost City, but we are more civilian and more grounded. Ow. He pointed at all the eggs. Esteemed summoners, the time has come to test your eyesight. 33% of these eggs are the most unusual artificial salted duck eggs, which can be boiled and eaten when you buy them home, and they are double-yolked loose eggs, so you're guaranteed to eat them with your mouths full of oil and screaming for more. Summoners, don't be disappointed yet, then listen to what I have to say next. The host smiled faintly. The other 33% are a variety of higher demonic eggs, including 2-headed chimera, orochi, arachnid demons and bug demons, and so on. And the other 33% are our carefully prepared fake magical creature eggs and fake dragon eggs. The host's foamy stars were splattered all over the place, and he said with great passion, they are carefully imitated by our biologists, and they can greatly test your appraisal skills. If you are unfortunate enough to buy a fake, then have a good day too. Of course, the last 1% are proper, genuine dragon eggs with authentication certificates officially certified by the Dragon Kingdom. With an inciting tone, the host stimulated the hearts of all the summoners. Each and every egg is sold for only $999. Please snatch them up to your heart's content and enjoy the joy of hunting for dragon eggs. Su Ming frowned and quickly calculated the mathematical expectations of probability, and couldn't help but skim. If they hadn't fudged, then it would have cost about 1 million to be able to open a dragon egg, and the other miscellaneous things would have returned about 300,000 or so, purchasing a dragon egg for an average of 700,000. Is it a loss? Definitely a loss. A huge loss. Zhao Muyu disdainfully revealed the trickery involved. Do you really think that an adulterer would be kind enough to let you get a dragon egg for 700,000? Bipedal flying dragons are also dragons. She gave examples. Fly dragons, scale insects, all dragons too. Do you know the world copy of Jurassic Park? The snake-necked dragon eggs and herbivorous dragon eggs produced in it are also all dragon eggs, but they don't even have the power to fight, but they're all big eaters. Zhao Muyu waved his hand without any interest. Forget it, don't delay here. The eggs of a truly powerful dragon race can easily be auctioned off starting at 500 million, so how could they possibly appear at a roadside vendor like this? Su Ming thought about it inside. However, before they left, Su Ming's dark gold magic ring, Hydra emblem, was suddenly slightly hot. Su Ming was stunned and stopped in his tracks, signaling Zhao Muyu to be at ease. What are you? Zhao Muyu was about to persuade, but he saw that Su Ming's face was quite serious. Su Ming followed the magic ring's guidance and quickly locked onto a giant egg. Oh, this summoner friend really has a good eye. This giant egg, the asking price is slightly higher at 69,999, but you'll be able to sense from its size that it most likely contains a Tyrannosaurus Rex, or a red dragon of the largest size. The summoner introduced it with gusto, eager to facilitate the business. Zhao Muyu, however, scoffed. Such a large dragon egg, if there was really a living being nurtured inside, the surging heartbeat would have already been able to be heard, but it's dead inside. Even if it's a genuine dragon egg, the dragon inside would have died long ago. Su Ming slightly approached it, and sure enough, the Hydra emblem emitted a faint shimmering light. Payment. Su Ming waved his hand in a gesture. Zhao Muyu was helpless, even though she felt that this was bound to be a money-losing deal, but when the boss gave the word, she had no choice but to listen. Great. Thank you for your patronage. The supporter immediately took out his loudspeaker and said to everyone, this mysterious summoner friend has generously spent 69,999 to take our largest dragon egg of this auction in one fell swoop. I wonder if he is willing to hatch it in public. Just drop the blood and we'll provide the other materials. Chapter 78, The Dead Egg of the Hydra. All the summoners participating in this dragon egg auction couldn't help but raise their eyes in interest. That dragon slayer Chen Jingqiu's son, Chen Tianlin, also came here accidentally while wandering around, and couldn't help but immediately squeeze into the crowd, frowning as he reminded Su Ming, this kind of auction is basically just a small gamble, and it'll most likely be a washout. You're spending 69,999, most likely you'll lose big time. Why don't I make a decision? You can just return this egg. They wouldn't dare not give our Chen family face, Chen Tianlin said seriously. Su Ming smiled, but he waved his hand and said, I didn't realize that Brother Chen was actually a warm-hearted person, but that's fine. The reason I bought it was purely because I sensed a unique elemental force. Thanks for your help. Later on, we can perhaps go and have a couple cups of coffee together. Chen Tianlin was stunned. The host booed. The 69,999 he had thought he had gotten for nothing was about to be muddied by the Chen family. It was also just as Chen Tianlin had said. In Fengdu Ghost City, no one would go and offend the Chen family casually. Not only was it because Dragon Slayer Chen Jingqiu was famous, but more crucially, the Chen family was too damn numerous, and basically all of them were immediate family members, mostly half-siblings. It is said that pulling up the carrot brings out the mud. If you bear a grudge against a Chen family member, you are inviting hundreds of his blood brothers and sisters. Su Ming crossed his fingers, but instead of dripping blood onto the dragon's egg, he said, provide a little bit of additional service chant, find me a chainsaw and directly saw this egg open. The hosts were dumbfounded. Zhao Muyu and Chen Tianlin were also completely dumbfounded. Sawing? What kind of egg survives sawing? Isn't this a pure waste of money? If a dragon egg is killed by a chainsaw that kills its life, it's no more than an omelette. But don't think for a second that dragon eggs can be eaten casually and will grow in strength or magic. They are serious creatures of the abyss, and they are dragons at the top of the food chain. Only a professional of the third rank or higher was able to exempt the dragon egg from the power of the abyss, and could devour such a delicacy as a dragon's ruffled egg in one big mouthful. Are you sure? The host asked incredulously. All the summoners present also found it mind-boggling, but Su Ming had already confirmed it again and again. There is no need to nag. Hurry up. I still have a lot of places I haven't wandered, but if you have some perception ability, you should be clear. This is a dead egg. There is no need to drop blood to recognize the owner. The presenter snapped, naturally aware of the egg's origins and its identification as a dead egg in the X-ray test. But given that the eggshell was intact, their boss decided to make a buck with it anyway. Soon a staff member got a chainsaw and began carefully sawing through the thick eggshell. Sure enough, the putrid smell came instantly, and the creature inside had long since been a corpse. Ugh, blood loss. Zhao Muyu was depressed, because with this high level of decay, it was evident that the creature inside had been dead for a long time, maybe even decades. Chen Tianlin perceived it thoughtfully. Well, it's not a dragon egg. If it's a dead dragon egg, you can still recover some bones, dragon scales, etc. And it's worth at least several $100,000. Sorry, this summoner friend, you seem to have lost out. Su Ming smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. but it should be hard for me to lose. He held a smile and soon got a good look at the highly decomposed body of the cub after the crew had pried open all the eggshells. It had 3 heads. This is the egg of Hydra Zudra? Jiamuyu's pretty face changed color as she said with surprise and joy. Although it's said to be dead, the value of this kind of rare beast is not inferior to that of the dragons in the slightest. All 3 of its heads have a certain amount of elemental power alone. If this corpse is created into a necromantic creature, it must have an extremely strong growth potential. Ming was very satisfied and couldn't help but rub the magic ring. The ones that could resonate with the Hydra emblem were either other Hydra emblems or decidedly Hydra Zudra related materials. A summoner wearing an archdemon mask offered on the spot. I'm willing to beg for this dead egg for 8 million. Did you see that the other summoner is relatively young and easy to fool? That's why you quoted this kind of treacherous price? I'm a thick-skinned person. I'm willing to offer $12 million. The other summoner sneered as he introduced himself. Summoning a skeleton with this egg will most likely summon a mutated skeleton triple-headed dog. At that time, a head of ice roar, a head of thunderstorm, and a head of fire meteor. Who will compete? You low-level summoners still can't recognize the true value of a Hydra Cub's corpse. I'm a 4th-rank summoner, and I'm willing to offer 24 million for it. Another high-level summoner with a flourishing aura said coldly. Now, the organizer of the auction house's bowels were green with remorse. It turned out that there was really a treasure in their pile of garbage eggs, but it was a pity that their fleshly eyes were mortal and they couldn't identify the Hydra's egg. Ming shook his head and rejected everyone's pleas. This summoner senior, thank you for your love, but I have other uses for this dead Hydra egg. You can talk to the organizer of the auction house. This egg originated from them, and since Hydra Zawandra's nests tend to be at least 6, they might have other eggs in their hands. After saying that, Ming directly retrieved this Hydra dead egg into the divine artifact carrying space. Chen Tianlin said in shock, your summoner space, it's quite big. This kind of giant egg, it's actually casually stowed away. Ming said with a beaming smile, today's harvest is full. Perhaps it is because of Miss Chen Tianlin's good fortune. Let's go and buy you a drink. Perhaps you can also tell us why you have been following me. The smile on Chen Tianlin's face disappeared in an instant. Mr. Ming, you can actually tell that I'm a woman? Jiamuyu's face also changed drastically. You actually know his true identity? Could it be an assassin sent by another power? No, I'm just a fan of Mr. Ming. Chen Tianlin hurriedly waved her hand and sighed tersely. Then her hand removed another layer of mask on her face. Then, a stunningly beautiful face with a heroic clang and a slightly neutral beauty appeared in front of the crowd. First time meeting, my name is Chen Mengmeng, and the one who just played is my older brother. This long-legged hottie with natural dragon tattoos growing on her arms winked mischievously towards Ming and Jiamuyu. Ming glanced at the second mask in her hand. TSK, a superb piece of equipment for camouflage, the artist mask. This is worth at least $10 million, isn't it? Miss Chen Mengmeng can instantly become a top-tier assassin by possessing it, but your excellency was able to recognize my female disguise as a man. It's simply unbelievable. Chen Mengmeng's delicate face was filled with curiosity. Could you please tell us why? Chapter 79, Drip. It's the Dragon Lady. The 3 of them walked down the street of 100 Ghosts and Nights, bypassing the necromancer's stalls, and walked over to a cafe that was doing a brisk business in the style of night visits with vampires. Vampire maids wearing plastic fangs bow with the grace of old-time medieval maids. Ming's eyeballs instantly glowed from, and he immediately understood why there was an endless stream of customers, and they were basically all male necromancers. When people bowed, they were solid 36D breasts, disliking the guests directly in the face. And for necromancers who dealt with corpses and bones every day, who could stand this kind of test? Thus, I want a cup of ogre brainflower flavored coffee. Ming was very hunted and ordered his meal. Incidentally, give me some random snacks. That dragon scale cookie has a good shape. Come with 2 plates. Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes and reminded him. Are you sure you can stand those oddball flavors? I recommend you the Shadow Evil Dragon Snot flavor. It's definitely an experience of a lifetime. Maid, please give me a cup of classic American iced curry. Chen Mengmeng said smilingly, old flavor, come twice, all on my account. Yes, Honorable VIP Chen Mengmeng. The maid respectfully bowed towards this long-legged hottie with respect written all over her face. You actually have a VIP card at a coffee shop? You quite like drinking coffee? Ming was surprised. This is our Chen family's property. Chen Mengmeng said succinctly. Do you think it's enough for father to support his 147 sons and 139 daughters, relying purely on the proceeds from Dragon Slayer? Definitely enough. Ming bristled. Chen Mengmeng's smile froze and he hummed. Well, it is indeed enough. However, the wear and tear on his equipment, himself, is also extremely great. That's a dragon race after all. A mouthful of acid sprayed on his epic level suit would directly lose more than 30% of its durability. Over and over again, his equipment loss costs were extremely high, and 3 insurance companies directly declared their closure and went into bankruptcy and liquidation because they couldn't afford to pay for those expensive godly clothes of his. As a result, insurance companies all over the world blacked him out and would never provide any insurance services for his equipment again. So, of course, he had to find ways to make more money to maintain his huge expenses. Su Ming gave a thumbs up. Strong. There's actually this kind of wool-gathering method for capitalists. It's just, I'm a little weirded out. Su Ming spread his hands. Miss Chen Meng, you come from a famous family and are gifted, and you don't seem to lack money, so why are you stalking after me? I don't think I'm much of a meat and potatoes person. Do you want to sell my whereabouts for money? Although there are a lot of people who want me dead, but you are the local snake of Fengdu. Don't forget that once I die violently, I will trigger the curse of destiny, the wrath of the abyss, and provoke the gaze of all the abyssal archons. Chen Meng pinched her wasp waist and grunted coldly. You also know that you have the curse of destiny now. Ha! You are a real humanoid self-propelled nuclear egg. In order to prevent assassins from dealing with you here, since I recognized your identity, of course I have to keep an eye on you and provide you with free personal protection. So it is. Su Ming took a sip of the ogre brainflower flavored coffee, and was instantly disappointed, because aside from the slightly sweet taste, there was no special flavor at all. He couldn't help but ask, just how did you recognize me when I was clearly wearing a mask? Chen Meng laughed. Want to know this piece of information? Then you should first tell this and how you saw through my disguise as a man. I clearly used an artist mask to perfectly imitate my brother Chen Tianlin's image. Su Ming casually gave his answer. My summoned beast has the ability to see through disguises. In order to prevent an assassin from ambushing me, I summon it from time to monitor the surrounding area. What he was talking about was naturally Monkey's fiery eyes. This one skill, although not displayed on the panel, was Black Goku's own natural aptitude that could be put into effect passively. I see. The camouflage ability of the artist mask is still too low. It can only fool people's naked eyes. Chen Meng depressively slurped up the boiling hot freshly brewed coffee and seemed to enjoy the temperature of the boiling water. I have answered. It's your turn. Su Ming frowned and gave a guess. Could it be that when I rode the portal, I used official documents? So, congratulations, you answered correctly. Chen Meng shrugged her fragrant shoulders. As one of the most dangerous destabilizing factors in the Dragon Kingdom at the moment, both the government and all the local forces will surely strictly monitor you. Beware of any loss of control. You should be thankful that we, Fengdu, did not directly refuse your entry. Su Ming bristled. The hallowed Fengdu Ghost City isn't that much of a wimpy softy, is it? Besides, I am at least restoring divine artifacts for all of mankind. If I am rejected by the entry in Fengdu, then your reputation is afraid that you will be left in the dust for years to come. It was with this in mind that my father argued forcefully that you should enjoy unhindered freedom in Fengdu, but he sent me here to be your personal female bodyguard. Chen Meng smiled with joy and beauty. I have to thank you. I will enjoy an additional allowance of $3 million for this. What a fat job. Just a little thing like that and you actually get $3 million? Your father spoiled you too much, didn't he? Su Ming smacked his lips. I think I'll give you the upper difficulty of the task. Come to the hotel where I'm staying tonight to serve my bed. Yo, you still want to sleep with a dragoness? This stunning woman wasn't shy and annoyed. Instead, she rather flirted with him in a rather old CG manner. Do you know that we are all dragon physiques? Do you know that dragon nature is inherently lustful? That means, we will endlessly feel empty and lonely and cold, not feeling satisfied. So we must look for more men, wander between the beds of countless fierce men, and put one cuckold after another on you. Su Ming, stop it now. I like minotaurs. He immediately made a gesture to shut up. If I say any more, I'm afraid I won't really be able to help it and I'll have to pound my heart out to you. Chen Meng, Zhao Muyu. Just kidding. I'm actually a pure love party. Su Ming blinked. But I also don't believe those words of yours at all, because it is said that dragon daughters are all the most icy and pure. Besides, you don't even have dragon horns, so I'm afraid that the dragon bloodline in your body is very faint, right? How can you claim that dragon nature is lustful? Seeing that her lie was recognized, Chen Meng skimmed her cherry lips. You still know quite a bit, even the method of judging the concentration of bloodline based on the dragon's horn. But even though this girl has a thin bloodline, she possesses power comparable to that of a dragon. My dragon bloodline is a double power growth. She casually flicked a coin, and as it fell, a pair of long straight legs suddenly came together. Then the coin was flattened from the side. Beware of this dragon lady directly clamping off your little brother. Chen Meng's extraordinarily pure and fair face was filled with the vestigial feeling of old CG. Chapter 80, Chen Meng, Candy Chin, Dragon Lady Sisters. Su Ming immediately suspended the charming fantasies in his mind, and his first impression of her leg player quickly turned into leg essence. Spare grandpa. Su Ming immediately stopped his charming fantasies in his head. Zhao Muyu laughed lightly and changed the subject. What are you going to use the dead Hydra egg for? Someone bid it up to over $20 million, and you actually refused to sell it even then. Chen Mengmeng was also quite curious. Yeah, I also wanted to ask, do you really have the skills to identify dragon eggs? This is the first time you've come to Fengdu, the first time you've participated in a dragon egg auction, and you've actually made a huge profit. I see that treacherous host's intestines are repenting. It's really funny. Su Ming shook his head. Where is that kind of technology? Besides, that so-called dragon egg auction is purely a gimmick to pit money, and all the eggs inside are probably trash. This is already bordering on fraud. I've already reported it to the official Dragon Country anti-fraud app. Chen Mengmeng. That's also our Chen family's business, and our family seems to have about 30% of the shares. Oh, even if it's national hero dragon slayer Chen Jingqiu, he can't do illegal and criminal business. Su Ming snorted coldly. Dragon slayers really do turn into evil dragons after all. I advise you to reflect properly. Don't toss and turn until the end. When Fengdu Ghost City turns into a second, Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon, copy, and at that time, all of your family executives are reduced to elite monsters in the copy. Chen Mengmeng was gloomy, then nodded slightly. You are a hot-blooded young man who is not afraid of power. Su Ming laughed softly. If I hadn't obtained the Abyssal Fury curse before, I definitely wouldn't have dared to say half a word. Even if I was pitched by you guys, I would only dare to slander Qin Jingxiu in my heart for giving birth to a child without an asshole. But now, I guess, I'm really not afraid to die. Instead everyone is afraid of me dying in front of their house. Ha ha, it's still true. You've grown into the most obscure look. Chen Mengmeng gave a thumbs up, while her eyes glanced out the window and raised her hand to look at her wristwatch. Oh, a date with a good-looking man? Could it be an invitation from a handsome man? Then just go. We're not used to someone following us anyway. Seeing this, Su Ming casually waved his hand. There's no way I'm going to do anything personal before sending you. The bogeyman. Away. Chen Mengmeng hummed, then waved her hand towards the outside of the coffee shop. Actually, the one in charge of your security this time is a team. That is, me and my sister. As he was talking, an ice elemental mage, who seemed to be carved out of the same mold as Chen Mengmeng, but exuded an icy aura of uninviting, carrying an epic staff inlaid with frost dragon magic crystals, pushed the door open. A grand introduction. My twin sister, genius ice magician Chen Sugar Candy. Chen Mengmeng smiled and made movements. Obviously the sisters were very close. Sugar Plum Chen walked over to their table, and then she lolled her head and huffed and puffed with her staff under her pillow. Ah, hello guys. Hello. Sugar Chan greeted in a weak voice. Su Ming, Zhao Muyu. I'm sorry, she is currently in the awakening period of her dragon talent, so she is very sleepy. Chen Mengmeng did not take offense. 10 years ago, when this girl awakened, she was even nearly carried away by 4 big men who wanted to catch me and take turns violating me in a dark alley. Unfortunately, they underestimated the dragon race too much. Even in the awakening stage we have many means of self-protection. I instinctively sensed the danger and summoned a storm of prison flames that roasted them all. Su Ming laughed. Handsome. Great job. This kind of scum of the earth should have the filth in their hearts swept away with a bearish dragon flame. Yeah, 10 years ago you were just a lowly, right? Zhao Muyu sighed. In this era of universal transmutation, people have become stronger, and so evil has grown, and there are countless people who trample on the law. After some small talk, they got up and left the cafe. Su Ming was a little difficult to look at Chen Sugar, who was still lying on her back and huffing and puffing. Your sister, she, might as well let you carry her on your back, right? Ha, your excellency is too ungentlemanly, isn't he? To actually be so unsympathetic. Shouldn't it be you, a big man, taking the initiative to carry her? Chen Mengmeng asked angrily. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Then, I have a divine artifact carrying space. Why don't I just include her in it and save her from getting in the way? Your idea is also too horrible. To actually let the hallowed dragon lady, with the skeleton soldier a treatment. Chen Mengmeng lived speechless, only to pout her lips and take the initiative to pick up her sister, pulling out her waist sword to carry it on her shoulder, and then hanging her like a salted fish on the scabbard of her sword, swaying with the wind. After all, she was a dragon lady. Her physique was too strong, so it didn't matter how she tossed and turned. She also remained in a deep sleep. This way you carry is too abstract, right? Zhao Muyu was shocked. Or what? Chen Mengmeng coldly snorted. I have awakened a fire attribute dragon bloodline, while she is clearly ice attribute. If we get too close, the rich fire element in my body will directly scald her. Therefore, I could only carry her in the way of picking a flatworm. The reason for this is not that a certain man is too lacking in gentlemanliness. Su Ming didn't care. Boys have to protect themselves when they go out. Understand? If I take the initiative to carry her on my back, a slight bump in the road will cause her to slip off my back, and by then my hand will inevitably have to hold her butt. Oh, isn't our sugar's arse a top-notch treat? Just a pile of fat and protein. Su Ming coldly snorted. In case someone takes a picture at that time and uses it to say that my hand is in someone's sensitive area, which falls under the category of sexual harassment, and then sends it out to the internet, then wouldn't I be a piece of yellow mud falling into my pants? And it would be if it wasn't? I'm an internet celebrity with over 100 million followers. My career, a bright future. Would I be stupid enough to take such a risk? Zhao Muyu was very agreeable. Dedication. I didn't look at the wrong person. You're the top moneymaker that this agent will follow for life. Ah, sister, he's right. Sugar Chen also agreed in a confused manner. She was just a little confused and couldn't open her eyelids due to the ice element impacting her cerebral cortex from the awakening of her dragon bloodline. It didn't mean she was really sleepy. Which way do you turn your elbow nah? Dead ninny. Chen Mengmeng was annoyed, but she had nowhere to vent her anger, so she could only stare at Su Ming with a pair of round beautiful eyes. That's right, just now. School sister's question. It hasn't been answered yet. Su Ming wasn't interested in ignoring the Chen sisters, but rather appreciated the unique flavor of the 100 Ghosts night walking street, wandering through the various kinds of dead spirit creatures and casually chatting with Zhao Muyu. For that one dead egg, I want to purchase a copy of the Witch Demon summoning technique, after my transfer to transform it into a necromantic Hydra Witch Demon. Su Ming crossed his fingers. This thing's law system talent is extremely strong, and even though the egg has been dead for a long time, I can still sense elemental power from the rotten flavor. A witch demon is the best home for it. Chapter 81, Thingdu Auction House. I see. You want to privately order a witch demon summoner. Zhao Muyu frowned slightly. It's just that. Don't you want to switch to the necromancer profession? Then how do you learn the witch demon summoning technique? There are also skill books that don't require an occupation, aren't there? Su Ming said indifferently. Let's just go and beg for a book of witch demon summoning skills without thresholds that were dropped in the wild with no career requirements. It shouldn't be expensive either. Oh, our Chen family collection room has it, charging $50 million. Chen Mengmeng snatched the answer. Su Ming? No. As the top scholar of the Western Liang Academy and a genius who relied on his wits to crack the copy of the Gun Demon Fortress, are you treating me like an ingrate? He asked back without a good mood. Are you trying to be a second-hand dealer and earn the difference in price? Chen Mengmeng snapped. Then let me take a 20% cut. This kind of no-threshold skill book tends to be about twice as expensive as a vocational skill book. After all, everyone can learn it. The original price is 4 million. You give me 8 million. Let me make a little profit. How about it? Bewildered Chen Sugar Candy, sister. Split me 400,000. Won't report you. Sober again at this point are we? Dead sister. Chen Mengmeng was very annoyed and directed a series of slaps towards her. But unfortunately those with dragon bloodline had thick skin. Alright, you guys are here to be bodyguards after all. Shell out an extra 800,000 as a tip. Su Ming was now rich and powerful, and the divine greatness system also needed a spending amount. So he stopped nagging and directly hit the money. Wow, the god magnificent is matchless. Chen Mengmeng's eyes were glowing, and she said very boldly, if this young lady provides massage services, what price can you give? I guarantee not to get you killed. Su Ming said without a trace of anger. Reserve, pay attention to reserve. MS. Chen Mengmeng, why don't you understand the beauty plan? Do you know how to capture the enemy's favor? Even those little girls in places that really provide services don't deal so nakedly. Let's first learn the basic art of holding a man. Ha, what do they usually say? Chen Mengmeng was stunned. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. They will say, brother, don't come to take care of my business anymore, let alone tip me. Save up your money and marry a good daughter-in-law. If there is an afterlife, little sister will definitely not do this business, and would like to snuggle up with you and love you for the rest of her life. Chen Mengmeng, Sugar Candy Chen, learn strange knowledge again. Thank you brother, damn you, don't teach my sister bad. Chen Mengmeng glared angrily. Zhao Muyu smiled and said to Su Ming, boss, you must also not fall for Ms. Chen Mengmeng's evil tricks. Although her words are all tiger and wolf, she is definitely pretending, and it's impossible that she has really had intimate contact. I am naturally clear. Su Ming snorted. Her awakening must have lasted for a long time, and has never completely ended until today, because I visually estimated that her body temperature was at least as high as 50 degrees. Describing her as boiling water is nothing, and it's still a problem for others to touch her. Chen Mengmeng was once again speechless, but associating it with that image, she couldn't help but snort a laugh. It's quite graphic. Damn it, if this auntie's awakening continues until she is 60 or 70 years old, then wouldn't I be a living reactor? That's also much better than intentionally harming a male and thus going to jail to squat for the rest of your life, Su Ming said, then stopped in front of a magnificent landmark building. It was one of their target hit points for the night, Thingdu Auction House, bringing together all the necromancer materials from around the world. Everything is available. All sorts of dragon-related materials are also at the bottom of the global price, so feel free to take a plunge. Have you guys brought enough money? Chen Mengmeng immediately reminded. The threshold for getting in is having 500 million in cash. Drop. Please enter. In the next moment, when Zhao Muyu took out a black gold card, he immediately gained access. Zhao Muyu laughed. This is the one-year signing bonus given to Su Ming by the Global Professionals live streaming platform. In order to pull in our super netizen, they directly settled the payment in full and hit the money without any procrastination. A year's signing bonus is so much? Chen Mengmeng was dumbfounded. Doing live broadcasts, is it so lucrative? Even Chen Sugarplum woke up in a dream, staring round with a pair of godless, beautiful eyes. Zhao Muyu lightly said, it's average, just 1 billion in total. It's mainly because Su Ming will be live streaming the Divine Artifact Restoration mission next, which is a globally unique live streaming drama. Moreover, since our boss's debut, the first live broadcast was 100 million people watching. I broke the record at Gun Demon Fortress. The second live broadcast was also 1 billion viewers. I'm repairing divine artifacts in the 037 Abyssal Battlefield. It's just too eye-catching. If you can make such an awesome program, any platform would be willing to give $1 billion signing fee. Chen Mengmeng pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes flickered, and she suddenly switched to a dainty clip-clop voice and said in a pasty and charming manner, Brother Su Ming, why don't you just hire me to be your personal bodyguard? You see, I can also moonlight as a toaster oven in the winter, guaranteeing that I can keep you very warm. Su Ming gave a thumbs up. Cows, this kind of self-introduction of yours is truly unique, but I don't need it, thanks. A grill is only a few $1,000s. I can afford it. My sister can also act as an air conditioner in the summer. Chen Mengmeng dragged Chen Sugarplum up and introduced her enthusiastically. Su Ming was dumbfounded. Roaster's sister, air conditioner sister. Your dragon bloodline is also truly exceptional. Moreover, we are at least sisters of dragon bloodline. Boss, if you take us out to fight monsters and practice leveling, it's definitely especially dignified. Chen Mengmeng heatedly smiled and rubbed her small hands together. Just give us an annual salary of $30 million each. Su Ming was stunned. Your father doesn't even give you $30 million a year for cultivation? It's impossible. Chen Mengmeng was depressed. Think about it. 147 sons and 139 daughters. If each one is given $30 million a year, that's $5 billion in expenses. Not to forget, there are also our mothers who all need money as well. If you do the math like that, you'd have to spend 10 billion upwards every year. Su Ming covered his face. It's really, you guys are also quite miserable, coming from a rich family, but poor. $30 million is an absolutely huge amount of money for an ordinary person. However, if you want to train a top professional, you can't even smash a blister. For example, the Wuji stick that Shen Zimo had bet against Su Ming was worth $15 million, and for a professional's entire body, how many equipment slots must there be? In the backpack column, one could also equip large and small amulets and treasures. Oh, we can only fend for ourselves. Chen Mengmeng was depressed. Boss, just raise your hand and accept our ice and fire sisters. Chapter 82, Elbow. Follow me into the house. Beauty, why beg for someone like that? By the side of the road, a paladin wearing a gorgeous professional suit of armor proudly raised his head, not hiding his salivation for Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugarplum in the slightest. Follow me. My team is full of talents, and I'm about to make an impact on the third-ranked professional copies, so it's definitely the right choice for you. The paladin boasted of his handsomeness as he tossed his long flowing hair. Come on, add a micro. Brother is not a bad silver. He. Su Ming immediately nodded his head furiously like a chicken pecking at rice. That's right. This kind brother appears to be a top-notch gold master, willing to sponsor all female college students whose families are unfortunate enough to lack the funds to get started. Mengmeng and Sugarplum, please take advantage of it. Well, you are quite self-aware. The paladin sighed in surprise. A man is a man of self-knowledge, and to be able to see oneself clearly is quite a character. Roll nah, don't come and get involved. Chen Mengmeng, however, scanned the other party without any good humor. You're so flirty, but the facade equipment you use to pick up chicks is just the Paladin Professions, Holy Light Pervasive, set? If I remember correctly, you can get a set just by obtaining an A-rank rating in the Abomination of Light, single-player copy. As long as you master the strategy and are careful, it's not hard to swipe it, right? The market reference price is only 1.2 million, TSK. Chen Mengmeng extraordinarily disdainfully took out the artist mask from the item bar. This thing, artist mask, get it? Just this little toy alone is enough to purchase all the equipment for your entire body. Paladin dumbfounded. Chen Mengmeng instantly moved to Su Ming's side again, pointed at his ring, and sneered, "Poor knight, do you recognize this magic ring? Although it's dull and lightless, it's obvious that the owner has turned off its pearlescent splendor in the panel. If you have a little bit of eyesight, you would be able to identify its extraordinary nature from the Hydra's pattern. This is the Hedera dark gold equipment, the Hydra emblem, a global limited edition, known as the closest existence to a semi-divine artifact. There are only 9 of them in total, as the casting material for each one is an elemental head of the magical beast Hydra Zudra, light, darkness, ice, fire, thunder, earth, poison, air, and wood. Those who hold it are basically all above the 6th rank, as well as god-level professionals." She bristled. "You can guess why this summoner can wear it." Paladin suddenly cold sweat beaded. He had just sharply commented that others quite self-awareness. Obviously, the little summoner in front of him was their descendant or disciple, if he wasn't a senior professional in microcosm. Once offended by such characters, I am afraid. At that thought, the paladin immediately exerted the spirit of a groveling craftsman. Legs together, arms raised in front of him, plopped down on his knees, and kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic. "Private Marseille, it was my fault for not recognizing it." Su Ming hurriedly waved his hand, pulled Chen Mengmeng, picked up Chen's sugar candy, and rushed into the auction house. Not so much, goodbye, I wish you a happy family." As their figures disappeared behind the revolving doors of the auction house, the paladin sobbed like rain. When he said he wished me happiness for my family, did he imply that he wanted to destroy my entire family? I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. That kind of thing. Don't. Passers-by have despised it. You don't know you're wrong. You know you're going to die. Just now, you were mocking the other lad for being poor, weren't you? He went straight to the auction house. Don't forget that the threshold of access is 500 million in cash. No wonder the 2 beauties of the Chen family are shamelessly begging for adoption. Your villainy is so poorly done that it irritated the lad's embarrassment cancer. And you're so blind. In Fengdu Ghost City, you actually couldn't even recognize the dragon demonic pattern on the neck of the Chen family. Sooner or later in the future, you'll mess with the iron plate and be beaten to death. Ha ha, attempting to sexually harass all the great ladies of the Chen family in Fengdu Ghost City. You're worthy of it too. The paladin couldn't hide his shame and scrambled to hold his head in the dust. A slinky run to the interior of the auction house. Su Ming said without any good humor, "Miss Chen Mengmeng, you actually know the Hydra emblem? But I must sternly warn you, do not casually give out my information, in case my enemies become aware of it. I will have one less card to save my life." Chen Mengmeng rolled her eyes charmingly. "Blame me? In fact, this piece of information of yours has long been known to everyone. I'm not an appraisal expert at all. I just happened to read about the Hydra emblem on today's hot post." Su Ming's whole body divine costume rundown. "Isn't it worn on that little fox summon of yours? How did it get exploited by you?" Su Ming said, "When fighting, it naturally belongs to her to wear, but on a daily basis, she is huffing and puffing in the summoning space, so is it strange for me to wear it on my body to prop up some attributes? So it is." Chen Mengmeng curiously looked around the auction house. "Oh wow, it's my first time back to the auction house. So many pretty things. Can sister buy them for sugar candy?" Chen Sugar Candy rubbed her sleepy eyes, forcibly revitalizing her spirit, and looked around with interest. Su Ming was surprised. "You guys are the scions of the Dragon Slayer, and this place has 30% of your family's equity. Sugar Candy actually hasn't even been here?" "Elder, not allowed." Sugar Chen beamed. Chen Mengmeng was also helpless. "In order to prevent taking money on our own turf, or even credit and robbery, Father has made it forbidden for everyone to come to the auction house. The only benefit we can enjoy is just a free bill at our own cafe." Alas, quite not easy. Su Ming bristled, but when he thought about how he didn't even have a cafeteria waiver, a pure orphan origin, he couldn't help but furiously roll his eyes. "I'm a poor child with a maid's life. What do I worry about on behalf of you guys who are gifted with brocade clothes and jade food? Really idle leg pain, too lacking in empathy." Chen Mengmeng was full of vigor, holding Su Ming's arm and tugging inside. "Elbow, follow me into the house." "Ha? It wouldn't be providing irregular services inside, right?" Su Ming was very wary. He didn't want to eat grilled sausages tonight. The outside is all silverware for appearance parties and face dogs. Nothing but good looks. The real professionals' equipment and skill books are all inside. Don't you need a copy of the witch demon summoning technique with no learning threshold? Chen Mengmeng bristled at the introduction. "It's only available in the inner field. Don't delay in the outer field." After being dragged to the interior of the auction house, Chen Mengmeng unashamedly walked up to a person in charge and said with a smile, "This Mr. Su Ming is a customer that I have dragged here? According to my father's agreement with your auction house, I should be able to have a 1% commission on his consumption tonight, right? Su Ming, Zhao Muyu, this Chen family's eldest young lady. Her business sense is very strong. I kind of appreciate her. Zhao Muyu gave a thumbs up. Anyway, her 1% commission is earned from the auction house's revenue. It won't raise our consumption. It doesn't matter. Chapter 83, I'm not on the same page with gambling and drugs. I hope Boss Su Ming spends more money tonight. The money for the equipment he purchased will fall on you. After completing the procedures and getting the bidding card, Chen Mengmeng ran back to Su Ming with great anticipation and said quite frankly. Su Ming smiled. Then you've really earned it tonight. I had planned to convert all the money I've earned recently into combat power as soon as possible. Wise choice. Chen Mengmeng brightened up and said with great approval. For us professionals, money is meaningless and will only increase our probability of being coveted by others. Only strength is the basis for our survival. Therefore, I also swiftly spend all my money as soon as I earn it. 365 days per year. I am destitute for 364 days. Yet I am willing to do so. Spending it so quickly. You won't be dabbling in pornography, gambling, and drugs, right? Su Ming was wary. Chen Mengmeng wildly rolled her eyes. I am now real-time body temperature of 59 degrees. If not wearing a heat-insulating suit, just holding you next door, you will give you direct heating cooked. You say, how do I involve in pornography? Actually, it doesn't matter if you're involved in pornography, I don't care. Su Ming bristled, then righteously said, but, I don't share the same fate as gambling and drugs. You must not touch these two things or any evil will be brought to justice by me. Chen Mengmeng, Candy Chan, you don't share the same fate as gambling and drugs. You're as close to yellow as a family, aren't you? Chen Mengmeng snorted coldly. Later, after you see the level of consumption in the auction house, you will understand why I am always short of money. Was saying, an urgent message suddenly popped up on the large screen inside the auction house. Good news, heavyweight good news. I, Thingdu Auction House, have obtained a piece of dark gold equipment, Heart of Fei Lang Shui, which will be auctioned off in 3 days. So please ask all the professionals to prepare their funds in the meantime and show more support. We only accept cash transactions, no borrowing, nor any real estate collateral. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugarplum were both instantly energized and immediately rushed under the big screen. The other professionals came up and looked at the attributes of that piece of equipment. After all, every piece of dark gold equipment was very rare and often unique, and it would be very difficult for other people to pop it again after it was dropped. As such, even low-level dark gold equipment had extremely strong special functions, such as the one in Su Ming's hand, the Hydra emblem, which was capable of spreading any lightning spell into a 9-ringed grid, and was truly a small artifact for group attacks. Soon, the Ice and Fire Sisters returned disappointed. Chen Mengmeng muttered, it's actually a dark gold equipment of an assassin-type profession that has nothing to do with me. Aha! Sugar Chen shook her head again, showing signs of falling asleep. Why hasn't Brother Su Ming gone to take a look? Chen Mengmeng looked suspiciously at Su Ming, who had not moved from his original position. Very puzzled. That's dark gold equipment. Oh, very powerful. Aren't you curious? Su Ming shook his head. Since the auction will be held 3 days later, giving everyone enough time to raise funds, it is evident that Thingdu Auction House is extremely confident that it will fetch a sky-high price. I'm just a starter anchor. I haven't accumulated much money yet, and I haven't purchased many properties. I'm just a starter anchor who hasn't accumulated much money and hasn't purchased many properties. Besides, everyone knows that I have a divine artifact. The most important thing I should do is to go on a restoration quest, instead of seeing one and loving the other, wanting to repair the divine artifact as well as auctioning the dark gold. Wow, it's rare to be sober on Earth. Chen Mengmeng nodded her head in admiration. Go, I'll take you to the skill book counter. You're familiar with it? Su Ming asked suspiciously. But aren't you Chen clan scions forbidden to casually enter and exit the auction house? I followed my elders in. Chen Mengmeng casually explained. I've been outgoing since I was a kid, and I've been rubbing my VIP card all over the place, and the elders were too embarrassed to leave me behind, so I've seen a lot. Although Sugar and I were born from the same mother, she is very shy, especially shy, and even a little bit of social fear. So, she hasn't come to the auction house even once. Then your personalities are really worlds apart. Su Ming carried the successfully sleeping Chen sugar candy for her, and it was fortunate that his current strength attribute was extremely high, otherwise he really couldn't carry her. Soon, Chen Mengmeng led him around 7 times to a burglar-proof fiberglass cabinet. Here are all the skill books of the summoner profession, and all the auction items have auction prices and one-bite prices. Chen Mengmeng pointed at the dazzling array of skill books of various colors that caught her eye and said with a smile, of course, there can't be a legendary grade divine skill like your magic shield among them. Su Ming couldn't help but say, you really do know me well. Even my magic shield? Of course, This is the age of the internet. Never underestimate the meticulous observation power of netizens. Chen Meng shared with a fluttering brow. The footage of you in the 037 Abyss battlefield has been analyzed frame by frame with screenshots. In particular, the fact that you faced the assassin's combo attack and actually only obligatorily deducted a single drop of blood. Everyone is very curious as to the reason for this. So a veteran blogger who was a 6th order professional, a top analyzing emperor, immediately gave 3 possibilities. Oh, which 3? Su Ming couldn't help but lament the power of the netizens in his heart. Chen Meng searched for the witch demon summoning technique while casually recounting. One of them is the famous defensive talent, Stubborn, which is able to reduce all damage that has not exceeded 50 points to 1 point. But that's mainly only for shield guards and defense battles, so it's been passed over. But that doesn't rule out the possibility of you mastering this talent from the thresholdless skillbook. Makes sense. As a school master, Su Ming had naturally memorized this very interesting talent. Chen Meng then said, secondly, it is the famous necromancy skill, virtual reality transformation technique, which is able to temporarily transform one's materialized physical body into a ghost-like virtual body. The virtual body is not subject to any physical damage, so the minions can only be mandatory deduction of 1 point of blood, and having the same effect. There is also the mage's divine skill, Otherworldly Refuge, which is able to temporarily transfer one's body into an otherworldly realm, which is also quite powerful. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. This guess is quite reasonable. After all, as the undead heavenly tribulation coronate's appointed heir, it's quite normal for me to know the reality transformation technique. Chen Meng smiled, but most likely, it's still the magic shield. After all, when you obtained it in the Swarm Fortress, it was known to everyone. Alas, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. Live broadcasting really does have its drawbacks. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders, but he didn't really care. Just grow yourself at a rate that people can't keep up with cracking their secrets at all. His true bottom card was the legendary gold phrase brought by the Divine Magnificence system, as well as top-tier summoned beasts like Black Goku and Little Fox. Chapter 84, The Witch Summoning Technique. Here, Witch Demon Summoning. This auction house can sign 3 whole copies of it. Chen Meng quickly found the items that Su Ming desperately needed, while saying somewhat sardonically, "Goo, it's true that things are as expensive as they are rare, and once there's more of them, they'll squeeze each other's prices and maliciously lower them." Su Ming and Zhao Mayu went up to take a look. Good guy, the 3 skill books actually sold for only 2,399, 000, 2, 400, 000 and 2, 411, 000 respectively. If I remember correctly, when Ms. Chen Meng marketed the book Witch and Demon Summoning Technique that was in their Chen family's private collection, the price was a mouthful of 4.8 million. Zhao Muyu glared at the other party without any good humor. Although no business is treacherous, but you're treacherous too outrageous to directly make a super-duper double on us. One of their Zhao family's skill books averaged 2.4 million a book, while the Chen family's 4.8 million. Good lord, it was directly double that of theirs. No blame on Meng. Oh, it's all because the Chen family is too greedy. Chen Meng innocently fluttered her clear beautiful eyes of Buring. Whoever looked at her would feel that she was innocent and beautiful. Su Ming immediately fell for the beauty plan. I think, right, to be able to force such a purely beautiful girl to tell a big lie, the Chen family should more or less have 1% of the responsibility. Ha, 1%? Chen Meng hammered a pink fist on his shoulder without any good sense of humor. Darn it, have people been neglecting their maintenance lately, causing the 3,000 green threads at the back of my head to darken and my skin to sag? The beauty plan can actually only win 1% of sympathy. Darn it. Sorry, it's my resistance to beauty that's too high. Su Ming directly chose to pay the bill and took the 2,399, 000 skill book at a single price before summoning the little fox and letting her learn. Wow, really trenchant. Chen Meng was shocked. A skill book of more than $2 million. You actually casually threw it to a summon to learn? Don't all of your summoners' summons change very frequently? Su Ming said indifferently. Her magic talent is much higher than mine. As a summoner, I shouldn't hog all the resources, but rather manage my team of summoners with the mindset of a manager. Understand? Besides, I never wanted to switch to necromancer. He shrugged his shoulders and pointed at Little Fox. But maybe, she can switch. You actually have to plan careers for the summons under your command? Chen Meng felt wide-eyed. Even though I was in Fengdu and was used to seeing strange necromancers, I still have to say that you're even stranger than them. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. Many summons, in terms of talent, are much more powerful than even some 6th-rank professionals, so why not cultivate them properly? Besides, my little fox is gifted beyond your imagination. Oh, does she have any hidden divine skills? Chen Meng curiously teased the little fox. But the little fox had a look of disgust on its face and directly jumped onto Su Ming's shoulder. Of course, Su Ming purchased a popsicle from the vending machine and handed it to the little fox to eat. Just see her. Lick, 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 lick. Look, little fox lady is practicing repaying her kindness. Su Ming revealed a leisurely and mesmerized expression. In the future, when she sheds her fox skin and turns into a human form, how cool would I have to be? I simply don't dare to imagine. Zhao Muyu, Chan Meng Meng. Alright, quickly let it summon the witch demon. Zhao Muyu coldly grunted without any good humor. I'm curious to know what kind of witch demon can be summoned by a dead hydra egg. Don't mess it up and end up with nothing. Go. Su Ming had a strong sense of secrecy and immediately asked the waiter for a private room, making sure that there were no hidden cameras before removing the giant egg from his carry-on space. Chen Meng Meng and Shen Sugarplum both stared intently at the egg, revealing looks of anticipation. Su Ming didn't kick them out either. He just made them sign a paper confidentiality agreement. If they leaked, then they would have to compensate 50 million. Just get on with it. People's mouths are already so tight. It's like they're sewn up. Chen Meng Meng urged, very curious. Chen Sugar similarly swept away her drowsiness, forcing back a gust of sleepiness, her beautiful eyes unblinking. Su Ming passed a string of commands, through the summoner contract, to the muddled little fox. She then activated the witch demon summoning technique and began to chant a long string of tedious and complex incantations. Great Lord of Death, ruler of the kingdom of darkness, ferryman of life and death, listen to the call of humble beings, and bestow the piece of clover grass on the skeletons before you. Awaken, slave of the night. A full 3 minutes of chanting later, the little fox's fingertips erupted with a dark green sheen that lingered on the giant egg. A monstrous, disabled hydra apparition floated slowly out of the giant egg and hovered in front of the crowd. It worked. But the color of this egg, it seems to be terrible. Chen Meng Meng slightly frowned a brow, observing the color of the hydra witch demon. It really has crooked eyes and nose, and its claws are missing 2 fingers. This was originally a deformed stillborn, not that it was killed. It's fortunate that you didn't use the skeleton summoning technique on it, or else the skeleton that was born would have been crippled as well, or even so deformed that it would have been difficult to walk. Su Ming, on the other hand, saw its attributes from the professionals panel. Hydra Witch, Quality, Legend, Rating, 1, Attributes, Strength 3, Physique 8, Agility 50, Spirituality 70, Skills, Chain Frost, Frost Armor, Ice Soul Possession, Ice Roar, Unawakened, Frost Field, Unawakened. Warning, this witch demon was born from a cursed egg, so its defense is extremely fragile and it is easily annihilated by soul-based damage. Once it suffers 3 soul shocks, it will be dispersed. TSK. Chen Meng Meng revealed an envious expression. This thing, it's really a model of turning waste into treasure. As soon as it was born, it actually possesses 3 whole skills, and they're of legendary quality. You only spent tens of thousands of dollars. Just thinking about it makes this Meng Mei sour. Su Ming smiled faintly. It's not bad. It's not a very outrageous panel. After all, it's the bloodline of the Hydra. So if it's weak, where does it stand up to this kind of legendary magical beast? Moreover, this one really is a top-tier big brittle skin. If it's a soul shock, it can actually only take 3 hits. This kind of small matter, it's easily solved. The knowledgeable Chen Meng Meng immediately gave a solution. Doesn't it possess the skill Ice Soul attachment? Just let it stay attached to the little fox. As I recall, the witch demon's possession is able to give the host an extremely high spirit bonus and damage bonus. Also, and in the future, you can also purchase some treasures that defend against soul-type damage for it to wear. Su Ming said expectantly. Now, it makes up for a shortcoming in my summons, the lack of frost creatures. Let's hope that this little fellow can grow up successfully. Chapter 85, Komi Toho. For any legion of professionals, what is the most indispensable thing? The public will have 1,000 answers, but according to research, 40% felt that it was healers and paladins who majored in healing and dispelling. 30% of people, however, insisted that it must be able to stand up to the demonic frenzy. Defense neat shield MT, that is, shield guards in defense battles and so on. Another 20% yelled that output was king and offense was defense, so the violent elemental mages were the backbone of the team. But according to Abyss magazine's statistics on the various professions in the human-demon war, one profession stands out in the list of win rates, the ice elemental mage. It was quickly recognized by various military academies as the most indispensable type of soldier in the legions of professionals. The reason is extremely easy to understand. Abyssal demons come from the ground, and in the 100 layers of the abyssal world, the deeper the abyss, the closer it is to the center of the earth. So all kinds of demons love high temperature and magma, and the higher the temperature is, the more active they are. So minions, An ice profession that focuses on double cooling the demons emotionally and physically, being able to effectively reduce their recovery speed, freeze and crack their anti-magic skin, and stunt their super high movement speed, becomes indispensable. Ming had already decided to let Little Fox take the lightning route, and in the future, all of his equipment would be looking for phrases like lightning damage increased by 10%. Relying on the Hydra emblem, she will become a terrifying discharge master with a single lift of her hand that is a 9-ring split lightning bolt, transferring to the position of Thunder Dharma King and ruthlessly curing the demons of their internet addiction. But as a result, he was left without a frost caster in his summoner system. Originally, Ming was going to search for a skull summoning technique, Skeleton Demon Archer branch skill book, which would allow the summoned Skeleton Archer to unlock the Demon Archer branch, thus unlocking the Vessel of Ice and Vessel of Fire functions. In the future, along with the Skeleton summoning technique being upgraded to the higher Skeleton summoning technique, as well as the Extreme Skeleton summoning technique, the Ice Vector could be upgraded to the ranged Ice Burst Arrow. It was likewise a way to increase the overall strength of his legion of summoners. But now, with the 9-headed serpent witch demon, Ming was able to hold off on upgrading and strengthening the skeleton soldiers. It must be known that a copy of Skeleton Demon Archer's branch was able to be easily auctioned to around 300 million. It was a proper high-level skill book, and now that money could be saved. Frost armor is a great skill, Chen Meng said enviously. At level 1, it's able to add 5 points of armor to your meat shield type summons, while granting a layer of frost shield that is capable of inflicting 5% damage reduction, and enemies that come into contact with the frost shield are also slowed by 10%. This Hydra Witch demon of yours, instead of having an output skill, it can even moonlight as a support. With an explosive price/performance ratio, Ming smiled faintly and was also quite satisfied. Although this frost armor was only a low-rank skill, the threshold for learning it was a requirement of 20 points of frost system proficiency, which could only be mastered by an ice system elemental mage. Even the no-threshold skill books dropped in the wild were only unlimited to professions, yet they would still require 20 points of frost proficiency. Put it away, Ming commanded to the little fox. In the next moment, the Hydra Witch demon transformed into a mist and attached itself to the body of the little fox. On her furry, fire-red neck was an additional Hydra necklace, emitting a faint ice elemental shimmer. Ming then checked Little Fox's panel, and sure enough, she was in the Ice Soul Possession state, Spirit plus 20, Frost Proficiency plus 5, a rather cockamamie effect, and with almost zero boost to Kitsune. After all, what the little fox who would be on the path of the Lightning Dharma King in the future needed was lightning proficiency. Each 1 point of elemental mastery is capable of boosting damage by 1%, which is infinitely stackable. Ming took the little fox back into the summoning space and lazily led the women out of the private room provided by the auction house, refreshed and raising his eyebrows. There's nothing more comfortable than getting stronger. With the addition of another great general to his army of summons, Ming was ready to go to the 037 Abyssal battlefield to practice leveling up the Hydra Witch demon to level 20 again. This kind of high-level summon is this bad point. The level can't follow the summoner's changes. You have to start practicing from zero. Alas, what a trouble. Ming let out a happy sigh. Then why don't you simply transfer the Hydra Witch demon to this young lady? I'm willing to bear this affliction for you. Chen Meng coldly grunted without any goodwill, and took out 2 large lemons from her backpack, distributing one to Chen sugar candy, and the 2 sisters gulped down the lemons, acidic to the point of open-mouthness. It's so heartbreaking. Woohoo! Obviously, they were the ones who came here first, came into contact with the dragon egg auction first, and saw the giant egg first, but their eyes hadn't even lingered for 0.01 seconds, and as a result, they were picked up by Ming. Ming smiled. Let's go. It's time to auction off some really good things that can be used. I'm going to prepare for the high-level copies of the entrance exam. By the way, MS, Zhao Muyu, how much cash do we have available on hand? Zhao Muyu said without thinking, after deducting some of the next expenses, as well as the basic needs to maintain your live broadcast in life, along with the bought advertisements to promote your live broadcast, we'll be able to use around 1.24 billion. So many? Ming was shocked. So much? Envy and jealousy. Chen Meng and Chen Sugarplum continued to gulp down lemons. Oh so sour. Munchkin tears. Didn't it say that the signing fee from the live streaming platform would only be 1 billion? Ming wondered. He was a little confused as to where the money came from. Humph. Shirker, ignorant of the assets he owns. Aren't you afraid that this broker will run away with a bucket and hog all your money? Zhao Muyu rolled her flirtatious white eyes and explained to him. There's also the fact that your reward for the world's first breakthrough of the Swarm of Demons Fortress copy has arrived in the account. and the Global Professionals Federation has awarded you 50 million as an encouragement. The Dragon Kingdom is also very satisfied with you obtaining the artifact restoration mission and keeping the artifact, carry-on world, in the country, so it granted you a year of tax-free benefits, and we got a tax rebate of around 100 million as a result. The tax rebate category, including your 20 million purchase of Summoner Profession cards, my purchase of the Skeleton Specialization skill book in your name, the live streaming platform's drawback, and so on and so forth. Zhao Moyu continued to take stock. There are also the gifts you collected from the 2 live broadcasts, miscellaneous added up. There's also a whole 80 million. It's just a pity that you refused to bring in the goods. Otherwise you would have been able to earn at least 100 million every time. Wow. A high school student who hasn't graduated yet is actually already a money tree of this level. This Mengmei also wants to become a band anchor with Netizen. Chen Mengmeng couldn't wait to hug Su Ming's leg on the spot, shouting, "Big anchor, bring me cha crappy money." Su Ming remembered the double rebate from the Divine Hero system. The next time you obtain a legendary gold word, you need to spend 500 million. After spending 500 million, you can also double back 1 billion. Chapter 86, The Dragon's Physique is Fantastic. Su Ming then said with a straight face, "Here, I still have 1 billion mysterious funds, which is considered my private vault. Let's total it up and see how many goodies we can purchase tonight. Make sure to arm me to the teeth." He must maximize his protection. Chen Mengmeng and Shen Sugar Candy looked at each other, and both sisters were numb with envy. Su Ming's available funds were a full $24 billion. It's really good for the eyes. Chen Mengmeng suddenly threw off the big lemon in her hand and invested it precisely into the garbage can with a wide-eyed smile. "What is this Mengmeng sister sour? All the consumption of Su Gongzi in the auction. I can take 1% of it. That is 22.4 million. Oh yeah, about to become a rich woman. Aha, she's a rich woman too. She's not sour." Chen Sugar also advanced to the garbage can with small steps and threw the large lemon in her hand in. She swept away all her sleepiness, and her eyes as clear as sapphires stared at Su Ming. There is no need for sugar candy to be sour. Inside a Dragon Slayer Bank special salesman Sugar Chen can provide you, Mr. Su, with an interest-free loan for the auction. My authority amount is 200 million yuan. If it is you who make the application, I think the head office can also be approved to go up by another 300 million yuan amount. After all, the person in charge is Sugar's third aunt yet. As long as Sugar goes for a back pounding and leg pinching, she will sign it. The benefits that sister can give, Sugar Candy can just as well give. Oh. The ice lowly mage looked at Su Ming expectantly, just waiting for Su Ming to let go. Su Ming was dumbfounded. "You two sisters, are you both from wealthy backgrounds? You actually have your own business to expand? As the daughter of a wealthy family, shouldn't you be dressing up beautifully all day long, shopping with your little sisters every day, buying luxury goods, being courted and bragged about at every turn, and living a life of unparalleled luxury?" He used his barren imagination to depict the imaginary life of a rich lowly. "No more. You can be in a sensational relationship, a swashbuckling love story. Ha! High society is so embarrassing and ed up that I'm not going to believe that crap about men. I don't want to be around them. Besides, those with messy private lives are basically losers who have lost their enterprising spirit. But I am a genius beauty girl dragon warrior who will become a female empress overlord in the future." Chen Mengmeng was extraordinarily disdainful. Su Ming was stunned. Yes, although Chen Mengmeng was very mouthy, but from the time he knew the other party until now, he could more or less see the other party's ambition. In her heart, it was definitely profit first. Thinking of this, Su Ming suddenly tilted his head to look at Chen Sugar Candy and violently extended his hand. Chen Sugar Candy's snowy eyes that looked like a clear pool of water looked at him suspiciously. "Humph, what are you trying to do to Sugar Plum? Beware of her ultimate native frost magic. It will directly freeze you into an ice sculpture." Chen Mengmeng herself was big-headed, but as soon as she saw that the smelly man wanted to taint her sister, she couldn't help but round her beautiful eyes like a small wildcat, and in a swift manner, she was ready to give him a crotch-kicking flying kick to help him clear his mind for 50 years. But Su Ming was already quickly touching Chen Sugar Candy's forehead lightly with his fingertips. Sure enough, Su Ming glared at the Chen clan's ice and fire sisters without any good humor. "The beauty plan of the two of you is simply a purely empty check, fooling the ghosts." Su Ming had an expression of being pitted, pointing at his frozen fingertips. "Trying to pursue you guys is purely wanting to die. Meng Chen. He. Sugar Candy Chan. Whoa." Zhao Muyu laughed with a floral twig, specializing in curing all kinds of colorful villains. "The Dragon Loli's physique is really great, but Sugar Candy's kindness, I'll take note of it. Later on, if the funds aren't enough, I'll look for a loan from you on the spot." Su Ming continued to calculate. "If I add in the 500 million loan amount provided by Sugar Candy as well, then I can utilize 7 billion. Not bad. I'm going to arm myself to the teeth now, and upgrade my summons ruthlessly as well. Su Ming was full of confidence and majestically brought the three beauties to step into the third level of the auction house, which was also the most central area, the VIP bidding area. Drop. Please provide a pass. If you don't have a pass, please register to apply for the qualification. Now jump to the official website of Fengdu Auction House. The artificial intelligence's AI synthesized voice sounded, and then a robot with a touchscreen monitor on its head appeared, with 3 words written on its face: do membership. Chen Mengmeng instantly stepped forward and swiped her identity card. Drop. Close friends of the Dragon Slayer family, please pass. Dropping. 2-star user Mr. Su Ming, you have obtained the Fengdu Auction House VIP qualification, enjoying a 5% reduction in handling fees. Chen Mengmeng invited credit. This lady is still somewhat useful, right? It saved you another 5% in handling fees. In the future, if you want to auction something, you only need to pay a 10% handling fee. Oh, it's a bit useful, just too ribbed. Su Ming bristled. I'm here to buy something. I'm the buyer. I remember that the handling fees are all deducted from the seller's collection, right? It's none of my business. Chen Mengmeng, humph, didn't bluff again. Darn it. The core of the Fengdu auction house was indeed densely packed with goodies, all of which were the list of supplies for tonight's auction. There were as many as 2 whole pieces of dark gold equipment alone. One of them was the Heart of Fei Shui that they had seen earlier, but it was useless to Su Ming. The second, however, was a superb piece of equipment, and it was the exclusive dark gold equipment of the necromancer profession, Abyssal Tyrant's Skull. 4 of its equipment attributes were displayed, and the rest were hidden, apparently to avoid privacy leaks and to preserve the bottom line for future gold masters. Those 4 hecklers, all attributes plus 2,000. And all your necromantic summoners will enjoy 1% of your attribute bonus. This equipment restriction is exclusive to necromancers and cannot be applied to the rest of the professions. All skeleton summoning skills plus 3 levels. White bone cage skill plus 3 levels. Su Ming looked enviously at the third entry and lamented. Based on just the plus 3 level of all skeleton skills, this secondary dark gold equipment can definitely fetch a price of 1 billion upwards. $1 billion? Look at the current bid. Chen Mengmeng skimmed her mouth, young and blurry-eyed. Missed a single-digit ah. Su Ming fixed his eyes and instantly felt his poverty. Bidding has been placed at 12.7 billion African chief, king of the Sahara. In an instant, the offer refreshed again to, bidding has been placed at 12.8 billion, hand of evil, Fernandel. Su Ming was stunned. Are these ding-ding characters also at the Fengdu auction house? Where are they? I'm a fan of His Excellency the Evil Hand and would like to get an autograph from him. People are the main day today. Of course it is not possible to come to the scene. This is a networked auction. Some of the top VIP users can participate in the online. Chen Mengmeng shrugged her shoulders. What era? Top auctions are synchronized globally. Chapter 87, The Ghost Mage and the Splintered Arrow. So it is. Su Ming was a little lost, failing to pay homage to his idol. Hand of Evil, Fernandier, one of the few 6th-ranked necromancers, was nicknamed the Day Ghost Mage and the artist of the ghastly corpse. It is said that this person, after watching the old-time film Ghosts of Men and Ghosts in a movie theater, purposely robbed the graves of several diva actresses and cast forbidden skeleton summoning technique on their ashes urns to reorganize their ashes into a skeleton of their living skeletons. Then, he ordered skins for them through the flesh and blood furnace. This technique was very advanced, but it was basically mastered by high-level necromancers because the bone skeletons were too fragile, and wrapping them in a layer of flesh and blood was effective in providing magic resistance and physical damage reduction. The reasoning is not hard to understand. Bald heads can easily be opened up and see red once they're hit by a furious baseball, but people with thick hair often emerge unscathed, often with only bruises, which is a result of the damage reduction from the throw from shock absorption. But the leathery skin-type skin, or magic resistance aura-type skin, that should have been attached to the skeleton were replaced by Fernandel with icy skin and blowing skin. Then he looked obsessively at the gorgeous ghoul he had created. Look at their delicate skins and their bloody mouths with flesh hanging between their teeth and their pus-filled veins. More like it. The Day Ghost Mage has since become famous and has become one of the most well-known oddities in the profession. But to be honest, people produce their own products and never get in anyone's way, and they are courteous and polite, belonging to the old gentleman among the necromancers, and they often do charity to Gallop to aid the abyssal battlefields of various countries, so the global professionals' attitudes towards him are respect, understanding, and blessing, and everyone takes pride in making friends with His Excellency. Fernandier. Ugh, we can't afford it. Go look at something else. Zhao Muyu shook her head. Besides, you don't want to switch to necromancer, do you? Why? Chen Mengmeng and Shen Sugar Candy were both a bit strange. They had grown up in Fengdu since they were young, and this was the city of necromancers, so they had witnessed the rise of countless powerful necromancers and were well aware of their great power. Su Ming casually explained, My two strongest summoned beasts are both living creatures that are incompatible with necromancers. Furthermore, they are both extremely promising, and it is only right that my summoner system should be built with them as its core. Makes sense. Chen Mengmeng immediately thought of Black Goku and Little Fox, Top Meat Shield Core Vidra Ape God, and Super Spell Master Lightning Demon Fox. They do both have the talent to carry an army of summoned beasts on their own. Su Ming? No, is that a nickname given by the netizens? So vulgar? He tensed up a bit. Then when my Black Goku is summoned to join the battlefield, will the netizens shout, Ape God, activate? You're still just an untransformed weakling summoner. Well, the netizens are basically just flirting with you. Chen Mengmeng shrugged her fragrant shoulders. Unless you can make some shocking moves, in order to earn such a refreshingly elegant nickname as Day Ghost Mage. Forget it then. My XP hasn't evolved to such an advanced stage. People are quite fond of you, and can offer you a way to become a Sun Dragon Summoner. Oh, pile up your flame resistance to 999 points, and you won't turn into a roasted sausage. Oh. Chen Mengmeng covered her mouth like a treacherous kitten and snickered, blinking her eyes at him. Roll nah. Trying to trick me into spending money on auctioning fire-resistant equipment, are you? The group of people talked and laughed, and soon, Su Ming locked onto an auction item. Set, Voodoo Archer, signed, Master Taylor Avril. Suit parts, gloves, shoes, helmet, cloak. This is an original suit inspired by Ms. Avril Brando, a newly minted master seamstress, while watching the Human Demon Battle livestream on March 19th. Loose effect, adds the full attributes of Summoned Beast level X3. Set effect, Split Arrow, capable of allowing all of the archer's elemental arrows to split into two. Quantity, 100 sets. Starting price, 200 million. Zhao Muyu pondered. This 100 sets of customized equipment seems to be a bit of a mess, since it's a growable equipment. Where is there a growable word suffix? Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugar Candy looked around and couldn't find any. Zhao Muyu smiled and pointed at the item additional summoned beast level X3 full attributes. See, this is an alternative type of growth. It doesn't provide any basic attributes, but can increase the attached attributes along with the level of the summoned beast. Level 1 summoned beast, it's plus 3 full attributes, and level 100 summoned beast, it's plus 300 full attributes. Level 100 is honestly a bit breathtakingly low if it only adds 300 points of full attributes. Chen Mengmeng commented fairly. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. Don't compare it to those extremely valuable equipment in your perception. This is just a mass-marketed systematic equipment for summons, and 100 sets are only sold for 200 million, and it can also be used up to level 100. But also, what kind of bicycle? If I were to build luxury equipment for my 100 skeleton archers, would I have 300 billion enough? He asked rhetorically. That's true. Chen Mengmeng nodded her head sardonically. However, what you should be looking at is not this ragged full attribute, but the set effect Split Arrow, right? One arrow becomes 2 arrows, and the damage is literally doubled. Bingo! Su Ming snapped his fingers and laughed. For this kind of low-level summoner, quantity is king, bigger is better, and more is better. A direct wave of saturated arrow rain coverage. It doesn't matter even if the damage is lower. In his heart, but secretly thought, our skeleton soldiers, our cursed series, with a 50% power bonus of the crowd of skills, the damage is enough. Or this split arrow skill is more important. After all, the damage of summoned beasts doesn't really depend mainly on equipment, but still on their own growth and quality. Therefore, Su Ming didn't care about that pitiful, summoned beast level X3. It is true that as Chen Mengmeng said, only adding 300 points at level 100 is simply as good as nothing, purely fooling people. You can't see. Just auction the dark gold equipment. Only a word is a full attribute plus 2000, and the Voodoo Archer set is occupying the gloves, shoes, helmets and cloaks, the whole 4 equipment bit. However, in front of Split Arrow, all weaknesses could be ignored, and it didn't matter if it was a blank slate. Just as Su Ming was about to enter his auction price, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side. Sister Meng, I have searched so hard for you. This time when I came back to Fengdu, I purposely named you to be a guide. Why are you avoiding me? Wait, who is he? You left me to be his bodyguard? How dare you pry into my dragonborn Prince Stara's corner? I will duel you. Su Ming was dumbstruck. No, man, you're in the movie fast. I haven't even said a word to differentiate. I haven't even looked back at you yet. And why are you just fast-forwarding right into the dueling session on your own? Who are you? Su Ming couldn't tense up and violently turned around to inquire. Chapter 88, The Birth of the Yanlong Roar Family. Su Ming turned around and saw the 2 dragon horns. The wild and coarse arcs exuded a strong fire elemental aura, thus showing that this person's dragon bloodline was extremely strong, another descendant of a dragon-blooded family, and must be a core member. This was a wild and burly man, with a terrifying height of around 2 meters 5, like a giant. The way he looked down at Su Ming was as if an eagle was despising a weakling cub. This kind of aggressive and strong eyes, as well as the attitude of picking a fight over nothing, truly made Su Ming's heart sick at a glance. After a slight thought, Su Ming instantly searched for a family from his memory and couldn't help but laugh dumbfoundedly. No wonder just because Miss Chen Mengmeng is working as my personal bodyguard, she's so anxious, and even disgracefully ran in front of me to put on a show of chasing after his wife's cremation ground. So you're a San. Oh no, the Elephant Country Yanlong family. Su Ming sniffled violently. Cam. Sure enough, it smelled like cow poop mixed with Korean E. coli, confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt. Su Ming's heart was filled with contempt, and the VIPs attending the auction near him were also instantly moving around to avoid contact with this goods. Probably 1% of the reason was to dislike the strong smell that he couldn't hide, while 99% of the reason was to despise his lowly bloodline. Including Su Ming, they were also in intense contempt. Yes, he wasn't a bloodline supremacist, but any sane person would despise the Inferno Dragon family to no end. Even if the other party possessed a gifted dragon bloodline, there were whispers all around. Wow, it's that infamous most inferior dragon blood family yet. What's the point of coming to our dragon kingdom to spread their wildness? Shoo, keep your voice down. People are certainly very disgusting, but they breathe fire, so be careful you get made into a human curry. The Inferno Dragon roaring family is the typical the one who steals the hook is punished. The one who steals the country is the vassal. Don't care how people's dragon bloodline came to be. Just ask if you can do it in your place, right? Ha. We really can't do it. Facing a female Inferno Dragon. I simply can't be tough and it's also the expert of the other Elephant Kingdom who can actually lay his hands on it. It's an open secret. Where did the so-called dragon bloodline of the Roaring Dragon family come from? It was a family of professionals from the Elephant Kingdom. And after capturing a female Western dragon, the lizard interest in their bloodline kicked in. So, on the dark of the moon, they took turns herding the poor dragon, and for the next 6 months, kept imprisoning and herding all the time. Somehow, the reproductive barrier was eventually broken, and the dragon gave birth to a child of dragon descent, which grew up to be named the Dragon Roar family. The most heinous and vile bloodline in history was born, reviled by all because they were descended from the dragon traders. But after 3 generations, they're grandchildren of the new generation of dragon descendants. Think elders make mistakes have nothing to do with me, and the child as innocent children also have the right to live. So whitewashed, instead of claiming to be the noble descendants of the dragon's blood, with the dragon to rape the dragon to get the bloodline of the dragon for the glory in the Elephant Country. He was honored and prospered in the Elephant Kingdom. What kind of look is that? Prince Starla burst into a rage. Lowly Dragon Kingdom summoner. Are you thinking of our ancestors in your head? Pust. The travelers around them didn't hold back and burst out laughing. So this kid knows exactly what other people are thinking. 2 assholes, what are all laughing at? Do you want to witness the might of the Inferno Brilliant Dragon? Stara, who prided himself on being a prince, glared at everyone angrily and smiled proudly and coldly. Don't think that I won't beat you all up just because the law doesn't punish you. Those who dared to offend the dignity of our Yan Huanglong roaring family ended up rotting into a pile of stinking in the Ganges River water. You lowly mudbloods. Su Ming, Chen Mengmeng, Zhao Muyu. No, is this one simply sick in the head? Or is it true that the Inferno Dragon roaring family's education would still have words like mudblood in it? Their family education treasures. Are they entertainment novels from the olden times? Su Ming couldn't help but attach his ear and whisper to the ladies. I remember when I was a child, the old era movie adaptation I watched, which seemed to be called Harry Potter Big, contained discrimination against the ungifted, and scornfully called those who couldn't learn magic as mudbloods. Zhao Muyu? Goddamn Harry Potter Big. Chen Mengmeng also rolled her eyes furiously. Do you men just like big ones and fantasize about them every day? Yeah, what's the problem? Su Ming scratched his head in confusion. Big is good. Big is beautiful. Isn't this a universal truth? Wasn't it because of this book's title that this book exploded all over the world? Roll nah. Prince Starla, who was ignored, burst into a rage. You ungrateful little mudblood, biting my future wife's ear in front of me. Ha, I'm going to apply to go to the Fengdu Arena. Death athletics with you. I don't even know you. Don't bite everyone like a mad dog, okay? Su Ming was almost annoyed by this bastard's irrationality, and was also amused by the other party's dogfight. I say, buddy, who's buddies with you? Just you? You also have dragon blood? Starla immediately interrupted Su Ming's words and dismissed them with disdain. Alright, descendant of a treacherous dragon criminal, as a second-ranked professional, you actually have the face to challenge me. An untransformed 17th ranked professional? How can you say that? Su Ming sneered disdainfully. Or perhaps you just dared to safely and boldly roar out the words death rodeo after confirming that I hadn't been transferred? The hallowed Inferno Dragon roaring family is so cowardly. Today you dared to extend an invitation to me for a death match. may I ask? Tomorrow are you going to break into my Dragon Kingdom kindergarten and say that you want to beat up 100 future warriors of the Dragon Kingdom? His pungent mockery caused all the VIPs of the auction house to cry out. Coupled with the fact that the dragons wanted to come to loathe the elephants, they had joined together to rage against the bastard. Second order beating zero order. What an eye-opener. Next time, His Excellency, the Prince of the Inferno Dragon Roar, is afraid that he'll break into the hospital's sterile room, scream madly at a bunch of test tube babies, and then laugh at us dragons for not daring to talk back. Alas, I'm now afraid that in the dead of night, after I've finished casting my spell, Prince Starla will storm into my bedroom and laugh at my sticky toilet paper, mocking the 300 million of us dragons as cowards. The elephants have always been such bullies, specializing in finding high school students to pick on. But if this young man was a band student, all it took was a glare and Stara was on her knees begging for mercy. After all, the dragon bloodline comes from iniquity, and it's rumored that the female inferno dragon that was harmed, on her deathbed, put a blood curse on them, so they're all sick in the head. Chapter 89, Drops. E. coli exceeds the standard. Starla, this is the Fengdu auction house. If you want to be wild, go back to your elephant kingdom. Aren't you afraid of your father's chastisement for being such a disgrace? Finally, a Fengdu auction house's Chen clan 4th-ranked professional arrived late, chopping his head against Stara's high-intensity foam astral output. Article 13 of the Fengdu auction house's rules. It is written very clearly that one should never pick a fight or provoke a fight here, and you actually have the cheek to start a deathmatch against a 0-ranked untransfigured person. How are you good at that? Why don't we just compare our age sizes, and the loser will just disembowel themselves? How about that? The 4th-ranked professional sneered at Starla. The arrogant dragonborn prince was reprimanded and curled up into a ball. Not because the other man's words made sense, he'd never been a reasonable man anyway. Rather, it was because every time that 4th-ranked professional uttered a word, the dragon spirit phantom behind him spewed out a sheet of sparks, and the other party's dragon might roared to life, pressing down on Starla in a cold sweat, which meant that the other party was a dragon descent exclusive profession, High Dragon Lords. Even though Starla boasted of being a dragonborn prince, his profession was only Inferno Dragon Mage, and he was inherently short in front of the High Lords. I'm sorry, esteemed VIP user Mr. Su Ming. The reason why I'm late is because I was rummaging through the box looking for a very special notebook. The strong 4th-ranked professional collected her terrifying dragon might, removed her helmet, and took the armor back into the item bar, and it was clearly a top-tier big muscular bully with muscles churning out, and arms so strong that they were comparable to Su Ming's 3 legs bundled together, and 8-pack abs that could kill a god. Just call me Sister Chen Cece. The other party looked at Su Ming in a very friendly manner, with little red hearts flashing in her eyes. I own the 17th level fan card of your live room, little Susu, yet, or your room manager. I was busy with work today, so I only blocked 128 little black people. I'm sorry, I'll double the blocking tomorrow. Make sure to keep our live room full of good fans and little white people. Su Ming. Oops, it's a little awkward being chased by fans offline. Chen Cece was obviously twice as old as Chen Meng and Chen Sugar Candy, which was unusual because Dragon Slayer Chen Jingxian had been a household name as a playboy 50 years ago, and his ability to reproduce had not diminished over the years, with sons and daughters ranging from 1-year-old to 60 years old. What can only be described as a crackling cubing machine. Thanks a lot. Su Ming was very conscious of being a netizen and immediately revealed a smile from his heart, shaking hands with Chen Cece. Thank you, MS. Cece. I feel like I'm not even as attentive to the live broadcast room as you guys. Trouble. Just, why is it that I'm obviously not on air, and there are still little black people jumping up and down in the live room? What do they figure? Chen Cece immediately forgot all about the auction house affairs and the paralyzed Prince Starla on the ground, and said with a serious face, Live streamer, I suspect that our opponents have sent in the water army, wanting to turn our live streaming room into an abstract live streaming room and make a mess. You burst into popularity too quickly. Our fanbase isn't loyal enough. It hasn't been purified yet, and it still lacks combat power. So the opponents want to take advantage of your unstable foundation and directly destroy our pop-up atmosphere. I think you need to have that broker of yours who eats free food and doesn't do anything. Hire some more professional housekeepers who normally block certain stinky pop-ups in seconds to maintain the live broadcast environment. Chen Cece's words were full of top-notch professionalism. Although you're relying on the whole ruthless live right now, you've attracted a large number of fans, but the live broadcast can't always be ruthless work. Most of the time is a bland daily life. So, that's when fan loyalty is tested. Su Ming glanced at Zhao Mayu with emotion. Well nah, my manager used to come from a secretarial background. It doesn't match up with the entertainment industry. It's indeed a bit amateurish. If it wasn't for the fact that you are in a high position, being the manager of Fengdu Auction House, I would really want to pry into the corner and hire you as it. That's not good. As a fan, You have to keep a distance from your idol. Otherwise it's easy for your idol aura to be disillusioned. Especially you can't work for the idol. Otherwise when the time comes the dispute over wages will be super troublesome. Chen Zimo, despite being a fierce woman with exploding muscles, spoke with a feminine flavor, which could only be described as very contrasting. It was only after finishing the matter of the live broadcast room that Chen Zimo made a stern face and glared at the shriveled Starla. Hey, you came to Thingdu auction house and harassed my sister. What do you intend to do? Don't think that the Yanlong family is very powerful and invincible. But in the world, it's only a third-rate level. Our Dragon Slayer family. In which aspect does it not crush you? Even in the degree of lust, my father alone can win over your entire male clan. That's right. The entire population of the Yanlong clan doesn't even multiply as much as daddy alone. Chen Ming and Chen Sugar Candy nodded in unison in agreement. Su Ming, Zhao Muyu, they both looked at each other, fearing that the next thing Starla would retort was our ancestors dared to sun lizards. Then the three sisters scornfully replied, you think my father wouldn't dare? Of course. Thankfully they weren't this naive after all. Starla hurriedly stood up and took out an ornament with a smile. I recently acquired a rather exquisite ornament in the world copy, Kingdom of Divine Beasts, and would like to present it to Miss Chen Ming. As you are well aware, the elders of our two great clans are looking forward to us being able to marry each other. The bloodline of the Inferno Brilliant Dragon and the Fire Saint Dragon might be able to interbreed to produce a higher level of dragon blood nobility. Moreover, because our body temperatures are both 55 degrees on a daily basis, the matching compatibility is extremely high. Starla looked at Chen Ming very anxiously. The more she looked at her, the more she rejoiced, and couldn't wait to immediately have a litter of 10 draconic hatchlings with her. He took out a fine necklace with a lurch, the strong fire elemental power emphasizing its extraordinary nature. Chen Ming crossed her wasp waist, very disgusted, and took out a detector from her backpack and swept it towards the necklace. Dropping, electronic synthesized sounds ring out. Warning, E. coli exceeded. Stay away from this suspected source of rotten pork contamination. Starla was stunned on the spot. All those who were listening to the gossip were dumbfounded. Then hilarious. The farthest distance in the world is not the love between a flying bird and a swimming fish, but drops. E. coli overload. Please stay away from the fat pigs in the elephant country in front of you. Pohahahaha. AI are advising to break up. Su Ming laughed and heckled, thoroughly amused by the other party. You. Starla couldn't, and didn't dare to, lash out at Chen Zimo and Chen Ming, two ladies who were regarded as excellent scions in the Dragon Slayer family, and he could only direct all of his anger at Su Ming. Bastard, mudbloods, bottom trash. Starla frantically vented her anger and sent a duel invitation towards Su Ming's professional panel. If you have the guts, then fight me in a deathmatch. Don't say that I'm bullying the small. I can fight you in a corrective match. Do you dare? Dare. Su Ming clicked OK and accepted the invitation. Chapter 90, Temporary Broadcasting, Beheading a Second-Order Professional for Fun. Starla froze momentarily. His invitation to a duel was accepted? How dare he with the tiny untransformed scum in front of him? Su Ming said with a smile. At ease, Mr. Stara, the descendant of the dragon rapist. I'm applying to delay the duel for 2 hours. Ha, wimpy softy, you sure are scared to death. Starla immediately delayed his duel, seeing it as wimpy, scared, and already remorseful. He sneered triumphantly and looked around. Oh, it's crowded now so you're being stubborn. Later, when we enter the duel preparation room and the two of us are alone, you won't just hug my leg and ball. There are fewer people now. I'm on my knees to Grandpa Stara. Please have mercy and cancel the duel. Su Ming squinted his eyes and revealed a very helpless expression. May I ask if you are a theater master? Theater much more. Have this effort. Directly write a will. You don't even know who I, Mr. Su, am. So you dare to play the correction field with me, right? Let me tell your excellency. In the correction field, there is no gap between levels and attributes. Even if your ancestor comes, I will behead his dog's head. Ha! Starla stormed. Then let's duel immediately. You was who volunteered for a delay. Su Ming cast a sidelong glance at the other party and coldly grunted. I am in need of 2 hours to notify my fans around the globe. The third live broadcast of the Ruthless Job is already available. He finished operating his cell phone and hit publish. At the same time, all of the fans who were paying special attention to Su Ming's live broadcast all felt their phones vibrate slightly before receiving a push. Ding dong, the anchor you are following, Su Ming, has released an on-air reminder. And the new program is temporary on air. Decapitate an Inferno Dragon Mage of the Dragon Trader family for fun and enjoyment with all of you. Countdown to live broadcast, 1 hour, 59 minutes. Ha, another tough job? Fans were shocked and ran for cover. Even though Su Ming's live broadcast room was on a black screen and had yet to start broadcasting, the fans had already started chatting lively. Holy crap, what's a Dragon Trader family? The name just makes me think. For your information, the dragon rapist family is the Inferno Roar family, a top Brahmin family in the Elephant Kingdom, a proper high-caste gentry. They used a method beyond the capacity of the human imagination to acquire a dragon bloodline, and it can only be said that globally such an abstract and bizarre thing can only happen in the Elephant Kingdom. 3 minutes later, Ming showed the live broadcast reminder to Starla, and smiled lightly. Look, according to the background data, there are already 270,000 people who have subscribed to this live broadcast. Stara, I estimate that when the time comes, there will be at least 8 million viewers who will click through to the live stream to watch our deathmatch. Hopefully, you can provide me with a bit of normal program effects and help me earn more bounties. Chen Zimo smiled and gave a thumbs up. You purposely left a 2-hour period of time, so it turns out that it was to prevent the majority of the fans from noticing when the broadcast was temporarily on. I have to say, Ming, you are truly a ghost talent in the live broadcast circle, the man destined to become a super netizen. Chen Meng and Shen Sugar Candy also nodded their heads vigorously one by one like chickens pecking at rice, very much agreeing with their sister's words. Ming leisurely cradled the back of his head with both hands and said with a smile, "Come on, let's immediately browse the auction house and take down some good things that can enhance our battle power so that I can win the deathmatch later on. Sharpening the spear in the battlefield is not fast enough nah." Chen Zimo handed over a notebook with a big smile. "Just idolize you for signing my name. I'll act as a tour guide for free." Ming received the notebook, and then he understood why Chen Zimo had to rummage through the box to find it. Because it was a notebook enchanted with permanent dust avoidance and permanent cleansing, and it was densely filled with signatures by various celebrities. Ming pointed at a name and couldn't help but be somewhat flattered. "Is that the signature of His Excellency, Hand of Evil, Fernandir? How can I be so virtuous as to actually sign my name on the same page as a 6th-ranked professional?" Chen Zimo shrugged her shoulders. "Fernandir is no more powerful, but he doesn't have a divine weapon. I think that it is impossible for your future to stop at the 6th rank, and you will definitely step into the divine realm. At that time, your signature will be the top of the line collection. Blessed be." Ming signed his name with a dragon's flourish and handed it back to the notebook before striding off to find a new auction item. The shadowy Stara trailed behind them, his eyes suspicious as he couldn't help but think, Ming? Who is he? Why can he call in 8 million people to watch the battle with just one sentence? I shouldn't really lose. And die? Then, Starla saw Ming suddenly stop in front of an auction item. Hidden profession, Soul Priest, transfer card. If you have Orc blood, you can transfer to the hidden profession of Orc blood, Soul Priest. You can become a Soul Priest who rides a Kodo beast, swings a mallet and beats a Kihu war drum to enter the battlefield. Your professional skills are Aura of Slowness, Aura of Brilliance, Aura of Roar, Aura of War, Aura of Thorn Bounce, Aura of Rocky Skin and Armor, Aura of Soul Blessing, etc., etc., etc. Fengdu Auction House Advertisement. Mastering this profession, you will become the mainstay of any legion's dream. You can enchant a wide range of troops with the power of Aura. When you step into the battlefield, you are the god of war. Starting price, 500 million. Stara bristled and grunted. You're an untransformed human professional. Where did you get $500 million? Besides, it looks like you don't have Orc blood. Why are you auctioning this? You don't want to pretend to show off your wealth and bluff here, do you? Ming cast a sidelong glance at him, as if he were looking at an idiot. Is your excellency a fool who can only see immediate benefits? Invest for the long term. Think about the future. Understand? Starla sneered. That's 500 million. Ha! He saw that Ming had already raised the price to 600 million, a magnitude so large that the auctioneer from Fengdu Auction House immediately informed the entire room on the auction stage. It was true that there were currently no Orc professionals under Ming's command, but it didn't matter. He possessed the Divine Magnificence system, which could grant summoned beasts legendary words. How hard can it be to make a summoned beast have a simple Orc bloodline? As for the Soul Priest profession, it was able to enchant a large army on a wide scale, which was quite in line with the one-man army concept of the summoner profession. Therefore, sooner or later, Ming would cultivate a priest in the future. The hidden profession skill cards, however, are available, and they are all randomly dropped. If you miss this one, you may not meet it again in your life. Bye. Ming made a direct decision. He had to take this profession card. Chapter 91, the second generation of the rich fighting with my generation of the rich? There's a real one. Not for anything else. Just the Soul Priest's basic profession skill was enough to make any summoner salivate. Clear aura type skills nah. Throwing in a random skill and enchanting hundreds of summons is an explosion of value for money. Chen Zimo frowned and reminded Ming. Based on my many years of experience in the auction house, generally speaking, the transaction price of the Soul Priest transformation card tends to be around 1 billion, but occasionally, there will also be a premium of around 200 million. you have to grasp it yourself. Don't die with certain barbarian-type buyers, or buyers in desperate need. It's not worth it. Su Ming smiled. Thanks to Sister Shi for reminding me, but I'm determined to win. Don't worry, Su Ming, have prepared a cash flow of $2 billion, I must take it. He purposely raised his voice an octave so that all the surrounding auctioneers could hear him clearly, aiming to deter potential opponents and make them back off. At once, many people who would have liked to bid on it backed off. That's Su Ming. What kind of god is he? An untransformed little summoner. Opening his mouth and shutting his mouth is 2 billion. Some mystery. Zoon do fake do? None of you watch live streams or short videos. Recently bursting into flames, the group Demon Fortress, Wallbreaker, and the restorer of the summoner artifact, Carry On World. Don't look at people's pure grassroots, but the live broadcast is in full swing, with a large amount of real money in their hands. Yes? Is he determined to auction this profession card? That's for sure. According to the information checked online, Su Ming has not yet switched professions and already has 2 types of mutant summoning beasts in his hands, and since his artifact's main focus is the number of summons, it can be said that he is definitely in dire need of this profession card. Alas, Count Marty then. Sensei can't win the bidding if you don't fight with them, so why don't you do them a favor and give them a face? Most people dutifully backed away from the conversation. Su Ming, however, glanced at Prince Stara, who was getting more and more faint-hearted. Your Excellency won't try? We are already enemies who are about to form a blood feud in the deathmatch. Shouldn't you spend a little money to prevent me from successfully obtaining the resources to rise up? Starla. He wasn't stupid. He also wanted to take a shot at Su Ming and ruthlessly stifle his growth. But the funds he could currently use were only 200 million, only 1/10 of Su Ming's cash flow, and he simply couldn't take it. If you force your way out, you'll just make people laugh. Humph. You're squandering your wealth and consuming your funds on zero-boost garbage, and I'm happy to see that Baka is the only one who's standing in the way. Starla sneered with a sneer of indifference. Chen Mengmeng snorted and whispered into Su Ming's ear. Even though he is called the Dragon Descendant Prince, it is all self-appointed. Although their Inferno Dragon Roaring family is quite powerful in the Elephant Kingdom, what does it have to do with Starla? He personally has very little money at his disposal, and it's all borrowed. With a grunt, Starla tilted her head to the side and couldn't help but mutter, "Ms. Chen Mengmeng, it saddens me that you can say such icy words with your 55-degree rolling body temperature. Besides, this little white boy called Su Ming, even if he is 1,000 times better, you can only be a widow with him, and you can only marry me in the end. Only I can withstand your dragon widow's fire-like passion." This statement is a good example of which pot to call the kettle black. Su Ming snorted out a laugh. Zhao Muyu also fluttered her flowery branches. Cecilia Chen likewise couldn't help herself. Chen Mengmeng stomped her feet furiously. "I'd rather be a dragon widow than listen to your curry-flavored Mandarin every day. And I don't want to go to Elephant Country with you to smell the E. coli-smelling cow dung every day. Go back to your country and drink your gourmet paste mixed with Ganges water every day. You're delusional." And Chen Mengmeng suddenly flashed to the side of the confused Chen Sugar, winking towards Su Ming. "If we sisters are together, we can neutralize ice and fire to a normal body temperature. Oh, you only need to take us down together. Then you don't have to be afraid of anything. Oh, Su Ming, Starla." At this moment, the Soul Priest transfer card jumped once again, with the price rising to 610 million. Su Ming skimmed his lips and said thoughtfully, "Has the bidding increase started to fall back to the minimum standard of 10 million? It seems that this bidder is just testing me. Both so. Then kill the suspense." Su Ming didn't hesitate to give the other party strength. "I offer 700 million. In the middle of the day, someone else raised the bid to 710 million. Su Ming backhandedly rose to 800 million without ambiguity. This attitude of price increase reflects an undoubted ambition. Everyone clearly felt Su Ming's determination. Thus, the price of 800 million was set for the time being, and no one continued to bid. However, Su Ming did not let his guard down, because since this place was an auction house, there was the most crucial step besides the offline one-byte bidding and free bidding, auction table bidding. That's where the prices go up the most, and that's where the auctioneers get to use their 3-inch words. In an hour, this transfer card will be on the auction block. Prepare yourself well. Chen Cece reminded with a smile in her eyes, feeling heartfelt joy at her idol's big spending. This was because as the manager on duty of the auction house, she was also able to receive a portion of the draw from all the auctions that were sold. This was all to encourage the Chen clan to work diligently and earn the resources for the path of the professional themselves. Su Ming nodded his head and continued to go searching for something that could increase his instant battle power. "Look at this. When you participate in the deathmatch later on, just throw 100 of it. It's definitely capable of blowing Starla to ashes on the spot." Chen Mengmeng spared no effort in selling the fine goods from the alchemy bomb counter. Su Ming leisurely walked over to browse slightly, and his eyes nearly burst out. This thing actually can also appear in the Fengdu auction house in a dignified manner? Prince Stara, who tailed and followed him over, was also furious, his right hand shivering and pointing at the tip of Chen Mengming's nose through the air. You really want to kill your husband? That was clearly a dozen Dragon Slayer explosives. The effect is simple and violent. Damage, mega special attack against dragons, dealing 100 points of base damage, plus additional damage of spirit power x10. Damage type, physical. Damage range, 20 meter radius circular area. Usage, throwing. Mana consumption, 0 points. The only slight disappointment is the damage type, which is actually physical. As we all know, dragons have always had thick skin and thick flesh, and dragon scales are one of the necessary materials for legendary shields and legendary armor. Therefore, the physical armor of the dragons was quite tough, which made these Dragon Slayer blasts slightly less useful. However, the Dragon Slayer explosive bomb is still considered to be expensive, at a whopping $500,000 apiece. One price, no haggling, no bidding. Su Ming smacked his lips, but after a slight hesitation, he still purchased 100 of them at a single price. The reason was simple. One of the artifact restoration quests he was going to do next was to complete the 10,000 demon slash achievement on the abyssal battlefield. And dragon creatures, as recognized powerful creatures, were extremely common on the abyssal battlefield. Chapter 92, How can a worm or a rat understand my vision? Whether it was the huge spectrum of demon dragons, underworld dragons, prison dragons, berserkers, ghost dragons and skeleton dragons from the abyssal camp, or the red dragons, green dragons, inferno dragons, frost dragons, summoned bone dragons, two-headed wind dragons, and other dragon species from his site's camp, it can only be said that, due to the nature of the race of dragon nature, basically there is no breeding barrier with the dragon race. All the races have spawned some variants of the dragon race, so, the Dragon Slayer blasts are incredibly effective for them. Of course, more crucial was the additional damage of these Dragon Slayer blasts' spiritual power x10, to Su Ming, whose attributes had exploded greatly. It meant thousands of additional damage, which was extremely terrifying. Not bad for 500,000 an alchemy bomb. It's a pain in the ass, but it's worth it as a killer. Using this against the enemy is simply a throwaway of money. Su Ming was a little emotional, his heart dripping blood as he looked at the $50 million he had consumed. This time, the spending of the landlord's capriciousness is not counted as the amount of money spent in the divine hero system, because the purchase of alchemy bombs does not fulfill the condition of being used to improve oneself, because there aren't any attribute boosts, or skill enhancements, or increased summons. However, Su Ming was deeply aware of the recent storm, and still decided to get a few more undercards. Gee, you've wasted this money. After Su Ming had included the 100 alchemical explosive bombs sent by the staff into the professional's backpack space, Starla suddenly laughed maniacally. Our deathmatch mode doesn't allow the use of any alchemical explosive bombs, disposable charms, or spell scrolls. It's because we're playing a correction field, and these consumable items cannot be corrected. Su Ming glanced at him with an expression of looking at a psychopath. You think I don't know this basic rule? Isn't it Article 41? Stara immediately froze, panicked to query. Sure enough, the professional dueling guidelines. Article 41 is clearly written. We do not advocate high-level professionals and low-level professionals duel. There is the suspicion of bullying the small, but if the contradiction cannot be reconciled, the only way to solve the bloody battle, we will provide a fairer correction field. However, attributes can be balanced, but consumable items cannot, so it is prohibited to carry the following items. So you're still buying? Starla couldn't help but ask. Oh, it's all due to the fact that Meng Meng never read the amendment field terms, causing brother Su Ming to waste his money. Chen Meng Meng was also very self-condemning at once, feeling that he hadn't done his part in the guide's accusations, causing him to spend $50 million of wasted money. It's a pity that people are in the way because of their bloodline and can't pay for it in the flesh. Then, tonight Meng Meng's 20 million commission. Later on all return to brother Su Ming. A lady loves money, and there is a way to take it. Her clear eyes were flooded with tears, obviously extremely distressed, but still adhering to her principles. Su Ming instantly changed his opinion of Chen Meng Meng, and considering the awkward position of the Dragon Slayer family's children, he couldn't help but smile gently. There's no harm in it. I already had plans to purchase such items, because it is indeed the most direct way to enhance the combat power. Simple and good to use, only cost money a trivial disadvantage. But 1,000 gold is worth $1,000, and there's firewood to burn to save your life, so it's quite worth the money. Then he rolled his eyes at Starla. You don't think you can use the Dragon Slayer explosive bomb against you, do you? It's $500,000 apiece. Even the top tycoons wouldn't be able to use this stuff recklessly. I'm just hoarding it for the killer. Understand? It's the same old saying, Invest in the future. Be prepared. What's more, its additional damage formula is spiritual strength x10, which means it can be used from rank 0 to rank 6, always valid, never outdated, and can grow along with the professional's attributes. This is the equivalent of 100 small growable artifacts. Understand? Su Ming's eyes towards Starla were filled with the contempt of rotten wood can't be carved. Rotten mud can't hold up the wall. And how can a worm or a rat understand the master's foresight? Starla was furious. He felt like he was being discriminated against intellectually. Moreover, just now, Starla had secretly looked up clips about Su Ming's deeds on the internet and quickly skimmed through them. The more I look at it, the more I'm amazed. The original arrogance and haughtiness was gone, replaced by a deep fear of losing one's life in a deathmatch. He still had a lot of lines of flirty female gargoyles he hadn't experienced yet, and didn't want to die. With this thought, Starla clutched his legendary great staff, and an evil thought suddenly surfaced. If I make a sudden move right now, sneak attacking this kid and seriously injuring him, wouldn't the deathmatch be cancelled? And I'd at most pay for some medical expenses. The Dragon Country's embassy wouldn't dare to make things difficult for our Elephant Country's Inferno Dragon Roaring family, right? In the next moment, Chen Meng and Chen Sugar Candy simultaneously realized that something was wrong, holding Su Ming's arms left and right, all gazing coldly at Starla, warning in unison, if you dare to act recklessly in Fengdu Auction House and assassinate Mr. Su Ming, we will activate the unlimited firing power granted by our father, and blast you to dregs. Chen Cece also faintly said, Mr. Su Ming carries a curse of destiny bestowed from the undead heavenly tribulation coronation, and once he dies, a 1-kilometer radius will be subjected to the imminent glance of the abyssal archons. Starla, if you want to die yourself, don't drag others along. What? Starla lost her voice momentarily and froze. He never thought that dueling with Su Ming would actually mean that he would die even if he lost or won. Chen Cece coldly grunted. Next time, before you have a deathmatch with someone, remember to check who the other party is. Disoriented, Starla collapsed to the ground in a flash, like the Walking Dead. Su Ming, however, had a face of relief, and was too lazy to take care of Starla. So refreshing. My left arm is wrapped by 2 hot water bags with just the right temperature, and is being warmed up. My right arm is wrapped by 2 bouncing if frozen but icy cold water bags, and is being coldly wrapped up. Is this the excitement of ice and fire? No wonder this program offered on the second floor of those clubs is popular from the old times to the era of universal transfer. Chan Meng, Candy Chan. The two of them hurriedly let go of Su Ming's arm and retrieved their full hot water bags and ice water bags. Humph, brother Su Ming. Chen Meng smiled shyly like an anime girl, her haze flying across her cheeks, but this was clearly the little chimera's desire to escape. Su Ming, however, scratched his head. You all seem to be a bit older than me. Can you not call me brother Su Ming? But we have dragon blood. We are considered half-dragon people, and our lifespans will all be around 500 years old. Chen Meng justified. Converted into your human life stage. I'm just a little lowly in the dragon race. Isn't that more exciting? Su Ming wildly rolled his eyes. Where is the hot water bag hot lowly? But it doesn't matter. I don't want to be turned into a roasted sausage by you. Let's just hurry and go buy some new things. I should also get started and deal with this Inferno Dragon Mage. Chapter 93, the third live broadcast. Launch. Saying that, Su Ming directly took out the special drone for live broadcasting from the professional's backpack bar. Cameras activated and focused on everyone. In an instant, all of the people who were paying special attention to Su Ming received to the opening reminder. Didn't the live broadcast preview say that in 2 hours, the beheading of a second-ranked professional would be broadcast live? How come it's already on air? Great. An early start. That's what makes every broadcaster a good character. Oh, heartbroken. Who are the 3 big beauties besides Su Ming Gigi? Sure enough, the ultimate destiny of internet celebrities are all grass fans? The idol aura is broken. Same time, Su Ming's enemies were the first to run to the live broadcast. It's normal. The little hacks tend to be the ones who pay more attention to the anchors than the little white fans, because hate is emotionally driven far more than likes and favors. The Ironborn Alliance. Shen Ginghong, who paid the 20 million fine and wrote a guarantee, notarized by a 6th-order professional that he would never take a shot at Su Ming in the future, quickly opened the live broadcast with hatred and anonymously insulted Su Ming, little mongoloid, causing my grandfather to lose face, lose money and lose face, and also be warned by the relevant departments. I say your immortal board. Platform system prompt. You have been house management. She is a big muscle bully. Meng Mayo been 360 days. Please pay attention to civilized speech. Do not want to lead to war, insults and key politics. Positive energy to watch the live broadcast. Shen Jinghong snorted coldly, slightly extinguishing the anger that filled him. He knew that he had just been impulsive. but his eyes were suddenly attracted by this room manager's ID, and he couldn't help but mumble to himself, Su Ming's hardcore fans, they should all be young girls, right? This one called Shishi. Since she dares to call herself a big muscle builder, she must be soaking up the gym every day. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His head fantasized about a hot body and hot pants and a short shirt revealing the navel, bumpy and slender sweating on the treadmill, perfect curves seductive. Swish, the little tent was pitched. Since Zhao Muria gave up the company compensation and left directly from the Iron Blood Alliance, Shen Jinghong's wife took the opportunity to arrange a fierce secretary for him. Before it was him who used to sneakily measure Zhao Muria's hot body with his greedy eyes when he went to work, but now it was him who often noticed the fierce secretary sneakingly measuring his own ass with his hot eyes that were as aggressive as fire. Therefore, Shen Jinghong is really tired and heartbroken, and even to a screen name on the floating, conceived a beautiful house management block small black, the result of the happy couple from mutual dislike to online love, and ultimately crazy rolling sheets, so the murder of the yellow face, dump the body in the river and eventually fight with the police detective story. At this time, his good son, Shen Zimo, poked his head in and pushed the door. Dad, great good news. Su Ming has gone crazy and is actually going to have a deathmatch with the Inferno Dragon Roaring Clan's Heavenly Pride. The Inferno Dragon Roaring family of the Elephant Kingdom? Shen Jinghong was caught in a tangle, and for a while, he didn't know exactly who to support. He prided himself on his extremely high moral standards. Zhao Muyu's fashionable and beautiful beauty, who had been dangling in front of him for so long, he had never gotten his hands dirty, and could be called a model of morality. And those scumbags of the Inferno Dragon Roaring family, giant lizards, giant dragons, giant snakes, all of them, simply the Great Rift Valley of human morality, the Great Sea Trench. However, he also hoped that Su Ming would be better off dying in a deathmatch. For a while, it was a bit of a tangle. Mystic Sanctuary Headquarters, a charity dinner initiated by Bu Himyan's mother, Wu Mangxi, is raising money. This is one of the daily projects of the high society. In order to show the goodness of the famous celebrities, they often get together for dinner, and then shell out a small sum of money and donate it to charities as a way to get preferential treatment from the government in the form of tax deductions. It's a great way to get both money and fame. Just when the dinner party was at a critical moment, Bu Himyan, who had been ordered by her mother to attend, suddenly opened her cell phone and looked at the screen with a silly smile. Wu Mingxi was aghast in her heart, and she was naturally clear about the cause because she had also anonymously paid special attention to Su Ming's live broadcast. That boy is on the air. Wu Mingxi couldn't help but want to stop her daughter's behavior, ordering her to delete the live broadcast software, continue to be her lady missy, watch less nutrient-less live broadcasts that only the underclass people love to watch, and don't get wrapped up in the trend of entertainment to death. But, beside Bu and Yen were two great ladies who also came from prestigious families, and they actually both joined her and opened Su Ming's live broadcast with gusto. Wu Mingxi pursed her lips and gave up on this action, because this social dinner, the people who came were all at least on the same level of power as the occult sanctuary, and she had no qualifications to put up a preachy stance to offend people. Himiko, your most promising and handsome admirer is on air. A delicate piggish girl, squeezing her eyebrows towards her best friend, said enviously. Wow. I still remember the words he said in front of the 20 million viewers in the live broadcast room. MS. Bu Himyan. She gave a teenager a dream that he couldn't reach. Step crimson smoke's haze flew across her cheeks. She originally did not have any extra emotions towards Su Ming, because the age gap between the two sides was large, and she had graduated from university 2 years ago, so she only treated Su Ming as an elementary school brother who had finally honed his skills after suffering, and wanted to invest in his future. But now, everyone knows she's his white moon. Yes, as the white moonlight of this top netizen. How does Himiko feel? Another engineering woman with a big grin also found this matter interesting. Don't stick to your little age gap. When a woman is 3 years old, her elder sister holds a golden brick, and when a woman is 30 years old, a rich woman delivers a river and a mountain. Nowadays, senior professionals have a long lifespan, especially Su Ming. If he inherits the mantle of the undead heavenly tribulation coronet, then he will be an immortal witch demon. So where is the age gap? In the future, when your lifespan runs out, you can let him summon you into a skeleton, retaining the fire of your soul and accompanying you for eternity. How romantic. Piggy girl's eyes were full of little stars. Bu Himyan. I think it's still a more romantic path of mechanical ascension. You can let Su Ming preserve your brain as a brain in a vat, order a few hundred cloned bodies for you, and when the time comes, use the professional's permanent preservation technique to help you maintain your brain's immortality, which is equivalent to you forever being with him at the age of 18. The femme fatale also had a big brain, Bu Himyan, and at this moment, Wu Mingxi saw several of her middle-aged girlfriends, who had also opened Su Ming's live broadcast, and they similarly scowled at her. Old Wua, last time you made a big fool of yourself. The sisters saw the shrewd you suffer defeat for the first time. It was really interesting, so they paid attention to Su Ming. Come on, let's watch his live broadcast together again. You don't need to be suspicious. It is said that women chasing men are separated by a layer of veil. If Xiao Yan is willing to pull down her face and go back to pursuing Su Ming, you'll be holding 100% grandchildren next year. Hey, come see your ride. Wu Mingxi face a black, but close friends often get along with each other so often, will eventually get along with the loss of friends, each other to reveal each other's shortcomings, each other to make fun of each other. Chapter 94, Global Water Friends, who wrote your script? It's too fake. Wu Mingxi was pulled to sit down by her middle-aged girlfriends as if she were on pins and needles. On their cell phones, all of them were clear of the Fengdu auction house, and they were obviously all in Su Ming's live broadcast. This kid has developed. He can actually go live at the Fengdu auction house. I remember that the threshold of entry is several $100 million in cash, right? An auntie with long wavy hair lamented. I heard that he started from nothing. His parents died when he was very young, and he was only able to finish his studies with a student allowance. As a result, only in the blink of an eye, which is less than 3 months. Right, people actually made it to the top in one step, from the poor third generation to the rich generation. What a powerful young man. The girlfriends have been squeezing their eyebrows at Wu Mingxi. No, people have divine artifacts when they haven't been transferred. You actually still dislike it. What's the matter? You want to find Himonian a top-tier rich second generation born with a divine artifact? Wu Mingxi got a little red warm. Although she knew that her girlfriends did not mean any harm and were purely flirting with her, she couldn't help but feel a ghost in her heart, and she simply regretted it. She could only barely maintain her expression and smirk. And at this moment, Su Ming in the live broadcasting room spoke. Hey, welcome to all the fans around the world to the Summoning Master's live broadcasting room. I didn't have a live broadcast plan for this day, but naturally, a very explosive and stupid thing happened that should be very effective live. So I casually opened the broadcast to show you all a good time. My original intention was to come to the Fengdu auction house and purchase something that could enhance my strength. After all, I have to complete the magical restoration quest as soon as possible. He shrugged his shoulders and sighed. But as we all know, given that I carry the curse of fate, which is equivalent to a humanoid self-propelled box egg, once I die a violent death from a sudden cerebral hemorrhage / anorexia of stupidity / too much eye booger, etc., or if I am karma'd by a mysterious assassin, there won't be an inch of grass left in a radius of 1 kilometer. And all of them will receive one instant death glance from the Abyssal Maharaja. Therefore, the ruler of Fengdu, the Dragon Slayer family, sent out 2 personal bodyguards to prevent me from dying in their territory. Su Ming smiled and gave the camera to the 2 sisters, hot pants and short shirt, full of youthful vigor. Chen Mengmeng immediately fluttered her slender eyelashes and appeared in front of the camera with full of vitality. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Mengmeng, a common beauty girl, dragon warrior. Please teach me more. The scarlet fiery dragon tattoo hidden on her long pale white legs proved her profession. Wrapped in the magician's robe, skin wins the snow. The beauty is shocking. Clear crystal eyes emanating a lazy sleepy Chen sugar, but also quite socially frightened to the camera to say hello. Nervous appearance extraordinarily lovable. Hi, I'm Sugar. Frost magic dragon mage. The twin sisters look somewhat similar, but they are each beautiful in their own way, and they are both stunning on Earth. But what is most striking is their professions and origins. The audience exploded. Wow, the Dragon Slayer family's millennials. Su Ming, you're not allowed to lay a hand on Meng Meng and Sugar Candy. I declare that they are already my wives. Alas, meeting the 783rd and 784th girls you want to guard for life at the most powerless age. Student parties are so desperate. No, are hidden professions so abundant that they're all over the place now? Another dragon warrior. Another frost demon dragon mage. Is this the energy of a top-tier mansion? I want to join the family backwards. Su Ming snorted and rolled his eyes. Don't even bother people. And don't even private message me to ask for their contact information. Because there's no point. I'm going to be straight with you guys. No man can afford to enjoy this kind of sexual bliss. Did you see the magic tattoos on Meng Meng's legs and Sugar's arms? That's the sign of the awakening of the dragon bloodline. He took out an infrared thermometer from his backpack bar and swept it towards Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugar Candy. Drops. Today's temperature is 55 degrees. Please go to the emergency room immediately. Drops. Today's temperature is minus 18 degrees. Please do not scan the refrigerator with this thermometer. Thank you, Waterman. This. Miss Chen Mengmeng is so burning. Her flaming red lips can directly burn my face and melt my heart. Pure physics. Is this called only to be seen but not touched? Now that I've read and understood the middle school language Irene, it's only to be looked at and not touched. So Sugar really is a frosty beauty in the physical sense. Su Ming glanced at the pop-ups for a few moments and realized that everyone had cleared their minds. Very satisfied, very good. But water friends, there really is a scumbag that doesn't fear being turned into a roasted sausage by Ms. Chen Ming, and is hell-bent on marrying and merging with her. He, the male lead of our third opening. Allow me to make a grand introduction, Stara Inferno Dragon Roar. The descendant of the Elephant Kingdom's famous dragon rapist family, a powerful, Inferno Dragon mage. He colorfully retold all of Starla's lines and said with great emotion, "Water friends, I didn't tell a single lie. I didn't add a single word of oil or vinegar. Everything is pure retelling. Tell me, how in the world can there be such a person and such a drama unfolding? What I encountered today, even if it's a third-rate internet writer, he wouldn't dare to write like this. It's simply absurd." Su Ming sighed long and hard, but unfortunately, this is reality. Web novels need to be plausible, and when portraying a villain, one needs to be able to logically make his behavior make sense to readers so that they don't call out. Silly beeping authors don't have any life left to simply chew on lighters, but reality doesn't require any rationalization. A dumb beep with a brain like Starla just barged into my life unprepared, forcing me to accept his deathmatch invitation and turn on the live streaming software. Su Ming was helpless. The audience in Dragonland also found it absurd. Seriously? Is this a script for you? But you should at least find a second-rate level paragraph writer to write it. It's too fake, brother. I don't believe there can be such a stupid villain in the world, and his lines are so toxic. You didn't write them yourself, did you? I was straight up pissed off. Not quite like acting, brothers. I looked up Stara Inferno Dragon Roar on the internet. This is the second-in-line heir of the Inferno Dragon Roar family. It's impossible for Su Ming to hire this kind of big shot to be an actor, right? The audience from the Elephant Country, however, refuted it. What are the tastes of your dragon audience? Is this fake? This is not very real and very common face? Our country, this high caste rich second generation, is a lot. Every day is this year and where is it strange? After all, they are noble kshatriyas, and although you, Su Ming, have some fame, you don't have any caste, and you're still a faithless person, belonging to the lowest class of pariahs. Is there anything wrong with people Prince Stara speaking to you like this? Chapter 95, The Holy Church abandons the Dragon Slayer clan as if it were their own. Don't be ungrateful. When Prince Starla eats with the cows, you can only crouch in the corner with your bowl and sit with the dog at the bottom of the table. Understand? You're not even qualified to eat at the table. You're no better than a cow. What's wrong with a great nobleman talking to you like this? It's already very cultivated. The Elephant Country audience reacted strongly and truthfully, silencing the rest of the globe. You guys really aren't strings? Let's see your IP addresses. Holy crap, they really are all Elephant Country viewers. So it's just us who are alone? Su Ming muttered, somewhat skeptical of life, scratching his head fiercely. Alright, dude is kind of taut. The country is different. I can't really comment on it. I can only respect it, understand it, wish it well, and then slash him hard in the deathmatch later. He rolled his eyes and said, a high caste lord. I'd like to see if the honored status will bring him back to life in place when I slice his neck with the slice of a big knife in an hour. I have an old Dragon Kingdom saying to share with the Elephant Kingdom's netizens. Would the king and his vassals rather have seed? Well said. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom nodded their approval. Go brother Su Ming. Chen Meng smiled brightly. If you win against that asshole, I'll warm your bed tonight. That's really warming the bed. Simply hot nest. The corners of Su Ming's mouth twitched. 55 degrees of lustful happiness. We can't afford it, Meng. We can only say thank you for the love. Really don't keep thinking about this sausage of mine. For the time being, I really don't have any intention of making it into a roasted sausage. The audience in the live broadcast room burst out laughing, and the dirty joke he said could be understood by any audience of any culture and any race across the globe. After all grilled sausages are on a stick. It's okay, before coming father said, if you want to marriage, can let our sisters together to marry you. Otherwise why is our sisters come together in? Just ice and fire and. Chen Meng said with a sweet smile, Count Marty, I don't want to commit bigamy. Su Ming hurriedly waved his hand. It won't be Chen Sugarplum corrected in a serious manner. Brother Su Ming, Fengdu City is one of the limited number of places in Dragon Kingdom where one can legally marry many wives. This is a special autonomous city. After all, we have to respect the bloodline and nature of our Dragon Slayer family. We can't say that my father, who has married over 100 aunts, has broken the law. After all, he is the hero who single-handedly defended the Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon and prevented the 17th layer of the Abyss, Evil Dragon Kingdom, from invading the Dragon Kingdom. Su Ming, may I ask what are the conditions for settling down in Fengdu City? He waved his hand in a serious manner, and said with special innocence, I definitely don't want to marry more than one. It's purely because I yearn for the city of necromancers. Believe me, Waterman, Meng Chen and Candy Chen. At this time, Chen Zimo interjected. If you are truly willing to marry Meng Meng and Sugarplum, our Dragon Slayer clan will absolutely agree 100%. Father once authorized me to arrange some thrilling little accidents for you in this city, and then let Meng Meng and Sugarplum stage a heroine rescuing a beautiful man scene, so as to heat up your relationship. Moreover, Father's intention is not for you to join the family, it's just that he purely admires you and wants to marry the two of them to you. As a dowry, we promise to use our resources and connections to help you complete 2 divine artifact restoration tasks for free, Chen Zimo said with a beaming smile. The water boys were in an uproar. No, what kind of virtue does this kid Su Ming have? Is this what happens when an old husband looks at his son-in-law? The more he looks at him, the more delighted he is? I didn't expect that after only a few days, Su Ming would be joining a wealthy family, climbing up to a rich woman, and ascending to the pinnacle of his life from now on. What makes me more jealous and sour than marrying a rich woman is marrying 2 rich women at the same time. The joy is super doubled belonging to yes. Su Ming couldn't help but scratch his head, looking somewhat blankly at the 2 beauties with dragon bloodline by his side. No, why does your excellency Chen Jingqiu think so highly of me? I grew up living a difficult life, and honestly didn't feel much kindness from the world. The conditions given by the Dragon Slayer family are too favorable. I would like to ask, what is the price? Price? Chen Zimo asked blankly. We climbed up to you. Why do we need you to pay a price? Father didn't even want to accept a dime of the bride price. Aren't you underestimating yourself? You are the known sole heir of the undead heavenly tribulation coronet. He's much stronger than even Father. Father hasn't slain as many dragons in his lifetime as the coronet has in his legions of bone dragons. Besides, Chen Zimo said with a straight and solemn face, Father has also been chanting, saying that all the great prophecy techniques have shown that the coronet is not dead. Sooner or later, he will return from the abyss. At that time, you will be his only relative on this planet. Once a teacher, always a father. Global waterman. Holy crap. Since His Excellency the Dragonslayer said it, the news is 99% true. So it turns out that the undead heavenly plague coronet is really not dead. After Su Ming inherited this mantle, he's really developed awe. Even the Dragon Slayer clan is willing to fall back on 2 stunning dragonesses. Alas, people are more angry than people. Think about it. When that old hag from the third-rate power mystic sanctuary actually publicly humiliated Su Ming, never agreeing to let him get close to Bu Himyan. As a result, people's first-rate power, the Dragon Slayer clan, directly backed up the 2 major beauties, and also both are hidden professionals. Both have powerful Dragon Clan talents, and will definitely be the top virtuous assistants for raider copies in the future. Mystic Sanctuary. Wu Mingxi and her old girlfriends all saw the Dragon Slayer clan's gesture of goodwill and solicitation towards Su Ming, as well as the pop-ups that taunted more than just ridiculed the mystic holy church. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to speak. Even the person who usually loved to joke the most was clear that this was not the time to poke Wu Mingxi's sore spot. Chen Jingqiu directly married off 2 powerful young ladies whose face value was each different from that of Bu Himyan's. Moreover, one of them was a dragon warrior and the other a frost demon dragon mage, which were even stronger in terms of occupation, and they had obviously been considered a meat shield system warrior professional. An output and control of the ice mage, our very match with the summoner, belonged to the oil profession. With this kind of love, the sincerity can break through the sky. Old girlfriends can't help but think, this is, perhaps, really a gap in vision and vigor. After all, when the initial Scarlet Smoke signed Su Ming's so-called S-class contract, netizens have been raked out. A year is only 200 million, or 10 years of long-term contract and Su Ming obviously loved Bu Himyan. At that time when he was live streaming, the smile on his face was almost overflowing the screen, and he practically ran his ass off to find Wu Mingxi to sign the contract. Who had thought that just a few days between Qianquan reversed, inverted the Big Dipper. Chapter 96, My heart is shaped like a durian. 200 million to sign a future top summoner who carries an artifact. That was simply the perfect business that was a sure thing. After all, being able to hook up with the undead heavenly tribulation coronet, it wasn't possible to say that someday the strongest summoner in history would return from the abyss, and instantly allow Su Ming to step onto the path of ascending to the gods. That was the dragon son-in-law that Bu himself had the good fortune of picking up for nothing in his 3 lifetimes. It turned out to be stirred up by Wu Mingxi in the worst way possible, and even offended people badly. Wu Mingxi was expressionless. This strong woman, who was usually the most eloquent and long-sleeved, didn't say a word, as if she was a clay statue, and she couldn't help but look at Bu Xiangyan in the corner. No way. You can't just sit back and wait. Himiko, Piggy Girl's best friend, hurriedly reminded her. Men are all visual creatures and will only fall in love with the person in front of them. That's why there's an old saying that says, meetings are 3 times more affectionate. You'll have fewer and fewer chances to come into contact with Su Ming in the future, and sooner or later you'll lose him. That Chen Meng, with her seductive face, and that Chen Sugar were also masters in the art of capturing people. There's a high probability that the two of them will take Su Ming down. Yes, Su Ming is a well-behaved schoolboy, who had previously always attended the Northern Liang Academy and had absolutely no experience in love. As a result, Chen Jingqiu directly sent out one ice and one fire, two flavorful and luxurious ladies to rate him. Just tell me, what kind of man can stand up to this kind of test? The lady's best friend also solemnly warned Bu Himyan, if I were you, I must take the initiative and take advantage of the fact that your first impression of the white moonlight is still lingering in his mind to directly take him down and get a license to get married. Bu Himyan's cheeks fluttered with color. What are you talking about? We haven't even exchanged more than 3 times. You all are too utilitarian. Su Ming and I don't like political unions. That's why we're able to be friends and feel compatible with each other. Wow, the love affair. Oh, so envious of this sweet relationship between husband and wife. Sure enough, just as Bu Himyan said, Su Ming politely declined the Dragon Slayer clan's good intentions. I'm sorry, although I feel that with Meng and Sugar Candy's beauty, it's really hard to refuse, but after gritting my teeth, being ruthless, and slapping myself another 500 times in my heart, I finally calmed down and must politely decline this marriage. Oh, could it be that you still want to hitch another ride on me? Chen Zimo frowned, a little annoyed, and immediately tensed her whole body's muscles, displaying her King Kong Barbie's large abs and brawny pecs. You're going a little too far. Oh. How can we have 3 women serving one husband? Put. Su Ming directly sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. Mind blast. Blood -10. Countless drinking milk tea, drinking coke, drinking coffee, drinking Lafite, drinking Moutai water friends, also suffered the old crime, all sprayed all over the floor, walls and tables. The so-called dragon bloodline was half human, half dragon, and since there were Chen Meng, Chen Sugar Candy, and other bloodlines that had evolved in the direction of the human race, there was bound to be Chen Zimo's kind that had evolved in the direction of the dragon race. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend. Su Ming was particularly innocently coy. I'm still relatively green, relatively innocent, relatively young, and still relatively convinced that destined people will end up together, and that soulmates should be in love with each other. Instead, they should be directly coupled with the most abject exchange of benefits. I support you, brother Su Ming. Chen Sugar Candy hugged his arm, her delicate and dreamy face nodding slightly. But if you don't end up finding a soulmate, Sugar Candy will still be here waiting for you. Alright. Chen Meng did not insist, but only skimmed her lips. Actually, you're thinking too much. My father can marry over 100. Why can't you? You can marry our sisters first, and then slowly look for your true love. There is no delay at all. It's like our father. He has always put his aunts in his heart, and hasn't alienated them because of too much. Su Ming? Oh, I see. Su Ming snapped out of it. So it turns out that His Excellency Chen Jingqiu's heart is in the shape of a durian, with each of the heart tips standing on top of each other, and he just has a bit too many heart tips. The waterbenders roared with laughter, finding the analogy absolutely brilliant. The 3 sisters of the Chen family similarly laughed and pounded their chests, shaking their flowery branches. Po-ha-ha-ha-ha, actually daring to flirt with me. You kid really has guts. At this moment, above the dome, a black-feathered demonic dragon arrived instantaneously, spitting out human words. Its feathers cover the sky and the moon. Its dragon power is neutral and mellow, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. Visible power is extremely restrained, controlled to the peak. In the next second, the demonic dragon transformed into human form, and all the dragon scales turned into his close-fitting soft armor, avoiding going naked. Chan Jingqiu, the master of Fengdu Ghost City, the famous dragon slayer, clapped his hands from the firmament, stepped on the transparent steps of the void, and slowly walked down. I wanted to come and see with my own eyes, the most prominent young man on the global scene right now. He held a very personable smile, and smoothly made a greeting towards his live camera. Hi there, global viewers, this is Dumas, the first Dumas in the history of the human race. The rest of my life, please teach me. No, sorry, I'm used to saying love words, please forgive me. After all, if you also have more than 100 women need to be coaxed, surely you will also be a slip of the tongue, right? I'll correct it, please teach me more. Waterman, see the giant man. His Excellency the Dragonslayer is so sassy that my old lady would like to join your family. Handsome, is this the fierce man who defended the 17th floor of the Abyss, Evil Dragon Kingdom, all by himself? It makes sense for the Dragon Kingdom to change the law for you. After all, promiscuity isn't your fault. It's only the dragon bloodline that's to blame. Su Ming hurriedly bowed respectfully. Honorable Dragon Slayer, I am truly honored. Almost everyone in the Fengdu auction house stroked their chests and bowed, with the exception of a few truly great men who only nodded slightly. Chen Jingqiu also returned the salute towards the crowd and laughed. You are the heir of the undead heavenly tribulation coronation. someone who is destined to step into the divine level club with us in the future. There is no need to be polite. But in the end, I'm not, yet. Su Ming shook his head. I'm just a late bloomer. Very good, very polite. Then I'm more than willing to entrust Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugar Candy to you. Shen Zimo admonished with a serious face. The essence of human beings is to survive and reproduce. This sentence was said by Mr. Engels, the sage of the olden times. I believe in it very much and carry it out physically. The audience couldn't help but think, well, you follow through too thoroughly, and entrusting Mo and Sugar to you fulfills both requirements. A parent's love daughter should be planned far and wide for the sake of it. That's why I want to brazen this old face and ask you to accept them. Su Ming scratched his head, but we've only met for the first time today. How can there be a direct flash marriage? Besides, it's impossible for the two of them to fall in love with me directly. There's simply no reason for them to be willing to marry me. Yes. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugarplum once again hugged his arms left and right. Hot water bags and ice water bags come at the same time. Chapter 97, The Great Science of Resurrection. To be honest, Su Ming felt a little fluttery. His expression was a little coy, really enjoying the feeling of being valued and pulled in by the big shots, but flattered. And yet, there was some suspicion that it was unmerited and inexplicable. So, he frowned very cautiously and looked at the ice and fire twins of the Dragon Slayer clan. What's the reason? Because, you are the destined person that our mother foresaw in the great prophecy technique enlightenment. Chen Mengmeng replied decisively. Ha, you must have a fever. Actually believing in the superstitious nonsense of witches. Su Ming instinctively reached out to test the temperature of her snowy forehead. Ouch, it's hot hot hot. Told you that your brain is burnt out. Humph. Looking around, are you shy? Chen Mengmeng crossed her waist and winked her beautiful eyes narrowly. You know best that my body temperature is 55 degrees. Chen Sugar also said weakly. In the great prophecy spell's image, it was you, brother Su Ming, who sacrificed his life and stepped forward to defend us against the Shadow Evil Dragon King's forbidden spell, saving our sisters' lives. Chen Mengmeng picked up the conversation. So, that's a very simple truth. If we weren't your wives, wouldn't you have gone and shaken the full force of the Abyss 17th floor Great Lord strike? Wouldn't that be looking for death? What's more, you would thus be missed by the King of Shadow Evil Dragons, eternally locked by it and launching a sneak attack at any time. You must be particularly fond of us for paying such a grueling sacrifice. I don't believe it. Su Ming found it very absurd. The 9 years of compulsory education for professionals that I have received since I was a child have all told me, the witch's glass balls are in no way believable, and the so-called fate faction spells are purely feudal superstitions. The only believable ones are the phosphorus fire and ice crystals released by their magic brooms. Chen Jingcho's lips curled slightly. Well, the witch's words really can't be trusted. For example, she reminded me this morning that I should avoid Longpan Street, take the underground tunnel, and head to the third office building to deal with the abyssal defense line, which concerns the safety of all mankind. I took it at face value, and it turned out that she had fooled me by divining that there would be 3 of my female admirers waiting to see me on Longpan Street today, and they all happened to be my favorite type of big Yankees again. Ugh, wife number -3. Ha, women. His Excellency the Dragonslayer looked up to the sky and sighed. Su Ming, waterman. However, in your case, her divination is extremely credible. Chen Jingcho directly took out a miniature projector and projected the 2 contrasting clips on the wall. Everyone immediately looked at the picture, which was split into 2 parts, one left and one right. The left side shows the 998th divination of the fate of my good little girls. Starting record, April 19th. Sunny, no interruptions, I'm in good shape, credibility around 20% to 40%. The right side shows the 999th fate divination for Mo and Sugar. Beginning record, May 17th. Rain, no interruptions, I'm in excellent shape, credibility 45% to 55% plus. Apparently, this video is a comparison of the results of 2 divinations. A beautifully slender right hand covers the crystal ball and lifts the fog of destiny. One left and one right helicopter presented the same image. Over the city of Fengdu, a terrifying, deep, dark, pitch-black shadow evil dragon, perched high in the sky. Its body was tens of thousands of miles long, filling the firmament visible to the field of vision, rustling and writhing like a track, while its main body was opening its bloody mouth wide, swallowing shadows in all directions. The citizens of Fengdu, like a wheat field struck down by hail, one by one, planted themselves on the ground, their shadows all transformed into bizarre demons with teeth and claws, converging into the mouth of the king of shadow evil dragons, causing its shadow to grow thicker and thicker. It laughed morosely and uttered a stone-cold sentence. Chan Gingcho, those who swim well drown in the water. Those who slay dragons fall in the dragons. You are finally dead. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers were dumbfounded, especially the water friends of the Dragon Kingdom, who only felt their scalps go numb because the amount of information in this sentence was too much and too scary. His Excellency Chen Jingqiu was killed in battle? Is there a risk of spillover from that natural copy that Fengdu City has suppressed for more than 100 years? The Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon? The eyes aren't blind, are they? Hasn't the prophecy screen already spilled over? Having lost the Guardian, the Shadow Evil Dragon is 80% going to slaughter the city. The tragic scene recorded in history textbooks will be repeated in the prophecy. No, this is the prophecy paradox, and the fundamental reason why the fate-based spells are being questioned. Since it was predicted that His Excellency Chen Jingqiu would die at the hands of the Shadow Evil Dragon, then why not simply transfer a post? Letting Dragon Slayer Chen Jingqiu guard Beiliang City and transferring Wind-Slashing Sword Chen Xuani to sit in Fengdu City. Wouldn't that bypass the established destiny? A lot of little wizened waterbenders that have found a way to crack it. And Chen Jingqiu's dragon vision was extremely strong. Clearly seeing all the pop-ups in Su Ming's live broadcast, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Alas, water friends, nah, your power level is still too low. Don't howl in mourning first, and don't think about organizing a state funeral to commemorate me. You guys don't think that I can't be resurrected after I die, do you? Don't underestimate the depths of an extremely powerful person. I'll casually give you 2 examples of resurrection means haha. For 1, I can use the soul box and transform into a necromantic creature, a dragon witch demon, then pick up my bones and piece them together into a full humanoid form, then use the flesh-making scroll to cover my skeleton with human flesh and skin. A freshly baked corpse was born. Eventually I cast soul occupation to manipulate this corpse. Wouldn't that be equivalent to reincarnation? Chen Jingqiu shrugged his shoulders. Think about it, this brand new Chen Jingqiu too. He has my original soul, complete memories. His bones are also drawn back from the original corpse and belong to the originals, and the flesh creation technique also generates flesh and blood and skin based on the DNA of the bones, which means that its genetic material is generally the same as mine. Then isn't it me? The water boys froze. Yeah, biologically speaking, there's hardly any difference between the two of you, same as a clone, so there is such a thing as resurrection. Learned. May I ask the giant, what is soul box? Where do I start? Can you put up a shopping link? Su Ming coughed. Soul box is a dark gold level rare treasure, capable of dropping from demigod level witch demon bosses, with a global output of roughly 3 to 5 each year, all with a transaction price of around 5 billion. Water friends who have the need for rebirth are advised to seed it and add it to their shopping cart. Waterman. Chen Jingqiu smiled and said, water friends who can't afford a soul box, don't panic. I have another inexpensive resurrection move that I recommend to everyone. Oh, great. White-whoring Su Ming's live broadcast, actually being able to hear a top-tier powerhouse present himself, earned it. The anticipation of the Waterboys was instantly drawn out. Chapter 98, King of the Shadow Dragon. Ahem. The second way of resurrection is very simple and the cost is small, but it's more of a test of talent. Su Ming's water friends in the live broadcast room. As a dashing and suave old handsome man who has been in love affairs and never lost big, but only killed the women to the point of losing their armor, Chen Jingqiu has a very high emotional quotient and is very approachable. He cheerfully paused the video playback and opened his eyes in a serious manner. As we all know, summoners' summons can be reborn through special resurrection quests. Therefore, water friends, as long as you become summoners, it's equivalent to obtaining a gold medal of immunity from death. Your summoner master can save you from hell and return you at any time. But how does one become a summoner? Lord Dragonslayer? Su Ming made a mouth substitute for his water friends and asked for advice with an open mind. You've asked the key point. Chen Jingqiu pointed to the tip of his nose. Just be like me. In the process of fierce battle against the demonic dragon, keep bathing in the dragon's blood, be marinated and flavored, and eventually become a half-dragon, half-human existence, then it's considered to have reached the threshold. He smiled slightly. When I exist as a dragon, I can make a contract with someone and become their summoned beast. How about it? Water friends, this is a good method, isn't it? The pressure of resurrection is transferred to your summoner master, so just wait for the resurrection in peace. Of course, this method, there is also a billion little flaws. Chen Jingqiu sighed. The difficulty of resurrecting a summon is directly proportional to the strength of the summoned beast. My resurrection quest will probably require a god-level summoner to accomplish. And, just who to choose to be one's master is also a big problem. He said bitterly, gentlemen, as an old den, if I let my children be their masters, it's really a bit backwards to the Big Dipper. Who on earth is the father? But if I choose my wives, then I'll have to be held by them, and I'm afraid that I'll be reduced to her personal forbidden domain from now on. After all, the summoner's means of controlling their summons are really a bit much. Water fighters. Su Ming nodded his head. So that's it. All it takes is a small dragon bloodline. Although the water friends don't have this talent, they can use it as an example. For example, you can take the biochemical route. Transform yourselves into zombies, and then sign up with a summoner. Well, thank you for the good advice. I'm going to turn into a zombie and run to your house to gnaw on your brain at the first opportunity. Thanks to the giant man science, useless knowledge has been added. So there are so many cockamamie and odd resurrections in the world, but I choose death. Alright, although it's fun to chat with you guys, but I have a date with a beautiful woman tonight, so I'd better finish the video as soon as possible, so that you know the ins and outs, and henceforth take up the responsibility of taking care of the two good girls in my family. Shen Zimo glanced at his wristwatch, and a peach heart-shaped event reminder surfaced. Not only did Su Ming see it, but all the water friends also saw it clearly in the 8K resolution of the camera. Not to be outdone by the celebrated old-time writer who could boast 147 sons and 139 daughters, Alexander Dumas. Heartbroken Chen Jingxiao Gigi's kidney. Can't you take 2 days off? Women will only affect your speed of turning into a dragon. Ah, you are truly a master of time management, a model for my generation. Strong. Su Ming was also convinced of this fellow, half without the proper form of an elder. Chen Mengmeng and Shen Sugarplum had already covered their faces and hid to the side. Shame on them. Chen Jingxiao waved towards her daughters. Don't be embarrassed. As long as we're not embarrassed, the ones who will be embarrassed are the global water friends. He continued to play the images from the prophetic crystal ball. After the king of shadow evil dragons laughed harshly, a ray of broken demonic light blossomed from his fingertips and shot towards the city's iconic building, the Thingdu auction house. Boom! The auction house exploded into fragments that filled the sky, turning countless VIPs and staff into pieces of meat. Chen Zimo couldn't help but murmur at once. I'll apply for a grant of $20 billion to build a Godslayer-level magic array for the auction house, to prevent any problems before they happen. Dismissed. Chen Jingxiao said without hesitation. $20 billion is enough to build 10 Thingdu auction houses. If you're afraid that the prophecy will come true, then let's just directly transfer the auction house to 1,000 meters underground, and out the door will be a doomsday shelter, enough to prevent the Great Earthquake technique, and destruction of the heavens and the earth. And while the father and daughter are negotiating their terms, the picture emerges of Chen Mengmeng and Shen Sugarplum, who viewers have just gotten to know face to face, and their appearance was stunning. Behind Chen Mengmeng's back was clearly the scarlet amazing fire dragon's wings. She held a dark gold-colored holy sword, her pupils burning with blood-chattering madness, and her entire body was covered in a platinum-colored demigod artifact set, Amazing Demon Throne, series. Waterbenders who know how to identify equipment are immediately shocked to send out wild pop-ups. That holy sword, called Graceful Deliverance, has a 15% probability of triggering a quadruple bludgeon top-tier dark gold equipment. Moreover, the threshold for its use is that of a 6th-ranked professional. I'm dropping turtles. Su Ming's wife that he picked up for nothing possesses the potential to become a 6th-order professional in the future, worthy of being a hidden profession, Dragon Warrior. On the ring finger of her left hand, she's wearing a legendary class magic ring called the Demon King's Flower Marriage, TSK. This location, this name, isn't this a wedding ring? Her husband, too, is calling out, and the image of the crystal ball swirled and switched to the other side. Cold and stunning Chen Sugar, a white wedding dress in the air fiercely and wildly dancing, storm winds blowing her delicate face, and at this moment she, half of the lazy sleepy eyes, replaced by a stern as an empress like the king of the world's coldness. Behind her back, a pair of frost demon dragon wings emitted an intimidating chill. At her fingertips, an ornate phoenix-style staff hovered silently, 7 spell crystals spinning madly around her. Wow! Another hidden profession. Frost demon dragon mage. Scary as hell. That staff. It's another demigod artifact, Phoenix Prisoner Phoenix Song. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Are demigod artifacts flooding in? It's obvious that Chen Sugar Candy also has the potential to grow to a 6th-order professional in the future. Moreover, the dragon maidens are all capable of flying after awakening their dragon wings, but didn't wait for the waterbenders to comment on the 2 dragon beauties. The king of shadow evil dragons was already roaring with solitary fury. Reptiles, you are all the bastard bloodline bred by that scum Chen Jingxiao. His very existence has tainted the blood of the dragon race. The #1 most disgusting human in this world is the Inferno Dragon Roar clan, and the 18th is your Dragon Slayer clan. Stara in the corner of the Dragon Roar was so embarrassed that he could not wait to drill a hole in the ground. So the name of the dragon rapist is not only known on this planet, but even in the abyss is regarded as a laughingstock. Extremely contemptuous. Die. After his death, no one will be able to shelter his bloodline, and I will purify all of you reptiles. The fingertips of the king of shadow evil dragons once again blossomed into a destructive demonic light cannon that destroyed everything. Chapter 99, A Seamless Seance. Originally, one left and one right were in the exact same picture. Until this moment, on the left side, in the 998th divination result, the destructive magic light first hit Chen Mengmeng, melting her sturdy armor into a puddle of metallic solution, and then passed through her chest, hitting Chen Sugarplum, who was protected by her sister, completely melting a pair of her feathered wings. In this instance, both of Chen's twins were completely annihilated and their corpses were left without a trace under the wrath of the King of Shadow Evil Dragons, and the aftermath of the destruction magic light cannon splattered over the earth of Fengdu, hitting an artificial lake. That artificial lake within a 3-mile radius instantly vaporized all of it, turning it into a dead zone. The Aquanauts were dumbstruck, shocked beyond words by the King of Shadow Evil Dragon's terrifying attack. Is this the fighting strength of the 17th floor Abyss Lords? However, on the right side, in the 999th divination result, a man with black hair fluttering in the wind, bare hands, and a lazy smile, suddenly appeared in front of them steeply with interdimensional spatial transference technique, and he directly received the destruction magic light cannon hard with his chest. When the bombardment was over, the man was unharmed and didn't even care about the furious King of Shadow Evil Dragons, but instead turned his head to look at the two ladies and smiled faintly. Sorry, Mungbao and Sugarbao, I'm late. All the water users were dumbfounded, because when the man turned his head, that smile, wasn't he at Su Ming? Chen Mengmeng's angry expression instantly turned into an aggrieved crying face. Father, he died. Chen Sugar's face, that is as cold as ice and frost, is also like an iceberg thawing and freezing. From a sovereign empress to a petulant and pampered girl, help us, husband. Su Ming stayed like a wooden chicken, because he saw the two people ruthlessly into his arms, crying with rain, and the picture of himself, actually used to, clearly show the relationship between the three of them. This. Su Ming's mouth was dry and he had no way to retort. At this moment, the image of the crystal ball slowly disappeared, and the witch who had cast the prophecy spell rolled madly on the ground in excitement. The 999th prophecy. A great success. The twist of fate has appeared. I must send the two of them to the side of that destined person. Only he can save them. Marry him so they can live. Just, why? Fate is truly twisted and strange. This Su Ming must have obtained some sort of miraculous power to rewrite fate today. The witch opened her laptop and searched the internet for Su Ming. In the next moment, her interface jumped to a live broadcast, accompanying Su Ming throughout the entire process of raiding the Swarm Demon Fortress. At that moment, he was in the middle of the first live broadcast of his life and was about to harvest millions of fans and become a top internet celebrity. Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrunk. He instantly felt the creepiness of the fate spells, and everything aligned. Why did he appear in the 999th divination? Because it was on this day that he obtained the Divine Hero system, granting Black Goku the legendary gold phrase, which changed his destiny from then on. His own self in the previous 998 times was merely a bumbling, average schoolteacher, small-town problem maker, with little chance of making a name for himself in the age of the professionals. Why was he able to catch the Shadow Evil Dragon King's destruction magic light cannon with his bare hands? Because he had magic shield. He who had already firmly decided to take the route of Allah MT was bound to have a huge amount of mana in the future, and his magic shield would be enough to withstand huge amounts of damage at that time. The timing, the skill, all of it was just right, tightly aligned, and completely indefensible. Is this fate? Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugarplum, one on the left and one on the right, once again hugged his arms. Chen Mengmeng said, now you know our destiny, right? Anyway, people will marry you in the future. Why don't we cohabitate now? You are already someone's ideal type. Chen Sugar stretched out a pair of frost-bitten lotus root arms. Brother Su Ming. Hug. Cough cough. I think it's better to slowly cultivate feelings. After all, I'm more pure-hearted. Unlike your father who is a sea king. Su Ming looked up at the sky, very torn. Alright, it doesn't even matter. The rapids of fate will push you together anyway, so we as parents won't bother to interfere. Chen Jingqiu changed into a magic dragon, lifted his wings into the air, and disappeared into the sky, going on a date. Meng, tell your mother that I'm not going to spend the night at her place tonight. Holy crap, what a justified scumbag comment. The water users lamented. Must do it before it's too late. Iron Blood Alliance headquarters. Shen Zimo, father and son, all revealed intense killing intent. The images in that prophetic crystal ball made them feel as if they were on pins and needles. Su Ming's two future women were actually both 6th-order hidden professionals, and Shen Jinghong was just a 5th-rank wild fighter. How could he fight against a dragon warrior and dragon mage? What's more, the Su Ming in the picture was able to talk and laugh without the slightest bit of fear, and was even unharmed, even when facing the King of Shadow Evil Dragon's destructive demonic light cannon directly. I'll have to contact a few foreign friends. Shen Jinghong took a deep breath and decided to make a fight to the death. After he had been warned by the Dragon Kingdom officials, his account was regulated, and he himself was being stalked. It was no longer possible for him to send out the dead soldiers of the Iron Blood Alliance to assassinate Su Ming. The only way to do that is to look to outside forces. Shen Zimo was also mad with jealousy, staring dully at Chen Ming and Chen Sugar Candy's delicate and picturesque faces. This asshole, he snatched away my hidden profession card, and took all the beauties that should have belonged to me for himself as well. That day, if the one who obtained the transfer card was me, the destined person who appeared in the 999th divination would have been me. Shen Zimo, he greened me, he NTR'd me. The hatred of taking my wife is not shared. Shen Zimo was completely bewitched. Mystic Sanctuary, Piggy Girl BFF and Female Man BFF. Both looked at Bu Imyen with worried faces and depressed moods. It's bad. I blame Auntie for speaking blindly and stirring up your good deeds. And now it's been shortchanged by the Dragon Slayer clan. Su Ming is really going to be Qin Jingqiu's dragon son-in-law. But, the guardianship of the fated one is indeed too romantic as well. Piggy Girl lamented, with a face of languid fascination. When the princess's life was at stake, the prince performed interdimensional teleportation to arrive instantly, facing the mighty light of the king of shadow evil dragons head-on with a man's chest. Wow! No wonder those two rich and powerful ladies fell in love at first sight and directly fell in love. If it were me, I would have fallen in love with my heart as well. The female Hanzi also said realistically, the destruction magic light cannon that two 6th order professionals couldn't carry must be at the forbidden spell level. In other words, at that time, Su Ming had more than likely already stepped onto the path of ascending to God. Any woman, who could resist the pursuit of a God-level professional? I don't envy love, I only want to attach myself to the strong, because in this era, the greatest luxury is always to live. Mu Strong is the first option in choosing a spouse nowadays. Handsome / wealthy / talkative / educated. All have to step aside. Chapter 100, 1, 3, 5 Chen Ming, 2, 4, 6 Chen Sugar Candy. Bu Imyen bit her lip, dazedly recalling the man who held a faint smile and faced the destructive demonic light head-on, resting like a rock, steady as a mountain. The future him, so strong, so searing, so heart-stopping, was exactly the knight she had fantasized about in her teenage years. When she was at the Shilong Academy, she recognized at once that Su Ming had unlimited potential and would surely excel in the future. And that was why she used the highest authority she possessed to come up with one of the best S-ranked contracts in the Arcane Holy Hall. But, she still underestimated him. When a woman chases after a man, there's a veil between the layers. Not to mention he openly admits that you're his white moonlight. Piggy Girl clenches her pink fists and cheers for Bu Imyen. Fighting, chase back the man that belongs to you. The woman's best friend was cautious and reminded, people's hearts are changeable, but I think his first love and his first heart should have changed. After all, that's the famous Dragon Slayer clan. Chen Jingqiu is also very optimistic about him, and is even willing to delay for him to help him do a live broadcast. This kind of big brother stepping forward to stand up and endorse him, and also dumping two of the magnificent clan's thousands of gold on him, was simply a super double of attraction. Compared to the treatment of your mystic holy church, I am afraid that I don't have to humiliate myself, keep a trace of self-respect, and maybe there will be a turnaround in the future, but regretting too quickly. In turn, it is easy to be looked down upon. Wait a little longer. Wait? Piggy Girl rolled her eyes furiously. How long have you been waiting? It's already 2. Now that Himonian has married into the Su family, she can still compete for a place in the queue. 1, 3, 5 go to Chen Ming, 2, 4, 6 go to Chen Sugar Candy, and you only have Himonian left for Sunday. When the other big families, scrambling to pull in Su Ming, I'm afraid it'll be a month before it's a day's turn. Isn't that widowhood? Bu Imyen, take your brain hole back up. You. What are you thinking all day long? Su Ming isn't the kind of person you imagine. He's different from Chen Jingqiu's kind of sea king. Ha, man, what do you know? Piggy Girl disdained. If you're reserved now, you'll suffer big losses sooner or later. You'll regret it later. All I can say is that every day your ranking is slipping, and when the time comes that you're reduced to an 18th concubine, don't come back and hug me and cry. Bu Imyen rolled her flirtatious white eyes, but her beautiful eyes couldn't help but fall on her mother, who was even more embarrassed, rushed and uneasy than her. Yes, Wu Mengxi's toes, already awkwardly on the marble floor of the hall, gouge out 3 rooms and a hall, and continue to gouge out a bathroom and a bedroom. But looking at the trend, I'm afraid I'll have to gouge out a baby's room and a maid's room today. Every rise of Su Ming was undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face to her. The BFFs have also developed embarrassment cancer and have voluntarily shut down the live stream. However, the fact that His Excellency Chen Jingqiu appeared at the Thingdu auction house and took the initiative to marry off 2,000s of gold to the summoner who was now in the limelight had already made the front page headlines of all the media. They didn't need to watch the live feed. The wall-mounted TVs in the lobby were urgently plugged with the news. This is even more than a gossip news, but a major security incident in the Dragon Kingdom. In the prophecy screen, on an unknown date, the 17th layer of the abyss will go out of control. spilling over through the copies and spreading the danger to the Dragon Kingdom's territory. The king of Shadow Evil Dragon is about to visit Fengdu auction house and massacre a large number of citizens, which is a major event related to tens of millions of people. Who dares to ignore? Who dares to take the responsibility? This is why Fengdu city officials reacted very quickly to dispel the rumors. I ask all citizens to be at ease and not to worry. Since Ms. Su Wanjuan's prophecy technique has detected the danger, we can change the trend of fate and avoid the destruction of the king of Shadow Evil Dragons. Moreover, based on the details in the picture, that will happen in 5 to 10 years at the earliest. So don't panic. Everyone in the halls of the Mystic Sanctuary noticed the emergency broadcast, learned the ins and outs, and couldn't help but react in different ways. Ouch! I have 2 properties in Fengdu. This is a heavy loss. I'm afraid that the price of the house is going to plummet like crazy. This is a big loss. I can't vacation in Fengdu City anymore. I'm going to dump my villa there. Who knows which day the king of Shadow Evil Dragons will come. Never gamble your life with an abyssal demon. Although the official rumors have been debunked, that's still a prophecy. Can a predestined death really be avoided? After discussing the risks of Fengdu, everyone was looking at Wu Mengxi out of the corner of their eyes. Many of those who were invited to the Mystic Sanctuary for the banquet were not friends of Wu Mengxi, merely because of business dealings. Even, many people despised Wu Mengxi's utilitarianism and hated her for a long time. Seeing her defeat this time, someone immediately said in a loud voice, "Oh, isn't this Su Ming, who has a great reputation, the son-in-law of our Vice Hall Master Wu Mengxi? He actually has the potential to become a god-level professional and take on the king of Shadow Evil Dragons in the future? What a stroke of luck, picking up a future god-level summoner for nothing. Even when our Vice Hall Master's fallen, Shura Demon Thorn, Buling Tian, the current Hall Master, didn't set foot on the path to God. I didn't expect my son-in-law to do it ahead of time. It seems that it's still the daughter's choice of spouse that has a better eye. Ha ha. If someone is a comic, someone is a comic." A person who is also at odds with Wu Mengxi took over and said, "What's the use of having a good eye for choosing a spouse? There's a mole in the family. You still don't know, do you? Our little Crimson Smoke's hard work in recruiting Su Ming didn't even succeed in signing a contract. He was actually rejected in public by a certain Mystic Holy Church senior, and even insulted Su Ming for wanting to eat swan meat, saying that he wanted to arrange a blind date for Himiko with a top-tier rich second generation. Oh, which rich kid is stronger than Su Ming? It's said to be the weak water family that reigns over the power of the tides then, and their hidden profession legacy is called Sea Demon Warrior, TSK. It's also a top-tier family, so it should be very powerful. Scarlet Smoke has a good mother who is so considerate of her. She's really enjoying a great blessing. Is it? Is the weak water clan stronger than even the Dragon Slayer clan? Sea Devil Samurai, more powerful than dragon warriors and dragon mages? Egu, my friend, this is not something that can be said. Dragon warrior and dragon mage are the most promising top-level hidden professions, with very harsh transfer conditions. How can they be comparable to a small sea demon warrior? The Dragon Slayer clan is a super powerful clan that directly rules Fengdu Ghost City. The weak water clan, on the other hand, is sharing a medium-sized city with the amazing Fire clan and the Moriwood clan. All 3 of them, a medium-sized city? I remember that Fengdu Ghost City is one of the top 10 large cities in the Dragon Kingdom, right? Can the power and wealth of the weak water clan reach a tenth of the Dragon Slayer clan? 1/10? 1/100th? Just like singing a double reed. Both of them revealed a bright smile and gave their conclusions. It doesn't feel quite right. The Dragon Slayer clan are going to marry 2,000 gold misses to pull in Su Ming. How is it that the Mystic Sanctuary has rejected it? Does it feel like there is something wrong with his vision? Chapter 101, The Sanctuary is in shambles. Scarlet Smoke sews and mends. After the last sentence was said, snap, Wu Mengxi crushed the crystal goblet in her palm and glared at the 2 comedians with a face full of rage. Get out of the Mystic Sanctuary. We will no longer welcome you from now on. Ha, don't say we. One of them faintly snorted. We received an invitation letter from His Excellency, cultivating Demon Thorn, Buling Tian before we were willing to come to your Thai place for the banquet. Do you really think it's because you have a big face? Another person also bristled with disdain. Wu Mengxi, you've done the wrong thing, burying your daughter's lifelong happiness, and making a divine summoner that the Mystic Holy Hall should have possessed, fall to your enemy. Do you think the Mystic Holy Church can continue to prosper? Everyone present, when they continue to do business with you in the future, will inevitably think, this be *TCH? Her vision is incredibly poor, and it is likely that she will be retaliated against by a god-level summoner in the future. So is there still a need for us to continue cooperating with the Mystic Holy Hall? A lot of whispers went up all around. Yes, what if in the future, Su Ming resents the Mystic Holy Hall and thus takes his anger out on us, who work closely with them? Even though it is said that Su Ming is only in the prophecy of being able to become a divine profession, and is currently only an untransformed level 17 minor summoner, choosing a business partner is actually something to look at in the long run. 10 years from now, if Su Ming really sets foot on the path of ascending to God, will it be too late for us to distance ourselves from the mystic sanctuary? Business. Who do you want to do business with? I'd rather earn less, but I can't take the risk of offending a god-level summoner. Many of them rose with a huff and turned away without looking back. Obviously, this batch of people were so not giving Wu Mingxi face that they were not going to continue doing business with them in the future. Wu Mingxi stood frozen in place. She had never expected that just because Su Ming had made it onto a news story, it had brought such a huge loss to the Mystic Holy Church. This group of people, all of them had a lot of trade dealings with the Mystic Sanctuary, especially a lot of raw materials regarding assassins' equipment, all of which needed to be sought out for private orders. She was at odds with many of them, and had been at odds with each other's aptitudes for many years, but for the sake of the overall interests of the Mystic Sanctuary, she still accompanied them with a smile and sent an invitation. But now, it's all ruined. The self-proclaimed absolute rationality, always following the supremacy of interests, has been reduced to a laughingstock in her small circle, making her hardcore middle-aged girlfriends upset as well. Not just a pariah? Wu Mingxi couldn't figure it out at all. She never believed in prophecy magic. Moreover, Su Ming slowly climbed from the bottom 0 rank to the first, second, or even 6th rank. Could it really be smooth? Aside from the Dragon Kingdom, other countries around the globe were afraid that they wouldn't want to see the Dragon Kingdom possess a divine summoner, right? When the time comes, there will be roundups, anonymous assassinations, everything. What makes Su Ming so special? That idiot Chen Jingqiu. Why didn't you wait until he stepped into the 6th rank before throwing out the olive branch? When he was at level 17, he was actually willing to dump 2 promising daughters. He was really too impatient, wasn't he? How could there be any semblance of nobleman's reserve? Wu Mingxi's face was cloudy as she stood still, her mind flashing, and in the eyes of the others, her awkward dilemma at this moment was undoubtedly a sign of regret to the core. At this moment, Bu Himyan suddenly got up and bowed towards the departing people. Uncles, aunts and uncles, you are all giving face to our family of 3 for being able to come to the Mystic Holy Church today, and I am sorry for the poor hospitality that caused you to brush off your sleeves and leave. Afterwards, my father and I will definitely come to the door with heavy gifts and apologize to you solemnly. However, please don't suspend the many years of trade with the Mystic Holy Hall. After all, we are a win-win situation. The 2 who had already made their way to the revolving door of the entrance, the same man and woman who had sung the duet earlier, unable to help but stop his steps, he twisted his head to look at Bu Himyan. They said with emotion, Himiko, you're a good boy. You're right, we were impulsive too. Don't worry, what we just said was just a moment of anger. We won't tear up the contract. The man smiled and said, but I think you should take charge of the Mystic Sanctuary at the earliest opportunity and share the duties for your mother. Look at how tired the old man is. He's babbling. The woman also nodded her head. Yes, your mother is grumpy during menopause and is prone to doing wrong things, so you have to take more responsibility. If her illness continues, I'm afraid she'll develop Alzheimer's, so why don't you inherit the family business as early as possible? With that, the 2 also returned the salute and left. Many of the people who were about to leave straight away were suddenly puzzled, figuring out why the person who had made the most noise actually showed kindness to Wu Mingxi's daughter after offending her. Bu Himyan was indeed a stunning beauty on earth, and was Su Ming's white moonlight come bowl. Although it was said that in the end, Su Ming had failed to sign up for the Mystic Hall of Fame. What did that have to do with Bu Himyan? She had never offended Su Ming since the beginning. It could even be said that Wu Mingxi's foolish refusal further emphasized Bu Himyan's insightfulness. For any man, the first woman who sensed his uniqueness and showed him unreserved affection definitely had unrivaled significance, especially if it was a superb beauty like Bu Himyan. It wasn't allowed to say that in the future. They would burrow under the same blanket, and the Mystic Holy Church would be able to rub off on the Divine Summoner's shelter. Therefore, this group of people who had wanted to abandon the Mystic Sanctuary were again retained by Bu Himyan, exchanging pleasantries with her for a while before politely taking their leave. Step Crimson Smoke, saving the Mystic Sanctuary, which had nearly fallen into the spotlight. Mom, you're sleepy today. Go back and rest. Don't worry, everything has me. Bu Himyan pursed her lips, her youthfulness faded, and surprisingly, she also had the demeanor of a mature OL woman. This nickname chic and pretty woman blossomed at this moment in time, causing many men on the scene to be mesmerized. Wow, her piggish girl best friend bounced over and gave a thumbs up. That's so sassy and cool. Mystic Sanctuary is in tatters. We've got scarlet smoke and stitches. You've really grown up. Bu Himyan, however, smiled bitterly with an astringent expression and looked at her mother with a complex expression. But, what those people are looking at is not my face, nor is it the face of the Mystic Holy Hall, but A hint of Su Ming's kindness and a strand of his love for me. Wu Mengxi's body shook. You may, indeed, be wrong, Mom. Bu Himyan pursed her lips. There are many things that can never go back to the past, including you and Father, as well as me and him, but life goes on. Let's get on with things. You should also never harbor resentment towards Su Ming, thinking that all the trouble is because of him. In fact, he didn't earn a single penny from us, while my daughter has saved a lot of business in his name instead. We owe him. Wu Mengxi's body shook slightly as she looked at her daughter in front of her, the corners of her lips barely squeezing out an ugly smile. You're right. Then she fainted. Chapter 102, Prohibition of Flirting. It's time for a duel. You bastard. Fengdu Auction House. Su Ming was really a bit overwhelmed by Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugar Candy's passion like fire. Don't tease. He flung his arm angrily, shaking off both the hot water bag and the ice water bag at the same time, and said indignantly, what are you doing? Can you be more positive? Little demonesses. Don't come within 3 meters of me from now on. Please have some self-knowledge. Su Ming glared at the exquisite and picturesque two dragonesses in annoyance. What cadre can withstand this kind of test? Ha! But the end of not being able to withstand the test is turning into roasted sausages and popsicles. Do you want to murder your own husbands? Both roll aside and stay there. Reflect on yourselves. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugar were originally being aggrieved, and when they heard this, they were crying and laughing, but they also obediently listened to him and didn't dare to flirt with the man again. One can only weakly say, yes, husband. Change the name. Until how many single waterboys are on the air? They don't like dog food. Get it? Okay, husband. Su Ming. Single waterboy? Cam. Waterboy. Now I'm holding my fire and I have to find a way to let it out. He started looking around for an acquaintance. The waterbenders couldn't help but all smile weirdly and send out super pop-ups. Anchor, you've got a bellyful of fire. Is it a proper fire? Definitely immodest. It's all the fire of the earth hooked up by the heavenly thunder. From my point of view, Su Ming is looking for a toilet, wanting to urgently solve the problem on his own for a while. Brother Meng, I've also switched to prophet, and I'm now releasing tomorrow's news, undead heavenly tribulation, coronate's heir, summoner Su Ming, who is said to have a very high possibility of ascending to the gods in the future, has been severely burned somewhere, and has been purging his mind and converting to our Buddha ever since, never again questioning the trivialities of the red dust. Dharma name, Master Birdless. Don't convert. We need talents like Su Ming in the East Chamber. Come be a great inner master. The waterbenders heckled, while Su Ming soon found his target in the corner. Hey, Prince Starla Inferno Dragon Roar. There's only 10 minutes left in the duel. Why haven't you come to me yet? Escaping a deathmatch, but you'll be judged as a direct loser. You don't want to have your life taken away straight away before you've even fought, do you? Starla hurriedly smiled and said in a mouthful of curry-flavored Mandarin, Mr. Su Ming, it's my fault for not recognizing you and bumping into a great master like you. Look, I'm willing to pay $50 million, so please raise your hand and cancel the duel. Delusional. Su Ming snorted. With your excellency's worth, you want to renege on the death race for a mere 50 million? I'll give you a super double. 500 million. If you can shell out that amount, I can agree to cancel it. If not, then you can just be beaten to death by me. After all, the deathmatch was all your own request. Think I'm soft? Deathmatch. Find out I'm hard. Cancel the duel. Do you think we Dragon Kingdom people are people you can just bully? Don't be too giant baby about things. You have to know how to bear the cost of all your choices. Understand? Su Ming coldly asked back. Starla was frozen in place. $500 million. Such a large sum of money that he was simply unwilling and incapable of shelling out. Your Excellency, it's not possible that you can't take it out, right? Su Ming asked with feigned surprise. In our dragon country, a poor boy like me who has had no parents since childhood and relied on receiving scholarships to finish his 9 years of compulsory education can now get out $1 billion. You are at least the second heir of the Yanlong roaring family, can't you? Starla's face flushed red and she scrambled to explain. I just went out with just a bank card. I didn't plan on making any big purchases. Still talking tough. Su Ming scoffed and didn't bother to nag. Alright, don't care about any reason. Since there's number 500 million, there's no human feelings to talk about. We can only continue to fight and kill. I'm sure that later, when my summon beats the crap out of you, your parents will contact me urgently to pay up. He spread his hands, very calmly. Starla was suddenly cold and sweaty. However, at this time, Chen Zimo, one of the people in charge of the Fengdu auction house, transferred a call in and respectfully said, Mr. Su Ming, it's an urgent call from the Lord Mayor of Fengdu, who has something important to discuss and is looking for you to help. Oh, okay. As soon as he heard that it was such a big shot, Su Ming hurriedly connected and asked suspiciously, Hello Lord Mayor, dare I ask what is it that you are looking for the kid for? I'm just a small level 17 summoner, what can I do to help you? A middle-aged man with a country face on the opposite side smiled bitterly. Classmate Su Ming, you have a big favor that can help me right now. Can I change your deathmatch application into an ordinary duel application? After all, once you are sacrificed in a duel, it will trigger the curse of fate, drawing the gaze of the abyssal archons and turning a 1-kilometer radius into scorched earth. Of course, I'm not belittling your strength or win rate, probably fearing that Su Ming would be provoked into rebellion. Mayor Fengdu sincerely said, according to our big data analysis, in the correction arena, the probability of you defeating him is 97%, and there is only a 0.3% probability that you will lose. Starla, I just think that with this 0.3% probability, there's absolutely no need to take the risk of betting on it either. Mayor Fengdu said with a straight face, I can use my authority to change it to a normal correction field for you for a 500 million bet amount. For that, we can lend 500 million to Stara, and for that amount, just deduct it directly from the funds that the Inferno Dragon Roaring Clan trades with Fengdu City. Once Starla heard this, she immediately swept away her decline and became confident again. That's certainly good. I was just afraid of the curse of fate on him, not that I don't have the confidence to defeat him. Even in the correction arena, my number of skills far exceeds Su Ming's. Starla raised her head proudly. Later on, after I win the bout, I hope that your Dragon Kingdom won't play any tricks and won't favor this guy. Then, he stared at Su Ming with a fierce smile. Thank you for your $500 million. It can completely compensate me for the loss of Chen Meng. Alas, I love this arrogant and domineering look of yours right now. Su Ming also held a smile as he responded blandly. It's just a pity that I can't pop your eyeballs and punch your stinky face, but the thought that you're about to give me $500 million in cash for nothing still makes my heart rejoice. Soon, Su Ming's third opening repertoire pulled back the curtain, but the watermen were disinterested. After all, what they had just witnessed in the prophecy crystal ball was a terrifying king of shadow evil dragons, as well as Chen Meng and Chen Sugar Candy, who were at least of the 6th rank. The Su Ming who made his appearance later, despite only having the tip of the iceberg, displayed a terrifying defense. Now, it's actually about watching two rookies in the correction field beat each other up. Chapter 103, Su Ming's proposal. Do it quickly and call it a day. I don't understand why that elephant country scum is so arrogant. If you don't understand, ask, is Yanlong Mage a very powerful profession? Damn. Even though it's a correction field, I forgot that Su Ming hadn't transferred yet. Shouldn't it be a gutter turn, right? It won't flip a bit. If Su Ming loses, I'll live stream the creation of a second dragon rapist family. Species of your choice, female giant lizards, female orangutans, or even female iguanas and female pythons. The water users were lazily noisy, waiting for the live broadcast to begin with the mindset of watching a monkey show. Seeing this, Su Ming sighed. I didn't expect everyone's expectations of me are so high that they actually all defaulted to the fact that I can win. So much so that the gimmick of the third live broadcast has lost its suspense. Can't you guys just symbolically give the Inferno Dragon Roaring family a little bit of face? Pretend that it's a bit more evenly matched. Pretend that it's a 50-50 win, and pretend that you guys are slightly more excited about the ending. Su Ming folded his hands and helplessly said, please beg to provoke. This is a duel, without suspense. Where's the show's effect? The deadening atmosphere of this live room makes the new fans think that the next thing about to be broadcast is Dad closing the door and beating the Cubs. Waterman. No, you're stringing, aren't you? You're also floating too much, aren't you? It'll be interesting in case people Starla really has a crushing trick later on and you flip out. Okay, you've managed to ruffle this watcher's feathers, and I'm going to be cheering Stara on hard next. All you need to do is unleash the ape god and you'll be able to hang that guy. How do you expect me to look forward to that? I would advise you not to abuse the dishes if you have the ability. Aren't you bullying? Su Ming was interacting with his water friends. Stara Inferno Dragon Roar, on the other hand, concentrated on warming up, stretching her muscles and bones, and revitalizing her joints, while checking her backpack for life potions, mana potions, spirit potions, and other battle supplies. It can be quite professional. The reason why he was so dedicated wasn't that Starla was in the habit of doing so. It was purely because he had noticed something. This ordinary amendment duel had actually filled up the seats at the Fengdu auction house. And the scariest part was that the remote online viewing of the battle had a whole 34 million global viewers as well. Stara's expressiveness is instantly drawn out, speaking with force and displaying a masculinity never seen before. The spectators of the Elephant Kingdom were on the same page, supporting their country's masters. Cheer up. If you can win against that lowly Shudra Su Ming, I'll permanently give your Inferno Dragon Roaring Clan a 50% discount on your curry. Since Su Ming's rise to power, the Dragon Kingdom has ruthlessly risen to the occasion. However, our Elephant Kingdom is the oldest civilization on the globe, and since ancient times, we have always been on par with the Dragon Kingdom, battling to a standstill. and now that we have actually let them come later, it's simply a strange shame. Starla, if you can defeat Su Ming, you will be raising our country's prestige. You are at least a Brahmin of the Elephant Kingdom, a master of the Yen Long Roaring family, with a strong heritage and 3 generations of accumulation, and he is only a fledgling Dragon Kingdom brat, taking the Netflix path, living as a pariah. You surely cannot lose a little, right? Starla coldly grunted as she reminded Su Ming, the countdown to the duel. There are still 3 minutes left, and you're actually still busy doing a live broadcast, the reasoning that pride will lead to defeat. You, a dragon nation whose sages authored Sun Tzu's Art of War, actually doesn't understand it and needs me, an elephant nation, to remind you. Oh, to treat a duel that is evenly matched with such slowness. I see that you are about to lose. That's quite a statement. At least, Starla looked serious and warmed up over and over again. Many of the small black people in the live broadcast room immediately rose up and ruthlessly despised Su Ming. Even the dregs of the Elephant Kingdom know how to correct their attitudes, but you are always doing program effects. In my opinion, the program effect will surely explode when you lose later on. Can't even do a warm-up? Can't you do a warm-up? Can't even do a warm-up? Waiting to lose? Hee hee. My fellow Negroes, on my command, halt. At ease. Show your black chicken feet. It's our turn to party. Su Ming is about to be disgraced. Many fans immediately pinched a sweat. Although, it was really rare for an untransformed summoner to lose to a hidden professional of the second rank. Not to mention that Starla Inferno Dragon Roar was, after all, 10 years older than Su Ming, with 10 more years of accumulated battle experience. This was not supposed to be an evenly matched battle. But, Starla is from the Elephantine country and has a sensitive identity. The two countries, Dragon and Elephant, have not dealt with each other since the olden days, looking at each other in a bad light, and can be said to be world enemies. If Su Ming really lost to an elephant nation, the people of the Dragon Nation would not be able to think calmly at all, and the tempo would surely explode. Everyone looked at Su Ming, but saw that his face was full of doubt, and he looked at Starla Inferno Dragon with a question mark in his head and growled, "You don't have a sick head, do you? I'm a summoner. What's the point of warming up? To beat you up later? It's not like I need to personally go down. You, an Inferno Dragon mage, you're doing little jumps and leg presses, jumping up and down like a monkey. What are you doing?" Su Ming shrugged his shoulders and asked towards the camera, "Water friends, can you understand this Elephant Kingdom mage's abstract maneuvers? Does he need to use movement to cast spells? Oh, by the way, all the male compatriots who are watching my live broadcast, you can't learn from this Elephant Country mage's operation. If you want to train properly, you still have to go to the gym, and you can also become a he's good and I'm good fierce mano." Su Ming little secretly put up a finger. Instantly, the live stream exploded. Starla froze, her mouth wide open like a roast duck with a chokehold, completely unable to find a way to retort. The water boys also came to their senses. Yeah, what's an Inferno mage doing pretending to warm up like a melee profession? I shucks, he reminds me of a bunch of struggle whores in our company. Whenever the boss comes to inspect, they don't look away. They work 100 times harder, but normally, it's at their workstation getting high and chewing potato chips, and they leave all the work to their fellow teammates to take care of. It's so hypocritical. Can't say. People can cast spells with their legs. Ha ha. Thanks to the little helpers. The campaign is strongly recommended to all men around the world. Men, be kind to yourself. The broadcast room became loud and cheerful again, and there was a snide comment about Starla. Even the audience of the Elephant Kingdom, who were strongly in favor of him, could not help but feel annoyed. Yes, you are a Yanlong mage. Why don't you just recite an incantation when casting spells? Why don't you practice your tongue twisters and get a little smart with your mouth? Could it be that you're a melee mage, ready to pick up your battle staff and go up to pry open Su Ming's brain? An Elephant Country spectator asked with anticipation. Chapter 104, Pecking at each other's throats has its own flavor. But the spectators who suspected him of being a battle mage had all their hopes extinguished when Starla equipped all his gear in his backpack. This was because the staff he was using was a small, recognizable piece of Orthodox Academy mage equipment. That's not just a legendary grade, secret sky orb. The standard two-part structure ancient wooden staff body plus mana gems, mortise and tenon inlay. I identified it as an old object at a glance. It's very open to the door, but as an old antique, its attributes won't be able to be hidden. Everyone knows about it. An equipment appraiser disdainfully bristled, posting a table of attributes in the broadcast room. As a schoolteacher, Su Ming also recited the wordings of this classic piece of equipment without thinking. Full attributes plus 60, an additional 60 points of spirit, and the ability to summon the otherworldly creature. Hellfire, that's its main affix, right? Nice stuff. Any willingness to pass it on? My little fox is still missing a staff. I can give you 7 million buns. How about it? A black line burst across the water user's head. little boy. You're pretty slick with your black talk. All of a sudden you've gotten around the platform's restriction on banning cash transactions. All platforms, all prohibit the anchors directly with Waterfriend's cash transactions. To guard against scammers make trouble, even to the platform. This is especially true when it comes to something as sensitive as trading equipment, which is often not fixed and varies greatly in price, making it a complete fraud disaster area. When the AI detects the currency, it closes the live room and then calls out to the superintendent to check it. But what goes up, comes down, and anchors and waterboys naturally get around it with cryptic statements. An Eagle Country water user also quoted, only 7 million buns? I'll go straight for 5 million big burgers. Trade with me. A Gallic Chicken Country waterbender followed suit. I'm willing to pay 6 million baguettes. Go to the exchange market. Supermarket yourself to see today's exchange rate. It's definitely very sincere. Starla was furious that these pariahs were coveting his staff. Get out. Get lost. This is the inherited treasure of our Inferno Dragon roaring family. Not for sale. Su Ming shook his head regretfully. Don't want to pass it on? Then what the hell are you showing? Moreover, it's useless for you to say it, Mr. Starla. Don't forget, after you lose the battle later on, if you can't get 500 million in cash, you will first have to offset it with your personal belongings, and only after that will the official Dragon Kingdom help you mortgage it. It will soon belong to me. I'll be the master. And that Gallic Chicken Country waterbender who just offered 6 million baguette bread. Remember to private message me and we'll pass it on to each other. Starla. Finally, the countdown ended and the duel opened. They were using the standard gladiatorial arena provided by the Fingdu auction house, a place that was normally used to test the strength of summons. Many high-ranking professionals gathered around, staring closely at the two. Once victory or defeat had been decided, or if they were in danger from each other, they would swarm up and then save Su Ming. Yes, it was actually limited to Su Ming. After all, once he appeared to be in danger of his life, all of them would have to accept the Abyssal Archon's imminent death gaze. As for Starla Inferno Dragon Roar, who is that? Su Ming, go for it. Su Ming, fighting. Su Ming sang, Godfather. Cheers and pop-ups from fans around the globe instantly filled the broadcast room. The limited amount of cheering given to Starla by some of the Elephant Country crowd was instantly drowned out. In fact, most of the Elephantine viewers only wanted to see Starla make a fool of herself. After all, not all Dalits are guilty of supporting the arrogant broads of the higher castes. Starla instantly activated the magic ring on her right index finger and cast the equipment's own magnificent fireball, and it was an instantaneous triple shot that smashed into Su Ming's head. Even though they were playing a modified field and the duo's pro panel balanced the stats, it only limited the damage of the howling fireball and didn't nerf its instantaneousness or trajectory speed. Die. Su Ming, just the skills attached to my equipment alone are enough to drown you. Seeing the howling fireball instantly smash in front of Su Ming, he couldn't help but laugh playfully. Still dare to say that warming up is useless? Look at your sluggish reaction. But after the whole fireballs exploded, Su Ming very calmly clasped his arms to his chest and lazily looked at him, pointing at his face. Come on, smash 100 more. Scratching an itch for master? The little fox had already been summoned by him first, and she very obediently whacked Su Ming's back while their mutual mana sharing had long been in effect. Starla was dumbfounded as he looked straight at the damage numbers floating on Su Ming's head. -1, -1, -1. A trio of ho-hum fireballs obliterated into nothingness. Su Ming was unharmed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Starla became furious, gritting her teeth as she activated another explosive wind blade that came with the necklace, and instantly there were 2 whole rounds of wind blades compressed from the air, tearing through the void and whistling as they chopped at Su Ming's neck. Face the blizzard. Bah ha ha. Seeing that Su Ming remained impassive, Starla couldn't help but laugh very cheerfully, as if she saw the image of Su Ming splattering blood on the spot. But she was soon a little worried. Cam, shouldn't we really behead him directly? After that kid dies, it will inspire the curse of destiny. But Su Ming even took out a stool and a teapot from his backpack bar and said towards the little fox, come, help make a tea. The little fox obediently blossomed a concentrated green flame from her fingertips, bringing the tea to a rolling boil in seconds. At the same time, the wind blade ruthlessly chopped at Su Ming's neck. -1, -1. This time, Starla was completely dumbfounded. He knew very well the power of the wind blade. It could completely lord over a demon of the same level, but when it smashed into Su Ming's body, it actually didn't break through the defense at all. Of course, in fact, Su Ming's mana was instantly emptied, and the little fox's mana value was also depleted by a full 3%. This attack is quite flavorful enough. Su Ming smiled and gave a thumbs up, then added a bag of pu'er tea to the teapot and leisurely crossed his legs and waited. Come on, cast some strong and powerful attack spells. I can catch it with my face this time. The water boys were dumbfounded. The old waterman was puzzled. The new waterman very puzzled. Oh, it should be that legendary skill book, Magic Shield, right? But Su Ming's magical value reserves are a bit too terrifying. They haven't dried up in the slightest. The anchor actually has a magic shield that can rely on burning mana to counteract life damage? It's too powerful. With a gloomy and uncertain face, Starlight Inferno Dragon roared. Only feeling his cheeks burning, he clearly realized that Su Ming was teasing him, even using him for show effects, and he was riding a tiger, only having to harden his skin and just go to the end. Damn it, the swordsman can be killed or dishonored. Starlight directly activated her staff skill and summoned 2 heads of otherworldly hellfire. Hellfire fell from the firmament and ruthlessly smashed into Su Ming, and Stara closed her eyes and began to recite a spell, an illusory circle of light swirling around her staff. Chapter 105, Master S. Stop shaving. Hellfire's entrance is by falling from the sky and viciously dealing a shockwave of ranged stun damage before charging up and beating the enemy with an amazing punch. However, Su Ming yawned and also moved his mind slightly, summoning Black Goku. The giant monkey stood on top of the sky, looking askance at the hellfire falling from the dome of the sky, and without saying a word, he directly rose up his 1,000 crowns rod and swung it out fiercely towards the dome of the sky. Click! The 2 hellfires were like ping-pong balls hit by golf clubs, directly flying backwards back into the firmament and disappearing into the distance. The water boys collectively pissed themselves laughing. Hellfire comes in with a vengeance, and goes even faster like a shooting star. A hellfire that's been tackled before it even crashes to the ground. First time in my life I've seen that. It's a laugh riot. So much for the show, brother. You, Su Ming, are always able to give us neat tricks. Such a ludicrous hellfire appearance and such a hilarious hellfire disappearance is just plain fun to watch. Everyone laughed, and Stara alone froze in place, his spell coming to an abrupt halt as he stared dumbfounded at the 2 distant hellfires in the firmament, blood suddenly spilling from the corners of his lips in dismay. That was the backlash of a failed spell. The water friends were stunned. No, is there such a way to interrupt spellcasting? Stara, as a titular Inferno Dragon mage, a second-ranked expert with more than 10 years of combat experience, was actually so angry that she aborted the spell casting herself out of annoyance and embarrassment? That's too bad. Ha 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 ha. Even a blind water user has seen it all. Surely it's a crushing without any suspense. Surely there's zero chance of winning from start to finish. No, the heavens pride of the Yanlong Roaring clan. At least a hidden profession. Why couldn't even break Su Ming's defense? It's also too outrageous, isn't it? Many people were puzzled. Otherwise, what about the fact that people are going to be god-level summoners in the future? Otherwise, the undead heavenly tribulation coronet would be willing to give him the artifact carrying space? Otherwise, how about we get together on this broadcast and watch him brutally beat the elephant country chicken together? Fans responded cheerfully. Let's give your excellency one last chance. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. We haven't even witnessed the exclusive spells of the Inferno Dragon Mage profession yet. It would be too boring to finish you off like this. Moreover, the water friends all want to see what the Inferno Dragon Mage is capable of. So don't let them down too much. Master S. What does Master S mean? The waterbenders wondered. Su Ming sighed. I feel that, mister. Stara's output is the same as that of a shaving master and a bath scrubber. It may seem like a fierce hand, but in reality, it's just rubbing down a layer of ash, and it won't harm us at all. Pohahahahahaha. That's a brilliant analogy. Master S. Don't shave. Bring out some of your best tricks. The water lovers collectively begged. Starlight Inferno Roar was doubly humiliated. His grandstanding, his pre-match warm-ups, all reduced to buffoonery. On the contrary, Su Ming, who had not made any movements at all, instead made tea and drank it in place, and indeed did not need any warm-up, as his summons took care of itself directly. Then let me show you what the dragon's bloodline is capable of. Starla redwarmed. His head suddenly vaporized with a large amount of steam, and his staff emitted a terrifyingly intimidating red light, as countless flames poured out of his body pores, drowning him. The high-pitched mantra-carrying voice resounded through the 9 heavens. Chen Meng understood the power of the Dragon Man bloodline very well, and immediately reminded Su Ming in a loud voice, "My dear, after he activates the Inferno Dragon bloodline, all of his spells will double up, and he himself will have a very strong ability to fight in a physical fight. That's the Inferno Dragon's racial talent." Sugar Candy Chan also interjected. He has revealed before that his fire spell proficiency will also increase by 100 points. However, he will completely lose his mind and be dominated by his dragon bloodline over his beast instincts, thus blasting and smashing indiscriminately. Oh, thanks for the reminder. Su Ming glanced at the mana value that he and Little Fox had already returned to full, and with a lazy stretch of his arm, he took out a recliner from the backpack bar, got down, and actually started playing with his cell phone, answering the questions from the fans. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. No, you're really just not afraid. The water friends were extraordinarily puzzled. They felt that Starla's aura was in the midst of climbing. Su Ming's situation could be considered precarious. But he actually. Su Ming immediately replied in seconds. Not afraid. Water friends, let me teach you some small tricks for battlefield analysis. Just now I've already seen his Howling Fireball and Wind Blade damage on my own profession panel. The damage factor of Howling Fireball is 3.6, while that of Wind Blade is 1.9. And based on the mana consumption of my magic shield, one can accurately extrapolate his mana damage, which is around 120. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. Thanks to the adjustment of the correction field, if he was a second-order professional, I might still have been wary. But now, if I do, I can completely carry it, even if it's double, or even 10 times. Ha, is your mana that horrible? The water friends were extraordinarily shocked. There are indeed a billion points more. The specifics are kept secret. Su Ming smilingly continued. Everyone who has free popularity votes and small flowers or whatever. Throw me some This live room never takes the initiative to reach out and ask for paid gifts, but feeding me some free gifts to help my live room rise in popularity is still needed. Well, in view of the fact that you have raised your eyebrows by violently beating up an elephant country fool, let's reward you with 10 cents. In Su Ming's live broadcast room, gifts of all colors immediately soared wildly. Even if it's 10 cents per capita, it can't help that there are more than 60 million people around the world watching at the same time. That's already $6 million in revenue, and the dividends of the traffic era are in full effect. Bastard! Eat my Inferno Dragon's breath! Starla roared, and a terrifyingly vast pillar of fire erupted from between his palms, covering Su Ming. A ghastly smile appeared on his face. Turn into ashes under the fiery flames of the Inferno Dragon. Dragons have reverse scales. Touching them will lead to death. This is the price for defying the scions of the Inferno Dragon family. Bears in flames, came Su Ming's lazy sigh. Shu Tan Na, thank you for the hot compress. Stara was dumbfounded, and he clearly saw several lazy -1s emerge from Su Ming's head once again. He finally couldn't stand it any longer and furiously rushed up, relying on the dragon power in his bloodline to ruthlessly pound and beat Su Ming's back. Don't scratch it, Master S. The water boy saw another series of -1s and the man went numb with throaty laughter. Su Ming, however, said frankly, the hands are very strong. Don't stop. I'm counting on you for all my back pain and leg cramps. My old back and my cervical vertebrae both feel just the right amount of force right now. The most comical battle scene ever appeared. A maddened Inferno Dragon mage was swinging his arm, ruthlessly and furiously punching Su Ming, who was lying on the chair, while Su Ming was full of relief and enjoying himself, while the damage figures that everyone could see were only endless -1111111. Chapter 106, correct me, where am I old? Stop rubbing, Master S. Stop it. Su Ming is so comfortable that he's almost falling asleep. Your Inferno Dragon roaring grand set is truly terrifying as it is. Su Ming is too ruthless, Sharkman, but also to kill his heart. Waterbenders around the globe were laughing their asses off, and were extremely mocking of Starla. At the moment, they have no language barriers or cultural barriers, because -1-1-1 Arabic numerals, who can't read them? Everyone can easily relate to the joyful laughs. At the same time, the esteem for the magic shield skill also went to a new level because of this promotion by Su Ming, but it was quickly pointed out by some 4th and 5th order senior professional waterbenders. Su Ming must have a special means of mana recovery. In fact, Stara is far from being as clownish as everyone seems to be. That move, Inflammatory Dragon's Breath, with its high frequency and high damage and additional burning damage can be said to be the ultimate in all-around power, and it can stand up to the name of the Inflammatory Dragon's Roar. It's just that Su Ming's mana is too strong. That's why it's all mandatory -1 blood deduction. Su Ming burned at least 1,000 plus mana in just 2 seconds. This is simply not something a normal level 17 summoner can have. My half-brother and half-sister water brothers, you mustn't show your sainthood in front of people like him, or you'll only turn into charcoal roasted human flesh. At this moment, Stara, whose lips were mumbling, decisively gave up the fight and chose to voluntarily admit defeat. He turned his head, disoriented, and was about to leave the grounds. Instead, a lazy voice came from behind him, and it was Su Ming talking to his water friends in the live broadcast room. Alas, I thought that the Dragon Trader family sounded bluffing, and could bestow me with a defeat, so that I would have a long memory from now on, but I didn't realize that Starla's level, but it's nothing more than that, letting me pick up $500 million for nothing, and I'm afraid that I'm going to be complacent from now on. Is this his cupping tactic? Want to let me sue someone, spend the rest of my life immersed in a great victory, thus belittling the enemy and ultimately causing a great disaster? The waterman laughed into a ball and grabbed the chute's na. Sure enough, Stara Inferno Dragon Roar twisted his head, glared angrily at Su Ming, and uttered a very handsome line. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive. He's stuck. I wanted to say, don't cheat the youth to be poor, but compared to Su Ming, I'm considered an old man. Su Ming snorted a laugh. You don't know how to be poor in middle age? But I have to say, you are indeed poor. Mr. Starla, you're not only poor, but you also have to be in debt. This is a betting fight with $500 million at stake. TSK. Think twice before you act in everything. The old saying of our Dragon Kingdom for you. I'm afraid you're going to have to pay for that statement for the rest of your life with endless remorse and no end. But before you go, Su Ming spread his hands and asked in a serious manner, do you pass on your secret heavenly orb? I can acquire it at market value, at a 50% premium. Stara fell silent and ran into the crowd, clutching her staff, lost in thought like an innocent boy who had been wheeled by a group of female lizards with rice. The next moment, Su Ming received a bank transfer. Dragon Rising Bank, dear customer, the official dueling supervision system of the Dragon Kingdom has completed a transfer transaction of 500,000 dragon coins to your account with tail number 8801 at 2109 on May 14th. Please pay attention. The regulatory system reminds you, to make money 10 million. Safety first, please do not duel as the main way to profit. If you fail in a duel, your loved ones will have 2 lines of tears. Please try to avoid the deathmatch mode and advocate civilized dueling and friendship dueling. Su Ming was satisfied and shrugged his shoulders towards the water friends in the live broadcast room and said, earned a lot. Water friends, 5 small goals. Seeing is believing. Alright, I'm going to directly draw 5 million as a small rebate for everyone's support tonight. Actually, right, if there weren't so many waterbenders arching their fires and Starla riding the tiger, he most likely wouldn't have agreed to the duel so painfully. Therefore, you guys also greatly deserve credit. Su Ming was beaming with joy, his face numb with laughter. The water friends who were originally envious and jealous suddenly folded their hands. Righteous Father on high, please accept a bow from your dry African daughter. Insider me, I have 38G of dare. It's been private message to you, hubby, mooah. Your generosity is unrivaled. Your wisdom illuminates the 4 seas. You are my son. Allow me to sing a song in your praise. For a while, the water friends enthusiastically participated in the raffle, all of them numb with laughter. Too powerful. Brother Su Ming, the Inferno Dragon Roaring Clan, the second in line to the throne, which is known as one of the Elephant Country's top 10 professional mansions, was actually defeated by you in a devastating manner and crushed without any suspense. I feel like giving you a monkey. Wahahaha. Chen Mengmeng walked up to him with a smile on her face, and directly gave him a burst of crazy compliments. Such a stunning dragoness beauty, with her warmth and softness at her side, puckering her breath against his ear, and using an almost dotingly biased tone that didn't discriminate between good and bad. She was unstinting in her praise for the man she loved, while at the same time understandingly pounding his back, simply giving him all the emotional value he needed. Brother Su Ming, awesome. Chen Sugar Candy also rubbed against his arm, once again drowsy from the power of the bloodline awakening, like a cute girl from the second dimension. Once again, the water boys slammed down lemons, envy creeping up their faces with stomach acid. Don't show your love. Oh hoo. I feel like there are 10,000 lemonades in my heart scoffing at me. I'm already contorted with jealousy. Geez, I'd also like to get a divination from Sister Meng Meng's mother to ask where my future wife is. Is she lost? Why hasn't she found me yet? Damn it. The first 2 times we went live, Su Ming was still only a bachelor like us. Now he's directly picking up 2 dragon ladies for nothing. People are more angry than people. Su Ming tried to tense his face and solemnly reminded his water friends, no need to be envious. No need to be jealous. Being able to watch and not be able to eat is ultimately just torture. Water friends, nah. This is actually a very philosophical question. A super test of my willpower. But, as he looked at Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugar Candy's stunningly beautiful faces, he finally couldn't hold back and revealed an evil and impetuous maniacal smile as he swept them into his arms. Let me, Su Ming, carry the burden for you all on my own for this danger. These 2 little demonesses are a scourge to the earth, and if we leave them alone, we don't know how many ignorant boys will have to be killed. Therefore, leave it to me. Everyone, do not miss it. Waterboy? Holy crap. Old beast Su Ming finally didn't hide and revealed his beastly nature. You boy. You brat. I want to have them all in my pocket like this too. Suax step CP party lost numbness. Chen's double shuttle shares up. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders and said very innocently, some water friends even called me an old beast. I must defend my honor and correct. Where the hell am I old? Chapter 107, Gifted and Talented. Medusa Clan. GWS. Why don't you deny the color accusation? Defaulting, huh? Su Ming took out his schoolboy nature, and explained in a serious manner. Yashing Mengzi said, Young yo, no good color, and Mu Young AI. do not have to feel shameful, this is very normal. Mencius didn't say that. It was Joe Shuren who said it. I think it was said by Susie. Pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk. No explanation. Actually, it was Newton who said it. And he also said, cut to perpetual cure. And thenceforth clear mind and clear eyes are the pure good tart. At this time, the raffle also finally ended. And Su Ming, in front of the crowd, gave money to the 5 water friends who had each won $1 million. And then he smiled as he went off the air and left. Next, it's the main event. The amount of money he is currently able to use is up to a full 7 billion, taking into account the 1 billion that the Divine Hero system was able to return. That was a full 7 billion. If he had signed with Mystic Sanctuary, he would have had to work for them for 14 years to earn that amount. It's true, a horse can't get fat without night grass, and a person can't get rich without horizontal wealth. Su Ming stretched his waist and lamented extremely comfortably as he decided to just throw away money at the Fengdu auction house and ruthlessly raise his combat power. Zhao Muyu's eyes were also flashing with excitement. Boss, if all of our 7 billion is used to help you raid the Caesar's Land copy of the gauntlet, completing the artifact restoration quest will be as easy as a snap. Look long term, my lady broker. Su Ming smiled. Let's take a look at the auction price of the Soul Priest first and get it done. At the same time, help me identify a summon with orc blood. Are you really going to deliver a hidden profession card worth? Well, a whole 1.03 billion to a summoner? Zhao Muyu looked at the current bidding and advised, why not recruit a human follower? The subjective initiative of the human race is not comparable to that of a summon. Su Ming smoothly raised the bidding to 1.05 billion, and now, there would be no more competitors. After all, when the bidder, Su Ming, logo topped the charts, all the VIPs attempting to bid instantly realized, he still had 500 million available cash flow. He simply couldn't beat it. Forget it. This bidding, too, came to a close and began counting down the last 30 minutes. Su Ming taking the hidden profession card had been the nail in the coffin. He let out a long breath, smiled faintly, and said to Zhao Muyu, compared to the human race, I trust summons more. At the very least, summons will never betray or backstab. My soul priest, on the other hand, will be the core supporting role in my summoner system. It must never make any mistakes, and I will never allow any security risks to exist. Therefore, it can only be a 100 loyalty summoner. Zhao Muyu nodded her head. Summoners who revere the one-man army system all seem to be skeptical and critical of humanity, and all trust summons more. And at the same time, as a professional shopper, Chen Mengmeng quickly found a target that fits Su Ming's needs. An urgent consigned auction item has just appeared, requiring us to auction it off within an hour to recoup funds. Fengdu Auction House has listed it as one of the top 100 lots of the year. This is because it is a Medusa's egg. Su Ming asked in shock, the Abyssal Archon Medusa's egg. Someone was actually able to get their hands on it as well? It's really handy, but I'm afraid that our funds are not enough to compete for such a priceless treasure. He smiled bitterly with some dismay. Su Ming was very self-aware. The egg of Medusa was very hot, and would more than likely lead to a godly fight among the Sixth Order powerhouses. By then, it would be unusual for auctions to reach tens of billions. After all, for Sixth Order powerhouses, money was often just a string of numbers lying in a bank card, and they were able to easily apply for an interest-free loan of $10 billion in any country even with their own names. Chen Mengmeng laughed and shook his arm. Brother Su Ming, I don't want to comply. Are people this unreliable and unprofessional? If you weren't competitive, why would I have to specially come to inform you? Oh, could there be another mystery in it? You let go first, quickly burn my arm, Su Ming hurriedly said. Chen Mengmeng snapped and withdrew a pair of snowy lotus root arms. Medusa is a very large genealogy, and in the Abyssal Demon Identification Supplement, it is mentioned that only those with the purest bloodline will be able to be promoted to the Abyssal Maharaja. However, there is often a very serious degeneration of bloodlines in demonic families, especially after marrying with other demonic families. The Medusa bloodline will be diluted. That one Medusa's egg is actually merely a gimmick. Chen Mengmeng hugged her arms and dismissively skimmed her mouth. I have to say, that's a very poor business tactic to attract eyeballs. In fact, according to common sense in the industry, bloodline concentration is the key to evaluating the value of Medusa's egg. Oh, did you guys test its bloodline concentration? What was it? 86,868%. Chen Mengmeng laughed lightly, a very auspicious string of numbers. That low? Then I'm afraid that after it hatches out, it won't even be snake-shaped, right? Su Ming instantly had black lines running through his head. The water here was too deep. Brother Su Ming really doesn't understand Medusa. In fact, the basic threshold for maintaining the shape of the Medusa race is a bloodline concentration of 3.5%. This is after scientific statistics, Chen Mengmeng introduced. Although it's a bit low, It's ultimately a Medusa bloodline, and Medusa used to be one of the clans of the Orc Kingdom, fulfilling the Soul Priest's threshold requirement regarding Orc bloodline. Zhao Moyu vainly sought advice. Then, what does a 87% bloodline concentration mean? Boss Lady Chen Meng Meng? The title of Boss Lady sounds good. Chen Meng Meng laughed with a flamboyant smile. MS. Broker, then I'll share this piece of information that was originally worth a lot of money with you for free. A true pure-blood Medusa Abyssal Archon can perform the terrifying petrifying gaze. That is the root of this bloodline's ascension to Archon. Moreover, the Archon-level Medusa possesses 8 entire arms, each specializing in a skill and each holding a divine weapon. For example, I'll briefly introduce the current Maharaja of Medusa, whose first arm down on the left is specialized in swordsmanship and holds the sacred sword, Hell's Roaring Blade. The second arm up on the right is specialized in axe and holds the sacred axe, Wolf's Totem. And the second arm up on the left is specialized in scepter and holds the scepter of the fallen, King's power without eternity. Chen Meng Meng changed her words, but when the bloodline concentration is reduced to below 50%, there will only be 4 arms, and below 20%, it is the same as the average human race, with only 2 arms left, specializing in 2 lines of skills at most. Su Ming was stunned and said somewhat jealously, this specializing in 2 systems of skills, could it be that it is able to transfer 2 professions at the same time? Chapter 108, Will of Fire, Dance of the Ice Wheel. Bingo! Chen Meng Meng's beautiful eyes flickered as she lamented. This is how powerful the top-tier abyssal bloodline is. Inaugurating 2 professions at the same time is almost impossible in the human race, unless it is an extremely special chance, but for the Medusa clan, it's a family affair. If the 2 professions work together, then they would be able to form countless possibilities and have many combination techniques. Su Ming sighed with emotion. If I had dual professions and directly switched to summoner and soul priest at the same time, my aura would enchant my summons on a large scale, doubling their attributes. At that time, the power of 1 plus 1 will be far less than 2, or even 3. Chen Meng Meng nodded her delicate chin. So hello, are you interested in taking this Medusa egg? It has to be. Su Ming took a deep breath and inquired. Help me ask CC to probe, and I'll see what the base price of the Medusa egg is. If I don't have enough money on hand, then I'll immediately go find a bank loan. Su Ming was looking forward to his 3rd summon. The summons under his command are now basically condoms. For example, Black Goku was able to perform a millipede split, thus creating 12 summoned replicas of itself. For example, Little Fox could now summon the Hydra Witch Demon. And what was the Hydra's proudest ability? That was the split body. The Hydra could split into a 3-headed hexapod, and the hexapod was able to split into a 3-headed Triton. This was another legion of split bodies. Therefore, if this Medusa summoner was able to successfully inaugurate the Soul Priestess, it could allow all of the large group of summoners under Su Ming's command to enjoy a huge increase. TSK, I'm only level 17, and I'm already vaguely on the scale of a one-man army. Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little smug and hopeful for the future. Chen Meng Meng and Sugar Chen immediately went to look for Chen Cici. Su Ming, on the other hand, pulled Zhao Muyu and walked to the corner. Boss, you sidetracked the bosses and secretly dragged the gorgeous secretary to the corner. This plot seems to be common in certain movies. Zhao Muyu asked with a smile. What do you want to do next? Su Ming, he advised in a serious tone. Broker, we still need to watch more positive movies and not think about all that nonsense all the time. I do feel that His Excellency Chen Jingqiu is purposely standing up for me and even helping me with the effects of the program. On one hand, he is strongly supporting my career, and on the other hand, he is also warning all my enemies to stay away from me. This is a huge debt of favors that can even be said to concern my life and death. Su Ming said with a straight face. Moreover, Meng Meng and Sugar Candy have also come to protect me personally. At the same time, I feel that the prophecy is quite reliable. Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes. I get it. You're really going to treat them both as your wives now. So, you want to buy them some meeting gifts, right? Su Ming shrugged his shoulders. The chance that I can make 500 million is still brought about by Meng Meng, so I should still show something. Quite a high level of emotional intelligence. It seems that those 2 little nieces will really be held by you in the future. Zhao Mayu raised her white thumb like a peeled onion root and agreed. They are currently in the middle of the awakening of their dragon bloodline, and for them, the most useful resource is dragon crystals. The dragon crystal, the magic crystal of the dragon race, was the core of all their energy convergence. Well, Su Ming rolled his eyes wildly. How much is the market price of a dragon race's magic crystal? I'm afraid it has to be over $3 billion, right? You want to buy magic crystals even at 3 billion? 5 billion. Zhao Muyu bristled. Didn't you see that His Excellency, Dragon Slayer, Chen Jingxian has a terrifying record of slaughtering 100 dragons, while Chen Meng Meng and Chen Sugarplum didn't get a single dragon crystal pendant? Even he couldn't part with it. Su Ming snorted. That's not necessarily true. I'm afraid that it's not a matter of not being able to give up, but rather, the speed at which he slaughters dragons can't keep up with the speed at which his ladies crackle and lay their babies. If he was going to gift the children with dragon crystal pendants, then he couldn't favor one over the other, could he? There had to be something for everyone. But with 147 sons and 139 daughters, he couldn't divide it up. The dragons he's slaughtered aren't even half enough. Zhao Muyu. This is perhaps the trouble with the Sea King. It didn't take long for Su Ming to pick out 2 pendants cut from 1% magic crystals, each with a price tag of 120 million, and they were ice and fire specials, with the red color going very well with the blue color. He then didn't hesitate to take him down directly, which was mainly to repay Chen Jingqiu's kindness of sheltering him. Furthermore, Su Ming knew very well that if it wasn't for Chen Jingqiu's intervention, as well as the official shelter of the Dragon Kingdom, the 500 million bet from the Yanlong roaring family wouldn't have been able to arrive so easily. The so-called fair bet is not worth mentioning in front of a strong professional. After all, the strong are always more fair than the weak. Good news. Extraordinary good news. Chen Mengmeng joyfully waved a tender white-pink arm, her gorgeous fire-like red hair flying. Brother Su Ming. Sister Cece's valuation says that it'll be able to be fixed at around 800 to 900 million. Sugar Candy Chen saw the needle in the eye and said, Dragon Slayer Bank's special guest salesman Sugar Candy can help you apply for an interest-free loan with a $400 million limit. Oh. Su Ming couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cold face. Wasn't it only 200 million just now? Your quota went up. Sugar Chen rubbed his fingertips fondly. After all, you just proved your potential by defeating Stara Inferno Dragon Roar. The Dragon Slayer Bank has reassessed your solvency. Su Ming smiled and presented the 2 necklaces named Will of Fire and Will Dance of Ice to the 2 of them. Here, the dragon crystals are able to effectively provide you with energy to help you complete your bloodline awakening as soon as possible. These 2 pieces of jewelry with 1% dragon crystal are considered a small meet and greet gift. Ha! The 2 dragon ladies were stunned. What? It's not so shocking. Su Ming was somewhat puzzled. However, they saw the 2 of them look at each other, and then both opened their cell phones and found a screenshot, showing it to Su Ming. It was a group photo of the 3 of them, with Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugarplum hugging him on the left and right, and what they wore on their chests were clearly the Will of Fire and the Wheel of Ice. Everything, as predicted. Su Ming, however, didn't feel the romance of destiny, and only felt creeped out. The prophecy is even able to calculate such details? The necklace was randomly purchased by me, and the idea of buying you guys a gift was also an impromptu idea I had, with absolutely no psychological hints from anyone. The power of fate caused Su Ming's scalp to tingle a little. Destiny is indeed quite frightening, as if we are just puppets on strings, moving towards a fixed future according to set rules. Seeing Su Ming's clouded expression, Chen Mengmeng smiled lightly and indifferently. Anyway, so far, I'm very satisfied with the fate of the 3 of us yet. Sugar 2, Chapter 109, No one knows scum better than us. Next, there were no more waves in the Fengdu auction house, given that Su Ming had already gained the esteem of Dragon Slayer, Chen Jingqiu, and the probability was that he would become the other party's son-in-law. Most of the VIPs at the auction gave him face, and no one bid maliciously. Coupled with the fact that Su Ming was tasked with divine artifact restoration, many of the Dragon Kingdom seniors were willing to promote him, and people even intentionally left the Soul Priest profession card and the Medusa's egg at a low price to him. Eventually, for 1.05 billion, Su Ming took that 1 Soul Priest hidden profession card. 270 million. 100 voodoo archer suits crafted by Master Taylor Avril were in his pocket. Medusa's egg, too, was auctioned off for a mere $980 million. Su Ming slightly calculated that he had only spent $2.3 billion, and he had already bought everything he needed. But really, it was just a matter of cultivating the district's 3rd summoner while purchasing equipment for a group of skeleton archers. Black Goku didn't have any decent extreme equipment yet, and Little Fox's equipment was mediocre. Money, it's true that it's still not enough nah. Su Ming looked up to the sky and sighed. For a summoner who went with the tycoon stream, money was never enough, and Su Ming also received the long-awaited Divine Hero System beep. Successful spending of $500 million. Return of $1 billion has arrived. Get a legend gold word. The next time you get a legendary gold word, you need to spend $2 billion, and you're still 150 million short. Su Ming was satisfied and secretly thought to himself, it's only 150 million. I'll soon be able to have my 4th gold phrase. The Divine Hero System is really powerful. I'll be able to ruthlessly cultivate Black Goku and Little Fox next. But he didn't plan on completing the Divine Hero System anytime soon. After all, a tree attracts the wind. Too many eyes are on him now. If a lot of cash always appears out of nowhere somehow, it will inevitably cause endless trouble. Might as well settle down and leave everything for the future. after it's all done. Su Ming then said goodbye to Chen Mengmang and Chen Sugarplum, and was going to take his agent back to the hotel he was staying at. What are you saying, brother Su Ming? Chen Mengmang fluttered her clear beautiful eyes, pretending to be confused, but in reality, Gu he laughed and winked madly. I'm your super bodyguard, and I'm responsible for your safety in Feng City. We must stay together at all times. Oh, you're not allowed to run. Chen Sugarplum rubbed her dazed and sleepy eyes. Yeah, I sleep everywhere anyway. It doesn't matter where I go. Su Ming, he had a feeling the real test was coming tonight. The time has come to test heat and cold resistance. Grilled sausage or popsicle? That's the question. No, absolutely not. Zhao Muyu stepped in, assuming the stance of an agent, and admonished the two dragonesses in a serious manner. We as women, we have to be reserved. We can't just rush up to accompany a boy to the hotel without moving, and over time, we'll inevitably be considered too frivolous. Moreover, throughout the ages, both men and women, for things that are too easily obtained, always lack of appreciation. Sister is the one who came over, and was just abandoned by smelly men. A woman's most valuable asset must be reserve. Between women, they must help each other. Can I lie to you? She wiped her tears, feigned pain, and fictionalized a love history in 0.3 seconds, displaying the image of a woman who had been hurt by Neptune's scum. Sister, don't cry. You're right. No one knows more about scum than us sisters. Chen Mengmang and Chen Sugarplum both beamed as they reluctantly bid farewell to Su Ming. Su Ming was dumbfounded. It's really there shouldn't be a sea king in the world that is more slaggy than His Excellency Chen Jingqiu. They sisters really know too much. On the contrary, my agent lady, your acting was superb. Thank you for your help in getting out of the way. He sincerely thanked. Zhao Muyu said in a serious manner. I'm also trying to save my career. You have to remember one thing, violent thermal expansion and contraction in a short period of time can't be suffered by even steel, let alone a little boy like you who hasn't seen the world. I'm genuinely afraid that a 120 ambulance will be whistling to transport you to the hospital tonight, and then you'll have to be calmed because of burns or frostbite. I'm strong-willed. Su Ming coldly grunted, with the face of a saintly gentleman, sitting squarely in the Lu Xiaohui mold. Zhao Muyu wildly rolled her eyes. You can pull back. I'm not the two little stupid melons in your house, or 1,000 years of foxes, with the old lady to play what chatty. Su Ming. They were also sent back to their hotel by the auction house's special car. Along the way, they looked at this cyber ghost city. They all couldn't help but feel a little emotional, only to see that there were many zombie balloons hovering in the layers of clouds, and the neon signs on the streets were all about various kinds of summoned beasts and their related knowledge, and a lot of summoners traveled around the summoned beasts in a grand manner. And the most frequent means of transportation is not the private car, but the private RV and the private bus. After all, summoners had limited summoning space, and that was how they had to transport those temporary summons. Su Ming wasn't sleepy at all and directly used the Medusa's egg in the room. Incubation. Summoner activation. After paying out massive amounts of mana to supply that egg to devour and grow, a crack finally appeared on the eggshell of the Medusa egg. Click. The eggshell shattered, and a cute Q version of Medusa, chewing on the eggshell, climbed out of it, and the emerald eyes saw the world as well as Su Ming for the first time. According to the Medusa's egg's instruction manual, Su Ming knew it very well. It was like many eggs laying their young, and would regard the first creature it saw as its mother. Therefore, Zhao Muyu then hid in the restroom ahead of time, allowing Su Ming to enjoy its loyalty alone. Medusa felt the intimate scent from Su Ming. This was the blood relationship he had established by spending 5,000 mana points to hatch her. Coupled with the natural closeness at the first sight after hatching, the lovely Medusa immediately snuggled up next to Su Ming, rubbing against his arm in a very dependent manner. From now on, I'll call you Snake. Don't call me Mom. It's better to just call me Ba. Su Ming lovingly rubbed its snake hair and spoiled it by taking out a large pile of snake food Medusa loved to eat from the backpack bar: artificially bred spiked rat devil jerky, smoked flavored chicken thighs, crocodile egg tarts, and boiled arrow poison frogs. Medusa chose the fourth without hesitation and began to feast on the arrow poison frog meat that was deadly enough for humans at 1 gram. Su Ming pondered. Oh, our family snake seems to be a toxin specialty. He then took the opportunity to sign a summoned beast contract with the young Medusa while opening the attribute panel. Contracted summoned beast successful. Degenerate Medusa, juvenile, bloodline concentration 6, 86,868%. Quality, S. Can be upgraded along with bloodline awakening. Level 1, can be upgraded to the same level as summoner. Attributes, strength 35, physique 20, agility 35, spirit 40. Magic shield, a natural awakening skill that allows you to use mana to counteract the damage you receive. Currently at a ratio of 1:3. Chapter 110, Legendary Golden Word, Ancestral Phenomenon. Holy crap, magic shield. Su Ming couldn't help but be dumbfounded. And he had to say that he and the magic shield skill were really something else. When he was in the group Demon Fortress copy, he relied on the record-breaking high explosive rate to burst out a book of magic shield from the strong Medusa Lord. And now his own Medusa summoner had awakened to the very same magic shield. It's actually a bit of a shame, because Medusa's natural skills had more than a dozen types. The magic shield was certainly one of the strongest ones, but it meant very little to Su Ming's summoner system. After all, the Flower Fruit Mountain 13 Taba blocking the front row had been able to act as a meat shield, and Su Ming was also moving towards a spell-based meat shield. If only it was a master archery technique, or a gazing eye petrification technique. Su Ming looked at Medusa, who was as delicate as a porcelain doll, and it was eating boiled arrow poison frogs with tons and tons of ferocity, and extinguished the regretful thoughts in his heart. After all, it was only supposed to be a 8,686% concentration of Medusa, so why spend your days fantasizing that it could have a talent level comparable to that of an abyssal archon? The mentality of parents who hope that their children will be successful and that their daughters will become phoenixes is not to be taken seriously. However, Su Ming was indeed able to have the ability to turn stones into gold, making his son like a dragon and his daughter a phoenix, legendary gold phrase. He pondered a little, racking his brain for a long time from the summoner's gold lexicon, and soon came up with an idea, saying faintly, granting the legendary gold lexicon, returning phenomenon. It was a decision he made after a long period of deliberation. In fact, the golden phrase called dark evolution, given to the macaque was also quite suitable for Medusa, because according to the experience of previous summoners, there was a high probability that she would be able to aberrate into the special spectrum of the Medusa family, snake-haired banshee, and would then be able to release the terrifying, forked lightning, as well as being able to unleash the enchanted paralyzing lightning effect of advanced splitting arrow, and even after awakening to its full form, it was able to summon the ultimate wind spell, Hurricane Tornado. However, it was clear that it overlapped with the path that Su Ming had planned for Little Fox. The 9 consecutive rings of lightning was already strong enough, and there was no need to continue to supplement the team's lightning system ability. Therefore, return to ancestral phenomenon was the best choice, as it could raise the concentration of the serpent's bloodline, causing it to awaken its bloodline, thus obtaining the purest Medusa ability, the petrification skill. It must be known that the petrification ability is extremely rare, and is also rare in the various dropped skill books. Because of its rarity, basically no one will stack petrification resistance specifically, and this attribute is also regarded as a weak affix. One could imagine how powerful Snake would be when he was trained up, especially during the civil war between the human professionals. He would definitely be a killer-level existence. Returning to the ancestral phenomenon word is given successfully. Summoned Beast, Degenerate Medusa, S, plus Return of the Ancestors, Legend, equals Medusa Daughter of the Demon God, Legend. Medusa Daughter of the Demon God, Juvenile. Bloodline concentration 46, 86,868%. Quality, Legendary. Can be upgraded along with Bloodline Awakening. Level, 1, can be upgraded to the same level as Summoner. Attributes, Strength 55, Physique 42, Agility 55, Spirit 50. Talent according to the concentration of the bloodline. Possesses 4 arms, 2 belong to normal solid arms that cannot be hidden, and the other 2 belong to elemental prosthetics that can be activated during battle and hidden during daily life. Magic Shield, a natural awakening skill that allows you to use mana to counteract the damage you receive, currently at a ratio of 1 to 4. Secret Alien Serpent, summons a secret alien serpent composed of pure elemental power, which will automatically seek out enemies with mana, draw on the opponent's mana, and bring it back to replenish Medusa's main body, while causing the opponent to gain the Serpent Venom effect, taking a damage effect of Medusa's spirit value x 5 per second. Advanced Splintered Arrow, Medusa's first pair of arms are equipped with bows and arrows, and can attack one additional target when using archery. When Medusa advances, attack plus 1 target. Awesome! Su Ming's heart blossomed and he was quite satisfied with this result. It increased the bloodline concentration by a full 40%, so it directly awakened a series of skills. One could only say that compared to Black Goku's base, the C-ranked Little Macaque, and the Little Fox's base, the excellent ranked Green Hill Fox, Medusa was initially S-ranked, winning too much at the starting line. However, Black Goku was the biggest prize among Su Ming, and it could only be said that its mutation was very powerful. I'll go back and get you some archer's equipment, and then I'll arrange a Master Archer skill book for you. In the future, you'll just practice target shooting for 18 hours a day to quickly increase your proficiency. At your age, 6 hours of sleep a day should be enough, right? This master of mine, I'm quite kind. Su Ming smiled as he thought about Medusa's future. Snake is desperate. She had only been out of her shell for 3 minutes, and her life had been clearly arranged by the capitalist Su Ming. Su Ming also didn't forget to paint the cake. Cheer up, Al. In the future, when I have more legendary gold phrases, I will also arrange for you to have an unlimited mana, so that your magic shield will never run out, and from then on, you will become immortal. After the snakes are full from eating boiled arrow poison frogs, it saw Su Ming pull out another Soul Priest profession card and said with a smile, "Come on, your path to soaring to greatness begins with becoming a priest." Given that Medusa's loyalty automatically skyrockets to full 100 when given a gold word, it had complete trust in Su Ming, so it immediately used it obediently. Snake's first career. The inauguration was quickly completed. Soul Priests, temple attendants of the Orc Empire, sowers of the glory of the god of war, duty-bound to teach the common people, and apostles of the gods. Basic skills: Anza's glorious battle hymn, Behemoth's fervent battle hymn, Onslaught glory battle cry. After singing this battle cry in its entirety, you can broadcast a strong strike aura into a 50 by 50 area, and all units of your side that are covered by this aura will have plus 10% attack strength. Bimbo Frenzy battle cry. After singing this battle cry in its entirety, you can broadcast an aura of frenzy into a 50 by 50 area, and all units of your side that are covered by this aura will have plus 5% attack speed. Su Ming held an approving smile as he nodded his head. Currently, Medusa's two auras could already bring a 10% overall boost to the team, which could be considered to be an outstanding effect. In the future, after it mastered more aura-type skills, it would be nothing short of a divine assist. For $1 billion worth of Soul Priest profession cards, you really get what you pay for. It's expensive for a reason. Su Ming shushed his breath and beautifully lay down to sleep. Today was also considered to be a day that had experienced too many things, and a strong sense of exhaustion surged through his heart, causing Su Ming to fall into a deep sleep. In the dreamland, Su Ming heard Chen Meng and Chen Sugar Candy Jie laughing strangely, cornering him and making him choose between the two. Su Ming was torn when the alarm clock went off. As soon as he opened his eyes, he realized that the bright morning light was already enveloping Thingdu Ghost City. Chapter 111 Intelligence on Caesar's City. Knock knock. Su Ming, who was drowsy and confused from sleep, heard the voices of Chen Meng and Chen Sugar Candy. "Honey, I brought you roasted sausages. Pure whole meat black pepper sausages roasted by volcanic stone. Get up and eat breakfast quickly. This is the full of vigor Chen Meng. Brother Su Ming, I brought you a lot of cold drinks. There is Yangji Ganluo milk tea, ice cream, and pure milk popsicles, all of which are people's usual favorites, and you must like them too. This is the weak social terrorism housewife Chen Sugar. Su Ming scratched his head. Am I still awake? The roasted sausage and popsicle are actually still chasing me? Pulling on a simple tunic and pants, he leapt out of bed with a carp. Su Ming suspiciously looked at the two beautifully dressed dragon ladies. So early, looking for me for something? Mom said that to impress a man, you have to impress his stomach first. Chen Meng raised the food box behind her high. Clank clank clank. It's all the various roasted meats, roasted sausages, and roasted chicken that I got up at 5 to make for you. There's also the lotus seed kanji that I worked half the night to help you chill. The frozen creamy ice bricks and the various iced sugar small balls. Chen Sugar Candy also took out her insulated icebox lined with ice packs and held it up in front of Su Ming, expecting his compliments. The corners of Su Ming's lips curled slightly, and he was truly a little touched. For many years, he has always been an ordinary schoolboy, the standard small-town do-gooder, never expecting to win the favor of a beautiful woman, only wanting to finish college by the book, get a well-paying job, and then slowly climb up to the middle class, a small fortune. This kind of treatment, which seemed like the treatment of an anime hero from the old days, instantly pierced Su Ming's heart. A lot of these routines are very old-fashioned and corny, but when a girl is actually willing to do that for you, you realize that they are still incredibly effective and give unparalleled emotional value. Let's eat together. Su Ming suddenly felt that it would be quite good for the three of them to live a good life even if they just went into seclusion together like this, but that was destined to be a peachy luxury. The artifact restoration quest had doomed him to not be mediocre, and the enemy nation and the abyss would never be willing to sit back and watch the rise of a second, undead plague. If he didn't upgrade with all his might and rise quickly, he would be destined to be cannon fodder in the future, unable to protect even his beloved. Soon, next door, Zhao Muyu, also wearing yoga clothes, came to dabble in the food and drink. Her concave and slender fiery figure, the strong womanly flavor she emitted when she inadvertently lifted up her waterfall of green silk, instantly turned the two little nieces sour with envy. How come most food is all baked and sugars is all chilled? Zhao Muyu asked with slight curiosity. Could it be that your body temperature also affects your tastes? Yeah, Chen Meng said glumly, that is to say my taste buds find anything below 60 degrees cold and hard to swallow, and all chilled items cause my teeth to quickly plummet 50 degrees, and with hot and cold, my dental nerves immediately hurt all day. As a child, I went to the dentist more often than I went to my father. Su Ming, Zhao Muyu, Is this to be interpreted as you going to the dentist more often or complaining that your father comes to see you less often? All of them, ha! With a devouring speed comparable to that of a dragon, Chen Mengmeng took a big bite out of the food she had brought with her. Su Ming, on the other hand, looked at Chen Sugar Candy, who was swallowing ice cream in small bites, with some heartache. Sugar Candy, since your body temperature is minus 18 degrees, won't this icy water freeze into ice crystals very quickly once it enters your stomach? Ah nah, Sugar Chan nodded her delicate chin, but no need to worry yo, I am, after all, a half-dragon with a super strong monster physique, and my intestines can easily strangle any ice. A humanoid ice crusher. Ah, Su Ming's mouth straightened. One could only say that the cost of the awakening of the dragon bloodline was very great. Brother Su Ming, can we follow you to practice leveling in the future? Chen Sugar Candy asked expectantly, snuggling towards his shoulder. We can form a warband and fight as a team. Not for now. Su Ming sighed tersely. You are all second-order professionals, and I, an untransformed liability, can't keep dragging you down. According to the rules of distribution of experience for professionals, all experience is prioritized downwards, which allows the lowest-ranked person to be prioritized to be promoted up, obviously encouraging the old to bring up the new. But for higher levels, the experience gain is so meager that it is purely at the service of others. It doesn't matter. With your skills, you'll definitely be able to quickly upgrade to the second rank. At that time, you'll be the one to lead us. Both Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugar Candy didn't mind at all. Su Ming, however, said with a straight face, no way. Bringing people to level up is a shortcut that everyone knows about. But you see, there are almost no big families that would let their children level up quickly. The reason for this is simple. At low levels, a professional also has his unique perks, and there will be an extra burst rate for low levels. The reason I was able to pop out a legendary grade, Magic Shield, in the Swarming Demon Fortress, was because I was level 1 at the time, and all of the duplicates reward drop rates were pulled full. Su Ming smiled. I didn't want to quickly upgrade at all, but rather I was prepared to break more copy records, and swipe a lot more record-breaking rewards when I was at a lower level. Well, that makes sense. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugarplum looked at each other, expressing understanding despite some regret. Their mother was Chen Jingqiu's good wife, very understanding, even for his Sea King behavior are the greatest understanding. It could be argued that their mothers would have been standard devotional personalities, never self-interested and exclusively altruistic, and Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugar were probably also educated by their mother since childhood, and since the beginning, they had been trying hard to please him and support him, fearing that he would abandon them, like two little milk cats that were always insecure. Su Ming sighed in his heart. Why did they lack a sense of security? In fact, it was easy to understand. It was precisely because of the lack of a father's love, and since their fathers had too many children, they naturally always had a sense of crisis of being abandoned. With this thought, Su Ming tenderly rubbed their heads. Don't worry, my upgrade speed will still be fast. We'll probably reunite when you're at the 3rd rank, and at that time, we'll form a warband and fight against the abyss together. Oh, I'll strive to lower my body temperature to below 45 degrees at that time, and never let you get hurt. Chen Mengmeng waved her pink fist. Su Ming, Zhao Muyu froze in place, expressionlessly chewing the pure meat grilled sausage in his mouth. Mom also said that women can't just be good helpers in life, they also need to help out in their man's career. Chen Mengmeng took out a USB flash drive from her pocket. I've brought the top secret information on the high school copy of Caesar's Kingdom that you desperately need. Chapter 112, Immortal Old Meow. Join us. Su Ming was stunned, and then he instinctively looked around vigilantly. Where did you get it from? Is the channel formal? There won't be a risk of going to jail, right? It wasn't for nothing that he was so worried. Caesar's Land is an official copy of the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance exam, because it changes from year to year, evolving internally in a natural way. There is never a fixed strategy, and the end of believing in the old strategy is often extremely tragic, meaning that it will go further and further in the wrong direction. Therefore, all candidates are left to improvise and are thus pulled apart by the segments. Now Chen Mengmeng get this year's new version of the Caesar's Country of the Intelligence is equivalent to in the old days, in advance to get the college entrance examination paper. That is simply do not be too criminal. Belongs to be able to squat to the bottom of the prison sit through the felony. Naturally it couldn't have been taken care of through criminal channels. Don't worry. Chen Mengmeng smiled brightly. Brother Su Ming, don't forget what our mother's occupation is. Chen Sugarplum also lightly nodded her head, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and forced herself to say, we contracted 2 months of chores to help you in exchange for a divination opportunity, and gained 2 revelations from a copy of Caesar's Kingdom. Su Ming immediately felt this heavy sentiment inside. It's hard to take the grace of a beautiful woman. Ever since I've known them both, I've enjoyed a favoritism that doesn't discriminate between the good and the bad. and they've always bludgeoned my heart with straight balls, so who could resist? Su Ming took a deep breath, keeping their thoughts in his heart, and flirted. That's really too much of a sacrifice. 2 whole months of housework. When I see you guys again next time, I'm afraid that you'll have lost weight. Yes, oh, but it's all worth it. Chen Mengmeng smiled brightly. Even our father has never been willing to buy dragon crystal jewelry to help us suppress our boiling dragon blood. You are the man who has treated our sisters the best ever. Chen Sugar also talked a lot. Housework. Good to do. Dinner. You can order takeout, sweeping the floor. Let the robot get it done, wash the dishes. The robot to get it done, walk the dog and sneak the cat. But also to the robot. Su Ming cried and laughed. So it's all solved by robots. Alright, I'll go online and purchase a few of the latest model of omnipotent robots later to help lighten your load. Good lord. It's still brother Su Ming who can make money. Chen Mengmeng stood up, opened her laptop computer and plugged in a USB flash drive. But your professional entrance exams are just around the corner, so it's better to read The Intelligence of Caesar's Land first, and let this agent help you with your reference. Zhao Moyu laughed softly. Another brother Su Ming, and another senior sister to assist you. Your brat is truly blessed. If you can't take the crown of top student, you'll be a bit of a disappointment to our efforts. Definitely take it. The package win. You open the video collection of the top students of the college entrance exams of the past years. None of them are tougher than me at this moment. The corners of Su Ming's lips curled up slightly, and there was a hidden look of disdain and indulgence between his brows. And he did have the nerve to say that. The legendary gold word brought by the divine magnificence system, the strong summoned beasts, and the divine artifacts, all gave him a terrifying advantage that candidates of the same level could only look up to. Start reading the intel. As soon as the screen in the flash drive was opened, the familiar crystal ball appeared. The first image is clearly the legion of zombie animals raiding furiously in thousands of armies. They were densely packed, like a tidal wave, and surrounded a castle cast in crystal. The second image, on top of the Iron Throne, is of a cute, one-eyed orange cat, standing upright as a human with an athletic build that is a rarity compared to its kin. It was about the size of an unusual orange cat. It wore a wide-brimmed hat inlaid with emerald and onyx, and a velvet cloak dark and deep, pendant with countless diamonds. In its left hand it held a miniature titanium steel tower shield embedded with magically colored sapphires, and in its right hand it held a chillingly sharp blade with a hilt carved with rubies that flowed with fiery flames. Fierce warriors of the kingdom of Caesar, we will fight in blood until we die. The cat swordsman's battle intent was so great that it ripped off the cloak wrapped around its body. Countless crisscrossing scars, on its chest, limbs, and back, left unhealable traces of the warrior's glory. It apparently often went deep into enemy lines on its own and fought 10 demonic creatures, which is why it left scars on every inch of its skin without any dead ends. This one, an orange cat swordsman, has been through many battles. That's the king of cats, Caesar, nicknamed Immortal Old Meow. According to the human race's historical records, it has conquered the zombie factories on the 3rd level of the Abyss, Corpse Nest, 17 times, personally killing tens of thousands of zombie animals, and whenever the battlefield is in danger, it will be in the battlefield, wielding the holy sword, retreating sacred flames, forcefully shaking the endless tide of zombies. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugarplum were both in awe. Su Ming also looked towards this common ally of the human race and Blue Star with emotion. The Abyss was not ironclad. Not all demons were willing to accept the leadership of the Archons of the 100th Abyss, and there were many races in the Abyss that had been taken captive by the demons from the various worlds they had invaded. The rebel army is still fighting in the Abyss, and will not rest until they die. They will transform themselves into zombie fighters, provide their own needles and threads, and sew their souls into their shells, and fight for their compatriots until the last drop of blood is drained, the last piece of flesh is rotted, and the last bone is broken. Every intelligent race has no shortage of bloodthirsty sluggers. The 3rd level of the Abyss, Corpse Nest, was such a territory. It originally belonged to the private territory of the demon Maharaja, the demoness Lilith, who conducted countless experiments on zombie creatures on this floor, building zombie factories and flesh and blood furnaces to batch-produce cheap zombie armies to invade other worlds. But then, Lilith was sealed. All the zombies on level 3 lost their master's secret method of control, thus fragmenting and giving birth to countless zombie forces. Some walkers still follow their instincts and pledge allegiance to Lilith, to guard the 3rd level of the Abyss until Lilith breaks the seal and returns. There are zombies, but after losing their mental shackles, they join forces with those creatures that have not yet been made into zombies and eventually form the Land of Caesar. Under the command of Caesar, the leader of the undead Old Meow, they divided the land and occupied 1/10 of the territory of the 3rd level of the Abyss, building castles and walls to resist the endless attacks of the zombies. Su Ming pondered. So, the content of this entrance examination is to rescue the kingdom of Caesar? Of course it's impossible. You're just ordinary students. And what you're participating in is just a copy made according to history, Zhao Muyu said lightly. At the beginning of the year, there was already a large group of Blue Star's high-ranking professionals who went to the aid of Caesar's kingdom and returned with a great victory. Chapter 113, I'm the Analyzer. Copies, ultimately, are just made according to history, unless it's a purely natural copy that's influenced by both the abyssal and the human. At the same time, however, the Caesar's land, used for the college entrance exams, would be open to tens of millions of test takers in the country at the same time, and it obviously couldn't be a unique and purely natural copy. My second quest to repair the divine artifact is to single-handedly complete the nightmare difficulty world copy, Caesar's Kingdom. Su Ming pondered. According to the images we saw in the prophecy crystal ball, the probability is that we will join the undying old Miao's camp, support Caesar, and win this war against the necrotic tide. He revealed a faint smile as if he was relieved. See, it seems quite easy, just like my battle of fame, the Gun Demon Bastion, castle defense battle. Moreover, today's me, my strength has soared too much, and completing the kingdom of Caesar is as easy as a slap in the face. But, that's nightmare difficulty. Chen Mengmeng was a bit worried, puffing out her cheeks and reminding, never underestimate any nightmare difficulty copy. This is one of our Dragon Slayer clan's family motto. Zhao Muyu furiously rolled his eyes. Isn't that what your father said? Well, never mind, don't spit on him. He should still be considered an authority in the field of battles and copies. Su Ming smiled. Thank your mother. Our mom for me. It's really like having a treasure in the family. I'm too happy. He. Mom also likes you as a dragon son-in-law. Chen Mengmeng naturally blended into the role of a virtuous wife. You haven't had any elders since you were young, so in the future, on New Year's festivals, why don't you simply come to our house? We'll make dumplings and soup dumplings together. Sugar Chen also tapped her delicate chin. We can also make ice cream and crushed ice together. Su Ming held a gentle light smile, and suddenly he really had a feeling of having landed and taken root in this world. He settled down and analyzed. With these 2 pieces of intelligence, we can analyze at least 3 pieces of information. Oh, brother Su Ming, tell me about it. The Ice and Fire twins looked at him expectantly, their watery eyes exceptionally clear. Su Ming was also aroused in his desire to perform by the adoring eyes of the beautiful woman, and after clearing his throat, he said with a straight face, 1. Is that our main enemy will be the Legion of Zombie Bears. According to the record of Abyssal Secrets, Level 3, the Legion of Zombie Bears is one of the 10 legions in the Yi Corpse Nest. They guard a zombie bear assembly line factory, which was Lilith's masterpiece before she was sealed. Simply by investing blood and flesh into it as materials and dropping in gems as energy, an endless stream of zombie bear troops can be produced. Su Ming revealed a smile. Zombie bears, as the name suggests, possess the characteristics of both zombie and demon bear creatures, combining the 2 racial strengths of thick skin and undead body, and will inevitably have the weakness of zombie's fear of divine attribute damage. The demon bears, on the other hand, are extremely afraid of the cold, and once the temperature is low enough, they will hibernate on the spot. So, he pulled out his small notebook and recorded the needs. So I'm going to purchase a scepter with divine attributes as a weapon for my Black Goku. At the same time, I'm going to request a copy of the Cold Ice Arrow, skill for Snake to learn. Makes sense. I'll take charge of going to the auction house to help you with your purchases, and get it done tonight. Chen Mengmeng volunteered. Su Ming also directly handed her a bank card. This card has 100 million inside. I just transferred it last night. It should be enough. Aha. Chen Mengmeng looked at Sugar Candy Chen with some regret. It would be nice if we could form a battle group and work together on a copy. My sister's Frost Domain can easily make the zombie bears drowsy and drastically reduce their fighting strength. There will be opportunities in the future. Su Ming held a smile and dotingly hugged them both. He let out a deep breath and settled his mind, clearing it of all distractions. What about the second and third? Zhao Muyu inquired. Secondly, Su Ming then spoke eloquently. His Majesty Caesar's Imperial Chariot. That means that its divine artifact, retreating demon sacred flame, can be activated at any time. Therefore, that is an insurance policy, meaning that we can be bolder and more aggressive in what we do, and all of our attack strategies can be chosen in the direction of high risk and high gain. Anyway, His Majesty Caesar will underwrite us at least once. After the demon retreating sacred flame is enabled, it's not too late for us to seek stability and concede. This is a strategic advantage. Good point. Why don't we open the game by urging His Majesty Caesar to go on an expedition to destroy the zombie bear factory? Destroy the so-called 10 legions. Chen Mengmeng waved her pink fist in a hawkish belligerent manner. Su Ming smiled. Very good. Very spirited. I will consider your plan. But for the specifics, it still depends on how many elite soldiers Your Excellency Caesar possesses. You'll be able to kill through it all by yourself. Chen Mengmeng snapped her fingers to inventory his cards. Your skeleton summons at the Dragon Bone Research Institute will soon be able to be modified. and at that time, it will be the 100 long-range outputters that are like a finger in the air. Your Flower and Fruit Mountain 13 guards can completely crush zombie bears. In terms of strength, physique, and attributes, all of them are perfectly restrained. You also have the Soul Priestess's Medusa. Oh yeah, your Hydro Witch Demon is also a master of spraying frost. It can perfectly suppress zombie bears. Chen Sugar Candy pursed her lips and said, the Hydro Witch Demon has a great potential for upgrading, so please prioritize its cultivation. It should be able to unlock the split body ability after its advancement. Very powerful. Great. Su Ming continued. Thirdly, it's the replica weather seen in the crystal ball. The firmament is scarlet red, and that's the unique weather of the third level of the abyss, Corpse Nest, the season of ashes. The chimneys of the zombie factories spewed out countless jewel crumbs and blood and flesh ashes that filled the sky. That would cause the zombies to go berserk. And at the same time, normal creatures who breathed in would feel their airways rolling, and it could even lead to all sorts of respiratory tract cancers. So minion, you have to prepare some purification type scrolls and potions, and you also have to wear a gas mask. Su Ming crossed his fingers and gave a third piece of information. Pithy. Zhao Muyu rose with a huff. I'll go to the auction house with Meng Meng and Sugar Candy and proceed to help you purchase supplies. This trip will surely make your journey to Caesar's Land a smooth one. The three of them left in a flurry. None of these supplies, to put it mildly, are expensive, but it is impossible for normal high school candidates to carry them because each professional has limited backpack space. The general logic is that Caesar's Land is a zombie-infested, virus-ridden place where all food is inedible and there's no telling how long you'll be in there, so you have to fill your backpack with clean food and water. As for Su Ming, he possessed the divine artifact, Carrying World, the space for storing temporary summons, and was also able to place a lot of supplies. Chapter 114, The Search Hoggers. When the three of them disappeared into the hotel corridor, a trace of empty loneliness rose in Su Ming after a long time, causing him to laugh dumbly. I am getting more and more used to the days when beauty is with me. It seems that I also have the potential to become Chen Jingqiu in the field of good color. Shaking his head, he first contacted Dr. Li Jiawei of the Dragon Bone Research Institute to confirm the progress of his work on the 50 skeleton ghost archer and 50 skeleton trickster mage. Everything is okay. We're absolutely win-win. Wait for the sign-off. Li Jiawei's reply was full of confidence, and he even took a few photos to show Su Ming. Sure enough, after replacing the bionic dragon bones, the group of skeleton soldiers became majestic, even emitting invisible dragon power, causing the doctor's cell phone to take pictures to be somewhat blurred by the impact of invisible airwaves. Hanging up the phone, Su Ming summoned Little Fox and Snake, letting Demon Fox and Medusa play casually in the hotel room. Both of them were actually considered to be hatched by Su Ming, belonging to be fathers in a sense, so he also hoped that their short childhood would be happier, and that they didn't have to be locked up in summoned beast space every day. Su Ming, on the other hand, played the role of a parent. On the one hand, he was wary of the two summon cubs touching the hotel's electrical appliances or climbing up the windowsill and falling down, and on the other hand, he was boredly swiping his cell phone. He realized that he was on the hot seat again, and the number one on the hot search list was actually the scene of himself spitting on Chen Jingqiu. It's been edited into a short video that has over 5 million horrible views. The video was posted by Cece as a big muscular cute girl. Oh, Su Ming originally wanted to charge the other parties royalties. After all, the clips were all from his own live production, but once he saw the ID, he knew that it was done by Chen Cece, and that it should be his fanbase helping him publicize, and he extinguished his attempt to charge. Click to play. Su Ming then heard his own original spiel. It turns out that His Excellency Chen Jingqiu's heart is in the shape of a durian, with people standing on the tip of each heart. Everyone is quite interested in the gossip of big names like Dragon Slayer, and it's a universal interest. Unlike those idol trainees, popular actors and rappers, no one questioned Chen Jingqiu's heroic achievements in defending Fengdu Ghost City, but people were quite critical of his formidable record of having many heirs and hundreds of confidants. Men were envious and jealous, while women regarded him as the number one scum of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Ming slightly browsed through the highly liked comments and instantly went crazy with joy. Chan Gingqiu, the number one deep lover in Fengdu Ghost City, pugnacious without explanation. Although he marries a lot, he never abandons them on his own initiative. So you guys can tell me if he's a saint of love, right? Alas, Su Ming should have already had the forbidden door opened by Chen Jingqiu. You guys, look at his little expression. It's almost like what he was thinking when Gao Zhu looked at the dragon. A great man should be like that. Although Su Ming is spitting, but in the blink of an eye, he's having an affair with the Chen twins. Ha, man, let's just say, it's also too real. Su Ming, build a durian-shaped heart from scratch. Su Ming was dumbfounded, very helplessly shook his head. He felt that he was not Chen Jingqiu, and a normal shape. Originally there are two heart tips, so this is normal. And another highly liked comment inquired, Why is His Excellency Chen Jingqiu's naming so perfunctory? Chen Ming, Chen Sugar Candy, Chen Cici, Chen Lele. Is he a bigot? Someone in the building just replied. No, he treats his son and daughter as perfunctory. The son is Chen Tao Tao. Chen Ming even has Chen Ha. If you have 147 sons and 139 daughters, then you should be just as spontaneous. Naming, it's a real headache. Not using a random name generator or directly calling the kids Chen Anyo and Chen Dogwan and the like is already fatherly love, alright. This is also considered a style. Actually, it should just be purely for the sake of memorization. Su Ming said in his heart, skimming his lips, and casting aspersions on time management master Chen Jingqiu. And on the hot search list, the second and third topics were actually related to Su Ming as well. The second hot search was clearly an interview with Chen Meng and Chen Sugarplum's mother, Blue Heartwitch, Her Excellency Su Lanxin. With a brief thought, Su Ming understood why she had made it to number 2 on the hot search list. Apparently, prophetic spells have always been regarded as feudal superstition and are generally considered to be quite unreliable. However, their mother's crystal ball reversed this impression, bringing images about their savior and the future of the king of shadow evil dragons slaying Chen Jingqiu and attacking Fengdu Ghost City. People will be skeptical, so it becomes a huge topic of conversation. Su Ming was also very curious, so he opened the video. It was an elegant middle-aged woman wearing a cheongsam with perfect lines outlined all over her body, interpreting words such as temperament, noble and classical to the extreme. Your Excellency Chen Jingqiu's taste is quite uncommon. Su Ming skimmed his lips and continued to listen to the host's exclusive interview with her. Blue Heart Witch. Your Excellency Su Lanxin, ever since you chose to teach your children to your husband and live in seclusion in Fengqing City, there has been basically very little of your legend on the internet. Is this idyllic life of seclusion really what your heart desires? The host asked doubtfully. After all, Mistress Su Lanxin, you used to be such a talented sorceress, and a top 20 existence in the list of 5th-ranked sorceress professionals. Watching Meng and Sugar chasing around my knees was my happiest days. Su Lanxin revealed a kind smile, without any reluctance between her brows. Moreover, out of the 7 people in my former battle group, 4 of them died in battle. The pain of watching your companions pass away is indescribable. That's why I was disheartened and left the abyssal battlefield. All of this, which has nothing to do with my husband or my family, is purely heartbreak. I see, but it seems that after your retirement, you have not delayed your research on the prophecy faction and have accomplished a great deal. Why haven't you authored a few influential academic papers? We, on this planet, need your knowledge. The host folded her hands. Your Excellency Su Lanxin, please be sure to share your results. We are all willing to pay for them. If there are many witches who are able to warn the future, then we, the human race, will reduce our losses by a lot. Su Lanxin said quietly, I'm sorry, the answer I gave may not be what you want to hear. In fact, the success rate of the prophecy faction is, by nature, extremely low. Moreover, even if it succeeds, it's only Schrodinger's success, belonging to an unknown paradox in a black box. Su Lanxin spoke eloquently. For example, my prophecy saw that Su Ming was the man that Meng and Sugar Candy were destined to be, and that he helped them fend off the attack of the Shadow Evil Dragon King. But this is only the 999th divination result. The first 998 times, without exception, pointed to their deaths. Chapter 115, A Drop of Grace Repays 10,000 Times Over. Su Lanxin asked the host with a light smile, so what is the success rate of my divination? 1 in 1,000? Or 999 out of 1,000? This. The host scratched his head. I think it's 100%, because you before your 999th divination, Su Ming was nameless, just an ordinary man high school student. That day, when he broke the world record of the Gun Demon Fortress, he must have accidentally acquired some sort of strange encounter in the process to be able to interfere with destiny. The host analyzed the situation. Su Lanxin spread her hands. Since it can interfere, doesn't that mean that the trajectory of destiny is never eternal, but transmutes just like a woman's heart? In fact, all the prophetic outcomes are just a tributary of the river of destiny, only one of the various possibilities for the future. Then why do you tirelessly study the art of prophecy? The host frowned. Su Lanxin said quietly, I'm just an ordinary witch with an interest. When I first went to college, I thought that witch robes were mysterious and elegant, and that I would definitely be able to gain the favor of high-quality males, and that I could get a lot of suitors. Moderator. Then why did you later choose to marry His Excellency Chen Jingqiu, the Dragon Slayer? The host asked again. Su Lanxin sighed softly in a ghostly manner. It's all because of the occupational disease of witches. Our inspiration is particularly sharp, always able to foresee hidden killing opportunities. A lot of tiny risks would breed a strong sense of crisis in me, so I gradually became very insecure. And Chen Jingqiu is the man who can give me an endless sense of security? Only after marrying him can I sleep peacefully and not fear the devil. Living in this era, the only thing that matters is survival, Su Lanxin solemnly said. Therefore, despite the fact that I have never met Su Ming, I was willing to entrust my palindromes to him, and actively chose the possibility that, in the prophecy, pointed to him. Oh, what do you value about Su Ming? The host wondered. You are one of the 5 people with decision-making power in the Dragon Slayer's mansion, yet you are willing to marry all of your own 2 daughters, who are not yet firmly rooted, to a Netflix anchor. This matter is unbelievable, and a lot of people are hotly debating it. The so-called Dragon Slayer Magnificent sect is merely built on the absolute force of my husband, Chan Gingqiu, Su Lanxin said indifferently. Once he has problems, the mansion will also fall apart and be worthless. This is the drawback of professional mansions. Those traditional, so-called veteran magnates that relied on the power of the political, business, and military sectors are even more fragile. They are like water without a source and wood without a root. In front of a powerful 6th-ranked professional, or even a god-level professional, they are as weak as a doll holding a golden treasure in the downtown area, unbeatable and coveted. Moreover, Chen Jingqiu has many heirs. It is impossible for him to have too much energy to protect the 2 of them. She shook her head. Parents who love their children should plan far and wide for them. I have to find men who are strong enough to shake the king of shadow evil dragons in the future and entrust them to each other. Su Lanxin narrowed her eyes and exposed a hidden secret of the dragon race. The so-called evil dragons have the word evil in their name because they don't follow the basic rules of the dragon race and have committed a great crime, a crime against the dragon race. They would devour the giant dragons and seize each other's flesh, blood, dragon bones and dragon crystals. And all the awakened of the Dragon Slayer clan are on its menu. The host was shocked. So that's why the king of shadow evil dragons attacked Fendu? It's because of the coveted half-dragon man of the Dragon Slayer family? Only one of the reasons, Su Lanxin faintly said. 99% of the reason is still because the Great Rift in the 17th level of the Abyss, Evil Dragon Kingdom, is located in Fengdu. Don't forget, back when my husband did not yet possess a dragon bloodline, the neighborhood of Fengdu was still attacked by shadow evil dragons from time to time. She wasn't stupid, and would never attribute all of the reasons for the king of shadow evil dragons' attack on Fengdu Ghost City to the salivation of the Dragon Slayer clan. In that case, the citizens of Fengdu would inevitably think, if Chen Jingqiu and all his children were driven away, wouldn't Fengdu be at peace? Wouldn't there be peace in Fengdu? I see. What you value most is the safety of your daughters and Su Ming's future potential, and for the sake of the divine artifact, that's why you bet in advance. The host came to a sudden realization. Su Lanxin, however, curled her lips slightly. No, your guess is very wrong, very outrageous. The moderator was baffled. If we only look at strength and potential, Su Ming is far from being the most favorable choice, Su Lanxin faintly said, because he's only a 0-ranked professional, and he's already attracted a lot of attention even before he's been transferred, making him a thorn in the side of many people's eyes. Potential is worthless if you can't finally grow up. The curse of fate given to him by the undead plague coronet isn't enough to be a death warrant. Su Ming, who was watching the short video, couldn't help but get curious. And what does the future mother-in-law look for in him? Knowing and repaying is his best quality, and it is also the reason why I decided to pike Su Ming and directly sent both of my precious daughters to follow him. Su Lanxin said with a straight face, if you have investigated his schooling process at the Northern Liang Academy, his past life, and what he has done since his recent outburst, you would have realized that this is a good boy who knows how to repay kindness, and believes in repaying the kindness of a drop of water with a spring of water. All the goodwill invested in him will be returned tenfold. When his classmate Song Qingfeng was in school, he treated him very well because Su Ming was destitute and often took the initiative to treat him to a meal to beat his teeth. So later, when Song Qingfeng opened a live broadcast and diverted 20 million viewers away from him, Su Ming didn't care and even took the initiative to grant the copyright. That meant that Song Qingfeng could earn tens of millions of dollars a year even if he relied on broadcasting and being Su Ming's second station. This was no longer a tenfold return. It was feared to be 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. The principal of his alma mater, Zhao Renjie, because of his pity for his loneliness since his childhood, often secretly poured money into his meal card to make sure he had enough to eat. Su Ming then later filled in his personal data with the identification of his graduation institution, Northern Liang Academy, on the record of his Gun Demon Fortress copy, dividing this credit to his alma mater. As a result this year, the Northern Liang Academy will receive an additional $30 million in funding from the Dragon Kingdom to reward them for their teaching achievements. In reality, according to the accounts I've seen, the amount of money Zhao Renjie secretly pays Su Ming for his meals each year is just $3,000. Of course, it's enough for an ordinary high school student. Hiss. The host drew back a breath of cold air and said in shock, this is another 10,000-fold return. In the future, when Su Ming soared to greatness. As an alma mater, Beiliang Academy would receive an endless stream of national rewards and donations from all walks of life. If Su Ming is promoted to a god-level professional, he only needs to attend the school celebration once, and countless business giants and professional bigwigs will flock to the Beiliang Academy and donate money and buildings to the Beiliang Academy. The host also couldn't help but be impressed with Su Ming, no longer seeing him as an ordinary netizen. Chapter 116 Which, that's right, so I decided to pike the resources in Su Ming's hands when he hadn't yet flown the coop, and ensure that he succeeded in advancing to the 5th rank, and the opportunity for this cut was soon waiting. She smugly told a secret story once again. Kung Fu is not a good thing. Our Dragon Slayer Magnate's intelligence network got a piece of news about the Mystic Holy Hall a week ago. Su Lanxin laughed softly. The Weak Water family and the Mystic Holy Hall are going to organize a high-end blind date, a strong marriage. The candidate of the Weak Water family is actually the first successor, see Demon Warrior, Zhang Kongcheng, while the only one with equivalent status in the Mystic Sanctuary is Bu Himyan. Being passionate about gossip, I immediately realized Su Ming was about to be abandoned by the Mystic Sanctuary. Su Lanxin spoke eloquently to the host, and as far as we know from our investigation, after Su Ming broke the copy record of the Group Demon Fortress, many more great powers found him and offered favorable conditions of over 200 million contracts, but Su Ming rejected them all. Perhaps it's because he's grateful for Bu Himyan's all-out solicitation when he was a nobody, and sees her as a bowl, full of gratitude. Maybe it's because a poor boy at a low point in his life is suddenly favored by a rich girl, flattered and in love. Su Lanxin smiled faintly. The greater likelihood is that it's both. It's like girls will dream of being loved at first sight by Prince Charming and then turning a sparrow into a phoenix, and boys will also dream of being wrapped in oxygen by a rich loli and then going to the peak of their life. Her eyebrows fluttered, and she collected all her smiles, but revealed an aggressive offensive stance. This Bu Himyan, in the future, will definitely be our Mang and Sugar's great enemy in life. To be a mother, you must use means to eliminate their rivals in advance, and solidify the favor from Su Ming. And this is precisely what I specialize in. No one, more than me, knows more about court battles. Su Lanxin snorted coldly, revealing the phoenix-like Empress Dowager's heroic posture. Mourning family has been in Chen Jingzhou's more than 100 women palace fighting for decades, and has long had a heart like a snake and scorpion, and poisonous plans without equal. With the aid of the prophecy technique, I am like a tiger with wings, to deal with the ignorant Bu Himyan and her snobbish mother Wu Meng 11, who has no big pattern but only a small intelligence. It's just a matter of hand-holding and easy to deal with. Su Ming was instantly dumbfounded. He never expected that Su Lanxin would actually directly expose herself to the ins and outs of this matter. The host was even more shocked and stammered. Ms. Su, is this something that can be said? Aren't you afraid that Su Ming will see our video and thus resent you, thinking that you're too despicable, and then take it out on Ms. Chen Meng and Ms. Chen Sugar Candy? Su Lanxin said disdainfully, the things I have done, though devious, are Yang conspiracies. I did count on Su Ming, so what? I just want to count on him, but I also want him to accept my favors, and in the future, I will still treat Meng and Sugar Candy like treasures, and love them as if they were my life. Moderator, Su Lanxin faintly said, you, don't understand men. If you are false and attempt to kick off after utilizing them, men will naturally be annoyed at being deceived and thus retaliate viciously, even evolving to killing their wives to prove their way. But Meng and Sugar entered the game with their bodies, two truly great beauties, genuinely pouring their hearts out, don't want a dowry, and attaching a huge dowry from the Dragon Slayer clan. What kind of man would care about this kind of deception? They will only feel that the beauty grace is heavy, and actually make every effort to marry themselves. This peace of mind is really too cute. How is it that no woman has ever been willing to cheat on herself with this kind of heart before? This unique emotional value will be deeply planted in Su Ming's heart from now on, enough to guarantee that their marriage will grow old together in love for a lifetime. Su Lanxin crossed her fingers and smiled lightly. Meng and Sugar Plum are still too ignorant, and as a mother, you have to take care of everything for them. Su Ming looked at the short video, could not help but smile bitterly with emotion, but also just as Su Lanxin said, he did not have the slightest bit of resentment. On the contrary, more and more flattered, feeling that Meng and Sugar is already his treasure, and they know each other, only just 2 days, but as if there have been a lot of years of bonding. The short video's pop-ups were also shocked by Su Lanxin's words. Wow, what an awesome mother superior. Poor Su Ming, Chen Sugar and Chen Meng, they are all being played in the palm of the hand. I also want to be counted like this. Oh, Mom, do you still lack a daughter? I can be your good girl too. Damn it, Su Ming can live such a wonderful life at such a young age, and it's directly too. And the #1 hot comment on the short video is, quite literally, which, the second hottest comment was, which, Empress Dowager. In the short video, Su Lanxin continued to speak eloquently. Back to the topic. After realizing that Wu Mengxi had already arranged a blind date with the weak water family, I immediately guessed that she would definitely step in to tell Su Ming to get lost and not toad covet the white swan. This will be the perfect time for me to strike. Oh, why isn't this done on Bu Yinyan? Isn't banning your daughter from contacting Su Ming the most effective and direct way? The host asked suspiciously. Su Lanxin guffawed. It seems that you haven't raised a daughter, so you don't understand a girl's mind. The host coughed violently and smiled bitterly as he cried out. Ms. Su, in just one short interview, I've already been identified by you as not knowing either men or women. It seems that in the future, I'll have to go to the abyss to hang out because I don't understand the human race. Su Lanxin continued. Wu Mengxi wouldn't dare to force Bu Hemanian to break off relations with Su Ming, because at their age, they are especially prone to rebellion. In the unlikely event that Bu Yinyan stopped being a good girl, or even rebelled against her mother and directly went to roll in bed with Su Ming, and the rice was cooked, that would be bad. If that were to happen, it would be a great humiliation for the weak water clan, and the two sides would most likely turn from friendly to worldly enemies. In addition, Su Ming's origin is also something that Wu Mengxi can utilize, and her subsequent actions have also confirmed my suspicions. She sighed languidly. Su Ming is a poor boy, and must have the commonalities of boys of this age, strong self-esteem, fragile and sensitive. If we were to ruthlessly humiliate him, it would inevitably ignite his anger completely, causing Su Ming to have an emotional breakdown, and then actively break off his love in humility and annoyance. And from then on, he would never speak to Bu Hemyan again. So, I have thus deduced the direction of the story. Su Ming will surely be discarded by the Mystic Sanctuary, and we, the Dragon Slayer clan, will plunge in and buy this potential stock at the time of his self-doubt, turning Su Ming, the submerged dragon, into our dragon son-in-law. Su Lanxin tossed out. We will utilize a strong sense of contrast to make Su Ming plant a deep impression on us, thus completely binding him to the Dragon Slayer clan. It's just a shame, she sighed. Only unfortunately? The host looked at her quizzically. Chapter 117, The Exam Sprint Stage. Plans are not as good as changes. That's the interesting thing about fate. It's full of randomness. Su Lanxin laughed bitterly. We pressed on with our interest in recruiting and drawing in Su Ming, wanting to wait until that stupid woman Wu Mengxi had broken with Su Ming. Then we would shine and throw out an olive branch, giving attention and conditions that far exceeded the mystic holy hall, creating a sense of contrast. But, you should all know what really happened the night Wu Mengxi did it. The host revealed a smile. Wu Mengxi had just completed her poor man's humiliation of Su Ming, and before she had time to be complacent, in the next moment, the undead heavenly tribulation coronet appeared and entrusted the divine artifact, carrying world, to Su Ming, directly completing the smack in the face of Wu Mengxi, and reducing her to the status of a clown with eyes but no eyes. Yes, our wishful thinking has also fallen flat. We simply didn't wait for Su Ming's low point, and instead watched him climb to the top, missing a good opportunity to pull him in. Su Lanxin was helpless, but can you blame me? How could I have the ability to foretell that a divine artifact would appear? Prophets are simply unable to spy on the existence of such high-level grids, so the prophecy faction is really ribbed and is not recommended for everyone to learn. But you predicted the destruction of the city by the king of shadow evil dragons. The host spreads his hands and asks suspiciously, was it not high enough in the hierarchy? Su Lanxin smiled. The success rate of the prophecy faction's divination of the closest relatives is still quite high. I didn't divine the king of shadow evil dragons of the higher grid, but rather the endgame of Meng Meng and Sugar Candy. It just so happened that in the endgame, the shadow evil dragon king and Su Ming appeared. That's all. Lastly, I would like to remind all those who wish to learn the art of prophecy to never, ever, 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 just switch to witch, especially for males. This profession will provoke glances from other witches after the 4th rank. Su Lanxin reminded with a serious face. If it's some kind-hearted witch, it doesn't matter. But, if you are unlucky enough to run into the 3 of Magical Girl Lilith, Magical Girl Tiages, and Magical Girl Castia, they are all extremely conservative abyssal lords who strongly believe that the joining of a man taints the purity of a magical girl. Therefore, they will have some on you guys. Puzzled, the host asked, could it be that it would strike down male witches? It won't, yet it's worse than that. Su Lanxin said expressionlessly, in the old times, there was a secret book of martial arts called the Sunflower Treasure Classic. Lifting the first pages, to practice this technique, you must first self-cannibalize. The magical girls will also offer you an option. If you want to advance to the 5th rank, please inject estrogen first and then complete castration in the physical sense. Your orientation will Henceforth, change in a billion tiny ways. Your original envy and jealousy when you see the brawny tendons of a fierce man evolves into an intense, well, you know, if it were me, I would have stopped at the 4th rank and not sought further advancement. The host shivered. Sorry, the 3 of them won't allow it. Su Lanxin snorted coldly. You underestimate the wickedness of the magical girls. They hide behind the curtain and observe the 100,000 worlds. For example, on the 3rd level of the abyss, the never-ending war is the witch Lilith behind the scenes. She can still unleash the witch's weird power despite being sealed. Could they still storm my house and convert me to female? The host asked with an awkward laugh. Su Lanxin, however, did not have a smile on her face, but only said gruffly, the power of fate is beyond your imagination. They may pluck the strings of fate and disrupt your normal life path. For example, when you're shushing yourself while standing at the toilet, the ceiling above you falls down and helps you complete your gender transition in the physical sense by squashing it into chicken pate. Another example, when you're camping in the wild and a hyena is ready to pull out its anus and sneak up on you, but accidentally misjudges the direction, clicks a bite, scatters and disappears into the depths of the savannah, and then chews and dazzles its way into your stomach in 3 or 2 bites, and you're forced to join the sisterhood of the witch without even having to find a surgeon to sew it back on. Moderator. Su Ming. Audience. Men couldn't help but feel a cold chill in their balls. Su Ming couldn't help but think of a movie from the olden days called The Grim Reaper is Coming, and what the magical girls were doing was really similar. But after laughing, he couldn't help but frown slightly, remembering the magical girl Lilith that Su Lanxin had mentioned. It turns out that she still has the residual power to be able to influence the real world, and is still able to manipulate the war on the 3rd level of the abyss. This guy, he's scary. He immediately decided to adjust his strategy. He should still go down the Caesar's kingdom copy in a low-key manner, and must not kill too hard, lest he incur the glance of the witch Lilith. I don't want to change my name to Su Wuji. Su Ming turned off all the short videos, put his cell phone aside, took out a copy of the 5-year college entrance exam 3-year simulation, and flipped through a series of cases about the kingdom of Caesar. Although the kingdom of Caesar changes every year and the copies are regenerated, there are some things that do not change, such as the basic attributes of the zombie bear, the auxiliary skills of the undead old meow, and first aid for the zombie virus and so on, etc. And while Su Ming was concentrating on his studies, that short video of Su Lanxin was the one that caused the uproar, because she verbally exposed the marriage between Mystic Holy Church, S. Bohemian and Weak Water Family, S. Shang Kongchang. In the first place, the marriage between the big families is really common. No one will take it seriously. However, it turned out that after Wu Mingxi's tawdry maneuvers, the occult Holy Church and Su Ming parted ways, and Su Ming was now obtaining the divine artifact inheritance and stirring up trouble with the 2 Dragon Slayer clan's dragon maidens, so it could be said that he was in a springtime state of euphoria. Wu Mingxi has been labeled as blind, and the netizens are, indeed, bored, now that a once high and mighty personage had been reduced to a laughingstock for everyone to flirt with. Many netizens couldn't help but mouth off a couple of times and mocked anonymously in a frenzy. Wu Mingxi reputation rotten reputation stinks. She can only endure broken teeth to swallow. However, after Su Lanxin broke the news, the Weak Water Family was also ridiculed by the group. Many netizens are asking, who is Xiao Kongcheng? He was actually able to green Su Ming? He must have at least 2 divine artifacts in his possession, right? Could it be a top-tier hidden profession? When netizens investigated, they found out again, Zhao Kongcheng actually took the college entrance exam this year too. Now, a whole new topic was born. Su Ming vs. Zhao Kongcheng's high school entrance exam PK. Start placing your bets. Wu Mingxi once looked down on our Su Mingyi and thought that Zhao Kongcheng was many times better than him. So Zhao Kongcheng must be able to bravely win this year's national college entrance examination top scholar, right? No way, no way. Zhao Kongcheng wouldn't still score worse than Su Ming on the college entrance exam, right? The netstorm came too hard. Directly, the Weak Water Family's eldest young master, who had been held in the palm of his hand since childhood, was completely enraged. Chapter 118, See Devil Lords vs. Undead Scourge? Wait for the night to fall. Zhao Muyu, Chen Mengmeng and Chen Sugarplum, who returned from shopping, were already BFFs. Sure enough, shopping is the strongest catalyst for ladies to socialize. Knock knock. Mengmei shines. Chen Mengmei dumped the large pile of supplies in her backpack bar, all of which were dumped on the ground, and introduced them with a smile. The antivirus mask that can deal with the season of ash in Caesar's kingdom, as well as the anti-epidemic serum that can resist the zombie virus of the 3rd layer of the abyss, plus the cat strips and catnip that can be used to please the undead old meow. Su Ming said in admiration, "It's really comprehensive. It's just that, the immortal old meow, as the overlord of the corpse nest, would really like these little things that tease cats? Overlord, and still a meow." Chen Mengmeng laughed lightly. "Trust me, It's absolutely feasible. Chen Sugarplum then spoke the source of the information. This was recorded in the Dragon Slayer clan's intelligence network. Maintaining a good relationship with allies is also the key to raiding copies. Thanks a lot. Su Ming heartily sighed. It's true that it's good to have a big tree at your back. With the information from your family, this trip to raid the kingdom of Caesar should go a lot smoother. Cheer up. We're all waiting for you to become the top student of the college entrance exam. Chen Mengming's face revealed a look of gravity. As far as we know, the top 10 and top 100 in the country in every college entrance exam will receive special commendations. Especially the top 10 will receive a dark gold equipment. Su Ming's face changed slightly as he nodded his head. Then I will do my best. Furthermore, my magical restoration mission is to solo through the nightmare difficulty, Caesar's kingdom. This is a hard requirement and must be done. If it's brother Su Ming himself, passing shouldn't be difficult. Chen Sugar pursed her lips and gave another piece of information. But if you want to stand out in the entrance exam, the most important thing is still the degree of completion. If you can make the NPCs in the replica survive as much as possible, make the undead old meow less injured, as well as capture many important zombie factories and so on, you can increase the completion degree. What were the score lines of the college entrance exams in previous years? Su Ming glanced at his own agent. The first book line is a 79% completion, and the pass evaluation is above A. Zhao Muyu was like a counting house, obviously having long done a meticulous investigation, and the standard for the top 100 candidates is 101% completion or more, and the evaluation is also higher than S grade. Last year's top student, on the other hand, had a terrifying 244% completion, and the copy clearance evaluation was SSS grade. Su Ming was shocked. Such a high completion rate. How did he do it? Did he tap into the side quests and many copies? Exactly. Zhao Muyu explained in detail. Last year, a rotating copy of Demon Hunter was used, and that senior NPC fed his body to the demons, and at a key point in the plot of the copy, he was intentionally captured, and then placed on the table of the vampire lords to be partaken of. However, he had long since taken the deadly, holy fierce poison, so when he was halfway through being gobbled up, the fierce poison kicked in and heavily damaged the high-level NPCs in the copy. Subsequently, he led a team of demon hunters and traveled east and west, hunting large numbers of low-level vampires and frantically obtaining completion points, almost clearing out half of the enemies, thus decimating 244% completion points. Zhao Muyu sighed tersely. What a ruthless man. He was tortured by those napkin-tied vampires who elegantly cut off human flesh with a small knife and savored it with intoxication, a torture comparable to execution by lynching. The monitor of the replica has been reminding him that the pain has exceeded the threshold and that his life may be in danger, but he is still adamant that he does not agree to leave the replica. In the end, it was his parents and the school authorities who went out on a limb and insisted that he be allowed to continue with the exam, even signing a life and death certificate. Even if he did die, the state and the school authorities would all be exempt from liability, and the insurance company wouldn't compensate. Zhao Muyu sighed. High risk, high reward, his first place name is well deserved. Su Ming frowned. This is simply gambling with his life. It's too crazy. However, he was half chewed up, so why is he still alive? And the follow-up actually managed to fight on? Is his recovery power so amazing? That's where his intelligence comes in. Zhao Muyu said indifferently. He completed the vampire's first embrace in the duplicate, and switched to the vampire's exclusive profession, Dark Night Hunter. So, with the strong vitality of a newborn, he regrew half of his body within 24 hours. The sacrifice is really big. It seems like he's determined to win the reward for being the top student in the college entrance exam. Su Ming couldn't help but lament. Can it be a small price to pay for not even being a human being anymore? By turning into a vampire, you are abandoning your human identity and becoming a true minority. Even if one could transfer to the vampire exclusive profession, Dark Night Hunter, it would still be a loss of money. Just the daylight curse that the vampire must endure means that this high school student will have a hard time walking under the sun in the future, and he will lose the greatest advantage of the human race, balance and omnipotence. It also meant that he was henceforth insulated from those sunny copies and could only go out at night, and at least 80% of humans' copies have stories that take place during the day, not at night. As they study the content of the entrance exam, Zhao Muyu suddenly tightened her eyebrows and said in annoyance, deliberately looking for a fight, right? This bastard, actually able to say such unpleasant words and defame your honor. What happened? Su Ming frowned and probed at Zhao Muyu's cell phone. That hack is the new #1 on the Hot 100 list. Great news, see Devil Warrior Lord's challenge Undead Plague Heir. Isn't that Zhao Conchang? Chen Mengmeng bristled. The See Demon Warrior Lord is the advancement of the hidden profession, See Demon Warrior, a higher existence. And in the Weak Water clan, the only current lord is the exceptionally gifted Zhao Conchang. I have no grievances with him. Why did he come to challenge me? Su Ming was extraordinarily puzzled. Besides, how come I don't know that he challenged me? Did he contact us? Never. Zhao Muyu coldly grunted. He's making the first move and deliberately forcing you to accept the challenge. Damn it, this will interfere with you completing your magical restoration mission. At this juncture, I advise you not to bother with him. In this world, there is no more important thing than restoring the divine artifact and returning the carry-on world to its full form. But I see that you were clearly angry just now. Su Ming frowned. What exactly did he say? Zhao Muyu stammered. Chen Meng and Shen Sugar Candy looked at each other and opened their cell phones. Soon, they were also annoyed and angry, their delicate faces blazing with rage. Su Ming had already realized the grimness and simply went to see for himself. Seeing this, Zhao Muyu could only smile bitterly. Don't look. Let me explain it to you a little bit. No, since I was provoked. Of course I had to read every word he said carefully. Chapter 119, Born to be a Poisoner. Scapegoat. Su Ming expressionlessly read aloud Zhao Kongqing's challenge. Su Ming, you, a pariah who has lived half his life at the bottom of society, who has become a thug by renegade luck, but is still foolish in his bones, also presumes to covet my Bu Him Yen? She was doomed from birth to never be married off to a bloodless trashman, and how dare you harbor wild thoughts about her? You really don't know what you're talking about. I'll remind you again, she's my woman. Stay away from her in the future. Consciously delete all contact with her, and don't dream of climbing up the ladder again. Understand? I heard that you even found a water army to smear anti-Wu Mengshi. What a despicable hillbilly. Bottom dwellers are indeed mad dogs, without a shred of tolerance. As hell nah. She's just informing you of a simple truth, making the gap between you and the mystic holy church plain and clear. That's all. Generally speaking, it has to be mom and dad who teach you this basic truth of how to live in the world. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot you're an orphan. I'm pretending. I can plainly say that your despicability is worthy of your suffering. For Auntie Wu Mingxi who said she taught you and instructed you, instead of being grateful, you even dared to take the remnants of the dead, undead heavenly tribulation, and staged a face-slapping scene to humiliate her. Do you really think a dead man can cover you for the rest of your life? Do you think a curse of destiny will keep you safe for the rest of your life? It's truly laughable. Even the undead plague of heaven that was once there, since it's already dead, it doesn't have any battle power. I'll openly say that the undead plague of heaven is a piece of right now. What can he do to me? Climb out of the coffin board and beat me up? When Su Ming read this, his face had also become as gloomy as water. He was denigrating the undead plague of heaven, coronet, attacking a hero who had defended the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, and had already stirred up the anger of countless people of the Dragon Kingdom. But he is the future helmsman of the Weak Water family, and he has a huge Weak Water family behind him. Even if everyone points to his nose and scolds him, he is still painless. Weak Water Clan, also a legendary clan with the existence of a 6th-ranked professional, no less than the Dragon Slayer clan. Moreover, they had both broken up long ago, and were incompatible with each other. This Zhao Kongqing, what the ultimate foul-mouthed, unconcealed low quality, Zhao Muyu said indignantly, to denigrate the undead heavenly tribulation like that. I think we can go to court and sue him for the crime of insulting a martyr. Su Ming shook his head, but the undead heavenly tribulation coronet is not dead. He's just lost in the 99th layer of the abyss. How can a living person be considered a martyr? Damn. Zhao Kongqing is aware of this, which is why he insults so recklessly. He's not afraid of committing a crime nor being retaliated against by the undead heavenly tribulation. Truly a pure villain. At such a young age, he actually knows so little about heaven and earth, so arrogant that it's annoying. Zhao Muyu finally realized why many literary works used rich second-generation people as villains. When these rich kids shed their shame and abandon their bottom line, the destruction they can cause, and the extent of their vicious mouths, far exceeds that of ordinary people. Chen Meng also coldly grunted. Everyone knows in their hearts that the hope of the undead heavenly tribulation coronet returning from the 99th layer of the abyss is extremely slim, infinitely close to zero. That's why this bastard doesn't care about his threat at all, and is instead going to take him and step on you. Sugar Candy Chen added, the Weak Water Clan, and our Dragon Slayer clan, have not been on good terms for a long time. Moreover, we intimidate each other, we don't assault each other, and we maintain strict neutrality. Beware of the risk of conflict. But for your provocations and insults, I'm afraid. Su Ming dumbly laughed. Yes, technically speaking, we don't have any relationship either. I don't belong to the Dragon Slayer clan. So, he was looking at this point and purposely set his sights on me. This Zhao Kongqing, he is truly skillful at scheming. He read on. Sure enough, the part about the clan of the Dragon Slayers appeared, but the words were not directed at them, but still mocked themselves. Su Ming, you don't really think that the Dragon Slayer can look at you as a small-town do-it-yourself family, do you? Even if you're a schoolmaster, even if you're even more outstanding, You're still an inferior life working for us for the rest of your life. You think that studying is your avenue of ascent? TSK, but the limit of rising is just to work for us as a cow. I can tell you bluntly, do you really think the Dragon Slayer clan is recruiting you? Ha! The prophecy faction specializes in the art of finding people to block disasters, or scapegoats. Recently, the global research on the Gate of the Creepy Kingdom has made substantial progress. Guile and ghosts. TSK. You must have come into contact with the Gate of Guile country, and your future is inextricably entangled with this mysterious copy, right? Therefore, Sulanshin that saw you in the long river of destiny, and wants to take you to continue your life for Chen Sugar and Shen Meng. Wretch, dying at the end but not knowing it. Su Ming's pupils began to contract violently. The speaker intends to. The listener also has a heart. The door of the country is precisely the future he and Mayor Chen Xuani set the contract. Must go to explore the copy. And this matter is top secret. No, only a few. And are trustworthy people. Absolutely no possible leaks. But how did Zhao Concheng know? He's slandering mommy. Chen Meng angrily hugged Su Ming's arm and shook it. Brother Su Ming. You mustn't believe his bull *******. This guy is insidious and cunning. And he's had a belly full of bad water since he was young. Aha! Chen Sugar Candy also pursed her lips tightly, her watery eyes gazing at Su Ming. Su Ming smiled faintly. He naturally could not be impressed by his enemy's tripe. Sulanshin might not necessarily harbor good intentions, but Zhao Concheng was definitely full of bad intentions. And in the challenge, Zhao Concheng still poked his heart with every word. Although I don't know much about your private life, according to my years of knowledge of the Dragon Slayer clan, you might not even end up getting the intact bodies of Chen Meng and Chen Sugar Candy. After all, with the perfect reason of the awakening of the dragon bloodline, they can always refuse to share a room with you. Pohaha, you're really a perfect image of a turtle man, being toyed with by the Dragon Slayer family, being turned into a disaster-blocking meat shield by the two green tea dragon ladies, yet you're still looking forward to joining the family of the rich and powerful, and being the dragon son-in-law of Chen Jingqiu. Wake up, stupid, sweep the bubble of urine to look at yourself. Why did two dragon ladies suddenly fall for you and die for you? You are immersed in the beautiful dream that others have woven for you. Do not have the slightest doubt. People should be self-aware. Don't you think that this matter is very ridiculous from beginning to end? Su Ming rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. He had to admit that Zhao Concheng was a master at manipulating people's hearts and was extremely good at stirring up trouble. Every word of this man's can be considered sinister. Zhao Concheng's denigration has revealed a crack. Chen Meng, however, suddenly revealed a bright smile. Chapter 120, Shock. Immortal Old Meow's Testament. Su Ming was stunned and looked at Chen Sugar Candy and Chen Meng in shock, because it wasn't a sudden backsliding at all, but a search that lasted for 20 years. Chen Meng smiled gently and looked at Su Ming with happiness. From the day we were born, our mother spent $630 million worth of materials to make the magic mirror divination that surveys the mists of fate for us. Well, there is evidence. Chen Sugarplum opened the pendant on her chest, and inside was a bunch of IOUs, of which the bottom one was clearly Mo and Sugar. At the age of 0 years and 1 day, 630 million is owed on credit to Mom for magic mirror divination to help you eradicate future calamities. In the future, you will have to pay it back by the age of 40. Note, account for currency inflation and recalculate it according to the general equivalent of gold. More compensation, less refund. Su Ming. He saw 2 tiny fingerprints underneath, which he assumed had been pressed by the swaddled sisters. Then came the entire 998 divinations, all pointing to death. Chen Meng smiled lightly, but in the meantime, the reason that has been supporting Mother to keep the divination going is because we sisters found a ray of life in the precognitive dream. Precognitive dream? Su Ming asked in surprise. You guys actually know how to do this? Of course, we also have witch blood, Chen Meng said in a nonchalant manner. Moreover, the dragon bloodline will also enhance our inspiration. She gazed deeply at Su Ming. The figure we saw in the precognitive dream overlapped perfectly with the back of you I saw when I first met you. At that time, I completely trusted my mother's divination. Chen Sugar Candy also found a pencil drawing from her early childhood from the pile of slips of paper, and on the drawing paper was clearly Su Ming's back, which was indeed a perfect restoration. Su Ming's eyes were complicated. The things of the prophecy faction were just too unbelievable, but it also perfectly explains why they accepted themselves so easily. After all, it's a destined person who has appeared in precognitive dreams since she was a young girl, and perfectly fits the romantic feelings of a young girl. Su Lanxin, even if she was a witch, could not have started laying out her plans from 20 years ago. After all, she had not yet traveled to this world herself at that time. With a smile in his eyes and all the knots in his heart released, he continued to read aloud Zhao Concheng's challenge. Su Ming, since we're both senior candidates, participating in the trials of the Kingdom of Caesar at the same level. Then why don't we bet on our senior rewards and prove to Miss Bu and Yen who is the truly outstanding man? How about it? Beauty, only the strong deserve it. Don't be a wimpo turtle man fooled by the evil dragon. You're so ordinary yet so confident. You shouldn't be able to turn me down, should you? Su Ming scratched his head and said with a smile, oh, another treasure-giving boy. He must not be aware of just how powerful the current me is. This kid is bound to lose. Since he wants to give me the reward for the entrance exam, then I'll just smile. He had obtained the transmuted, soul priest, snake, got a hydra witch demon, and purchased a bunch of alchemy explosives, plus the 100 dragon skeleton soldiers that were about to be transformed into skeletons, so his strength could only be described by words such as skyrocketed, soared, and the heifer broke into the bull ring. The bull was miserable when compared to the last live broadcast. The heifer mistakenly entered the bull's pen, the cow's miserable, and other words to describe it. However, Zhao Muyu, Chen Meng, and Chen Sugarplum all looked at him very seriously and solemnly reminded him, be sure to consider this carefully because, in the history of the weak water family, there have been 3 top scorers in the college entrance exams, all of which were in the Caesar's land copy. Su Ming's face changed slightly. There's actually such a thing? Yes, because the Sea Demon Warrior Lord profession in the Kingdom of Caesar copy has a huge natural advantage, and that is the fundamental reason why he dared to call out to you, Zhao Muyu said with a grave expression. When I was analyzing the performance of the Gao Gao replicas of the past generations, I had browsed through the performances of those 2 top students of the weak water family. That was indeed a cheating general advantage. Oh, worthy of being my agent, a 10% raise, Su Ming lamented. Zhao Muyu gave him a glance. Only 10%. Stingy boss. The Sea Demon Warrior profession is meaningless for the Kingdom of Caesar copy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for there to be only 2 high school seniors. I'm afraid that they would have to take over the high school seniors of all the years. The one that really works wonders is Lord. Chen Meng snapped out of it. Could it be that with his status as a Sea Demon Warrior Lord, Zhao Kongcheng is able to harness the NPCs in Caesar's land? Wow. Then he's the equivalent of bringing his own army. Much more enjoyable than any of the summoners who are one-man armies. It's more than just bringing an army of your own. Zhao Muyu sighed. Rather, it's being able to directly suppress the Naga Corpse Demon Clan, one of the top 10 zombie armies in the Corpse Nest, by virtue of its bloodline. Ha! Everyone was bursting at the seams. The Naga Corpse Demon also belonged to the existence of the top 3 among the 10 legions, and they were able to be amphibious on both land and sea, and were therefore extremely flexible. Moreover, the key is that the configuration of soldiers is quite complete. Naga Royal Guard is an elite unit, big waist, both as a meat shield, but also a powerful melee output, can be called all-round. Naga Siren can play the title charm song, not only to inspire their own soldiers, but also to promote the sleep of the local soldiers, can be called a powerful auxiliary. Naga Fallen Ancient Tree, which is the Yells of the War of the Ancient Tree, a branch of the Stone Throwing, and the Explosion of the Durian Fruit. 2 Naga Fallen Ancient Tree is a branch of the War Ancient Tree of the Elven race, with the Stone Throwing and Explosive Durian Fruit. No wonder it was able to become the top student of the college entrance exam. It's also too much of a cheat. Su Ming laughed bitterly. Then, without hesitation, he posted a tweet. Agreed. Immediately apply for a notarization of the professional system, lest someone renege on it afterward. Zhao Muyu, Meng Chen and Candy Chen? All the waterbenders who know the high school grades of the weak water family, but didn't wait for them to react. Suddenly, everyone's transfer panels, an emergency notification surfaced. In all corners of the globe, all professionals can't help but feel a sense of awe in their hearts and a heavy heart, because it was a black notice, and that meant obituaries. There must have been a powerful professional with heroic devotion that fell. Everyone instinctively turned on their notifications, and then they saw an orange cat on the Iron Throne with its stump decapitated, its eyes turned into bloody holes, its right arm shattered into mush, and half of its face still covered in zombie bite marks. Undead Old Meow, the king of the rebel vigilantes on level 3 of the Abyss. Its life is like a candle in the wind. Sorry, all freedom fighters, I have come to this end. Immortal Old Meow voice flat, like an old man who has gone through vicissitudes of life reviewing his life. In this life, I will not retreat in 100 battles. Fierce battle to death, will all be dedicated to, against the zombie army, leading the fluffy people in pursuit of freedom and liberation of the great cause. Special thanks to you, the otherworldly professionals from the Dragon Kingdom. Without your support, our weak Velvet Folk Legion would have long been infected by the zombies, reduced to the toys of the witch Lilith. But I still have one last request. Comrades, help us. Chapter 121, the first luxury prize in history. Immortal Old Meow, Caesar's cheeks were filled with hot tears. Our Velvet Folk Resistance Army, betrayed by traitors, was besieged by legions of zombie bears and walkers in the Bran Valley in Block 2073 of the Third Abyss. The army has been defeated. Velvet Folk has been at the end of the line. In order to preserve the flame of resistance and escort the children of the Velvet Folk to retreat, I will ignite the fire of my soul and hold off the enemy here until I die. I thank the Dragon Kingdom for gifting me with the ultimate means that allows me to send you a soul projection in my dying moments. Please send troops immediately, through portal number 0043, to rush to the last base of the resistance, anchor of the end times. It's just as much a matter of life and death as it is for your blue star world, because our common mortal enemy, the Archon of the Abyss, Ogre, Adif's spiral of death and life, is the culprit who orchestrated this raid on the Velvet People's resistance. His goal must be to capture and seize the portal in our Mordecai anchor base that leads to the hinterland of your Blue Star World Dragon Kingdom. This statement was made. All the people from the Dragon Kingdom who saw the notice couldn't help but change their faces drastically. The Ogre is the public enemy of the human world, and human professionals of all countries, all colors, and all ethnicities hate him with a passion. Countless human powerhouses had plotted assassinations against him. Every year, a sixth-ranked professional fell under him, either by being actively hunted or by being killed in turn after a failed assassination attempt. Adif's spiral of death and life, preceded by his name and followed by in his abyssal powers. He was the one perched on the spiral of death and life, holy throne at the top of the 100th layer of clouds in the abyss, the great lord of the abyss, ruling over life and watching over death. His fetish is eating people, especially the fresh and the powerful. So, ogres will take the initiative, hunting the rising geniuses of the human race, as well as breaking into the city's hospitals, treating the human cubs as tiny desserts before the Great War, which can be described as heartless to the extreme. Knock knock, woohoo! From the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, to the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, the war drums were once again beating, the beacon was once again lit, and all the air defense sirens were roaring at the same time. That was the sign that declared that the Dragon Kingdom had entered a state of critical war readiness, meaning that all professionals had stopped their vacations and were ready to enter the portal at any time to participate in the war. And all professionals above the 4th rank had to suspend their copy adventures and return from the other worlds, ready to fight the abyss to the death at any time. The war machine of the Dragon Kingdom was once again activated in a fervent battle cry. The vast industrial capacity began to operate at full speed, providing the professionals with canned military rations, compressed sleeping bags, emergency medicines, and more. And the last sentence uttered by the undead old meow made all the fresh candidates boil. I, the king of zombie cats, Caesar, will also take refuge in your world after burning out my soul fire, and I will use the Kajalid life gemstone to ignite the immortal bird's blood in my body, and will be reborn as a level 1 ordinary zombie cat in the world of your people. And at that time, in accordance with the agreement between the top management of the Dragon Kingdom and I will be attached next to the top scorer of the college entrance examination of your Dragon Kingdom, and will accompany him as he growing up, sharing the fire of life and the light of the soul with him. If he does not agree, I will find another top scout, 4th place, 5th place, and so on. When I retrace my steps on the path to godhood, I will leave Blue Star and the Dragon Kingdom, return to level 3 of the Abyss, and become a warrior of the resistance again. I'll see you in the next part of my meow life. Undead old meow. Last entry. Ming slapped his leg in an exhilarating manner and rose with a loud voice, his eyes blazing with flames. Translated into the vernacular, immortal old meow will voluntarily become the spirit pet of this year's top student of the college entrance exams. This is truly the first ever luxurious prize since the birth of the professionals' college entrance examination. Zhao Muyu was envious, and her beautiful eyes were filled with exhilaration. Ming, if you can really become the top scholar of the college entrance exam, among all your summons, the first god-level summon will be born. Even if the immortal old meow is only in cub form, it can at least possess the qualifications of a demigod. This agent was so excited that he almost screamed, jumping and dancing. We're going to be rich again. First you have a divine weapon, then you have a divine pet. So in the future, you'll be able to walk sideways in the Dragon Kingdom, and even around the world. Chen Meng and Shen Sugar Candy looked at each other, but they were both a bit worried. But, Zheng Kongcheng, this hidden danger, no harm done. Ming smiled lightly. Just now I have applied for a notary and signed a betting agreement with Zheng Kongcheng. Let this time's copy of the Caesar's Kingdom show the entire Dragon Kingdom who is the submerged dragon in the abyss and who is the fox and tiger. Okay, I'm going back to Beilang City right away. There must be no further delay. He took a deep breath and said goodbye to the Dragon Slayer's sisters. I have to immediately level up from level 17 to level 20 now, and then proceed to prepare for my transfer, and raise all my battle power to the peak before the college entrance exam. Forgive me for not being able to accompany you guys. Aha, go for it. They were also well aware that the entrance exam was the #1 priority for professionals, transcending any personal matters. If two loves last for a long time, it's not like they're going to last forever. Moreover, we also want to go back to speed up our awakening. Chen Meng pursed her lips and smiled. My sister and I made an appointment to both head to the Dragon Cave to retreat, in an effort to complete our awakening as soon as possible. Good. The journey is long. We'll meet again in the future at the 2nd rank, and then we'll set up a warband, and together we'll sweep through the copies to conquer the abyss. Without stopping, Su Ming went straight to the airport and booked a flight. The little disagreement about him and young Kong Sung in the betting fight with each other has been forgotten by the public to the back of their minds, because the ogre is coming. This is a matter of great importance for the survival of all. In times of peace, people will be entertained to death, pay attention to celebrities, follow Netflix, and love to watch live PKs and swipe short videos, but war is coming. In times of true life and death, all public opinion is uniformly controlled, strictly preventing abyssal cult followers who betray the human race, and pessimists from counterattacking the high ground of public opinion. All forces and all wills, all united, point to the same thing, victory over the abyss. Su Ming even temporarily couldn't care less about the skeleton soldiers that were hosted at the Dragon Bone Research Institute, allowing Dr. Li Jiawei to directly express mail them to himself after the transformation was completed. Caesar, that's the famous leader of the resistance in the 3rd layer of the abyss, a truly divine creature. Its rebirth from the ashes was enough to drive all summoners around the world crazy. Moreover, even a professional who wasn't a summoner could still have a contracted spirit pet. It just didn't have the summoner's professional skill bonus. On the flight home, Zhao Muyu looked at him with some surprise. You seem as if you particularly care about the immortal old Meow. It's practically an unprecedented amount of gravity. Ever since we got the news, until we packed our bags, stepped onto the airport and boarded the plane, you weren't even effective. Why? Chapter 122, The War Against the Devil and for Velvet. Su Ming revealed a look of gravity as he solemnly said, because it is the first commander-type summoner that I have encountered in my life. Caesar is the one who was able to command a group of stragglers in a fierce battle against Demoness Lilith's 10 legions in the 3rd layer of the abyss, the sage of soldiers in the world. This immortal old Meow Highness's historical position in the corpse nest is like the position of the sage of soldiers, Sun Wu, and the soldier immortal, Han Xin, in the history of our Dragon Kingdom. Any less, it's at least on the level of Ghost Valley Z and Zhuge Wuho. He solemnly said to Zhao Muyu, I possess the divine artifact, carrying world, and if I can restore it in the future, it means that I can slowly accumulate up to tens of thousands of summons. The so-called one-man army is an entire all-powerful army of summoners. That's why I need a summoner commander who has experienced great storms and has strong dispatching abilities. Su Ming shook his head. As far as I know, since the human society entered the era of universal transmutation from the old era, the number of commander-type summoners has not exceeded a palm. I see. What you value is its ability to command a large army in battle. Zhao Muyu suddenly realized, and couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. Secretly thinking, Su Ming is investing in the long term. He's obviously extremely confident in his future. That's why he places such importance on the commander-type summoner. Su Ming crossed his fingers and stared deep in thought on the airplane seat, this time the college entrance exam. I am afraid that it is going to become a battlefield for many big names, and it is by no means possible that it will only be a one-man show for himself and Zhen Kongcheng. Even in order to ensure the capture of the immortal old Meow, perhaps many people will take the risk and assassinate themselves in Zhen Kongcheng. A god-level summon is just too attractive. So, I really must return to northern Liang City immediately and stay under the protection of Mayor Qin Xianyi and Principal Zhao Renjie. Su Ming stretched his back and smiled faintly. Lest someone take a risk because they covet a divine-grade summoning item. Zhao Muyu very much agreed. I've wanted to mention this for a long time now. Fengdu Ghost City isn't safe at all. Because His Excellency the Dragonslayer is really too busy. How could he have the leisure to take care of you? It's best to go back to Beilang City. We know our roots. And Mayor Qin Xuani is also a serious, wind-slashing sword saint, not inferior to Qin Jingzhou. The most crucial thing is that he clears his mind and patrols diligently every day, wary of any abyssal forces invading Beiliang City. Su Ming revealed a smile. After all, Beilang City makes it into the top 10 cities with the best law and order in Dragon Country every year. Next, Su Ming put on an eye mask and rested beautifully on the airplane for a while until he arrived at Beilang City. As soon as he stepped off the plane, he saw the vast homecoming group of professionals. Someone wailed and roared, humanity will prevail over the abyss. Wansheng! 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 All the professionals cried out with irony, and at the same time, they jointly witnessed an image on the landmark building of Beiliang City, the 199-story double sword mansion. A scarlet-red teleportation portal appeared. Mayor Qin Xianyi rode the wind and rode his sword. shouldering a neon sign that hung above the portal. Power up and light up. A line of explanatory text spiraled out. Volunteers, please head to level 3 of the Abyss here to participate in the Anti-Devil Aid Velvet War. Next, there was another restriction. Only those who had reached at least the second rank of professional were allowed to go, and those of lower rank should continue to practice hard. The official Dragon Kingdom would provide antivirus serum, but it was said that the new zombie virus had mutated, so the toxin resistance of those who participated in the battle had to reach more than 60 points, or else it would be extremely easy for the other side to transform into zombies, and in turn, fall into the enemy's reinforcements. Su Ming muttered and whispered, second rank, and toxin resistance of 60 points or more. The conditions are quite harsh. Yes, after all, it's a journey to an otherworldly conquest, and it will be waterlogged. This also belongs to the Realm Wars now, and the Corpse Nest also belongs to our Dragon Kingdom's heavyweight allies. Zhao Muyu sighed softly. Many of the special rare materials they produce there are completely unproduced on our planet. If we were to rely solely on the drops and the duplicates, it would simply be impossible to meet the production. In other words, even from an interest perspective, we cannot afford to lose the anchor of the end times base, which is tied to the interests of both our Blue Star and all of humanity. Su Ming nodded his head. I'll go ahead and upgrade. With the college entrance exam looming, I'm going to try to upgrade Medusa to level 20. Well, I've also begged for your transfer item for you, Zhao Muyu said with a smile. It should have been mailed to our safe house by now, so let's go. Go back and take a look. They take a cab and wind their way back to the safe house. Sure enough, a crystal clear blank transfer crystal was lying quietly in their inbox. Su Ming couldn't help but lament. Which courier company are you? Your heart is also too big. Blank crystals worth $30 million. Just like this casually thrown here with a big grin. What if it's gone? Even the signature is not there. When the time comes to find them to claim compensation, I'm afraid to lose a bottom awe. Zhao Muyu smiled lightly. I was the one who disguised this as an ordinary item and hid it from all the couriers to take care of it. This is Sis's high-end operation. Learn it, old brother. Ha, a blank transfer crystal is just too easily influenced. Zhao Muyu explained gravely. In case, someone with evil intentions, who tries to influence you, will input information into the blank crystal stone. In that case, there's some slight possibility of a hidden danger when you transfer in the future. For example, she held up a pale white finger. If someone inputs elitist, then your summoning system, you can't go down the path of sea of skeletons or tide of zombies, but will instead favor the path of growing skeletons or mutated zombie path. Abandon quantity and pursue quality. Su Ming nodded his head. So that's how it is. Then how do you ensure that it is not affected? What if some godly fellow finds out about your identity and then steals it just to plant a hidden danger for me? Zhao Muyu crossed her waist and grunted angrily. One of my mother's girlfriends is a hacker. She used her anonymous black card to help me anonymously beg for it from the black market, with a premium of $2 million and a commission of $2 million. If this can still be monitored by someone, then I can't do anything about it. Anyway, this is the limit of what I can do. Use it or not. Alright, thank you to our well-connected broker sister. Su Ming was dumbfounded. Why are you still angry? By the way, do you have any suggestions for my transfer crystals? He asked. Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes. How would I know? Only the most powerful heavenly prides in the world would have the confidence to use this when they are not satisfied with any of the existing hidden professions. Using a blank transfer crystal would mean taking an absolutely unique new path in the entire system of professionals, creating a brand new profession that never existed. Its difficulty can be imagined. Chapter 123, Recorded Merit. Su Ming laughed out loud. I'm originally a unique summoner, so of course I have to take the unique path that belongs to me. Look at those summons of mine. All the summoner professions that already exist are simply not suitable for them. Monkey was now weak and had mutated from a C-rank macaque, which was why it was considered a beast by the pro panel. But what about the future? Is the great same class, Black Myth Wukong, who is in the state of Dharma heaven and earth and is able to fight gods and Buddhas, still a beast of obscurity? He is not an undead creature, not a natural creature, not a dragon, not an elf, but an otherworldly fantasy creation, not even in the realm of mythological creatures. For this world, there is no myth about him at all. There simply isn't a summoner profession that can add to it. And if the summoner and the summon can't complement each other, that would mean that Goku's strength, on its own, would be a big loss, losing a lot of skill bonuses from the summoner for nothing. For example, Necromancer, S.I., the king of the necropolis, aura that comes with a 100% boost for all summons under his command. For example, Heart of the Wild, which is a 50% attack speed bonus for all beasts, and Soul of the Beast, which is a 50% life bonus. Therefore, Su Ming had to get out of his own way, seafaring and adding to all of his summons. He took a deep breath, pressed his hand on the blank crystal stone, and said to the professional panel, Activate the transfer crystal and record it against me. Su Ming. Ding. Blank transfer crystals have been activated. Now start recording all the notable achievements of the user, Su Ming, as well as the career direction, so as to privately customize an exclusive career for you. Keep in mind that to create a brand new career, you need to fulfill 2 conditions. One of them is extraordinary achievement, because only if your merit is recognized by the planet's will, you will be given the opportunity to create an exclusive profession. The planet's will does not serve the mediocre, and exclusive careers are a privilege only heroes deserve. It's 2 for as many real-world examples as possible. Planetary will analyze your battle techniques, battle skills, summons, etc., so as to tailor your career exclusively for you. Su Ming nodded his head. He understood the other party's meaning in seconds. Planetary will to create an exclusive profession was like a tailor measuring you for your body. Merits were his charges, and actual combat cases were his measuring sessions. Both were indispensable. Ding! Achievements have been recorded. Article 1, Su Ming breaks the record of the group Demon Fortress copy. Global attention. Merit record 4, beyond mortal mediocrity. Article 2, Su Ming bravely took up the task of repairing the divine artifact and has since become a thorn in the side of the evil devils of the other dimension, with his merits recorded as inheritance of the salary flame. In accordance with these 2 rules, the will of the planet is watching you. Su Ming was stunned, and instantly sensed that there seemed to be a huge, clear, eyeball with a gentle smile in the underworld, casting glances at himself. A grand, magnificent, and vast voice resounded in every single one of his brain cells. Greetings, summoner who transcends the mundane and carries on the payload. Would you like to transfer to Demon Lord or Holy Sword Summoner? These 2 professions, both of which were hidden professions, had profession cards worth more than 100 million, which could be considered valuable. Su Ming had recited the abilities of these professions in his sophomore year's hidden professions catalog. The so-called Demon Lord, as the name suggests, is able to transform the demons in the abyss into their own summons. Very powerful, can be in the fight against the abyssal invasion. The stronger the battle, and constantly transform the other party's troops into their own, is in the human and demon wars, and the top occupation is quite popular. The Holy Sword Summoner, on the other hand, was a summoner profession that only a true tycoon could transfer to. It may not even be enough for the tycoons. Perhaps the only way to capitalize on the characteristics of this profession is to be a godly hero. A Holy Sword Summoner is able to summon projections of holy swords, Excalibur swords, magic swords, etc., from all worlds to his side and unleash his own skills on his enemies. The prerequisite for summoning is that one has to obtain the coordinates and recognition of that sword. Of course, it's best to own them outright, because after recognition, it can only be summoned every so often, and when you have it, you can make unlimited swords, unlimited summoning, unlimited execution. A single lift of the hand was the descent of a vast holy sword. Thus, Su Ming said indifferently, I refuse. Please, Your Excellency, the planet will continue to record and continue to order. Then please continue to build up your career and continue to fight to the death. The planetary consciousness left an emotionless, mechanical sentence and disappeared. Su Ming let out a long breath and realized that he was already drenched in sweat, and a feeling of dizziness was coming from his mind. Is this a glimpse of the planet's will? It's too terrifying. He looked at Zhao Muyu with emotion and laughed bitterly. Just a single glance of goodwill, and just one glance at that, and I felt like my head nearly exploded. It's bit too high. It's simply not something that mortals can withstand. A speck of dust of the ages, when it falls on a mortal, is the weight of a mountain. A single glance from the planetary will and the demonic hordes is capable of creating a check of instant death spells as brutal as obliteration for the weak. Zhao Muyu sighed tersely. So, work hard to embark on the path to God ascension. By now, you should be able to realize how small you are. Su Ming sighed tersely and stopped speaking. You possess 2 merits in your possession. One is for breaking records, and one is for repairing divine artifacts, so it should give good choices, right? Quickly tell me. Zhao Muyu was quite gossipy and curiously pursued the question. Su Ming then spoke of the 2 professions of Demon Lord and Holy Sword Summoner. Well, the Holy Sword Summoner is just fine. We can't afford it, but you can actually turn down a Demon Lord? Zhao Muyu looked at him in shock. This is recognized as an excellent hidden profession. Su Ming smiled. My journey is a sea of stars, not just limited to the abyssal world. After we defeat the abyss, there are still many more worlds to walk around and wander. But if I turn Demon Lord, then I will have to deal with demons for the rest of my life. Alright, time to go practice. He shook his head and called Mayor Qin Xianyi, stating that he still wanted to go to Abyssal Battlefield 037 to sharpen his skills. Mayor Qin Xianyi was busy recruiting volunteers to join the battle at Level 3 Abyss, Corpse Nest. so he didn't have time to come and sign it himself, but his secretary provided several blank official documents that had already been signed, allowing Su Ming to finish filling them out himself and then stamping them through. Thus, for the next few days, Su Ming just kept a low profile as he slaughtered demons in the abyssal battlefield and continued to upgrade. Finally, on the eve of the college entrance exam, he himself managed to level up to level 20 without having to mention it. The key was to level up Medusa to level 20 as well. Chapter 124, The Professionals High School Examination. Opening, June 6th. Summer is hot and the cicadas are chirping. Countless Beiliang students wearing standard school uniforms had gathered in front of the municipal building with a grave expression. After all, what follows is a big test that will determine fate. It is also the highest level and most luxurious rewarded copy that 99% of the people in the Dragon Kingdom can access in this life, the single, nightmare level, nature-derived class with doubled official extra rewards. Caesar's Kingdom, solo, means exclusive access to all rewards, not being exploited by the leader of the warband, not being deducted by the boss of the company. Nightmare level, on the other hand, means a 200% equipment material drop rate, a naturally derived class that indicates that all rewards can be brought back to the real world, not virtual, without the pesky copy-only phrases, and the official Dragon Kingdom will give all the outstanding candidates with generous to enviable commendations. Of course, the real value of the college entrance examination still lies in the fact that it opens up an upward channel to the future and determines the different situations of the candidates after they have stepped into society. This is what is the most cruel and realistic. Those who can get into the top 10 military schools and become tactical commanders, and those who can only go to the Bluefly Secondary Technical School to learn the secondary professions of tailoring, flaying, enchanting, etc., have very different paths in the future since. This was much more brutal than the college entrance exams of the olden days, because in the olden days, even if the college entrance exams were planted, one could still rise again through many avenues. But the professional college entrance exams were very different, because after the professional high school exam, everyone's skill system will be stereotyped from now on. For example, the person who switched to tailoring, it is simply impossible to become a 6th-ranked combatant again, because his skill points are all going to be invested into the tailoring system, and it's impossible to add more points to the combat skills, or else he won't be able to survive in this era. This is truly a one-test-fits-all. Of course, this statement is only for the ordinary people. For the children of professional families and big powers, the college entrance examination is still just a small test, which has little influence on their future. This is a truth that has been true since the beginning of time when looking at the 4 seas and even the whole world. All the parents, apprehensively, stayed outside the cordon, anxiously waiting for their children's results. The occupant exam will last about 0 to 7 days, all directly from the occupant panel giving assessments that are easy to understand. No cheating, and the whole thing is free and live to the public. Anyone can watch any candidate's experience in the land of Caesar through a well-developed internet channel, thus ensuring the safety of the candidates as well as eliminating any violation of the rules. The police in Beiliang City were also out in force to prevent those with evil intentions from interfering with the college entrance exam. Mayor Qin Xianyi had deliberately returned from beside the portal on level 3 to escort the professional's higher education examination. His immortal sword, which had expanded to 1,000 times its size under the skill, hovered above Beiliang City. Once any discrepancy occurred, it was directly the giant sword that decimated everything, never leaving anything to chance. And at this moment, Su Ming, along with his best friend Song Qingfeng, and all the students of senior class 7, were apprehensively lining up, waiting to walk into the unknown, Caesar's land, portal. A spiteful look, casting harsh hostility at the group next to him. It was clearly the young master of the Iron Blood Alliance, Shen Zimo, but Su Ming was already too lazy to care and just casually talked and laughed with his nemesis. Don't envy brother. Brother is just a legend. If you're free, why don't you run your live room? If you really don't have any other way to go, doing a CCTV, always sharply commenting and spitting on your buddy's live broadcasts, is also considered a way. This copyright, I'll only authorize it to you. Buddy, enough? Damn, old Su, you're really something. Buddy may really have to parasitize on you to eat in the future. Song Qingfeng's eyebrows flew and his eyes glowed. I have to admit, this business of live broadcasting is really lucrative, especially in a small city like ours. Prices are super low. I earn more and spend less. It's really a beautiful good day. Su Ming smiled. There's no need to be grateful to brother. Brother is just a legend. Anyway, there's always someone pirating me, and this money is definitely earned by someone. It would be better to let my own brother earn it then. It actually doesn't cost me half a dime. Song Qingfeng laughed out loud. The old era's rotten stems. You can't get tired of playing with them, can you? But, he lowered his voice and nuzzled in Shen Zimo's direction. The way that kid looks at you, it's like a level 100 whiny woman. If a corrupt woman who likes to get high on CP sees it, she'll most likely think that there's an entangled gaijin entanglement between the two of you. Su Ming, you shut the hell up. And mocking me for playing bad stems. Why are you always telling male ketone jokes? Is there something wrong with your orientation? Now that I think about it, you've been in high school for 3 years and you don't even have a girl crush. It's indeed very problematic. It's not me who has a problem. It's the quality of the girls in our senior class 7 that has a big problem. Song Qingfeng rolled his eyes. Otherwise, why don't you have a girl crush? And as soon as Bu Him Yen appeared, you immediately fell in love? It makes sense. We can't be blamed. It's still this class. Su Ming nodded his head. The two brothers talked and laughed, while Shen Zimo, who had been ignored all this time, finally failed to hold back and yelled, Su Ming, you shouldn't be too complacent. Do you really think you're a surefire top student in the college entrance exams? Su Ming and Song Qingfeng stopped talking at once, both glaring at this bastard with irritation. What? Want to bet against each other again? The 40 million lesson from last time. Isn't that enough? Su Ming lazily snorted. Now before it's too late, let's find someone to notarize the bet and make another one? How about betting $80 million? You're at least the young master of the Iron Blood Alliance. It's not possible that old man Shen Jinghong won't even give you access to this amount of money, right? Shen Zimo immediately choked. Only after a long time did he point to the sky and cursed angrily. I don't share the same fate as pornography, gambling and drugs. You're a senior student. Opening your mouth and shutting your mouth is a big gamble. Too negative energy, right? Su Ming shrugged his shoulders and similarly pointed to the sky and cursed angrily. Alright, I also don't share the same fate as gambling and drugs. So, let's not bet on money. How about betting on big slaps? After this college entrance exam, people with good grades can slap the faces of people with poor grades in public. Just 300 down. How about it? Incidentally, my strength attribute has broken 100, and my basic attack is very high. You'd better have a whole set of good defense gear by then. Su Ming smiled in friendly reminder. Don't by that time my slap blitz, causing huge damage, directly PK you to death. You say by that time I'm in jail because of the crime of murder. Unjust or not, the students around the room burst into laughter. They all knew that Su Ming now had an extremely high-quality pet and a divine weapon, so his basic attributes must be incredibly high. So these words really weren't unreasonable. You, Shen Zimo stuttered as he spoke, unable to find a point to retort at all. Song Qingfeng said contemptuously, don't humiliate yourself, Shen Zimo, don't you see it yet? You no longer have the possibility of winning against Su Ming, in every sense of the word. Chapter 125, the close attention of the world's internet users. The origin you're proud of is nothing more than the Iron Blood Alliance. Song Qingfeng snorted, but our old Su, he has already fallen for the rich woman of the Dragon Slayer clan. Your father was just a 5th-ranked, wild fighter, with his potential exhausted and stopped for life. But Su Ming's future father-in-law, Dragon Slayer, Chen Jingxian, even among the 6th order professionals, belongs to the topmost handful, and in the future, after building up his strength, it is extremely likely that he will step onto the path of ascending to God. Is there a comparison? You already have no possibility of retaliation at all. Think about it. Do you want the Iron Blood Alliance to go up against the Dragon Slayer clan? Song Qingfeng grunted coldly. I can't even figure it out. What are you still holding on to? Su Ming doesn't even intend to bother with you, doesn't have the intention of blaming you, and doesn't bother to make a grudge against you. So you're mad instead. Or not. Shen Zimo clenched his fists in grief. He's the one who's been the first of the whole year in senior year, riding on my head. It's not like he's been second in the class of 10,000 years. Of course he doesn't blame me. It's him who won me $40 million and my beloved Wuji stick. It's not like he lost money. Of course he doesn't hate me. He wasn't the one who got beat up by my dad. It was still me. Of course he's not mad. Su Ming, Song Qingfeng, seniors. Alright, you're pretty miserable. But in the end, it's your own fault for having nothing to do and deserving to be smoked. Song Qingfeng skimmed his mouth and then closed it, because the examiner came. It was no other than Mayor Chen Xianyi. He walked towards Su Ming without the slightest scruple and patted him on the shoulder grudgingly. Brat, are you a deliberately picking fights physique? How is it that you can cause a bunch of trouble wherever you go? I've heard about your Infengdu city. I didn't expect Chen Jingqiu to become your second angel investor after me. Aren't you quite proud of yourself? Thinking that the 2 6th-ranked powerhouses are your backers? Thinking that you can walk horizontally in the world from now on? Chen Xianyi asked with a smile. Well, yes, can't it? Su Ming scratched his head. 2 major 6th order experts sheltering me. If that's still not enough, in the future, when I resurrect my mentor, Undead Heavenly Tribulation, Coronet, a god-level powerhouse covering me should be utterly enough. Chen Xianyi laughed with a cackle. You really don't consider yourself an outsider. You've already hit the snake and regarded the undead plague of heaven as your mentor. That's fine too. That makes me even more optimistic about your future. It's just a pity that I wanted to let you go on a blind date with my niece, but Chen Zimo got there first. Mr. Mayor's bare-faced pulling together made all the candidates sour with envy. This time for the college entrance exam. Make sure to cheer up. Chen Xianyi made a special trip, naturally more than just exchanging pleasantries. He solemnly reminded Su Ming, I've learned these days from the volunteers who traveled to level 3 of the Abyss, that all the Velvet folk, all of them are loyal to the immortal old Miao, Caesar, and regard them as their eternal leaders. In other words, if you are able to turn Caesar into your summoner or magical pet, you will, in the future, whittle down an army of the topmost Velvet folk. That's the Velvet Folk Resistance Army that fought with the 10 Great Legions in turn at the 3rd level of the Abyss, and stood for the rest of the 100 battles. Chen Xianyi was overwhelmed with emotion. Even I'm craving for it now. This force, if we can receive it under our command, it's almost comparable to 1/5 of our Dragon Kingdom's battle force. All the students couldn't help but smack their lips. The Velvet Folk Resistance is actually this powerful? Then why didn't they manage to hold their ground? Chen Xianyi smiled. It's not Caesar's fault, nor is it the Velvet People's resistance. Who let the ogre, Archon strike? However, I'm here to tell you the good news. These days, our Dragon Kingdom has rushed to their aid with all its might and has stabilized the battle line. The ogre's close-guard demonic legions are losing ground. Soon, our volunteers will return in great victory and restore peace. Mayor Chen Xianyi waved his arm. Long Bo Wan Shang. In my capacity as mayor, I wish all the candidates prosperity in martial arts, a great victory forever, and ideal grades on their exams. Wan Sheng, Wan Sheng, Wan Sheng. The roars of the candidates resounded. The bloodthirstiness of this group of eager young men and women pleased the mayor greatly. After he left, all of the duplicate teleports, all of them, lit up, and the candidates began to line up to enter them. This week, all copies within the Dragon Kingdom will be suspended, as all energy is needed to supply the huge demand for the entrance exams. Su Ming also took a deep breath and took the lead, stepping directly into the portal. In the meantime, the platform for inquiring about the Dragon Kingdom Professionals Higher Education Examination was, however, crowded with foreign netizens from all 5 continents and 7 oceans. Hey man, can someone tell me which Su Ming's live room number is? Want to watch him live? It's candidate Su Ming 211B9527, Similac. It's time to witness his true strength. Last time, Su Ming's battle with that weakling from the Inferno Dragon Roaring Clan wasn't enjoyable to watch at all. It wasn't an evenly matched battle at all, and now I'm finally able to appreciate it properly. In just a few tens of seconds, a whole 600,000 plus viewers had come, all of them coming to see Su Ming. It was also fortunate that the Dragon Kingdom attached great importance to the Professionals Higher Education Examination and gave all the servers resources to pull up to full capacity, or else this large group of viewers alone could have made the live broadcast servers go down. The Dragon Kingdom's professionals were busy rushing to support the anchor base of the end times and helping the Velvet People's Resistance Army defend against the abyssal invasion, but the rest of the globe, for the time being, was very peaceful and nothing was happening. So under the boredom of Su Ming's fans, they had come running to watch the strong spectators. Everyone was happy to be able to whore out Su Ming's live stream again. The Dragon Kingdom is bullish. The free live broadcast is actually given a bandwidth of 8K resolution. It's really a big country with a big hand. It's said that Su Ming and Demon Lord Zheng Kongqing of the Weak Water Clan signed a betting agreement, so I don't know who the dear will be. It's definitely Zheng Kongqing who took the top student of the college entrance exam. Every year in the past, as long as the Zheng family had a talented Demon Lord profession, they were able to easily take the top student. Because of this lord, he can directly take over the Naga Corp's Demon Legion. It's too outrageous. The other candidates started from a small soldier egg, and Zheng Kongqing can get one of the top 10 legions in the opening, and it's a top 3 Naga Corp's demon. It's really a human comparison. Who let people control the hidden profession inheritance? Alas, having a good ancestor is enjoying blessings. We also have to work hard to become a rich generation and shade our children and grandchildren. Foreign netizens were talking about it, and with so many foreigners strongly surrounding it, it was naturally a big piece of news, causing Su Ming to once again hit the hot search after a long time. But the one who was truly regarded as the most likely to become the top scholar of the college entrance examination, the No. 1 seed candidate, however, was not Su Ming, nor was it Zheng Kongqing. Chapter 126, Descent. Ji Tianyi, an unfamiliar name to most people in the Dragon Kingdom, but at the mention of his illustrious warband, everyone was thunderstruck. Green Dragon Warriors, one of the 7 strongest war corps outside of the official Dragon Kingdom. Ji Tianyi himself, on the other hand, was a standard battlemage profession, divine opportunity warlord, specializing in curtailing, controlling and dominating enemies. He, himself, had extremely bright achievements in several simulated wars, and was even the one who had once won a championship and a high ranking in the Global Young Battlemasters Exchange, which could be described as a remarkable record. And this time, in order to recruit immortal old Miao to their side's forces, the Green Dragon Battle Group invested heavily in directly making Ji Tianyi an all-around terrifying battlemaster. He also carried a licensed heroic grade, second prize medal, which was capable of summoning 500 elite soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom as his initial squad, so it could be said that he had no shortcomings. Such items, in general, are forbidden to be carried by any examinee, and will be regarded as cheating, disqualified from the examination on the spot, expelled from the examination room, and banned from taking the college entrance examination for 3 years. However, Ji Tianyi's father, who had been a hero who had died in battle for the Dragon Kingdom, was an unquestionable martyr, so according to the law, he was entitled to special care for this professional's entrance examination. This was also a special commendation for those who had spilled their blood for the country, and it was reasonable. This one medal will most likely be the strongest weight to overwhelm the other candidates. After all, the combination of the Divine Mechanic Warlord and 500 elite Dragon Kingdom warriors was terrifying when one thought about it. Even Su Ming, who possessed the divine artifact, Carry On World, could only carry just 100 temporary summons for the time being, so one could imagine Ji Tianyi's advantage. Given the significant impact of the college entrance examination for professionals, these days, the front pages of all the media have been covered by the emergence of outstanding candidates, as well as various embarrassing incidents in the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. For example, the fastest candidate ever to be speed passed after descending into the land of Caesar. An unlucky candidate is randomly transported to a coconut tree, and as it happens, the coconuts are ripe. So, a whole 8 coconuts crackled and fell, all hitting him in the head. The unlucky man was smashed unconscious on the spot, and just at that moment an army of zombies passed by. When a walker's bloody mouth was about to bite his neck, his parents were forced to suspend the college entrance examination, and tearfully let their children return from the copy. The unlucky candidates have urgently applied for a provisional retake, which is being reviewed and is mostly likely to be passed. Dragon Country officials will give every candidate as fair an opening as possible, and more people are concerned about those heavenly pride. How is the situation? CCTV High School Channel, direct 24/7 live broadcast of all seeds. Su Ming, who had been ranked in the 3rd position, had become the Dragon Country's biggest star. Inside Caesar's land, the slight dizziness of the duplicate teleportation quickly dissipated, and Su Ming's body shifted slightly, and then he stood on the ground in all directions. He was randomly teleported to the top of a cliff overlooking the beaconing level 3 of the abyss. Swords and fire boiled and beaconed across the vast land, as a tidal wave of zombies appeared on the horizon, killing a marching band of velvet folk resistance. A line of system prompts then appeared. Hello, my friend from the Dragon Kingdom, please listen to me. The fire of revolt of the Velvet people will never be extinguished, because we firmly believe in the most sacred words of our friends in the Dragon Kingdom. A single spark can start a prairie fire. One day, we will cleanse the 10 legions and strangle all the zombies, so that the Velvet people will live in peace and happiness on level 3 of the abyss from now on. On that day, we will establish the United Kingdom of the Jomsum people, a nation of the Jomsum people. When that day comes, I will take off my military uniform, leave the abyss, and go to your country to see the truly blue sea with no corpses floating in it, and the truly pure snowflakes that don't spread viruses. But before that day comes, we have no choice but to run to our country, to die as if we were dead, and to fight the zombie army at all costs. The copy you are experiencing is the undead old Meow's curtain call, where we were betrayed by a traitor and are about to encounter a surprise attack by a legion of zombie bears. So please change the history that has happened as much as you can to get the best rating possible. Su Ming was stunned. He never thought that this trip-esque copy of the college entrance exam was actually so recent in history. The Battle of the Sacrifice of the Immortal Old Meow Caesar has no intelligence available for the Dragon Kingdom and is a pure blind box. Su Ming overlooked the 2 forces that were about to trigger a bloody battle and pondered in his heart, while at the same time, the countdown for the college entrance exam began. You will be able to start the test in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. War. Main Mission 1, Save the Velvet People's Resistance. Main Mission 2, Avoid the death of the Immortal Old Meow. Hidden Mission, Unknown. Current mission completion, 0%. Su Ming took a deep breath and began his debut appearance. Appear, my summons. Carrying a sacred scepter with a 25% probability of triggering the light of purification, Black Goku was the first to shine. As a demigod-level summon, his intelligence was already extremely high, like the topmost AI robots, except that he still hadn't been born with spiritual intelligence. Some small regret. Little Fox and Snake, 2, slowly walked out from his summoned beast space. One is a caster's summon that goes the route of the serpent demon of Eastern mythology. One is a secondary summoner that goes the route of Medusa's priests in Western mythology. And in passing, the little fox summoned its Hydra witch demon again, who in turn condescended to perform the most basic banshee summoning, conjuring up 2 undead banshees capable of casting frost attacks. In the next moment, all 100 newborn skeletons that Su Ming had acquired from the Dragon Bone Research Institute also appeared in great numbers. Mighty, the aura is amazing. All of their bones, except for their heads, were replaced with bionic high-tech dragon bones, so all of their attributes were drastically spiked. Moreover, the dragon skeleton archers among them also uniformly wore 50 sets of private order sets, voodoo archer sets, and thus possessed a powerful splinter arrow ability. As for the dragon skeleton mages, the soul flames in their eyes turned into boiling purple flames due to the skeletal upgrades. This luxurious army of skeleton soldiers made all the foreign water friends watching the live broadcast, as well as the audience of the Dragon Country, all of them change their colors. Holy yeah, is this the depth of a seated player? This kid, Su Ming, is really powerful. These can't all be skeleton soldiers of dragon bones, can they? His Excellency the Dragonslayer contributed his own dragon bones for him to use to summon skeletal soldiers? This is too extravagant. That also wants to join the Dragon Slayer clan. Woohoo! Chapter 127, Flank, Charge. Su Ming smiled faintly and glanced at the attribute panel of the skeleton summoner. Even though he had admired it countless times over the days, it was always new to him, always reveling in the powerful attributes that the bionic keel brought to the skeleton. Cursed Dragon Skull Archer. Quality, Rare. Level, 20. Can be upgraded with Summoner. Attributes, Strength 190, Physique 150, Agility 190, Spirit 100. Skill, All Hands on Deck. Crowd, when skeleton ghost archers are assembled into a legion, number greater than 30 within a 100-meter radius, they will receive an additional 50% power bonus. Split Arrow, provided by the Voodoo Archer 4-piece set, can split into 2 arrows when releasing a flame arrow or frost arrow. Plain and simple toughness is just so pleasing to the eyes. Su Ming burst into emotion. If you simply look at the attributes of a skeleton archer, it can only be described as mediocre among summons. However, when they formed in army formation, triggered crowds of spirits, and then started releasing split arrows, one could only say that it was simply a pleasing storm of arrows. The global water users also couldn't help but be a bit surprised and couldn't understand the current lineup of Su Ming. Su Ming's third summon is actually a Medusa? This kid is also really rich now, and he can even get this kind of summon. Medusa is actually beating the war drums. Wastefully, it shouldn't have switched to a priest-type profession, right? Quickly look at Su Ming's skeleton soldiers. Why is it that their bone bows are floating with Dragon's Inferno? Their bones, too, seem to be somewhat like dragon bones? This kid has also changed his guns, and his battle power has soared. I can only say that it's really exaggerated. As long as you haven't watched Su Ming's livestream for a day, you'll be shocked to find that this kid has doubled in strength again. Next to the duplicate portal of Caesar's Land, Mayor Chen Xianyi, Principal Zhao Renjie, took their seats as hosts, and 2 guests, both of whom are heck of a lot more famous. They were Wang Jian, the director of admissions of the admissions department from the Huntress Military Academy, and Chu Tianlin, the vice principal of the Yanhuang Military Academy. Old Chu, you're a grand vice principal, and you've actually come to this poor countryside of ours again. Principal Zhao Renjie laughed out loud. Bear hugged the other party, and winked. It can't be that you're here for Su Ming again, right? You're not bull ********** ting. Chu Tianlin skimmed his mouth. Old Chu, I'm a bit more straightforward in my speech. If it wasn't for Su Ming being at this exam center, I'm at least a vice principal. Busy as hell. Why would I need to run to this hole of yours? After all, your second place finisher, that Shen Zimo, is purely a gold-plated item, relying on family support to achieve results, and has already secured a special recruiting spot at the Hunting Country Military Academy. It's impossible for me to come for him, right? Wang Jian, the director of admissions of the Hunting Country Military Academy on the side, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He was specially sent by the higher-ups to come to the Northern Liang Academy, even though he didn't want to come, because Wang Jian knew very well that this trip was to wipe the ass ****** of that asshole Sun Jiangwo, the deputy director, and was also destined to receive a lot of disdain and derision. Bastard Sun Jiangwo. Wang Jian had already bellyached a million times, but when it came down to it, he still couldn't help but curse bitterly in his heart. He's really crazy. He actually gave the special recruitment slot directly to this second-generation ancestor, Shen Zimo, and that was after witnessing Su Ming break the world record. Now it's good. Su Ming has become the much-anticipated No. 3 seed of the college entrance exam, and the whole country is live-streaming his exam footage. A No. 3 seed in the national high school was discarded by the Huntington Military Academy and not given a special recruiting slot. This has been spreading like wildfire in the circles of the top 10 military schools. It could be imagined that once Su Ming was able to rank among the top 10 in the country on this college entrance exam, all the media would rush to the Hunting Military Academy's press spokesperson's office with this matter. Su Ming would become one of the megastains that the Hunt Country Military Academy had ever seen, and would be ridiculed by countless peers for having eyes without a pearl. And just in case, Wang Jian shook his head, not daring to even imagine how sour their Hunt Country Military Academy would be once Su Ming became the top student in the college entrance exam. Eyes without a pearl, dog's eye view, insider trading. The first military school is rotten to the core, and other terms that get plastered on the brain of the Hunting Military Academy. Zhao Renjie, as the principal, naturally couldn't say anything bad about his own students, and smiled lightly. It's not possible to say that there's a second pearl hidden amongst all the students. Don't underestimate the youth too much, old Chu. That's right. Chu Tianlin made a harumph and looked at Wang Jian again, smilingly saying, "No, our first military academy has already unearthed a second jewel." Wang Jian, ahem, student Shen Zimo, is also quite promising. It's not allowed to shine in the college entrance exam. What he thought in his heart was, even if it's not good enough, with the strong support from the Iron Blood Alliance, surely the high school entrance exam results won't be too bad, right? In addition, Wang Jian began by sincerely explaining, our Hunt Country Military Academy has actually always been quite interested in Su Ming. Deputy Director Sun Jiangwo is also only a small deputy director of one of our divisions. He has looked away countless times in his life, and to be honest, for the admissions department, this is actually normal, and there is no need to be harsh. But, Wang Jian puffed out his chest and raised his head. We are after all the #1 military school in the Dragon Kingdom. Our Hunt Country Military School has a strong attraction to any student. I will correct Sun Jiangwo's mistake and re-invite Su Ming to join. We will give him a share of favorable resources. I believe fellow student Su Ming will be moved. He glanced at Chu Tianlin, the provocative intent in his eyes remarkable. The resources that the First Military Academy can utilize are not comparable to those of the Third Military Academy. Wang Jian believed that with Su Ming's intelligence, he wouldn't hastily decide on his future just because of a minor upset. The corners of Chu Tianlin's lips curled slightly, but he said disdainfully, "Can you really come up with the resources to impress Su Ming? If I remember correctly, this time you have specially recruited the heirs of so many great figures. With your little quota of resources, is it enough for these second generation to share?" Jian Wang. Just as their words were exchanged, Su Ming had already adjusted his legion of summoners and barked out an order. Move out. We'll kill directly into the battlefield. And after the zombies engage the Velvet People's Resistance Army, we'll cut into the battlefield from the foothills on the right side and cut off the zombie forces. He makes a cold tactical choice, use the Velvet Folk Resistance as bait and meat shield to draw the zombies' main attention. This is clearly contrary to the second main quest, avoiding the death of an undead old Miao in battle. Most of the scholars apparently agreed that they should rendezvous with the Velvet People's Resistance at the earliest opportunity and join them, thus maximizing their close protection of the undead old Miao Caesar. However, Su Ming's decision was very different from theirs, and the reason was also very simple. He was not an individual, but a one-man army of summoners. Chapter 128, Under the Scarlet Dome. Although Su Ming's 100 or so summons were limited in number, they encompassed meat shield MTs, law outputs, long-range shooters, and auxiliary priests, which could be described as a sparrow's nest, belonging to a complete battle group. Monkey, hold the shield, Su Ming faintly commanded, and at the same time, he took out a large shield emitting a divine light from his backpack bar and handed it over to the other party. It was part of the preparation for the entrance exam, and he had 2 sets of gear for Black Goku, 1 set of attacks, 1 set of defenses. Black Goku raised his large shield in his left hand and held his scepter in his right hand, looking out over the battlefield in an arrogant stance. As a demigod-level summon, his high power enables him to dual-wield a scepter and a shield, which is very formidable. Serpent, sow aura to our troops. Su Ming glanced at Medusa, his voice calm. Thus, one of her slender arms began to beat the war drums hard, and the ancient battle cry of the Orcish Empire sounded in her throat. A roar of wildness plays through the land of Caesar. Anza Glory Battle Hymn activates. Strong Strike Aura covers everyone, and all summons enveloped by this aura have their attack power increased by 10%. Dimbo Frenzy Battle Hymn activates. Frenzy Aura covers everyone, and all summons enveloped by this aura have their attack speed increased by 5%. Little Fox, follow me. Activate the Hydra emblem, and feel free to greet your enemies with the 9 rings of split lightning later. Boing boing. The little fox was quite intelligent, nodding its head like a chicken pecking at rice. Su Ming rubbed her little head, and at the same time took out an alchemy explosion bomb in his hand. He decided to directly activate his strongest power, and play a shocking and eye-popping effect in the opening battle. The Velvet People's Resistance Army has been tragically backstabbed by the traitors and chased by the zombies, so their morale must be low. I need to give them a shot in the arm, revitalize their will to fight, and let them know that strong reinforcements have arrived. Su Ming muttered. Under the Scarlet Vault, the residual ashes of countless robberies flew about, and the entire world took on a burning, apocalyptic obscurity. This was the season of ashes that belonged uniquely to the third level of the abyss, Corpse Tide. The gusty wind blew Su Ming's levitation robe fiercely. He stood at the highest point of the cliff, a handsome face that glowed in the light of blood and fire. His eyes narrowed and slit, the sword on his shoulder gleamed coldly, and his eyes were brawny and stern as he looked down at the burning earth. Depart! Su Ming raised his sword and mounted the white bone throne that the skeleton soldiers had raised high, and hurriedly marched towards the foothills on the right side of the mountain. This scene was broadcasted to thousands of homes through the live broadcast channel of the college entrance examination in the Dragon Kingdom. What a handsome summoner! Countless people who were recognizing Su Ming for the first time revealed stunning looks, such biting eyes, such a strong lineup, and such calm command all made everyone realize at first that he was extraordinary. Live streamers around the world, too, have been shaken by it. Oh my ga, shat, Goose Girl Purple Shadow. Su Ming has secretly gotten stronger again. His summons can actually sow an aura. That must be the hidden profession, Orc Priest. See his Hydra Witch Demon. That thing is actually the little fox's summoner. My goodness, most summoners around the globe don't have this kind of grade of summoner, but Su Ming has actually had the luxury of arranging it to be a summoner's summoner. This is actually only the no. 3-seeded player from Dragon Kingdom? Then how tough must number 1 and number 2 be? Weak water family leader. Water park. Groups of siren attendants, obediently carrying fruit trays and high-grade wines, weave their way through all the guests. A banquet hosted by this generation's main mother, Zhang Lirong. The purpose was pure, to witness Zhang Concheng win the high school entrance exam. Unlike most clans, the Weak Water clan was a matriarchal clan, and Zhang Concheng's mother, Zhang Lirong, was the current generation's head of the family, holding the inheritance authority of the Sea Demon Warrior. She was also the good girlfriend of Mystic Holy Church's Vice Hall Master, Wu Mengshi. It was the two of them who wanted to set up a match between Zhang Concheng and Bu Yan, hoping to create a strong marriage and create a powerful pair. Gentlemen, Zhang Lirong stood up with a smile on her face and clapped her hands. We are about to witness the birth of the Weak Water clan's third higher sea demon lord. Moreover, he will be one of the strongest higher sea demon lords ever, as His Excellency, Immortal Old Meow, Caesar, will surely be in his pocket. We, the Weak Water clan, have absolute confidence. As long as he is able to find the Naga Corpse demon's territory, the top prize is a nail in the coffin. Zhang Lirong waved her arm in a domineering manner. Come on man nah, pour the champagne tower full of wine. Let's have a curved goblet and drink this cup together, to celebrate my son's upcoming embarkation on the road to rise and advance. The guests looked at each other with flickering eyes. How can you start a champagne tower and celebrate your son's impending success as a top student when you've just begun your entrance exams? It's also outrageous. They all felt that the Weak Water family was also too generous. Weren't they afraid of some mistakes? Wu Mengxi's eyes flickered, but she took the initiative to raise her glass. With Xian Nephew's skills, the first prize is very stable. Immortal Old Meow Caesar is also his destiny. Come on, Li Rong, let's toast. Bottles of champagne were opened and poured into the champagne tower. A smug Zhang Lirong smilingly said, come on, bring in 3 more big screens. I'm going to synchronize the live broadcasts of the No. 1 seed, the No. 3 seed, and the No. 4 seed. Oh, although the Ji Tianyi is considered as the No. 1 seed, that's just giving face to the war hero. In fact, his strength is very limited and he can't win against my son at all. And that 3rd seed Su Ming. Zhang Lirong snorted and patted Wu Mengxi's shoulder in relief. Sister child, you've been suffering from an old offense because of him lately, so this time it's up to your future good son-in-law to help you out. Come on, let's see how they compare first. Zhang Lirong smiled and looked at her own son's live broadcast. Zhang Concheng, who had descended into Caesar's land, was also the first to see the undead old Meow that was under siege, and his choice was the same as 90% of the ordinary candidates, to rush to the aid of the undead old Meow and to help the Velvet People's resistance. But it's unlucky, the war is taking place in a lava-flowing Great Rift Valley with extremely high temperatures, and the Sea Devil Lords happen to be an amphibious profession. More accurately, it is in a water environment that the full strength of young Kongsong can be realized. So, some small awkward situation happened. After Zhang Concheng joined the battle, his influence on the battle situation was very limited, as many of his water-based spells lost their effect in the magma environment. And so, timeless, the dry heat of the ash season burned his skin, causing His Excellency, the Lord of the Sea Devils, to rapidly dehydrate. The magma flowing in the Geely Rift Valley causes fire skills to deal plus 100% damage and water skills to deal minus 50% damage. People and, because Zheng Kongchang's help to the resistance is very limited, so the undead old Miao only treats him as a small soldier egg, and is not willing to listen to his military orders at all. Chapter 129, Su Ming who doesn't engage in program effects. Zheng Lirong and Wu Mingxi were shocked to see that Zheng Kongchang did not stand out in the least amongst the troops of the immortal old Miao, fighting like headless flies like those ordinary soldiers. This. Both middle-aged women froze. Meanwhile, the water friends who were watching drowsily couldn't help but sharply comment on the live broadcast. When the sea flows, the hero is revealed. When the sun shines fiercely, the waste shows its true form. Is this the number 2 seeded candidate? How come it feels no different from the other ordinary candidates? It's not possible that he'll be eliminated in the first battle, right? No way. No way. No way. The legendary Sea Devil Lords. This is it? Zhang Lirong and Wu Mingxi instantly blushed. While in front of them, the champagne tower was about to be poured. Wu Mingxi hurriedly relieved the upset Zhang Lirong. Be at ease. As long as we wait for Xian nephew to find the Naga Corpse Demon Clan, everything will be fine. This kid, Kong Chang, is just too unlucky. As a strong person who specializes in fighting in watery environments, he was thrown into the worst magma terrain, so he was indeed a hero. But it doesn't matter. After saving the undead old Miao Caesar, he can lead the retreat to the waters. Right. When we withdraw to the waters, it will be the Sea Demon Lord's home turf. Zhang Lirong nodded her head furiously and grunted coldly. As a Sea Demon Lord, our family, Kong Chang, is able to easily tame all sorts of sea creatures, and even manipulate the demons in the sea. Not only Naga Corpse demons, even giant squids and whale sharks in the sea have to obediently bow down to him. The guests were in deep agreement. Right now, it's a hibernation period for Kancheng. Nothing to see here. Why don't we take a look at his competitors? Zhang Lirong changed the topic irritably. Come on, let's look at the one called Su Ghost first? Su Chang? What's the name again? She didn't take Su Ming seriously at all. Su Ming, Wu Mingxi added, a fawning smile on his face, counting the time. This guy should have already teleported into the copy as well. Then, they saw Su Ming's luxurious lineup of summons, 100 dragon bone skeleton soldiers, the strong black Wukong, the little fox with surging mana and the Medusa snake serpent that revealed its 4 arms, as well as the 9-headed serpent witch demon that followed them obediently. The carnival atmosphere of the Sea Devil family was suddenly frozen. That Medusa, Zhang Lirong's face changed drastically, is actually 4 arms. That means the bloodline concentration is above 20%, and it's actually so flexible. Maybe the concentration is close to 50%. Where did Su Ming get this? This kind of extreme Medusa would actually flow into an auction house as well? Wu Mingxi's same smile froze. They were both born into the gentry since childhood and have been bosom friends since they were young. So, they have all been top rich girls who have eaten, seen, played and used. Not a bad eye and a lot of knowledge. And this one Medusa summoner was undoubtedly highlighting Su Ming's extraordinary nature. What made them even more devastated was the huge popularity of Su Ming's livestream, as well as the exasperating pop-ups. So strong. Su Ming who doesn't engage in program effects is simply strong. On the contrary, next door's no. 2 contestant Zheng Kongchang is simply laughable, completely an academy weakling. The actual combat is far from the battle-hardened Su Ming. Alas, I didn't realize that in the past, Su Ming was all cheeky because he was doing a live broadcast. Now that he's concentrating and pulling out 100% of his battle power, he's completely unstoppable. Su Ming. It said that Zheng Kongchang and Su Ming also notarized a bet against each other. I purposely compared and watched the battle. It's simply bursting with laughter. Lilian Zhang, Wu Mingxi, and when the real battle began, the stark contrast, even more so, became clearer. 17 minutes later, Su Ming brought his legion of summoned creatures on a hasty march to the foothills on the right side of the mountain. At this moment, the walkers have caught up with the Velvet People's resistance. The undead old Miao Caesar did not hesitate and directly joined the battle group, holding a sword and shield to charge through the zombie group. Supporting the battle with a mainstay, Su Ming wasn't worried and remained on the wall, waiting for the zombies to be attracted by the Velvet People's resistance army before he let out a cry and then rushed forward. Kill all the zombies! Legions of summons stomped across the hot obsidian ground, skimming over the red glowing mountain rocks and whistling into the corpses. That group of walking corpses had a very limited spirit, merely fighting by instinct under the orders of the zombie commander. Therefore, they pressed on without any sensible counterattacks against Su Ming's legions of summoned objects, and only had the usual counterattacks after being attacked, such as being, they would shrink their hands if they were scalded by fire, and close their eyelids if they were blinded by sand. Black Goku's sacred scepter, at once, slammed hard into the zombies' brains. The triggered divine purification created a magnificent light effect while searing the eyeballs of a large number of zombies. At the same time, the 13 guards of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruits, who had split out of Black Goku's mansion, had also used their large shields to ram away the zombies. As the corpses were extremely dense, Little Fox instantly transformed into a killmaster, and with a single lift of her hand, she was able to deliver 9 consecutive rings of divergent lightning, covering the sea of corpses and causing a paralyzing effect. A Hydra Witch demon followed behind and kept casting ice spells, but unfortunately they received minus 50% damage from the environment and had little effect. But at least the slowing down of the frost spells worked, and since the zombies were all very hot, the sudden coldness had a sudden cold effect like crushed ice. Of course, the most glorious results of the battle were undoubtedly the Skeleton Legion. Their Flame Arrow belonged to the Fire-type skill and received a full 100% damage increase from the terrain. And coupled with the Split Arrow, passive of the Voodoo Archer set, it was a sweep. All the spectators were dumbfounded to see rows and rows of zombies, just like a wheat field that had been run over by a bulldozer, fell down one by one, directly bursting into rotten meat and broken bones all over the ground, without any resistance. This is the horror of a heavily built bionic-keeled skeleton. Wow! Cheating? Ha! Those skeleton soldiers are like spiky death. More than crushing? It's simply crushing. Crushing is simply crushing. Ming was actually able to crush these monsters even in the Gao Gao copy. It's simply too terrifying. Don't forget, he's only level 20. Is this the summoner who has made an army out of one person? For a mere 100 or so summoners to be able to have this kind of momentum, it's hard to imagine how horrifying it would be if Ming had an army of 10,000 summoners. Now I understand why the undead heavenly tribulation coronet can be so strong. And right in the eyes of the envious and jealous eyes of his water friends, Ming's legion of summons was like a burning hot sharp knife, ruthlessly hacking into the soft butter and easily cutting the zombie troops off. His tactical objective accomplished. Chapter 130, A Great Victory. The Great Victory. Ming calmly commanded all the summoners, while continuously adjusting the direction of the attack of this legion of summoners from the 2 channels of mind control and military order heckling. Monkey, have split number 3 block the boulder gap ahead. There's a licker there. Snake, replenish frenzy aura to the rear skeleton mage. CD is up. All of you follow me to charge the necromantic forces diagonally in front of me in the direction of 17 degrees east-north, prioritizing killing the casters who summoned the zombies. A military order was laid down in an orderly fashion. All those who watched the live stream of the high school were then treated to a performance show that rivaled the fervent images of a war movie. The 13 guards of Mount Huagua roughly violently waved their big shields, crashing through all the zombies that blocked the way, while they had thick skin and flesh and were not afraid of any tearing, like a moving city wall, protecting their comrades behind them. A slice of forked lightning with a powerful paralyzing effect attached to it covered the tide of corpses in front of them without mercy. The stricken zombies shuddered in place jerkily and did an enthusiastic tap dance. This was followed by descending blows from Skeleton Archer and Skeleton Mage. The combination of Splitting Arrow plus Flame Arrow was a mercury fire coverage that could directly sweep a vacuum on the battlefield. The Skeleton Mage's pocket-sized small fireballs also achieved the effect of magnificent fireballs with the 100% damage increase of the lava terrain. Flaming arrows bombard the clearing. How fireball splash wash. When the water users came back to their senses from the pleasing beauty of the violence, Ming's legion of summons had already completed their tactics. Insertion, pugnaciously tearing apart the flanks of the zombie army. It's simply like a pack of ferocious tigers killing a flock of sheep. A water user shockingly commented, Ming's summons are too strong, and his tactical system is too complete. Especially the 13 giant monkeys in the front row are simply too sharp. Have you guys noticed? They can always easily shove away any zombie that gets in their way, which means that in terms of strength attributes, they are at least 50% higher than the zombies. This is called crushing damage. It's not just the giant monkeys, is it? But the overwhelming flaming arrows, which also always manage to create a steady splash effect and knockback effect, meant that their power attribute also dealt crushing damage. Holy, those summons can actually crush enemies as well. Could it be that Ming has even heavily cultivated these temporary summons? Their limbs wouldn't really have been replaced with dragon bones, right? The water boys are talking. Ming, on the other hand, was riding high as he led the legion of summoners in full military formation, rampaging through the zombie forces and killing them indiscriminately, cutting them into small units while annihilating the long-range output corpse demons everywhere. The effect is overwhelming. The legions of zombies were soon paralyzed left and right, and immortal old Meow, as a top-notch militarist, also noticed the strength of this reinforcement army at the first time and immediately made cooperation. Velvet Folk Resistance Army. The reinforcements have arrived. Immediately cooperate with the friendly forces to pin down the zombies. Panda spear throwers, don't skimp on the javelins anymore. Give me a frontal breakthrough and snipe the troll walkers directly in front of the enemy army. hyena assassins. Bury freeze traps to our flanks, temporarily freezing the enemy into ice sculptures to deter them. Porcupine archers, contribute all the quills on your spines to support our reinforcements at long range. It must be known that the panda spear throwers' bamboo spears were very limited, so immortal old Meow had always made them snowbound and forbidden to use them until the last moment, while the hyena assassin's frozen trap, which was also a high-level skill, required casting materials that had to be imported from the Dragon Kingdom, with a limited amount of reserves, while Porcupine Archer was attacking by using the quills on their spine, which could only grow out 3 per day, with a maximum of 30, and was also a strategic resource. Immortal old Meow clearly thought that Su Ming's reinforcements were worth investing in, and that was why he had taken out the ultimate means that should have been used to escape and preserve the last spark for the Velvet People's Resistance Army. For a time, the Velvet People's Resistance Army also erupted with terrifying combat power, directly routing the frontal enemy forces and strangling the zombie legions that couldn't take care of each other's heads and tails. Steady! At this moment, many of the experts on the CCTV Live channel immediately made their analysis and judgment. Student Su Ming's Summoner Legion is really a rare and strong force. It can actually influence the battlefield situation with its own power. This already has the vague appearance of the undead Heavenly Tribulation Coronation's one-man army. Of course, the fact that Su Ming was able to play so brilliantly is also mainly due to the fact that this is just a copy of history, not real history. The amount of power that our Dragon Kingdom can allocate to the replica is ultimately limited, and so, it was only able to support 5,000 people fighting at the same time. And in the real, undead old Meow's curtain call battle, the Zombie Bear Legion sent out a terrifying force of 390,000, with an endless tide of corpses, and the offensive lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. A commentator said, "Oh, there is no need to be too harsh on the young man, he hasn't even changed jobs yet, and being able to deal with thousands of zombies is already very impressive. If Su Ming is able to upgrade to the 5th stage, it's possible that he could really save the day and reverse the undying old Meow's curtain call battle by himself." Another rather prestigious military analyst commented indifferently, regardless of the reason. The host of the CCTV Gaoxue channel smiled slightly and said with a straight face, "Su Ming has created the most heavenly Houyu opening that the professionals Gaoxue has ever seen. He won a great victory in his first battle, helping the Velvet Folk Resistance retain their vitality, and His Excellency, the undying old Meow, was unharmed and didn't even use his divine artifact, retreating demon sacred flame. This means that Su Ming will have far more cards to play next than the other candidates. Yes, let's take a look at Su Ming's battle damage ratio for this support battle. The data is out." The CCTV host smiled as he signaled the staff to take a screenshot of the data and post it on the public screen. Zombie Legion, loss of ghouls 145, loss of troll walkers 17, loss of thick acid spitters 19, loss of regular walkers 2, 339, Velvet Folk Resistance, loss of Panda Spearman 15, loss of Hyena Assassin 22, loss of Porcupine Archer 35, loss of Primus Rabid Berserker 405, loss of Storm Meow Shield Warrior 239, Su Ming's Legion of Summoners, loss 0. Wow, truly 0 battle losses, yet soundly taking the big win. This is a miracle uniquely belonging to Summoner. The host blinked in disbelief as he looked at the string of data in shock. The veteran military analyst nodded his head and agreed. That's right, if it was a real army, under such a high pressure and intense killing, there would definitely be people who would make mistakes. For example, falling down, and then being unlucky enough to be trampled on and killed by their fellow comrades. Only summons are able to be neat and tidy, making 0 mistakes and thus 0 casualties. Let's take a look at the completeness of the 3 parties' lineups after this battle. 87% for the Zombie Army, 58% for the Velvet Folk Resistance Army, and 100% for Su Ming. Good lord, the Velvet Folk Resistance Army has retained at least 80% of its fighting strength. Isn't it 58%? Many regular viewers thought to themselves in bewilderment. Chapter 131, Bad Luck, Bad Luck. CCTV Live channel for high school exams. The host also feigned doubt and asked, "Mr. Analyst, I'm sure many of the viewers in front of the screen have the same doubt as I do. The Velvet People's Resistance clearly has only 58% of its forces left, so why do you say that they have retained 80% of their fighting strength?" The military analyst said indifferently, "Because most of the losses were Primus Rabbit Berserkers and Storm Meow Shield Warriors, which were the basic types of soldiers in the Velvet Folk Resistance Army, and tended to be filled by new recruits. And new recruits are often the ones who lose the most on the battlefield, as they have yet to familiarize themselves with the battlefield or sharpen their proper mindset. And the true elites, the Panda Spear Throwers, Hyena Assassins, and Porcupine Archers, were all saved. The immortal old Meow's personal guards, the Royal Knights of the Almighty Meow God, even more so. Not a single one of them sacrificed a single cat." The analyst smiled slightly. "Next, All they need to do is withdraw to the Mordecai Anchor base and initiate a wartime conscription order, and they'll be able to replenish enough Snap Rabbit Berserkers and Storm Meow Shield Warriors. The Velvet Folk resistance will soon be back to full strength. The audience who heard this well-reasoned analysis could not help but be staggered. Heavens! Doesn't that mean that Su Ming is about to have 2 elite troops in his Caesar's land? Copy? His lineup will be far more luxurious than the other candidates, worthy of being the heir of the undead heavenly tribulation coronation, faithfully carrying out the will of one man to become an army. This time in the entrance exam, I think he can definitely lock up the top 10 throne. I had thought that being crowned as the No. 3-seeded player had already overestimated Su Ming. Now it seems that he is still underestimated. At this very moment, the CCTV host digressed. Let's move on to contestant number 2, the much-anticipated Sea Demon Lord, His Excellency Zheng Kongcheng. He is the most vocal candidate for the top spot in the college entrance examination, and as both of his grandparents were undoubtedly top students in the college entrance examination, it is assumed that he should also have the host froze. The 2 analysts were also dumbfounded, because they were seeing a spreading Shenju holy fire that was crossing the sky and shooting towards the area where the zombies were the most densely populated. Retreating Demon Sacred Flame, 10 Sacred Flames Great Breaking Bomb. That was none other than Immortal Old Meow's ultimate crushing move, and the final insurance policy for all candidates. No, the No. 2-seeded candidate, the famous Sea Demon Lord, is actually this week? An analyst blurted out, very puzzled. Most of the candidates, they haven't even been this miserable yet. Once the undead old Meow used the demon retreating sacred flame, it meant that they would activate the ultimate means of evacuation and would immediately leave the battlefield, and the zombies will definitely chase after them. That means, another military analyst picked up the conversation. It means that the Velvet People's Resistance Army will suffer heavy losses. Zheng Kongcheng's clearance rating will be directly cut to the waist as a result. They looked at each other and couldn't help but watch the video replay. Just see, in the hot and smoky molten environment, Zheng Kongcheng's face was red with breath-holding, almost suffocating. All of the water magic he had cast had all become very weak, completely unable to affect the battlefield, and he himself was even more waterlogged, completely unable to adapt to this environment. Sea Demon Lords are after all hidden professions that dominate the sea, an analyst lamented. I didn't expect to be so clumsy in molten terrain. Sure enough, all the gifts of fate have been marked with a price in the underworld. One can only say that with strengths there must be weaknesses, and strengths are traded for weaknesses. The host also sighed. It seems that this one Sea Demon Lord was too unlucky, and the battlefield environment was precisely targeted at him. His 2 grandfathers, on the other hand, were lucky. When they won the top high school entrance exam, they both teleported to the vicinity of the Naga Corpse Demon's tribe right after they boarded, and directly gained a large number of henchmen. Let us wait and see. Perhaps, after surviving this bout and returning to the marine environment where the Sea Demon Lords reign supreme, he will return as king. The analyst smiled. After all, don't ever forget that the 3rd level of the abyss is mainly all water environments. This continent has much more water sources than even our blue star. The tribes of Naga Corpse Demons, too, are everywhere, so it's easy to bump into them. Yeah, Zheng Kongcheng isn't so unlucky that he can't bump into a Naga Corpse Demon horde until he's eliminated, right? The 3 of them laughed awkwardly, all feeling that this possibility was a small probability event, categorically impossible. Under the champagne tower of the weak water family, the crowd of VIPs whispered and exchanged words about Zheng Kongcheng's miserable condition on the main screen. This proud son of heaven, now with only a third of his blood remaining, was close to the endangered line of being eliminated, and his pudgy, black and gray appearance could only be described as woeful. His mother, Zhang Lirong, no longer had a half-smile on her face, so ironic that it looked like she had been infected by a zombie virus. The rest of the weak water family's top brass were also silent, afraid of provoking this 5th-order professional into a rage. How is it possible? Zhang Lirong muttered and whispered somewhat incoherently. Even Su Ming, that pariah, was able to win a great victory? How could our weak water clan's heavenly pride, the titular Sea Demon Lord, have fallen to such a state? Wu Mengxi wanted to say something. She actually wanted to say, for many partial professions, the environment is really important. So luck is a key factor in the entrance exam. A Sea Demon Lord being thrown into a molten environment was like a fish swimming in the desert. It was meant to be subject to many limitations, so it was normal to be miserable. But seeing her middle-aged best friend's appearance, Wu Mengxi wisely closed her mouth. She could only advise, when that Kongcheng kid meets the first Naga Corpse demon tribe, everything will be fine. Right. As if a dying person grasped a life-saving straw, Zhang Lirong's eyes glowed. Now it's just a case of hitting bad luck, committing water retrogression, and taking a back seat. As long as he waits until he can rely on the Sea Demon Lord's trait of infinitely recruiting Naga Corpse demons, he will still be able to sweep away all his enemies. Falling behind is only temporary. He'll be a high achiever like his two grandparents. Zhang Lirong was convinced. The rest of the guests, too, expressed similar views and strongly supported the weak water family. But it is at this point, in the Caesar's Kingdom copy, that NPC with the highest intelligence, the immortal old Miao Caesar, was the one who helplessly tugged at Zheng Concheng's rear collar as he fled, and laughed bitterly. The house is falling apart. The Dragon Kingdom has really thrown me a liability. In order to maintain a relationship with my allies, I cannot abandon this child of the weak water family, but he is destined to not be able to influence the battlefield and is just a pure waste. Shan Lirong? Audience? This statement instantly set off a public outcry. Chapter 132, Pitted by the Ancestors. What do you mean, undead old Miao? His Majesty Caesar has recognized that Zheng Concheng is from the weak water family, so why did he call him a liability and a waste? There's a good show to watch. His words are definitely not unintentional. I think that contestant number 2 is going to be finished. I think he's going to be insulated from the high school entrance exam. The audience didn't sympathize with this second generation from a top-class family in the slightest, as young Kongsung exuded a self-proclaimed elite-class arrogance from the beginning to the end. In his challenge to Su Ming, he even called the bottom-feeders pariahs and mudbloods in no uncertain terms. In this new era where force was king, no one would discipline Zheng Concheng for his words even if they were said in an unpleasant manner. But that didn't mean that the public would like his flavored, stinky mouth that spewed Shang. Zheng Concheng was very arrogant, and after being sharply judged by immortal old Miao, he instantly poured down a bottle of precious instant recovery potion, pulling his life value up to 80% and restoring some of his spirit. He glared angrily at the NPC for the first time. If it was a real-life immortal old Miao, of course Zheng Concheng would not dare to confront him. After all, that was a god-level powerhouse. Even the entire weak water clan wasn't qualified to mess with the other party. But in the replica, after the news that the real immortal old Miao was known to have fallen, Zheng Concheng boldly inquired, "Your Highness Caesar, why do you say that? You probably don't know me well. I'm not a sea demon warrior, but a sea demon lord. As long as you help me find a Naga corpse demon tribe, I will be able to directly dominate these lowly creatures with my special status." At that time, the Naga corpse demons, one of the 10 legions of the corpse nest, will all become my squad. I will be your strongest ally. Why do you call me a liability and a waste? Zheng Concheng snorted arrogantly and coldly. His heart was quite upset. Immortal old Miao sighed tersely. Of course I knew you were a sea demon lord, because if you were a sea demon warrior, you would at least be able to be cannon fodder and still have some fighting power. Only weak sea demon lords are as useless as you are. Zheng Concheng, you were pitted by your ancestors? Unfortunately, Corpse Nest is no longer a happy place where you can recklessly mess around. Immortal old Miao Caesar slowly spit out a pile. Shocked all the Dragon Country audience secret. Do you know about resistance? Caesar asked blandly. Of course. A confused Zheng Concheng replied in disbelief. It's when the same antibiotic is used all the time. The bacteria in our body will be continuously screened for new strains that are more resistant to the drug. Keep screening over and over again. The non-resistant bacteria are killed. The resistant bacteria survive. And eventually the remaining bacteria all possess resistance and are able to ignore the sterilization effect of this antibiotic. But, what does this have to do with me? Zheng Concheng asked rhetorically. Immortal old Miao sighed. Your elders, relying on Sea Demon Lord's control over the Naga corpse demons, have been coming to level 3 of our abyss to beat up on us, wantonly grabbing all sorts of resources and keeping the Naga corpse demon tribe's collection for themselves. Do you really think that this is without cost? The Naga corpse demon tribe is one of the 10 legions that dominate layer 3. Do you guys think that they don't have tempers? That they don't know how to resist? Zheng Concheng was dumbfounded, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and he vaguely guessed the end. Immortal old Miao continued. No one will sit back and wait for death. The Naga corpse demon hierarchy has long since prayed to the witch Lilith and obtained a special vaccine, the Sea Demon Lord antibody vaccine, by sacrificing the hearts of 6th-ranked professionals. After the inoculation, all Naga corpse demons will no longer be under the control of your Sea Demon Lords. Old Miao sighed. You people of the Weak Water clan have underestimated the Naga corpse demon clan too much. They were able to dominate the 3rd layer of the abyss for thousands of years, and in terms of heritage, strength, and intellect, your Weak Water clan is not worthy of lifting a shoe to them. What makes you guys wishfully think that you can enslave them forever? Zheng Concheng, Lilian Zhang, all of the top and middle levels of the Weak Water family all froze as if they were wooden, shaking as if they were sifting chaff. Yeah, the words of the undead old Miao Caesar simply don't make sense. The Naga zombie demon clan has a huge population of tens of millions. And there are many high-level zombie lords that can rival 6th rank professionals. Why do you keep getting the wool pulled over your eyes by the sea devils? After so many years, isn't it reasonable that people have found a means to counteract the sea demon lords? Zheng Kongcheng could not cry. The small flame of hope left in his heart was directly doused by a pot of ice water. He looked up to the sky and wailed, "My grandfathers, you picked your grandchildren." But all the viewers watching the livestream were in fits of laughter. Serves you right. Your kid usually flies off the handle and boasts of being a hidden professional. And you thought you had a lock on the high school entrance exam. And now you've been knocked back to your original form. The sunlight is fierce, and everything manifests itself. You, Zhang Kongcheng, are just a spoiled scum. Take a piss and look at your own embarrassing appearance. Ha ha ha, just you are worthy of betting against Su Ming? And in the meantime, in the same copy next door, Su Ming had also successfully met up with immortal old Meow Caesar. The friendly conversation between the two sides contrasted sharply with the dislike and contempt that Zheng Kongcheng received. "Thank you, brave one of the Dragon Kingdom." Immortal old Meow jumped to Su Ming's side with his sword and shield on his back and sincerely bowed 3 times in a row. "Without your powerful assistance, our Velvet Folk Resistance Army would have suffered heavy losses. And it's not just us who will be sacrificed. The children we escorted, this group of future resistance firebrands, will be chewed up by the zombies as well." The resistance leader looked to the bus at the back of the group, loaded to the brim with velvet folk children, and the unique tenderness of a tiger with a heart of gold showed on his cat face. Su Ming smiled faintly. "Our Dragon Kingdom and your Velvet People's Resistance Army have had an alliance for generations, keeping watch and assisting each other, and this is something I am duty-bound to do. It's just a pity that it came a little too late, causing you to suffer heavy losses. We are already thankful for being able to save the main force." Immortal old Meow clasped his paws together and once again thankfully paid his respects. The water boys looked dumbfounded. The CCTV host also couldn't help but laugh out loud. If I remember correctly, after Su Ming arrived at the right foothill, he purposely waited for 3 minutes, and only attacked after the Velvet People's Resistance Army took out the deadly fighting stance of backstabbing. He is now hypocritically saying that he came too late, obviously fooling the other side. The military observer also revealed a smile. "Su Ming, rather slippery, but I think he's doing the right thing. He wants to preserve his side's battle strength, so the best time to cut in is when the Velvet People's Resistance Army is determined to go for broke." That's right, what Su Ming picked was exactly the best opportunity to fight when the zombie force's attention was completely attracted by the Velvet People's Resistance Army. Immortal old Meow is definitely aware of it as well, but he's pretending to be confused. This is a game of high intelligence. Chapter 133, The Contrasting Styles of Painting. "May I ask what the Velvet People's Resistance is planning to do next?" Su Ming didn't nag, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he went straight to the point. Immortal old Meow chimed in. "We will rest slightly, collect the corpses of our compatriots, and incinerate them in a single fire before embarking on our return journey to the anchor base of the end times. We will be stationed there, repairing the walls and digging traps in preparation for the attack from the abyssal hordes. If your excellency is interested, you may wish to travel with us." Su Ming, however, shook his head with a solemn expression. "I've heard that the end times anchor base is constructed on top of a large cliff, and is easy to defend and hard to attack, so as long as you're stationed in it and your military's heart is stabilized, it would be difficult to break through even if the Abyssal Archon himself were to come. Therefore, it's the same with or without me. My mere 100 or so summons can't even decide the victory or defeat of the end times anchor defense battle. So, I want to break your back." He cut off. The audience was dumbfounded, because what Su Ming had chosen was the most dangerous path. Going in alone, rushing around in the unfamiliar Layer 3 of the Abyss, fighting against the native zombies who were familiar with the terrain and environment, was simply a dead end. Being a lone hero often ends badly. Su Ming, on the other hand, spoke eloquently with a calm expression on his face. "If I adopt the tactic of besieging Wei Wei to save Zhao and attack the zombie settlement, it will definitely help you greatly reduce the pressure of guarding the anchor of the end times base. Moreover, you do need a strange army to attack everywhere outside like fire, so as to create panic for the zombie army and make their top brass unable to grasp the specific strength of our troops." With a shallow smile, he said with great confidence, "The only one who can create variables on the battlefield at the moment is me, because you velvet folk are too recognizable. Once you strike, you will immediately be seen by the zombie army, and I'm a human summoner from a different world. I'm able to summon hundreds of powerful summons, and this scene falling in the eyes of those zombie commanders will give rise to a lot of fine intelligence. Let's hope that they are smart enough, because the smarter they are, the easier it is to be deceived with unequal information." Su Ming narrowed his eyes and said something meaningful. Immortal old Meow Caesar's eyes lit up as he quickly understood what Su Ming meant. Yes, hundreds of powerful summons, according to general rationality, means that there are at least 20 to 30 human summoners behind them. After all, A summoner's summoning space is limited, and sufficiently powerful summons are rare. And it's well known that summoners are law professions that are often protected by legions of people on the inside, wary of the zombies' infestation. That means that there must be a powerful human force hiding in the shadows to protect this fictional summoner force. The undead old Meow sighed with emotion. Your Excellency's use of smoke bomb tactics is truly brilliant. Su Ming nodded slightly and said with a straight face, it's not just that. I also have a set of special forces tactics. I will run into the enemy's rear to fight, cutting off their supplies and striking the living forces. I will disguise myself as a sharp knife and ruthlessly stab into the enemy's hinterland, causing them to continuously lose blood, mess up their supply lines and make a mess. And at the same time, I'll threaten the lifeblood of all the zombie legions, the zombie virus factories. Immortal old Meow looked at him in shock. Your Excellency has such courage? It seems that the Dragon Kingdom has given birth to another extraordinary summoner now. His expression was somewhat despondent. Alas, on the contrary, the good seedlings of our Velvet People Resistance Army have been falling in the war, and the endowed Velvet People children have always been difficult to grow. Waiting for us old guys also increasingly withered after, afraid that no one can carry the banner of freedom. The Velvet folk, in the end, will be drowned by the endless tide of corpses and assimilated as a part of them. Su Ming smiled and said in relief, there will surely be heroes who will rise through blood and fire. This is an inevitability for all intelligent races. Your Excellency only needs to silently guard and carefully care for them, and a young successor will surely emerge amongst the Velvet folk. So please trust in the wisdom of the descendants. Fair enough. Immortal old Meow nodded his head. Alright, I agree with your tactics, but please make a trip to the Mordor anchor base first. We can replenish your supplies and provide you with an electronic map at the same time. You are an outsider and are about to travel behind enemy lines to fight. You must have a good map that is clear enough. My terminal was damaged during the battle, and the map is top secret, so I'm not in the habit of carrying a second copy with me in order to avoid being captured by the enemy. Good. Su Ming no longer refused. He knew very well that this was the rewarding part, and that electronic map was extremely crucial, and would be the key to his next attack on the zombies. Afterwards, Su Ming began to take all the summons back into the carrying world, as well as the summoning space. As immortal old Meow watched this scene, he couldn't help but have a twinkle in his eyes. Your Excellency, you actually possess such a huge summoning space. It's no wonder you dare to execute special forces tactics. You only need one person to hide, and it's equivalent to a troop disappearing from the enemy's view. Moreover, you alone traveling in a high-speed carrier is also equivalent to a troop being able to quickly transfer. Su Ming smiled faintly. Not bad. This is the fundamental reason why I adopted this tactic. Believe me, the rear of the zombie army will definitely be crushed by me. When all of their energies are focused on attacking the Mordor anchor base, the rear is estimated to be left with only a bunch of old and weak, and will definitely not be able to hold back my army of summoners. Immortal old Meow immediately kept on complimenting, completely without the frame of the leader of the Velvet People's Resistance Army, and soon got acquainted with Su Ming, and began to hook shoulders and march towards the anchor of the end times. This scene made all the people watching the live stream of the entrance exam dumbfounded. No way? Immortal old Meow is at least a dignified god-level powerhouse, a pugnacious and fierce man who possesses the demon retreating sacred flame. And this is how Su Ming has succeeded in his strategy? Shocking. Su Ming is actually a Fury Control, only arriving in Caesar's land not long ago, and he's already hooked up with the immortal old Meow. Is this still the same immortal old Meow that was extremely contemptuous and very high-strung towards Zhang Concheng just now? Why is he treating Su Ming with a different face? It feels like in Zhang Concheng and Su Ming's two candidates' live broadcasts, the picture style is a little different. The former is 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth poor. And the latter is this worship, loyal liver and righteousness, spear in hand, the sword is alive. Look at my brothers, meeting the smoke of the beacon with great strides. This immortal old Meow. He also sees people as he sees them. No wonder he's a lord who dominates the third level of the abyss. Sure enough, all people have two faces. Humph. He's the leader of the Velvet People's Resistance. Everything is in the national interest. What's wrong with that? Upstairs, I think you've already committed the crime of insulting a martyr. Immortal old Meow had rushed to aid our Dragon Kingdom's fortress 3 times, leading the Velvet People's Resistance Army to help us defend against the abyss regardless of the cost. You can lie at home as a keyboard warrior, have to be grateful for his sacrificing his life and forgetting about his death. You are also worthy of talking about it? Chapter 134, Who is the front runner? Su Ming. The first battle of the Caesar's Land replica quickly came to a close. A full 50% of the candidates have been eliminated from the competition, and they will be forced to either turn to a secondary career in the future or prepare to revise and take the test again the following year. The professional's higher education examination is so cruel. But no one will pay attention to those losers. All eyes of everyone are focused on those candidates who can go farther. And among this group of people, the brightest, undoubtedly, Su Ming. The once number 3 favorite for the top spot is now ahead of everyone else by a cliff. Various traditional paper media, online self-media, portals, and so on, had begun to report on Su Ming's remarkable achievements. Old Wave News, Rise of the Summoner. Su Ming saved the Velvet People's Resistance Army with his own power, creating the myth of the high school entrance exam. The Daily Professional, shocking. A hero's true colors are revealed in the sea. The hero who first broke through the fortress of the swarm of demons rewrites the history of the kingdom of Caesar once again. Science, Dragon Country sub-publication, Su Ming endorses bionic dragon bones. New type of skeleton soldiers or changes summoner career ecology. Male God Entertainment Weekly, Su Ming has been ranked among the top 10 male gods that women in the Dragon Kingdom are most willing to marry, and is currently ranked 9th. Randomly interviewed women on the street believe that his commanding presence is extremely powerful, and that the zombies fly to smithereens when he laughs and smiles, demonstrating his androgynous charisma. The summoner, our summoner profession, once again, welcomes a heavy hitter, an artifact inheritor who has inherited the will of the coronet of undead heavenly tribulation. He will carry out the will of one man to become an army, and become the god of war who sweeps away thousands of armies, making the summoner great again. For a time, Su Ming took the Dragon Kingdom by storm, becoming the favorite of all the media. Of course, the candidates who are also ranked among the 4 most promising players with him have also received a lot of attention. One of the more notable ones was the eye-popping, see Demon Lord, Zheng Kongcheng. After all, other live rooms are all hot-blooded scenes of trying hard to take exams, but Zheng Kongcheng's live room seems to be a comedy scene performed by clowns, full of black humor. He had performed extremely poorly in the Undead Old Meow's curtain call battle, but with the weak water family's wealth, he was given some aura-type scrolls to strengthen the Velvet Folk Resistance Army, and then by relying on Caesar to activate the retreating Demon Sacred Flame's superb kills, he was finally able to retreat successfully. Young Kong Song contributed a lot of famous scenes in this fight. The blizzard he had thrown out on the molten terrain had just fallen halfway down from the high altitude when it all melted into rainstorm spell, drenching the zombies. But what's the point? It's not like the zombies mind taking a shower. Instead, the Velvet Folk were unlucky enough to get all their velvet wet, resulting in woeful conditions and drastically weakened mobility. And because of this, immortal old Meow glared at him viciously several times, probably judging, this kid from the Dragon Kingdom, he couldn't be a mole, right? As for Zheng Kongcheng, before using the gas mask, because he had inhaled a few mouthfuls of the air from the corpse nest, ash season, he actually experienced a strong allergic reaction and coughed, revealing a suffocating look. His appearance of almost coughing out his internal organs was also extraordinarily comical, and he was immediately identified by many authoritative doctors as suffering from a rare blood and flesh intolerance. And the haze of the ash season was mixed with a massive amount of embers spewing out of the blood and flesh furnaces, so Zheng Kongcheng was struck. Unfortunately, the weak water family had never expected their future heir to actually suffer from such a rare disease, and thus were completely unprepared. Various hilarious spoof clips of young Kongsung have appeared. He unleashed water balloon spell, which turned out to be a drop of steam. He chanted water dragon bard and ended up coughing up midway through getting a spell backlash. His life value minus 16%. He proudly introduced himself to the undead old Meow about his profession, only to be met with a face full of disgust as the other pointed out the famous scene of him being punked by his ancestors. The comical image of him being thrown into a bus loaded with children by the Velvet People's Resistance, relying on his dragon citizenship to not be abandoned. The messages from the Dragon Nation audience were also extraordinarily unforgiving. Pompous words before the exam, nonsense during the exam, and tooth and nail after the exam. TSK, 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 TSK. This is the heir to the weak water family? This is actually worthy of betting against Su Ming? The difference is too significant, isn't it? Could it be that Zheng Kongcheng is planning to take the midterm exam next, and then bet on Su Ming's college entrance exam results with his midterm results? Laughing hee hee, Zheng Kongcheng is already sitting at a table with Velvet Min's kid brother and kid sister, and in the future, he's probably going to bet against Su Ming on primary school exam results. That night, there was a constant stream of noises coming from the weak water family, the click of china breaking, the plop of pottery shattering, the zippy electric sound of an appliance breaking, and the dying howl of a small animal being killed by a fall. The always pleasant Zhang Lirong family had seemed to have transformed into the ultimate shrew overnight, smashing the house to pieces. Of course, everyone can understand. After all, that is her son with high hopes, and she also feasted on guests, invited countless friends to watch the ceremony, ready to witness the grand scene of him taking the crown of the top student and taking the immortal old Meow, a divine pet, under his banner, and the result. Ha he. Countless guests snickered at the bottom of their hearts, feeling joyful at Zhang Lirong's embarrassment from the bottom of their hearts. This has always been a domineering family head, arrogant temperament. Treating people also highlights a slowness, except that everyone is basically attached to the weak water family to eat. It can only be tolerated. And now, Zheng Kongcheng was actually proven to be a strawman, ruthlessly dropping Zheng Lirong's face, and everyone was naturally happy to watch the joke. Only Wu Mengxi remained by her bosom friend's side, constantly speaking softly to console her. Don't be impatient, Li Rong, just be patient, just wait. Next virtuous nephew he will definitely be able to utilize his Sea Demon Lord specialties. But, that damn zombie cat clearly said. Zhang Lirong hung her head. Our bloodline can no longer control the Naga zombie demon. This is not just a blow to Kongchang, but also a great weakening for our weak water clan. We will no longer be able to grab resources from the third level of the abyss. Yes, that's the key to Young's disappointment. Losing a small high school student is really irrelevant, and has little to no effect on the huge weak water family. And although the immortal old Meow Caesar is a god-level pet, it will greatly slow down the owner's upgrading speed, and when it grows up, the yellow flowers and vegetables are cold. In fact, the weak water family does not lack a superb pet. But, the Naga Corpse demons were inoculated against the bad news of the anti-Sea Demon Lord virus, which can be described as a blow to the 7 inches, equivalent to cutting off the artery of the weak water family. That meant that countless resources would leave them, and many of the resources that they had once seized at will would never be able to be gotten again. Chapter 135, The Highest Friendship and Abandonment. It's all because of that spoiler Su Ming. Zhang Lirong shrugged off the blame indiscriminately. After I ran into him, everything went downhill. Damn Death Star. She was so upset and irritated that she couldn't wait to immediately perform a surefire technique to rip Su Ming's head off and kick it as a ball. Wu Mengxi also sighed bitterly in her heart. She couldn't help but look at the LCD screen of the wall-mounted TV. No. Tu Zheng Kongcheng curled up in the corner of the bus and drifted off to sleep along with the Jiamen children. Contestant number 3, Su Ming, was warmly invited to the imperial seat by immortal old Meow, and talked freely with the other party about the next military plans. It can be described as a land and a sky, full of illustration of what is called the big waves and heroes. At the same time, it so happened that a pop-up screen crossed the screen. At this time, it's time to quote Wu Mengxi's famous saying, dragons don't live with snakes, tigers don't walk with dogs. Ha 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 ha, this boomerang is really interesting. Who the hell is the dragon? Who snake? Who tiger? Who dog? Wu Mengxi's face darkened. Zhang Lirong also followed her eyes and caught a glimpse of this pop-up, and her originally depressed expression suddenly became much lighter as well. Sure enough, it's most fun to watch other people's bad luck. The two girlfriends looked at each other, sympathetic, both able to feel the other's depression. Old Wu, you won. Regret the union, right? Zhang Lirong suddenly opened her mouth to inquire. Wu Mengxi laughed bitterly. With our relationship and familiarity with each other, why do you even need to ask this? That night, I witnessed Su Ming obtaining the recognition of the undead Heavenly Tribulation Coronet in the cyber conference room, and watched as he was granted the divine artifact, Carrying World. Didn't I already regret it on the spot? Didn't you watch that video edited by Su Ming's fans? Zhang Lirong. Also, haha, if it were me, I'd probably regret it on the spot. You are worthy of being my good girlfriend. Completely different from those sycophantic villains who only know how to hold high and step low. Only you are still willing to tell me the truth. Wu Mengxi sighed tersely. Xian nephew's performance, to be honest, is indeed a bit bad, but you don't have to care too much about the netizens' comments. In my opinion, the physician's words are mostly right. Zheng Kongcheng, who is indeed suffering from blood and flesh intolerance, has been suffering from allergies, so he was mentally depressed the entire time, and was devastated. It's just a pity that we couldn't send this piece of information to the replica to remind him to wear a gas mask the whole time. Even if it was the weak water family, there was absolutely no way that they could cheat in the college entrance exam. After all, that meant offending the entire Dragon Kingdom. But, I wasn't just saying those words in a perfunctory manner. Wu Mengxi said solemnly, as long as he comes to the water environment, he can cover his entire body with a water membrane, thus isolating all the ashes, and at that time, he will revitalize his spirit and revert back to the wise, courageous, and proud Zheng Kongcheng. Moreover, it's not like the Sea Demon Lords are only able to control the Naga Corpse Demon Clan. Wu Mengxi said with a straight face, don't forget that it's all the lower creatures that will submit to the Lord's bit. At that time, even if Xian nephew recruits a group of sea monsters, it will be enough to deal with many zombies. At that time, the scales of victory and defeat will be reversed anew. That's right, sis. Zhang Lirong was overjoyed and regained her former confidence. Gritting her teeth, perhaps, my champagne tower can still be useful, and in the meantime, candidate no. 1 G Tianyi and candidate no. For Morong Shuemi were both on a high as well. the CCTV analyst summarized and summarized. Ji Tianyi, as the divine mechanic warlord, and carrying the second-class merit medal that was able to summon 500 soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom, is truly extraordinary. He chose to cut into the battle from the foothills on the right side just like Su Ming, and just like Su Ming he waited for the best opportunity to fight. The time interval between them launching their attacks one after the other was 0.4 seconds. Truly, it's like a hero who sees the same thing. The host also sighed with emotion. Sure enough, it was also a resounding victory. It's just a pity that the soldiers in his medallion are only level 10, and although they are superior in quantity, they are far inferior to Su Ming's summons in terms of quality. Let's just say that everything is flawed. The second-class medal is ultimately more of a souvenir, not the kind of equipment that is very strong for summoners. Moreover, it's a virtual equipment exclusively used in replicas and can't be used in reality. That means it can't be upgraded or remodeled, and the soldiers inside are all randomized. Unless it's that you can personally make military achievements and recruit the troops yourself. The other analyst smiled. I heard that when he was in the Gun Demon Fortress, Su Ming had won a third-class merit medal, and the types of soldiers he recruited back then were all elite dragon cavalry and iron blood charge regiments. The host smiled and said, no matter what, Ji Tianyi is slightly inferior to Su Ming, and he has similarly captured huge battle results, preserving the main force of the Velvet Folk Resistance Army. In the next, End Times Anchor Guard battle, he will surely shine as well. Let's take another look at candidate No. for Morong Shuayang. For once, all the men's eyes lit up, because Morong Shuedao, besides being a freshman candidate, she was a famous child star when she was young, and now she is a popular movie star in the entertainment industry, belonging to the extremely appealing top idol, and at the same time, she is also the ambassador of peace for the Dragon Kingdom. Any power, without fail, reached out to her, because she's not a threat in any way, but is one of the top assists. Morong Shui Dance is a soul singer. The heavenly music she emits is able to drastically increase the attributes of all those who listen to it on the battlefield. She didn't have any attack skills, but she had a powerful chant that changed the situation on the battlefield. The audience was treated to a continual singing by Murray Snowdance in the land of Caesar. The raging holy light enveloped the Velvet Folk Resistance Army. It was the Kinkali's healing song that could cause wounds to heal quickly. Countless seven-colored red light wrapped around the Velvet People's Resistance Army. It was the Marilyn's exorcism song that could get rid of necrotic poison, accompanied by her heavenly voice broadcasting out. It was the Song of the Killing Wolves that dramatically increased attack power. In the span of 3 songs, the Velvet People's Resistance was demoralized and counterattacked successfully, repelling all of the attacking walkers. The host exclaimed, after all, it's Morong Shui Dance. There's no problem with her performance. It's just ultimately difficult to ask for the first prize throne. Yeah, the analyst concurred. After all, it's only aiding the Velvet Folk Resistance, purely passive and lacking initiative. That's why Morong Shuiyang's high probability is that she can only get the highest guaranteed rewards, and can't take the initiative like Su Ming and Ji Tianyi. Next, tomorrow's battle is the watershed. We'll see Su Ming, who took the initiative and went on a surprise attack on the zombie army base, Ji Tianyi and Morong Shuemai, who are stationed at the anchor of the end times, and, Zhang Kongcheng, who has already put on his backpack and left the base in silence, preparing to go in search of nearby waters to levy troops. All the spectators rounded their eyes. Could it be that young Konsong has decided to make a desperate comeback? Chapter 136, Journey? All of the audience, including Zhang Kongcheng's mother, Zhang Lirong, and a group of weak water family executives. Collectively, it's unreadable. What the hell is this? It must be known, the Mordecai Anchor Base is the absolute safe house for this college entrance exam, and Zhang Kongcheng's performance is really weak. So in everyone's general perception, Zhang Kongcheng should hide in the Mordecai Anchor, mix up some points, and then wait for the college entrance exam to end and return safely. Just don't be obsessed with getting high ratings because it's too late. According to the past grading rules of the college entrance exam, after Caesar had performed the retreating demon sacred flame, superkill, Zhang Kongcheng's exam score had hovered over the passing line. He's trying to save the day? He's done it already. Besides, immortal old Miao had already told him, the career dividends of the Sea Demon Lords had already been eaten up by their fathers, and without considering sustainability at all, they directly dried up, not leaving him as a descendant in the slightest. So, what else does Zhang Kongcheng want to do with the demon? For a long time, Zhang Kongcheng, who was carrying a traveling bag, suddenly swung his fist fiercely towards the dome of the sky. I will definitely be able to find a new path for the Sea Demon Lords, even if we can't manipulate the Naga Corpse Demon Clan, our weak water clan. As the overlord of the oceans, we'll still be able to find other subordinate clans. Without Butcher Zhang, you can only eat pigs with hair? I'm sure I can find replacements for Butcher Li and Butcher Wang. Humph, The audience could not help but feel emotional when they saw this scene. This child also has a heart, Lu. Do you realize that you have committed desertion? The anchor base of the end times was just abandoned by you? No, man. By the time you find a replacement vassal race, the undead old Miao will have died in battle, and the anchor of Mordor base will have fallen. Everyone cried and laughed, not knowing whether to praise him for his ambition or spray him for being overly ambitious and not keeping his feet on the ground. Well done, Zhang Lirong exclaimed loudly, directly shutting down the pop-ups of the stupid beeping netizens. Humph, how can those pariahs understand the awareness of a strong person? My son already has the awareness of being a king. Wu Mengshi also very much agreed. Abandoning the anchor base of the end times, which is no longer valuable, is the right thing to do. By staying here, he would only be able to get a passing grade at best, and as the heir to the titular Weakwater family, he doesn't have to care about the success or failure of the college entrance exam at all. Instead, it's only right to go out to a faraway place to seek that 1% Jedi grade turnaround opportunity, and to look for the stone of another mountain that can attack the jade. That's right, even the dark gold equipment of the previous high school students is not worth mentioning to my son. Only that divine pet, immortal old Miao, is the only thing he needs to care about. So, for him to step out of his comfort zone and go for the hope of flipping, that's the king's journey. Zhang Lirong snorted coldly and said to the hall full of guests, then pour me a full champagne tower. Even if Kong Chan loses in the end, just based on his bravery now, he deserves to float. Let's toast and celebrate his growth. The crowd looked at each other and squeezed out smiles, but the next moment, a guest suddenly warned, oh no. Quickly look at Su Ming's electronic map. Everyone was stunned, while Zhang Lirong was quite upset. This is my son's joyous feast. Why mention that? Just now, Su Ming was checking the electronic map, and I've already taken a screenshot. This guest smiled bitterly and said, there is a dead-end road labeled as particularly treacherous that leads to the spider demon corpse nest, and it seems that young master Zhang Kancheng has stepped onto this road. Zhang Lirong froze and rushed up to check in a panic. This was a matter of life and death. Even if she hated Su Ming and trusted Zhang Kancheng, she couldn't beat a dead horse. After all, high school exams can really kill you. Extremely realistic, Caesar's land, copies are capable of killing the spirit and soul of professionals, which is why parents are required to take turns monitoring their children's exams live 24 hours a day. And it's up to them to decide whether or not to pause the exams and disengage from the entrance exams. Once an emergency situation arises where the candidate cannot admit defeat and disengage, it is up to the parents to make the decision, life or grades. Sure enough, Zhang Lirong and Wu Mengshi could see it clearly. Comparing it to Su Ming's electronic map, Zhang Kancheng had already set foot on the road leading to the arachnid territory. The wind was so determined. Righteousness is not a headache. This was supposed to be a prelude to the rise of a hero, but because of Su Ming's top-secret electronic map, the more serious and determined Zhang Kancheng became, the more it took on the comedic color of a serious man doing funny things. Pohahahaha, the arachnids are waiting for takeout at home. Zhang Kancheng is here. This dude has the potential to be a master comedian and is recommended for Joker. The Dragon Kingdom splits the scandal, majestically rushing towards the spider's nest. TSK, it's too much to die fast enough. It's kind of funny how the more hot-blooded, the more motivated, the more he struggles, the closer Zhang Kancheng gets to death. Alright, Zhang Kancheng has already been internalized as the #1 clown of the year. He's out. Let's just look at the matchup between Su Ming, Ji Tianyi, and Murong Shuiyang, Lilian Zhang, Wu Mengshi. Guests, only one of the waiter interns weakly asked, do we continue to pour wine into the champagne tower? With that said, bang, another bottle of premium champagne spewed out a myriad of bubbles. The zippy bubble bursting sound was as deafening as thunder in the silent auditorium. But what contrasted strongly with it was the grand reception banquet for Su Ming in the anchor of the end times base, roughly under a pillar of bearish inflammation. The sacred flame of retreat, symbolizing the fire of defiance, is enshrined in a statue in the central plaza, continuously charged by the flame of the Mahatma. Velvet folk of all sorts, methodically converging from all directions, took part in the feast celebrating the great victory. Among them, there were Miao folk with meat pads and sharp claws, Ba folk with white hair and short horns, Wolf folk with black noses and wild teeth, as well as rabbit folk, Mu folk, leopard folk, and so on. They all looked at Su Ming with longing and respect, filled with intense gratitude. Come, velvet folk, welcome our ally of the Dragon Kingdom, the heir to the undead heavenly tribulation coronation, the inheritor of the divine artifact, carrying world, His Excellency, Su Ming. Immortal old Miao praised Su Ming's battle achievements. Not long ago, when our convoy escorting the children was tragically pursued by 2 legions of zombies, His Excellency Su Ming appeared on the battlefield miraculously like a god from the heavens, rescuing our main force in one fell swoop, and retaining the spark for the Velvet People's Resistance Army. Cheers, Thanks to our friends from the Dragon Kingdom, to our young summoner, Ming. Caesar lifted his golden cup and laughed boisterously, tapping the table with a clanging sound. To Ming, all the velvet folk raised their glasses and thousands of people soaked up the carnival atmosphere. Chapter 137, The Undisputed Miao Plan, Watch and Fight. Ming became the big star of the anchor base of the end times, and was courted by all the fluffy people, and there were constantly people coming to toast tea and drinks. Yes, there is no alcohol in the base, for in a life of constant revolt and fighting, military rations were not yet sufficient, much less diverted to make wine, and the velvet folk weren't alcoholic in the first place. In terms of beverage needs, the wolf folk would like to import some highly concentrated bone broth from the Dragon Kingdom. The Miao folk only want catnip juice, which they can feast on with dried small fish, while the Bleat folk and the Mu folk favor herbal juices and high-sugar fruit juices. By the way, what is the Mordor anchor base going to do next to fend off the zombie legions? Based on the electronic map that the other party had gifted him, Ming was convinced that he possessed a higher authority at the moment and could dictate the defense system, so he took the initiative to ask the question. He was ready for a wave of finger-pointing at the Velvet People's resistance. If what was in front of him was the real undying old Miao Caesar, and this batch of NPCs was the real Velvet Folk resistance, then Ming ironically wouldn't have dared to say a single word about it, because that would purely be a class act and a self-humiliation. Velvet People's resistance had stood for 1,000 years of bloody battles in the corpse nest, and had a strong foundation, and Caesar and the group of commanders were all immortal in half-zombie form. That meant they had accumulated huge experience over a vast amount of time. A high school student, how can you say anything? But, it's not the real Caesar, and the NPCs aren't the real commanders, they're merely AI simulation characters and a copy of Caesar's kingdom, and with very little arithmetic used, a mountain of code, and limited intelligence. The defense is bound to be done with a lot of holes in it. That's why it's being used to test the candidates. If the bases are as good as they can be, how can they be tested? How can we assess how good the candidates are? The immortal old Miao really didn't hide anything, and directly took out the terrain layout map again, handing it over to Ming to watch. Well, very skillful, nothing to add. Ming was a bit surprised to give his evaluation, thinking, the high school exam questioner actually did not make things difficult for the candidates on defense, so to speak. The test for us is the intensity of the battle to defend the city. He narrowed his eyes and immediately realized the examiner's intentions clearly, murmuring, in that case, the zombie troops attacking the city must be extremely powerful. Perhaps I should reconsider my next strategy for taking the exam. Defending the city might be the option with higher returns. Wow, Ming is really smart. The host of the CCTV college entrance exam channel revealed a smile. What do the experts think? Is his guess about the difficulty bias of the kingdom of Caesar this time accurate? His bets, are they accurate? So accurate. An expert gave a thumbs up and said with a sigh of admiration, it's true that he's a learner. I thought he was just an unusual netizen, gifted in the field of live broadcasting, but now it seems that he's the kind of genius in the true sense of the word, touching on all kinds of fields, understanding at a glance and learning at once. Yes, Ming's judgment is exactly the same as the one I'd been practicing for decades. Another expert also held in a smile of approval. This little guy is truly full of surprises nah. He has discovered the true meaning of fighting a good defensive battle is what determines victory or defeat. As far as we know, Ming's performance in the Jigun Demon Fortress city defense battle back then was extremely stunning, and if he is able to replicate his success back then, I feel that the top scholar of the college entrance exam is none other than him. The host made a very bold judgment. That's not necessarily true. Those 500 Dragon Kingdom machine gun soldiers attached to Ji Tianyi's second-class merit medal, although in the encounter not long ago because of the fragility of his soldier type and the fact that he was only level 10, it caused him to temporarily lag behind Ming. And his performance wasn't bright enough. But don't forget, the expert reminded, levels can be practiced up. In a city defense battle, machine gun soldiers can continuously and consistently kill the enemy with their strong long-range firepower. They are able to level up quickly. Right? Oh, that's another big variable. The host nodded his head, followed by a sigh. It's just a pity that the Divine Mechanic Warlord, profession's countermeasures and recruitment skills, which we had expected to shine, actually didn't work at all. Oh, that's normal. What kind of zombie can be turned and recruited by a human warlord? The expert bristled. These types of skills are all for intelligent human creatures. The only way to recruit and surrender a zombie is through the intimidating obedience of the higher creatures, as well as the soul domination of the spirit mages, and the force charm of the demonic professions, and so on. But what made everyone dumbfounded was, Ming resolutely continued his previous plan, taking the initiative and hunting zombies. Please stay and help us out. Immortal old Miao sincerely invited each other again and again. As you can see, Our Mordor anchor base lacks troops and is in a precarious situation. Su Ming, however, resolutely said, I am naturally aware of that, Your Highness. However, according to the information available, if we keep on defending, there is simply no way to survive. Although the anchor base of the end times is easy to defend and difficult to attack, it is also in a desperate situation, and there is no strategic depth to evacuate, so we can only fight to the death. Therefore, the only remaining ray of life is not in the end times anchor base, but in the vast world outside. Caesar was stunned. His fluffy paws scratched his cat face, and asked suspiciously, Have you already got a brilliant plan for a decisive victory? I'm sorry, I can only say that we can take one step and watch the fight. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders indifferently, commonly known as watching the fight. Caesar, audience, moderator and panel of experts. Everyone was stunned by Su Ming's watch and fight plan. There's no need to be surprised. Su Ming frankly said to the speechless immortal old Meow. I'm new here, so it's impossible for me to immediately think of the peerless Meow plan of saving the Velvet Folk resistance and liberating the whole corpse nest. However, the basic outline that staying behind will only lead to burning with you all, and that breaking out is the only way to find a ray of hope, is correct. Moreover, I am not abandoning you all. I can make you stronger. Su Ming crossed his 10 fingers and displayed his magic ring, which was carved with ancient seals of vicissitudes and shrouded in a faint dark gray mist, under the eyes of immortal old Meow and all the spectators. It was none other than the artifact, Carry On World. He first summoned 50 Dragon Skeleton Archer and 50 Dragon Skeleton Mage in the empty space next to him. He then proceeded to dump all of the various purchases loaded inside, in one brain. That's a ton of recovery potion, crafting material, advanced hemostatic grass, a ton of shield main material, star steel chain, 30,000, demon breaking arrows. Is this considered cheating? Experts? The moderator gulped and swallowed, eyeballing the two experts. Chapter 138, You discriminate against summons? An expert tightened both eyebrows and immediately pulled out his cell phone to retrieve the prohibited items in the college entrance exams. Well, didn't entrap finished recovery potions, only carried hemostatic herbs, which is in line with the regulations and doesn't violate the prohibition of Article 17. It is strictly forbidden to carry too many finished potions, but students should be encouraged to carry materials and encourage them to use the vice profession, herbology, in the college entrance examination. Su Ming has obviously studied all of the college entrance exam regulations and avoided all of the prohibitions, and this ton of herbs of his, on the contrary, should be encouraged and belongs to the bonus points. The expert laughed bitterly. What about the 30,000 demon breaking arrows? The host frowned and cautiously reminded them. This is always finished weaponry, right? It should be an offense to carry so many, right? Doesn't really count. Another expert held up his finger. According to Article 117 of the Professional's Gauntlet Code, each archer can carry a maximum of 999 arrows, which means that they occupy 10 backpack compartments, and Su Ming has 50 skeleton archers, so his carrying limit is about 50,000 arrows. The host was dumbfounded. Do summons count? Shu, please be careful what you say. The expert coughed and reminded him. You're already suspected of violating the Summoner Anti-Discrimination Act with that statement. Humanoid summons are also people. They also throw their heads and blood for the guardianship of the Dragon Kingdom, and have always fought on the front line. They are the ones who carry the front line as cannon fodder, and they are the ones who break the back for us. Summoners have already sacrificed all for building the Dragon Kingdom. Please don't let heroic summoners shed blood and tears. The audience froze at the thought. Hey, it was really like this. When in war, summoners were using large numbers of skeleton warriors as cannon fodder to consume the demon's long-range output. This was called the skeleton sea tactic, when escaping summoners were also shedding large numbers of skeleton soldiers, allowing them to form a wall of bones to retard and delay the enemy's footsteps. This was called the skeleton wall tactic. Summons with great flavor. No need for much salt. The host immediately covered his mouth, cold sweat beating on his brain sheen, and panicked. I'm not. I have many summoner friends as well. There's no way I would discriminate against them. Ahem. Back to the topic. The host said expressionlessly. I also strongly support Su Ming's behavior of carrying 30,000 demon breaking arrows, which is physically practicing the summoner protection law. Although his summons use elemental arrows, they don't need physical arrows at all. However, we still firmly defend the right of skeleton archers to use solid arrows. Therefore, all of these supplies that Su Ming is carrying are legal and reasonable. The expert leisurely lamented. It seems that Su Ming has really prepared well for this college entrance exam. The purchase price of this batch of supplies is at least between 150 million and 200 million. Didn't it say that Su Ming came from a humble background, and that he even relied on the Dragon Kingdom's student loans for his 9 years of compulsory education, and that he received grants year after year? Another expert scratched his head and couldn't help but say. The host smiled. That's just a temporary dragon swimming in the shallows and a tiger falling into the flat sun. Who stipulated that Su Ming had to be poor and destitute all the time? When he completed his transfer and participated in his first replica, breaking the Guinness record for the nightmare level, swarming demon bastion, there were already many forces that extended their olive branches towards him. Even our official Dragon Kingdom has rewarded him with millions of scholarships and is willing to provide an interest-free loan of 50 million to him. Moreover, I heard that Su Ming has already received strong sponsorship from the Fengdu City Dragon Slayer family. The host winked rather nosily. Chen Jingqiu has already regarded him as the son-in-law of the Chen clan. It's easy to handle a few $100 million of supplies in a district, isn't it? The expert smiled. In that case, it seems that Su Ming's most powerful thing is still his divine artifact, Carry-On World. Even if someone else wanted to carry such a large batch of supplies to the kingdom of Caesar copy, they simply wouldn't be able to do it. Divine weapon. It really is a divine weapon, nah. Possessing the powerful ability to reverse the universe. Yeah, since the Carry-On World can carry 100 skeletons, I'm sure there exists a lot of spare space. You have to know that many skeleton soldiers grow in strange shapes and would take up countless extra space. One could imagine that the interior of the artifact must be very wide. For Su Ming to use it to load supplies was truly a very cerebral, very creative idea. The watermen who saw this scene were also amazed. Is this a divine weapon? It can hold a lot of supplies just by loading them into a skeleton soldier's chest cavity, can't it? Su Ming has put his blood on the line, and it seems like he's determined to win the top spot on the college entrance exam. He's just a scumbag who relies on smashing money to get privileges in the college entrance exam. He's not worth pursuing at all. Actually, Su Ming's investment in the college entrance exam isn't much compared to the other few seeded players, right? You guys, look at the kind of extreme recovery potion that Zhao Conqing drank as water. A bottle of it is worth 400,000 yuan. Morong Shui Dance's set of level 20 dark gold equipment is clearly a tailoring patriarch's private order. I'm afraid that building this set of equipment would be no less than 400 million, right? Who hasn't smashed money in order to win the college entrance exam? Is it possible that only the big families are allowed to splash money on the rich second generation and not Su Ming? Just because Su Ming came from a poor background? Why is Su Ming not worth pursuing? All of Su Ming's money is earned from his hard work and live streaming. He is a proper rich generation. Is there anything more inspirational than that? The netizens argued and tore into the battle directly in the high school livestream. There's no housekeeping in this place, after all, so people can mouth fenugreek on an ongoing basis, and as long as they don't trigger a block word, they won't get banned. Su Ming, on the other hand, said to immortal old Miao, with this batch of supplies, your defense battle will be more relaxed and be able to hold out longer. I, on the other hand, will go to surround the city and make a surprise attack on the lair of all the zombie legions, the zombie factories. That's the lifeblood of all the zombie armies. As soon as I draw the battle into their big back lair, the zombie commanders will have to withdraw their troops. Su Ming smiled faintly. With the electronic map you provided, I'm pretty sure I can do it. The zombies on level 3 of the Abyss are 90% synthetic organisms that rely on the bulk production of zombie factories, and 10% are viral organisms created by infected velvet folk. For all zombie forces, the zombie factories are their lifeblood. Just trying to attack a zombie factory is basically delusional. Because of the countless zombie creatures that existed in the lairs of the major legions, as soon as any troops approached, they would immediately be counter-sieged. Also, once the boss off the zombie army feel they can't hold out any longer, they evacuate with all the equipment from the factories, which is often just in time, as the Velvet People's resistance is limited in strength and heavily monitored, making it difficult to sneak up on any of the zombie factories. But Su Ming was different. He solemnly said, I can stow away all my summons, and one person can sneak into the zombie factory, then summon all the troops and wreak havoc. As long as I sneak in quickly, no one will be able to stop me. Chapter 139 Reuse of Discarded Equipment. Immortal old Miao was stunned, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was something to it. Alright, if you can really destroy a zombie factory, it will be a huge benefit for the entire third level of the Abyss, Corpse Nest, and I will help you apply for a first-class merit medal in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Ming froze. All the people who were watching the live broadcast also had their faces change drastically and their bodies trembled violently. This sentence was purely a polite remark for those who did not understand the Dragon Kingdom professionals' higher education examination. But put in the here and now. In the copy of Caesar's Land, the words of the undead old Miao meant the real hidden mission, destroy the zombie factory, and you'll be able to add extra points to the entrance exam. Su Ming has found the hidden quest. All the water users frantically swiped their screens. This is the first hidden quest to surface in all the candidates' live streams, and the gold content speaks for itself. But to be honest, this hidden quest is situational, and it's not hard to guess. It's just that The difficulty of completing it is so horrible that no candidates are able to complete it at all. Smashing zombie factories. Alas, since the human race first stepped into the corpse nest, throughout history, there have only been a total of 9 zombie factories that have been smashed. Those higher zombie lords, all of them are old guys with long lifespans. They've been through hundreds of battles, and their protection of their turf is impeccable. The audience rejoiced, but quickly realized the difficulty of the hidden quest and began to sing its praises. Ming, however, revealed a look of relief, as if he had eaten a pill of peace of mind, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Very well, that was exactly my original intention. I came to the corpse nest this time, and I was thinking of going to deal with the zombie factories and building a career. He looked deeply at the undead old Meow. Your Highness Caesar, I don't know if you've noticed a major fatal flaw of the zombie army, and my initiative is the only hope to break the situation. Ha, the immortal old Meow's AI was limited, and he looked at Ming suspiciously. Please speak, Velvet Folk's human friend. Ming smiled faintly. This time, the reason why the Mordor anchor base is so precarious is because the zombies chose to join forces, and what I said about the zombie army's flaws has also been remedied at this moment. And the fatal flaw I'm referring to is singularity. He spoke eloquently. Among the 10 legions, the zombie bear's factory only produces these meat shield type zombies with thick skin and strength, while the living corpse factory only manufactures output type zombies with incredible biting power. If it's just pure zombie bears or walkers, both are easy to deal with. Zombie bears are just a swarm of stupid meat shields with rigid tactics, so you just need to let your own meat shields carry the load while the long-range output at the back slowly grinds them to death. Zombies are even easier to deal with because they're generally very fragile, just a bunch of brittle skins with low blood in defense. That's the flaw of singularity. But if the zombie bear and the walker team up, then they can make up for each other's flaws perfectly. The walkers are short and agile, and can wait for an opportunity to move in the shadow of the zombie bears. When the fluffers are attracted to the attention of the zombie bears, the walkers can easily bite the fluffers, thus infecting you with the zombie virus. Ming sighed tersely. The reason why the anchor base of the end times is in jeopardy this time is because many zombie legions have teamed up to attack. There are both meat shield zombie bear legions, as well as long-range output zombie demon clans, coupled with high sensitivity and high attack zombies. It can be described as the classic warrior mage thief iron triangle, which takes into account the comprehensive system of shield remote legal injury melee physical injury. The immortal old Meow snapped out of it and instantly understood Ming's tactical attempts. So, you want to break through the zombies' rear bases one by one, thus breaking this powerful combination of soldiers. Bingo! With a smile on his face, Ming snapped his fingers and shared all of his thoughts. If I can kill the corpse demon tribe's hinterland and threaten the safety of the corpse demon's manufacturing factory, then the corpse demon's commander will have no choice but to retreat and return to reinforcement. Then, the commander of the corpse demon will have no choice but to retreat and return to help. At that time, the army attacking the base of the anchor of the end times will be lacking in French output. Your chances of winning and defending the city will increase drastically as a result. Of course, if I can get lucky and find the zombie bear's factory, that would be perfect. Ming traced a beautiful blueprint and ruthlessly painted a pie for immortal old Meow. Think about it. Once my siege tactic is a great success, the zombie bears roar back to their lair and leave behind the great cause of besieging the anchor base of the end times. Then the enemy army you are facing will lose its front row meat shield. At that time, if a bunch of low defense and low blood zombies attack the end times anchor, won't you definitely lose? The undead old Meow's eyes suddenly sharpened. Wonderful, then I must help the field. Immortal old Meow said cheerfully. Then what's the hesitation? Come and pick up some supplies and equipment from our velvet folk treasure trove. Then hurry up and embark on the journey of guerrilla warfare. Oh, but I don't want equipment. I want some troops. Ming, however, solemnly made his first request to the other party. Immortal old Meow pondered at once. To be honest, you have successively made a great achievement of saving the velvet folk resistance army, as well as a great achievement of bringing life-saving supplies, so it is hard for me to refuse your request. It's just that, you can also see that our troop strength is tight, and every velvet folk veteran that stays behind to defend the city is important. Moreover, your advantage as a summoner is that you are able to travel light without the drag of a large army, but when our velvet folk troop joins your command, it's equivalent to a whole lot more exhaustion, and you'll become very conspicuous. Is that really a good idea? Immortal old Meow couldn't help but remind. Ming smiled faintly, but he took out a piece of equipment that he had abandoned for a long time. Dragon Country 3rd Class Heroic Medal. Look, this item is the reward I received when I rewrote the course of history in the Yi Gun Demon Fortress. Copy. It can be used once in each copy to replenish the soldiers inside. The current carrying limit is 300 soldiers. He said solemnly, I know that the anchor of the end times is in dire need of soldiers, so I don't want veterans either. So please give me 300 level 1 recruits. I will take these Velvet Folk Resistance Army and upgrade them while fighting. Trust me, it won't be long before they become level 20 veterans. Hiss. All the spectators who saw this couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air, revealing a shocked expression. Su Ming. There was still this bottom card. Ji Tianyi was regarded as the no. One-seeded player because of that second-class Medal of Merit, and now that Su Ming also has a third-class Medal of Merit, doesn't that mean that the advantage has been cancelled out? Su Ming is the true no. One player? There's no doubt about it. Someone muttered in analysis. That's not right. Ji Tianyi's merit badge is loaded with a whole 500 Dragon Kingdom machine gun soldiers. Although they are only level 10, it's still very easy to practice up to level 20 with the long-range advantage in the next battle of defending the city. But Su Ming is carrying 300 level 1 pawns. Once he is touched by a zombie he will be killed in seconds. It's hard to practice, isn't it? Someone hesitantly asked. Chapter 140 Grass Cutting Unparalleled Leveling. Big mistake. Quite the contrary. When the host raised a similar query, a military magazine contributor was categorically denying it. In my opinion, Su Ming only needs about 3 days to be able to upgrade that batch of level 1 Velvet Folk Resistance Army, all the way up to level 20. Ji Tianyi, however, may not be able to do it. Oh, why? CCTV had rotated in a new female host who didn't know Su Ming well enough and was filled with surprise, because there are two mechanisms that favor Su Ming but constrain Ji Tianyi. The writer swished out two terms and displayed them on the screen. Older with newer. Grabbing heads. During large-scale Legion battles, no one is affiliated with the same warband, so the distribution of experience is very simple and rough. Whoever gets the last head gets the experience all to themselves. He spoke eloquently, and Ji Tianyi's disadvantage lies in this: a level 10 machine gun soldier in a level 20 copy of Caesar's Land. The output is too low. It's simply not enough. It can be difficult to grab heads. Also, the CCTV host drifted off, with a whole doubling of level suppression. A level 10 machine gun soldier wanting to rob the level 20 Velvet Folk Resistance's heads and experience. Well, the difficulty isn't a billion points. A word of caution by the way. Another analyst smiled. Level 10 machine gun soldiers are just the most common soldier class NPCs, but half of the remaining Velvet Folk Resistance army in the current Anchor of the End Times are elite class NPCs. And there are more than a dozen heroic class NPCs. The output of both sides, there could be a difference of more than 10 times. I can only say that Ji Tianyi will have to fend for himself. The time has come to test his operation. What about Su Ming? Experts? The host asked with a smile on his face. The contributor's eyebrows fluttered. Su Ming, however, is using the old bringing new practice method. This is the model that has been used since ancient times, from the surrogate trainers in the old era of MMOs to the accompanying trainers in the era of universal transmutation, a fully leveled old guy with capped experience slots. So all of the experience harvested by the team is transferred 100% to the budding newcomers in the team. And Su Ming's powerful summons were able to frantically harvest zombies, mowing down the lawn for peerless practicing. Right, so if Su Ming keeps maintaining a high-intensity battle, then it's really possible for him to bring a group of level 1 recruits to level 20 in just 72 hours. The analyst lamented. Su Ming's plan is really meticulous and interlocking. That third-class medal of his was also used appropriately. And right now, instead, Immortal Old Meow said, as a strategic level ally of the Dragon Kingdom, I also have the authority to award military honors. I would like to honor you. Ding! A reminder came from the professionals panel. Congratulations to Summoner Su Ming. Your third-class heroic medal has been upgraded to second-class heroic medal, temporary. This upgrade is valid only in the copy of Caesar's Land and expires upon returning to reality. Holders of this medal will be regarded as heroes of the Dragon Kingdom's battles and will be exempted from the examination for enlistment in the Dragon Kingdom's major military districts, with a minimum rank of second lieutenant. You can also use this medal to summon all of your temporary followers to help you in battle when raiding the replica. Remaining use, 10. Maximum number of followers, 500. Note 1, when the number of uses runs out, you can use merits to recharge at the end of the copy settlement. Note 2, your followers' attributes, related to the level of the military badge. Currently, 0. Su Ming was very surprised because the number of times the second-class merit medal could be used had actually been upgraded from 1 to 10 times. That meant that Su Ming could repeatedly stow his followers in the medallion storage space and then suddenly summon them out to fight in the battle, just as he had done with the artifact, Carry On World. The Medal of Heroes, so to speak, is a virtual version of the Carry On World. Many thanks, Your Highness Caesar. Su Ming knelt down on one knee and respectfully received the brand new second-class Medal of Honor from this resistance leader. Immortal Old Meow revealed an expectant look. Please go to our military camp and enlist 500 recruits into the army. I will give you the appropriate permissions. I hope that Your Excellency will be able to bring a brand new future to our End Times Anchor. Leave everything to me. You guys just guard the Anchor of the End Times. Su Ming smiled faintly and directly got up, heading to the barracks. Won't you rest for a night before leaving? Immortal old Meow asked in surprise. There must be no further delay. With the veteran theater-level acting skills of a Second Life man, Su Ming disguised a worried look. The moment I think that if the Mordor anchor base is breached, the fluffy people will all be transformed into zombies. I can't sleep at night because I'm so worried. Since I can't sleep well, I might as well leave early. Immortal old Meow was indeed quite moved. As a Dragon Nation man, you are so considerate of our fluffy people, which shows the friendship of our alliance. I wish you good luck in martial arts and a victorious return. Su Ming nodded his head. A common encouragement. I'll be the main exterior. You'll be the main interior. As long as we work together sincerely, the anchor of the end times will definitely never fall. As he was saying goodbye, Su Ming also obtained an old-fashioned walkie-talkie, which was able to be used in the third layer of the abyss to keep in contact with the anchor of the end times base. Bye. In the hazy night, Su Ming waved his hand towards the immortal old Meow and walked towards the crowded Velvet militia camp. Soon after, a Velvet folk general from the barracks received Su Ming, and after asking for the purpose of his visit, without any nagging, he led him to the barracks operation panel. Among our current recruits, there are a total of 200 panda spear throwers, 200 hyena assassins, 300 porcupine archer, 500 primrose rabbit berserkers, 2,000 storm meow shield warriors, 1,000 war goat cavalrymen, 1,000 berserker bowmen. You can conscript up to half of them. Elite soldiers can be drafted up to 100, the general reminded, because we have to keep some of them as well, to use as a reserve force to guard the base. Okay, I get it. Su Ming had thought about it long before he came and said without hesitation, give me 100 panda spear throwers and 400 berserkers bowmen. He believed that his Flower Fruit Mountain 13 Taba could carry any zombie, so he just needs the most violent output troopers, completely and utterly attacking for defense. Soon, all the level 1 recruits were loaded into Su Ming's second-class military medallion, and he then directly left from the anchor of the end times base, which was dotted with prisms and paved with traps, walking down the 10-meter city wall manned by the Storm Meow Shield Warrior and Snap Rabbit Berserker. Su Ming waved his hand towards the undead old Meow gazing from afar before closing his cloak and striding towards the first location on the electronic map, the Ghoul Camp, with a hard beacon. In the hurricane of the heat waves of the ash season, he had purposely changed to a gray cloak that was able to blend in perfectly with the ash-filled volcanic rock, a protective color of sorts. Sure enough, because he was traveling solo, there were absolutely no scouts from any of the zombie forces to spot him, or rather, even if any of his enemies found him, they would just dismiss him as a wandering walker and instinctively ignore him, since there were just so many similar walkers. Chapter 141, A Hunter Military Academy Joke. Beilang City. City Lord's Mansion. Zhao Renjie principal has been unable to hold down the excitement of the heart and trembling hands, a large age, but shook the flower hand in the high school entrance examination site danced a passionate samba street dance. Oh, yay! I've been teaching for more than 20 years, and now I'm finally going to teach a top student in the college entrance exams. Gentlemen, don't look at me as so steady, but in my college days I was the dominant leader of the street dance club, often fighting with people at the drop of a hat, and I beat everyone in the college town. Mayor Chen Xianyi covered his face. Old Zhao, don't jump, it's really ugly. People's friends from the Hunting Country Military Academy and Yanhuang Military Academy are watching. Can you be more reserved? Oh, if you can teach a high school student, I guarantee you'll be more excited than me. I can't tell you, if I give you a steel pipe at that time, you'll be able to dance with joy. Zhao Renjie snorted coldly. There's a picture in my head. Vice Colonel Chu Tianlin of Yanhuang Military Academy laughed out loud. If Sword Immortal Chen Xuani is able to do a pole dance, it's guaranteed to grace the front pages of all the media outlets around the world tomorrow. The three oldest brothers flirted with each other and the atmosphere was cordial. Wang Jian, the director of the admissions department of the Hunting Country Military Academy on the side, was a little embarrassed, as if he had been reduced to a transparent person, being completely ignored by them, and could not melt into each other's small circle at all. The reason for this, Wang Jian knew. Sun Jiangwo, that idiot, actually abandoned such an excellent talent as Su Ming, and instead went to recruit Shen Zimo, that mediocre second-generation ancestor. And in order to cover up the scandal that he took Shen Jinghong's benefits, Sun Jiangwo repeatedly criticized Su Ming for no reason, and severely belittled the other party, resulting in the two sides having formed a liang. And Chen Xianyi was Su Ming's bull, Zhao Renjie was Su Ming's benefactor, and Chu Tianlin was also optimistic about Su Ming since the beginning, and even gifted a special recruitment letter. So how would people give themselves a good face? This brat Su Ming is indeed powerful, quite the style of a great general with an inner saint and an outer king. Chu Tianlin stroked his beard, not hiding the color of appreciation in his eyes at all. Our Yanhuang military school is lacking this kind of top talent. I've decided that when I return, I'll persuade the school board to go all out to help Su Ming compete for the second summoner artifact, Orb of Shadow. Wang Jian was dumbfounded. You are actually willing to take this kind of great opportunity to recruit Su Ming? There's no way your school board members would agree to this. Because your school board, there are also children and relatives of theirs who have been converted into summoners. Chu Tianlin glanced at Wang Jian disdainfully. Do you think that our Yanhuang military school is like your Hunt Country military school? All of our resources are prioritized towards the most outstanding students. Unlike you who would only prioritize supplying the children of school managers and the heirs of bigwigs. We are teaching and educating for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom and victory over the Abyss. But you guys are secretly poking at the school valves behind the scenes, taking the country's educational resources to cultivate a network of connections. Shucks. Chu Tianlin coldly snorted in disdain. Then he said to Chen Xuani and Zhao Renjie in a pleasant manner, "Come on. I have a joke about the Hunting Country Military Academy. Do you guys want to hear it? Come on. It must be hilarious." Zhao Renjie urged with a smile. In Wang Jian's sardonic face, Chu Tianlin said in a serious manner, "One day, a dean from the Hunting Military Academy was taking care of his son, and the son innocently asked, 'Dad, the dean is so imposing. Can I be a dean in the future as well?' The dean's father replied, 'Of course you can.' The son asked again, 'Can I be the principal of the school?' The dean's father shook his head, 'Of course not, because the principal has a son of his own.' Wang Jian's face immediately turned into a pig liver color. On the other hand, Chen Xianyi, Zhao Renjie, and Chu Tianlin's old brothers laughed so hard that tears spilled out of their eyes. Your jokes are, suspiciously, a bit too sharp. Zhao Renjie covered his stomach and shrugged his shoulders. Sorry, Director Wang Jian, we're not targeting you. It's just that your Hunt Country military school, seemingly, does look like this hell. Chen Xianyi said indifferently. In my opinion, Director Wang Jian, there is no longer a need for you to stay. Vice Principal Chu Tianlin's word is his bond. And since he promised to get Su Ming a qualification to compete for the Orb of Shadows, he would never go back on his word. And it's impossible for you, the Hunt Country Military Academy, to propose reciprocal conditions, so it's impossible for Su Ming to choose yours if he hasn't made a stupid mistake. Yes, for the qualification to compete for the Orb of Shadows, Su Ming will definitely go to Yanhuang Military Academy. That kid isn't stupid. Zhao Renji also strongly agreed. Orb of Shadows, that's a fragment of a small world. In Eastern terms, it is the Sumeru hides the mustard seed of one sand, one world, one leaf, one Qiankuan. In Western terms, the Orb of Shadows is the product of the high-dimensional space being compressed into a low-dimensional world, and an Orb of Shadows is a vast magical space. Its function was quite similar to Su Ming's divine artifact, Carrying World, which was also capable of loading a massive amount of summoned creatures, but it was limited to Shadow Realm creatures. It must be known that the Shadow Realm creatures are not low-level goods like skeleton soldiers and ghouls, but are truly high-level otherworldly creatures, all of which live in the dark side of the universe and are able to patrol and hunt in the vast and infinite starry sky, and their settlements will fade away from the 7 primary colors of light, leaving only black and white, and fall into the world of shadows. Of the 100 layers of the abyss, several known to the human race had been invaded by Shadow Realm creatures and reduced to shadow worlds, and even the demon archons had not succeeded in counterattacking. The most terrifying attribute of the Shadow Realm creatures is physical immunity. Can't a sword cut a shadow? Mental immunity. They have no flesh and blood, and therefore no mental attributes. Soul immunity. Their souls are very different from living beings in the normal sense, so soul-based attacks cannot take effect. In the list of summoners' artifacts, the Orb of Shadows also belonged to an extremely strong existence, and it was likewise unable to escape the fate of being shattered by the Abyssal Archon strike. Of course, given the indestructible attribute of the artifact, it was only shattered into hundreds of small orbs of shadow, and scattered in the ruins of a shadow world. Every 10 years, humanity would consume resources to open the ruins of the shadow world, sending the best human summoners into it to search for the remnants of the Orb of Shadows. Because the ruins were very fragile and on the verge of breaking, they were unable to accommodate high-level professionals of the second rank or higher, and newbie summoners were usually selected from the major military schools to enter them. The reasoning behind this was like saying, the shadow ruins were an ant nest, and professionals below the second rank were as weak as a group of ants, so they were able to burrow into it to explore, while professionals above the second rank were too strong, like hyenas, vultures, and mammoths hovering outside of the ant nest, and although they were able to easily slap the nest to pieces, they shouldn't think of entering it without destroying it. A year from now, it will be the opening of the Shadow Ruins again, and we have 2 spots in the Yanhuang Military School, and I promise that one of them will be given to Su Ming, as long as he is willing to join us. Chu Tianlin smiled faintly. Chapter 142, Hip, Tip, Ho ho! Wang Jian went away disoriented. As the director of the admissions office of the Hunting Military Academy, he had never been in such a sorry state, but facing the huge leverage of the Yanhuang Military Academy, there was nothing Wang Jian could do. No summoner could refuse the Orb of Shadows, especially Su Ming, who had tasted the sweetness of the carry-on world. What Wang Jian knew even better was this: as the #1 military school, although the Hunt Country Military School possessed a full 5 slots to compete for the Orb of Shadows, 3 of them belonged to the school's children, and 2 of them had long since been booked by the bigwigs for their inwardly promoted students, and there was simply no way that it would be rewarded to an ordinary child with no roots like Su Ming. As he left, he indignantly spat a mouthful of spit on the ground. "I shucks. Just an ordinary poor student? Even if he breaks more records, what can he bring to the military academy? This one precious spot can be exchanged for a building donated by a big shot. Why give it to a new student who has no contribution to our school?" The fools from Yanhuang Military Academy really have their heads up their asses, so it's no wonder that they can only forever be subservient to our Hunt Country Military Academy. He. Wang Jian purposely yelled loudly, hatefully kicked the trash can by the roadside, and left. He. Su Ming belongs to our Yanhuang Military Academy. The corner of Chu Tianlian's lips curled up slightly, smiling extraordinarily triumphantly. One can only say that if it's not a family, you don't enter a family. This Wang Jian was very humble and courteous when he came, looking like he wanted to atone for Sun Jiangwo's words and actions, but by the time his hopes were dashed, he also exposed his true colors. TSK. Principal Zhao Renji also scoffed. He doesn't have the slightest bit of sincerity at all. He's purely trying to empty his pockets. This bastard naively thought that with the reputation of the first military academy, he could pack away all the elite students in the world without having to pay any price. He's really crazy and stupid enough. Mayor Chen Xianyi also said contemptuously, "The Hunt Country Military Academy is really becoming more and more arrogant. The so-called #1 military academy. It seems that it will soon be finished. I remember when Su Ming enrolled in the school, the next session would host the Global Military Academy Grand Exercise, which would greatly determine the influence of each military academy in the next 10 years. With the enrollment strategy of the Hunting Country Military Academy, I really don't know which stupid kids will still harbor the childish idea that being in the first military academy will lead to the best future. We, Yanhuang Military Academy, are ready to shine in the Global Military Academy Grand Exercise." Chu Tianlin smiled broadly and looked deeply into the live broadcast on the wall-mounted television. Su Ming is the final piece of the puzzle for us to ascend to the #1 military school, land of Caesar, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom, and even the global audience. All couldn't wait to stare intently at the screen and talk about it. Su Ming gave up the fortress base with strong walls and resolutely stepped into the vast wilderness. Can his plan of surrounding the way to save Zhao really work? If you want to talk about perseverance, you have to look at the Clown Emperor, Zheng Conchang. He's already stepped into the Arachnid's territory and is running wildly all the way towards the Arachnid Queen's mother nest. What determination! What vigor! Ji Tian was up all night, relying on his superb military literacy, in constant command of his 500 machine gunners to fortify their defenses and build bird's-eye viewpoints, sniper points, and fire points overlooking the lowlands, living up to his reputation as the 3 outstanding young men who came out of the Green Dragon Battle Regiment. Morong Shui Dance, on the other hand, was still resting and practicing her songs in a routine manner. She didn't know anything about the military, so she didn't have the idea of an outsider commanding an insider. Thinking about it, once she entered the state of singing, she also simply did not have the spare time to make a command. Everything was handed over to the undead old Meow's AI. It's always felt that it's a bit too passive, with a feeling of being at the mercy of God. For Seeds and 4 different genres of test-taking strategies have delighted audiences around the globe. As for Su Ming, he took all the limelight without a doubt, and he alone occupied a whopping 44% of all the ratings of the college entrance exam channel, almost half. It's natural to be so good not only because his live broadcasts are very exciting and full of showmanship. What was more crucial was this: the other candidates stayed in the Mordecai anchor base in almost 1,000 different ways, fighting defensive battles, and only Su Ming and Zhang Conchang left the base to explore the 3rd level of the abyss, so they were filled with a sense of freshness. When the vault of the 3rd level of the abyss was illuminated by the bright morning light of a tree of light, that means day has come to this world, and Su Ming had already been marching for a long time through the night, with only Black Wukong by his side. 1 man and 1 monkey traveled through the vast earth at a very fast speed, approaching the Hangman's Tree, the Ghoul's settlement. The CCTV host had also finished his shift and began to explain the customs of the 3rd level of the abyss. The 3rd level of the abyss is an underground world, without a sky but sandwiched between 2 layers of continents. It was meant to be a real dead zone, with only low-grade creatures such as molten plasma worms and subterranean worms being able to survive in the harsh environment. But then, a tree of light that had taken root in the heavens and the worlds. One of its roots tore through space and realms and reached out to the third level of the abyss, where it then reproduced an entirely new tree of light. Corpse Nest has since become alive with just the right 7 elements of earth, fire, wind, thunder, light and darkness, and for every 17 hours that the tree of light glowed, it needed 9 hours to hibernate and cool down. This gave rise to the switch between day and darkness, and so, Corpse Nest also had the concept of day and night, which could cause everything to rest and recuperate. The host smiled and said, "So, the concept of time for level 3 of the abyss is 26 hours for a day." Just a moment, don't introduce common sense yet. An expert's voice suddenly became shrill as she alerted all viewers. Su Ming has encountered an enemy, but it seems that he has yet to realize that danger is coming. Where? The audience rounded their eyes and started searching everywhere. But nothing, the expert said lightly. You can't see it by looking, you have to observe it. Have you guys noticed that the soil nearby is very fluffy? And Su Ming has already arrived at the ghouls' territory, but he actually didn't run into any patrolling ghouls. Why is that? The host was very professional and immediately showed a dawning look. You mean, the ghouls' territory was invaded by the underground worms? Exactly. I'm 99% sure. The expert's eyes were deep. At ease. In a moment we will be able to appraise the gold of this judgment of mine. The words just fell. Su Ming also suddenly hid behind a rolling stone by the roadside and said to Black Wukong, "You reminded me 10 minutes ago that there was a movement in the ground, and now I've sensed it as well. There seems to be an earth dragon traveling through the ground, and based on the Corpse Nest's biological illustrations, one can make a judgment that it should be a fire-thirsty worm." Everyone froze. They never expected that Su Ming had actually discovered the end 10 minutes ago. Chapter 143, Good Luck. Lord Sea Devil. Su Ming was tiptoeing around, apparently to hide the noise and prevent it from being heard by the guy in the ground. He rolled over and leapt onto the rolling stone, lazily gazing into the distance, leisurely making a contemplative gesture and murmuring, "It's kind of interesting. According to the electronic map, I'm already only about 5 kilometers away from the Tree of Hanging Ghosts, but so far I actually haven't run into any of their sentries. Even if the ghouls are a low-class race of chattering blood, and are discriminated against as an inferior race amongst the undead zombie-like creatures, they ultimately belong to an intelligent race." Su Ming frowned. The most basic patrols will definitely be arranged. Black Goku stood on the earth like a statue made of steel, not having awakened his intelligence. He only relied on the purest fighting instincts to feed back some basic information. For example, he relied on the great sage's obedient ear to hear the noise of monsters moving around in the ground. Very clear and quite a few in number. The viewers who watched the live stream of Su Ming's college entrance exam couldn't help but look shocked. This guy is really all-powerful. The expert that CCTV hired as a consultant is at least a 4th-order professional with decades of adventures, so he can be considered experienced. And Su Ming's judgment with the expert is actually completely consistent. Interesting. Su Ming discovered the worm's existence in advance. How will he choose? As a summoner, I am truly sour. That giant monkey of Su Ming's. Not only does it have amazing combat strength and can crush all kinds of monsters, but now it's actually good at hearing voices and is a top-notch scout. It's also too all-round, isn't it? The CCTV host revealed a smile and said admiringly, "What a hero. Su Ming coincides with your judgment, Professor." No wonder it is said that since he walked into the ghoul territory, he has been treading lightly, his footsteps extremely light, just like tumbleweeds. The expert also lamented, "The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and it seems that we, the waves of the past, are going to be swatted to death by him on the beach." Professor, in your opinion, why are there worms in this place? The host asked again. The expert said lightly, "Don't look at the worms as being hideous, but in reality, the worms get along with the velvet folk very well, and even trade with each other, because they each live above and below ground. There isn't any conflict of interest. But the zombies are different. Ever since which Lilith set up a series of zombie factories on level 3 of the Abyss in an attempt to research the powers of the E-virus, she was ruthless and hunted worms with impunity, trying to transform them into worm zombies. Therefore, the worm clans in the underground all hated the zombies with a passion. Every once in a while, they would pour out their nests and conduct a counterhunt against the zombie legions. The host was stunned. Professor, in that case, the worms are also affiliated with the resistance camp? That's about right. It's just a pity that they don't speak the same language and there's a disconnect that prevents them from uniting as a united front. The expert regretfully shrugged his shoulders. All I can say is that Su Ming's luck is good, and now he can take advantage of the snipe and muscle fight to be a fisherman for once. Well, the mantis catches the cicada and the yellow sparrow is at the back. It seems that Su Ming's initiative has good luck. In stark contrast to Zheng Kongcheng, the host glanced at the live broadcast room next to him and sighed. Zheng Kongcheng was still charging majestically and furiously towards the arachnid mother's nest, his strides unceasingly sensational. Even Zheng Concheng was well aware that as the No. 3 seed, someone was bound to be watching his live stream of the entrance exam, so he made a show of singing, "I've crossed mountains and oceans, and I've passed through a sea of people." The image of a struggling man who was going to rise to the occasion and turn the tables on the Jedi. All the audience pissed themselves laughing and were miserable by him, and every now and then there was a rustling noise in his live feed. It was the 8-legged arachnids hovering at the edge of the frame, observing the stranger race before them suspiciously. The number of arachnids surrounding him grew, but given that this was the territory of the arachnid queen, the arachnids didn't dare to overstep their bounds, and all of them just silently tailed him and took surveillance of Zheng Concheng. The spectators had God's perspective, so they naturally saw clearly and knew that the arachnids gathered at this moment were feared to be as many as hundreds of heads. However, the arachnids were vigilantly hiding in the dead zone of Zheng Concheng's vision, walking on the spider web. The noise was extremely slight, so Zheng Concheng was unaware of it, and even revealed a color of happiness. "I'm really blessed with good fortune. After walking for so long, I actually didn't run into a single zombie. The density of monsters in this corpse nest is not very high." Meh. Zheng Concheng smiled proudly and said in a very beeped and beaten-up tone, "The heavens will descend upon me, Zheng Concheng. That's why I was allowed to randomly descend into a magma environment, to suffer my sinews and bones, to starve my body, to empty my body, and to perform the act of whisking away what I do. Although I lost miserably in the undead old meow curtain call battle, it's just a bit of frost." He coldly grunted, proudly looking at the world. "The world has ruined me and slandered me. The undying old meow has abandoned me as if I were nothing, treating me as a liability and a stupid thing. But when I recruit the aquatic vassals and return with my army of kings to help the building to fall, and pull the tide of madness to overturn, the undying old meow can only bow its head in respect and call out to me, 'See demon lord, lord, you are auspicious. Heaven did not give birth to me Zheng Concheng, the corpse nest for ages like a long night. Look at me just hand against the dry heavens.'" To regain the position of the top student of the college entrance examination, Zheng Concheng dashingly flung his shoulder-length hair, sword eyes starry, handsome to make sows tremble. The viewers in front of the TV, the viewers holding their cell phones, the viewers passing by the big screen in the shopping mall, all rolled on the ground with laughter, amused by Zheng Concheng's grandiose words that raised the sky and laughed maniacally. It's almost as if he was born in the holy body of the king of comedy. It does make for a superb comedy of black humor, too, especially when the background image is filled with densely packed hundreds of arachnids ready to tear him to shreds. Lilian Zhang, Wu Mengshi, VIPs hovering near the champagne tower, faces stifled to a pig's liver color. They wanted to laugh, but they really didn't dare, fearing that they would offend the weak water family to death. Next moment, while Zheng Concheng was making grandiose statements and manifesting himself in front of people, a spider web in front of him suddenly cracked. A terrifying arachnid queen with a whole 72 eyeballs growing from its abdomen appeared in front of him, and it spewed out a sky-wide spider web from its mouthpiece, instantly enveloping Zheng Concheng. A line of prompts flashed across Zheng Concheng's panel and also appeared in the live broadcast in the form of a scarlet warning. "Attention parents, candidate Young Kongsong was attacked by the High Arachnid Lord's paralyzing spider web. Please decide whether or not to continue the exam. Candidate Zheng Concheng is in a state of intense paralysis and incapacitated. Candidate Zheng Concheng has been injected with spider eggs and is in a parasitic state. Candidate Young Kongsong is pregnant." Chapter 144 Explosive Comedy Effect. All the audience froze in their tracks. From the South Pole to the North Pole of the Blue Planet, all humanoid creatures were dryly silenced by this explosive system prompt. 10 seconds ago, Zheng Concheng, who was still making grandiose speeches and chanting, "Heaven did not give birth to me, Zheng Concheng, the nest of the corpse is as long as the night." In one fell swoop, he became a parasite as a male, pregnant with the child of a high arachnid lord in front of hundreds of millions of viewers around the world. This kind of comedy is pretty bombastic, whether it's in Bollywood, Hollywood or Hollywood. None of this is the kind of comedy script that human screenwriters are capable of composing, confirming that saying, "one word from a master, 10 years of work from a mediocrity." Zheng Concheng's hands and feet are all explosive-level comedy effects, which is the height that those actors from the science class who have spent their whole life cannot reach. Of course, they do not dare to perform this kind of high-risk program effects. Wu Mengshi couldn't help but remind her best friend, who had already been hit by the Medusa gaze petrification technique. "Li Rong, quickly abort the exam and let Concheng return. Once the spider egg hatches, it will directly kill him. Right now, it's as if he's holding a time bomb. He could be pulverized at any time." Zhang Lirong murmured, "No way, such a disgrace. He must wash it away instantly. Otherwise, the future heir of our weak water family will be reduced to a complete scandal." But his life, Wu Mengshi persuaded, "Stay in the mountains, good sister. That is your own flesh and blood. No need to worry. Zhang Lirong said expressionlessly. He is bound to a life monitor that cost me 40 million to purchase. Once his life value falls below 10 points, he will be forced into a spiritual state and then he will be transported out in an emergency. I see. Then I was overthinking it. Wu Mengxi let out a long breath with a complicated expression. She could only try to digress from the topic, lest her best friend always indulge in her son's scandalous behavior. This kind of life-saving props, it can be really expensive. It can easily cost 40 million. Zhang Lirong nodded her head. After all, there is only one life. It also coincides with the time of the college entrance exams, so the crooked merchants are bound to ask for a lion's share. Alas, since Xian nephew is being parasitized by the spawn, it means that the spider demon queen doesn't want to kill him for the time being. He should sleep for a while next. Let's just look at other candidates. Wu Mengxi pretended to be relaxed. Good. Zhang Lirong nodded her head, and it was at this moment that Bu Yan was invited to the Weakwater family's banquet hall. The Weakwater family and the Mystic Sanctuary have had a partnership for decades. When Bu Yan was in her swaddling clothes, Zhang Lirong had even personally wielded a hammer and relied on her master blacksmithing skills to create a fine gold-long lifelock for her. In reason, it was impossible for Bu Yan to refuse the kind invitation of the Weakwater family's contemporary family head, Auntie Young. With a light smile, Bu Yan fell forward and hugged the other party. I heard about senior brother Kong Cheng's situation. He was too unlucky. You don't have to be concerned. Although there are quite a lot of rumors on the internet, but in this era of information explosion, there are as many eye-catching news as there are hairs on the ground, and any public opinion will be quickly forgotten by the forgetful netizens. I can guarantee that as long as it's a month after the college entrance exam, no one will remember the image of him making a fool of himself. Zhang Lirong's old heart was relieved, and these words could be said to have spoken to her heart. Looking at Bu Yan's delicate face and fashionable beauty makeup, Zhang Lirong felt more and more satisfied the more she looked at her, and couldn't wait to turn her into a daughter-in-law right away. Alas, this child, too, is truly indisputable. Zhang Lirong sighed softly, and was about to say a few good words to her son and defend him back, but right at this moment, all of the guests erupted in a cry of surprise and looked towards Su Ming's live broadcast. Zhang Lirong noticed that a flash of curiosity and surprise also lit up in Bu Yan's beautiful eyes. The old aunt's heart sank to the bottom. She remembered very clearly that this Su Ming was her son Zheng Kangcheng's strongest love rival, but when Zhang Lirong noticed what was happening at Su Ming's place, practicing, she too could not stop staring. The Hangman's Tree, a landmark of the ghoul territory, was uprooted by the fire-thirsty worms. They were attacking the head-hugging ghouls in a frenzy, viciously pouring out their rage against the zombie creatures. This was a true crushing. The fire-thirsty worms had clearly come out in force, coming in an extremely large and threatening force. What all the spectators never expected was that Su Ming actually immediately ran wildly with his legs to the side of the canyon of the ghoul territory, directly summoning all of his troops and blocking that only escape gap. He called out Little Fox and Medusa from the summoning space, summoned 50 dragon skeleton archers and 50 dragon skeleton mages from the carrion world, and even summoned 100 panda spear throwers and 400 berserker bowcasters from the medal of second-class military merit. In other words, Su Ming stud. He focused all of his available power, all of it, on the exit from which the ghouls were fleeing. The audience was dumbfounded and gasped. Crazy, really crazy. Isn't he afraid that those fire-loving worms will turn their heads and attack him? If it were me, I would immediately hold my head and stay away from this place. No, is Su Ming really not afraid of death? Why would he need to take such a risk? He could have been the fisherman and the yellow bird, but now that he's strangling the ghouls with great fanfare, I'm afraid he'll be taken away by a wave of fire-thirsty worms. Some worry, some wonder, some gloat. However, Su Ming was extremely trusting in his own judgment, whispering to himself, those fire-loving worms were extremely methodical in their attack, and the sweeping work along the way was done in a seamless manner, and they even surrounded the 3 queues, letting the ghouls flee in my direction. So, I can completely annihilate the ghouls here and show my favor to the Worm Lord who was hiding in the dark and directing the battle. This aboriginal force should be the hidden force of the Caesar's land, copy, and this stranglehold battle I've encountered is by no means unprovoked. Since it's an exam, the questioner has his own deep meaning. He revealed a look of gravity. I'll bet that I can unlock the prestige of the hidden power, the Worm Clan, with the merit of strangling the ghouls. If I can befriend them, I'm bound to be able to gain the help of these aborigines. The audience couldn't help but look at each other when they heard these words. Then everyone fell silent. Su Ming's words make sense. Many people couldn't help but furrow their brows and fall into thought. Wonderful reasoning. On the CCTV live channel of the college entrance exam, the 2 consultant experts were already hitting the ground running. Although humans and worms can't communicate with each other linguistically, as Su Ming said, perhaps the most direct means to befriend the other side is to kill more ghouls. The expert's eyes flickered as he crossed his fingers and analyzed wisely. I have to admit, Su Ming is really as meticulous as he is bold. Chapter 145, Hidden Quest. 1. But isn't a bit too risky? The host hesitantly asked. Su Ming's team is very strong, and is already a handful for this college entrance exam, making it difficult for him to fall out of the top 3. All he needs to do is to practice step by step and train those 100 panda spear throwers and 400 berserkers bowmen to level 20. And he will be able to have a luxurious heavenly group that will crush the rest of the candidates. Why doesn't he seek stability? The expert laughed softly. Su Ming isn't us. He's in a closed copy and can't communicate with the outside world. How would he know that he already has a huge advantage? Standing in Su Ming's perspective, in order to obtain the immortal old meow, a divine summon, and in order to seize the top spot in the college entrance exam, that's why he spared no expense and made a high-risk, high-reward choice. And oh, all the viewers held their breath in anticipation of what was to follow. Given that all of the troops on his side were Su Ming's summons, his command was as precise as a finger. Extremely precise. He was always able to easily leave the last hit of head grabbing to the panda spear throwers and berserkers who were in desperate need of experience and upgrades. The practicing is outstanding. After a furious storm of long-range output strikes, the remnants of the ghouls were slaughtered to the ground, and most of the panda spear throwers are up to level 6, and most of the berserker archers have level 4 experience. And finally the time has come for the mystery to be solved. All of the fire-loving worms converged in the direction of Su Ming's troops. Their huge bodies were more than 10 meters long, and that abyssal Shan blood basin mouth could devour giant ghouls in one bite, as if they were a terrifying earth dragon, surrounding Su Ming in the middle. The hearts of all the spectators were hanging in their throats, because the picture in front of them could simply be depicted as a feast of worms, and Su Ming seemed to be their appetizer. Like a small rabbit surrounded by a pack of big bad wolves, the worms are closing the circle. There seemed to be no other end for Su Ming other than death. Many of the black fans had a quick, maniacal laugh. Play it off. Screw it up. Getting cold feet. It is said that Su Ming is an orphan, so I'm afraid that there are no parents to help him call it quits. So after Su Ming is chewed up by the worms later on, won't a generation of heavenly pride fall? Jia. Looking forward to this ending. Ugh. So worried. So scared. There's a risk of resuscitation. However, Su Ming himself had already revealed a bright smile, while calmly retrieving his side summons into the carrying world and second-class heroic medal. Su Ming seems to be very confident. The CCTV host asked the two experts in surprise, "What do you think of his performance?" "Yes, he's got it 10 to 1. An expert said indifferently, "I think his judgment is very accurate, because I also think that these worms don't have any hostile intentions, and on the contrary, they are quite close to him." It seems that Su Ming will once again be the first candidate to open a hidden power in this college entrance exam. Another expert's evaluation was equally extremely high. Many ordinary professionals may not be able to see it, but as a high-ranking professional who has been through 100 battles, I have to remind you of some details that need to be carefully observed. Voila! The first detail is this: the magma on the surface of the fire-thirsty worms is extinguished, which means that they are not willing to continue to burn the fire of life. And as an expert on worm-like magical creatures, I can tell you that this is a sign that they have lost their hostility. If a huge, hideous, brutal fire-thirsty worm strikes this posture at you, the expert smirked. That means you can go up and jack its belly and stroke its head to your heart's content. Audience? The second detail then is this: the signature technique of the pyrophagus worms is molten balls. They will blast their enemies with fire elemental energy drawn from underground magma in the form of a barrage. Molten balls are wide-range explosive AoE skills that are capable of bombarding a small area while the residual magma envelopes a large area, providing continuous scorching damage. The expert squared his shoulders and said, "But you should have all seen that the flame-thirsty worms intentionally avoided the area where Su Ming had unfurled his legion of summoners. This is the second greatest proof of goodwill." And the third detail is the timing of the fire-thirsty worms surrounding Su Ming. The expert continued to speak eloquently. They only surrounded towards Su Ming after killing all the ghouls, and clearly had no intention of attacking. Otherwise, why not take advantage of Su Ming's fierce battle against the ghouls to make a sneak attack? The simple truth of the snipe and the mussel fighting for the fisherman's profit is not something that only we human races understand. In fact, all intelligent creatures are clear about this truth. The host snapped out of it. "Yow! I remember it vividly from watching the old Animal Crossing 8K remake when I was a kid. The hyenas would wait until after the cheetah had fought the antelope and then swoop in, exhausted, to snatch the poor leopard's prey. What even obscurantist beasts of admittedly low intelligence understand? Fire-loving worms, as beings that have been breeding for billions of years, naturally understand as well." Sure enough, all the worms, in a strange shaking rhythm, formed two lines and gave way to the side of the road. A dark worm with a strange dragon horn on its head was swimming sinuously. elegantly walking towards Su Ming. Greetings. Su Ming pressed his right hand to his chest and bowed cautiously. Honorable fire-thirsty worm lord, as you can see, I'm hunting zombies everywhere. I am an ally of the Velvet Folk Resistance in the anchor base of the end times, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Salutations to you, my friend. Hiss, 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 hiss. The other party let out strange syllables and tried to communicate with Su Ming, and the smile on Su Ming's face, little by little, became more and more stiff. Can't understand However, the hints from the professional panel were something that Su Ming and everyone else could clearly see. You have been recognized by the hidden power, the Worm Clan. Your reputation in the Worm Clan rises to respect. You have unlocked the hidden quest of the Worm Clan, yen% and asterisk at Su Ming. The audience couldn't stop laughing either. This hidden quest, it's also all garbled very much in line with Su Ming's current situation of not being able to communicate with the worms. After a hard meal, it's finally time to harvest the fruits, and as a result, the hidden quest still can't be picked up. If it were me, my emotions must have collapsed. Su Ming's wishful thinking still fell through working for nothing and only earning some experience value. As for the weak water clan, Zheng Lirong also revealed a flash of pleasure as she said hatefully, this Su Ming, his intelligence has gone astray, even though he discovered the hidden mission. So what, if he can't read it? It doesn't make any sense. The hidden forces he found also won't help him with his high school grades. Wu Mingxi also agreed with her judgment. Sister Zhang is right. This hidden force should not come in handy. Chapter 146. What is the meaning of a god-level summon? Himiko, look. Zheng Lirong took the opportunity to help her son combat his love rival, waving towards Bu Himyan. This Su Ming isn't all-knowing. Now he's made a public fool of himself, a life of toil and labor, and in the end, doing the grafting for others, just cheapening the Worm Clan for nothing. Bu Himyan, however, said indifferently, Aunt Zhang, don't be impatient. I sort of know Su Ming better, and his current demeanor doesn't look like he's giving up at all. Moreover, ever since he was sealed as a god in the battle at the Gun Demon Fortress, he's been known for having a lot of ghostly ideas and godly brainstorms. The words were not yet spoken. Amidst a hail of taunts and regrets from the pop-ups, Su Ming, however, curled his lips slightly, even though the language is not clear. But as a summoner, I have a lot of talents under my command, so how can this kind of small matter be difficult for me? It's time to activate the backup plan. Next moment, in everyone's incredulous eyes, Su Ming nudged his mouth towards Black Goku. Monkey, 72 changes. Designated target, fire-thirsty worm. Phew, a puff of smoke followed. The giant monkey just turned into the appearance of an ordinary fire-thirsty worm, letting out a hissing voice and communicating with that worm lord. And Su Ming, as a summoner, was able to communicate mentally with his summons, and he could understand it by heart without the need for words. So, Black Goku acted perfectly as a translator. After only 10 seconds, all of the garbled codes on Su Ming's profession panel turned into real and effective text. You have befriended the Fireworm Lord, Scale Worm Fire Eater. Your hidden mission has revealed itself. Fight alongside the Fire Eater's worm troop, strangle the 5th detachment of the Zombie Bear Legion 50 miles away, and kill the Grand Commander Bear of the Iron Fist, Grey. Quest Reward 1, the Zombie Bear force at the anchor base of the end times will be reduced by 10%. Quest Reward 2, your high school score will increase by 1 rating. Hiss. All the viewers watching the live broadcast collectively drew a breath of cold air, all looking at each other. An explosion of public opinion ensued. My god. God. What kind of divine summon is this? It can even be used as a translator. I'm dropping turtles. Monkey Brother is really something. The 72 transformation skill is also too heaven-defying, so it turns out that Su Ming already has a god-level summon. In the future, if Su Ming is truly able to obtain the immortal Old Meow, then he will have 2 great divine grade summons at the same time. And who would dare to say that he can't? Even the undead Heavenly Tribulation Coronet never had such a luxurious lineup, right? He truly obtained a low-difficulty hidden quest. Now, I'm afraid that he's really going to lock up the throne of the top student of the college entrance exam. And at the same time, in the banquet hall of the Weak Water family, Zheng Lirong had a tired, destroy-it look on her face. She was so depressed that she almost vomited blood. Just now, he was still belittling Su Ming and trying to strike down his son's love rival. But in the blink of an eye, Su Ming once again broke the game, perfectly matching Bu Himyan's judgment of him. Wu Mingxi's face was even more cloudy. Even with her city spirit, she was now somewhat unable to suppress the changes in her micro-expressions. She was truly remorseful. Once the divine grade summoner, immortal Old Meow Caesar, really fell into Su Ming's pocket, that means his future will be straight and truly unlimited. Mystic Sanctuary has lost a future top professional of at least the 6th rank. Su Ming was supposed to be her son-in-law, and if he was able to step onto the path of ascending to God, the mystic sanctuary would follow suit. For the first time in her life, Wu Mingxi was so remorseful that she was ashamed of herself, especially when she thought that she had ruined her daughter's marriage by beating up the lovebirds and lost a big arm. She was even more eager to get on a time machine to travel back to a month ago and ruthlessly give herself 100 slaps in the face. But there are no pills for regret, and time cannot be reversed. The remorseful Wu Mingxi and the bereaved Zheng Lirom could only both continue to watch Su Ming's performance with complicated eyes. Fine. Then we'll strike out together to exterminate that zombie bear called Grey. Su Ming made an instant decision and without hesitation, rolled over and mounted onto the scale insect fire eater's broad back. And so, a very eye-shattering scene appeared. The earth was humming and shaking. Magma was sweeping furiously. Countless fire-loving worms traveled through the earth's veins and surface. It was a rustling like a million snakes going wild. They approached quickly towards the zombie bear's territory, not caring about the exhaustion from the fierce battle against the ghouls, and their killing intent was biting, showing that their hatred for the zombie army was deep in their bones. Su Ming riding on the back of the scale insect fire eater, Levi robe strong. The eyes do not have any childish young and green, only the iron blood color of killing and decisive, filled with the vicissitudes of the second life as a man. Mature male gallantry that cries out for attention. So handsome. No wonder he's a big internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans. Many female fans looked ecstatic, following and liking him. Gigi is so handsome. Gmae guys, where's our fanbase? I'm going to build a super talk for Su Ming Gigi. This is the quality idol, the heavenly superstar of the era of universal transmigration. Bohem Yan's beautiful eyes were also filled with a mesmerized look, sighing over it. The scene in front of me was déjà vu. When she had witnessed Su Ming break the record for the Gun Demon Fortress copy, she had had the same mind-blowing feeling of amazement, and now it was the exact same taste. Su Ming communicated with the fire eater through the mouth of Black Wukong. Your Excellency, do you have dragon blood? As I recall, scale insects also seem to be a type of dragon race, belonging to the dragons in insects. He glanced at the other dragon's horn, probably communicating with a human race for the first time in his life. The Worm Lord was also quite excited and quickly responded. Exactly. We, scale worms, are also one of the ancient dragon races. We survived in this side of the world before the chaos opened and before the sacred tree descended. Then the sacred tree dispelled the darkness of the gloom, but it also beckoned the virus which, Lilith, scale worm let out a long grunt. It was a disaster for the worm clan, but a rare opportunity. We have a different body structure than you do, and our body temperature is around 90 degrees, which kills all invading viruses, so we don't get infected as zombies. And because of that, Lilith is extraordinarily interested in us. She wanted to transform us into an army of mutated worms, using biochemical means to control our brains. Scale worm gritted her teeth. She sent arachnid demons to silently sneak into our underground lair by means of laying webs, and stole a massive amount of our worm eggs, used our children in inhumane biochemical experiments. Su Ming nodded his head. Demonesses are all higher demons that have lost their humanity. They show no mercy to their own compatriots, and they are even more completely treated as experimental materials for the foreigners. If you have the opportunity, I will help you slaughter her. Scale worm is pleased that you have +1 prestige in the worm camp. Chapter 147, everything will be alright, right? Su Ming's eyes lit up. So it turned out that the scale worm fire eater liked it when others empathized with their worm clan's history of suffering. Thus, he immediately took out his divine acting skills from his 2 lifetimes and spoke up for the worms clan, greatly disparaging the witch Lilith, slandering her with impunity and expressing his attitude of being on the same side. Hence, scale worm is pleased that your prestige in the worm camp is +1. Scale worm is super relieved. Your prestige in the worm camp is +5. The scale worm agrees with your words very much as a confidant, and your prestige in the worm camp is +10. It was a pity that the prestige added by purely relying on the lips was ultimately limited, and it was still 100,000 miles away from the higher prestige level above, respect, veneration. However, Su Ming had already decided that he would next plumb the depths of the hidden power of worms and make good use of the other party's pugnacious fighting strength. So even if it's just 1 point of prestige, he's still trying to get it. My human friend, presumably high on conversation. The scale worm fire eater made a brand new suggestion. Since you can understand us worms, could I ask you for a favor? Su Ming smiled faintly, but he signaled the other party to be at ease. Don't say it first, my worm friend. Let me guess. Do you want me to act as an interpreter to help you and the Velvet People's Resistance Army bridge the gap and form a unified front to fight against the zombie army? Wow, you can guess that too? Scale worm was shocked. All the viewers watching the live broadcast of the entrance exam were equally dumbfounded. This Su Ming, does he really have the ability to see things before they happen? It said that his future mother-in-law is a witch skilled in the art of prophecy. Could it be that the other party foresaw what happened in the entrance exam? Nonsense. If prophecy magic can cheat in the college entrance exams, then the Dragon Slayer clan's college entrance exam scores must be very impressive, but in reality they are rather mediocre. The CCTV host leisurely lamented. Su Ming is really a smart person with a seven-knuckle heart, anticipating things like a god, scheming like a god. It's hard to imagine that this is just a senior high school student. It seems that when the college entrance exams are over, Su Ming will surely become the target of competition from all the major military schools. The expert sipped a mouthful of tea and moistened his throat, saying with great certainty, this is because the once-in-a-decade global military school grand exercise is about to kick off during the school season. With Su Ming's ability, whether it's in the team competition or the individual competition, he has the ability to take the lead. Yes, Professor, do you think that the ranking of the top 10 military schools in our Dragon Kingdom will change? The host asked with a smile, talking about the gossip about the country's top schools. Inevitable, the expert faintly said. Because of some sensitive reasons, I can't comment on the specific changes, but I can only say that the ranking of the top 10 military schools will definitely become turned upside down this time. The current top 10 military schools, compared to 10 years ago, have long since changed from day to day, and their strengths are very different from each other. The military school that can recruit Su Ming can at least improve 1 to 3 rankings. Another expert gave a decisive judgment, and just as Su Ming and Worm's troops marched towards the zombie bear camp, just as Ji Tianyi and Morong Shuedao were ready to stop the zombie army from besieging the anchor of the end times, our noble lord, the Sea Devil, has finally broken out of the net. The saber he carried with him was so high-end that it could actually spew out a high-temperature acetylene flame, with a temperature of more than 3,000 degrees, which burned a gap in the web of the arachnid zombie lord. The corner of Zheng Kongqing's lips curled slightly as he proudly lifted his head. I've survived another calamity. All that can't kill me will only make me stronger. He didn't realize for a second that he was being parasitized by an arachnid and that his stomach was actually filled with spider eggs. Moreover, given that the arachnid had paralyzed him ahead of time, Zheng Kongqing's profession panel was in a dead state, receiving no warnings or alerts at all. So, with a heart full of hope, as well as a belly full of spider eggs, Zheng Kongqing continued to majestically embark on the journey, resolutely moving towards the sea. My journey is the sea of corpse nest. It's hard to drink ice for 10 years, but hot blood is hard to cool. I must recruit my troops and kill back again. Undead old meow. Your mother's maid too. Wait for me to swollen your face. I'll let everyone around the globe know that the weak water family still possesses one of the strongest bloodlines. Audience. Poof. The pop-ups once again turned into a sea of joy. Has Zheng Kongqing noticed a slight bulge in his abdomen? Zheng Kongqing, Lord Arachnid, I'm going to give you little spiders. Ha 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 ha. No. Is the sea demon family treating him like an outcast? He could explode into a pile of tiny spiders at any moment and be chewed clean. Is there no family left in his family? And this doesn't even terminate the exam? Life monitors to know. It's the weak water family after all. Surely they've equipped him with the ultimate means of protection. Zhang Lirong clenched her fists, moved her eyes from Su Ming back to her son Zheng Kongqing, and smiled faintly. He will definitely be able to play in top style and test at the strongest level. Wu Mingxi also rekindled her hope. As long as nephew Zhang Kongqing arrives at the seashore, everything will be fine. Bu Imyen tried to control her expression, maintaining her expressionless and cold look. She was afraid that if she couldn't control herself, she would burst out laughing and that would be too offensive. It's not just her. The entire ballroom is doing the Don't Laugh challenge. Alright, let's move our eyes back to the test that most of the candidates are about to face, the anchor defensive battle of the end times. The host reminded all the viewers with a grave expression. Su Ming's situation, after all, is special, and although it's full of points of interest, the only solution for most of them is still to defend the base. A conservative test method may not necessarily be worse than a radical test method. The expert also nodded his head. If you look at Morong Shuedao's current results, you'll realize that sometimes it's not bad to take the exams in a step-by-step manner. Yeah, let's take a look at the first wave of monsters. It's a mixed formation of zombie bears, ghouls and ghoul demons. It's a pretty classic combination of meat shield soldiers, cannon fodder soldiers and long-range soldiers respectively. Ji Tianyi, the one-seated player, immediately maneuvered his 500 machine gun soldiers and started sweeping, precisely grabbing the experience of the last hit, trying to practice his team up with the battle. The number 4-seated player, Morong Shuedao, chose to sing a couple of purely offensive auxiliary battle cries to bolster the firepower of the anchor of the end times base. Most of the candidates, however, were personally standing on the walls and participating in the first line of combat. There is no way. The transfer card is quite expensive. At this moment the candidates who can transfer is a minority, and many of them have not yet practiced to level 20. Chapter 148, The Three Elite Lords. It didn't take long for the candidates to get the results of their keep. A full half of the remaining candidates were eliminated from the competition. The zombie bears had thick skin and flesh and were immortal. The only way to kill them was to explode their heads and gouge out their hearts. But the candidates were limited to level 20, making it extremely difficult to break through their high defense, high armor, and high blood. The corpse demons, in turn, released Poison Spell and Plague Spell from time to time, warming the water and boiling the frogs, continuously draining the blood of the candidates, and they were extremely threatening. Hands. What is most troublesome to the candidates, however, is not the zombie bears and corpse demons, but the ghouls. The moderator tersely sighed. Although these guys are extremely weak in single combat and can be easily dealt with by any candidate, their claws carry viruses that can inspire the ghouls virulent poison and plague. As triggers, ghouls can instantly deal high amounts of damage. An expert also said painfully, according to the current statistics, 782 candidates have already died in the Caesar's Land replica, and 421 of them were due to the instantaneous high damage brought about by the ghouls. We advise all parents not to disregard the deaths of the candidates because they covet a tiny bit of their results. Yes, copies of the career high school exams are literally deadly, and all parents and supervisors are reminded to press the abort button in time to stop the exams. A child who goes on to a sub-professional career is just as capable of having a career. Another expert also cautiously reminded, these 782 victims, who will be brain dead at the end of their copy, reduced to the walking dead, and then euthanized after a week of monitoring their condition, don't even qualify as vegetative. Because the world is currently in a wartime of abyssal invasion, all medical resources must not be wasted. The audience also sighed inwardly, but had gotten used to it. The professionals' college entrance examination, regarded as the first bloody battle in human society. He was the beginning of the childish students stepping out from the ivory tower and stepping into this cruel era. Hundreds of thousands of candidates, but only 782 battle deaths, is already a baby bus level of difficulty. Putting aside in the end of human history, in any meeting battle of the abyssal invasion, the deaths of professionals could be in the hundreds of thousands, or even millions of levels or more. Let's see how the seeded candidates performed. After remembering the fallen, the CCTV host quickly diverted everyone's attention, holding in a professional smile as he introduced everyone to the battle of the star candidates. Oh, no. For contestant Morong Shuedao's test score has already surpassed one contestant Ji Tianyi, reaching a full 537 points. This is far from the final exam score, but it is already a high score that 95% of the candidates in the past years could not reach. The expert nodded his head. Ji Tianyi only has 479 points, so it seems that he wants to take a long line to catch a big fish, and level up those 500 machine gun soldiers first. As the old saying goes, sharpening the sword is never a mistake. The machine gun unit is Ji Tianyi's sharpest knife. It's just that things in the world may not be as one wishes. Another expert but eyes sharp light faintly said, machine gun soldiers are also quite blood-thin and low defense soldiers. Once there is an operational error, or force majeure, it is likely that they will be killed in large quantities. By that time, Ji Tianyi will have lost his wife and soldiers, and his plans will all fall through. The host thought deeply. For Ji Tianyi, the probability of a Black Swan event breaking out is extremely high. This is because for the great battle of Velvet Folk versus zombies, his strength is too insignificant. An elite zombie that climbed up the city wall by mistake, or a single bone spear volley from a corpse demon could be a fatal blow to his machine gunners. We can only wish him all the best. While all the candidates were in a truce, waiting for the second wave of the zombie army to attack, the audience realized that a new situation had arisen at Su Ming's place. Originally, the High Worm Lords, the Scale Worm Fire Eaters, had asked Su Ming to match them up with the Velvet Folk resistance. Su Ming naturally agreed in one breath. This was a good thing that was a win-win-win for him. The worms, and the fluffy people, who would refuse? As a result, his prestige in the worms camp is once again plus 50, but when they arrived at the camp of zombie bears that Scale Worm had described, the unexpected happened. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat just by glancing at the guard force in that camp, and he couldn't help but mutter, I knew that the hidden mission couldn't be completed easily. He glanced at his quest panel again. Hidden quest, fight alongside the Fire Eaters Worm Troop, strangle the 5th detachment of the Zombie Bear Legion 50 miles away, and kill the Grand Commander, Bear Grey of the Iron Fist. Quest Reward 1, the Zombie Bear force at the anchor base of the end times will be reduced by 10%. Quest Reward 2, your high school score will increase by 1 rating, and what's in front of you is more than just the 5th detachment of the Zombie Bear Army. There were also about 500 Naga Corpse Demon troops that Zhang Kongcheng had dreamed of, as well as the most headache-inducing 2-headed Corpse Dragon troops, which also numbered over 200. His quest target, the Bear of Iron Fist, Grey, also had the Naga Corpse Demon Commander, Sharpshooter, Carlos and the two-headed Corpse Dragon Commander, Heinz Plague Dragon by his side. All the spectators couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Damn yeah. 3 elite lords. This hidden quest is a bit too thrilling and exciting. It seems that Su Ming's hidden quest is completely hellish in difficulty, which is also in line with the usual characteristics of hidden quests. The CCTV host wasn't surprised, his voice calmly analyzing, being full of variables is what characterizes hidden quests. Yes, right now Su Ming is facing a tricky test, the expert said in a deep voice. Those 500 velvet folk troops of his are completely incapable of being put into battle, and will very easily be crushed by these elite zombie troop types because their level is too low. As for his summoner troops, if they are put into battle, I'm also afraid that they will suffer heavy losses, affecting the subsequent battles. I wonder how he will choose. Everyone held their breath and waited for Su Ming's good plan to break the situation, wanting to know how he would deal with the predicament in front of him. However, he saw Su Ming turn his head directly and said to the scale worm fire eater, "I'm sorry, the information brought back by the Worm Force Scouts is far from the true situation, so I suggest a strategic retreat, and regardless of whatever choice your excellency makes, my answer is, unfortunately, I will not participate in the strangulation, because the Mordecai anchor base is facing a siege from a legion of zombies. I'm out on a hunting mission. Sniping the living forces of the enemy forces traveling to the anchor of the end times is my mission." The audience was absolutely thrilled by it. Su Ming actually became a deserter at the drop of a hat, but without waiting for the blacks to rebel and denigrate. 2 CCTV experts were showing their admiration, giving thumbs up and sighing. Su Ming is truly remarkable. He has a maturity and sophistication that is completely unsuited to his age. Even if the rewards of the hidden mission are amazing, he can clearly see the risks involved and thus make a very decisive choice. Yeah, if Su Ming had attacked forcefully, I could only heckle, and if he chose to withdraw, then I think the top student of the college entrance exam would be his. Chapter 149, of a Commander-in-Chief. The audience snorted. Isn't it just escaping? Speaking in such a grandiose manner, the bricklayer wouldn't be a fan of Su Ming, would he? A big old man, still chasing after stars. Disgusting. The expert, however, as if anticipating the audience's whining, said with a straight face, "This is not a retreat in the ordinary sense of the word, but a retreat decision made calmly, quickly, and accurately despite having a very high chance of winning and losing the hidden quest's benefits, and incidentally offending a hidden high-level NPC." The CCTV host asked in surprise, "Prof, Shen's evaluation, it's so high?" "Of course." The expert surnamed Shen smiled lightly. "When I was young, I had a fiery temper and would have rushed up to fight hard when I saw a demonic creature, whereas Su Ming was actually able to hold back the temptation of the hidden quests and make the wisest of choices. This is of course remarkable. Gentlemen, we are all watching the live broadcast from a god's perspective, so we are able to analyze it very objectively, whereas Su Ming was able to hang on in front of the hidden quest rewards. Isn't it worth bragging about?" "Yeah," another expert chimed in. "Don't forget that Su Ming is still only a senior, and this is also the first big test of his life. Instead of evaluating him with the eyes of a veteran of 100 battles, we should think, when we were young, were we ever this powerful?" Many of the audience fell silent. They also had to admit that Su Ming's decision was quite reasonable. Those 100 panda spear throwers and 400 berserker bowmen are all too low level right now, but once they managed to practice up in level, Su Ming's combat power in the Caesar's land would double. Therefore, if he thought about it carefully, there was indeed no need for Su Ming to lose a lot of money for a small cause. The Worm Lord gazed at Su Ming and fell into deep thought. Su Ming then exhorted in a calm voice, "Your Excellency, the strongest of your worm clan weren't born out of thin air, and it takes a long time to grow up, so there's no need to die in battle in this camp for nothing. Your great cause of rebelling against the zombie army is a long-lasting struggle, so preserving the living forces and using the worm soldiers as your base is the key to winning this war. I have a book recommendation for you. Here." Su Ming even took out an extracurricular book from the space on the Long War. The Dragon Nation audience was in absolute awe. Recommended extracurricular reading for the Lords of the Worms. Ha ha, genius programmatic effect. Su Ming really is a born Netflix saint body. He deserves to eat the bowl of live broadcasting, and this book is really especially suitable for the third level of the abyss. The works of great men are indeed worthy of worship, but I was not expecting the worms I do actually learn from them. After a long time, the Worm Lord sighed. "I can't read the words of your human race, but I think your words are quite reasonable. It's just that I have reasons why I have to attack this camp." "Oh, but there is no harm in saying so," Su Ming said with a straight face. "If the relationship is significant, I, as your ally, will never stand idly by. But in advance, my troops are the spark of the Velvet People's Resistance Army, shouldering the heavy responsibility of strangling the zombies' living forces and blocking their supplies. So I can't accept a major loss on my side." "I can understand. unexpectedly to all the spectators. This worm lord was actually quite reasonable and was completely convinced by Su Ming. This is the advantage that comes with high reputation. The CCTV expert surnamed Chen immediately read the ins and outs and smiled slightly. Obviously, Su Ming's reputation among the worm tribes is quite high, and the troops he carries are also very strong, which has led to this worm lord being willing to give him a calm conversation. I see. The CCTV host snapped out of it and revealed a smile. Professor Shen, can you predict the high probability of success in their bargaining? It's hard to say. That depends on what the reason is for the worm lord's strong attack on this one camp. Soon the mystery was revealed. Scale Worm said bitterly, "We are tracking a batch of bug eggs stolen by the zombie army, which were frozen and secretly transferred to this camp. If these children are not thawed out and sent back to the magma to hatch as soon as possible, it is likely that there will be a large number of frozen deaths. Our worm clan's new generation this year will suffer a great loss." Su Ming tightened both eyebrows. I see. You guys have reasons why you have to make a move. I am personally willing to provide a certain degree of help. Everything, for the sake of the child. Scale Worm was ecstatic. Really? The audience, on the other hand, wanted to say something, all feeling that although Su Ming's rescue was full of humanitarianism, it was a bit too saintly. Worm's child, what's he got to do with it? Oh no! Su Ming is going to be morally kidnapped by worms. The CCTV host worriedly explained the moral dilemma Su Ming was facing, because Su Ming knows very well that at this moment, his live broadcast room is bound to have global attention, and all of his fans, as well as many passerby viewers, are closely watching his exams. And children, the bottom line of all intelligent races. The host sighed. With Su Ming's intelligence, he must have realized at the first moment, if he abandons the children of those worms, he will be recklessly disparaged and blamed by the black children standing on the moral high ground, which is obviously detrimental to his live broadcasting career, and will also affect his grading in the college entrance exams. Yeah, moral baggage is a problem for all public figures. The pundits were also deeply concerned, and Su Ming had already made his decision. The children of the worms must be saved, but these velvet folk resistance's fires that I'm carrying must also be preserved. Therefore, I have some ugly words that I must say up front. Su Ming said coldly to the scale worm fire eater. In this battle, please have your troops take the lead and draw frontal fire for us, and I will take advantage of the zombie army's strength after the battle starts to sneak into their rear and save your worm eggs. I'm a summoner. I can infiltrate their warehouse single-handedly with an extremely high success rate. He didn't give the other party the slightest bit of time to consider, and resolutely said, if you agree with my ploy and are willing to carry it out, I will go and save the bugs. If you don't agree, unfortunately, I'll have to prioritize the protection of the Velvet People's Resistance Army, and we'll go our separate ways. Hiss. All the spectators couldn't help but show a shocked look. The decisiveness and coldness of Su Ming's decision-making at this moment were all necessary for a mature commander-in-chief. To be free from moral abduction, to see all professional soldiers as cold numbers, to be able to mercilessly push them onto the battlefield to be sacrificed as cannon fodder just to gain the big picture for the sake of victory. That's the realization of a person who is a marshal. The scale worm fire eater also quickly agreed with Su Ming's decision after a slight hesitation. Good. Having your help is much better than us going it alone. Since you possess a second-class merit medal of the Velvet Folk Resistance approach, it means that you are a widely recognized hero, and we of the Worm Clan are willing to trust you. Chapter 150, The 72 Changes Reveal Their Power. Interesting. I didn't expect that the last thing that helped Su Ming gain recognition from the Worm Clan was actually that second-class merit medal. Beilang City. Mayor Chen Xianyi nodded his head with great emotion. This kind of medal is only awarded to the most outstanding professionals in our Dragon Kingdom, and the material it uses is the essence gold, that is extremely rare in all other worlds. This scale worm fire eater is also very discerning. Principal Zhao Renjie, however, was worried. I think that Su Ming really doesn't need to be morally kidnapped. Isn't the so-called worm child just a bunch of disgusting worm eggs? It's not even a velvet folk's young. His infiltration into the zombie camp this time was a very risky move, because once it was exposed, it would be strangled by the joint stranglehold of the three elite zombie lords. At that time, the gauntlet will also fail. I, however, feel that student Su Ming does things in a calculated manner. He must have cards that can save his life. Vice Principal Chu Tianlin from Yanhuan Military Academy, however, was quite confident in this future student. And in the weak water family head Zheng Lirong coldly grunted. False benevolence. Su Ming seems to be cocooning himself. His status as a netizen destines him to not dare to abandon his ally's child at all, as he doesn't dare to put himself in a moral depression. Yeah, Wu Mengshi also analyzed faintly. Su Ming relies heavily on his live broadcasting business to earn resources. This is his foundation and the basis for his future rise. Lacking in heritage is his greatest weakness. If Su Ming had other ways to make money, he definitely wouldn't have risked his life to do this hidden mission. But unfortunately, he must not lose his Netflix status. He must fight for his traffic and persona. However, Bu Himanian said, Su Ming must be extremely certain before he took the initiative to step into the storm. Mom, Aunt Zhang, don't forget that Caesar's land is also just a simulated copy, and the NPCs within are all just data. The so-called moral abduction argument doesn't really hold water, because even if all the eggs are overwritten, it's just a string of NPCs whose data has been deleted by the system. Says so. Wu Mingxi was stunned. I'd like to see how Su Ming can sneak into their warehouse under the siege of the 3 elite zombie lords. Zhen Lirong held a cold smile as she prayed for Su Ming's bad luck. But soon, when Su Ming's infiltration plan came out, everyone fell silent. Even the staunchest opponents of Su Ming, those black people with the most foul mouths, felt that Su Ming's move was 9 out of 10, 100% successful. This was because Su Ming had taken out a corpse of a zombie bear that he had saved earlier from his carry-on world. He smiled faintly. While fighting with the zombie bear, I discovered a place I could utilize. Thus, I saved this corpse in advance. I didn't expect that it would come in handy so soon. In his stunned eyes, the scale worm fire eater saw Su Ming take out a scalpel and slice open the zombie bear's stomach, emptying out all of the intestines and internal organs inside. Then, Su Ming directly dug in, and after confirming that there was enough space to fit himself, he turned to Black Wukong with great satisfaction and said, Monkey, 72 changes. Just change according to this zombie bear. That's okay? At this moment, the global audience had seen Su Ming's attempt. Apparently, this guy is going to have Black Goku transform into a zombie bear while he hides in the other guy's stomach, and then waltz out into the zombies' camp in search of the worm's eggs. This is a genius brainchild, and there are actually a lot of sources of inspiration for this one ploy. A Western water user lamented, Isn't this the Trojan horse plan? Su Ming actually utilized it alive. It's really awesome. An Eagle Nation water user then said, Su Ming must have read the Grimm's fairy tales when he was a child, and the story of the hunter rescuing Little Red Riding Hood from the belly of the big bad wolf can be considered similar to Su Ming's move. But in reality, Su Ming had gotten his inspiration from Journey to the West. In order to receive the banana fan to extinguish the mountain of flames, the Monkey King had staged this play in the belly of Princess Iron Fan. Soon, Black Goku easily performs the 72 changes and becomes a living zombie bear, and Su Ming smoothly ducked into its empty abdomen. Because this was a zombie creature, even if all the organs were gone, it didn't affect the zombie bear at all. Then, Su Ming casually used some leather to cover his body before signaling the Worm Lord to attack. Seeing this, the Worm Fire Eater thought that Su Ming's success rate was extremely high, so he didn't hesitate to lead all of his troops to launch a strong attack. For a moment, the earth rumbled and shook. All the worms snapped out of the ground and spewed molten fireballs towards this camp from all directions for the first wave of fire coverage, bombarding the zombies indiscriminately. The experts from CCTV couldn't help but nod their heads. The tactics of the Worm Lords can be said to be quite advanced. They first conducted a wave of fire strikes to ignite the supplies of the zombie camp while turning the place into a molten environment. The Naga zombie demons will be hamstrung, and those zombie demons with thin blood and low defense will be annihilated in large numbers. More than that, they are attacking from all sides at the same time, completely creating the illusion of a large military force and deterring all the zombie lords. You see, the CCTV host said with a smile on his face, the zombie army's camp is already in chaos. Su Ming's Black Goku has also quietly sneaked in. To the amazement of all, Black Goku, transformed into a zombie bear, grinned broadly as he walked towards the cellar of the zombie army, then jumped right into it. There is a walker attempting to dish it out, but the zombie bears all just slapped their big ears over, viciously jerking all the roadblockers to the side of the road, so no walkers dared to block the road. After all, a zombie bear with such a strong strength was definitely a senior commander without a doubt, even though everyone didn't recognize him. This was the basic logic of the strongest being the king, and it was also the truth practiced by the demons. And when the zombie bear jumped into the cellar, Su Ming didn't hesitate to summon his full-fledged summons, Little Fox and Medusa, as well as 50 dragon skeleton archers. With limited space in the cellar for troops to spread out, it was just as well to summon these guys. The force guarding the cellar was very slack and weak. The reason for this was simple enough: the fight was on the outside, and all the elite troops had long since been mobilized to deal with the worm forces. Therefore, Su Ming went on a killing spree and quickly killed the remaining zombie troops in the cellar. Deep in the cold ice vault, sure enough, a whole bunch of worm eggs were frozen in some crystal containers. Su Ming stood in front of the insect eggs, but his face was suddenly cloudy, coldly uttering a command that made everyone's color change drastically. Monkey, continue to transform into a zombie bear, to destroy the insect eggs. Chapter 151, The Matchless Poisoner. All the spectators were appalled by it. Su Ming was actually ordering his summons to slaughter the bug eggs of his allies. The fire-thirsty worm is a friend who has been talking to him all the way and has made a pact to work together against the zombie army. Right now, people were still fighting for their lives outside and helping him attract attention. But Su Ming was extremely cold and gave such a heartless order. Black Goku faithfully carried out Su Ming's orders and immediately began to wreak havoc. Many of the eggs instantly burst into flames. Su Ming coldly gazed at the image in front of him and muttered to himself indifferently, "I'm sorry, Your Excellency the Fire Eater. If I hadn't stepped in with your worm troop, even if all of them were to die in battle, you wouldn't have been able to save even a single worm egg at all. But unfortunately, there are too many bug eggs," he said indifferently. "Once I have protected all the bug eggs, according to the plan you yourself stated, the next step would be to take them back to the magma to hatch. And for all creatures, hatching young is a long process that can't happen overnight. So, if I save all of the bug eggs, you will have to send out the majority of your troops to escort them back to their lair to hatch. And at that time, who will accompany me and fight against the zombie army with me to save the anchor base of the end times?" Su Ming's eyes looked coldly at the picture of blood flying in front of him. "Therefore, I can only make a simple choice of one or the other between the Velvet Folk Resistance Army and your children. As far as I personally am concerned, it is also obvious what to choose." Su Ming shook his head. "Saving the fluffy people of the anchor base of the end times is my main mission in the land of Caesar, and attacking this camp is only a small hidden mission given by you, Your Excellency the Fire Eater. And you even harbored evil intentions, not mentioning the 3 elite zombie lords at all, and deliberately concealing the troop strength of the other side, all because you wanted to swindle me into working for you for free. You do the first, I'll do the 15th. You are not honest and open enough to make a game to whore out my battle power. Then I will not be blamed for turning my back on you as well and treating you in the same way as others." Su Ming simply didn't believe that the gathering of the 3 great lords was merely a coincidence, because, as too many bug eggs, for any race, the continuation of the community is a matter of life and death. Putting it into perspective, if tens of thousands of children of the human race were to be captured by demons, it would be a huge accident that would cause a massive earthquake, and I'm afraid that even god-level powerhouses would come out of the woodwork to bite the other side. Therefore, Su Ming thought that the scale worm fire eater must have lied, and it was impossible for them not to monitor the whereabouts of this batch of worm eggs at all times. Moreover, the bear of Iron Fist Grey, the sharpshooter Carlos, and the Heinz Plague Dragon, the 3 of them didn't have any camouflage at all to hide their movements. They just stood conspicuously like that on the high slopes of the campsite, and they didn't have any sign of a windy long journey. So it was obvious that the 3 major zombie lords had stayed in this campsite since the beginning of the day. All the traces, all the reasoning, all pointed to one final conclusion: the scale worm fire eater was attempting to swindle Su Ming to help it attack this camp, which was garrisoned by the 3 elite lords. The Gaucho Live channel blew up. All the spectators were dumbfounded. The information that Su Ming uncovered in a single moment was too much and too overwhelming, causing everyone to freeze in place, their minds in disarray. After a long time, CCTV's special advisor, Professor Shen, spoke faintly. "What a wonderful and unparalleled poisonous plan. Su Ming has opened my eyes. He made the most correct choice, and also fully interpreted the truth of the old ancestors. Mercy does not control the army. Goodness does not control the power." The CCTV host couldn't resist asking, "Professor, do you think he did the right thing?" "Of course. First of all, I ask all the vicarious viewers to keep in mind that this is just an exam. All the NPCs are nothing more than a string of data, and Su Ming did not truly slaughter his allies' cubs." Professor Shen's voice was calm. "Secondly, even if Su Ming did the same in reality, I think it is still reasonable and moral, because it is the Velvet People's Resistance that is our closest comrade in arms in the Dragon Kingdom. They fight side by side with us all year round, and since our country and them are visa-free to each other and their portals are interoperable, it can be said that they live and die together, and it's not too much to call them Velvet Iron. Every year, there are many Velvet People's Resistance fighters who die in battle on the front lines while galloping to support our Dragon Kingdom fortress." Professor Shen snorted coldly. Su Ming sacrificed those unknown, harboring, ulterior motives of the Worm Clan to protect the Velvet People's Resistance Army and the anchor of the end times. Of course I think it's the right thing to do. The pop-up water friends watching the live broadcast, however, also made a lot of noise. The Black Z's shrilly grunted. While the allies are sacrificing their lives in a fierce battle, Su Ming is slaughtering their young. For any reason, there is no way to talk about morality, is there? If it weren't for the fact that in the copy, everything was virtual, Su Ming could even be pushed into a military court and put on trial. The Ri Zhonghua guests coldly retorted. "War is not a treat, not a child playing house. What would you choose in this situation? Save all the worm eggs, and then watch the worm troops escort the worm eggs away? You did win morally. Then what? What we need are troops that can rush to the Mordor anchor base or continue to strangle the zombie army." If we end up losing the battle for the defense of the end times anchor due to a lack of troops, those hypocrites will be the real war criminals. How many heroes will you kill? How many children of the Velvet People will die because of this? The fans lamented approvingly. Ming has truly matured. His choices, despite being thick and mean, are truly for the greater good. It's easy to be a saintly mother. It's easy to speak empty words. It's the hardest thing to do practical things like Ming did. And all of Ming's enemies couldn't help but have their faces change drastically as they drew in a breath of cold air. They had discovered Ming's true face. Press is not a smiling, weak, poor student. Rather, it's a pretend cute beast that hibernates in the human world, lurks in its claws and has a demon in its heart. This guy is so sinister. Weak water family. In the banquet hall, Zheng Liron's eyes flickered as she said worriedly, in the future, he shouldn't harbor a grudge against Kong Chang and wait for an opportunity to retaliate, right? Wu Mengxi froze. On words of revenge, it's your own self who sticks it to him and badgers him that's the most dangerous, right? And Shen Zimo, who had already finished the entrance exam and was returning to the rest area, bumped into Song Qingfeng, who had already been eliminated from the game in the first wave, and was about to mock a few words and despise the other party's performance. But as soon as he lifted his head up, he happened to witness the scene of Ming counting on the Worm Lord. He instantly shivered, frightened by Ming's poisonous warrior appearance. Hide like a quail. He. Song Qingfeng snorted and looked at Shen Zimo. In the past, when Ming smiled at you, that was because my old iron was civilized and polite. Do you really think that he is a noodle pinch? Chapter 152 Many Wits, Nearly Demons. Before he completely messes with you, Song Qingfeng kindly reminded. Hurry up and buy Ming some small gifts to thank him honestly. On the basis of 3 years of friendship, he may not be willing to fight you to the death. After all, don't look at Ming's poisonous plans and ruthlessness, but that's only for his enemies. For his friends he has always been sincere. Shen Zimo's eyes flickered. He was going to use the slope to serve a soft spot, but several things came to his mind in a flash. His father had forcibly seized Ming's first military school special recruitment qualification. This was one, in the 037 Abyssal battlefield. The Iron Blood Alliance had sent out assassins one after another to conspire against Ming. This was the second. His father had also hired water armies to consistently discredit Ming on the internet, attempting to ruin his live broadcasting career. This was the third. With these 3 evil deeds, how could Ming be so saintly as to forgive their father and son? Take a step back. Even if Ming said with his mouth that everyone's grudges are cleared, can he believe it? What if that was Ming's hypocritical performance? In the future, when Ming has the ability to take action, will he return the favor tenfold? Shen Zimo looked at the cold and morose Ming in the live broadcast screen, shuddered, and slipped away in panic. This kid is very fishy. Song Qingfeng gazed at Shen Zimo's back, his pupils contracting violently. Before, I only suspected it, but now, looking at this brat's weak-minded face, I'm afraid that the one who sent the dead assassins to lay their hands on Ming in the first place was undoubtedly the Iron Blood Alliance. That's why he's very sure that there's no room to turn things around with old Su, and that there's only you and me left to live and die. Song Qingfeng certainly had poor grades and was a school slag, but having very low academic ability didn't mean that he had a slaggy IQ as well. He was just too lazy to take the most arduous road of entrance exams as a rich second generation with too many future paths. In the Caesar's Land copy, Ming's every move received the warm attention of the Dragon Kingdom and even the global audience. Instead of driving away viewers, his true colors of the poisoner even made 72% of the audience share of the live broadcast of the entire high school, all concentrated in his place. Everyone was looking forward to Ming's meeting with the scale wormfire eater. Stop. After a full 2/3 of the worm eggs were destroyed by the Black Myth transformation zombie bear, Ming decisively shouted stop and muttered, that's enough. If all of them were destroyed, it would also be easy to dishearten the worm troops. Moreover, the remaining 1/3 of the worm eggs, just let the old and weak of the worm troop escort them back. 80% of their battle force will still remain by my side. These broken insect eggs are enough to ignite their anger. Ming revealed a faint smile. National hatred. This time I'll finally be able to bind them all to my chariot. I am helping you to strengthen your beliefs in fighting against the zombie army. Don't blame me. After saying that, Ming loaded all of the remaining bug eggs into his carry-on world, striding towards the exit, summoning all of his troops, and killing the large rear of the zombie troops. Behind him, Little Fox casually threw a ball of howling fire, igniting all the supplies of the zombie army. Seeing what Ming had done, hearing what Ming was thinking, the audience was once again greatly shocked. Holy, it was clearly Ming who destroyed the worm eggs, yet he still wants to use them to make the Worm Clan and the zombie army share an unshakable blood feud. This guy is really letting himself go, so vicious and venomous. I love it. Manipulating both the zombie army and the Worm Clan in the palm of your hand, dominating hearts and minds, and controlling the battlefield. This is simply a heart demon. This nickname is good. Heart demon, Su Ming is so apt. The Caesar's kingdom is the heart demon's battle to seal the god. And when Su Ming's troops covered up and killed the zombie army, everyone saw it clearly. The worm troops were in the midst of retreating. Crap. The CCTV host frowned tightly as he assessed the battle situation. The Worms clan is certainly powerful, but the troop types are single and lack the diversity of a large army, while the zombie troops are mixed, with both meat-shield zombie bears, long-range troops from the Naga zombie demons, and air forces like the two-headed zombie dragons, which can be described as a trinity of land, sea, and air. Su Ming's plan of trying to strike back and forth with the Worm clan is afraid that it will fall through. Well, it's more than that. Professor Shen snorted coldly. In my opinion, Su Ming's judgment is very accurate. This scale Wormfire Eater is definitely an extremely intelligent NPC lord. It's playing a trick. It's not even going all out to attack the camp. It's merely feinting. Oh, why is the professor so judgmental? Because the worms that were thrown into the battlefield were very slippery and simply refused to fight for their lives. Professor Shen immediately pointed out a few details. Look, their formation is a round formation, not a frontal formation or a scattered line. Circular formations are defensive formations in any tactical system. Their main forces are making holes, obviously ready to slip away at any time, so they're preparing their retreat in advance. The host lamented. What the professor said is very true. This batch of worms, they are really cunning and not at all as naive and cute as the Velvet People's Resistance. Professor Shen shook his head. The Velvet People's Resistance army isn't naive. They just unconditionally trust our Dragon Kingdom's allies, so they don't play with their hearts and are willing to show uncapped sincerity of cooperation with us. But the Worm clan, that's really quite a deep heart. But fortunately, Su Ming's plan is better. The professor smiled. Everyone, just hold your breath and watch Su Ming perform. Next moment, all the spectators saw that Su Ming signaled Black Goku to turn into a worm and exclaimed in a loud voice, "Warriors of the worms, the zombie legions have ferociously killed most of your children. The only part left are protected by me. Quickly come and join me. We'll combine our efforts to kill through these vicious executioners." Black Goku's hiss resounded through the battlefield. The zombies couldn't understand it, while all the worms heard it clearly. While the worms were in disbelief, Su Ming pulled out his divine acting skills, holding a pile of broken bug eggs in his hand. He climbed up to Black Goku's head and wept with a very emotionally provocative expression. When I arrived at their warehouse, the zombies were gnawing on your bug eggs with gusto. They went so far as to go so far as to take your bug eggs as emergency military rations. The audience was absolutely thrilled by it. How important it is to learn a foreign language. Su Ming is clearly bullying the zombies into not understanding, so he's recklessly socking on their heads. Now the legion of zombies is yellow mud in their pants. It's either or it's not. Su Ming's acting skills are also too explosive. Why didn't I realize before that this kid was actually a theater master? Sure enough, no one who can make it as a big anchor is a savior. And Su Ming's performance had really worked. Chapter 153, Worms on the Move. Hiss, roar. Despite the language barrier, all the intelligent races that heard the mournful wails of the worms were able to clearly hear the endless grief in the sound. The scale Wormfire Eater, too, let out a berserk hiss like a mighty prison, and it instantly red-warmed. Its entire body was covered in hot, scorching magma, and its eyeballs turned scarlet-colored and bloodshot. There is no creature that can remain calm when they hear that their children are being used as food. Seeing this, Su Ming gave a timely military order. Revenge! We will avenge the children of the worms. Right here. Fight the zombies to the death. He purposely yelled loudly, while at the same time, the 13 type of manhwa had already wielded the sacred scepter fiercely and killed into the Naga Corpse demons troops, beginning an unrelenting mowing and slaughtering. Given that the initial feint of the worm troops was very successful, the zombie army set up a very classic military formation. The zombie bears were in the center as the main attacking force. The Naga zombie demons were in the back as the long-range firepower, and the two-headed zombie dragons were spread out on both flanks as the maneuvering force and flanking cover. So, the Naga Corpse demon was at the back of the room without any protectors. The long-range Naga crossbow shooters and Naga storm mages were all directly strangled by Su Ming's legions of summoners, just like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. There are capable people in the zombie army. Heinz Plague Dragon immediately commanded the two-headed corpse dragon to return to the rescue, attempting to pounce on Su Ming's summoner troops from a low altitude. It's just a shame that the two-headed necromancer, despite having a dragon in its name, is just rubbing it in. They are not true dragons, merely some body parts and flesh-wing stitching monsters, mass-produced monsters in a zombie factory. And what Su Ming was carrying was the powerful long-range unit that posed the greatest threat to these bloated, clumsy air units. Relying on the unlimited mana phrase, the little fox unleashed 9 rings of split lightning towards the two-headed necromantic dragon to her heart's content. A large number of paralyzing grids covered the blackened, two-headed corpse dragon. paralyzing effect takes effect. The two-headed necromantic dragons crashed down, falling to the earth and turning to mush directly under the force of gravity. The two-headed corpse dragons with higher lightning resistance were also sniped hard by the dragon skeleton archer and the dragon skeleton mage. The split arrow and fireball spells that erupted in that instant were like a storm of arrows and a meteor firestorm, inflicting huge kills on the zombie army. And on the front, the frenzied worm troops, too, were already strangling the zombie bears viciously without fear of life and death. Therein lies their advantage. Their extremely high body temperature kills the invading zombie virus, so they are not at all afraid of physical combat with zombie bears. All the viewers of the Gaucho livestream couldn't help but exclaim. The host and the two experts were also fantastic, constantly explaining the excitement of the battlefield. Finally, the curtain fell on the great battle. The three elite zombie lords fled towards the distance, carrying the remnants of their troops. The worm troop and Su Ming's summons were powerless to pursue, because people can fly. Heinz Plague Dragon picked up Iron Fist Bear Grey and Sharpshooter Carlos and directly disappeared into the clouds, while the rest of the zombie troop dispersed in birds and beasts. There's no need to chase after them. They're no longer a climate. Su Ming dissuaded the scale insect fire eater, who was intent on chasing and killing to vent his anger, and then unloaded the remaining one-third of the bug eggs, all of which were unloaded from the divine artifact, carrying world, and said with a straight face, "When I arrived at the warehouse, there were only these bug eggs left. Your Excellency should still prioritize escorting these children back to hatch, and there is no need to rush the hatred with the zombie army." The Worm Lord was sluggish, collected his claws and teeth, and wailed painfully, "It is all because we were slack in guarding at that time, so that the zombies captured these children. They even fell into the food of the zombies. Abominable, hateful. Our Worm Clan swears to make no peace with the zombie army." After he finished venting his emotions, he looked deeply at Su Ming without any doubt. "Your Excellency has already proven your sincerity with a life-sacrificing battle. We, the Worm Clan, are willing to build a united front with you and the Velvet Folk Resistance Army." A message immediately came from Su Ming's professional panel. Reminder, you have completed the hidden quest Worm Gothic. You have successfully broken through the temporary zombie camp, defeating the zombie bear Lord Bear of Iron Fist, Grey, the Naga zombie demon Lord Sharpshooter, Carlos, and the two-headed zombie dragon Lord Bear of Iron Fist, Grey, and the integrity of the worm troop is above 60%. You will get extra points for the college entrance examination, 100 points. Your reputation among the hidden forces, the fire-thirsty worms, rises to reverence. You have unlocked a range of shopping discounts and military recruitment qualifications under the Veneration Prestige. Su Ming looked at the long list of rewards and let out a long breath, the corners of his lips curling slightly. To willingly take the odd risk to fight to the death is finally worth it. With the extra 100 points, this time my bet with Zheng Kancheng should be 10 out of 10, right? No, we can't slack off. Su Ming frowned slightly and glanced at the Naga corpse demon corpses all over the ground, revealing a wary look. I have to admit, the Naga corpse demon clan is really powerful. Their storm mage damage is really high. It's fortunate that we are covering up from the rear. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the 500 Velvet Folk troops I recruited would have suffered heavy losses, and Zheng Kancheng's Sea Demon Lord is able to turn them into a vassal race unconditionally. I wonder how many points he has now. He should be doing the hidden quests as well? Audience. Put. Host. Ha. Su Ming's students' worries. I'm afraid they can't come true. The pop-up immediately turned into a sea of joy. Su Ming is hitting the target minions in the void. If he knows that his enemy has turned into the Clown Emperor, he really doesn't know what to think. Su Ming is still struggling with Zheng Kancheng as an imaginary enemy. Unbeknownst to him, Zheng Kancheng is already on the verge of becoming the father of a group of baby spiders. Oh no! Male mom. No boy mommy. No boy mommy. World-famous paintings, Young Konsung's Journey is the Sea. And all of the spectators began to look forward to the variables that Su Ming's battle would bring to the kingdom of Caesar. Apparently, the fire-thirsty worms have been spurred on by the hatred of their country and are determined to fight the legions of zombies. And their joining would bring an entirely new troop type to Su Ming or the anchor base of the end times, which would greatly change the current pattern of military power between the two sides. Su Ming also sincerely inquired of the other party. Your Excellency the Worm Lord, there are two choices before you now. 1. Is to immediately depart and head to the anchor of the end times base to join the Velvet Folk Resistance camp. Right now they are facing a deadly threat from the zombie legions. But of course, our attack on this base has successfully helped them reduce some of the threat. I'll write you a letter of introduction. Just give it to the undead old Meow Caesar and they'll trust you. The second is to travel with me on the guerrilla path. Chapter 154, Stormy Worms, Digging Worms. Without hesitating, the Worm Lord said morosely, all our blood burns. Only the heads of the zombie legions can cool our molten hearts. System alert, fire-thirsty worm troopers have joined your team. They are your allies, and you have the right of command suggestion, and must convince the other side's commander, the Scale Worm Fire Eater, to order the other side to follow your command. The fire-thirsty worm troopers are 312 stormworms and 45 digging worms. Su Ming was overjoyed and arched his hand. With your excellency the fire eater joining us, our guerrilla warfare force has grown again. Next, with our expert efforts, we will definitely be able to drive the zombie army out of the third layer of the abyss. Here, it will be turned back into a happy land where the velvet people and worms rule together. This comment went deep into the hearts of the worms. The velvet folk ruled the above-ground world. The worms plowed the underground world. And both sides were distinct and non-aggressive. This was the division of power they were most looking forward to. Su Ming also immediately flipped through the professional panel to watch the attributes of the stormworms and digging worms troop types. Stormy worms, troop type description, the main combat troop of the fire-thirsty worm clan, with extremely high blood volume, high defense, extremely fast recovery speed, and the special ability to travel underground. Attributes, strength 120, physique 200, agility 120. Spirit 50. Damage type, physical and enchanted fire. Ability 1. Heart of molten fire. A pyrophagus worm can consume the magma ability stored within its body and burn itself, resulting in a 30% enhancement to attack and defense. When the magma is depleted, it needs to be replenished by going back to the magma sea at the center of the earth. Ability 2. Molten fireball. A fire-thirsty worm can eject magma stored within its body, dealing explosive damage to enemies while forming a molten earth that deals constant burning damage to enemies above it. Awesome. It's simply an all-round elite soldier. Su Ming swallowed his saliva with difficulty, almost dancing with excitement. Not bad for a hidden powers ace in the hole. These stormworms were literally flawless melee troopers, high defense, thick blood, fast movement speed, and the ability to hide underground in times of danger, as well as having explosive output and long-range ranged strikes. No shortcomings at all. The only flaw is that they're too big, and that's their strongest advantage, as being big means being strong in siege warfare. Su Ming looked at the earth-digging worms, again, and these guys were actually rare engineers. Their attributes are irrelevant, as no commander is likely to spare these baby bumps to be cannon fodder on the battlefield. They possessed a strong divine skill. Ability 2. Worm Impact Drill. A digging worm's mouthparts can morph into a super drill, thus rapidly digging an underground tunnel for the worm troopers to hide, evade, relocate, and sneak up on them. An expert in digging tunnels, Su Ming looked at these digging worms with great satisfaction, his eyes flashing. It's a pity that Caesar's kingdom is only a virtual copy. So even though I went through the trouble of obtaining these digging worms, I simply couldn't bring them back to reality. Otherwise, the digging worms are definitely worth investing a lot of resources in, and are powerful engineers that can be used for a lifetime. Su Ming wasn't the only one who marveled at the power of the two types of soldiers of the fire-thirsty worm clan. The CCTV studio was also filled with awe. The host staggered. This worm impact drill skill, is it fictionalized in the replica, or does it exist in reality? This is simply a strategic skill. The two experts looked at each other, both full of confusion. I'm sorry, Professor Shen said sincerely. If it was a copy of Caesar's kingdom from previous years, I would tell you with certainty, it must be fictional, because I've never seen these guys in my decades of life. But as we all know, this year's kingdom of Caesar is a mutated version, recoded and generated after incorporating the cognition and memories of the immortal old Meow His Excellency Caesar. Yeah, true or false, who knows? Another expert also murmured, but I personally feel that the flame-thirsty worm clan is bound to be real, and these skills, I guess, probably have an element of processing. Professor Shen smiled faintly. Besides, the soil of the third level of the abyss, Corpse Nest, is basically fertile volcanic ash with loose soil, and subject to hundreds or thousands of years of cultivation by worms. The bottom of the ground is originally filled with various porous structures, so in that world, drilling is much easier. If we were to come to our blue planet, which is filled with solid rock cooled by crustal lava, I think that the worm impact drill might not be able to drill. Makes sense. As the crowd chatted idly, they glanced at Su Ming's troops. After a great battle, one must repair. Su Ming also took out a batch of bulk purchased fresh beef from the blue planet from the divine artifact, Carry-On Space, and handed it over to these worm troops who were willing to follow him into battle. And he himself took out a barbecue grill and cozied up to the battlefield of blood and fire and started grilling meat, enjoying life beautifully. After a series of great battles and staying up all night marching, Su Ming himself was extremely tired, so he didn't want to immediately expand the results of the battle, but instead wanted to recuperate in place. The scale worm fire eater has a unique cooking technique. He directly spits out a molten fireball, nimbly let it roll on the raw beef, directly made iron ball grill. Then he sprinkled some very irritating sulfur powder, sprinkled on the beef, and feasted on it, chewing on the roast beef. It was mesmerized. My, what a delicious flavor. Is this the cuisine of the other world? Su Ming glanced at it. I thought you all ate it raw after all. After all, we're more hideous looking? Look like savages? The Worm Lord scoffed. That's just otherworldly discrimination. Any intelligent race would choose cooked food over raw food, just like no one would stand if you could lie down. Because it's a universal truth, conserving energy is the first priority of all creatures. The first priority of all creatures. Individuals may have differences, but as a group, any race that doesn't know how to conserve energy has died out over a long period of evolution and survival. And in the words of us worm scientists, it's called natural selection. The Worm Lord spoke eloquently. Su Ming pondered. So Darwin's theory of evolution was also born in your civilization. I see. What followed was a time of verbal sparring between the elites of the two otherworldly civilizations. They conversed with each other, exchanging ideas from different worlds and civilizations, and occasionally making witty remarks, which caused the Blue Star audience to feel a sense of emotion. And in the meantime, young Kong-sung has done it again. Showing how competitive the high school comedian is for ratings, he's starting to give birth to baby spiders. Chapter 155, The Road to Bugmaster? It all started with one of Zhang Kongqing's. Hiccup. He burped contentedly after taking a piece of hamburger meat from the item bar and feasting on it. It's this burp that's causing problems. Zhang Kongqing suddenly felt some tickling in his throat and couldn't help but cough violently. Then from his esophagus, he coughed out a cute little clear-eyed arachnid. It had to be said that even though the other party was a demonic creature, it was stupidly cute and adorable, especially those big buring eyes, which were simply a collection of various gems such as diamonds, onyx, amber and pearls. Zhang Kongqing instinctively wanted to stomp on it, but an innate motherliness grew in his heart. He instinctively hovered his raised foot, and looked at the little arachnid in confusion. With its 4 eyes. Oh no! The little arachnid has 6 eyeballs. To be precise, it should be 8 eyes. Zhang Kongqing's eyes became filled with fatherly love, and he also clearly felt a psychic link appear between him and the little arachnid. He couldn't help but pick up the little arachnid and grunted softly in his mouth. Baby good. Baby good. Baby fight bad guys with daddy. Viewers. Put. This one has been mind-controlled by an arachnid. A series of Scarlet System alert fonts also appeared on the parental alert interface of the live broadcast. Attention, this candidate, Zhang Kongqing, has been affected by the arachnid's power of parasitic seduction and has a plus 150% favorability towards the arachnid. Warning, all the little arachnids parasitized in Zhang Kongqing's body are beginning to hatch. Parents are asked to consider suspending the entrance exam and treating the candidate for psychic trauma. Mutation, given that Zhang Kongqing possesses the hidden profession of Sea Demon Lord, he possesses a certain level of intimidating control over all creatures in the ocean. And the arachnid lord that parasitized Zhang Kongqing is of the sea spider lineage, possessing a weak marine life bloodline. Coupled with the fact that the arachnid demon was conceived and hatched by Zhang Kongqing, they had an innate 50-point affinity with each other. Therefore, Zhang Kongqing possesses absolute control over the little arachnid demon. For a moment, all the spectators were dumbfounded. I've got a white blue. Will not really let Zhang Kongqing's salted fish turn over, right? No soldiers, no generals, Zhang Kongqing on their own to give birth to a number of These arachnids, all the children of higher arachnid lords, are definitely extremely strong soldiers. I didn't realize that Zhang Kongqing was blessed by a disaster and was about to become the father of 10,000 arachnids, commanding a troop of arachnid babies that he and the arachnid mothers had given birth to together. Ha 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 ha. Now I'm really looking forward to what Zhang Kongqing will do next. I didn't realize that Zhang Kongqing had turned into a bugman, and that he had taken the arachnid baby away from the arachnid queen. Put. Zhang Kongqing was probably too full and couldn't help but fart. As a result, a fart crashes out another baby arachnid. The second baby arachnid also looked up at her male mother with the clear eyes of a bling bling bling. Zhang Kongqing's face instantly rose to a pig's liver color as he realized everything in hindsight. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of the viewers who watched the live broadcast of his high school exams, and thought of their possible bad words, and instinctively muttered to himself, I shouldn't have already been reduced to a clown on the global internet, right? I'm a handsome and dashing beautiful man, but I actually keep hatching arachnid babies. Surely it's ruining my image as a male god, right? When these words came out, all the people watching the live stream instantly tensed up. The CCTV host raised his right hand violently and covered his mouth with a deadly grip, strictly preventing himself from laughing out loud. Once he really didn't hold it in, it would have meant a fatal on-air accident, and the host would have been docked his pay and bonus 100% of the time. The experts also looked at each other, speechless by Zhang Kongqing's performance, and the audience didn't care. They were pounding their chests and laughing their asses off. Yes, you've been crowned Clown King, and you're really self-aware, and know how the sand sculptor's internet friends think. A male god? This one really has no face. Who dares to say he's not a male god? The arachnid queen fell in love with him at first sight and said on the spot that she was willing to let him give birth to baby spiders. This is simply a top-notch chimera, alright. It was only after a long time that Zheng Kongcheng gritted his teeth and made a decision. I actually managed to control these baby arachnids by a fluke. This is a great chance, sensei, for whatever reason. Anyway, I have my own original class, so as long as I control them properly, I can make my first bucket of money. Even if I have to be a clown, I'll still become the clown emperor. Ambitious. In the weak water clan, his mother Zhang Lirong was very satisfied. The so-called beauty and ugliness is only a momentary concept. Meaningless. The only thing that is eternal is being powerful. So what if it's a spider demon? As long as they are willing to submit, they can also be utilized. Now you can completely take the route of the Yi Bugmaster, harnessing the puppet insect race and counterattacking the kingdom of Caesar. Wu Mengshi also said excitedly, that kid Kong Chang, he finally has another chance to turn the tables. Great. Now Su Ming won't be able to monopolize the top spot exclusively. On the side, Bu and Yen was calmly reminding them of something, but the newly hatched little arachnid demons, they're all in a hatchling state. Only level 1. Lilian Zhang, Wu Mengshi. Their smiles came to a screeching halt and froze on their faces. It is impossible for any cub to develop combat prowess right after birth. The tougher the race, the more so. For example, human pups have a long childhood period, while dragon pups can even have a hatchling period of up to 100 years. While the weak water family was tangled up over Zheng Kongcheng, Su Ming had already rested and set off on a new journey with an allied army of 500 Velvet Folk Resistance Army and 357 worms. After completing the hidden mission and adding an extra 100 points, Su Ming's high school score was already way ahead of the pack, as high as 609 points, and it was bound to continue to climb rapidly in the next few moments as Su Ming's team became even stronger. Let's continue to focus on Su Ming. He will likely set a brand new record for test scores and completion. The expert surname Shen said expectantly. This kind of snowballing, general battle-by-battle method of rating is extremely rare. Everything has to be attributed to Su Ming's special summon, the giant monkey that he nicknamed Black Wukong. Yes, it's simply an all-purpose translator that can communicate with any race without any language barriers at all. The host was envious, as Su Ming's first summon. It is truly all-powerful. What's more, it can even directly engage 12 doppelgangers, all of which exist as front-row meat shields, which is really outrageous. The internet rumors have it that this summon of Su Ming's is legendary grade. What do the experts think? It's at least legendary grade, and I even think it might be demigod grade, Professor Shen said with a straight face. Even, I personally believe that it possesses the potential to become a god-level summon. Chapter 156, Breaking the Case, a god-level summon? The CCTV host revealed a shocked look. I believe that all the netizens are as curious as I am. From which channel did Su Ming get it in the first place? According to official records, Su Ming's 9 years of compulsory education, all of the formal student loan channels, never faked, everything is clearly verifiable. Furthermore, all of Su Ming's classmates can testify that at the very beginning, Su Ming's initial summoner was only a C-rank macaque monkey. The host's face was filled with amazement, but what was eventually presented in the Yigun Demon Fortress was the divine monkey that rose up to the 1,000 sticks, Black Wukong. All the viewers are curious as to how a C-rank macaque monkey evolved into Black Wukong. Could you ask the two experts to give a couple of ideas? Professor Shen, who was highly respected, said with a light demeanor, on the path of a professional, anything is possible. Who says poor students can't make a comeback? I do know a few methods of mutating summons, and I'll say it for everyone to hear, just for fun, because those are all strange encounters, and the probability is too low. Wash your ears, the host added with a beaming smile. Given that most of the candidates are now waiting for the second wave of the siege at the Mordecai anchor base, Su Ming is on a boring march, and the famous comedian, Mr. Zheng Kongcheng, is still hatching little arachnids and trying to cobble together a troupe. There's not much to see, so why don't we just have a little bit of entertaining gossip? Oh, it's really good to engage in entertaining gossip when it's a formal live show of the college entrance exams? The expert also smiled and clucked his tongue. No problem. The host's lips curled slightly. As a matter of fact, this year, due to the existence of a star examinee, Su Ming, the ratings are quite bombastic. The ratings of our college entrance exam live channel across the country have actually broken 5, surpassing all the cultural and entertainment productions. And the most terrifying thing was the global ratings. There are actually a whole 40 million viewers on the extranet, locked onto Su Ming's live channel at all times. So powerful? Su Ming is actually a big netizen of this level? Prof. Shen was shocked. I've also been doing self-media for 40 years, and my number of followers only totaled 5 million. Ha. It could be that the public is just particularly pampered with talented youngsters, the CCTV host lamented. Incidentally, my personal self-media only has 200,000 followers, so I can only say that we can't compare to Su Ming even if we add up. The crowd laughed out loud, and the viewers watching the live stream were all a little saddened. Professor Shen quickly balanced his mind and sighed heartily. Actually, that was all the treatment and benefits Su Ming deserved. After all, we are all too mediocre, completely lacking the shocking achievement of breaking the record of the Gun Demon Fortress, or the great deed of slaying 1,000 devils in the Abyssal Battlefield number 037, and gaining the recognition of the undead heavenly plague coronet. But when it comes to experience and insight, I'm confident that I'm one step ahead of Su Ming. So let me guess how a C-grade macaque evolved into Black Wukong. Prof. Shen smiled as he kanjied. The most likely reason for this is that Su Ming's two parents might have left him a trophy from the abyss, such as a Demon King crystallization or a Heart of the Abyss. After all, both of Su Ming's parents died in battle and sacrificed their lives for their country. Both of them are martyrs. As former professionals, it's normal for them to leave Su Ming a treasure that protects him, right? Professor Shen spread his hands. The Demon King crystals are able to make a summoned dark evolution, while the Heart of the Abyss can make a summoned demonic transformation. If Su Ming had heard Professor Shen's remarks, he would have been very shocked. This was because it was by relying on the legendary gold word from the Divine Magnificence system that he had bestowed upon the C-ranked macaque, Dark Evolution, which was what ultimately allowed it to mutate into the Black Goku. The host tersely sighed. A divine material like the Demon King crystals hasn't appeared for over 50 whole years, and the last time the Heart of the Abyss appeared was 20 years ago, fetching a sky-high price of $5.3 billion. Professor Shen smiled faintly. So it's all a strange encounter. Also, Su Ming might have accidentally awakened his talent when he used the Summoner Profession card. The professor said with a straight face, there are some people that are just naturally suited to be summoners. For example, I heard that there is a summoner talent called genetic mutation that allows all of one's summoners to undergo a directional mutation when signing a contract. The mutation is uncontrollable, and it can't be said that it will become stronger or weaker. Maybe Su Ming was lucky and happened to mutate a C-grade macaque into a legendary Black Wukong. The CCTV host asked. So, is there a possibility that the summoner transfer card that Su Ming used is actually a hidden profession card? A netizen named Shen Zimo left a message asking about it while interacting with our official blog. Shen Zimo, naturally, is Shen Zimo's network ID. He had been obsessed with the ownership of that summoner transfer card. Therefore, Shen Zimo hated Su Ming, who had taken away his chance, as well as Zhao Moyu, who had done a poor job. Of course, he had deliberately forgotten one basic fact. Zhao Moyu had reported this matter to him, and had also privately asked if he would continue to raise the price, while Shen Zimo was not willing to add extra money, so he patted it down and gave up. The decision maker should have been him, Shen Zimo, not Zhao Moyu, who was merely acting as a secretary and errand runner. Absolutely impossible. Professor Shen faintly snorted. As far as I know, there does not exist any hidden summoner profession in the world that is capable of mutating a C-ranked macaque monkey into the Black Wukong. Since it doesn't exist, what's the point of talking about hidden profession cards? Moreover, we've been watching Su Ming battle for 48 hours. Professor Shen snorted as he rebutted Shen Zimo. The global audience has seen it with their own eyes. Su Ming doesn't have any hidden profession skills at all. All he has performed are the most common ordinary summoner skills. Moreover, Su Ming obviously didn't learn all of them, probably because he didn't want to invest too many resources in ordinary summoner skills. The CCTV host pondered. What you mean is that Su Ming is also still searching for a hidden profession that suits him? While another expert interjected. I seem to have noticed that when Su Ming was fighting, as the corners of his clothes fluttered, a trinket was exposed. It seems to be a blank transformation crystal. Shen Zimo in front of the screen was struck by lightning. His body was shaking like a sieve, because he had also noticed that when Su Ming stepped onto the examination room, he was indeed wearing a trinket similar to a blank transfer crystal, and this was something he had seen with his own eyes. So, it turned out that since the beginning, Su Ming was just an ordinary summoner who hadn't taken away his chance at all. Shen Zimo's spiritual pillar instantly collapsed. He had thought that if he had obtained that chance, the one who became the object of everyone's attention at this moment would be himself. But now, it turned out that he and Su Ming were obviously at the same starting line, still attending the same school, and even his family conditions were thousands of times better than Su Ming. But he, himself, was far inferior to him. Chapter 157, The Military Academy of the Hunting Ground has a great eye. To be able to achieve what he has today with just an ordinary summoner profession, it can be seen that Su Ming is indeed powerful, and perhaps also harbors strange encounters unknown to us. The CCTV host sighed. Perhaps, we are really witnessing a rising star. That said, I'd like to share an anecdote. Professor Shen smiled faintly. It was widely rumored online that Su Ming had been rejected by the Hunting Country Military Academy, while Yan Huang Military Academy was very interested in recruiting Su Ming. The host blushed and inquired in a low voice, is this something that can be said? That is, after all, The Hunt Country Military School A, the famous Dragon Country's #1 military school, the cradle and alma mater of countless heroes. Oh, not anytime soon, Prof. Shen said with a firm voice. There is no eternity for the king's power, let alone the title of the first military academy. There won't be anyone who thinks that the Hunt Country Military Academy can still win the top spot in the Global Military Academy Grand Exercise this year, right? In the midst of all the audience's attention, Professor Shen very boldly snorted. I'll just say it plainly. If the Hunting Country Military Academy doesn't hang around in the grand exercise this year, it's considered a victory alright. The host and another expert were shocked. Is the Hunting Country Military Academy, nowadays, already so weak? They were all well aware of Prof. Shen's other identity, the vice president of the Global Abyss Monitoring Organization. It is because of the honorable status that one can ignore the influence and deterrence from the Hunting Military Academy and speak the truth as one pleases. I'll say an extremely simple fact. And you guys will know that the Hunting Country Military Academy is now rotten to the roots. Professor Shen snorted coldly. I think that when Su Ming broke the copy record of the Hegun Demon Fortress, and was thus renowned worldwide, the Hunting Country Military Academy and Yen Huan Military Academy rushed to the Northern Liang Academy at the same time to try to specially recruit Su Ming. However, Prof. Shen said contemptuously, who knows what exactly happened during that time, but the special enrollment spot ended up in the hands of another student. It's hard for me to imagine that there really is another student in the world who can be better than Su Ming, so I rushed to check the other person's identity and background. Oh, the only son of a big power leader, and never once beat Su Ming in grades in his 3 years of high school. Moderator, another expert. The audience also looked contemptuous. The Hunting Military Academy should be finished. Heroes lay down their lives to die and make a name for their alma mater, but they use it to engage in that whole selling out thing, using the special enrollment quota for profit instead of cultivating outstanding talents. It's really damned. This is simply a betrayal of the Dragon Kingdom, Professor Shen said disdainfully. Now, I ask the managers of the Hunting Country Military Academy to take a good look at Su Ming's performance, and I want to ask them if they regret it now. The host smiled. If I remember correctly, in the Global Military School Grand Exercise, there will be a competition for new students as a way to test how much importance universities place on their student population, and Su Ming will be a decisive force no matter which military school he puts his name under. Yeah, another expert also said with great agreement. Which freshman is able to defeat the giant monkey summoner of Su Ming's? And who is able to powerfully shake that skeleton army of Su Ming's? And so, immediately, a number of reporters hit the press office at the Huntington Military Academy. However, the replies received were all the same. I don't know the specifics. I'm not sure of the ins and outs. I don't know if there is a plan to specially recruit Su Ming. I'm sorry to say that. Please look for the relevant people. Thank you for your cooperation. The journalists were dumbfounded and all but helpless. People can only sigh with emotion. The Hunting Country Military Academy. It's so visionary and spicy. I hope they can win good results in the global grand maneuver as always. Understanding, respect, and blessings. Stay. Nightfall. Su Ming finished his rest and set off on a long journey with his newly joined worm tribe. At the same time, the rest of the candidates anchor of the End Times bases also received a second wave of zombie attacks. Everyone's attention was then focused on the No. 1 seeded player Jitiani, 479 points, and the No. 4 seeded player Moronshu Mi, 537 points. Let's overlook the battlefield and observe the troop composition of the zombie forces. The CCTV host shook his spirit and introduced it with passion. All the candidates' copies of Caesar's Kingdom are the same, and the zombies attacking the city have. Wow, it's actually a troll zombie grinder. Into the eyes of the global audience, it is up to 5 meters high horror giant zombie. All of its skin is covered with muscle. The body is full of dense sarcoma. Look extraordinarily hideous and horrible. The Crusher Walker roared into the fray, shattering the boulders beside the trench with a single punch, then lifting a piece of rubble high into the air and slamming it hard against the walls. Bang! The rubble crashed against the walls, and an unlucky velvet resistance soldier was brutally beaten to a sieve by the splinters. Professor Shen analyzed with a grave expression. The zombie army's tentative attack is over, and they are starting to put their real elite main force into the battlefield. All the candidates will face a tough test. I'll make a prediction. After the second wave of zombie attack ends, the remaining candidates will be less than 5%. Yeah, more than just the threat of the grinders hitting the front. There are far more corpse demon mages, zombie bears, and ghouls at the back than in the first wave, and there are even, wow, 2-headed ghoul dragons. The host sighed repeatedly. These candidates aren't Su Ming. The 2-headed ghoul dragons simply aren't something they can touch. That's right, Prof. Shen also cautiously issued a warning to all parents. All parents, please pay attention. The 2-headed corpse dragons are dangerous creatures with high attacks and high blasts for the candidates at this stage, and the slightest mishap could result in your child's death. In case they don't make it in time to exit the exam, please make an immediate decision and press the emergency abandonment button. Many viewers, especially foreign viewers, couldn't help but question. Ming just easily resolved a large group of two-headed corpse dragons. You bricklayers, you're underestimating the other candidates, aren't you? Although they have high offense, they are brittle. If Ming was able to quickly kill them in seconds, the other candidates must be able to do the same. However, soon this group of skeptics had a facepalm moment, when the two-headed corpse dragon made a surprise attack on the eastern wall. A large group of level 20 berserker bowmen fired towards the sky in an attempt to block the attack. Most of the candidates, however, realized the threat of these guys and ran towards the east wall to launch a siege in conjunction with the long-range forces of the Velvet People's Resistance. But when their crossbows hit the body of the two-headed necromancer, ding 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 ding, the crisp clash of metal, as if it were a shrill death, announced the fate of the group of defenders. What? Unable to break the defense? All the spectators were horrified by this, and all the candidates were erect. Chapter 158, The Gap Between Genius and Mediocrity. Professor Shen's light explanation quickly answered their questions. Two-headed necromantic dragons. Since the name hides the word dragon, it means that when they were manufactured in the zombie factories, dragon scale skin was added. Unfortunately, the flimsy arrows of the berserker's archers were unable to break through the dragon scales of the two-headed corpse dragon. So many of the candidates will have their endgame. The professor's words fell. The two-headed corpse dragon had then spewed down a massive amount of plague poisonous mist, enveloping the anchor of the end times base. A large number of velvet folk were poisoned, and their blood level could not stop dropping as if a floodgate had been opened, and soon they were left with only the last one drop of blood. That's the two-headed corpse dragon's signature technique, fierce poison. Professor Shen's voice was calm. It has a miraculous effect on flesh and blood creatures, roughly 50 points per second at a horrifying rate of blood loss, and if you haven't mastered the ability to dispel it, then the blood level will quickly drop to 1 drop of blood. Of course, the fierce poison is not lethal. You can still live on the last 1 drop of blood. The host sighed. So that's how it is. Everyone was fooled by Ming's devastating slaughter. So it turns out that the two-headed corpse dragon is really fierce, and deserves to be a high-level troop type that dominates layer 3 of the abyss. Professor Shen nodded his head. That fox summon of Ming's was able to release the 9 consecutive rings of split lightning that possessed a wide range of paralyzing effects, thus causing the two-headed corpse dragon to crash and fall to its death. And those skeleton soldiers of his had no flesh and blood and were unaffected by the fierce poison. Therefore, everyone has misunderstood the strength of the two-headed corpse dragon. Although the two-headed ghoul dragon is a soft target under the schoolmasters, it's a deadly monster for the scums, a wall that can't be tipped over. Another expert also sighed. This is a microcosm of the gap between geniuses and mediocre people in the era of universal transfer. Prof. Shen very much agrees. Geniuses are able to raid high difficulty copies at an early stage, thus winning lucrative rewards and owning equipment with luxurious attributes, so they are able to easily continue to raid stronger copies and acquire more advanced equipment. It's a snowballing virtuous cycle. And ordinary professionals, first of all, it is very difficult to obtain a copy pass, often only have 2 basic copy adventure qualifications a year, but because their skills are weak and their equipment sucks, the earnings from clearing 1 copy after deducting potions and equipment loss often have extremely low earnings, or even negative earnings, and they can't improve their skills and equipment, and they may even need to sell their equipment to buy consumables such as potions and scrolls. Prof. Shen shook his head. This is a vicious cycle that is getting worse and worse. Thus, the Matthew effect, where the strong are always stronger and the weak get weaker, has become the main theme of this era. In their comments, a large number of candidates were defeated by the two-headed ghoul dragon and had no choice but to opt out of the entrance exams and settle their evaluations and marks. Most of the candidates who were able to get to this stage possessed a guaranteed score of 400+ and could already get into a regular university. The candidates who could survive the second wave of zombie attacks would be favored by the major military schools. Let's focus on Ji Tianyi, the one-seeded player, who seems to be in trouble. The CCTV host suddenly raised his voice and said with a shocked face, "It wouldn't be a black swan event and the one-seated player flipped his car, right?" Everyone looked over, only to see Ji Tianyi's machine gun soldiers also retreating under the attack of the two-headed corpse dragon. Even casualties have started to occur continuously. This candidate, who possessed the hidden profession, Divine Mechanic Warlord, was also in a state of anxiety. One could only say that he was too unlucky. Originally, after he saw the two-headed necromantic dragon land on the east wall, he immediately made a trade-off, giving up on the east wall and waiting for the undead old Meow Caesar to save it. Even if he cast his final means dash, retreating holy flame dash, demon retreat sacred flame, superb kill, it doesn't matter at all. But what a coincidence! When the eastern wall collapsed, the Velvet People's Resistance was defeated and many of the troops began to scatter and flee. Survival was human nature, and no one could possibly criticize the routed soldiers harshly. After all, in front of a demonic creature that could not break its defense, resistance was meaningless, and a group of berserkers bowmen who had been hit by the fierce poison fled to the vicinity of Ji Tiany's 500 machine gun soldiers in a panic. Ji Tiany's face turned green at that moment, because it was known that fierce poison belonged to the plague system of skills and was contagious. As it happened, Ji Tiany's machine gun soldiers were in an excellent formation, neatly outputting on the walls and standing in a very compact position, with extremely short spacing between each other, which could be considered as the best contagion target. The ending is predictable. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of machine gunners were bloodied under the fierce poison before being killed in seconds by the attack of the rest of the zombie troops. Ji Tiany's machine gunnery unit, which he had painstakingly cared for nearly 60 hours, was brutally killed by 129 two-headed corpse dragons in just 3 minutes. The host was overwhelmed with emotion. It's like a bicycle that you've worked hard to oil and maintain, and someone else just stands up and pedals it. Ji Tiany's heart must be broken. It would have been difficult for him to train 500 level 1 machine gunners in a high-intensity battle by himself. Another expert didn't feel surprised. This outburst may seem like a coincidence, but it's actually inevitable, because a battlefield where blood and flesh are flying around is never a game of playing house. It is inherently filled with all sorts of chance events. I think Ji Tiany is taking things a little too for granted. Yeah, he was too superstitious about his abilities. That's why he lost badly. Professor Shen smiled and said, but I think that after not being hamstrung by those 500 machine gun soldiers, the divine mechanical warrior's greatness will be unleashed instead. Let's talk about it later then. And let's see how no. Foreseed Morong Shwedao performs. The host revealed a surprised expression. She's actually hiding such a skill? Wow, that's amazing. Only to see that Morong Shwe dance actually didn't stay on the city wall to sing after activating the singer skill, but instead ran to the east city wall to do a soul-stirring hot dance. Singer not only has a variety of auxiliary brothers, but also a dance of seduction. As we all know, the dragon race has an unspeakable characteristic called dragon nature is lustful. So when they saw the magnificent and voluptuous Morong Shwe dancing seductively under the songwriter's skill enhancement, the two-headed corpse dragons, who were downright negatively resistant to beauty color, were collectively trapped. As they headed towards their compatriots, they then killed them ferociously, colliding with the giant zombies, crushers. Thus, Morong Shwe dance won big. Her hot and steamy seductive dance, which also made male viewers around the world gulp wildly, instantly took the internet by storm. Thus, when the second wave of the siege ended, everyone's test scores were instantly refreshed. Ji Tiany, 579 points. He had only earned 100 guaranteed points. Morong Snow Dance, 667 points. She won perfectly and thus received extra bonus points. Chang Kong Chang, 159 points. Chapter 159, Su Ming's Grand Hegemony. The CCTV host rubbed his eyes incredulously. Zheng Kongchang was deducted 100 points. Does that mean? Right. In his copy of Caesar's Kingdom, the end times anchor base should have fallen, and he did a deserter. So naturally he'll be punitively deducted 100 points. Professor Shen casually bristled. There's nothing strange about that, right? From the beginning to the end, Zheng Kongchang did not contribute a single point to the defense of the city. Moreover, in order to save him earlier, the immortal old Miao even cast the retreating demon Sacred Flame's superb kill. That's right too. The host coughed lightly. It's really saddening that the No. 2-seeded player, Zhang Kongchang, who is a Sea Demon Lord, actually scored such a breathtakingly low score. Don't jump to conclusions yet. Professor Shen, however, said with a straight face, there is a saying that what is lost is gained, and after abandoning the anchor of the end times, Zheng Kongchang already has a group of arachnid troopers with a loyalty of up to 100% as his original team. Moreover, he was about to arrive at the sea. Those waterbenders who mocked Zheng Kongchang as the Clown Emperor. Beware of his return of the king and swelling the faces of everyone here. I hope that student Zheng Kongchang will be able to regroup, but what I'm most worried about right now is, shouldn't it be possible that student Su Ming, too, has been deducted 100 points, right? The host suddenly reminded everyone. Don't forget that he didn't participate in defending the city either. And this time, there's both a giant monster zombie, Grinder, leading the attack on the city, as well as a surprise attack by a strong two-headed corpse dragon troop. Well, let's see Su Ming's score. In the next second, the presenter was dumbfounded and the two experts trembled as if they were having a stroke. A bright red score, jumping across the screen, way ahead, 709. Su Ming was still at the top of the list, riding high, and he hadn't even done anything to add 100 guaranteed test points for nothing. Quick, ask the guy to replay how Su Ming held the anchor base of the end times. Prof. Shen had a look of disbelief on his face, unable to imagine why such a fishy outcome had occurred. The host was also already communicating with the guide room through his headset. Please wait a moment. The guide is already replaying it. And Su Ming's points just now were 609 points, and now they have increased by exactly 100 points. That means that Su Ming, just like Ji Tianyi, cleared the second wave of the zombie siege, but his performance was very poor, so he only has a guaranteed 100 points, and not extra points like Morong Shuedao has extra points. It's really strange and weird. Su Ming never returned to the city at all, but the End Times anchor base miraculously survived. Another expert also had a living hell look on his face. Then what's the point of the other candidates working so hard to fight and die? Everyone monkeys around waiting for the video replay, and the mystery was soon revealed. Why aren't there any two-headed zombie dragons in Su Ming's copy of Caesar's Kingdom? The number of zombie bears is also low. Could it be that the camp that Su Ming and the fire-thirsty worm clan attacked was the main force that attacked the anchor base of the End Times? I remember that Su Ming annihilated a large group of two-headed corpse dragons. After the experts deliberated, they came to a clear conclusion. Yes, Su Ming preempted the most difficult and tricky two-headed corpse dragon. That's why the anchor of the End Times base was solid as a rock and didn't get caught in the sneak attack. The CCTV host also said, it's more than that. The second wave of zombie troops attacking the city became very unscientific in their troop composition due to the lack of two-headed zombie dragons and zombie bears. The defending berserker crossbowmen were able to pour all of their firepower on the heads of the gargoyle zombies, thus quickly killing all of these otherwise threatening giant zombies. This is probably called the butterfly effect, Professor Shen said with emotion. Su Ming's act of sweeping the nearby zombie camps was indeed effective. He managed to purge a large number of potential zombie forces, which is why he won a chance for the anchor of the End Times to catch its breath rest. His special forces tactics had worked, the enemy's vital forces have been crushed, and the legions of zombies besieging the End Times anchor are disintegrating. The audience, too, was finally unraveling, and they were all in for an eye-opener. It's worthy of being the strongest raider slammer capable of breaking the record for a copy of the Group Demon Fortress. Su Ming is always able to walk out of unique paths and find life for high-difficulty copies. Now, it's the turn of the leaders of the Huntington Military Academy to sweat it out. The kudos are like a tidal wave and the honors are pouring in. Once again, Su Ming was unanimously praised by netizens around the world, and everyone saw for the first time the horrific power of a summoner's one-man army. Soon after everyone relocked on Su Ming's perspective, they realized that this kid was going to get rich again. In the midst of the plague season's volcanic ash rampage, Su Ming rode behind the neck of the scale worm fire eater and hid in the bony plates of its neck. The bone plate was used as a windshield by Su Ming, and it was cozy as can be. They marched on, and soon reached a treacherous pass, while a large legion of zombies were fighting in the basin below. I smell the stench of fungus beasts. This legion of zombies is actually Demoness Lilith's direct troops, the fungus beast close guard. The worm lord suspiciously introduced them to Su Ming. They usually arch in the Cloak Mound mausoleum where the witch Lilith's casket is stored, and they don't come out of their doors. So why have they actually come out now? Su Ming said indifferently. Probably he wants to go to the End Times anchor base and completely eliminate the Velvet Folk Resistance Army. After all, in Abyssal Layer 3, the Velvet Folk Resistance Army is the strongest and most active resistance force. It's undoubtedly worth it to temporarily give up the guarding of the mausoleum in order to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Anyway, the witch Lilith isn't really dead, and her true form is only sealed, and the cloak and dagger mound is nothing more than a front. He shrugged his shoulders. The value of garrisoning an empty mausoleum is inherently low, as well. The worm lord nodded his head and pleaded, "Can you tell me which clan those warriors fighting the Myrmidon Konos are from? I cannot see or hear or smell them." The worm's eyesight was poor, as they were a race active underground, living with darkness for years, and their vision had long since deteriorated. Su Ming rubbed his fists together. "Another Abyssal Layer 3 aborigines like yours, the Holy Beetle Tribe. So it's them. I thought all the sacred beetles had been strangled by the zombie legions." The worm lord rounded his eyes and immediately proposed. The sacred beetle tribe possesses strong long-range attack capabilities and is very good at siege warfare. Let's quickly save them and invite them to join our allies. Good, but hold your horses. Those fungus beast proximity guards seem to be quite formidable. We'll have to take it slowly. Su Ming flatly agreed with the scale insect fire eater's strategic suggestion, but thought that the tactics were still debatable. Chapter 160, The First Pussy is Myself? Because Su Ming's first thought was, given that the sacred beetle tribe had a full force and a large number of soldiers, if he directly stepped in to save them, then whose ears should he listen to when the three parties formed an alliance in the future? Based on the simple principle of whoever has the biggest fist is the one in charge, the sacred beetle tribe would definitely be above Su Ming and the fire-thirsty worm clan. Of course, this thought could not be declared to the public, not to the worm lords. Su Ming only gave one reason lightly. We have a small army, so we can't afford to lose. After all, the fungus beast closeguard is extremely tough, and we could lose our entire army if we are not careful. Moreover, the sacred beetle tribe may not be on our side. Who would dare to say that the enemy of the enemy would definitely be a friend? For example, wolves and tigers are fighting to the death. Can a passing sheep be friends with either of them? The scale worm fire eater lord was stunned, and then nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. That makes sense. We should just stand on the sidelines and be the fisherman who benefits from the snipe fight. The audience was overwhelmed with emotion. Su Ming is PUAing you. Worm, you're a high lord in vain, but you're actually so gullible. I say, Your Excellency scale worm fire eater, don't you find this scene familiar? I thought that back then. Su Ming also watched your battle with the zombie army from the sidelines like this, thus causing your battle losses to soar. This kid Su Ming is too good at words and has been latching on to these hillbilly insect clans. Alas, they are too nerdy, huddling in their underground caves every day and not going out. This is the classic geeks being crippled by the sociopath's neglect. However, just as the audience was sighing, Scale Worm Fire Eater suddenly said, "Is this the same way you stood by when you saw us fighting the zombies?" Su Ming was stunned and stared back at the Worm Lord. A pair of dark, innocent eyes, clear and bewildered. 3 pairs of yellow eyes, deep and dark. A wordless silence spreads between each other. CCTV College Entrance Examination Channel is also a dead silence. The host and the 2 experts look at each other, are trying to hold back their laughter, do not dare to speak, for fear of breaking into laughter, and the pop-ups have long since turned into a sea of ecstasy. Ha ha ha, awkwardly. Su Ming is speechless. This kid's trick has been recognized. After all, it's a highly intelligent NPC, and after seeing a familiar scene, there's bound to be a sense of déjà vu. The moment to truly test Su Ming has arrived. How should I fool this humongous general? Once he doesn't cope well, I'm afraid that the alliance will split within itself. And to everyone's surprise, Su Ming actually admitted it graciously. Of course, if it were you, wouldn't you have stood by and watched? At that time, I didn't even know you. And, with all due respect buddy, you worms are hideous and really scary to look at. It took me a long time to determine who was the enemy and who was the friend. The Scale Worm Fire Eater was dumbfounded, and actually nodded his head without the slightest bit of consternation. It's also true that our aesthetics are still too far ahead for the weakling aesthetics of your human race, and you can't appreciate the beauty of hideous violence. I've heard that your human race is popular for the girly beauty of fresh meat. TSK, I'm curious, how did your race continue on without being exterminated by the abyss? Su Ming, CCTV Trio, Dragon Nation viewers. Only after a long time did Su Ming lament, "Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the quick sword." Buddy, I'm actually speechless at this spewing of yours, but honestly this is the aesthetics of the old times. Ever since the abyss invaded, our human race still honors fierce men and fears the strong as always. The pussies have basically been chewed clean by the demons, and all their fans have had a hard time surviving into the new era. And now the most feeble chicken most pansy netroots idle. Su Ming racked his brain. Suddenly a dumbfounded, mouth-spitting funfong said, I hashtag you and percent and asterisk. It seems to be me put. CCTV live channel. The host and the 2 experts collectively did not tense up, laughing out loud together. Alas, I failed my don't laugh challenge. I didn't expect this college entrance exam to be so laugh out loud funny. The host let out a depressed sigh. According to our CCTV's rules, the one I just laughed at would have deducted 1,000 bonus dollars. But I have to say, that dawning realization of Su Ming's look just now, that divine reversal of coming to a conclusion after thinking in a serious manner, is just too laughable. Professor Shen also said, we really should have Zheng Conchang as a comic and Su Ming as a comic to promote our traditional culture of comedy in Dragon Kingdom. These 2 guys, they are really born with comedy genes. Another expert also smiled and said, I have to admit, Su Ming is still quite self-aware. Indeed, amongst the current attention-grabbing big netizens, his level is the lowest, only level 20, so he is indeed the weakest of them all. As for whether the most effeminate is him or not, that's a matter of opinion. This kid is indeed handsome and not rough, belonging to the image of a Confucian-wise general. And Su Ming had already said to the Worm Lord with a straight face, don't worry, I already know about your worries, and the assurance I can give is this, since we have formed an alliance, I will treat you with the same importance as I would a friendly army. Next, in this battle to save the sacred beetle tribe, you will see my sincerity. Good. The Scale Worm Fire Eater gave him a deep look and said no more. Netizens can't help but have different opinions and start to guess what Su Ming's sincerity is. The CCTV host asked, how do the 2 experts view the sincerity Su Ming spoke of? Prof. Shen, you speak first. After sipping a mouthful of cool white boiled water, Professor Shen smiled faintly. It's hard to guess from what I can see, It's mostly likely that there are still a lot of supplies in Su Ming's divine artifact, Carry-On World, that can be shared with them. Or rather, Su Ming might have shared the command of the sacred beetle tribe to this worm lord. Another expert also guessed, could it be that Su Ming is willing to let his precious summonses take the lead and act as meat shields for the fire-loving worms? That would be enough to show sincerity towards an ally. Next moment, the fire-thirsty worms burst into flames, while the audience's mouths straightened. Because of Su Ming's sincerity, he had even entered the game with his own body, personally serving as cannon fodder and a meat shield, charging in the front line and killing the sacred beetles and the fungus beasts near guard. The flame-thirsty worms looked at each other in dismay, and were suddenly greatly moved because Su Ming, as a frail summoner, was actually willing to be the first one to lead his troops into the battlefield without any hesitation, delivering his back to the Worm Clan. What a trust this is! What a sacrifice this is! But the netizens knew it all. This guy Su Ming possessed magic shield and was suspected to have extremely high mana. He was a super law MT who could resist skills and eat damage better than anyone else. Chapter 161, The Sacred Beetle, Clan of the Exploding Worm. Alas, the flame-thirsty worm is shallowly insightful, and was still fooled and crippled by Su Ming. Look at the way they are moved, falling for Su Ming's evil trick. How do they know that there is another legendary skill in the world called Magic Shield, that can allow a professional to follow a path called Legal Defense Corps? If I didn't know Su Ming and wasn't clear about his routines, and then saw with my own eyes a white-clothed summoner charging forward, leading the way, in a heroic manner of 1,000 armies avoiding the white robes, I'm afraid that I would have to throw myself on the ground and submit to his kingly aura. Insight is really too important. The earthy worms of the other world are just suffering from the loss of not seeing. Soon, Su Ming's summoner troops had fought with the fungus beast conquests. Moreover, Su Ming also had Black Goku transform into those giant fire-breathing Saint Beetles and shouted at them, "Comrade Saint Beetles, we are also a resistance army that is immortal with the zombie army. Please don't give up your resistance. We've come to your aid. Please attack with us from the front and back and strangle this batch of fungus beasts." The ground shook violently in the Sacred Beetle Clan. A pale, white-bearded beetle with ancient runes engraved on all of its armor trembled as it burrowed out of the ground, towering as if it were a small rock fortress. It was clearly the elder of the Sacred Beetle tribe, Exploding Bug, Cloaked One. "Thank you, travelers from the other world, friends of the mighty summoner, and friends of our friendly neighbors in the underground, the fire-thirsty worms. Your kindness will be forever sealed on the sheathed wings of every sacred beetle. Your favor will be forever engraved on the exoskeleton of every sacred beetle." The Sacred Beetle Elder was very excited and enthusiastic. Of course, if it were the leader of any race, suddenly receiving strong support when it was a matter of life and death, they would all have the same expression. Su Ming said indifferently, "There is no need to be polite. Elder, please go all out and exterminate the fungus beasts with us." "Good. We will launch a full-scale counterattack and cooperate with you to pin down the enemy." The Holy Beetle Elder's mouthpiece shuddered, and a strange buzzing spread through the air. All the Holy Beetles immediately lay down on the ground, their mouthparts turning into sizzling barrels, and towards the fungus beasts they began to fire a cloud of molten shells. Rumble. The Saint Beetle's indiscriminate bombardment is very precise, as their bases are set into the earth and are particularly solid. In a flash, the fungus beast Konoha suffered heavy losses and was caught off guard by the Holy Beetle Blast. Su Ming was overjoyed. The long-range output of this Holy Beetle tribe is also too terrifying. They are simply a group of earthly cannons, too violent, a perfect solution to our lack of firepower. The audience was also dumbfounded as they watched. It was the first time they recognized a creature like the Holy Beetle. After all, they are not documented in any of the textbooks for 9 years of compulsory education. The CCTV host couldn't help but say, "Two experts, please forgive my ignorance. Is the Sacred Beetle a fictional creature, or is it real? I have never heard of them before. Is this reasonable?" Professor Shen said with a straight face. "According to a remote ancient book, the Encyclopedia of Endangered Creatures of the Abyss, it is recorded in it, the sacred beetles had already been decimated by the demoness Lilith 200 years ago, even to the point of extinction. Because they possessed a strong long-range bombing ability, they were scorned by the zombie legions, but it's well known that Witch Lilith was never interested in exterminating her family, and she must have captured the sacred beetles for research purposes," Professor Shen said with certainty. "So I think that at least Witch Lilith kept a batch of sacred beetles herself as a way to keep their genetic samples as well as for living experiments. In addition, the sacred beetles are able to survive in the ground of the third level of the abyss. This kind of race that is able to adapt to extremely harsh environments is hard to be exterminated by the dead." Professor Shen smiled faintly. "That's why I'm more inclined to think that these holy beetles are NPCs added by immortal old Meowscaesar based on his memories. Yes, there should be a batch of sacred beetles in the current corpse nest." Another expert also gave corroboration. because over the years, the Ministry of Commerce of the Dragon Kingdom has often been able to import the Holy Armor Great Shield from the Velvet Folk Resistance. This kind of great shield is forged with the exoskeleton of the Saint Beetle as the material, and while they were discussing it, under the cover of the St. Beetle's booming cannon fire, Su Ming's summoner troops and the fire-thirsty Worm Clan had ferociously killed into the rear of the Fungus Beast conquests. This time, it was still the same grueling bloodbath that blew the audience away. The Fungus Beast's close guard, as a Primus division loyal to the magicianess Lilith, possessed an extremely perfect troop composition, as well as a very terrifying recovery ability. As Fungus Beasts, they only needed to swallow nutrient solution all the time, so that they could quickly repair their wounds and regain their blood volume. The giantized Fungus Beasts, with hardened umbrella caps as shields, stood at the forefront of the force. Mutant spore shooters, as a special variant of Fungus Beasts, their mouthparts were capable of spewing out countless spore machine guns, and once these spores came into contact with the holy beetles, they would generate large blankets of slime fungus and erode their armor. Then there are the Cyclone Fungus Beasts, whose mushroom heads can actually rotate to provide liftoff buoyancy, thus taking off into the air and swooping down on their enemies, lobbing spore bombs. But as a half-fungal, half-animal biochemical force, viruses are afraid of being sterilized by blaze. Fungi like shade and moisture and fear burning. In short, they are extremely afraid of fire and light. Therefore, the Saint Beetle's indiscriminate bombardment was incredibly effective against the Fungus Beast troop, while the flame-thirsty worm's molten explosive bombs, as well as the flaming arrows of Su Ming's dragon skeleton archery, were likewise able to inflict astonishing lethality. After a grueling fight, they finally routed the Fungus Beast Konos and won the battle. Under Su Ming's dedicated operation, the fire-thirsty worms had only lost 13 heads in battle, but 109 heads had been seriously injured. But Su Ming was carrying an extremely large amount of healing supplies, all of which had been donated to the Velvet People's Resistance Army. So this batch of seriously injured fire-thirsty worms could be completely healed back at the Mordor anchor base. As for Su Ming's own summons, the Dragon Bone Skeleton Archer also lost 9, and the Dragon Bone Skeleton Mage lost 15. He could only summon some ordinary skeleton soldiers on the spot to replenish them, and his battle power decayed as a result, but there was nothing he could do about it. As a whole, Su Ming was not at a disadvantage at all, because the Sacred Beetle Clan was able to be preserved, and the elder exploding bug-cloaked man knew that he was grateful for his kindness, and agreed to join the anti-zombie alliance in a single breath. Your Excellency Su Ming, Your Excellency Scale Insect, the kindness of saving your life is unforgettable. The Sacred Beetle Elder, a simple and honest fellow, sincerely said, our Sacred Beetle Clan believes in the truth of repaying the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. If you hadn't come today, we would have been wiped out long ago. Therefore, we are willing to fight for you. Ding! Holy Beetle Clan, Bakuto Clan, join your camp. Chapter 162, I'm making myself king in my copy? Copy system reminder, you have absorbed the joining of 2 independent forces, fulfilling the basic conditions for establishing an overlord force. Do you want to set up an overlord force that is uniquely yours? Yes/no. Description, after the establishment of the force, you will have the power of independent diplomacy with the Velvet People's Resistance Army, and have the right to speak on equal terms with the undead old Meow Caesar, and your legendary fame will spread to the 3rd level of the abyss, and have a certain deterrent effect on the rest of the zombie army. Su Ming looked at this series of reminders and fell into deep thought, and outside of the replica, the viewers who saw the string of beeps from the Gao Gao live channel all exploded. Oh my god, my AI. Su Ming actually possesses the qualifications to make himself king in the kingdom of Caesar? With 2 intelligent races willingly attaching themselves, Su Ming does indeed possess the basic conditions to be a king. Not, Buddy is coming to watch the live broadcast of the college entrance exam. Why did the picture style turn around? Su Ming is going to directly turn into an emperor? Is this right, family members? Other people's college entrance exams, being squeezed by NPCs, being a nanny as an ox, fearing that they will die in battle and lose blood to lose their college entrance exam scores, affecting the final evaluation. Su Ming's college entrance exams, reaching up to the top of the stairs, the Abyss Aborigines, winning Grain Jing, responded from the clouds, and the yellow robes were added to their body to embrace him to be the overlord of the corpse nest. The CCTV host was also a bit speechless and coughed. Su Ming seems to have stepped out on a special college entrance exam path that no one has ever seen before, and I can only say that it has simply been an eye-opening experience for me. I would like to ask the experts, has there been a similar situation before? Of course there is, Professor Shen categorically said. This is never something that has not been done before. Don't forget that our no. 2-seeded player, Zhang Kongcheng, comes from the Weak Water clan, and 2 of his predecessors have been crowned king in this copy. Another expert added with a smirk, the Sea Demon Lord is both a hidden profession and a hidden title. When it only has 1 vassal race, it is only a lord. But what if it recruits 2, or even 3 vassal races? Lord. Then it can be elevated to overlord. Yes, the previous sea demon lords often possessed the 3 major forces of the Naga corpse demon, the sea monster clan, and the prisoners of darkness reef. Professor Shen sighed tersely. That's why, by virtue of their overlord status and relying on the 3 major subordinate clans, they were able to take the college entrance exams without any suspense, easily crushing the rest of the candidates. The host was stunned and asked suspiciously, so, does student Zhang Kongqing still have a chance to return as king? Although it's impossible for the Naga corpse demon to be conquered by him again, the sea monster clan and the exiled prisoners of Dark Reef should still be affected by the sea demon lords, right? Professor Shen shook his head. Impossible. Because the sea monsters live in deep waters and the Dark Reef exists in the oceanic region. Without the help of the Naga corpse demon, may I ask how Zhang Kongqing could reach the deep waters and the ocean? Rely on his bladder strength to swim across? Host, I see. I thought that Zhang Kongqing's student's high school score was at risk of being salvaged. You seem to be a bit less neutral. As a host, there is a suspicion of pulling the strings. Professor Shen teasingly commented. The CCTV host said with a straight face, yes, I've already been conquered by student Su Ming's bright performance and am a fan of his. I even followed his live broadcasting room during my lunch break just now, and even gave a gift to join his fan group. For Su Ming's mortal enemy and love rival, Zhang Kongqing, we fans are all firmly against. Ha ha, just kidding, please don't take offense. The hosts were joking, but Lillian Zhang broke her defenses. This contemporary head of the weak water family was like a shrew as he crossed his arms and cursed. Su Ming is plagiarizing our weak water family's battle method. The path of the hegemony has always been our exclusive strategy, and Su Ming is clearly touching the sea demon lords. He should apologize. The guests looked at each other in dismay. I'm thinking, the college entrance exam strategy, this thing also sister has copyright. Your weak water family also said that you don't allow other people to copy their homework, right? Sister said. That is, sister has copyright. Sister has the problem. Sister has the responsibility. Wu Mengxi and Bu Imyan, mother and daughter, also looked at each other, speechless. They all thought that Zhang Liron was bewitched, and at the same time, Su Ming also made a decision after pondering. Okay, I declare that I hereby establish a brand new force, Abyssal Avengers. We will watch over and support each other with the Velvet People's Resistance Army, and together we will fight against the zombie legions and make an enemy of the demoness Lilith. All benevolent people who are willing to devote themselves to the great cause of aboriginal independence and resistance to the abyssal invasion are welcome to join. After the announcement, Su Ming chose another black flag as the Abyssal Avenger's signature battle flag. After Su Ming finished speaking decisively, the costumes of all the summoners, fire-thirsty worms, sacred beetles, and the 500 Velvet Folk Resistance Army all turned clear black, corresponding to the color of the battle flag. Uniformity of dress is one of the signs of the establishment of a power. Revenge. Kill all the zombies. Get Lilith the witch. Scale worm fire eater roared to the sky. Revenge. Drive all the abyssal demons out of our home for all time. A Cuban cloaked one responded passionately. Then, all the insect clans threw Su Ming up high. Su Ming, our king, please lead us to strangle the 10 zombie legions, destroy their factories, and make the insect clans great again. Good. Su Ming hesitated briefly, and without spoiling the fun, he simply agreed with a single bite. Anyway, this was only a district simulation copy, and it wasn't a real ascension to the throne, nor did it truly unite all the Corpse Nest aborigines. The netizens laughed and shook their heads with emotion. Theater to come. Su Ming is the one who knows how to make program effects. His college entrance exam has actually turned into a big entertainment stage. It's too explosive. Old Iron 666. Su Ming really did dominate in the Gao Gao copy, and next he's going to set up a country, call himself a loner, and pound out a first empire of the insect race. What an unanticipated divine unfolding. It feels like the college entrance exam has lost its meaning to Su Ming. What use is the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance exam to an otherworldly overlord? At this moment, the sacred beetle elder explosive worm-cloaked one provided another piece of information. To the northwest of our camp, there exists a lone city of velvet folks. They have been abandoned for 15 whole years, but those velvet folks have always stood firm against the lone city, standing firm and surrendering until death. Lord Overlord, we can absorb them under our banner as well, and take revenge on the abyss together. There is actually this matter? Su Ming's eyes lit up. Then I can't just ignore it. I must help the scene. Cough cough. I definitely don't want to go to that imperial city to ascend to the throne and become the emperor. Moderator? Audience? You're just saying your motives aren't pure. Chapter 163, The Wash Your Hands God of War descends. When Su Ming, the fire-thirsty worm troop, and the sacred beetle troop, marched towards the Velvet People's lonely city in great numbers, converging into an impenetrable torrent of steel. The third wave of attacks by the other surviving candidates was about to begin. Let's follow the usual practice of browsing through the composition of the military types that will be launching the siege as a way of assessing and alerting the candidates and parents of the risks they face. The CCTV host round, signaling the AI system detecting the replicas to look down on the smoke-filled base. Prof. Shen took stock of those troop types one by one. The giant zombies, grinders, are in the lead as always. And the long-range corpse demon troop isn't absent either. And there's another. Fungus beast close guard? His face instantly turned odd and he couldn't help but say, I say, this batch of fungus beast proximity guards, it couldn't be the same batch that Su Ming annihilated, could it? In other words, Su Ming has broken through the main force attacking the city again in advance? Let's switch the screen and see if that, Caesar's Land, where Su Ming is located has a fungus beast proximity guard army to attack the city. The CCTV guide team switched immediately. Sure enough the host exclaimed out in shock. Look, Su Ming's anchor of the end times base is completely different from the others. There are only some grinders and corpse demons. This troop composition is too monolithic, isn't it? Where are the rest of the troop types? If that's all it is, immortal old Meow Caesar with the Velvet Folk Resistance Army will be able to easily hold it without a doubt. The audience finally came around and couldn't help but ask, the real strategy of this year's Gaoshua copy, wouldn't it be to leave behind the anchor base of the end times and take the initiative to go and break the living forces of the zombie army one by one and strangle them one by one, right? Did Su Ming see through everything long ago and that's why he took the initiative? He's also too farsighted. Even the CCTV's team of experts are shocked by this. The Gigi I follow is truly the best of men, chimeras, in defense of the best Gigi on the planet. Professor Shen, however, said, it is obviously impossible for Su Ming to anticipate things to such an extent. My reasoning is simple. The electronic map that Caesar gifted him did not have the locations of the sacred beetle tribe and the lonely city marked on it. Su Ming's encounter with them clearly had a certain amount of luck involved. Of course, luck is also a part of strength. There's no doubt about that. I'm more willing to believe Su Ming has already prepared for the fall of the anchor base of the end times. He doesn't just have plan A, he also has option B, the professor said lightly. After all, you see, Su Ming has already gathered a strong force under his command. There are both storm worms and digging worms, as charging meat shield MTs, sacred armor cannon worms and sacred armor spitfire worms, as super long range and mid-range DPS, as well as Medusa, who has been transmuted into a soul priestess, to provide the battle aura. And then there's the 100 panda spear throwers and 400 berserkers bowcasters who have been collectively raised to level 11 as the viable force. Not to mention Su Ming and his 13 guards of manhwa, as well as the 100 skeleton soldiers. Professor Shen lamented, and in my eyes, that little fox that was able to unleash the 9 consecutive rings of split paralyzing lightning, which was able to provide wide-range control on its own, was even more of a strategic level soldier. After he made a big inventory as if he were counting, he revealed a smile. With such a strong class, even if the anchor base of the end times falls and 300 points are deducted, Su Ming can still ruthlessly harvest a huge amount of test points in the copy and eventually win the top prize. The host thought deeply, when the strength is as strong as Su Ming's, no matter how you choose, you can win. It's just that the method of winning is different. This is the depth of a strong person. As the crowd lamented, the third wave of zombie attacks on the high school finally slowly drew back the curtain. All the spectators were dumbfounded. The fungus beast Konoha destroyed and swept away almost all the surviving candidates. A large number of candidates have abandoned the exam, either actively or passively. These fungus beasts are so tough. Watching Su Ming explode and kill them, I thought they were just ordinary pawns. Many spectators let out similar sentiments. Dumbstruck. What they saw were extremely cool elimination images, after the candidates' bows and arrows and elements hit the fungus beasts. Although they also dropped blood frame by frame. They just took the nutrient solution and poured it over their heads or washed their hands, immediately absorbing it, and then the fungus beast's blood levels began to leap up crazily. The speed of returning blood far exceeds the speed of dropping blood. That's why candidates are so despondent that they can only give up in despair. Professor Shen gave a professional evaluation. Viewers should not use Su Ming's strength to measure the fungus beast near guard. The fact that they are known as the strongest troop type of the Tier 3 Abyss is by no means bragging out of thin air. As I recall, in folklore they are usually reverently referred to as the hand sanitizer god of war or the shampoo god of war. It's because their recovery ability is so cheap and they don't have a CD. Yeah, normally, all recovery potions are quite expensive and cannot be taken continuously, another expert added. But the fungus beasts are capable of completing a cell division in 0.2 seconds, replacing necrotic cells, sewing up scars, and healing organs as long as they have nutrients and water. It's simply a perfect soldier born from virus experiments. If they're so powerful, why hasn't Lilith the witch been mass-produced? The audience wondered. So the host did their mouthpiece and asked the experts. Prof. Shen laughed. Can't afford to keep it. Gentlemen, all of Fate's secret gifts have long been marked with a price. They are able to heal quickly and recover amazingly well. So at what cost? He shrugged his shoulders. That means they have a terrifying metabolic rate, which requires extremely high energy consumption. So, while the average soldier can just eat 3 meals a day, morning, noon, and night, the fungus beast close guard needs to eat every 2 hours, and it requires a high-energy nutritional paste with scientific nutritional blending. The wear and tear of supporting such a force is a great strain on logistics. That's why, in general, the fungus beast Konoha army is a cloak and dagger for the witch Lilith, and that's the only way it can be, because once they launch an expedition, supplying food is difficult. Professor Shen spread his hands and smiled derisively. After all, 12 meals a day nah. The host was dumbfounded. And oh yeah, also, fungus beasts have a shorter lifespan, and excessively high metabolism means that they are undergoing cell division all the time, so they tend to go through decades of other creatures' lives in a single year. This is the price of 10 times the recovery speed. Professor Shen shook his head. The main reason Su Ming was able to beat them was because the flame-thirsty worms and sacred beetles were really tough, able to instantly kill them in seconds without leaving them any time to recover. Furthermore, the paralyzing effect of the 9 consecutive rings of split lightning was also crucial, electrifying them and causing their hands to keep shivering as they unscrewed the lid of the nutrient solution. They just couldn't open it. Chapter 164, The Great Outburst of the Divine Mechanic Warlord. Well, I suddenly thought of an unlucky person. The CCTV host turned his words around and authorized the guide. Please switch to our No. 1 seed, Ji Tianyi. His low-grade machine gun soldiers, which already had an extremely low output, have now run into the fungus beast close guard with its amazing recovery speed, so I'm afraid it's going to be a bad time. Sure enough, in Ji Tianyi's private copy, the 500 machine gun soldiers that he had worked so hard to save had only a measly 50 left. A horrific 90% battle loss rate means he lost his core competency in this gauntlet. Ji Tianyi had no choice but to execute the skill of the Divine Mechanic Warlord, incitement to countermand, temporarily putting a batch of the weakest ordinary zombies and corpse demons, all of which were briefly under control, and ordering them to attack the fungus beast's close guards as a means of delaying the pace of the attackers, and being able to be regarded as the No. 1 seed. He finally showed his unique loftiness. Ji Tianyi gritted his teeth and ruthlessly pulled out a soul recruitment scroll, transforming all of the fallen machine gunners into the undead troop type, the undead battle souls. It is a rather unique type of soldier that can only be born from the corpses of fierce warriors who are loyal, brave, and willing to give their hearts and souls for the sake of victory. After they die in battle, if they are transformed in a sacred way, they become famous spirits. Really ruthless nah. The CCTV host didn't dare to comment, and could only issue 3 words succinctly. Prof. Shen snorted. The moderator should be worried about the ethical dilemma brought about by Ji Tianyi, right? It must be known that those who can be transformed into immortal battle spirits must be the most loyal warriors, that is to say, martyrs, and for Ji Tianyi to turn them into undead creatures, there is undoubtedly the suspicion of defiling the remains of the martyrs, but I still say that this is just a virtual copy, not the real world, so Ji Tianyi is not guilty. Besides, People Ji Tianyi comes from the Green Dragon Battle Regiment. He is a seedling and rooted descendant of the Dragon Kingdom's military community, and has been in the military to protect the country for generations. Professor Shen bristled. Who dares to say anything? Not to mention summoning immortal battle souls in a virtual copy. Even in reality, once the war reaches a critical moment and they do so, it's still a necessary sacrifice, a reasonable choice to defend the Dragon Kingdom. I will only support it unconditionally with both hands and feet. Makes sense. The host was relieved and smiled. Let's just evaluate it from the perspective of combat power only. I think using machine gun soldiers to summon undead battle spirits is just too wise. It should have been done a long time ago. Professor Shen nodded his head and played terrier. I'm the same. The battle power of a level 1 machine gun soldier is too low, and the output is completely insufficient. But by using the soul recruitment scroll, one is able to summon a level 20 immortal battle spirit directly from a corpse. This was because the battle spirit was considered a temporary summoned object for the scroll user, and the initial level of a temporary summoned object was generally on par with the level of the summoner. For example, if you look at the new skeleton soldier that Su Ming replenished, it is also level 20. Well, Divine Mechanic Warlord's strength has finally unfolded. Soon, everyone was shocked to see an amazing scene. Ji Tianyi pulled out 3 brocades from his pocket and tore them all up. His undying battle spirit troop immediately attached 3 skills. Overlord carrying tripod, strength plus 50, attack plus 50, toughness plus 50, backlash. When the battle loss ratio of your camp exceeds 50%, enter a berserk state with plus 100% attack power, plus 50% attack speed, and plus 5 points/second recovery speed. Infallible, all soldiers are unaffected by any debuffs, immediately dispelling all negative effects. The army of undead battle souls rushed towards the battlefield in great numbers. They possessed insubstantial bodies that were immune to all physical damage. And the fungus beast Konoha didn't have any means of magical attack. As a result, the devastating War Soul army led the Velvet People's Resistance army to a desperate turnaround, destroying all the invading zombies in one fell swoop. Student G Tiani has scored 709 points in the third wave of zombie attack, the CCTV host said in an uplifting manner. The no. One-seated player is truly not a name in vain. This troop of undead battle souls of his will help him rise to the occasion and continue to compete for the top spot in the college entrance exam. Well, the top scholar is even, but the top ranker is probably still in the running. Professor Shen, however, was dumbfounded. Su Ming has also obtained the 100-point guarantee for winning the third wave, because he has already annihilated the fungus beast close guard. So the sparse 2 or 3 big cats and small cats that went forward to attack the city couldn't pose a threat at all, and were easily wiped out by the immortal old Meow leading the Velvet Folk Resistance army. So, Su Ming already has a full 809 points. Professor Shen sighed tersely, and Su Ming still has too many opportunities to score points. I can predict that he will be able to easily surpass 1,000 points in this year's college entrance exam. Well, let's take a look at the strong contender for the top spot again. No, for seated student Morong Shui Dance. The host smiled slightly. After all, she's a singer, and she actually has a handful of Stephen's Song of Forbidden Healing, which is able to drastically reduce the recovery effect of the fungus beasts by 95%. Truly worthy of being an almighty divine assist. Professor Shen was also emotional. Morong Shuedao will definitely receive many invitations from high-level battle groups after the entrance exam. This hidden occupation of hers has an overly amazing assisting effect and is very all-round. Any team will gain a qualitative leap after obtaining her assistance. For example, it's like Su Ming's Legion of Summoners. Another expert said with a beaming smile, if Su Ming could work with Morong Shueyang, it would simply be a golden couple with 2 swords. Ha ha, messing around again. Professor Shen shook his head helplessly. Old Zhang, don't always see a pair of people and expect them to get married in place. I think you were born with a matchmaker's saint body. The other expert shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, under the operation of the Dragon Slayer family, Su Ming's household registration has quietly fallen into Fengdu Ghost City. That means that he only needs to abide by the laws of the Fengdu Special Zone. The number of wives can't exceed 1,000. Even if there's one more, there's nothing wrong with it. Zhang surnamed expert broke his fingers and calculated. As far as I know, Su Ming's first white moonlight love is Mystic Sanctuary, Esbu Himanyan. She can only be said to have a body if she wants strength. To be instinctive has a face value, and her profession is an assassin. Even if she inherits her father's hidden profession, sure a demon assassin, in the future, it doesn't match with the summoner who is embarking on the path of becoming an army of one. That's true, the host agreed nosily. Assassins and summoners have historically been incompatible, making it difficult to walk alongside each other. After all, they're both equally brittle, thin-blooded, and have no complementary career systems. But Su Ming's love history is complicated. He and Bu Scarlet Smoke had fallen out after being beaten by the latter's mother stick, and turned to nearly become the strongest flunky of the Dragon Slayer clan. Expert Zhang smirked. Chen Meng, who possesses the amazing Fire Dragon bloodline, and Chen Sugar Candy, who possesses the Frost Demon Dragon bloodline, became his women in the prophecy. Chapter 165, O Tide, I have returned. But they are equally incompatible with Su Ming's occupation. Professor Shen commented sharply, a dragon warrior and a dragon mage, without any group-boosting abilities, are both just top-tier single-armed forces, and if Morong Shuedao were to combine with Su Ming's troops would immediately be able to increase their battle power by more than 50%. That's why it's said, take a wife to marry a virtuous man, and a concubine to take a colorful man. Expert Zhang said in a serious manner, if I were Su Ming, I would definitely launch a courtship attack on Morong Shui Dance. Moderator. Prof. Shen, I'm afraid that after this college entrance exam, I'm afraid that the number of outstanding young people who will launch an attack on Morong Shuema will be as many as there are. The host spread his hands. There will be no shortage of heirs from various powerful families, as well as descendants of great figures. Su Ming's competitive advantage is not too obvious. Why isn't it obvious? Prof. Shen and expert Zhang retorted in unison. Su Ming, without any family support behind him, was able to achieve today's dazzling achievements, fighting on his own, definitely a true dragon among men. The host snapped, but after all, the heir to a large family has wealth accumulated over generations. The abyss invaded. The entire human race is in danger. Such a time of great strife is the legendary era where heroes emerge. Professor Shen snorted coldly. At times like this, is it useful to compare family backgrounds? The demons will see that you come from an extraordinary background, so they actively reduce their damage, regardless of where you come from. As long as your strength is insufficient, you will end up being chewed up by the demons in one bite. Yeah, it's just them who take themselves seriously. Expert Zhang also had a look of disdain for the so-called elitist families and mansions. After monopolizing the inheritance of one or two hidden professions, they think that they are above the other professionals, and think of themselves as hereditary Iron Hat Kings. It's really absurd. We have destroyed the so-called great families and plutocrats in the old age, yet there are still people trying to revive them in the new era. Professor Shen said with great certainty, just wait and see. History will ultimately prove them wrong. In the future, I will also suggest that the country legislate against those assholes who try to monopolize the resources of hidden professions. The hidden profession belongs to the people of the entire Dragon Kingdom, and indeed all of humanity. Why should it be monopolized by one or two forces and not allow others to transfer? The professor and the expert had a flurry of complaints. Until, a man as stunning as fireworks, like a toad prince who intrudes into a young girl's boudoir dream, captures the attention of all viewers with his unique drawing style. Anchor, lock on the no. Two-seated players live broadcast. The host's eyes lit up. Zhang Kongcheng has double obliterated the whole thing again. Some people just have this unique charm. Whenever the audience heard his name, their lips curled up and they couldn't help but feel the comedic color that came over them. And it is indeed hard not to burst out laughing at the legendary story that Zhang Kongcheng is experiencing. He has arrived at the seashore, next to a tribe of Naga zombie demons. Ha ha, I will light the sea. Zhang Kongcheng arrogantly crossed his waist and sent out the roar of a strong man towards the vast sea, venting all the pent-up frustration in his belly. It would have been a handsome declaration, if not without a little arachnid crawling down his throat. Zhang Kongcheng hurriedly poured down another bottle of recovery potion, as he had already discovered that all the little arachnid hatchings extracted their own life force. The arachnid queen who spawned on him also never expected that Zhang Kongcheng, who should have been drained of his life force by the little arachnid long ago, possessed the ability to banknotes, and his mother, Zhang Lirong, prepared a potion storage belt worth 37 million gold coins for him before he ran off to the examination hall, which possessed a cubic meter of storage space, only that it could only hold the same kind of potion. And Zhang Lirong had densely filled a small square bottle of recovery potion type 7 worth 60,000 a bottle for him. So, Zhang Kongcheng had survived easily by drinking medicine like water, and with the favor of hatching the baby arachnids, he had gained a whole troop of 386 arachnids. Zhang Kongcheng felt that he had drunk his fill of medicine. So, burp, 387 arachnids. Zhang Kongcheng again felt a slight fart in drinking the medicine. So, put, 388 arachnids. Alas. So this is what it feels like to become an army of one. Zhang Kongcheng scratched his head with a smug look on his face. It seems that I also have the potential to become a god-level summoner. This entire journey, didn't I get 388 summons with ease? These little arachnids, they're all stupid, but their blood count is at least 500, so they're definitely elite soldiers. They've made a lot of money. Audience, moderator, it's a bit hard to comment. Professor Shen scratched his ears. Zhang Kongcheng was originally just a parasitized bugman, but by relying on unlimited medicine drinking, he's now actually transformed into the mother of all spiders. Those little spiders would have followed their instincts and returned to the Arachnid Queen's banner after the death of the parasitized object. After all, that was their birth mother. But the grace of birth isn't as heavy as the grace of nurture, and the Arachnid demons obviously love their foster mother. Oh no, foster father Zhang Kongcheng even more. Expert Zhang also marveled. Moderator, Professor Shen, this batch of arachnids is very unusual. They can all be queen bloodlines. That's right, they're all elite troop types. It looks like Zhang Kongcheng is really going to be salty. Professor Shen stared intently at the Naga corpse demon in the distance. Now, it's time to test the gold content of the Sea Demon Lords. But didn't immortal old Meow say that all the Naga corpse demons were vaccinated against the Sea Demon Lord antibodies? The host asked. Who knows? Let's wait and see. With all the spectators looking on in eager anticipation, Zhang Kongcheng towed up to that Naga corpse demon. Submit to me, pariah. The aura of the king's hegemony was overflowing. The Naga ghoul looked at him blankly, a question mark slowly floating on his brain. Damn, the undead old Meow didn't lie. Zhang Kongcheng was instantly chagrined and depressed. Oh seniors, you guys dried up and offended the Naga corpse demons. You guys finished the path of the Sea Demon Lords and left me with no way out. Oh, with no other choice, Zhang Kongcheng could only lead the arachnids to swarm and wipe out this Naga corpse demon horde. Copy alert, you have eliminated Naga corpse demons horde no. 009. Gauge points plus 30. You now have a total of 190 points. I was at least the number 2 seed. Now I'm actually reduced to 190 points. How shameful. Zhang Kongcheng was annoyed and abnormal, but was soon filled with dejection. But it doesn't matter. All I have to do is sweep 10 Naga Corpse Demons tribes and I'll be able to score plus 300 points. He looked at the vast waves and puffed out his chest. Oh Tide, I have returned. Audience, po ha 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 ha. This Shen Zimo is like the king of clowns. Chapter 166, The Tide. I'm back again. Has he calculated just how many tribes of Naga Corpse demons he has to eliminate before he can catch up with the other candidates? Moreover, he doesn't have an electronic map, so where is he going to look for other Naga Corpse demons? Prof. Shen pointed out Shen Zimo's situation in a nutshell. Expert Zhang was also dumbfounded. I saw many viewers leave messages saying that Shen Zimo could possibly replicate Su Ming's success, but, with all due respect, it's not comparable at all. The host laughed softly. Oh, why do you say that? Because Su Ming has a strong mixed army and is a local force with a well-developed intelligence network. He is able to easily obtain all sorts of information. At the same time, his electronic map is produced by our Dragon Kingdom technology, labeled with the locations of various zombie armies, allowing for GPS positioning in the corpse nest. Expert Zhang sighed. But what about Shen Zimo? He has 2 eyes and is purely a headless fly bumping around. He can only listen to God's fate. This kind of aimless and trusting wandering around. And you want to get a high school diploma? The expert snorted. Not to mention, he still only has a single arachnid troop. Although they have the queen's bloodline and belong to the elite troop type, they are ultimately lower ranked, weaker in battle power, and have a single troop composition, making it difficult to face complex challenges. Half an hour later, the CCTV panel of experts and all the viewers were dumbfounded to see Shen Zimo coming back again, returning to the ruins of the 009 Naga zombie demon horde that had just been eliminated. Shen Zimo had a head full of question marks and was filled with incredulity. What's wrong with me? And naturally the audience saw through his dilemma at a glance. The boy was obviously lost. A netizen was very timely in speaking his exact words and posting them on the pop-up. Oh Tide, I have returned. But it's really a return, but he's obviously ghosted, so I don't know how many times he's going to return now. Oh Tide, I am back with a double dose of obeisance. Tide, no, man, are you going to stay at my place for a long time? How about my elbow? You can have these waters? Viewers played abstract art on the pop-ups, trolling young Consong in all sorts of ways, and at the headquarters of the weak water family, a hard-to-conceal awkward silence once again spread among the guests. Originally, everyone applauded when they saw Shen Zimo pulling together a new force, regrouping the arachnids, and making a comeback. Zhang Liron was also blowing and full of exhilaration after a long time. But, when the CCTV expert surnamed Zhang Prophecy, Shen Zimo really like a headless fly rushing around, and ultimately lost. All the cheering, shouting, cheering, all the sound is gone. No need to worry. Bu Hin Yen, however, held in a smile and persuaded. Aunt Zhang, eldest cousin Kong Chang, he is not so difficult to be embarrassed by a small loss. This time when he wandered back, it was purely a matter of luck. With his intelligence, it's definitely not something that will be solved soon like what the netizens taunted him with. He also once exchanged with me the common knowledge of the corpse nest, the afterglow of the tree of light slopes to the east. So, just follow the light and you're sure to find your way out, she explained calmly. Sure enough, Shen Zimo held the same viewpoint, muttering to himself, the tree of light hangs in the western sky. I'm following the afterglow, and I'm still able to hit the wall with a ghost? Humph. I'm also a school bully, no worse than that Su Ming kid. Not only is my family lineage stronger than his, my skills are stronger than his. Even my schooling is from my family. Zhang Liron was just about to brag about her son when she sniffed. Originally, she was very much in agreement with Shen Zimo's words. However, even the visually impaired would not dare to say that Shen Zimo's skills are better than Su Ming's. Because the comparison is very simple and rough. Su Ming has thousands of elite soldiers under his command, while Shen Zimo is followed by a group of small spiders behind him. Su Ming had already established the power, Abyssal Avenger, and possessed the qualifications to be a king. Instead, young Consong clowns around and swings in place, reduced to a laughingstock. Wu Mengshi coldly grunted. These CCTV practitioners are too unprofessional. They actually made fun of our Kong Chang, the No. 2 seed, describing him as a clown on purpose, and used it to mess with the program's effects. It's really hateful. Not only that, just now they even made fun of us, Himiko, for forming a CP with Su Ming. And they even disliked my good girl. She was furious because that Zhang expert actually felt that Bu Yen wasn't a good match for Su Ming at all, and that she was the worst of the 3 ladies he had experienced. Bu Yen, however, said indifferently, actually, they analyzed it well. As an assassin, I am originally a lone warrior of the night, and I am very poorly compatible with other professions. If we're talking about boosting Su Ming's career, there's no doubt that Morong Shui dance is the auxiliary that all men dream of. How can you say that? Zhang Liron refuted. Your career is one of the optimal solutions for an independent woman, not relying on anyone, completely able to walk the abyss by herself alone. Bu Himyan smiled lightly. Being independent is true independence, but not being able to help others, that's also true not being able to help. The two are not in conflict. And, she looked at Wu Mingxi in a daze and faintly said, Mother, it seems that you have also underestimated Su Ming's influence and attraction nowadays. If it is purely from the perspective of a door-to-door relationship, it is indeed my daughter who has climbed too high now. Wu Mingxi, Zhang Lirong hummed, where is the high reach? You marrying into our weak water clan is a blessing that our Kong Cheng has cultivated for 8 lifetimes. He, Su Ming, is just a bastard who has no father to love him and no mother to raise him. Does he deserve it? Bu Himyan smiled faintly. Although currently Su Ming has no power for the time being, but after the college entrance exam, behind him stands the entire Velvet Folk Resistance Army. With the identity of the immortal old Miao host, he will be the spokesperson for the Velvet People's Resistance Army in our Dragon Kingdom. It's fine for Aunt Zhang to talk about it in private. Never express your disdain for him publicly, because the Velvet Folk Resistance Army is a truly powerful otherworldly force. Zhang Lirong choked, half a long time shivering words. What Bu Yen said was not bad at all. The Velvet People's Resistance don't seem to be in a state of decline as they are losing ground in the 3rd level of the abyss, and now even their leader, Caesar, has fallen. But the undead old Miao, Caesar, had been a true god-level powerhouse wielding a divine weapon. Now that he had come to the Dragon Kingdom to be reincarnated and live another life, with his rich experience and profound insights from his previous life, he would be at least a demigod in the future. The new leader of the Velvet People's Resistance is also likely to embark on the path to godhood after inheriting the divine artifact, Retreating Sacred Flame. Coupled with the fact that they already had numerous 6th Order professionals, they could absolutely crush any unofficial force within the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the 3rd level of the Abyss, Corpse Nest, was a vast world with a land area not unlike that of the All-Blue Planet. The Velvet People's Resistance is by no means weak to occupy a corner and stand. After Su Ming became an ally with them, he would surely be hot and expensive. Chapter 167, The Exam Sprint. Time to win. 99% of the candidates have been eliminated, leaving only 1% still holding up. As for the 90% of the 1% candidates, their anchor of the end times base has been overrun by the zombie army and has turned to the guerrilla warfare stage, which is the same rhythm as Zhang Kongqing's current one. Only a limited number of candidates have kept their bases. Among them were Ji Tianyi, who had summoned the immortal battle spirit, Murong Shuayang, who had displayed special skills, and Su Ming's special means of strangling the living forces. As for the rest of the candidates, there were only 8 of them left with their bases still standing, so it could only be said that the copy of Caesar's Land was very tragic. The college entrance examination sprint has now entered the decisive moment. The CCTV host raised his voice and explained in an exhilarating manner. Within 24 hours, all the results of the college entrance exams will be settled, because the 4th wave of zombie attack will be the big general attack. Oh, wouldn't that be unfavorable for Su Ming? He still has to continue to exterminate zombie forces and earn test scores. Professor Shen frowned and inquired. The host smiled faintly. It won't affect it. Oh. This is because the Dragon Country officials said that they would pinch off Su Ming's copy when his test scores steadily suppressed the rest of the candidates, allowing him to get out and return to reality. At that time, the top student of the college entrance exam is able to take full all the rewards, and there will never be any deductions. That's good. Professor Shen was very satisfied. The raison d'etre of the college entrance exam is to provide a fair channel of upward mobility, so that ordinary candidates like Su Ming, who have no power and no influence, can stand out and gain appreciation and resources from the officials. Su Ming has arrived at Solitary City. At this moment, expert Zhang raised his voice to warn. Everyone immediately looked towards Su Ming's live channel. Sure enough, in the stormy winds of the ash season, a broken and tumbled, yet standing, fortified city appeared in the distance. Su Ming, along with his legion, arrived at the edge of this city, and then they saw dense troops of zombies roaming around in all directions, lickers, crushers, rushers, and densely packed ordinary zombies, which made one's scalp numb at first glance. Su Ming couldn't help but murmur, this lone city, how did it survive? Such a huge tide of corpses actually failed to gnaw the city to death? The sacred beetle elder, exploding worm-cloaked one, stepped forward to explain. We, the sacred beetles, helped by digging an underground botanical garden for them, which allows them to be self-sufficient in the production of supplies. At the same time, this lone city has an allied army, the Cannibal Flower Clan. It grinned and introduced. The Cannibal Flower Clan belongs to a powerful branch of the great family of magical plants, and they are able to take root and grow on the walls of the city, then drape their vines down over the walls. Su Ming was puzzled, vines hanging down? Then wouldn't the zombies just climb up along with it? Right. Oh. The zombies have stiff bodies and simple heads, they won't grab the vines, and they rely on stacking up the walls with corpses when attacking the city. The holy beetle elder said, on the vines that hang down, every meter, a mine fruit grows out of the flowers, and when the zombies attack, the cannibal flowers will detonate one by one, blowing them into a sky of flying flesh and blood. Won't it blow up the walls and sink? The worm lord on the side, scale worm fire eater, asked in wonder. It wasn't a physics explosion, but a pollen blast. It releases a sea of strange pollen that corrodes flesh and blood, but they are ineffective against the stone of the walls, and the fur of the fluffy folk. There's still this kind of city guarding weapon? Awesome! Su Ming and the others soon saw the Lone City's special method of defending the city. When the zombies invade. When the giant zombie crushers pulled up large trees and tried to crash into the city walls as siege hammers, a lion folk swordsman from the Velvet Folk Resistance Army immediately rose up in the air and performed the sword royal technique, using the ancient theory of gold overcoming wood, and chopped the opposing tree's siege hammers into the sky into wood shavings. Subsequently, the ground in front of the lonely city turned into a quagmire, and countless vines of cannibalistic flowers drilled out, binding the clumsy limbs of the giant zombies, dragging them into the quagmire, and gorging on them as if they were a feast of gluttony. When the liquor zombies were agile enough to rush up the walls and quickly climb up to charge, the Velvet People's Resistance Army would sprinkle the cannibalistic flowers planted on the walls, whereupon many of the landmine fruits exploded, releasing countless amounts of colorful pollen that covered these zombies. Immediately their bodies began to dissolve, turn to pus, and die in miserable howls. As the sea of regular zombies launched a massive charge, the Velvet People's Resistance poured in. Bear folk veterans wielding demon breaker prism guns, poking down hard. They were of infinite strength, sweeping a whole bunch of them, and were definitely a true elite troop type. The panther folk veterans are good at walking on rocky ledges, so they fly over the walls, constantly throwing pollen from that cannibalistic flower to kill the walkers in bulk. The lion veterans kept on performing the demon-breaking lion's roar, using sonic attacks to roar the zombies into dizziness and froze them in place in large batches, and then the group was destroyed by the pollen bombs of the cannibal flowers. Wonderful! After watching a city defense battle, Su Ming said with a sigh of admiration, no wonder this lone city was able to hold on. So it turns out that a large number of powerful elite soldiers survived inside. The number of powerful races such as the bear folk, leopard folk, lion folk, and tiger folk here is even greater than the anchor base of the end times. Saying that, Su Ming's eyes flashed. In my opinion, the reason why this lone city has never asked for help from the anchor base of the end times is mostly because it was once a loser in the Velvet Folk Civil War. He revealed a secret story. After knowing that the copy of the high school was Caesar's Kingdom, I asked my agent, M.S. Zhao Muyu, to collect almost all the books related to it for me and read them all night long. And it was mentioned in the book History of the Development of the Velvet People's Resistance that when deciding on the future course, the undead old Meow Caesar thought that the Dragon Kingdom was trustworthy and that it should form an offensive and defensive alliance with us in the other world. The races of the Meow folk, the Woof folk, the Chirp folk, and a portion of the Bleat folk and the Moo folk follow immortal old Meow Caesar, establish the anchor base of the end times, and henceforth watch over and support each other with us, the Dragon Kingdom. However, many of the powerful races, the lion folk, tiger folk, and leopard folk, etc., are following Velvet Folk Lion, Harvey and breaking with the former, believing that all other worldly invaders are evil, and that the Velvet Folk Resistance must rely entirely on themselves to accomplish independence and liberation. Su Ming said with a serious expression. In short, there are two very different paths. The path of alliance upheld by immortal old Meow. The path of self-improvement upheld by Velvet Folk Lion. He shook his head. In the end, the forces led by the Velvet Folk Lion were said to have perished in the long battle of resistance, and the path of the undead old Meow was ultimately proven to be the right one. Why? Is self-improvement wrong? The two bug lords looked at each other. The audience watching the livestream in front of the screen was also extraordinarily puzzled. Chapter 168, Activating the Divine Weapon. Su Ming crossed his fingers and said in a calm voice, I can only say that Velvet Folk Lion, Harvey, is too narrow-minded, too conceited, and too overestimating of his own race. In reality, any race has weaknesses and flaws, which is why we have learned to use tools to compensate. The so-called self-improvement has never been in conflict with the undead old Meow of uniting outsiders. He shook his head. The so-called self-improvement that Harvey believes in is, in the end, merely a kind of closed-door conservatism. You guys see this lone city? Isn't it relying on the cannibal flower to defend it? Su Ming scoffed, and scoped out to the two local insect lords, knowing that in the book Genealogy of Magical Plant Families, the author had done research. The creator of the race of cannibal flowers was no other than the magical girl Lilith. Through biochemical technology, she extracted the DNA of plants such as hogweed, king flower, snake tree, cannibal willow and so on, and with the genes of some cannibalistic zombies, she carried out micro-level biological editing, and created a brand new genetically modified plant, cannibal flower. Ha! The elder of the sacred beetle was dumbfounded. The cannibal flower actually originated from the biochemical experiments of the witch Lilith. The worm lord, on the other hand, was worried. So, could it be that the cannibalistic flowers are the witch Lilith's backhanders? They can't be harboring evil intentions, right? Never. I will not allow you to denigrate our allies. At the same time, an excited voice was resounding from the side, and then, from the void, a pale but burly lion folk with explosive and terrifying power in his entire body emerged. Lord Harvey? Su Ming was stunned. The audience, who were watching the live broadcast in front of them with great interest, could not help but let out a gasp of surprise. Su Ming was making a big point of needling Velvet Folk Lion Harvey's policies, not realizing that she was backhandedly caught by the rightful owner. I have to admit that Su Ming is the true scholar. This information, which he picked up at his fingertips without a search engine, is truly awesome. It turns out that in the Abyssal Level 3 Corpse Tide, there is still such a past story. Saddening, as expected. Where there are velvet folk, there are rivers and lakes. CCTV live in the booth. Professor Shen appreciated Su Ming more and more. Ha ha, Su Ming is really great. He actually read the history of the development of the Velvet People's Resistance Army that I wrote with my own handwriting. It really moved this author. The host and expert Zhang were also dumbfounded. You wrote that book? Prof. Shen rolled his eyes. Surprised? Why do you think CCTV invited me to be the special guest for this year's college entrance exam? Isn't it because I'm one of the experts in the Dragon Kingdom who knows the Velvet People's resistance best? Well, what you said makes sense. I'm actually speechless. The host was dumbfounded. So, you also agree with Su Ming's judgment? Of course, Professor Shen said indifferently. Caesar's path is right. They are already life and death allies with our Dragon Kingdom for mutual benefit. The otherworldly portal binds the rise and fall of our two races. Harvey, on the other hand, a conceited old lion. He trusted too much in his personal force, belonging to the typical tyrant-style old-fashioned, should have been swept into the trash heap of history long ago. It's a pity that the lion people, tiger people, leopard people, and other powerful velvet people races went extinct because of him. Abyssal Layer 3 is vast and boundless, so it's impossible to say that these velvet folk are still holding on to their resistance in certain places. Expert Zhang, however, said, this lone city in the replica clearly symbolizes some sort of expectation from the replica's creator, His Highness the Immortal Old Meow. Hopefully, if the Velvet Folk Resistance can retrieve these powerful races, it will also be extremely favorable to the diversity of their troop types. Professor Shen nodded. They continued to watch the live stream. The audience stopped posting pop-ups and concentrated. This kind of gossip involving the top powers was always the favorite entertainment news for all professionals. It's me, the Velvet Folk Lion Harvey, with an expressionless face, looked at Su Ming. You have come here in great numbers and without hiding your tracks in the slightest. Our lone city's telescopes have long since discovered you. Therefore, I personally led a team to scout. You are actually a member of the Caesar faction? He glanced at the panda spear thrower and berserker bowman behind Su Ming. Su Ming smiled faintly, but said with a frank expression, Lonely City is already facing a life and death dilemma. Do you still care about these meaningless factional disputes? To tell you the truth, His Highness, the Immortal Old Meow, was also seriously injured by the zombie army in an encounter, and his life will soon be over, and he will soon travel to the other world to use the phoenix blood to reach nirvana and be reborn. Don't you want to see your old friend for the last time? Perhaps, after he is reborn, he will lose all his memories and never recognize you again. Su Ming spoke casually to Harvey in a faintly reminiscent tone. The attitude he assumed was that of an equalizing lord. Yes, he would not have had to be inferior, because he was already the power overlord of the Abyssal Avengers. In terms of battle strength under his command, the number of velvet folk in the lone city was clearly no match for his large force. The old lion folk leader tersely sighed. Is it true what you said, about the origin of the cannibal flower? Su Ming bristled. Why would I need to lie to you? Besides, just now I didn't notice your excellency's arrival. Is there a need for me to lie? In addition, the Velvet People's Resistance Army has been flourishing all these years, and has already clamped down on 95% of the Zombie Legion's combat power, while your excellency has already been stretched to the limit and reduced to a lone city simply by being besieged by a single Zombie Legion. In fact, it's already clear who's winning and who's losing the battle over your routes. Harvey, alright, since I've confirmed that Lone City is safe and sound and can hold its ground, I should also leave. Su Ming got up without any attachment and inquired in passing. In addition, I think that your local specialty, the pollen bombs of the cannibal flower, is very useful. I wonder if you are willing to trade. I come with tons of supplies and provisions. Saying that, Su Ming activated the artifact, Carry On World, and moved a large amount of bagged fresh meat, compressed cookies, and medical materials from the blue planet to the ground. The velvet folk lion Harvey, at once, had its pupils suddenly shrunk, and its thirst for the supplies was simply clear to see. Ming muttered to himself in Dragon Kingdom Chinese, "Another big knockout. I wonder if I can abduct a batch of lion folk and bear folk recruits. These guys are really powerful. Even in the elite troop types, they are top tier." Instead, Harvey hesitated. "Aren't you coming to our rescue by order of Caesar?" Ming was bewildered. "Ha, Caesar doesn't even know where you guys are." "You see," he showed the electronic map on his wristwatch. "This is an electronic intelligence map drawn by Caesar, and it contains absolutely no record of your relevance. I only realized that a group of velvet folk here were still fighting in the Lone City by listening to the intelligence of the sacred beetle elders." Chapter 169, I'm just letting you take the test. Have we been forgotten? The old Lion King from the lonely city was in a daze. Like a stone statue. Obviously, it's lost. After all, there is a universal truth: the greatest respect for an opponent is to kill him, the corresponding greatest contempt is to completely ignore him and forget about him. Ming smiled. "Your Excellency Velvet Folk Lion Harvey, you don't have to feel lost. After all, you still have a breath of life left and are able to live on in the world in the isolated city. But His Highness, the immortal old Meow Caesar, is already about to die a sensational death in battle. Although he will go down in history forever, leaving a colorful mark in the corpse nest world and becoming an immortal hero, you at least saved your little life. No loss." The words were all but derisive of Harvey. For an aspiring self-improvement hero trying to take down the zombie army and save the world on his own, to be reduced to a side of the Mountain King, and thenceforth forgotten by the world, is undoubtedly the heaviest blow of all. Sure enough, the velvet folk lion Harvey's breathing became ragged, anger stirring in his chest. "Otherworldly human race, what do you want from a bad old man like me when you use agitation on me?" Harvey coldly cast a sidelong glance at Ming. "Our lonely city is left with these old and weak. Is there anything else worth coveting from you?" Ming said with a straight face, "I can see that your Excellency's lifespan is already like a candle in the wind, and could go out at any time. I would like to ask you if you would like to come and go crazy in your last dying moments. I wish to unite the many aboriginal tribes, and unite you velvet folk, them worms, and all sorts of other rebels. We will renounce all former rifts and racial divisions and embrace a brand new identity, the Avengers of the Abyss." Ming looked at him with deep eyes. "Do you want to take this unit of your velvet people and return to the battlefield to counterattack the zombie army? Does your Excellency want to be a coward for the rest of your life? Or do you want to be a hero again in your twilight years? The sun is like blood, the heroes are dying, the old steed is still in the stable, the heart is strong." Ming gazed at the scarlet afterglow of the Tree of Light before it dissipated. This was the setting sun of the third level of the abyss. His voice was filled with the grandeur of a heroic epic. "Your Excellency, Lion of the Velvet Folk, do you want to die in battle in a grand manner, or be forgotten like a maggot in a lonely city?" A shudder ran through Harvey's frame. Ming smiled faintly and stretched out his right hand. "I sincerely invite you to join the Abyssal Avengers. We will pull out our camp tonight and launch an attack on the headquarters of the Zombie Bear Legion, the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory. I will make one of the top 10 legions, henceforth removed from the name." "Impossible," Harvey instinctively retorted. "How can you shake the lair of one of the 10 legions with just your team?" Ming looked at him and said earnestly, "I think that the lion folk are prim and valiant, the tiger folk are fierce, the bear folk are pugnacious, and the bleat folk are loyal. And with you guys joining us, we'll have enough power to take down the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory. And the undead old Meow Caesar's Mordecai anchor base is also in danger. If we can destroy the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory in one fell swoop, it will definitely have the effect of knocking down the mountain and surrounding the zombies, causing the zombies that are besieging the anchor of the end times to be at risk, and thus fall apart." The corner of Ming's lips curled slightly. "This is a lone expedition. I only ask your Excellency, are you willing to die?" Harvey furrowed his eyebrows and reminded him of the risks of this trip. Flesh Bear Factory is in the top 5 level even among the top 10 zombie armies. Moreover, the zombie bears will be limited by the terrain when they are fighting away from home, but once they return to their home ground, they will be boosted by the plague fog that is wafting around, doubling their life recovery speed, armor plus 5, and attack speed plus 30%, which is equivalent to doubling their strength. Ming gazed at him. "Yes, this trip is dangerous and deep into the enemy's nest. I only ask your Excellency, are you willing?" "Yes." The wrinkles on Velvet Folk Lion Harvey's face all spread out, and his eyes became hot and determined again. Lone City and Lone Army. What a match! Since the Fire-Thirsty Worm Clan and the Sacred Beetle Clan trust you, we, the Lone City Velvet Folk, are willing to trust our lives as well. Tonight when the stars are shining brightly, I will lead the Velvet people of the Lonely City to pour out and strangle all the local zombies, then join the Abyssal Avengers. Harvey stretched out his right arm and clasped it tightly with Ming. I request that you all attack with me both internally and externally, and first lift the danger of Lone City being under siege. Ding! Su Ming's professional panel received a brand new hidden quest. Hidden quest, Return of the Soul. Description: the Velvet Folk Lion Harvey, who once parted ways with the undead old Meow Caesar over a battle of routes, has been persuaded by you and is willing to lead the Lonely City Velvet Folk forces to join your forces as one of your vassal clans. Mission completion condition: exterminate all the zombies in this area and destroy their buildings. Mission reward 1, 100 points for the entrance exam and plus 1 level of evaluation. Quest reward 2, you will be joined by 99 lion folk, 99 bear folk, 99 bleat folk, 99 tiger folk, 199 hyena folk, and 199 vulture folk. Su Ming nodded his head. A small matter. Please blow the charge as a signal for us to communicate. Good. Harvey disappeared into the dusk twilight, and the viewers who saw it couldn't help but feel their blood boil. I rub. There's an epic feeling of being witness to history. Goosebumps are coming out. No, Su Ming was just taking a test. How did the picture turn around and actually become a unified fluffy people and an otherworldly hegemony? I have the feeling that I'm watching an epic movie. Su Ming's new king has risen. Harvey's overlord has returned, and the tribes have rekindled their fervor to wipe out the evil zombie legions in one fell swoop and return a clear sky to level 3 of the abyss. Ignited. There's a real sense of mission and stirring that you're witnessing history. Not only the audience, but the CCTV broadcasting room was likewise filled with the sound of pouring cold air. This Su Ming really makes me rejoice, Professor Shen said with emotion, when he continuously asked the Velvet People's Lion, I only ask your excellency, if you are willing to go to your death. I also suddenly had an impulse of an old man's youthful fervor. It had to be said that the fervor had to be seen in the youth. Su Ming has a heart of a bare-blooded man with a hot blood. This is the sunrise of the Dragon Kingdom. Expert Zhang also clenched his fists and waved with excitement. If I were in a copy at this moment, I would definitely be wailing to join Su Ming's Abyssal Avengers and fight the zombies. Right now, Su Ming's side is as powerful as a rainbow, and when he calls out from the top, the Aborigines will help their elders and children to win food and scenery, which is really a great feeling of a teenage hero coming out of a historical story. The CCTV host also nodded slightly. It is like Han Gaozu looking at the ancestral dragon and shouting a great man when it is also of the grandeur, but also as if under the tiger's nest pass. Li Shimen Tianzi sealed the god. Chen Qingju's thousands of troops to avoid the white robes, and Hua Zishu sealed the wolf Jushu the bravery of the three armies. Chapter 170, Unification of the Velvet Folk. Otherworldly domination? The Weak Water family. In the banquet parlor, as Bu Himoyan gazed at Su Ming, who was in the midst of the storms of the plague season, with his levying robes blazing, she only felt that there were a few more points of vicissitudes between his brows. In a trance, she remembered with a haze her first encounter. At that time, Su Ming had a green face and was only a poor student who had just switched professions, yet he had already shown his first signs of greatness, waving his hand in the battle of the swarming demon bastion and breaking the world record that had been sealed for decades in one fell swoop. And now, only how long had passed, and Su Ming had already been sharp, subverting the kingdom of Caesar's copy with the king's capital under the gaze of the entire Dragon Kingdom audience, rendering all the opponents speechless. Wu Mingxi looked at her daughter whose beautiful eyes were streaming. Her complexion dimmed as she once again felt a strong sense of remorse. Zhang Kongchang, whom she regards as the best son-in-law, has been reduced to a clown king and is constantly hatching little arachnids, which is not a cause of laughter on the pop-up screen and the host's ridicule. Su Ming, who had been abandoned by her, was already sweeping through the land of Caesar, moving towards victory with unprecedented vigor, looking just one step away from being the top student of the college entrance exam, the so-called hoi polloi, LOL. In the ancient times of the Dragon Kingdom, in the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties, there was the saying catching a son-in-law under the list. Those great mansions, great families, and great power valves that were powerful in the imperial court were willing to fall back on their own golden young ladies to recruit the top 3 in the imperial examinations and make them their dragon son-in-laws, thus attracting the empire's top smartest people for their families. The mystic sanctuary, on the other hand, was only a second-rate force in the Dragon Kingdom, and in terms of status and prestige, it didn't even have the qualifications to participate in catching a son-in-law under the list. But it's just, Wu Mingxi personally beat the lovebirds with a stick, drove away the high school student, and even offended the other party ruthlessly. Even if you look at the daughters' sake, Su Ming is too lazy to be catty with them. In the future it should not be to the opposite side, but originally able to make friendship love. But it is gone. In the future it is likely to look at each other. For a while, Wu Mingxi was numb with remorse. As for Zhang Lirong on the side, looking at her bosom friend whose face was cloudy, how could she not understand what she was thinking? But at this moment, Zhang Lirong herself is speechless and only feels full of shame. The sun she had desperately bragged about was dimmed under Su Ming's aura, and it was simply a tall order. With Zheng Kongqing's achievements today, Zheng Lirong still wants to let Him Yan marry him. Simply a bit of flirting and egging on her niece to jump into the fire pit. Now that it's come to this, Zheng Lirong doesn't have the face to forcibly set up Bu Him Yan and Zheng Kongqing, and she can't complain because who is the culprit who caused her son to lose face? It was precisely the predecessors of the weak water family. They dried up, with no regard for sustainability, causing the Naga Corpse demons to get an antibody vaccine and henceforth be immune to the Sea Demon Lord's might, resulting in no way out for future generations. But what could Zheng Lirong say? Blame the elders? Zhang Lirong, whose one tendon became blocked at both ends, was also in a state of confusion and could only continue to look at the equally impotent and furious Zheng Kongqing with an uncertain face. Zheng Kongqing, who was in the copy, was storming around. Damn it! Why haven't I come across a brand new tribe of Naga Corpse demons after traveling for so long? Where have all their people gone? At this rate, until the high school copy closes, I'm afraid I won't be able to get back to the 400-point passing baseline. Ah, God nah. Give me an enemy with high points. I don't want to end the college entrance exam with a measly 190 points. Zheng Kongqing, who was struggling at the passing line, and Su Ming, who was about to break through 900 points, were in stark contrast. As the experts on the CCTV broadcast said, Zheng Kongqing couldn't find his way at all, and could only scurry around like a headless fly, expecting to take his chances and find the enemy. But, since coming to the kingdom of Caesar copy, Zheng Kongqing's luck could only be described as quite bad. A pop-up screen mercilessly crossed. The Clown Emperor still wants to claim the enemy with a blind cat? The third level of the Abyss, the Corpse-Tide world, is notorious for its complicated terrain and is extremely easy to get lost. Some time ago, when immortal old Meow gave thanks and launched a plea for help from the Dragon Kingdom, our officials would have provided electronic maps to all the volunteer participants in the battle. At the same time, at least one compass would be given. Zheng Kongqing didn't even prepare for this, so it's clear that not only is he stupid, but his parents don't have any foresight either. Zheng Lirong was dumbfounded, and instinctively wanted to retort, but when the dirty words came to the eye of the throat, they turned into a cavity full of bitterness. Yeah, why didn't he prepare a Corpse-Tide special compass for his son? Zheng Kongqing is not the only one who is complacent and thinks that getting the top grade is as easy as picking up a bag. Even he, himself, drifted. If Su Ming's performance in Caesar's land was a divinely unfolding story, Zheng Kongqing's adventure, in a sense, is also another kind of divine unfolding. Never thought that Zheng Kongqing eventually found a second enemy tribe, opened the hidden mission, is about to obtain a high amount of points. After he made his way north and led the Arachnid Legion in a piggy bank, Zheng Kongqing managed to get ahead of Su Ming. It was because he had arrived at the headquarters of the Zombie Bear Army, the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory, ahead of the others. This was precisely the ultimate mission target that Su Ming was prepared to lead the Flame-Thirsty Worms, the Sacred Beetle Clan, and the forces of the Lonely City Velvet Folk to go hang together. A system prompt caused Zheng Kongqing's heart to cool halfway. You have triggered the ultimate hidden quest, attack the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory and rout the zombie bear forces of the 4th of the 10 legions of zombies. Upon achieving this, you will receive an additional 500 bonus points for the college entrance exams. Your high school evaluation will be upgraded to SS. Warning, the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory is one of the strongest forces in the land of Caesar. Please come back to complete this quest after gathering enough manpower, or else you are likely to be caught in the tragic situation of being ambushed on all sides. Zheng Kongqing looked at the string of copy system reminders as if he were a wooden chicken, cowering and hiding in the grass, probing his head to look out. What came into view was a strong and powerful hostile force, a level 30 doll bear troll, a level 30 clawed bear warrior, and a level 30 bear shaman. Grass, a plant. Zheng Kongqing immediately chose to shrink his head like a turtle and curled up in the grass, shivering. Note, the level cap for Caesar's Land replicas is 20. So, the level 30 zombie bear troopers undoubtedly meant one thing: they were the ultimate NPCs guarding this copy. A group of almost invincible existences. Level 30 hitting level 20 means being able to do level suppression damage and power crush damage with ease. Level 20 hitting level 30 means that the words opponent has resisted, high level immunity, and low level hit loss will appear, one way or another. This reduction means that the lower rank side can only play at 50% of its strength at best. The host and two experts in the CCTV broadcast room were also dumbfounded. The CCTV host's lips curled slightly, revealing an offended but not impolite derisive smile. Mr. Zheng Kongqing, in a sense, is also seeking mercy. Perhaps, it was the god of copies that heard his prayers. Chapter 171, Seek Mercy. Obtain mercy? The hammer is the hammer. After saying that, the guide of the CCTV high school entrance examination channel played back the image of Zheng Kongqing just praying. He stormed up to the sky. God, Give me an enemy with high points. I don't want to end my senior year with a measly 190 points. Poof. All the spectators were amused by this highly comedic scene. Asking for mercy? I think it's begging for a hammer. Ask for a hammer and you get a hammer? I'd say it's a death wish. This unlucky kid, who actually still has the physique of a Shinigami high school student with a raven's mouth, is really a prophecy. Enjoying the big time, the whole legion of zombie bears pouring in to serve him and his little arachnid children. This is going to be fun now. The special guests of the live broadcast, Professor Shen and expert Zhang, also held smiles as they tried to analyze Zheng Kongqing's win rate in attacking the flesh and blood bear factory in a serious manner. Expert Zhang threw in the towel. Some viewers are saying that even if the zombie bear possesses a 99% win rate, don't we, Zheng Kongqing, have 1%? Sorry, not really. I'll give the winning percentage to 0.000000002% at most. Oh, why did you pinpoint the winning percentage to 8 decimal places? The host asked curiously. Expert Zhang smiled lightly. Because the probability I'm talking about, which originated from the Velvet People's Resistance Army, is the probability of the third level of the abyss being hit by a celestial asteroid. Only a heavenly disaster that destroys the sky can help Zheng Kongqing defeat the zombie bear army. Prof. Shen followed suit with a hilarious laugh. Old Zhang, your poisonous tongue is too underhanded. Zheng Kongqing would never have only such a small chance of winning, because the server downtime probability of the previous college entrance exam replicas was 0.00007%. Once the server explodes and Zheng Kongqing gets out of the replica, it's at least a tie, right? Can this be considered a tie? Expert Zhang asked incredulously. Professor Shen shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, Zheng Kongqing wasn't wiped out, so he can't be considered to have lost the fight, right? Ha 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 ha. There was an air of rapture in the live room. And so, in the eager anticipation of millions of viewers, Zheng Kongqing retreated into an abandoned mine hole, letting the arachnids make a web to block the hole, and then hugged the warm and fluffy little arachnids and smothered them. When in trouble, fall down and sleep. I didn't realize that Zheng Kongqing and I have the same creed in life. The host was dumbfounded. But to be honest, other than sleeping to relieve 1,000 sorrows, I can't think of any way to attack the flesh and blood bear factory. I wonder, do the two experts have a good plan to attack the zombie lair? Well, Professor Shen tilted his head to the ceiling, seemingly scrutinizing the decorative textures. Zhang expert scratched his ears and seemed to have suddenly committed a malady and couldn't free his hands. Moderator. A wordless silence spread through the live room. Meanwhile, in live room 3, Su Ming's Abyssal Avenger and Velvet Folk Lion Harvey's Lonely City Velvet Folk attacked back and forth, both erupting with astonishing combat power, easily strangling the zombie troops stationed here. There is nothing difficult about this task. Honestly, just those powerful Velvet Folk alone are probably enough to kill them. Looking at the retreating legions of zombies, the Worm Lord, Scale Worm Fire Eater asked with some bewilderment. This is simply a one-sided slaughter. Do those Velvet Folk really need us? The Holy Beetle Elder, Exploding Worm Cloaked One, also said doubtfully, my opinion is the same as Worm's. This matter has gone so smoothly that it's almost like cheating, and the fact that this lone city has been besieged for so long without losing the slightest bit of battle power doesn't fit my impression at all. Could it be that they've been playing weak and pathetic all along? Bingo! The corner of Su Ming's lips curled slightly. These words hit the nail on the head. In my opinion, this group of zombies is simply a front. They are the real walls protecting the solitary city. Su Ming skewered and snorted. The reason why these fluffy people in the lonely city have never exterminated them, and even feigned a precarious and imminent fall, is purely to show the enemy that they are weak, so as to save their lives, and to avoid stronger zombie forces from coming to exterminate them. They're just playing dumb and hiding it. That's the survival wisdom of this bunch of fluffers. His words just fell. The Velvet Folk Lion, Harvey, once again stepped out of the shadows and came to his side, saying faintly, recognized by you, Lord Overlord of the Abyssal Avenger. Not bad. We are using this group of zombies to hide our true strength. When the zombie legions attacked us, the natives, there was a pattern, and that was, layer upon layer. First there will be a ghoul unit to launch a tentative attack, and after the overthrow comes the Lickers/Naga Zombie Demon/Walker units/two-headed ghoul dragon units and so on, before the 10 legions eventually pour in. Harvey sighs tersely. In the long years of fighting, I found that the zombie legions have always mechanically followed this iron law, which is very stiff and rigid. Considering that the zombies are largely unintelligent, it's understandable. Su Ming came to a sudden realization. So, you pretended to fight the ordinary zombie troops, maintaining the boundaries of triggering the next stage, and stuck the bugs in the logic of the zombies' behavior, thus ensuring that your city would be safe and sound. Yes. A trace of bitterness swept through the old Lion King's cloudy eyes. but I know that this is merely an escape. The reason why the 10 legions of zombies have not freed their hands to exterminate me was never because I was cunning. The main reason was that Caesar's Velvet Folk Resistance Army had attracted their main force, so the zombies didn't have the heart to care about others and turned a blind eye to me. Su Ming nodded his head in relief. It is good that your excellency can realize this. No wonder you were able to quickly accept my invitation to make changes. It turns out that you clearly cognizant of the fact that after the destruction of the anchor base of the end times, the 10 zombie legions will have their hands free to exterminate small forces like Lone City one by one. Yes, by then we will be on the ropes too. Sooner or later. Harvey coldly grunted. At this time, if we don't join you and let go of the fight, we will only be able to survive for 3 to 5 years at most in the future. The Velvet People's Resistance Army, which is supported by the big powers of other worlds, can't resist the iron hooves of the 10 legions, let alone us. Wise choice. Su Ming was satisfied, and at the same time, he and the viewers in the live broadcast room saw the copy prompt. You have completed the hidden quest, Soul Return. The forces of the Lone City Velvet Folk have volunteered to join your camp of Abyssal Avengers. You have recruited new troops, 99 Lion Folk, 99 Bear Folk, 99 Bleat Folk, 99 Tiger Folk, 199 Hyena Folk, 199 Vulture Folk. Congratulations to you, Mr. Su Ming, the candidate. Your points for the college entrance exam are plus 100, and you have now reached 909 points. Your evaluation for the college entrance exam will be plus 1 level at the time of settlement. The audience in the live broadcast room was filled with envy and jealousy. Wow! Su Ming almost picked up 100 exam points for nothing. He just casually gave an order to attack. And then, 10 minutes later, the hidden quest was automatically completed. That Velvet Folk Lion Harvey is really fierce. He definitely has a level 30 boss panel in the replica. And if you put it aside in reality, he's definitely a demigod level powerhouse as well. Chapter 172 The Final Bell. Su Ming's fans immediately refuted. Blacks, be envious. If this hidden quest is so simple, why didn't your GG manage to do it? The reason why this hidden mission is so easy is because Su Ming is strong enough. Su Ming's fan leader Cici is a big muscle bully gave a professional analysis. Have you guys seen the iconic buildings of those zombie armies? The totems on them are very clear, and most of them are two-headed zombie dragons. Obviously, the troops in the kingdom of Caesar's copy weren't brushed out of thin air, but they all had bases, layers, and production lines to manufacture them. Su Ming had already annihilated the two-headed corpse dragon elsewhere. That's why he was able to finish off this time. This is called the butterfly effect. It's a chain reaction. When this statement was made, many people found it quite reasonable and held it up as a standard. But no matter how heated the argument on the internet was, it had no effect on Su Ming and the copy. He led the newly joined Velvet Folk of the Lonely City and killed them in great numbers towards that clear and extremely dangerous area on the electronic map, the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory. Ahem, Professor Shen, Expert Zhang, you guys don't need to pretend to be dead, so quickly analyze Su Ming's odds of attacking the zombie bear army's lair. The CCTV host hurriedly took the opportunity to pull the topic back. Just now, the duo racked their brains and couldn't find a way for Zheng Kongcheng to win. However, as soon as Su Ming was mentioned, the two advisors were instantly energized. Su Ming will undoubtedly win. Professor Shen gave his judgment decisively. The zombie bears are the main force attacking the anchor of the end times base. So we can come to a simple conclusion. The Flesh and Blood Bear Factory is currently defenseless. Yes, Su Ming is practicing his plan to surround Wei and save Zhao, and is fulfilling his promise to immortal old Miao Caesar. Expert Zhang also very much agreed. In addition, I would like to remind everyone that Su Ming is actually already in an undefeated position. Losing is also a win. Winning is also a win. It's completely like Qin Shi Huang looking in the mirror, a win-win situation. Oh, why do you say that? The host was stunned and a little puzzled. Expert Zhang smiled and said, the reasoning is simple. Even if Su Ming loses, his team is so large that it must be able to truly threaten the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory. And the news that the lair is on fire and precarious will definitely be passed on to the front lines of the Mordecai anchor base at fire speed. At that time, we will see a picture. The CCTV host understood in a second. You mean, all zombie bear soldiers will exit the battlefield? She hissed back a breath of cold air, imagining that image. This is the main force of the siege, and it's serving as 80% of the meat shield. Once there were no more zombie bears to guard them, the wild rat crossbowmen and storm meow bomb throwers in the base would both be able to exert a powerful killing power. It seems that without Su Ming's anchor of the end times, the probability is that it will be able to hold the next wave of the siege. Yes, Professor Shen smiled slightly and reminded them, don't ever forget that Caesar hasn't yet performed his retreating demon holy flame superb kill yet. That one holy sword has the ability to finalize the world with a single strike. Wow, if you think about it like that, Su Ming still has a lot of cards in his hand. The host lamented. Let's wait and see. Perhaps tonight is the time to witness the birth of the top scholar of the college entrance exam. It was now afternoon, and in the evening Su Ming's troops would arrive at the Blood Flesh Bear factory. The big battle is imminent, and tonight, that's when all the candidates' bases face the fourth wave of siege. Everything is seen in its true form. All viewers, let's forewarn you that the fourth wave of the siege will be the end of all candidates, the host said with a dignified expression. Because our copy designers have already informed who the final leveling boss that will make its final appearance will be. All the viewers pricked up their ears and stared at the screen. The host solemnly said, that's one of the Corp's Tide, world's top 10 army chiefs, Sacred Bear Nemancer. The audience burst into a frenzy. The Velvet People's Resistance had been allies with the Dragon Kingdom for decades, so traveling to fight on level 3 of the Abyss was a family affair for many Dragon Kingdom professionals. And Sacred Bear Nemancer, one of the well-known overlords of the zombie army. It possessed a terrifying height of 10 meters, and its entire body was sewn with the organs of many powerful people, and for every organ sewn, it would fuse one of the other person's abilities. So the Sacred Bear possessed a sea of rare and strange abilities. Its known skills, alone, exceed 100. Therefore, the Sacred Bear Nemancer was an extremely difficult and all-powerful boss with almost no weaknesses. Definitely a nightmare for all candidates. It's a monstrous sewing monster. Only the base is a zombie bear. The gauntlet will play the final bell of surrender in the battle against the Sacred Bear, the host solemnly said. This year's college entrance examination will end tonight. Thank you to all viewers for accompanying us all the way. I also wish all the candidates a bright future. Professor Shen, however, suddenly said, I remember that one of the well-known skills possessed by Sacred Bear Nemancer is the space spell, Any Door. This is a spatial ability that can be cast once every 72 hours to travel anywhere in the Corp's Tide world. Expert Zhang nodded his head. That's right, because of this skill, every time our Dragon Kingdom sends out strong men to surround it, the Sacred Bear always escapes. This guy's abilities are numerous and bizarre, and he hides several underhanded cards, so it's really difficult to deal with. However, you suddenly mentioned arbitrary doors. Do you mean? Expert Zhang understood the other party's meaning in a second. Do you think that Su Ming's copy of Caesar's Land will be not quite the same as others? Professor Shen said firmly. Of course, if you're Sacred Bear Nemancer, do you value your base? The Flesh and Blood Bear Factory, or the ultimate defense of the Velvet People's Resistance, the anchor of the end times? Undoubtedly, it must be the lair. Expert Zhang had a strong research experience on the third layer of the Abyss, and also had a certain amount of research on the behavioral logic and psychological portrait of the Sacred Bear Nemancer. Because the Sacred Bear's style of doing things is to think of defeat before victory, and to always make a good plan to escape. It's only natural that a guy like it would care more about its own rear base. Besides, Expert Zhang smiled faintly. Once the anchor base of the end times falls, the third level of the Abyss will completely fall into the hands of the 10 zombie legions. At that time, they will turn from allies to competitors or even enemies with each other. In order to win the zombie civil war, Sacred Bear Nemancer must also prioritize the protection of their base. Professor Shen thought deeply. This is what I wanted to say. This kid, Su Ming, really does have a few moments of luck on his side. All of these zombie forces that he has consecutively attacked have been able to effectively cut down on the defense pressure of his side's end times anchor. Chapter 173, sorry, we don't have a shortage of students. The CCTV host also marveled. Yeah, especially the final battle. If Su Ming can really hold the Sacred Bear Nemancer away, and then make all the zombie bear troops retreat, then I'm afraid the anchor of the end times will easily hold the final fourth wave of the offensive. Professor Shen crossed his fingers. At that time, Su Ming might even take the top rating for defending the city. In addition, he also has an extra rating for hunting zombies outside. If the two are stacked, well, Professor Shen rubbed his hands in anticipation. Shouldn't he break the high school record and get an SSS grade? The host was dumbfounded. Ever since there was a high school entrance exam, no one has ever gotten an SSS rank yet. Even Zheng Conqing's 2 seniors, those 2 sea demon lords, were only SS+. Professor Shen smiled and shook his head. It's only natural that they can't get it because they control the Naga Corp's demon clan by virtue of their occupational trait, which is a privilege, not a strength. Therefore, the scoring mechanism of the gauntlet will never grant them permission to surpass the SSS rank. All along, although the copies of the gauntlet have allowed those big families to use the privilege of hidden professions, they would also lower their ratings as a result. Su Ming, on the other hand, is just an ordinary summoner who hasn't even made an advancement transfer. This will, in turn, receive extra points from the college entrance examination grading system, Professor Shen said with a furrowed brow. Therefore, I am very optimistic about Su Ming's final evaluation. We are all about to witness history. The host guffawed and smiled. We welcome all the viewers to gather together to cheer on the seeded players such as Su Ming, Ji Tianyi, Morong Shuiyan and Zhang Kongcheng. as well as all of the candidates, to witness their endgame. The live broadcast of the high school exams was temporarily suspended, and everyone began to take a break. This is a long hiatus, a time for all remaining candidates to prepare for the final battle. Hunting State Military Academy. Wang Jian, the Director of Admissions, and Sun Jiangwo, the Deputy Director of Admissions, who are sitting on pins and needles, are facing 12 school board members in the conference room, as well as the collective questioning of the Chancellor. Su Ming, why hasn't he been absorbed into our Hunt Country Military School? The Grand Headmaster, a renowned paladin, Chu Berserker, had just returned from the otherworld after an abyssal exploration mission, so he knew nothing about this matter. He glanced at Su Ming in the wall-mounted TV with great admiration. The eyes of all the school board members began to twinkle. Wang Jian cleared his throat and looked towards Su Ming in the live stream of the college entrance exam, and said in an evasive manner, "I'm sorry, Lord Headmaster, because the Yanhuang Military Academy is willing to give an extremely high bargaining chip. They're willing to dedicate the entire school's strength to help Su Ming compete for the summoner artifact, Orb of Shadows. Our school, on the other hand, is unable to give the same treatment." Deputy Director Sun Jiangwo was relieved and somewhat glad that he had surrendered 70% of the bribe from the Iron Blood Alliance to this top boss. If Wang Jian told about his dealings with Shen Zimo in front of all the school managers, he was bound to be disciplined. Yanhuang Military Academy only has one spot, but we have a full 3. Principal Chu Berserkers was disgruntled. Why would we lose out to the district's 3rd military school in the competition for students? Ahem. A school board member reminded him. Those 3 spots already had owners 2 years ago. The people who booked them, we'd better not offend. Another school manager said with a smile. One of them is Chu Chunga, who has just transformed into a demon samurai. Principal Chu Berserkers froze. Chunga? Why is he interested in the Orb of Shadows as a demon warrior? Chu Chunga was Chu Berserker's own grandson, so there could be no doubt as to where this spot belonged. Director Wang Jian said with a straight face. Artifacts? Why should they be monopolized by summoners? Chu Chunga, as our Hunting Country Military School this year's Heavenly Pride level freshman, rightfully obtained the best resources. The principal doesn't have to be shy about it, and he's not avoiding his relatives. Once your grandson is able to capture the Orb of Shadows shard, he is perfectly capable of switching to a summoner, or taking a second major summoner on the side on his way from demon warrior to paladin. Wang Jian said rightfully. It's normal that good students tend to have a second major. Well, said Principal Chu Berserker, speechless. Since the quota was reserved for his grandson, it was naturally fine. Regarding Su Ming, Chu Berserkers heard the song and knew the meaning, sweeping away the face of the teacher, revealing a warm smile. It's not just the loss of an outstanding student. It's no big deal. Our Hunting Military School's faculty is limited. It is not possible to include all of the Dragon Kingdom's talents. There are always some trade-offs. This time, it is the Yanhuang Military School's prying strength is too great. We are careless. Just say it to the news media. Chu Berserker lazily waved his hand. Dismiss the meeting. Tell all the reporters, sorry, our first military academy is not short of students. So what if we don't have Su Ming? Our elites are still able to win the Global Military Academy Grand Competition. This is our heritage. Yes. All the school board members showed a satisfied look, and what none of them said was, this time, none of the 3 slots allocated to the Hunting Country Military Academy went to the proper summoners, but were divided among the children of the big shots. Artifact fragments? Who wouldn't want them? Why should we prioritize those poor summoners from poor backgrounds? The Orb of Shadows is capable of storing a massive amount of Shadow Realm creatures in it, and no more. A large group of Shadow Demons and Shadow Spikes can be placed in it to act as an odd force in battle. Even though there was no summoner skill boost, it was ultimately a group of higher shadow monsters. The base was there, and the strength was unquestionable. Soon, the official reply from the Hunting Military Academy appeared under the cameras of all the interviewing media, and then spread to all the news platforms, video platforms and posting bars, BBS forums, various chat groups and so on. Yanhuang Military Academy is really bold as well. Actually just directly taking out the qualifications to compete for the Divine Artifact Fragment to lure intrigue Su Ming. My goodness, is Su Ming going to obtain another Orb of Shadow after the Carry-On world? It is said that if all the Orb of Shadow's fragments can be gathered together and restored to its full form, the Shadow Realm Heavenly Orb will be able to return it to its full might, truly becoming a top-tier artifact that even the undead celestial coronet never possessed. Su Ming is too cool, right? So envious, so jealous, as if he wants a divine weapon. All the professionals couldn't help but be stunned by the great vigor of the Yanhuang Military Academy. But soon, there was another piece of news that went viral. Hey, you guys don't know, do you? As the #1 military school, the Hunt Country Military School is privileged, and they hold 3 whole slots to compete for the Orb of Shadows. Guess why the Kingdom Hunting Military School simply didn't bother to use any of them to recruit Su Ming? It's because Principal Chu Berserker's grandson, Chu Chang'e, has already reserved a spot. Chapter 174, Avengers, Assemble. The first slot belongs to the principal's grandson, a magic samurai. TSK, you guys savor it. The demon samurai is not a summoning profession, but a swordsman variant. The source anonymously leaked all the internal information of the Hunting Military Academy, all of it like a bamboo tube pouring beans. The second slot, on the other hand, is a school board member's nephew, and she has an interesting profession, a hunting fighter, which belongs to the berserker variant, and double not a summoner. The third spot, given to the son of a longtime patron of the Hunting Military Academy, and his profession is the hidden profession, Thunder Controller. No need to say anything more about that profession, right? It's not a summoner again. Double oops. This piece of breaking news immediately caused a huge wave on the Dragon Kingdom's network. This is too shady, isn't it? It's all backdoor operations and personal favors. A netizen angrily questioned. The 3 slots obtained by the Hunting Country Military Academy are used to select summoner talents for our Dragon Kingdom. The Orb of Shadows, as a divine artifact fragment, can only play its strongest role in the hands of a summoner, adding to the overall strength of our Dragon Kingdom. As a result, a group of rich second-generation non-summoner professions, all wrapped up, the Dragon Kingdom's reward policy is actually used by the Hunting Military Academy as a trading capital. It's too arrogant, isn't it? Not convinced? Please read Chu Chang'e's high school entrance exam perfect score essay. My headmaster Grandpa Chu Berserker. Cough cough. Paladin, Chu Berserker is a serious god-level powerhouse. All of you have some virtue. The old man is very grumpy. Be careful of him coming to the door and blowing you away. Someone reminded. As a result, online opinion was suddenly much lower. The intimidating power of a god-level powerhouse was unquestionable. The netizens immediately dared to be angry, fearing that they would be approached by Chu Berserkers. All the anger, however, didn't disappear. It just moved to more private intimate forums and chat groups, where it was adopted in the form of hackneyed words and bantered about with a knowing smile. Instead, the relevant media of the Hunt Country Military School was proudly releasing Chu Berserker's domineering speech as the front page headline. Sorry, our first military school is not short of students. Under the fierce might of the god-level powerhouse, everything dissolved into nothingness, and it seemed like the Hunting Military Academy had won again. It was a night of stars and thousands of people, all the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom, as well as a sizable portion of viewers in other countries, return home to accompany their children to watch the live broadcast of the college entrance exams. The final battle is approaching, and everyone is eagerly awaiting it. Moreover, the biggest suspense this year was whether Su Ming could overcome the flesh and blood bear factory. You know, all along, the human race in reality has never broken through this zombie bear legion lair, can only be in the recreational works and the addiction to a little bit of intention obscene. For example, the well-known Dragon Nation Netflix novel Rebirth of the Corpse-Tide World, opening attack on the flesh and blood bear factory. For example, the Brainchild movie The Fall of the Sacred Bear in Bollywood, The Elephant Country, has a strong A.S. hero who sings and dances and then strangles the sacred bear, causing the professionals in the Dragon Country to kowtow and worship like crazy. For example, in Sakura Nation's hot-blooded manga The Man Who Stands on Top of the Corpse Tide, the male protagonist, a mediocre high school student, possesses the power to explode stars with his bare hands and pulverize a bloody bear factory with a single punch. However, in the simulation copy, Caesar's Kingdom, if Su Ming was able to defeat this final boss, it would definitely have more gold than a civic work. After all, a replica is a simulation of reality, and it is inherently strategic. There was also a star-studded crowd in the CCTV booth. The most popular prof, Shen and expert Zhang, as well as the prettiest CCTV hostess, appeared together in the Spotlight studio as an all-star commentary team. Welcome to the final battle of this gauntlet, the female host greeted with a smile. Will Su Ming be able to break through the flesh and blood bear factory? Can Moron Shuayang's battle song create another miracle? Can Ji Tianyi's immortal battle spirit reverse the future? Can Zhang Concheng clear the stigma of the Clown Emperor? It's all in the high school studio tonight. She has upset the original seating order of 1 through 4, placing the candidates that people are most concerned about at the front of the line. Next, welcome our special guest for tonight. The female host smiled and reached out to introduce them. Professor Shen Yi from the Yanhuang Military Academy School of Strategy, as well as the Global Research Institute on the Abyss, as well as the director of the Corpse Tide Special Research Institute, expert Zhang Heng. Professor Shen Yi smiled faintly. Hello host, hello viewers. I believe that everyone has gathered at the CCTV channel to witness the birth of this year's top scholar of the college entrance exam. But to be honest, there's no suspense anymore. There's a 99% chance that it's Su Ming. Expert Zhang Hang also strongly agreed. Su Ming now has 909 points, and he will next attack the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory strongly. By that time, the Holy Bear Naymather will be split up, and it will only be able to appear on one of the battlefields with the help of the Arbitrary Door skill. It's either the Anchor of the End Times or the Flesh Bear Factory. According to my analysis, there is an 87% probability that the Sacred Bear will return to the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory, and at that time, in Su Ming's copy, the End Times Anchor base will not fall, and that means a guaranteed 200 exam points. In other words, Su Ming's total exam score will be as high as 1109 points, equaling the highest exam score record. Expert Zhang Hong spoke in admiration, and the other 13% probability is that Sacred Bear Nemancer is determined to break through the End Times Anchor, and he won't come back to defend his lair. The host picked up the conversation. If that's the case, Su Ming is too cool. He'll have the chance to complete the hidden mission and directly receive 500 extra points for the college entrance exam. Yes, Professor Shen smiled faintly. In that case, after breaking the Gun Demon Fortress record, Su Ming will break the total score record of the high school exam and the Kingdom of Caesar record. A high school candidate will have 3 world records. What a heavenly pride. What a talent. The audience couldn't help but be filled with anticipation, pulling for Su Ming's performance in the entrance exam tonight. Of course, many of the viewers seem to have a rather odd focus. They are here for Zhang Kongchang. The host's words changed, revealing a derisive and odd smile. 2 guests. Do you think Shen Kongchang still has a chance to save the day? Ha! Professor Shen snorted. I'm sorry to say that there are no more possibilities, because Sacred Bear Nemancer has already lost his target. There's no need for him to continue to linger in the Mordor Anchor base. Once Zhang Kongchang, along with his arachnid troop, launches a strong attack on the Flesh Bear Factory, it will inevitably attract the attention of this ultimate boss. The professor laughed. At that time, I'm looking forward to Zhang Kongchang's expression. Also, haha, it looks like young Kong Sung is destined to become a top comedian. Let's just wait and see. Chapter 175, A Bloody Battle on a Cold Night. Until Death Do Us Part. Flesh and Blood Bear Factory. As one of the 10 Legionnaires' lairs, it sits on a flat stretch of fertile land. High walls arched and chimneys rose to the sky. Steampunk meets classic magic here. Undead heavy industries and zombie technology collide here, which Lilith has purchased a vast number of farming robots from the otherworld and is engaged in production 24/7, supplying biological materials for the zombie factory's production line. They planted a parasitic plant called Bloodsucking Tree, which was able to root viciously on the underground roots of the Tree of Light, greedily exploiting the mother tree that brought light to the 3rd level of the abyss. The fruit of the Bloodsucking Tree is the purest flesh and blood energy, which can provide nutrients for the giant petri dishes of the zombie factories. As a genuine academic, and having done meticulous research on the corpse nest world, Su Ming naturally knew all about the internal cycle of production in a zombie factory. Therefore, Su Ming had set the basic strategy in his first tactical planning. Flame-thirsty worms, you lurk in the earth veins. Ignite the roots of the Tree of Light for me. Take the payoff from the bottom of the fire. Starve all the blood-sucking trees to death, and completely destroy the roots of the existence of the Blood Bear Factory. Sacred Beetle, you guys ambush the enemy's path where they'll be galloping, which is the eastern foothills, and once the legions of zombie bears come to put out the fire, take advantage of the situation to burrow out of the ground, sneak up on their reinforcements, and create even more chaos. Lone City Fleecefolk, you will follow me into battle and charge straight into the face of the Sacred Bear. We will take advantage of the roaring fires and under the cover of night, we will attack the core hinterland of the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory and destroy all the production lines. Su Ming commanded one by one. Solemn eyes looked deeply at the generals under his command. We, Abyssal Avengers, because of the hatred for the Gathering, in order to seek a ray of life for the survival of the race, and are willing to withstand a violent battle to the death. Therefore, tonight, cold night bloody battle, until death, deadly battle. All the warriors of the fire-thirsty worms burrowed out of the ground and sent out an infrasound-like roar towards the firmament. Deadly battle. The sacred beetles sprayed surging flames in the direction of the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory, their excitement causing their body temperature to skyrocket and their entire body to emit a molten red light. Die fighting. The roar of the Lone City's fleecefolk went from small to large, from mumbling to a mountainous roar. They had been cowering for too long, hiding for too long, cowardly for too long, and today, they had once again summoned up their lost courage, ready to face the claws and teeth of the zombies head-on with their warrior chests. The 10 zombie legions that have never been breached by anyone will fall into our hands. All the surviving resistance forces in the Gu Corpse Nest will be greatly inspired and united under our united front from now on. Su Ming described the future blueprint to the leaders in a highly inciting tone. A star's fire can start a prairie fire. When the zombie bear legion is removed from the third layer of the abyss, and there is no longer a petri dish that can produce zombie bear troops, that means that which Lilith's hundreds of years of layout has been pried open by us. The sprout of resistance will grow madly in the corpses of the martyrs. Su Ming clenched his fist, raised his right arm high, and activated the magic shield with all his might. All the living souls of the corpse nest will be eternally remembered for our sacrifice today. In an instant, radiant, luxurious light enveloped Su Ming. Let him be like a heavenly god descending to earth, wearing armor to become a saint, and forging a brilliant image in the hearts of all warriors. I wish all of you a great martial fortune and a great victory. Now, march, target the Blood Bear Factory. Here, here, here. The hissing of all the different races and languages echoed through the sublime mountains. The night is cold and bleak, but the blood is burning. Ignited. So handsome. Su Ming. The viewers watching the live broadcast of the college entrance exams all had their blood surging, and had an epic feeling of witnessing history. Su Ming is more than just a natural-born wise man. He's simply a natural-born leader with superb charisma. Warriors of different races are so harmoniously and obediently gathered under his command, rather like the picture in the history books of Huang Chao/Zhang Jiao/Chen Shang, etc. Ascending to the heights and the strong warriors winning food and scenery to follow. In the past, the martyrs of the Dragon Kingdom also stepped onto the battlefield with such fervor, bloodying the abyss and strangling demons, preserving half of our ancient civilization. It's really saddening. Laughing hee hee, the Hunting Country Military Academy was just being stubborn. Sorry, we don't lack students. Now I'd like to ask, which military academy would have too many leader-level talents like Su Ming? In this decade of the Hunting Country Military School, has there ever appeared a talent that is even better than Su Ming? The one who is more regretful should be that old demoness Wu Mingxi. Su Ming's such a good son-in-law, don't want to marry Zhang Concheng of the weak water family, but as a result, now Zhang Concheng first made the Spider Queen's wife, and also gave birth to its little spider demon, and it's more than 300. Thousands of people had thousands of faces, and all the relevant people who had witnessed Su Ming's amazing performance had different expressions. For example, the two groups that also own a champagne tower, next to the prosperous supergiant champagne tower of the weak water family. All the guests are whispering, not daring to speak loudly for fear of frightening Zhang Lirong and Wu Mingxi's faces, both of which were already the color of pig's liver, were particularly ugly. One proved to be no good at raising sons. One is proven to have a bad eye for finding a son-in-law. Bias. Their embarrassing stories are so widely circulated that they are practically a household name, and have been reduced to a source of laughter for countless viewers at the end of the day. Bu Yan just quietly rested her right palm on her cheek as she watched Su Ming's advance, worrying about his next bloody battle. Same time, beside the humble small champagne tower of the Bailing City Lord's Mansion, Mayor Chen Xuani, Principal Zhao Renjie, and Vice Principal Chu Tianlin, on the other hand, were excitedly learning to build the champagne tower while cozily binge-opening the champagne and drinking it like water. No, we're halfway through the champagne, and we're almost done with the champagne before Su Ming is crowned the top student of the college entrance exam. Isn't that a bit less virtuous? Shouldn't we save Su Ming's character? Principal Zhao Renjie asked with a bit of worry. Ha, you're at least a senior research talent, the head of a school, and you're so superstitious? Ridiculous, ridiculous. Punish yourself with 3 cups, tons and tons and tons. Good wine. I'll immediately order takeout out of my own pocket and have them all send another 20 bottles, so that the entire school can celebrate together. The drunken Principal Zhao proudly said, our Beilang Academy is going to give birth to a top scholar in the college entrance exam, and it's still me who has to be credited for indoctrinating them. Isn't it because under my rule, the northern Liang province is flourishing, so Su Ming can rest easy in the big backyard and study at ease, and therefore achieve success in his studies? It's also because I managed it with merit. The drunken-eyed Mayor Chen Xianyi glared angrily. Old bastard, you're stealing the credit, aren't you? You don't even want your face. My sword is not unfavorable. Old, trying to cut off my students? My magic wand isn't too hard yet. If you have the guts to go to the virtual arena with me, we'll both apply to lock our levels at level 1, disable all equipment, and fight it out with a man's fist and a man's chest. Holy, it, city team and school team. Chapter 176, so what if it's halftime champagne? In the end, Mayor Chen Xianyi and Principal Zhao Renjie were persuaded to leave. After all, it was disgraceful to spread the word that the titular mayor and the principal were fighting over who got the most credit for the newly minted high school student. Not to mention, the two of them were actually prepared to strip off all their gear, block all levels and skills, and stick it to the man with a bare bones panel of level 1. One can only imagine the picture that must follow, men on top of men, full of big men. That would be a shocking black history of the northern Liangfu. I'm afraid, however, after the small interlude, Chen Xianyi and Zhao Renjie didn't bear any grudges at all and instead scowled towards each other. Just now my secretary has recorded your embarrassing behavior. I have your black history. Is my secretary a vegetarian? Your scandalous behavior has also been recorded. If you're not honest, I'll explode with you. Ha 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 ha. Su Ming, this kid can be really competitive nah. Our northern Liang is blessed. Yes, whether it's teaching resources or financial allocations, the Dragon Kingdom is bound to tilt in our favor next, and all civil servants and teachers will benefit from this, with a salary increase of at least 30% next year. Therefore, we must give Su Ming a good commendation. Let me think, what is good to reward Su Ming? The words just fell. A gigantic shadow visited northern Liang City. When night falls, in the parlor of the Weak Water family, an uninvited guest who became Zhang Lirong's guest of honor. It was precisely the father and son of Shen Jinghong and Shen Zimo from the Iron Blood Alliance. They had come here to naturally discuss how to deal with Su Ming's growing threat. In recent days, Shen Jinghong can be said to be unable to eat day and sleep night, and the whole person is numb. As soon as his scalp slightly touched the pillow, he would fall into a deep sleep, and then 5 minutes later dream of the image of Su Ming holding a skeleton wand, summoning a vast army of undead heavenly plagues, crushing the Iron Blood Alliance into pieces, and slaughtering the top and bottom of the Shen family. Then Shen Jinghong would wake up in a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. Father and son respectfully weaved their way through the corridors of gossiping bigwigs. In their hearts, they all marveled a little at the Weak Water family's network of connections. Shen Jinghong couldn't help but whisper to his son. No wonder Wu Mengxi disliked the poor and loved the rich, abandoning Su Ming and wanting to marry the Weak Water family. Just take a look. 4th rank is as numerous as dogs, and 5th rank is all over the place. This is the power of a powerful family. Shen Zimo nodded his head, and immediately, he saw the white-hot pants, fashionable and beautiful Bu Yen by the champagne tower, and suddenly his eyes were full of amazement. Even for Shen Zimo, who came from the Iron Blood Alliance and was used to seeing beautiful women since his childhood, Bu Yen was an extremely beautiful thing, a perfect color on earth, especially the elegant temperament of a rich family's daughter, coupled with soul-stirring ink-colored watery eyes and a fiery, slender body. It is really a female charm that men can't refuse. Be more restrained. Shen Jinghong coldly grunted and reminded his colorful son, that's the future young lady of the Weak Water family. Are you not qualified to covet it? Unless you can ascend to the 6th rank, you should restrain all admiration and retain only a trace of awe. Yes. The indignation and jealousy in Shen Zimo's heart toward Su Ming and Zhang Conqing suddenly reached a new high. Beauty sleeps in shifts, and this year it's my house. Why should they be able to woo her and I have to put on my slavish face? Damn it, it's still my old den who's weak. It's because he didn't try hard enough. If my father was also a god-level powerhouse, Bu Hemanian would have been packed up and sent to my couch by now. Damn old thing, dragging this young master down. Shen Zimo, who was in the midst of bellyaching, obediently lowered his service to be a small one and did not dare to speak. Welcome. The fact that the ally of the Iron Blood Alliance is willing to condescend to come to the banquet really makes my humble abode shine. Zhang Lirong, facing an unfamiliar outsider, displayed a courteous and polite style of a great family patriarch, holding in just the right smile and politely extending her hand. After shaking hands, Shen Jinghong said with a straight face, Chairman Zhang, Su Ming's threat is gradually transforming from potential to reality. Not long ago, I also thought that Su Ming would not be able to threaten me for at least 10 years, but now you've also seen that even though Su Ming is only level 20, behind him now stands Mayor Qin Xianyi, Principal Zhao Renjie, and the official Bailiang government that they represent. Furthermore, by virtue of joining the Dragon Slayer clan, if Su Ming really marries Chen Meng and Chen Sugar Candy, he will also receive the full support of the god-level powerhouse Chen Jingqiu. Not to mention, next after he became the top scholar of the Dragon Country's college entrance examination. With all the attention, the Yanhuang Military Academy has already decided to increase its investment in him. In addition, Shen Jinghong broke his fingers and calculated, once Su Ming continues to repair the divine artifacts, it's likely that he'll find more legacies of the undead heavenly tribulation coronation. Zhang Lirong was distracted by what she heard. Wu Mengxi was also cloudy, but Shen Jinghong said all his heartfelt words with a flourish. My son was Su Ming's classmate, a fellow student for 3 years, so he is clear about Su Ming's temperament. A drop of kindness is repaid by a gushing spring, and a vengeance of a jeer is returned tenfold. I forcibly seized the special enrollment quota for the Hunting Country Military School that should belong to Su Ming, and Shen Jinghong lowered his voice and spat out a pile of secrets. I sent dead soldiers to the 037 Abyssal battlefield again in an attempt to assassinate Su Ming. Zhang Lirong's face changed drastically, and Wu Mengxi's expression was also icy cold. Please be discreet. I didn't hear anything. Wu Mengxi immediately refuted it, shaking her head but not indicating that she would report or leak it. Shen Jinghong's lips curled slightly. No harm. This matter is well known to Su Ming, only that there is no evidence in the way, so I can't do anything about it, and I expose myself to the sins. Just hope to get the two of you to believe we are in the same boat. And Su Ming is already on the verge of becoming a danger to our heart. Zhang Lirong coldly grunted. He hasn't become a senior high school student yet. I can't say that he will accidentally die when attacking the blood flesh bear factory. Ha! The words just fell. They saw the host of the CCTV broadcast interrupt the guest's discussion in a hurry. Insert an urgent message. Let's connect to the special CCTV reporter of the Northern Liang Academy, Xiaoyan. His Excellency, the immortal old Miao Caesar, has already descended there and begun to conclude a symbiotic contract with Su Ming. When these words came out, everyone burst into tears and were filled with disbelief. The high school exams are not yet over. The first place finisher is not attributed. How did Su Ming start obtaining divine grade summons? Zhang Lirong, Wu Mengxi, and Shen Jinghong similarly changed their faces drastically as they looked at the live broadcast screen. Then, they saw Mayor Qin Shuani riding the wind and riding his sword, stepping into the air and facing the gigantic silhouette high in the sky. Your Excellency, immortal old Miao, what is the purpose of your visit to Northern Liang? You've already suffered a heavy wound and are very weak. Why would you burn your life to specially teleport to this desolate place? I have chosen the contractors. Miao. Chapter 177. When the stars of the human race shine brightly, the shadow of the undead old Miao Caesar was projected all over the city, as if it were a huge shade, cascading over the earth. Is Su Ming? Mayor Chen Xiani revealed a joyful expression, but was somewhat puzzled. But the college entrance exams have not yet ended, and the top student may not be him yet? Of course, although in my heart, little Su is already 1000% the top student, but at least, the superficial process still needs to go through. The audience couldn't help but roll their eyes wildly. Mayor, you are also too double standard. Right, also too spoiled. Su Ming, that kid, immortal old Miao. However, said very frankly, I think that this time, when you guys organized the entrance exam, you should have written some instructions wrongly. When I look for a host, I don't mean that I only look at whether or not the other person can become a top student, nor was it ever that I would be the possessor of the top student of the college entrance exam. Among the Dragon Kingdom's top students of the college entrance exams in all the years, about a third of them were able to eventually ascend to the god-level powerhouse. And since 1000% of me can return to the god throne, there won't be anyone who really thinks that I need to attach myself to a Gao Gao scholar, right? The immortal old Miao Caesar urged a smile as he chatted with Chen Shuani about family matters. Fishing Chen Na, it's been a long time since I've seen you, and you're still so fishing. Chen Xianyi's face darkened. Old cat, CCTV is broadcasting live. Don't call nicknames. It turns out that they had a personal relationship that turned out to be quite good. This was easy to understand. The Dragon Kingdom's experts often rushed to aid the anchor base of the end times, and immortal old Miao often came with a group of fluffy people's elites to help the Dragon Kingdom defend itself from foreign enemies. So the experts were all familiar with each other. Immortal old Miao rolled his eyes. People die and debts are cancelled. Understand? I'm about to be reincarnated, and all the things I did in my past life are just a blur. So, even the Miao film in my computer, I didn't format it, because I've really seen through the red dust and don't care about the name behind me in my life. Sweaty viewers. Ahem. You are at least a national hero of the Velvet Folk, so you should still pay attention to your image. Even if you die right away, the Velvet Folk will still need you as a spiritual idol in the future. Chen Xiani also furiously rolled his eyes. If they know that you are a Miao film collector who has committed the sin of lust, won't the filter shatter, hindering the great cause of the Velvet Folk's rebellion against the abyss? There would even be a sense of disillusionment of my idol is actually a colorful Miao. Tired. Destroy it. Fall sweat viewers. Immortal old Miao held a smile. Therefore, I only dare to show my truest side on your Dragon Kingdom's borders, because for one thing, it's impossible for you to pass these embarrassing stories back to my compatriots. For another, if you tell the truth, no one will believe it at all. They'll just think that you're trying to discredit His Excellency Caesar and that you're harboring evil intentions. Fans are like that. Even if their own brother collapses the house, they will plug their ears and firmly disbelieve. Sweaty audience members, don't believe me? We've all saved the video. Chen Xianyi bristled. Meh, just a synthetic AI video. Caesar, well aware of the culture of the rice circle, scoffed. What about the recordings I kept? A monster impersonation of a voice actor is just that. Or voice synthesis software. It's not worth it. Well, I even took pictures. It's just a picture. It's all in the eye of the beholder. This. Chen Xianyi was speechless and could only change the subject. So, Your Excellency has chosen Su Ming to serve as a symbiote? Of course. Immortal old Miao Caesar smiled astringently and bitterly. My greatest regret on my deathbed is that I have not been able to reconcile with Velvet Folk Lion Harvey. My intelligence network has already probed that he is leading a group of Velvet Folk in a bloody battle in the Lonely City, which is the same Lonely City that Su Ming's Gao Gao broadcast saw. he should also know where my anchor of the end times base is situated. Only, neither of us could finally pull off the old face to see each other. Ridiculous pride nah. Neither of us would give in. Caesar sighed long and hard, but Su Ming helped me fulfill my dream in his copy. Furthermore, the Abyssal Avengers, formed by Su Ming, implicitly matches my philosophy of uniting the aboriginal fronts. His policies match me, his 3 views are compatible with mine, and he is precisely the heir of my dreams. Caesar solemnly said, therefore, no matter who the high school student falls to, I have already chosen the symbiote. Okay, Mayor Chen Xianyi said with a big smile, then please come along and pile up the champagne tower with us. We are ready to get drunk tonight. Well, consider this the last hurrah of this part of my life. The undead old meow landed on the ground and reappeared as a plain old fat orange cat with a rusty iron sword on its back, looking very mediocre. CCTV Live. Xiao Yan, a reporter from Northern Liang, concluded, as we have seen, His Excellency, the immortal old Meow Caesar, has decided to sit down in Northern Liang and be reborn in Su Ming's body using phoenix blood. He will grow symbiotically with Su Ming and exist as his summon from now on. Let us congratulate Su Ming in advance for being about to obtain a divine grade summoner. One step closer to being a divine grade summoner. Thank you, reporter Xiao Yan. The CCTV host glanced at the 2 guests. Prof. Shen Yi, expert Zheng Heng, what do you think of this matter? Professor Shen Yi narrowed his eyes and gave his judgment. It seems that immortal old Meow is preparing to deliver his final gift to his chosen Su Ming. Yes, he's going to leave Su Ming with an ultimate means of preserving his life before he dies. Expert Zhang Heng also faintly said with great certainty. You guys mean, said the host, who had limited strength and couldn't quite hear the subtleties. Professor Shen Yi said indifferently, immortal old Meow Caesar has many enemies. Even if he was reborn in the other world and left the corpse nest world, wouldn't he be worried about the legions of zombies sending out assassins to hunt him down? Take a look at the old-time movie Terminator. Even if you travel through time and space, the big villain is going to drive the male and female protagonists to extinction. This is the true villainous mindset. And Caesar, on his deathbed, was at least a dying god-level powerhouse who possessed some divine differences that are unimaginable to mortals. Expert Zheng Heng smiled and said, for example, sealing a retreating demon sacred flame, superb kill from his life within Su Ming's body. Once there is a danger to his life, it can be activated. Oh, the curse of fate, abyssal wrath, that the undead heavenly tribulation, coronet sealed within Su Ming's body is also based on the same principle. Once someone tries to kill Su Ming, they will be instantly stabilized by the abyssal archon's gaze upon his death. The host came to a sudden realization. All in all, congratulations to Su Ming. He has already obtained the most precious reward for being the top student of the college entrance exam. Prof. Shen said with emotion, it's useless for the others to fight to the death. The weak water family. The atmosphere instantly froze. Shen Jinghong tightened his eyebrows, looked toward the green-faced Zheng Lirong and Wu Mengxi, and said in a low voice, I told you, if this person is not pulled out early, it will become a big disaster. Chapter 178, Abyssal Sect, Demon Worshippers. Right now, it would already be extremely difficult to resolve. Zheng Lirong resumed the calm composure of the weak water clan's headmaster and tightened her eyebrows. Alliance Master Shen Jinghong. The immortal old Meow is now Su Ming's gold medal of immunity from death, and the undead heavenly tribulation coronet has given him a curse of destiny. Yes, with double insurance. How can you deal with him? Wu Mingxi already had the idea of breaking off her tail to survive and didn't want to offend Su Ming anymore. Anyway, to put it bluntly, her enmity with Su Ming was far from escalating to the level of you dying or me living. Big deal. Just bow and apologize. Once she thought about this, Wu Mengxi emphasized the difficulty of dealing with Su Ming, not wanting to get on this ship of thieves. Caesar and Su Ming have already become a community of destiny. And don't forget that the Velvet People's Resistance Army of the Corpse Nest world is likewise a community of destiny with our motherland, the Dragon Kingdom of the Blue Star world. That is, Su Ming, Caesar, and the Dragon Kingdom, the Trinity. Wu Mengxi reminded her best friend. Are we going to be enemies of the state apparatus? That's a bit overrated and a mantis, isn't it? Zheng Lirong fell silent. Wu Mengxi then said to her best friend, furthermore, Lirong, the conflict between your families Kong Chang and Su Ming is limited to online scolding. With only moving his lips, Su Ming didn't have anything to lose, so it's not too late for you to call it quits. Well, that's true. Zheng Lirong was stunned and felt that this statement was very reasonable. Shen Jinghong's heart thumped as he purposely ran here in an attempt to merge and hitch a ride with the two major forces of the occult sanctuary and the weak water family. Unexpectedly, it folded before it got out of the gate. Two bimbos? What a wimp! He couldn't help but curse angrily in his heart, wildly comparing his middle finger, wishing to draw down his pants belt on the spot and whip the two of them into a gyroscope. But the Iron Blood Alliance was equivalent to a shack under a 10. 000 foot tall building when compared to other people's power, and it wasn't worth mentioning. Shen Ginghong could only patiently admonish. Zhang Kongcheng humiliated Su Ming on the internet and tried to steal his love from him. Which young man in his prime can withstand this kind of anger? You guys want to put things to rest, but Su Ming is about to become the top student of the college entrance exam, and has obtained a god-level summoning item, so it's the time when he's most pleased. Will he be willing to raise his hand and let you guys off the hook? Zhang Lirong glared at him unhappily and faintly said, the weak water clan's willingness to reconcile with him and take a step back from each is already a great concession, and he will only be grateful. Su Ming is so intelligent and able to dominate the college entrance exams. It's not so bad that he can't think about this point of pros and cons. Yeah, it's not like Su Ming had any substantial losses. Wu Mengxi bristled. Just a few curses on the internet. What's the big deal? In his live broadcast room, he was scolded by global hackers for 108,000 sentences every day, and he didn't lose a piece of meat. As a big netizen, I believe he still has this ability to resist pressure. You guys, Shen Ginghong choked. Never thought that he had traveled a long way to run this trip, but in the end, he did not say the slightest thing to move them, but on the contrary, he exposed himself to be taken. Let's go, Alliance Master Shen. Wu Mingxi immediately gave the expulsion order for her best friend and coldly said, don't worry, we won't talk too much about the matter of you sending out dead soldiers to deal with Su Ming. We all understand the basic rules of helping people keep secrets, but when it comes to dealing with Su Ming, unfortunately, it looks like we'll have to go our separate ways. Well, if you guys come around, remember to contact me. Shen Jinghong wanted to say something, but seeing their appearance, he could only hold his tongue at that. After he turned away, Zhang Lirong looked at Wu Mengxi and sighed bitterly. Regarding the marriage, I am afraid. Alas, Wu Mengxi also said quietly, older sister, I'm ready to let go. I don't think I'm worthy of meddling in Himiko's marital affairs because Su Ming has already almost swollen my mouth. When I think about back then, when I arrogantly refused him to sign the S-Class sponsorship agreement, I regretted it so much that I couldn't sleep at night. You may not know that it was only a mere $200 million in sponsorship fees, but at that time, if I had given it, it would have been a favor in the snow for Su Ming, a boile sentiment of recognizing a hero with a discerning eye. Su Ming would be grateful to the mystic Holy Church, even offering unlimited loyalty. Alas, it's all too late. It's too late. Zhang Lirong smiled equally bitterly. The fact that you can pour your heart out to me like this shows that our old sisterhood's many years of friendship have not been in vain. If you still insist that my family, Kong Chang, is the only good match for Himiko, and insist on choosing him as your son-in-law, I'd have to wonder if you're willing to be my BFF if you're trying to climb up the weak water family. Even I, as Kong Chang's mother, feel deeply frustrated and also think that Su Ming is outstanding. Zhang Lirong sighed, completely convinced by Su Ming's performance. In fact, I'm not afraid of Su Ming, but knowing my son is like being a mother. My son Kong Chang still has a long future ahead of him, and if he gets into a fight with Su Ming that doesn't end in death, I'm worried that he won't be able to win against Su Ming, and that he will end up dying at Su Ming's hands. It's fine, now that we've closed our hands, Su Ming won't have a grudge against Kong Chang. Wu Mengxi faintly said, are you sure? Zhang Lirong frowned. Yeah. Wu Mengxi smiled bitterly. Su Ming is about to win the bet, while Kong Chang has lost his face this time by being named Clown Emperor by the netizens. As the winner, how would Su Ming hold a grudge against the loser? As a cook, would you hate a fish on the chopping board? Only fish hate people. Lillian Zhang. In the meantime, the father and son of Shen Jinghong and Shen Zimo, who walked out of the weak water family, both had mixed emotions. The former was worried about the future retaliation of Su Ming and scratched his ears. The latter was the one who was so jealous of the thought that a superb beauty like Bu Yen would fall into the forbidden domain of Su Ming or Zhang Kongcheng that his face turned pale with envy. Just when both men were emotionally drained, a man wearing sunglasses suddenly stopped in front of the two of them, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Hey, you guys should be Su Ming's enemies, right? Can we talk about a piece of business? Who are you guys? Shen Jinghong gazed at the other party warily. As a high-ranking powerhouse, he clearly felt a wisp, if any, of fury chi fluctuation coming from the other party. That's erosion from the abyss. I wonder if you are willing to take out 3 minutes of your time to listen to the whispers of the abyss. The other party took off his mask, revealing an exquisite face covered with dense magic lines. I would like to grandly introduce to you, the Supreme Demon Lord from the Abyss, the ultimate destination of all souls, the end of everything that walks on the earth. Grabble White Knight Demon King. Who's that? Shen Zimo scratched his head in confusion. However, Shen Ginghong, who was beside him, had already thrown Shen Zimo behind him, revealing a look of gravity. You are the demon worshippers of the abyssal sect. How dare you guys show your faces in broad daylight? Are you guys crazy? You Your Excellency won't report us because there exists a common bond between us to assassinate the human race's heavenly pride. Su Ming. Shen Jinghong's pupils suddenly tightened. Chapter 179, Peak Moment. Attack on all fronts. CCTV live channel. The host had already curbed his playful banter and said solemnly, "The time has come to witness the strongest person of this year's candidates. The general attack force from the zombie army has arrived at the front line. And this time, the one who is leading the Lost Union army is the strongest person mentioned in our preview. The third ranked of the 10 Legion Chief Sacred Bear Naymather." Words just fell. In all the images, there is a strong arms, covered with hair, look rough, but wearing an extremely exquisite customized fitted suit. The right side of the face is densely written all over the Buddhist Diamond Sutra, as well as a clear patience, bare head man. This is the Sacred Bear Naymather. The host introduced it with a complicated expression. Over the years, it has gone into hiding, and is said to be attempting to explore the path of ascending to the gods, looking for a way to ascend to the level of a godly powerhouse. And its signature makeup is the Buddhist inscription tattooed on its face, as well as the word shinobi. A sneer and cold smile surfaced at the corner of the host's mouth. This is the most hypocritical thing about him. As we all know, Sacred Bear's temper is the hottest of all the army chiefs, slaughtering cities at the drop of a hat. The sins he has committed are too numerous to list. The Buddhist scriptures are his hypocrisy, and the way of endurance is his disguise. Professor Shini also said solemnly, "I hereby solemnly introduce to all viewers that the total bounty for killing the Sacred Bear Naymather is, the Dragon Kingdom, 1.9 billion, the Eagle Kingdom, 700 million, the Gallic Chicken Kingdom, 600 million, and the Kangaroo Kingdom, 430 million. Welcome all demigod level or above assassins who specialize in assassination, as well as brigand mages who specialize in high-dimensional spatial transfer, and compassion artists who specialize in spatial incantation to kill, to hunt for this Fong," expert Zhang Hong added. In addition, all professionals who kill the Sacred Bear will receive a first-class merit medal issued by the Dragon Kingdom, with a full attribute of plus 300. It also has a 7 degrees of space inside it that was built with a heavy amount of money from the Dragon Kingdom, which is 100 cubic meters, and can hold an exceedingly large amount of items, and is able to greatly expand any professional's backpack bar. The audience couldn't help but be a little stumped. This Sacred Bear Naymather carries a bounty that is actually a full $63 billion. Whoever can kill it will immediately become rich overnight. Moreover, the Medal of First-Class Merit is more than just a superb piece of equipment. It also means tax-free privileges, being able to enter 300 replicas per year free of charge, with all expenses reimbursed by the state. Since the abyssal invasion and the full-scale transmutation, there were no more than 10 living people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who had obtained the First-Class Medal of Honor. It was actually made into a copy boss by the Dragon Country's graduation exam question team. It seems that they really hate this guy, an Eagle Country viewer lamented. And for our graduation exam this year, we're using the Abyssal Archon Hades, so it's really something different. Our Elephant Kingdom's copy boss this year is the Demoness Lilith, and it's low intensity. That's why our Elephant Kingdom candidates have viciously wheeled her tens of millions of times. It's so cool nah. I mean the joy of revenge, not the joy of that. An Elephant Country viewer made a remark that was extremely characteristic of the country. But you Elephant countries are a sight for sore eyes. At this point, all of Caesar's Land went into an over-the-top CG animation session. Sight, the Holy Bear, Naymather, carrying a turbocharged, steam-injected battle axe, enchanted plus 999 strength, refined plus 29, set with 8 power magic stones, finished forge level 10, roaring as he appears at the edge of the horizon. Behind him, countless elite zombie bears landed on all fours and raced towards the anchor base of the end times in a furious and strong attack. Then came the zombie army's biochemical cannons, countless giant artillery pieces filled with miniature zombie capsule cannonballs, blasting towards the anchor of the end times, and a shield immediately rose up in the base to ward it off. The capsule crashed to smithereens on the shroud, and then the miniature zombies inside, awakening like ghost babies, passed through the shroud and landed in the base, launching indiscriminate attacks on the civilians inside, creating mass chaos. This was followed by the 8-armed Naga, the elite troops of the Naga Corpse demon tribe. They started casting strong blizzard spells from a long distance away, turning the anchor of the end into a frozen world of ice and snow. The Great War, it's on the verge of happening. The time of the end has come. And what follows is the lament of the Velvet Folk group of heroes, as well as, when the star of the human group shines, the host exclaimed with emotion. The words just fell. A rabbit folk magic master with both arms broken and no longer able to hold a staff, rose up in the air and stepped through the air. That meant that he was at least a demigod-level powerhouse, and his life was bound to be bright and wonderful enough to write a legend. In the next moment, the rabbit folk magic master blew himself up on the dome of the sky, sacrificing his blood and burning his soul to summon the forbidden spell, holy light pervading. The blizzard summoned by all the 8-armed Naga subsided, and the bodies of all the velvet folk warriors were warmed by the holy light, while their hearts grew colder and colder. All the velvet folk showed a look of sadness. The host also shed 2 lines of hot tears. That's the martyr of the velvet folk resistance who fell in the attack and defense of the anchor of the end times, master of rabbit folk light magic, Blaine Rabbit Velvet, our dear friend of the Dragon Kingdom, who rushed to the aid of our fortresses on 6 occasions, and thousands of the people of the Dragon Kingdom were able to survive because of her bloody battles. In that war, she willingly sacrificed herself because she was too late to be healed after her arms were torn by the sacred bear. Thanks to the bloody battles of all the martyrs, the 2 major civilizations of ours and the velvet folks have survived to this day. All the guests in the CCTV studio observed a moment of silence for the occasion. This was another educational significance of the college entrance exams, to always make sure that all candidates and viewers remember the cornerstones of modern civilization, know why they fought, as well as respect all the martyrs who fought for the human race, lest many human professionals, repressed by pessimistic sentiments, throw themselves into the arms of the abyssal sect, and fall into becoming traitors to the human race and traitors to the abyss. End of CG animation. All candidates get a copy system notification. You have witnessed the sacrifice of Velvet Folk Martyr MS, Blaine Bunny Velvet. All Velvet Folk troops have plus 10 morale and 50% more combat power. You have been blessed by the holy light of the Velvet Folks Martyr, MS, Blaine Bunny Velvet, with a full attribute of plus 100. The undead old Meow, Caesar, has joined the battlefield with his holy sword, the sacred flame of demon retreat. The Velvet Folk Kintetsu have rushed to the front lines of the battlefield in full force. They are going to capture and kill the sacred bear Nymather. Please keep them safe. The time of the end has arrived. Please feel free to fight next. When your blood level falls below 30%, the gauntlet automatically ends and you will be teleported directly out of the copy. Knock, knock, knock. The sad drums of war beat in the anchor of the end times. All the velvet folk bathed in blood as if they were mad, their eyes turning blood red under the extreme grief and anger. Thus, Ji Tianyi immediately led his undying battle spirit troop and followed Caesar out on the battlefield. Thus, Morong Shui Dance sang her crushing skill, Yingling Soul Suppression Song, and the souls of countless warriors sacrificed in the anchor of the end times crawled out of the ground and fought alongside the living. _______.